This young man originally lived in the 21st century, but his life took a wild turn when he accidentally time traveled to the era of the Flame Dynasty. In this age, humans are terrified of demons, but Thanfeng actively provokes them every day just to get a beat down. If a day goes by without being tortured by demons, he feels incredibly uneasy. Yet, he does not feel any pain. Instead, his face lights up as if he is getting a luxurious massage. The twist: when he time traveled, Thanfeng awakened a system that not only protects him from harm but also boosts his stats every time he gets hit. Just like any ordinary day, Thanfeng finished his shift and began his patrol around his demon prison. But the moment he stepped into the dark dungeon, a mesmerizing voice caught his attention. "Excuse me. Could you let me out?" The voice belonged to a demoness named Tu Them. Stunningly beautiful with a figure that could easily make her a viral internet sensation in the 21st century. Unfortunately, she was born in this era, destined to be a malevolent spirit. Thanfeng accidentally gazed at her a moment too long, and just like that, it felt like he would been struck dumb. He was utterly speechless, seemingly ensnared by her beauty. Thanfeng bit his lip so hard that he could taste the metallic tang of blood, bringing him back to the harsh reality of pain. He told himself that everything happening before his eyes was just an illusion. Tu Them was notoriously cruel, and many of Thanfeng's friends in the demon prison had met their end at her hands. Now, if he showed any weakness and opened the prison door, she would drain him dry, leaving nothing but a lifeless husk behind. This demon had guts. He could tell just by looking that she was no ordinary being. This was nothing but a trick, and she dared to try her charms on him. With that thought, Thanfeng turned away decisively. But Tu Them was not done yet. She knew how to tap into the deepest insecurities of her prey and morph it into the modern beauty that Thanfeng admired most. Then called out to him, "Hey, I command you to open the door for me." Thanfeng hesitated. Her voice was so alluring, it was hard not to turn around, but the moment he looked back and locked eyes with Tu Them, he would fall victim to her allure. Inside, he was torn. He knew she was a demon, yet the temptation made him want to look back just once. Just as he was wavering, he heard her voice pierce the air like a whip. "You dare defy my command. I will punish you severely." This was truly a seductive demon. She knew exactly how to play into Thanfeng's favorite fantasies, filled with tantalizing thrills. He kept reminding himself that he absolutely could not turn back. It was just her demon magic, and with his skills, once he looked back, there'd be no escaping her grasp. One side thinks that this cursed place is filled with traps, and as long as I do not open the door, I should be safe. Just one look and I am out of here for good. But then, when Xiao Timai's voice echoed again, Cheng Feng could not hold back any longer and turned around. Seeing her in that body-hugging dress and fishnet stockings, he completely lost his mind. Grabbing the keychain and rushing to unlock the cell, Xiao Timai held her breath in anticipation. And as soon as Cheng Feng stepped into the cell, her true vicious nature was revealed. She lunged at him, sinking her fangs into his neck, but unlike before, this time she could not draw a single drop of blood, because Cheng Feng's body was as hard as steel. Xiao Timai released him but soon realized that Cheng Feng was still under her artistic control, which struck her as incredibly strange. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng, caught in a haze of half-consciousness, heard a voice ringing in his head. Detection measures show that the host is about to be attacked by the demon. The system is under attack by the demon and is officially activating. You are being attacked by Xiao Timai. Defense +1. This voice gradually brought Cheng Feng back to his senses. What the heck is that? Why does it keep bothering me like this? Cheng Feng scratched his head, looking around, only to find Xiao Timai behind him, claws raised and ready to pounce. He immediately panicked and screamed, his shout startling even the demon girl. Instinctively, Cheng Feng turned to run, but Xiao Timai had no intention of letting him escape that easily. With a graceful leap, she shot forward like a swift bird and landed right in front of him. The speed was astonishing, and a rookie like him could not keep up. Then, Xiao Timai lunged again, grabbing his shoulders and digging her fangs into his neck. At that moment, Cheng Feng thought he was done for, but surprisingly, he did not feel any pain, and once again, he heard that strange voice. You are being attacked by Xiao Timai. Defense 1. With a powerful shove, Xiao Timai threw him aside, and he crashed heavily against the wall. But after 2 attacks, especially when he was fully awake just now, he confirmed that he was not hallucinating. He had truly awakened the system. System, are you there? Cheng Feng called out, and immediately a simulation window appeared in front of him, displaying information. Hi. Right now, only you can see me. What is your function? Cheng Feng asked again. The system eagerly introduced itself. Its name is Demon Attack Strengthening System, and its sole function is as the name suggests. As long as the opponent is a demon, they can harm its host. Cheng Feng, but will instead make him stronger. That is why it was said that Cheng Feng never expected to want to stay in this cursed place and take hits from demons. After gaining the system, he could not help but laugh out loud in joy. Just then, Sakurai lunged again, startling Cheng Feng out of his wits. Instinctively, he raised his hand. The demon is charging at full speed. And with a flick of her wrist, Ko Thanfeng sends it tumbling. That was close, almost made me jump out of my skin. Turn back into that cute little lowly form for me. You demon. Ko Thanfeng shouted. The little demon was furious. Having her face twisted like that and being yelled at, she clenched her teeth, her anger rising, thinking to herself, how dare that human disrespect me. With that thought, the little demon leaped forward, grabbing Ko Thanfeng by the throat, lifting him off the ground, and slamming him down hard. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have a few broken ribs by now. But thanks to the system's protection, Ko Thanfeng was completely fine, even gaining 2 defense points. He started to realize that provoking the little demon might actually boost his defense even more with her attacks. So he played it cool and continued speaking. Haven't had your fill yet. Put a little more muscle into it. Oh right. I guess I am your meal. Sorry. I totally misjudged you. Ko Thanfeng's expression and tone were enough to drive the little demon mad. Her eyes turned bloodshot, and she opened her mouth wide, letting out a deafening roar. Then, the little demon sprang into the air, launching a flurry of attacks from above. But Ko Thanfeng stood there like he had a protective shield, completely unaffected by her fierce strikes. In fact, his defense kept rising. Yep. Hit me harder. I have been sitting around too long these past 2 days, a little back pain. Just put in a bit more effort, and you will be able to really work it out for me. Ko Thanfeng teased the opponent. The little demon's rage exploded. Meanwhile, Ko Thanfeng lay back on the ground, completely unconcerned about how she wanted to hit him. However, the defense points only soared at first and then plummeted, until each of the little demon's attacks only dealt 0.5 points less than at the start. Ko Thanfeng initially thought there was a glitch in the system, but it explained that this was happening because his defense had increased so much that the little demon's damage was reduced, and thus the rewards decreased too. Ko Thanfeng could not hide his disappointment. Relying solely on one demon to become invincible was impossible. He needed to find stronger demons. The little demon had outlived her usefulness, and he could not help but slap her before ordering, "Useless piece of trash. You can't even land a blow. If you can't help boost my defense anymore, hurry up and give Zazat a foot massage." The little demon was speechless. It was the first time she would met such a stubborn human. No matter how hard she hit, she could not even scratch him. Furious, the little demon raged while Ko Thanfeng just lay back, letting her scratch his belly. Before long, his defense level maxed out, unlocking a skill called Demon Hunter. The little demon was now exhausted, too tired to even lift her hands anymore. Seeing this, Thanfeng slowly sat up, reaching out to lift the little lady, treating her like a delicate toy. Come on. Why has not anyone figured out what Zazaid's favorite little loli looks like yet? My words are not getting through. Noticing her opponent was not listening, Thanfeng did not hesitate to test out her skill, the one that could only be unlocked through shared fate. She did not mind that the little lady was a female demon, and went all out against her. After all, a demon is a demon, male or female. It makes no difference. With this shared fate skill, Thanfeng knocked the little lady silly, and after just a few hits, she could not take it anymore and quickly yelled, "I am transforming. I am transforming. I am transforming right now." Saying that, she transformed back into the modern woman in the body-hugging dress and fishnet stockings that Muse Thanfeng loved the most. Since the opponent was no longer useful for boosting his defense, he decided to make her dance for him, and of course, it had to be the most seductive dance possible. A few hours later, when the little lady was about to collapse from exhaustion, Thanfeng finally left satisfied. That was enough entertainment for today. Before leaving, he did not forget to lock the dungeon door and remind her, "Remember the moves I taught you. Practice them carefully, and next time I will come back to check on you." After leaving the little lady, Thanfeng headed straight to the administrative office for managing demons in the Demon Suppression Center. This Demon Suppression Center has 3 floors. The first floor holds low-level demons and calamities. The second floor contains mid-level demons and calamities, and only a gold-level demon envoy can enter. The third floor is where high-level demons and calamities are kept, and only a mysterious level demon envoy with a special badge can enter. If Thanfeng wants to access higher-level demons, she needs to become a gold-level demon envoy, but for now, she can only be considered temporary staff. So she will have to grind it out on the first floor. Thanfeng should switch shifts now. And at that moment, a colleague from the Demon Suppression Center suddenly spoke up. It was then that Thanfeng realized she had spent too much time messing with the little lady and had already run out of work hours. As she changed, curiosity got the better of her, and she called up the system to ask a question. "System, are you there? I have a question." unless a demon actively attacks me. Will practicing on my own be effective? The system responded to Bem's Thanfong with an ellipsis, leaving her unsure if it did not know or just did not want to say, but it seemed relying on herself was better than waiting for someone else. With that thought, Thanfong headed to the library to find a few books. There, she stumbled upon a technique called Iron Bone Mountain, which had effects similar to her Shared Fate skill, both enhancing bodily strength. With her Shared Fate skill already in hand, if she could add Iron Bone Mountain to her repertoire, it would be perfect. After borrowing the technique, Thanfong dashed home to start practicing, not expecting that someone as modern as herself would succeed in mastering a technique on her very first try, and at an astonishing speed too, while others would need over a decade to master it. She achieved success in just one day. Iron Bone Mountain perfectly concealed her Shared Fate skill, which maims Thanfong extremely satisfied. After that, he changed clothes and headed to the spirit realm for his shift. The spirit realm supervisor, upon seeing him, was so stunned that his jaw nearly dropped. Miss Thanfong, you are unusually early today. Normally, you are fashionably late by half an hour. Did you have a revelation or something? I have decided to step up my game and repay those overtime shifts. From now on, I will come in half an hour early to switch shifts. Sound good? The supervisor looked at Thanfong with a skeptical eye, wondering if this kid had accidentally taken something. But hey, a change like that could only benefit the supervisor. Right. He happily switched shifts with Thanfong and left the spirit realm. Now, it was officially Thanfong's playground. After pondering which demon to summon today for a power boost, Thanfong decided to head to a dungeon locked tight with a heavy iron door, the golden padlock and countless iron chains, along with a ton of protective charms, indicated that this place was way more dangerous than the usual spirit realm. Even so, it seemed the demon inside was not exactly behaving. The door shook violently, and without a second thought, Thanfong began to peel away the seals on that door through a small window in the stone. He spotted a massive eye glaring at him from inside. The moment their gazes met, Thanfong felt himself slipping into a temporary blackout. Moments later, he regained consciousness to find himself lying on a soft patch of grass, surrounded by blooming flowers. Thanfong stood up and realized he was in a strange yet peaceful meadow. Aside from the vibrant flora, he spotted a couple strolling in the distance. The only odd thing was that the sun here was unusually large, and the light felt harsher than normal. Instinctively, Thanfong tilted his head to squint at the sun. But suddenly, the sky darkened, and that round sun morphed into a giant eye. Was massive, fixated on Thanfong, looking utterly terrifying. Just like that, the peaceful world around him began to shift. The warm sunlight vanished, replaced by a chilling darkness, and the blooming flowers turned into ominous, scattered boxes. The eye hovering in the sky transformed dramatically. It started as just one eye, but from it, flesh and blood began to sprout, eventually forming a colossal body with a single, enormous eye. To this one-eyed monster, Thanfong looked as tiny as an ant. Just one step from it could send him flying. But as the giant reached out to grab him, Thanfong was yanked back to reality. Right in front of him, the stone door remained partly closed, along with a notification from the system. You have been attacked by the eye demon. Soul power increased by 10. At that moment, Thanfong realized he had just fallen into the eye demon's illusion. If it were not for the system creating an absolute shield for him, he might have already been staring at a shrine, offering up a naked chicken. However, inside the prison, the specter had no idea that he had a system, so it still believed its illusion was working. It arrogantly commanded, "Hey, my servant. Listen up. Open the door and let me out." Miss Thanfong rolled her eyes, daring to speak to him like that. Looks like this little demon is tired of living. He immediately opened the heavy door, officially stepping into the room where the specter was burning. As soon as it saw him, it spoke in a condescending tone, like a true superior. "Great. The trash from Matey. Once I am, you will see my wrath." The system noted that the specter specialized in attacks, but Miss Thanfong thought its real talent was talking nonsense. It had been rambling so much that it gave him a headache. After stepping in, she quickly slammed the heavy door shut, making the specter anxious. "Hey, what are you doing? I am still stuck in here." Miss Thanfong ignored it, leaning against the door and staring blankly at the specter. Seeing him not obeying, its expression turned odd. Could it be that its illusion was not working? Thinking that, it floated a bit closer to her. Just then, as the specter was intently observing her face, he suddenly grabbed it, using 2 fingers to poke right into its eyes. Realizing that being a low-level demon, it was not too bright, the specter was completely unprepared, seeing her as a lowly, useless human, and the bitter price it paid was getting seriously injured, blood dripping incessantly. As it screeched in pain, "It hurts. It hurts. You filthy human. How could you break my spell? You are bleeding. You are seriously injured." Let me take you for treatment. Miss Thanfeng responded with an emotionless face and tone, which offended the specter. It jumped up, claiming that it was just too careless before, allowing her to sneak attack. Otherwise, she would not stand a chance against it. As soon as it finished speaking, the specter unleashed an attack toward her. He did not see the attack coming, but it was so bright that he instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the scene before him shifted once more. He saw the sumo-like form of the specter again, although he knew this was just its illusion. The pressure from its massive size was still very real. I will make you regret stepping into this world, filthy humans. Anil, the specter commanded. Since it was not launching a physical attack against her, the system could not assist him in resisting it. Miss Thanfeng felt her body obeying its command, slowly getting down on her knees. Just then, many more eyes appeared in the sky. They began launching attacks at her. With the last bit of reason he had left, he called out for the system to save him. System, where are you? Wake me up already. As the specter's attacks came crashing down, the system activated. It not only neutralized those attacks, but also helped Miss Thanfeng boost her soul power. After a few rounds like this, your spiritual power has shattered its limits, unlocking a new skill. Synchronization. This skill is etched directly into your left eye. Thanfeng felt an icy glare piercing through his eyes, tears streaming down his face. But right after, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration followed. In front of him sat the smug spirit, lounging on a throne made of countless skulls. However, thanks to the power of synchronization, Thanfeng quickly regained the upper hand. He waved his hand, shattering the illusion his opponent created, turning the tables and putting them on the defensive. Now, the one on that throne had transformed into Thanfeng, while the spirit appeared weak and small before him. The rush of dominating his opponent thrilled Thanfeng immensely, and he commanded the spirit, "Get over here, now." The spirit panicked, desperately trying to escape. It did not understand why, but it was clear that Thanfeng had not only broken free, but had also stolen its synchronization. In fact, Thanfeng's ability to wield synchronization had completely overshadowed the original owner of this skill. With just a snap of his fingers, the spirit found itself firmly in the palm of his hand. At this moment, the demon realized it was no match for Thanfeng. It hastily begged for mercy, but it was too late. Thanfeng held it tight, then struck a pose like a professional football player, taking a run-up before swiping at the spirit. The synchronization was just an illusion, but the damage in that illusion was all too real. After being thoroughly beaten, the spirit was released from the illusion, returning to the cramped reality of its prison cell. It lay there, drenched in defeat, while Thanfeng gleefully shut the cell door behind him. Out of respect for the one who granted the skill, I won't take your life this time. Work hard and train. Next time, I will be back even sooner. The heavy door slammed shut, startling the spirit into lifting its head, mumbling incessantly. Next time, just like before, after teaching the spirit a lesson, Thanfeng headed to the library in search of information, and he found a book discussing the synchronization technique of the spirits. This skill has two abilities. One that allows you to inflict injuries without taking a life, and another that creates illusions. The user of this technique can control the actions of a mid-level expert, trapping them in an illusion crafted by the user. However, there is a catch. You must make eye contact with the target to make it work. Moreover, the target must have a lower spiritual power than the user for it to be effective. Otherwise, the results will be significantly reduced, or it could even backfire. The strength of the illusion also depends on the user's abilities. Thanfeng looked at the book in his hands, his heart blooming with joy. This is amazing. Synchronization is a skill that can grow based on the user's spiritual power. With his current spiritual power, using synchronization against a mid-level martial artist would definitely pose no problem. However, facing a high-level martial artist would be a bit more challenging. In this world, martial arts are divided into 5 major ranks, from lowest to highest: Kui Gathering Realm, Inner Ki Realm, True Ki Realm, Firm Ki Realm, and the pinnacle known as the Pra-Heaven Realm, also called the Master Level. These 5 major realms correspond to 5 ranks of demon exorcists in the Demon Exorcism Division, which include Apprentice Exorcist, Mysterious Exorcist, Celestial Exorcist, Royal Exorcist, and Earth Exorcist. Each major martial art realm is further divided into 9 minor realms. The 9th level is the highest, and only by reaching this final level can one break through to the next realm. Currently, Gu Qingfeng is just an apprentice exorcist, a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Key Gathering realm. Yet, this system can turn him from a nobody into an invincible force against low-level demons in just 2 short days. This gives Go Qingfeng a fierce belief. In just a few more days, he might be able to take down all the demons in these 3 levels of the Demon Exorcism Division. Just as he thinks this, he suddenly hears an elderly voice. "Hey, kid. Come here." The voice comes from another cell, tightly sealed, proving that the demon inside is no pushover. But to Go Kingfeng, demons are all just pushovers now. He does not hesitate and directly peeks through the small window. What he sees inside looks like a kind old man, but it is probably just a disguise. What demon is ever truly kind?
Hey, kid.
Are you here for the materials for the protective talisman? The old man asked. Materials for the protective talisman. Gu Kingfeng repeats the question back. Looks like the recent conflict in your demon exorcism division has been pretty intense. I remember the last time you came for materials was half a month ago. I can't believe you ran out so quickly. While speaking, the old man lifts his robe and reaches inside to grab something. Gu Kingfeng steps back in shock, not daring to look further. Old man, what are you doing? But the truth shows that Go Kingfeng has watched too many adult films. The old man does not do anything inappropriate. He simply pulls something that looks like a piece of wood from his own flesh and offers as it towards the window. Gu Kingfeng is not someone who lacks caution, so he does not open the door, but instead extends his hand through the small window. The old man is surprised by Gu Kingfeng's boldness, but he still places the piece of wood in his hand. In that moment, a sinister smile appears on the old man's face. With a body like that, you must love this, he thinks to himself, as Go Kingfeng examines the item he just received. It looks more like a piece of dry bark than any protective talisman. When he lifts it to his nose, he realizes it has the same smell as the talismans burnt in the prison. Gu Kingfeng immediately deduces that the old man inside is a tree demon, and the bark on him can be used as material for crafting talismans. Based on what the old man said, it seems the people from the demon exorcism division come to him every few days to collect bark, which is quite convenient. That tree demon is like a resource mine that keeps replenishing. If the bark on him can be used for talismans, it would save a ton of money. If Gu Tongfeng takes this, it is like walking straight into a trap. Using that old man as a punching bag for training just does not sit right. He decides to skip this dungeon and find a different target. But just as he takes 2 steps, the voice of that tree spirit echoes from within the cell. Hey there. Are you in such a hurry to leave? If you are not in a rush, can we chat a bit? I have been locked in this prison for 10 years, and no one has talked to me during all that time. Before my time runs out, I just want to find someone to share stories with. Gu Tongfeng did not have time for this nonsense, but out of respect for the old man who provided him with materials for talismans, he paused at the cell door to hear what he had to say. Let me tell you a story, the old man said. I Lars? Gu Tongfeng eagerly chimed in. The tale of that tree spirit began a century ago in a small village named Zongjia Village. The folks there were simple and lived a life away from the hustle and bustle of time. There was a boy named Zhang Hang, who accidentally planted a small sephora tree. The old man narrated with great enthusiasm, hoping to slowly coax Gu Tongfeng into opening the door. But little did he know, just as he finished the intro, Gu Tongfeng boldly stepped inside. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The tree spirit stared at him, stammering and at a loss for words. What are you doing in here? I am a demon. Do not you fear I will eat you. I can tell you are a benign spirit. Plus, what is so scary about a ghost story from behind a door? Gu Tongfeng casually walked over and sat on a swing made of the tree spirit's vines. The spirit was left speechless. This was the first time he encountered such a clueless ghost. The old man had not even finished his story yet. Just as he thought this, Gu Tongfeng began to push him. So what happens next? What about that little sephora tree? The tree spirit was truly at a loss, torn between finishing the story or taking action right then and there. Meanwhile, Gu Tongfeng kept swinging nonchalantly, looking harmless. Finally, the tree spirit decided to continue. After that little sephora grew up, it turned into a demon and devoured everyone in Zongjia village. However, as he told the story, he subtly launched an attack through the vines in the room. Gu Tongfeng could not hide his disappointment after hearing it. That is it. What a lame story. Seriously. If you are going to tell a story while I am right here, you might as well eat me while it is hot. The tree spirit responded. The vines in the room started to gather, wrapping tightly around his body. Finally, the tree spirit revealed his true form as a powerful sephora tree. He thought this appearance would scare Gu Tongfeng, but to his surprise, as soon as he turned around, Gu Tongfeng threw a punch that sent the old tree spirit flying, crashing hard against the floor and landing with a painful thud. The important thing is, Gu Tongfeng seems completely unfazed or shocked. Can you at least show a little commitment? Can you finish your story before making a move? Don't be so stingy. You are standing there all tough, pointing a finger in your opponent's face. Originally, Gu Tongfeng was going to let this old man off the hook, because he gifted him that piece of bark as a talisman. But now, it looks like he needs to rethink that, and the old man seems completely oblivious to his current situation, daring to threaten his opponent. And here he is, selling salt and still thinking he can take me on. I have to turn you into my nutrients. With that, the old man jumped back, widening the gap between him and Gu Tongfeng, then unleashed a swarm of vines. aiming to ensnare him. Gu Tianfeng could not match the speed of these vines and quickly found himself wrapped tightly into a cocoon, lifted high into the air. However, he possessed an unbeatable system against demons. So not only was he not turned into nutrients for that tree monster, but his strength was also surging uncontrollably. After a while, the fiery demon approached, wanting to see if Gu Tianfeng had been turned into nutrients by his vines yet. But he was still doing just fine and keeping his mouth shut. Put in a little more effort. You know, humans are usually pretty juicy. The smug smile on Guo Tianfeng's face was driving that tree demon crazy. The old man immediately summoned even more vines. Before, they just restrained his lower half. Now, they had wrapped around his entire body in that cocoon. After completely enclosing Guo Tianfeng, the old man increased the strength of the vines, squeezing him tightly. A regular person in this situation would probably be crushed to pieces, but Guo Tianfeng was different. The more brutal the opponent's attacks, the more his power skyrocketed. Before long, he broke through his limits and unlocked a new skill called Strength of the Nine Continents and Two Tigers. A series of cracks echoed in the confined space. To the old tree demon's shock, Gu Tianfeng tore through the thick cocoon of vines with his bare hands and landed safely on the ground without a single scratch. Seeing this, along with the dangerously confident smile on Gu Tianfeng's face, the old tree demon finally realized he had just provoked a formidable opponent whose strength far surpassed his own. Terrified, he started retreating, shouting for help at the top of his lungs. Watching his opponent panic like that only delighted Guo Tianfeng even more. Go ahead. Scream all you want. Nobody's coming to save you. As he spoke, he casually cracked his knuckles. Now, feel the fear sinking in. Old man. After being beaten up like that, Gu Tianfeng successfully subdued the old tree demon with sheer force, turning his lair into a free massage parlor. The weakened old demon had to give him a massage while recounting the story of the Huai tree in Zhangjia village properly. From there, Gu Tianfeng learned that he had transformed from an ordinary Huai tree into a demon due to a spirit buried beneath where the old tree demon was planted. A spirit with wood attributes was nurtured day and night by that spirit soldier, which is why he finally took form. What kind of terrifying spirit soldier is this? It must be at least at the mystic level. Right, Sei Thanfeng asked. The master truly has a keen eye. And Old Ho nodded vigorously. A spirit soldier is a powerful weapon with sentience, classified into 4 levels: celestial, earthly, mystic, and royal, corresponding to the 4 ranks of official demon slayers, with the highest rank being the seasoned veteran. The spirit soldier buried under Old Ho's roots is called the Wood King's Sword, which was a high-grade earthly spirit soldier a century ago. However, it seems to have sustained damage. Its sentience is steadily fading. So now, its rank has dropped to a low-grade mystic. At this point, Xiao Thanfeng suddenly sat up. It can't just be damaged, can it? Over the past 100 years, in order to take form, I bet he absorbed quite a bit of its sentience. Right, the master has such sharp insight. Nothing can be hidden from you. Sipu Thanfeng was not in the mood to listen to Old Ho's flattery. You just keep prying and ask him where the Wood King's sword is hidden. Even if it is now just a low-grade mystic spirit soldier, it is definitely not trash. Old Ho has a long-winded nature, and even revealing the location of the Wood King's sword took half a day, resulting in Sikaw Thanfeng having to knock him out in a fight. After using some forceful method, he finally learned that the Wood King's sword was currently located beneath the Spring God temple behind Trunjia village. Alright, I need to head somewhere else. I will come back tomorrow. And Su Thanfeng was satisfied, got dressed again, and then stormed out, slamming the door behind him. At this moment outside, dawn was breaking, and Si Thanfeng secretly cursed that old tree demon for being so talkative. Going on and on was just wasting his time. If he went to the next demon's room now, he was worried that he would not even have time to gather his power before having to switch with someone else. And then, he suddenly remembered Tu Them. He wondered how far along she was with those breezy dance moves. Thinking that, he headed to her cell. The prison door swung open, and Tu Them was half kneeling on the ground, looking quite relaxed. This time, Siku Thanfeng ordered her to take on the appearance of a maid, wearing a flower girl outfit, and it absolutely had to be a red dress. After being subdued by him, Tu Them became utterly compliant. Once Si Thanfeng placed his order, she instantly transformed into that look. However, before she could start dancing, she noticed Siku Thanfeng's expression change dramatically. Wait a sec. I will be right back. He tossed a quick line to Tu Them and hurried out of the cell. Si Thanfeng was not rushing out because of any trouble from Het Ka or Chine Meidi. It was simply that he had come up with a new way to enjoy himself by fully leveraging the powers of these demons. He quickly summoned the kneeling spirit to use its transformation magic to put him into an illusion. And then he dragged Tu Them along to act out all sorts of scenarios, from being the handsome guy and the love interest in a youth drama, to being an emperor surrounded by hundreds of beauties. And Si Thanfeng experienced it all firsthand. The feeling of standing at the pinnacle of fame and power, surrounded by countless enchanting figures, was something that made you never want to wake up again. However, just as the scene with the Emperor wrapped up, the illusion shattered, waking him up abruptly. It was time for him to switch shifts with Zhang Zheng. And when you are lost in a daydream, you totally forget about the clock. Gu Tingfeng quickly straightened up, got dressed, and shoved both Exadamai and the illusion back into their cells. As he stepped outside, he ran into Zhang Zheng, who was humming a tune while walking in. Finding him a bit odd, Gu Tingfeng asked, "What has got you in such a good mood today? Did you hit the jackpot or something?" The moment Zhang Zheng spotted Gu Tingfeng, he rushed over, grabbing his arm and peeking around like he was about to pull off a heist. Once he was sure no one was watching, he leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Big news. The Demon Suppression Squad is in deep trouble. I just heard that a few days ago, Lord Yang took his team of high-level demon hunters to the Bone Mist Forest to kick some demon butt. But they got wiped out." Gu Tingfeng was confused. Human casualties against demons. That is definitely not good news. So why was Zhang Zheng so pumped? Zhang Zheng rolled his eyes, calling him out for being clueless. Think about it. The Demon Suppression Division in our district has always been short-staffed. Losing 4 high-level demon hunters and 1 mid-level means there are suddenly a ton of openings. Gu Tingfeng paused for a few seconds, then could not help but burst out laughing. So what? Even if they filled those high-level spots, it had nothing to do with him. Right now, I am only at the 4th stage of Qui Gathering, so it is not like I am in the running for that. He chuckled. Zhang Zheng could only wish he could smack some sense into Gu Tingfeng for killing his vibe. Of course, he knew he was not qualified for those positions yet, but because of the complete annihilation of Lord Yang's team, 4 trainee demon hunters had been promoted to high level, plus another one to fill Yang's spot. They still needed 1 more high-level demon hunter. But all the trainee hunters at the Key Gathering stage had already been moved up. How were they supposed to fill that vacancy? Gu Tingfeng raised an eyebrow. Puzzled, Zhang Zheng just grinned, wiggling his fingers and whispered excitedly, "Of course. They will choose that position through a martial arts competition. Through the competition, they will pick the best candidate from the trainees to fill that spot, and then train them up to truly deserve it." This is the first time Gu Tingfeng had heard of such a martial arts competition. After all, he had just crossed over and did not know how things worked here, while Zhang Zheng had already signed up since the competition was set for 3 days from now. Hearing this, Gu Tingfeng felt a surge of urgency and asked quickly, "Only trainee demon hunters at the 9th stage of Key Gathering can sign up for this competition?" Zhang Zheng thought for a moment and replied, "Well, technically, there are no restrictions. There are quite a few at the 8th stage who are signing up too." Gu Tingfeng's heart raced with excitement. This was a golden opportunity for him. With just 3 days left, if he could successfully level up to a high-level demon hunter this time, he would have the freedom to enter the 2nd floor of the Demon Suppression Division. At that point, he would get to face off against even more powerful demons. And with the right system to back him up, he would definitely rise through the ranks. But just as Siku Thanfeng envisioned this moment, Trondrung Trun interrupted, "Let me tell you, those guys at the 8th level of Key Gathering are just daydreaming. Challenging above your level is not as easy as it sounds. In the end, the one who wins will definitely be the one at the 9th level of Key Gathering. With all that time, you might as well focus on your work and be honest about it. And that person should head home and get some rest soon." Just as Tramung Treven was about to step inside, Sipu Thanfeng grabbed the corner of his shirt. Pulling him back, he blurted out, asking where the other had registered earlier. Trudgering Tran, half believing, did not know why this kid was asking but replied that the registration was at the Key Gathering location. "Thanks a bunch." And Si Thanfeng beamed, then quickly hurried off. On the way back, he could not stop thinking, of course. And Si Thanfeng was eager to register this time. But that system only helped him resist attacks from demons. Other high-level fighters could easily send him packing. Plus, bragging about participating in a martial arts contest did not quite fit his humble personality. Yet, Siku Thanfeng did not want to miss this opportunity. Even though his current cultivation was just at the 3rd level of Key Gathering, he possessed a whopping 4 skills, including Iron Body, Advanced Iron Shield, Illusionary Technique, and the strength of 2 tigers. Just having one of these skills would be enough to crush a 9th level Key Gathering fighter, and he had 4. If a 9th level Key Gathering fighter has a strength of 4,500 kg, then his strength would be over 10,000 kg. There is no way he would lose. Sipu Thanfeng clenched his fists, determined to seize this moment. Upon seeing this unusual expression on his face, Truzung Trun became anxious. He did not rush into the demon suppression prison. Instead, he called out after Si Thanfeng, "Wait, you are not actually planning to participate in that martial arts contest, are you?" "Of course," Su Thanfeng replied confidently. Trundrung Trun was so scared he almost knelt down and begged him, "Dude, you are truly my brother. How can you even think about this? Do you have any idea how terrifying those 9th level key gathering fighters are? Dantigo making reckless moves. And Xiu Thanfeng had no intention of backing down. So what if they are 9th level Kai gathering fighters? As long as he wins, they will all have to shut their mouths. With such confidence. Truntrong Treven did not feel right trying to stop him anymore. He just did not understand when Siko Thanfeng had turned into this cool, confident version of himself. He used to be so compliant. Even timid. Are you even thinking straight? Have you been enchanted by demons or something? Trong Treven called out. But Siku Thanfeng's determined steps did not allow him to turn back. And Si Thanfeng was gone. And Truntrong Trine could not catch up, knowing he could not hold him back. He had to let it go and return to his job of checking the books. Xiu Thanfeng headed straight to the main Kai Hall, where the registration was bustling with people, just as Trunding Trend said. Most of the candidates were 9th level key gathering fighters. Standing out among them was Hasabaline Than, an intern demon envoy from Team 7. Han is quite famous for having taken down a heavily armored zombie all by himself. Something that usually only true martial artists at the inner Kai level can manage. Plus, they have also heard that this time, there is Bai Ma Ming, the heir of Bai Ma Liang, joining in, making him a serious contender. The other candidates believe that this time, the position of the demon envoy of the emperor will either go to Hu Ban King or Bai Ma Ming. The next to register after that Hu Gai is Yixian, a handsome young man and a trainee demon envoy from Team 2, with a cultivation level at the 7th stage of key gathering. As soon as the registrar heard this, he immediately questioned him. The 7th stage of key gathering. Are you absolutely sure you want to register? Absolutely. Ixan replied firmly. But his arrival stirred up a ruckus among the surrounding trainee demon envoys. Most of them laughed at him, calling him a dreamer, thinking he could just waltz in with his measly 7th stage cultivation. Meanwhile, many of them had already reached the 8th stage and still would not dare to register. Ixian appeared mild-mannered, but little did they know he had a sharp tongue. When he heard their insults, he snapped back immediately, and his words cut deep. You frogs at the bottom of the well, if victory depended solely on cultivation, then why even bother with a competition? Isn't it enough to just talk about cultivation? You do not even have the guts to register for the competition. Yet you laugh at others. That is just plain stupid. His words hit the loudest guy from the 8th stage hard, making him jump up. I know my limit. Unlike you who do not know how high the sky is or how thick the earth is. While the back and forth was happening, a crowd of trainee demon envoys gathered around to watch. Of course, most sided with the 8th stage guy. But then someone in the crowd raised their thumb and shouted, "Oh, you are spot on. I am all for it." As she spoke, Ko Thanfeng weaved through the crowd and moved closer to Yixian, starting to praise him. Yixian's courage is truly admirable. I am greatly inspired. I was hesitating earlier because of my low cultivation. But now with Yixian leading the charge, I will join in the fun too, because this brother here is noble and straightforward. Even with low cultivation, it does not matter. A true martial artist must have a brave heart, not fear strong opponents. Yixian responded. He felt that if he met a strong enemy now and hesitated to draw his sword, it would be the same tomorrow. There will always be those with higher cultivation than you in this world. If that is the case, would you never dare to fight in your entire life? Ko Thanfeng, after hearing this, felt her passion rise. If Yixian were born in modern times, he could very well become a famous speaker. His words not only ignited Ko Thanfeng but also inspired many other low-stage key-gathering martial artists. She felt like she had found her idol and reached out her hand, wanting to shake Yixian's hand. He did not refuse and continued. If I fight alongside you, even though we are just 7th stage key-gathering martial artists, we can still carve out our own piece of heaven. Hearing him say that, Ko Thanfeng felt so embarrassed. The guy chuckled nervously, admitting that he was only at the 3rd level of key gathering. As soon as he said those words, DP Hin's face changed dramatically. The others watching could not help but gasp in shock. Challenging 6 levels. If someone wants to get on the altar, there are definitely easier ways to go about it. No need to humiliate yourself like that. Someone in the crowd chimed in, while DP Hin seemed so stunned that he was left speechless. But Ko Thanfeng stayed super optimistic, telling DP Hin not to worry about him. Even though his cultivation was low, if he dared to sign up, it was because he had a solid plan. Then he stepped up to the registrar, placing his token on the table, and declared confidently, Ko Thanfeng, Kui Gathering Level 3. Position: Guard of the Demon Prison. After registering, his next step was to head to Traphung Jia Then. With only 3 days left until the martial arts competition, even with 4 skills, he needed a reliable spirit beast. And that old fiery sword demon he mentioned was the best choice right now. So that very night, Ko Thanfeng rode out in search of it, just as that elder had said. Compared to the seasoned warriors who devoured the entire village, Traphung Jia Then was now just a desolate, eerie ghost town. Not long after entering Traphung Jia Then, Ko Thanfeng saw something strange. In the pitch-black night, About 3 meters off the ground, a glowing orb hovered ominously. Where there are treasures, there are bound to be monsters. He guessed that this orb was the demon guarding the treasure. But when it came to demons, Ko Thanfeng felt no fear. He tightened the reins right under that glowing orb, stood up in the saddle, and leaped to grab it. However, just as his hand reached out, the orb seemed to dissolve into thin air, leaving him empty-handed. Upon closer inspection, Ko Thanfeng realized it was just a bunch of fireflies clustered together. These fireflies in this strange world looked like devilish eyes, leaving him feeling a bit let down. But still, the scene was quite beautiful. Even if it was stunning, Ko Thanfeng did not have time to admire it for long. What he needed to do now was to find that royal sword first. He rode straight to the mountain god's temple without encountering any demons. Ko Thanfeng could not tell if it was good luck or bad. The old fiery demon said that a royal sword was buried beneath a 3-foot fire tree in this mountain god's temple, behind the Trunging Jiathan. As he entered the courtyard, he spotted a massive ancient fire tree. A tree this big could very well turn into another fire demon in a few years, but that was not too important right now. Ko Thanfeng took out his tools and started digging to find the royal sword. He dug furiously, sending dirt flying everywhere. After about an hour, the shovel finally hit something hard. Ko Thanfeng grinned widely. Clearly he had struck gold. He brushed off the dirt, and an old wooden chest slowly appeared before him. However, when he opened that chest, Ko Thanfeng was utterly shocked. Inside was nothing but a single wooden sword. Don't tell me this is the sword crafted by that old fire demon himself. With a glimmer of hope, Thanfeng picks it up to test it out. The rough, gritty feeling transfers from the hilt to his palm. And honestly, it feels like a cheap knockoff. But Thanfeng is stubborn. He swings the sword hard against the nearby pillar. What happens next leaves him speechless. The wooden sword snaps cleanly in half, while the pillar remains totally unscathed. Not a scratch on it. This is just absurd. If it were a real royal sword, how could it not even cut through a pillar? Thanfeng grinds his teeth in frustration, vowing to chop that old fire demon into 100 pieces when he gets back. But just as he is about to walk away, the broken sword magically reassembles itself. The half of the blade that fell to the ground quickly buries itself deep into the earth. The next moment, from the ground, countless vine-like roots burst forth, writhing like living snakes, wrapping around the royal sword in Thanfeng's hand, guiding it to move. He grips the hilt tightly, letting the roots do their thing, and when the blade comes down, it slices through about 3/4 of the tree trunk in front of him. Just a moment ago, Thanfeng was in a pit of despair, and now he feels like he has been lifted to heaven. So this is how you properly wield a royal sword. That old fire demon did not teach him this. Now it is time to make it his own. Thanfeng remembers the old fire demon told him to drop some blood to claim it. But this blade is so useless it can't even cut his hand. Left with no choice, Thanfeng smacks the blade against his own head a few times. A few drops of blood trickle down, splattering onto the blade, and little sprouts begin to shoot up. They grow rapidly, transforming into sturdy vines. At the same time, many vines sprout deep within Thanfeng's chest. The vines link him and the royal sword together. The process of claiming begins. As the sword starts to draw blood from Thanfeng's body, little does he know, the spirit weapon does not just accept anyone. Its master needs to have the corresponding strength to wield it, or else the claiming process could drain them completely. Everyone knows how that story ends. The sword keeps sucking Thanfeng's blood, glowing with an eerie red light in the darkness. He loses track of time, slowly realizing something's off as the blood-sucking continues. Finally, Thanfeng can't take it anymore. One hand grips the invisible vines around his chest, while the other tightly clenches the sword, ready to threaten it. Stop right now, or I swear I will bury you in the ground. Surprisingly, the claiming process actually halts at that moment. The vines dissipate, and the red light on the sword gradually fades away. Thanfeng slams the sword into the ground, then sinks to one knee. He lost too much blood just now, making him a bit dizzy. If he had not acted quickly, he might have been completely drained by now. Thanfeng temporarily places her sword on the ground, sitting still to stabilize her energy. A normal spirit weapon requires a martial artist at the inner energy level to control it, and it needs enough energy to absorb. But Ms. Thanfeng, with her cultivation at the key gathering stage, can only rely on providing blood for the spirit weapon to draw from. If it were not for her unique physique, she would definitely be a dried-up corpse by now. Then, the system also sends information about this sword to Ms. Thanfeng. Originally, this sword was a high-grade spirit weapon, but due to being neglected for so long and having its spiritual energy absorbed by demons, it downgraded to a low-grade spirit weapon. The system reminds her that, if she takes good care of it and nurtures it properly, it can be restored to its former glory. The special skill of this spirit weapon is the ability to cut through and regenerate. This sword is truly powerful. Thankfully, that old demon did not pull a fast one on her. Dan Feng is even considering finding a chance to free him as a reward for this time. After all, being locked up in the demon suppression zone and suffering is not as good as using him to nourish her sword. Thinking of this, the smile on Dan Feng's face gradually turns unnerving. Just then, a heavy downpour begins. Dan Feng can't head back, so she has to take shelter in the mountain god temple. According to the demon suppression handbook, the mountain god is worshipped by thousands, gathering the wishes of all beings, possessing certain abilities to ward off evil. But the statue of the mountain god inside the temple has long since been decapitated. This means that either this place once had or still has a powerful demon strong enough to break the mountain god, which is a huge red flag. However, while others should be careful, demons should be especially wary of Ems. Dan Feng, on the way to Trabangjia village, she did not encounter any demons, which left her feeling quite disappointed. But upon entering the temple and seeing the state of the mountain god statue, she decides to light a fire and wait for the demons to come beat her up just for fun. Dan Feng pulls out a baked cake from her robe to warm it over the fire. But before it even heats up, she hears heavy footsteps approaching from outside. At first, she thought the demons had come quickly. However, when the temple door opens, it is not a demon but a graceful girl wearing a face veil and a few attendants. Seeing they are not demons, Dan Feng feels incredibly let down. The group, upon seeing her, lets out a sigh of relief. Next to the girl is a bald man who looks quite intimidating. The moment he sees Mims, Dan Feng, he immediately raises his hand to block between them. Miss, it is pouring today. This temple is quite safe. My subordinates will stand by, so Miss can rest easy. Apologies for the disturbance. He says to the others, you two follow me, and the rest can get settled. Yep. Miss, as soon as that girl finished speaking, the man known as Enthokshi quickly set everything up in a menacing way. Most of the ladies in Turage were outside, braving the rain, creating an intimidating atmosphere. Inside the shrine, aside from the lady and him, there were two others. Hello, young master, the girl said as she moved closer to the fire, taking the initiative to chat with Tu Dan Feng first. Hello, miss, he replied in a friendly manner. But just as he finished speaking, Ethofi tossed a silver ingot at his feet, his demeanor extremely rude and off-putting. This shrine is too small and cramped. Here is 2 taels of silver. Take it and get lost. People nowadays say it is not about the gift, but how it is given. Although Tu Dan Feng was truly dirt poor, he had found this place first. And he was the one who started the fire. Who the heck are these people? Just dropping 2 taels of silver and trying to kick him out. Dan Feng, feigning indifference, took a bite of his pastry and declared, not enough. You need to up the offer. All right, name your price. Ethuk replied, 24 taels. Dan Feng said, and immediately, the fire near Fe flared up violently. He warned Tu Dan Feng not to be too greedy. And with the aura coming from this guy, Tu Dan Feng suddenly realized he was dealing with a true Kai realm expert. If his opponent were in the inner Kai realm, he could gamble on his skills. But this guy was true Kai. Absolutely someone he could not mess with. Luckily, the lady was quite reasonable and did not want to argue, gently nudging Enderthich. And Hurthix. They were here first. How can we just kick them out? Apologizing, she turned to Tu Dan Feng. My family member is a bit brash. Please forgive him. No problem. But can we settle on 24 taels? Dan Feng said. Or how about 22? We can negotiate. Dan Feng replied casually. The lady thought he was joking, chuckling before sitting down beside him. Now, it was nighttime, and with the heavy rain outside, there might even be monsters lurking. She felt that going outside was not a wise choice, hinting at Tu Dan Feng to stay with her at the shrine tonight. Thank you for your kindness, miss, Dan Feng replied politely, but inside he was regretting it deeply. Nighttime, rain, monsters, what is scary about that? If he had known the lady was this nice, he would not have haggled. After all, 2 taels of silver was better than nothing. As the night wore on, the rain intensified, and flashes of lightning tore through the sky. Yet, amidst the thunder, the people inside the shrine remained oblivious to the sounds of flesh being cut. With the arrival of an uninvited guest, all of the guards outside had met their end. Inside the shrine, no one had yet noticed the serious situation unfolding. The kind lady even shared a salted chicken leg with Tu Dan Feng. At this moment, Adertha Chi could not help but remind her that their food supplies were running low. But Tu Dan Feng showed no hesitation, reaching out to grab the chicken leg. Well, I guess I will just have to obey then. At that moment, while grabbing some food, he accidentally brushed his hand against the beautiful girl's, causing her to instantly pull her hand back, her face turning as red as a tomato, heart racing like crazy. Witnessing this, Anerthoke and her 2 young bodyguards could not help but move closer, throwing her a look filled with affection, like a bunch of lovesick puppies. He could even hear them grinding their teeth beside him, so he quickly waved his hands in defense. Hey, guys, It was an accident. I just bumped it. With that said, he turned back to the young lady. She really was a knockout. And he knew he would remember this meal for a long time. By the way, how should I address you? Miss? Eh? And you are. I am a Then Feng. Where is everyone heading? TDV mentioned that her father was assigned to Ling County a few days ago. And now that things have settled, he sent someone to bring her over. And Then Feng's eyes lit up, saying she is also from Ling County. TDV perked up at this and started firing questions at him about local customs and specialties. But before Then Feng could respond, the serious-looking Arthix signaled for them to be quiet, then drew his sword. He ordered the 2 young guards to protect the lady, and said he would go check out a strange noise he just heard. Instantly, the atmosphere turned tense. Anthiv dashed out of the shrine like a gust of wind. The first thing that struck him was the sight of the entire guard team outside, completely taken out. What is worse, there was not even a sign of a struggle. They had all been dealt with in one hit. How could he have missed this while being inside? Anathosi scanned the area but spotted no enemies, until a voice rang out right above him. Finally noticed. Ah. Old ghost. I have been tracking you for ages. Who would have thought you would take the risky back road, instead of the main path? The opponent landed dramatically from above, looking quite theatrical. And while FFC maintained his tough demeanor, a flicker of worry and fear crossed his face. You are the White Bone Elder of the Blood Demon sect. You have got some knowledge. Ah. Today, I am feeling generous. Just hand over Teeth and Vinus' daughter, and I will spare your life. As those words left the scoundrel's mouth, Athuki's fighting spirit reignited. He swore that no matter what, he would not let this demon touch a hair on his lady's head. Their argument echoed even inside the house. Tivi and her 2 subordinates tensed up. The Blood Demon sect was founded by those who worshipped dark forces, so their followers were all insane. In their pursuit of immense power and immortality, they trained in dark arts, intending to transform into demons. Their faction was made up of beings that were neither fully human nor fully demon, and the White Bone Elder was a high-ranking figure in that organization. Ativi had reached a formidable level of strength, and not to mention, he was a direct descendant of the Body Refining clan. Hearing about the White Bone Elder's identity from his guard left Tidarti horrified, causing her to almost fall backward. Luckily, Aim Then Feng was quick on his feet and caught her. Otherwise, if her strong body hit the ground, who knows what would happen. Tidarti could not shake the image of Rulichi facing off against a crazed opponent out there, feeling utterly desperate. Why is the Blood Demon sect here to capture me? Is it because of my father? The reason the Lord can take the position of the magistrate in Nugo Dong district is that not long ago, he cracked a major case involving the Blood Demon sect. They want to kidnap the young lady. Surely, they intend to use her as leverage to take revenge on the Lord. Listening to their back and forth, Gu Qingfeng could not believe that this Zi Wei was the daughter of the big shot from Nugo Dong district. Being part of this situation, he wanted to lend a hand. However, there was something he needed to confirm first. Big guy, can I ask you something? Are the members of the Blood Demon sect human or monsters? Gu Qingfeng asked, explaining to Zi Wei's bodyguard that his specialty was dealing with demons and monsters. So he wanted to clarify this before taking action. Then, Gu Qingfeng introduced himself as the apprentice demon slayer of the Ingodong district's demon slaying division. As soon as he mentioned this, Zi Wei's eyes lit up. She had heard that the best apprentice demon slayers excelled at exterminating demons, so she believed he must have a way to deal with the White Bone Master. Yet, despite the serious situation, her 2 bodyguards could not help but burst into laughter. The part that caught their attention in Gu Qingfeng's introduction was the word apprentice. Come on, dude. He is just an apprentice demon slayer, the lowest rank, with Ziwei only at the key gathering stage. How could she possibly deal with this? Hearing this, Ziwei could not help but feel disappointed but still kindly reminded Gu Qingfeng. Oh really? Then let us have you lead the way outside so my guards can protect you too. Gu Qingfeng did not take offense at being underestimated by Ziwei's bodyguards. He just wanted to know whether the White Bone Master was human or monster. Stubborn as ever, Gu Qingfeng pressed them, and they reluctantly informed him that he was a half-demon since he was born human but had grafted demon organs. This was definitely a first for him, so Gu Qingfeng summoned his system to clarify his doubts. System, can this half-demon hurt me? The system replied, being attacked by demons makes you stronger, not half-demons. Got it. The system's response was brutally frank. Gu Qingfeng frowned. This system was proving useless at a critical moment. If Ziwei's guards could not handle the White Bone Master, would not he be dragged down with them? While he was racking his brain for a solution, suddenly the main door of the mountain god temple burst open, and a cold wind swept into the room. Following that was the horrifying appearance of an ugly zombie. Though it was a zombie, the little beauties back home looked way better. But it was not just one they were swarming. These were zombies created by the White Bone Master, and in the room, there were only 2 guards left. They began fighting with all their might. But the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. They were struggling to keep up. Seeing the dire situation, the long-haired guard urgently told his partner, "There are too many zombies. You need to set up a barrier, but you alone can't hold them back," someone said anxiously. "Stop chatting. The lady is our top priority." Seeing this, his teammate quickly nodded in agreement. It was just this young guy left to deal with a horde of zombies. He then ignited his life force, unleashing a surge of power to temporarily tackle the undead. Meanwhile, the other bodyguard was hurriedly setting up a barrier to ensure their safety. At the same time, if Then Feng had drawn her sword, she could not handle that old half-demon with the white bones. But these zombies were a piece of cake. She might even get the chance to break through soon. But just as she was busy fending off the zombies coming through the front door, another one was silently creeping up from the window. By the time Then Feng noticed, it had already extended its sharp claws towards her. Luckily, the remaining bodyguard acted just in time, slicing off one of its arms. The barrier was finally complete. But that purple-haired guard was now gravely injured. Moreover, he had burned his life force to fight off a sea of zombies and could no longer hold on. His body slowly began to fade away. Meanwhile, outside, Ainthrithux was locked in a fierce battle with the White Bone Elder. Yet, as someone with higher cultivation who commanded an entire army of zombies, the White Bone Elder clearly had the upper hand. Ainthrithux, determined to protect his life force no matter what, did not hesitate to push himself to the limits, even forcing himself beyond his limits just to land a hit on the enemy. However, this was harder than Anathachi had imagined. When his fist packed with 200% of his strength struck the White Bone Elder, it did not even faze him. The opponent cracked a strange smile and then casually swatted Abarthuk aside. His body left a deep mark on the ground, clearly suffering from serious internal injuries. Athufi coughed up a mouthful of blood, completely drained of energy. "You actually turned yourself into a silver-armored zombie. This is the real strength of zombies." The White Bone Elder chuckled with delight. A perfect creature. Invulnerable, with immense power. Just by drinking fresh blood, it can achieve immortality. The echo of his mocking laughter resonated deep within the shrine. Ku Thanfeng felt her hair standing on end. This demon was truly terrifying. At this moment, he noticed you and Tviv due to the overwhelming energy radiating from your youthful bodies. He tossed aside Anatharx and charged toward you. His vision blurred, and his strength drained away so quickly that he could barely utter a word to take the lady away. Just then, in a moment where everything hung by a thread, the hordes of zombies surrounding Thanfeng and TT suddenly formed a protective barrier of golden light around them. Confused, he asked the system, "Hey, do zombies count as those weird evil spirits?" Immediately, Thanfeng tightened his grip and declared with fierce determination, "If someone has training to be a demon today, then it is my turn to shine." Hearing his resolve, Titivi felt a wave of worry and quickly asked, "What are you talking about?" "Young master. What kind of saint?" Noticing Tivi's worried expression, Thanfeng stepped closer, gently reassuring her, "It is nothing. I just want to thank you for the delicious grilled meat. To return the favor, I will help you deal with the White Bone Master." Surprised, she responded, "Young master, you can really do that." Suddenly, one of the subordinates sitting cross-legged on the ground smiled calmly and warned her, "Miss, do not listen to this kid's nonsense. He is clearly scared out of his mind." Just as he finished, Thanfeng lunged forward, grinning mischievously, and said, "Hey, kid. Step aside." The protective barrier opened up, allowing Thanfeng to poke his head out. As he looked up, a loud voice called from behind, "Young master." And just like that, Thanfeng moved steadily out of the protection and straight toward the zombies, ignoring TV's frantic cries. Young master, just as predicted. As soon as he stepped out of the protective zone, he was immediately swarmed by the hungry zombies outside. Suddenly, Thanfeng's sword fell to the ground with a loud clatter. Witnessing the heartbreaking scene, Tvi's eyes welled up with tears as she covered her face in horror. Without the sword, how could he fight back? Seeing his retreat, the subordinate felt regret, saying, "Young master, I was trying to win you over with my petty tricks. I will never forget your kindness." At that moment, Thanfeng's system flashed a notification about gaining points for defending against the armored zombies, followed by another alert for the attack from the armored spirits. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from his direction. Tetive quickly exclaimed, "Look, the zombie ball is heading toward the door. Maybe the young master is still alive." Right now, he was surrounded by countless zombies, quickly rolling away. There were so many zombies that Thanfeng was barely visible, but he could hear the system congratulating him. In the previous room, Tetive was watching him closely, filled with admiration, thinking, as expected of the young master. Outside, Andrithich and Thaigi Nunhard were battling when they suddenly heard a loud noise and glanced over with puzzled expressions. Moments later, Danfeng at the center of the zombie horde swiftly unleashed his power, spreading his arms wide and sending them flying, as the zombies fell in defeat. He frowned, glaring at him in utter disbelief. In stark contrast to the demeanor of the superior deity, Danfeng remained calm and collected, hands clasped behind his back, choosing silence. Suddenly, he turned to face him, his eyes sparkling, and slowly broke into a strange, smug smile. Out of nowhere, the superior deity's eyes lit up with a burst of red veins, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. Instantly, he hurled a blazing red fireball toward Danfeng, secretly relishing the thought of how arrogant someone could be, facing the bone-chilling fire without flinching. What did it matter if someone was a higher level or had a stronger body? Watching the flames roar even higher, the superior deity proudly thought, "My bone demon fire, fueled by the bones of countless souls and honed over decades, is made to corrupt the very essence of anyone. No exceptions." Suddenly, a sharp gasp broke through the flames, an oddly calm voice emerging, way too warm for comfort. Hearing this, he widened his eyes in disbelief, mouth agape. Just then, the fire of the superior deity was suddenly seized by a bolt of lightning, forcing him to leap back in shock. Emerging from the searing flames, Danfeng strolled out leisurely, effortlessly controlling the fire, a calm expression on his face as he received points and leveled up his innate abilities from the system. Now, the fire lay cradled in the palm of Danfeng's hand. He winked at him and provocatively asked, "Is that all you have got?" In an instant, the superior deity's eyes widened in panic, yelling in disbelief, "No way. There can't be someone alive who can handle my bone demon fire." Swiftly, Danfeng closed the distance, holding his fire-infused hand in front of the superior deity, who was drenched in cold sweat, muttering in fear, "No way. No way. I can't feel my bone demon fire anymore. It has been stolen." Then, the superior deity raised his hand above his head, twisting his fingers into a bizarre symbol. But the more fearful he became, the closer Danfeng advanced. Seeing the fire approach, the superior deity stumbled backward, stuttering, "Fire, fire, fire." As Danfeng drew near, the superior deity broke into a sweat, unable to believe that his power had been snatched away. "My bone demon fire, which I painstakingly cultivated for decades. You can't take it from me. Give it back," Danfeng said with a serious face, raising the flame. "I can be easy to deal with." "You know." Feeling cornered with no way out, the superior deity stomped his foot and shouted, "I will give it back. I will give it back." In an instant, he was running for his life, and seeing this, Danfeng knelt down, preparing for an attack, causing the flames to blaze even more fiercely. He launched himself forward like an arrow, closing in on the superior deity. Seeing him move so fast, the superior deity's eyes bulged, teeth gritted in sheer horror, and in the next moment, the peaceful night sky shattered with an explosion, debris flying in a terrifying frenzy. In an instant, a blazing red pillar shot up from the ground, wrapping the air in a fiery embrace. Hearing the loud commotion outside, a subordinate rushed out to check, but the overwhelming energy made him stumble against the door. On the opposite side, Titiavai was also peeking out, overwhelmed by the force, covering her face with her hands in fear. Strangely, the powerful red pillar of fire suddenly extinguished in an instant, and a naked man's voice rang out. It turned out to be Nothix, crashing down to the ground, tears streaming down his face before he passed out. Realizing that he was his bodyguard, Tuvai instinctively called out, "And Hurthix." His subordinate was equally stunned, blurting out, "Big Brother N." As they watched the flames gradually die down, now just a flicker, Danfeng thought to himself, "Well, that should do it." After a moment, he braced himself and took a deep breath, inhaling the remaining flames into his core. Suddenly, Enuthuk was flung around in the air once again, screaming in sheer panic, while his worried subordinate called out, "Big Brother N." And just like that, he spun a few more times before finally landing. Enitha reassured them, while Tuvai and the subordinate rushed over. Seeing them approach, Danfeng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of surprise and concern. In front of him, the subordinate was slowly helping Hunter Thik up, and, looking anxious and hurried, was calling out, "Young master. Young master." As she arrived, Danfeng quickly stepped forward, his voice laced with concern. "Miss, are you hurt?" she shyly stammered. Suddenly, they gazed at the still warm spot ahead in shock, exclaiming, "The white bone elder is burnt to ashes." It was at that moment Danfeng realized something that made his heart race with fear. He could not let the corpse be discovered. This was a peak-level expert. Within the remnants lay countless treasures, heavenly materials, spiritual weapons, elixirs, secret manuals, and gold and silver. Lost in thought, he was abruptly shaken from his reverie by Tuvai's concerned voice. "Young master, are you all right?" As he looked up, He was unexpectedly met with her voluptuous figure, making him smile awkwardly. Tuvi noticed where his gaze had wandered and blushed fiercely, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Yet, she then playfully ran her fingers through her hair, trying to appear seductive, captivating Van Feng's attention. Witnessing her actions, he put on a facade of being impressed. But inside, he was overjoyed, thinking, "Miss, you are falling for me, of course." What woman could resist a dashing young man with such strength and a humorous charm? Van Feng stood up, adjusted his collar, and pretended to cough to break the awkward tension. Turning to Ethich, who looked like a drenched cat, he laughed heartily, saying, "Well then, let us. That grilled meat was delicious, let us not waste it." As he turned to walk away, the subordinate timidly approached, asking, "Did you really just take down a peak-level expert in a second, and you are still thinking about grilled meat?" Van Feng smiled and replied, "In this vast world, eating is the most important thing." Upon hearing that, Tuvai quickly followed him, happily repeating his words. "In this vast world, eating is the most important thing." Van Thi trailed behind slowly, causing both of them to freeze in disbelief. Just like that, the four of them swiftly made their way into the temple. Once inside, Van Feng spotted a group of small logs, creating a fire from the dry wood to illuminate the temple. Suddenly, Ater Thakshi clasped his hands together in reverence and called out, "Thank you for saving me. Esteemed elder, I was blind and disrespectful to the master. Please forgive me." Esteemed elder. At that moment, the three of them gathered around the warm fire, and Van Feng called back, "What do you mean? Esteemed elder, besides, I am just a rookie spirit messenger at the Demon Exorcism Agency, and I saved you guys." Hesitating for a moment, he suddenly looked up at the old man and flashed a bright smile. "It is all part of the job. Plus, the grilled meat from Miss T-Vi is seriously delicious." As soon as he mentioned her name, she turned to look at him. The old man, hearing this, had a look of surprise on his face. Then he burst into a loud laugh, chuckling while scolding himself, saying, "I was so rude. Thank you, young master. Honestly, I can't hide it anymore. I am the butler of Lord Vinen, the new district chief of Angkawang. And this is our young lady, right?" Quickly now, the old man took out a beautifully carved wooden plaque, inscribed with the words "District Chief's Order." He spoke earnestly, "Please accept this token." As he handed the wooden piece to Van Feng, he explained how to use it. "If you ever face trouble in Yingfang, show this token, and they will treat you with respect thanks to my family." Van Feng slowly approached the old man, taking the wooden piece in his hands. Van Feng examined it closely before smiling and accepting it. "Then I shall obey your wish, Lord." Just as Van Feng received the token, suddenly, a subordinate dropped to his knees with a loud thud. In the quiet hall, the man knelt, hands raised high, speaking earnestly, "I spoke out of turn to you. Young master, I insulted you, but you did not hold it against me and even saved my life." Right after that, the subordinate knelt again before Van Feng, apologizing profusely. He felt extremely ashamed, begging for punishment. Hearing his frantic pleas, Tatiavi glanced over at him, and Van Feng chuckled softly in agreement. "You should be punished." Noticing Van Feng's unusual reaction, she widened her eyes and called out, "Young master." Meanwhile, as TV grew anxious, a large hand rested on her shoulder. Startling her, it turned out to be the old man, who gently advised TV, "Miss, you must not. A powerful figure like him is not someone a mere guard can offend. It is inappropriate to make an enemy of a master-level expert over a guard, but contrary to everyone's expectations." Van Feng, with an excited expression, suggested, "Then let us find him 24 taels." Upon hearing this, Tiva, relieved, broke into a bright smile. At the same time, the old man was left utterly dumbfounded. Looking back at the subordinate, hearing the young master's request, he was overjoyed, crying and bowing his head repeatedly. "Young master, I am the one at fault here. Don't say 24 taels, even if it is 200. Hearing this, Van Feng's eyes suddenly lit up as he imagined gold bars and exclaimed joyfully, "How much cash?" Suddenly, a loud exclamation shattered the happiness in the room, creating chaos. The old man, filled with rage, rushed at the subordinate and unleashed a torrent of scolding. "What status does the young master have? How can you even think of taking the money from him? Young master has already provided for you. Why do not you hurry up and thank him?" Stunned by the scolding, the man was momentarily lost. But then, he snapped back to reality, frowning nervously and gaping, thinking, "That is right, young master is a master-level expert. How could he possibly lack money? Bringing up money in front of a master is just humiliating." After that, he hastily knelt again, tears in his eyes, thanking Van Feng. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Now, your heart aches as you realize the gold has vanished without a trace, leaving you feeling utterly despondent. Suddenly, a desperate plea cuts through Thanfeng's sorrow, begging him to accept the offering. To his surprise, the subordinate is now holding a chunk of gold, presenting it respectfully before him. Just as he hoped, Thanfeng calmly accepts the gold from the hands of the lackey. Just then, as he clasps his hands in gratitude to the subordinate, he glances over at the elder, and they share a subtle smile filled with unspoken understanding. It is heavy, very heavy, and of course, it is very serious. One must not hinder his actions. In an instant, he feels completely stunned, the elder wide-eyed, wondering if he had just said something wrong. Could it be that even this 24 taels of gold is not what the young master desires, and he only wanted to reprimand him verbally? Looking over, Thanfeng still keeps his hands clasped behind him, his expression calm as he gently smiles and says, "Let us just forget about this." The elder, witnessing this, feels a deep respect. Truly, he is a formidable expert, displaying immense generosity. At this moment, he feels immensely lighter. Secretly admiring, the character of the young master shines as a beacon for us all to learn from. As night falls in the quiet shrine, the air thick with dust and old spider webs, the group is joyfully gathered together. The subordinate and the elder are roasting chicken by the warm fire, while Thanfeng and Tiva happily chat away. After a while, the chicken is ready, and he eagerly tears off a fragrant drumstick, exclaiming, "So delicious! So good." After eating, Thanfeng lies down on a bed of straw, contemplatively watching everyone enjoy the chicken. With his hands behind his head, he suddenly drifts into thought, realizing how painfully real this world is, especially after everything that just happened. Their attitudes toward him are starkly contrasting. Today, if he were not a powerful figure, he might have lost his life right here. As he silently reflects, suddenly a congratulatory notification from the system pops up, catching Thanfeng off guard. Right after, the system continues to explain, the body of gold is impervious, controlling all flames, and even capable of seizing the opponent's powers. In shock, he gasps, "It is that strong." After receiving the news, Thanfeng immediately puts it to use, conjuring a flame in the palm of his hand, delighting in the thought, plus the love for fire gifted by the white bone master. Once done, he sprawls back onto the pile of straw in the corner of the room, hands behind his head, thinking, this time's harvest is truly abundant. The small shrine appears in the early morning light, the tiles gleaming golden in the dawn, while the courtyard lies in ruins and debris. Thanfeng carefully packs his weapons away securely. Just as he picks up his weapons, a sudden call rings out from behind. It is Seep. Her eyes sparkle, radiating a charm like delicate little flowers. Her voice soft and gentle. "Young master, would you like to return to the district with us?" Hearing this, he goes momentarily silent. Titivi's expression turns slightly bashful, her slender fingers slowly lifting a thin silk scarf, revealing half of her stunningly beautiful face. When her face is fully visible, she shyly smiles, pure and bright like a blue flower just blooming in the morning sun. Thanfeng's face unexpectedly flushes red, his gaze captivated. His heart skips a beat at Tivi's beauty before him. He can't help but think, now this is truly beautiful. Seeing Thanfeng frozen in place, Tiva tilted her head and sweetly chimed in, "My dear young master." Thanfeng quickly regained his composed demeanor, clasped his hands, and bowed slightly, saying it was an honor for her to accompany him to the Engyugzang district. Tiva's face blossomed into a smile as radiant as a flower, replying, "Then on our journey, I hope you will take good care of me." 2 days later, in the Engyang district, Thanfeng rode alongside Vi, escorting her with a group of horses. With a majestic presence atop his horse, his gaze fixed ahead without a hint of fear, Thanfeng stood out like a beacon amidst the crowd. When they arrived at their destination, he held the reins in one hand and waved with the other, flashing a bright smile that was a bit too loud. "Tiva, I have some matters to attend to back at the Zhenmatai, so this is where we part ways. I hope we meet again someday." Tiva gracefully pulled back the curtain, her face flushed with a shy glow as she replied, "Young master, please travel safely." Her gaze remained fixed on Thanfeng as he rode away, gradually disappearing from view. There was a hint of regret in Taizvi's eyes, as Enther approached to report, "Miss, since the two of you are in the Enkovang district together, there will be plenty of chances to meet the young master again." Tativai sat in the palanquin, absent-mindedly playing with a strand of hair, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gently suggested, "And Kurthix, let us go home and find father first." "Yep. Miss." The scene shifted elsewhere, as a bustling crowd moved in a single direction. Inside, the panel of judges took their seats, intently observing the match as a bell sounded to signal the start. The first match began. DP Hin at the 7th level of Key Gathering faced off against Hong Ning at the 6th level. Two opponents stood on the arena floor, swords drawn, surrounded by drums, while the judges watched closely. At the sound of the starting signal, They charged at each other with their blades flashing. The judges scrutinized their swordsmanship, with one remarking, "In is lucky. He just started and already faces a 7th level Ki Gather. He might just level up smoothly." An struck with the speed of a gale, swiftly disarming Daipihin, sending his sword flying from his grasp. Another judge noted, "I remember this Daipihin. He was quite the loudmouth during registration. He even claimed that cultivation level does not matter. Only raw fighting power makes a king." Daipihin stepped back to create distance. But Ni quickly raised his sword, his expression smug as if everything was unfolding just as he planned. Suddenly, he appeared behind Daipihin and kicked him in the back. Daipihin was caught off guard, losing his sword and stumbling, but thankfully caught himself with his hands. Loomed over him with his sword raised high, and a judge chimed in, "I can't wait to see him begging for mercy in just a moment." He pressed his blade against Daipihin's neck, smirking triumphantly. "You have lost." A golden aura radiated from Nine, overwhelming the area. Suddenly, he unleashed a kick straight to Daipihin's face, his lips curling into a smug grin. Turned away, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. He scoffed, "Just a 7th level Ki Gather, and you managed to block 3 of my moves. You should be proud of yourself." Daipihin was sent flying away from the stands. The voice of the announcer echoed, "If you want to defeat me, you would better train for another 2 years. Just then, Danfeng appeared, catching Daipihin amidst the awe of the crowd. Spotting the person in front of him, Daipihin exclaimed, "Brother." Danfeng's gaze turned slightly furious as he stared towards the stands. The announcer once again banged the gavel to signal the next match. In this upcoming battle, Danfeng at the 3rd level of Ki Gathering would face Lemku at the 2nd level. Danfeng pulled Daipihin in, but suddenly Daipihin urged, "Brother, you really should." Before she could finish her sentence, Danfeng interjected, "A gentleman's word is his bond. I can back down now." The 3 spectators up top laughed mockingly as the announcer revealed the next match. One of them sneered, "The 3rd level Ki Gatherer. Who is this crazy Danfeng anyway?" The other chimed in, "Lemku's got this in the bag. He will breeze right into the next round." Another one joined in the latter, clearly enjoying the moment. "A 3rd level Ki Gatherer thinks they can take on a demon slayer. You kidding me? This fool is just a puppet of Daipihin from earlier. And he totally deserves it." Hearing these words, Daipihin seethed with a mix of anger and helplessness, grinding her teeth. "It is all because of me that brother is stuck in this mess." Suddenly, a hefty judge approached. He was one of the referees from before. He gently told Daipihin, "If you have lost, it is best to leave quickly." Daipihin hesitated, not wanting to go, but the judge continued, "The arena has its rules. You know." On the stage, Danfeng remained relaxed, while Lemku looked at him with disdain, thinking to himself, "So this is the 3rd level Ki Gatherer. Might as well hand me the win on a silver platter. The universe really is on my side." Lemku smirked, unable to contain his arrogance. "What are you even doing here? You know you are just going to lose. Right?" Danfeng quickly retorted, "You are mistaken. My friend. We have not even fought yet. The outcome is still up in the air." He stood there silently, ready for the challenge. Lemku's gaze turned cold as he arrogantly replied, "You really do not know your limits. Do you? Donnie say I am bullying you just because I am stronger. Here, take a weapon." He reached behind him, prompting Danfeng to question, "Aren't you using a weapon?" Lemku, full of himself, clearly looked down on Danfeng, responding, "I do not need a sword to deal with you." Danfeng shook his head. "No way. That is just unfair. It would be like picking on someone unarmed." Danfeng continued, "If I beat you with a weapon, you would just say I did not earn the win." Lemku's face twisted with disdain, his voice dripping with mockery. "Go ahead. Use whatever you want. If you can make me move even a single step, I will admit defeat and one say you did not win fairly." Hearing this, Danfeng drew his sword from behind him, thinking, "Even if I get hit, there is no way I am backing down now." His gaze sharpened. He replied, "That is your own words." Lemku froze at the sight of the sword in Danfeng's hand, thinking, "What is this?" He raised the sword high, beginning to introduce its origins. This sword is 3 feet 3 inches long, 1 inch 8 lines wide, and weighs 4 taels and 5 coins. Crafted from the finest wood, this sword was forged from the far north. It took 1,000 years to gather its heart, and 18 years of training to perfect. It is called the Wood King Sword, a low-tier mystical weapon. Please evaluate it. My friend. The audience above burst into laughter at the sword in his hand. One girl was laughing so hard she was holding her stomach. A wooden sword that is falling apart, claiming to be a low-tier mystical weapon. The guy next to him smirked and said, "Got it. Got it. No wonder this kid dared to enter the martial arts competition. Turns out he is just a lunatic." The whispers and snickers echoed around the arena. According to his logic, was not my little sword a heavenly grade weapon? Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. This fight is definitely going to be the highlight of the day. Dan Feng seemed to be used to the mockery, so he calmly positioned his sword for battle, confident in his abilities. He thought, they are trying to humiliate me to throw me off my game, then strike when I am distracted. With one hand on the sword, Dan Feng tilted his body and asked Lam Qiu again. Mysterious Master, I am using a low-tier mystical weapon. You would not say my victory is unconvincing, would you? Lam Qiu's face showed a hint of helplessness, and he firmly replied, not all. One hand gripping the sword and the other ready for defense. Dan Feng was poised to praise Lam Qiu. Good job. Mysterious Master, you truly are generous. He quickly lunged forward, the energy from the sword emanating a soft blue glow. The blade aimed straight at Lam Qiu, and he boldly declared, all right then. Let us see what you have got. The gentle sunlight bathed the arena as the two figures clashed fiercely. Dan Feng swiftly struck with his sword, and the Wood King's sword shimmered with a soft blue light. The tip of the sword pierced into Lam Qiu's chest, leaving a shallow wound. He coldly grabbed the blade with his bare hand and sneered. A child playing with a wooden sword. Lam Qiu glared back, his icy, stopping the foolishness in its tracks. Without a word, he snapped Dan Feng's sword in two with a loud crack. Dan Feng furrowed his brows, staring at his opponent, his expression utterly speechless. Just then, Lam Qiu looked down at his palm in shock. A deep cut had suddenly appeared, fresh blood quickly seeping out. He hastily brushed away the broken piece of the sword, revealing a glimmer of mystical energy glowing faintly. Lam Qiu stood frozen in place, staring at it, thinking to himself, what is happening? The mystical energy radiating from the shard intensified, and he realized, it was a low-tier mystical weapon. The wooden shard instantly transformed into massive branches that wrapped tightly around Lam Qiu's body, leaving him unable to fight back. In just a few seconds, a towering tree had sprouted in the arena, and Lam Qiu screamed in disbelief. Turns out he was telling the truth. The fool was actually right, and this pathetic piece of junk was indeed a low-tier mystical weapon. It was hard to believe. He let the branches tighten around his arms and legs, thinking, how could a mere low-tier mystical weapon capture someone like me, who is at the pinnacle of the key gathering stage? The branches continued to coil around Lam Qiu, tightening as if they were trying to swallow him whole. Unable to resist any longer, pain shot through him, making his eyes bloodshot as he bit his tongue, tasting the coppery blood. Dan Feng was just watching this scene unfold when he finally spoke up, throwing a sarcastic jab. You have already conceded. Lam Qiu was sweating bullets but still managed to retort. Dan Feng, your victory is not convincing. Dan Feng raised an eyebrow and smirked. Brother, you told me to use a mystical weapon. So how can you say my win is not convincing? The opponent fumed. You are lying. Who would guess a wooden sword is a mystical weapon? He waved his sword around, rebutting, before the match. I clearly introduced this as a sword king. I told you it was a mystical weapon. And everyone here heard me. No cheating. Lam Qiu did not catch any of that. His chest puffed up as he shouted, I am not convinced. Dan Feng, you won by relying on weapons. It is not fair. If you are really skilled, let us fight without weapons again. Dan Feng turned to the judge for a ruling. Judge, please settle this quickly. Are there rules against using weapons in the competition? Lam Qiu was starting to lose his cool. Do not wave your hands around. Lo Thing, who was eavesdropping, suddenly got called out by the judge. The Vui. I really like this kid. He Feng Ho. What do you say? The opponent thought seriously. Actually, there are no rules against that. The final result was as clear as day. With a loud announcement. In this match, the winner is Tiku Dan Feng. Upon hearing this, Dan Feng sheathed his sword, releasing Lam Qiu, and that wooden sword vanished without a trace. Having settled the matter, he walked straight off the stage without looking back. Lam Qiu, still unwilling to accept defeat, rushed after him. Dan Feng, do not. Let us fight again. Dan Feng turned back with a fierce gaze, his brow slightly furrowed. Feng Ho, unable to watch any longer, slammed the table and stood up. All right. Lam Qiu, you lost. Just accept it and get down. Lam Qiu shot a defiant glance at Dan Feng while waving goodbye. Even if he was unhappy, he had to obey Feng Ho. Okay. As Dan Feng was walking down the hallway, he heard someone calling out. Little brother. Hold up. He was surprised to see the person. And Zian. Dan Feng slowly turned around and straightforwardly asked. Are you looking to buy a royal sword from me? And Zian. Feng Ho did not deny it. That is right. Your cultivation level is too low right now to unleash the true power of a mystical weapon. He offered to pay 2,000 taels of gold, which was 1,000 taels above the market price, for the mystical weapon. Dan Feng could not help but scoff internally. 2,000 taels. Are you trying to insult me? A royal sword that was once a mystical weapon is priceless. But on the surface, he scratched his head, feigning reluctance. I can hide anything from you. And Zian, this royal sword is a family heirloom. Even if you offered a lot more, I still can sell it. The other party caught the rejection in his words, and his gaze turned cold and dangerous. Without a word, he slowly approached Than Fong. Just then, Lu Thinzi appeared, waving cheerfully. And Zian, is that you? She giggled and shared a story full of implications. That little brat wanted to challenge me earlier, but I put him in his place. What was his name again? The demonic sect strictly forbids laying a hand on colleagues, but to my surprise, he just does not get it. The duel is on, so we better head back. Someone's already blocking our way, and there is no way Feng Ho can continue now, if that is the case. A gentleman does not steal what others cherish. Let us call it quits here. He turned his back and walked over to Lithian Su, who tilted her head and smiled at him. Wait. Than Fong, I really value you. Than Fong was a bit taken aback and quickly replied. Thank you. He thought to himself, she has got my back, but even if I wanted to steal something, I would have to check if my precious soul fire agrees. Right. Lithian Su turned to leave, but her gaze occasionally flicked back at the figure behind her. Feng Ho spoke up, reminding her not to look any longer. Isn't the duel about to start? He has not given up on his wicked intentions. Deep down, she thought. Than Fong, I have plenty of ways to make you obedient and hand over your spirit soldier. The scene shifted to another location, where a candle flickered, casting a dim light. In terms of cultivation, I found the system not long after I crossed over, so I never really practiced, even without relying on training to boost my power. Just leveling up can save me a lot of trouble. Than Fong held a book, contemplating. A higher level also means a longer lifespan. He sat down cross-legged. According to the system's info, the Pure Yang technique is the foundational cultivation method of the demonic sect. Most except the demon lords use this to build their foundation. Most demons have a yin attribute, so the demon lords must practice yang techniques to easily suppress the demons. The energy within Than Fong flowed and gathered at his dantian as he closed his eyes, focusing intently on feeling the spiritual energy coursing through his body. Time flew by quickly, and the next day arrived. The surroundings were incredibly peaceful. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility, causing a flock of young birds to panic and take flight, breaking the calm atmosphere. What? Than Fong, in his room, widened his eyes and dropped his jaw in disbelief. I overslept. He tried to find the right words to explain himself. It is not that I did not try. It is just that training is so boring and dry. Than Fong thought, then shifted the blame onto the system. System, tell me why you can boost my cultivation. He opened his interface to check, and every time it offered some odd attributes, either defense or strength. You want me to develop into a muscle-bound freak? The system responded, because the host lacks cultivation. The system can enhance your cultivation. Than Fong frowned, feeling defeated. You can just say that. I clearly have cultivation. So what if I am at the third level of key gathering? The system seriously explained. Key gathering is just using your body to gather the natural energies of the world. It does not count as true cultivation. Only when you reach the inner Kai stage will it transform the gathered energy into your own inner Kai, which is when you can be considered to have cultivation. Only then can this system enhance your cultivation and inner Kui. Than Fong looked at the pile of conditions and complained, sighing. Can you cut me some slack? The system, upholding its professional ethics, did not hesitate to smack him on the head and firmly refused. No way. A lump formed on Than Fong's head as he bit his lip, thinking to himself, at this rate, with my talent, who knows when I will reach the inner Kai stage through training. Than Fong stood up, deciding to push this aside whatever. It is time for the second match. As he walked towards the arena, he noticed a crowd buzzing around. Eager to see what was happening, he could not help but wonder aloud, why are there so many people today? The blue-haired youth next to him suddenly turned around. Wait. Than Fong, is that you? Than Fong, taken aback, pointed to his own face. You know me? The guy did not answer his question but pulled him closer, shouting, Bro, look, Than Fong is here. The crowd quickly turned and swarmed around Than Fong, leaving him utterly confused about what was going on. Someone shouted first, is that a legendary Lin Bivan Kefpu Hunin he has on his back? Then another person unexpectedly reached out and touched Than Fong. Is that really you? Than Fong, someone exclaimed. I can't believe I am seeing a Lin Bim Chepi Hu N in my lifetime. Regrets now. They bombarded him with questions. Look at that shiny wooden sword. It is so stylish. Do you feel the ancient, mystical aura coming off it? They took turns commenting as Than Fong stood there, bewildered. Except for a regular Masashi Puhong, everyone usually wielded standard weapons. Only a Mayas Futpao could possess a Lin Bun Kepshipong. Surrounded by the crowd, he was at a loss, unsure of what to do with his hands and feet. Someone led the crowd to lift Than Fong up and toss him around like a rag doll, while chatter erupted. I heard only a Masi Saifi Pla has a Lin Bunkjipu Hu N in this town. Someone added, What is the deal with Danfeng? Wait. There is only one Lin Bai Sapaha in this whole place. This was immediately confirmed by others. Yeah. Totally. In the hands of a mass Sakshi Thin then. I saw him wear it. Someone lamented. Can I dream of encountering a legendary weapon too? They chimed in one after another. Hey, bro. I am from the Wang family. One of the 4 great clans in Yukang. I want to buy a royal sword. What is the price? Someone interjected eagerly. Hey. Do not listen to him. Sell it to me. No matter how much this kid offers. I will pay double. Just then, a loud voice cut through the chaos. Enough of this disorder. Step aside. The massive crowd parted instantly, forming 2 lines. Allowing Danfeng to drop back to the ground, a figure approached, clasping his hands behind him. Danfeng. It is almost your turn. Get on the stage. Danfeng sat up and replied. Got it. He stood up and quickly made his way up the steps to the arena. The opponent's gaze was locked onto the Tham Kim, in Danfeng's hands the legendary Lin Bian Chippy Dippy, how dare he flaunt it in this match. Lo Ban thought to himself. My only chance is to take him down before he uses that weapon. He charged in, launching a surprise attack right as the referee signaled for the match to begin. A solid blow aimed at Danfeng's arm. But it felt like it hit a fortified wall made of a royal sword. Labine was momentarily stunned. Eyes wide in disbelief, this was just wood. He could not cut through it. Realizing he was in a bad spot, he quickly jumped back. Leaping away, Labin stands firm, gripping his sword tightly, his gaze locked onto his opponent. Danfeng has built an impenetrable fortress around himself, wooden shields encasing him completely. Labin thinks to himself, damn it. How am I supposed to break through this? Moments later, the wooden shields slowly peel away from Danfeng. Each shield morphs into sturdy branches that lash out to attack Labine, forcing him to stay on the defensive, blocking blow after blow. Suddenly, a long branch shoots out, wrapping around the sword in Liben's hand. That branch is powerful, snatching away his only weapon. Liben can fight back. He stumbles and falls flat on the ground, watching helplessly as his sword is wrenched away. The wooden branches surge toward him, and with no weapon left, he can only flee for his life. Dodging desperately, but the speed of those wooden limbs is beyond imagination. They dart in and block his escape route. Dirt and debris fly everywhere, slashing across Libine's face and leaving a prominent gash of blood. Watching Danfeng calmly wielding his sword, grinning with delight, fills him with frustration and rage. He feels a cold shiver run down his spine. Giving up is not an option for Libin. A quick glance sparks an idea. This is my chance. Lo Abun had a few round black stones hidden in his hand behind his back. With a sudden leap, he hurled them down at the spot where Danfeng stood, but Danfeng did not even need to lift a finger. The wooden limbs shot out, obliterating the ground beneath him. Labine landed, his head bowed in defeat, while Danfeng stood nearby, ready to unleash his sword. The blade struck down, and he leisurely grasped the edge, stepping forward with purpose. Danfeng presented the sword before Labine, declaring, Lalo brother, this is your reckoning. The expression on Laboon's face shifted rapidly first. His eyes widened in fear. Then his face flushed with anger as he clenched his fists, ready to lash out. Suddenly, a wooden branch shot out, knocking him flat onto the arena floor. That powerful blow left Lon unconscious, drooling helplessly. The onlookers watching the spectacle were left speechless, their expressions a mix of disbelief and amusement. The match continued, with another challenger stepping up to face Danfeng. Once again, without lifting a finger, he easily overwhelmed his opponent, who was left burned by the wooden branch. Danfeng leisurely sat back, letting the challenger tumble out of the ring. The ridiculousness of these effortless victories left the audience at a loss for words. Soon, the next match began, and the challenger boldly declared, Danfeng, if you do not use your spirit weapons, I will force your cultivation down to the 3rd layer of key gathering, fair and square. But before the challenger could finish, Danfeng swiftly summoned a wooden branch to strike him down. The opponent was sent flying with a resounding crack. Danfeng watched the trajectory of his opponent and muttered casually, what did he just say? The wind's too loud. I could not hear him. Oh well. He flew too high. Amid the astonished gazes of the audience, the announcer declared once more, the winner is Danfeng. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where a voice filled with indignation echoed, Master He. Feng Ho commanded those behind him. You know what to do. Right. The subordinate nodded obediently. Yep. My lord. Understood. Back with Danfeng. He was sitting cross-legged in his room, deep in concentration. As he emerged from his meditation, he slowly opened his eyes. An expression of dissatisfaction etched on his face. Sweat dotted his forehead as he sighed. Looks like the original owner's body is not suitable for cultivation. I have spent 3 hours meditating with no progress. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Hey. Brother, are you there? Danfeng replied. The door's unlocked. Come in. The person outside was a subordinate of Feng Ho. He quickly opened the door and stepped inside. Then Feng, unsure of this person's true identity, politely clasped his hands in greeting. What brings you here, sir? The other cut straight to the chase. Brother, do you know about the others teaming up to boycott the trial of the demon envoy? Then Feng stared at his opponent, confusion etching his features as he asked. What? Lo Thin Thes quickly shut the door and added. They have already reported it to Lord He. Hun Troch Theming said. But Lord He agreed to help, and Than Feng, while not really interested, still played along. Really? Lord He is that generous? He glanced at his opponent, realizing they were waiting for him here. Who knows? Maybe He Feng was just trying to play dirty. Lo Thin Nesri glanced around, explaining that if someone agreed to sell a royal sword to Lord Hea, he would gladly help them out of trouble. Looking at the simple things in the room, Hun thought to himself, clearly lacking knowledge. All it takes is a little embellishment, and he will be in hot water. Lo Thin Sri kept looking around, rambling on that Lord He would allow someone to use a royal sword, and once they sat in the position of a graded demon lord, they would return the royal sword to him. He kept bouncing around, thinking not only would they make a fortune, but they would also snag the title of a graded demon lord and earn Lord He's praise. Dan Feng gently patted his shoulder, pressing on. What if I do not want to buy? Lo Thin Hes awkwardly pushed his hand away, shrugging as he replied. Well, then during the tournament, you won't be allowed to use a royal sword. You will only reach the semifinals. No chance of being the graded demon lord. And you will just make Lord Ha mad. He grabbed Than Feng's shoulder, leaning in close with a teasing tone. Which side's got the weight? Big bro. You think it over. Than Feng stood firm, shaking off his hand, his expression blank. Without saying a word, he walked straight to the door, leaving Lo Thin Sfar puzzled. At the moment he swung the door open, Than Feng turned and clasped his hands in a respectful salute. Please tell Lord He, the royal sword is a family heirloom, and I want to sell it. Lo Thin Si left in a huff, while the person behind him cheerfully waved goodbye, strolling off without seeing him out. He muttered under his breath, what an idiot. No idea what is good for him. The door to Than Feng's room shut with a definitive thud. The scene shifted to the next day, as the announcer declared, in the next match, we have Siko Than Feng in the 3-layered Kui realm against A Bevan Than in the 9-layered Kai realm. As Iamban stepped onto the arena, whispers erupted from the crowd, lamenting for Abevan, who was once a strong contender for first place. With just the 9-layered Kai realm, he could slice through armored beasts. His power was almost at the inner Kai level, basically a half-inner Kai realm. But who knew he would end up facing Siko Than Feng? As the host called for the match to start, Abian raised his hand to stop. Wait. Lord He. Esteemed judges. I have something to say. The judges nodded, and he bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord. Zdebian expressed his grievances, claiming Sitaku Than Feng was shamelessly exploiting loopholes in the rules to cheat openly, which made everyone resentful. This tournament was meant to determine who was the strongest, someone who could truly earn the title of graded demon lord. He got more fired up. But honestly, this guy was nothing special with his tricks. He had no real strength, just a shameless face that could not earn respect. What if Rebeian proposed made the judges show all kinds of expressions? I plead with you, judges, to revoke Siku Than Feng's right to use the spirit weapon so the competition can be fair. The winds of change are fierce. But Si Than Feng, do you have anything to say? His answer left everyone stunned, saying he used his spirit weapon only because he feared hurting your pride. You think I needed a weapon to win? With a challenging tone and a smirk, he added, what if I do not use my spirit weapon? The crowd exploded in laughter, mocking him. Did I hear that right? This kid thinks he can win without even using his weapon. Did he really win against those formidable opponents just because of his weapon? Believing he could achieve victory through sheer strength, without a spirit weapon. Who are you? Talking big without a hint of shame. Yet some still believe in him. I can't shake the feeling he is not joking. Unfazed by the surrounding atmosphere, Than Feng continued. I initially wanted to talk to you as equals, but you chose to mock me. Fine. I will drop the act. In reality, I have already reached the pinnacle of the energy-gathering realm. Feng raised an eyebrow, confirming. So you are saying you want to use your spirit weapon? The confident opponent chuckled in response. I can win without it too. He could not help but wonder if Than Feng had an ace up his sleeve. The crowd below erupted in mocking laughter. Come on, beat him up. Teach that arrogant brat a lesson. Yep. Take him down. A voice rang out. Then prove it with your strength. Let the duel begin. With the crowd behind him, the opponent felt empowered. Looks like your arrogance has really riled everyone up. Than Feng merely smirked, raising an eyebrow. Arrogant. I am just stating facts. His nonchalant attitude only fueled the opponent's rage. Internally cursing. Stating facts. That is just calling me a fool. The opponent, Bain Than, grew increasingly furious, slamming his sword into the dual ground, with a dark expression. He declared, "Today, I am going to see who is all talk and who has got the moves." Not only was Danfeng unafraid, but he also added fuel to the fire. "I heard your specialty is techniques. So why are you resorting to brute force?" Bean Than was already hot-headed and charged straight in, thinking, "I am worried about messing up my moves on you." In an instant, he teleported right in front of Danfeng, swinging his fist with all his might. "Today, I will make sure you understand pain." Just as Ben Than's punch smashed toward his face, Danfeng quickly conjured a defensive barrier. The impact stiffened Ben Than's body. The sound of cracking bones echoed, a jolt of electricity shooting through him, writhing in pain. He screamed, his cries tearing through the air. Cold sweat dripped from his brow as he bent over, repeatedly howling, "My hand. My hand." Feng watched this scene in disbelief, thinking, how could this be happening? That is the legendary Samai then. Lo Thing, sitting below, chuckled gleefully. There really are geniuses who excel in martial arts in this world. The judges were in utter shock, each feeling the disbelief wash over them. How can this be real? Around them, whispers erupted. How is this possible? Sipu Thanfeng is only at the level of the 3rd tier of energy gathering. How could he withstand a punch from someone at the 9th tier? Let alone break their arm. Banthan struggled to stand, the crowd murmuring in awe around him. Who would have thought that Thanfeng could master the Steel God technique to such a level? No wonder he managed to take a hit from Banthan. Each compliment directed at his opponent filled him with despair. The Steel God technique is that powerful. It can take down someone over 6 levels higher. No way. I need to train harder when I get home. Banthan pulled his sword from the ground, and the crowd erupted with excitement. Train your brain. Buddy, I have already mastered Steel God, but it is incredibly tough to master. You can achieve it in just a few decades. Yet here's Thanfeng, smashing it out of the park. Banthan stood there, swaying slightly, eyes closed, listening intently. Was Thanfeng really desperate? His opponent, unwilling to accept defeat, pressed on. No way. You are just at the 3rd level of key gathering. How can you be this tough? With a relaxed smile, he replied, "It is just the Steel God technique. You want to learn? I will teach you." Banthan was even more infuriated by this. He pointed his sword at the guy. "You bastard. I will chop you down. No matter how tough you think you are, you can T-match my pain." Banthan lunged forward, unleashing his ultimate move. Feel the wrath of the 5 tigers. He watched in disbelief as Thanfeng effortlessly neutralized his attack. "You really do not know your limits," Thanfeng remarked coolly. With just one hand, he blocked Banthan's pain technique. Banthan was roaring. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Thanfeng slowly pushed the sword aside, then casually crushed it to pieces. There is nothing impossible. He coldly stared down his opponent. "Do you get the distance yet?" Banthan stammered, unable to speak. Thanfeng did not hold back, taunting him. "I did not want to use my full strength, because I did not want to hurt your pride. But now, you have been defeated by a 3rd level key gathering martial artist. How do you plan to comfort yourself?" Banthan defiantly replied, "I did not lose. You just have a tough body. Beat me. You are still a rookie." Without saying another word, Thanfeng stepped closer and placed his hand on his head. Each word that followed dripped with menace, leaving Banthan pale as a ghost, not ready to admit defeat. Just as Banthan was about to stammer a no, Thanfeng slammed his head down onto the arena floor, sending shockwaves through the ground. He did not hold back. One blow was enough to render his opponent motionless. After finishing the job, Thanfeng stood there casually, wiping his hands as if nothing had happened. With a bright smile, he called out, "Master Judge, please announce the results." The judge's eyes sparkled with interest as he looked at the fighters on the stage, and the announcement boomed. "The winner is Thanfeng." Feng Ho squinted angrily at Thanfeng, thinking to himself, "Who the hell is this guy?" The crowd in the stands buzzed with excitement. "He is so strong. Is he really just a 3rd level key gathering?" Some even suggested, "How about letting him use a spirit weapon?" Others felt apprehensive. "I just roasted him earlier. I hope he does not hold a grudge." Thanfeng cheerfully waved, soaking in the crowd's admiration. A group of people in the stands buzzed with discussion. "I have always thought the strongest contenders here were Ban Than and Bai Ma Ming. Both of them have one foot in the inner Kai realm. In terms of strength, they are as formidable as any newly promoted inner Ki master." One person gasped in admiration. "Thanfeng is impressive." The person next to him nodded in agreement. "Totally. That white-skinned girl is something else." In a corner of the arena, a spear silently rose high in the sunlight. Its owner was Bai Ma Ming, the one being praised by those two just now. He lowered his head, wondering if his spear could pierce through Thanfeng's defenses. The scene shifts to a little while later, where Ming was diligently training in the courtyard. After finishing his training, he walked back to his room, Stifling a yawn, Ming helped his companion back to the resting area. Slowly pushing the door open, inside the room, a figure was already waiting, just for him. It was Feng Hua, who immediately inquired, "My Meng, do you think you can beat Than Feng in tomorrow's duel?" The opponent replied honestly, "For a spear user, it is all about your mindset. You can't hesitate or fear. But I am lacking that spirit. I can't break through Feng's ironclad defense." Feng Hua pulled out a spear from under a cloth. "What about this one?" Ming took it and examined it closely. Quickly realizing its uniqueness, it was the Ling Ping. The opponent confirmed his suspicion. "That is right. This spear is called the Phoenix Feather. It is a low-grade Ling Ping that I obtained years ago by chance. And I have never used it in front of anyone else." Ming understood the principle. No one gives anything for free. What was Lord He's intention? Feng Hua explained. "Than Feng has a rebellious nature and won't back down. If you act as a demon, it won't be good for the people. So I intend to help you." Ming immediately felt grateful, clasping his hands in respect. "Thank you, Lord Ha. If I get this chance to turn things around, not only will I have the chance to become a top-tier demon, but I might also gain Lord He's appreciation." Feng Hua was pleased with Ming's attitude and added, "Just a small ironclad defense can't withstand the sharpness of the Ling Ping. Tomorrow, you will fight with this spear. Than Feng will, just like today, rely on her body to hold her ground." As he spoke the last part, his expression twisted with malice. His eyes filled with murderous intent. At that moment, defeating the enemy seemed inevitable. Ming felt a twinge of worry. "Lord, is not the use of the Ling Ping banned in this duel? Wouldn't that mean I am breaking the rules?" The room fell silent for a long time, each spear being lifted gently by its owner. Feng Hua, hands clasped behind his back, declared calmly, "Who said using the Ling Ping is banned? It is only forbidden for Than Feng to use it." The silence from the other side made him anxious, and he quickly added, "This is what Than Feng herself said she won't use the Ling Ping. It has nothing to do with Bai Ming." Ming glanced at the Ling Ping in his hand, feeling conflicted. He wanted him to cheat. After all, he was the referee. If he agreed, the duel could go smoothly, but he would also bear a lot of bad reputation. A fierce internal struggle erupted in his mind, with one side urging him to uphold justice as a future demon lord. Plus, he would face a ton of backlash. The other side seduced him. "How much is your reputation worth if you become a top-tier demon lord? Those guys dared to gossip about you." Finally, Ma Min made his decision, clasping his hands in respect, asking the Lord to wait for good news. The scene shifts to the arena, where the host powerfully strikes the gong, echoing throughout the space. As Than Feng stepped out, he was met with a wave of applause. Typically, a martial artist challenging someone a rank above is already a prodigy. Challenging someone over 2 ranks is pure genius. But he is 6 ranks above. Does not that make him a legendary figure? Someone even added a little extra. "Many of my acquaintances decided to train in the armor technique. And now you can't borrow any armor from the library anymore." There were even remarks that in the history of the demon suppression era, in the history of this fiery dynasty, there has never been a figure like this. As Than Feng stepped onto the arena, the crowd below erupted, chanting, "Here comes Than Feng." Ma Min's face darkened as he thought, "I should be the center of attention in this match. Why is Than Feng stealing the spotlight? Let him bask in his glory for now. We will see who laughs last." His opponent casually struck up a conversation. "Batch Hoyan, do you want to follow the rules and lose gracefully? Or just admit defeat now?" The nonchalant attitude made Ma Min extremely irritated. "Than Feng, do not get too cocky. I acknowledge your unique skills, but I am not just some pushover. Either. I have created my own powerful techniques that can shatter anything. I will draw my spear. And if you can take just one hit from me, I will concede. How about that?" Than Feng suddenly pulled down one sleeve of his robe and charged in. "Seems like you want to follow the rules. Right. Go on, stab me here," pointing to his chest. "I am worried you will tear my clothes." Than Feng's reaction made Ma Min secretly thrilled, just as Ha had predicted. Than Feng looked at the strange expression on his opponent's face, feeling a wave of disgust. "What is with this guy? Staring at my chest for so long and even getting excited." Ma Min tightened his grip on the spear, channeling energy into his attack. "Get ready to take a hit from my spear." Seeing Ma Min go on the offensive with his weapon, the audience below immediately buzzed with excitement. They allowed Than Feng to use his spirit weapon, but let Bai Ma Min use his freely. Oh boy. Ma Min ignored the chatter around him, focusing solely on aiming his spear at his opponent. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy exploded in the arena, shaking the ground beneath him. After landing a successful strike, Ma Min flipped backward. Landing firmly on his feet, he looked confidently at his spear, thinking this must be it. He is finished now. Than Feng. But when he saw the next sight, his neck stiffened in shock. Than Feng stood unharmed, surrounded by a glowing blue aura. Ma Min could not believe his eyes. "No way." He shouted in frustration. "I am using a spirit weapon. How can his body be tougher than my weapon?" Impossible. Those in the audience recognized the golden light as the peak of the golden shield technique. Someone gasped. What? He not only mastered the armor technique, but also the golden shield. There is no way he can block a spirit weapon. It is the ultimate technique combined with the armor technique. These two things allow Han's body to withstand low-grade spirit weapons and below, leaving everyone in awe. Who would have thought there is such a talented martial artist out there? Dan Feng sighed as he looked at his opponent, realizing this was the self-created spear technique he mentioned. Wielding a spirit weapon makes one a genius. Ma Ming was restless, sweat pouring down his face as he shouted. No way. No way. Absolutely not. He stubbornly charged forward with his spear once again, attacking like a madman, but Ma Ming's spear could not even pierce through the opponent's barrier. Dan Feng casually adjusted his hair and asked, "Does that feel good for you?" Ma Ming suddenly widened his eyes as if he remembered something. Dan Feng noticed the look and raised an eyebrow. "Wait. What are you staring at so lewdly?" the opponent mumbled. "You always used words to provoke me into attacking before." He believed his assumption was correct. There must be something wrong with the guy. So he switched up his attack. Ma Ming bent his knees into a fighting stance, channeling his spirit energy into the spear once more. He scanned Dan Feng's body and thought, this is it. Having locked onto his target, Ma Ming lunged forward. The onlookers were astonished and thrilled. With just 2 fingers, Dan Feng effortlessly held back the spear's tip. Ma Ming's grip faltered, panic setting in as he thought, damn it, I can't stab him. Stared in disbelief at the 2 fingers stopping the spear. Utterly flabbergasted, Dan Feng playfully lifted the spear high with those 2 fingers. Where do you think you are stabbing? This left Ma Ming dazed and speechless as Dan Feng casually tossed the spear behind him, showing complete disregard. Everyone watching turned their heads to follow the discarded spear. Immediately, the crowd erupted into chaos, rushing to grab the treasure. What are we waiting for? Someone shouted, warning against pushing. Ma Ming bent down, his face darkening with anger. Feng Ho watched calmly from the side. Laishi, you will hand out the tokens and robes to the winner. I have got business to attend to, so I will be leaving now. Laishi, standing behind, replied, yep. My lord. Feng Hua frowned, staring into the distance. Miss Dan Feng, I will remember this debt. You can escape with just a sword if the phoenix feather is taken away. It is like losing a chicken and not even getting a grain of rice. Li Xinxi pounded the table. Cheering enthusiastically, Ma Ming stepped forward to confront him. There is definitely something wrong with you. Why not stab somewhere else? Dan Feng raised his hand. Stab. What are you talking about? I am a... He then moved closer, grinning as he lightly stroked Ma Ming's cheek, making him blush. Didn't I say before the duel, Don, to rip my clothes? Moments later, Ma Ming, bruised and battered, with lips like 2 sausages, sighed. I was wrong. He sat across from Dan Feng. Realization dawning on him, it was not about the jab at his belly. It was about not wanting to ruin his clothes. Dan Feng stood up, resting his hands on his knees, but looking at Ma Ming with a somewhat approving attitude. Don't make me do it for you. You handle it yourself. Ma Ming hung his head in self-reproach. So even if I wield a spirit weapon, I can tear his clothes. What is the point of ruining my reputation then? The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Mine yanked up Dan Feng's sleeve when he stood up, causing a large tear that left Ma Ming in a panic. His eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring down his forehead. The more he spoke, the more flustered he became, his face going pale. Before he could explain himself, Dan Feng, filled with rage, landed a solid punch right in his face. Drop dead. Ma Ming's face contorted in pain. Unable to suppress the blood that spilled from his lips, Ma Ming's body went limp as he was launched into the air, shouts ringing out around them. This time, the victor was none other than Dan Feng. Moments later, 2 people rushed in to carry Ma Ming off the ground where he lay crumpled. With tears welling in his eyes, he cried out, what does this have to do with me? You tore it yourself. Li Su smiled brightly as she brought clothes and a sword to Dan Feng, congratulating him on becoming a demon slayer of the royal rank. You have won. New clothes. New sword. Take it. Stunned, Dan Feng looked at Li Su, but quickly stripped off his torn clothes, revealing a well-toned body, with sharp features. He asked her, could you do me a favor and toss this old stuff for me? Li Su eagerly replied, sure. No problem. Then, Li Su turned to leave, waving goodbye with a cheerful smile. Let us chat again sometime. I have things to do. Bye for now. Dan Feng. Her sparkling eyes lingered on him as she ordered. And make sure to issue the command token and official attire for Dan Feng later. I have business to attend to. Go ahead, Li Su said. Isn't he this what Lord has said? You are just copying him. The sword was drawn and raised high, a sacred blade, The official weapon of a demon slayer, while it was not an enchanted blade, its quality was exceptional. Forged from the finest materials and etched with small seals to combat evil spirits, capable of inflicting serious damage. It glimmered brightly, a demon slayer token, representing his status. But it also contained powerful enchantments. It could sense the death aura of demons. And when the holder killed a demon, the token would record the event, almost like a merit tracker. After changing into his new outfit, Danfeng happily followed behind Lathian Su, turning to suggest, "Cousin, once you are ready, let us go together." Danfeng held the appointment letter, and Lathian Su read the decree out loud. Hero of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Sampa Danfeng, has triumphed at the Demon Suppression Tournament. By the rules of the tournament, we hereby promote Sika Danfeng to the royal rank of Demon Slayer. He beamed with joy, congratulating Sika Yang 9 while Danfeng focused intently on the letter. Lathian Su lowered her head to organize the papers, muttering to herself, "What a fool," still smiling after offending Lorda. "Let us see how long you can keep this position." Danfeng walked over to the bookshelf, reaching for a tom and cheerfully added, "Lathian, I heard the royal demon slayers have some pretty sweet perks." "Right, absolutely. A royal demon slayer gets to receive a restoration pill and choose a martial arts manual from the library." Hearing this, Lathian Su turned to look at him in the area on the second floor of the library. Danfeng gazed in awe at the neatly arranged books stacked high to the ceiling. The librarian approached him calmly, hands clasped behind his back, moving steadily from behind. "First off, congratulations to the late Danfeng, who has only an hour to choose a book here before heading out." Hearing a voice, he jumped, turned around, hands on his hips, thinking to himself, "I never had the chance to come to the second floor before. Sure, it is fantastic, but there are not as many books as the first floor." Danfeng gently touched a book on the nearest shelf. Wondering about his luck, the librarian stood beside him, astonished as he closed his eyes to feel the energy. Picking a book with such a unique vibe. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, eyes wide open. It was this one. The librarian rushed over, warning him, "That book is very dangerous. You need to pick another." Danfeng held the book tightly, turning to face the librarian, who hurriedly explained, "What you have is the own character Yang sword." He gaped at the book in his hands. This was an extreme sword technique, channeling solar energy through the body to confront enemies. It is like hurting yourself before you even touch the enemy, and the requirements are incredibly high. If you are not careful, you might just burn yourself alive. The librarian gestured respectfully, continuing, "The shadowless sword. The blazing yang strike. These techniques are meant for slaying demons. Choose again. Do not embarrass yourself with martial arts that do not suit you." Danfeng lowered his eyes to the book, which shone like a rare treasure. His whole body tingled. This was perfect for him. The librarian watched as he stared at the book, hands on his hips, saying, "Feeling scared? You should reconsider. It is not time yet." With both hands, he flipped through the pages, thinking, "I have extreme talent and fiery potential. This sword technique was clearly made for me." He quickly scanned the pages, realizing if the fire demon and the one character Yang sword could combine, it meant he had another ace up his sleeve. With a mischievous smile, he made up his mind. This book is it. The librarian was flustered, hands up in confusion, worried. "Calm down." Danfeng approached the librarian with the book in hand, grinning. "I still want to go to the first floor for some porridge." The librarian was startled, panicking. "Of course. That technique is very dangerous." Danfeng brushed past him, flipping through the book, unfazed and confident, while the librarian watched him with concern. But Danfeng simply closed his eyes again, smiling to himself. "Fate has already chosen me." This left the librarian wide-eyed in shock, unable to tear his gaze away from him. As Danfeng read, he leaned back towards the librarian, saying, "If the fiery dynasty has only one person who can master this, then it is definitely me." Danfeng. The librarian remained silent. Worry etched on his face as he followed Danfeng with his eyes. As he was leaving the library, the librarian thought to himself, "I have already been so subtle. Should I just say outright that I am being a coward?" With arms crossed, he turned back to the book-lending desk, deep in thought. Danfeng. He felt unease creeping in, his face darkening as he covered his mouth in horror, thinking, "I might have doomed him." Time passed, transitioning to a bustling street, where someone walked while deep in thought. Shocked at how Danfeng could be such a young man, that person was Lathian Su, who, despite walking down the street, was lost in thought. At that moment, he was not leading Danfeng to any benefits, but he needed to know what technique he had chosen. He waited outside the library, ready to catch him. Earlier, standing at the gate of the ancient bookstore, he met Danfeng, and the way he acted back then is still fresh in Lathian Su's mind. He showed me 2 books and said, "I picked the Divine Yang sword on the second floor," and the golden bamboo porridge on the first. The first floor is not restricted. Right, Lothinsvi replied. Well, the first floor really is not restricted. But did not you already master the golden bamboo porridge? Why would you still need it? Thinking back to Than Feng's response, he could not help but feel a shiver of admiration. He used the words of a sage to explain to me. Revisiting knowledge can lead to new experiences. Repeated practice can yield greater breakthroughs. Now, I finally understand why he could master the iron cloth and golden bamboo porridge so well. It is not just talent, but also the power of review. As soon as he grasped this concept, Lo Thin-zi clasped his hands in awe such profound wisdom, and he shared it with me. It left me in total admiration. Back in the present, as he strolled through the garden, he reflected and made a silent vow. Unless Master He gives a clear command, he would not make things difficult for Than Feng anymore. While walking, Lo Thin-se suddenly bumped into someone familiar. Feng Ho. He noticed him covering his face and curiously asked, Master He, what are you doing outside the manor with your face covered? Feng Ho glanced back at him, thinking, your nose really got wrecked, but calmly replied, it is nothing. The bathroom just exploded. Hearing that, Lo Thing-des was shocked. Who would dare attack Master He's bathroom? Feng Ho then slowly explained the situation. I was looking for a phoenix feather when I found it in my house. That scene will haunt me for life. But the unexpected twist was that the phoenix feather accidentally fell into his toilet, making him explode in anger. Damn it. Then Feng, how could you throw a phoenix feather into a pit of filth like that? It is stuck right at the bottom. Looking at the yard that had been cleaned up, Feng Ho reassured him, but do not worry. The yard is all tidy now. It is just the smell. Then he turned to Lo Thin-sari, giving him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. You are just in time. Hearing the legend of Lo Thin-sari's nose. Now that they met, it was true to its name. This mission is all yours. As night fell, Lo Thin-sd sat there hesitating when Feng Ho could not hold back any longer and urged, go on. Inside is your bright future. Looking at what lay before him, he broke out in a cold sweat, wanting to refuse. I feel my sense of smell coming back, and it is a bit nauseating. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, followed by a heavy splash in the water. Feng Ho had shoved Lo Thin-sest into the water to fetch the item. At that moment, in an old Russian-style building, an excited shout shattered the peaceful atmosphere of the moonlit night. Than Feng was enveloped by a surge of powerful spiritual energy, stretching his arms and excitedly saying, I can't believe I have made it to full mastery so quickly. He held the book in his hand and calculated in his mind. If others say I have mastered the golden bamboo porridge, then let us just call it mastery to avoid being exposed. With my solid foundation, cultivating external skills is just way too easy. Then he looked around the room, sighing, if I practice the divine yang sword here, I might burn the whole place down. I can't afford to pay for that. The outskirts are a better fit. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Enguwang district, where the haunting howl of wolves echoes through the tranquil space. In this vast forest, Than Feng sits cross-legged, practicing in solitude. The book he is reading warns against basking in the sun for too long, suggesting he absorb the fiery essence of sunlight in a quick manner. He glances at the text and forces a smile, thinking, what sun is there at night? It goes on to say to let the sun's fiery essence seep in, to condense and nurture his internal energy infused with that essence until it explodes like fire. Reading this, Than Feng feels even more defeated, mumbling to himself, I do not even have internal energy. The next page instructs him to condense energy like fire into a sword, using a special method to unleash it. Then compress and ignite it. The more he reads, the more anxious he becomes, sweating profusely. If he did not have extreme self-control, he might blow himself up before even mastering the sword. Frustrated, Than Feng tosses the book aside and screams in confusion. What does it mean to compress and ignite? Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Could the fiery essence of the cursed bone be compressed and unleashed? With that, Than Feng extends his hand, focusing his spirit energy, calling out, where's the sword? At his command, a wooden sword materializes in his grasp. His brows furrow slightly, but the fierce determination in his eyes shines through. Than Feng recalls the book's instructions, following the technique of the yang sword, ready to unleash it with success. This technique of mine is even stronger, faster than just throwing cursed fire bones. He channels his energy into the sword and shouts, compress. Once he completes the technique, Than Feng glances at the sword and sighs. This does not seem too hard. With that thought, he swings the sword through the air to test it out. After testing and feeling the energy, he suddenly exclaims in confusion, something's not right. From the spot where he swung the sword, an eerie skull-shaped explosion bursts forth. Before Than Feng can react, the skull explodes immediately. Due to the close proximity and his momentary lapse in vigilance, he is thrown back by the blast. His hair a mess and his face covered in dirt. Guess he was a bit too hasty. Not one to give up easily, Than Feng decides to try again. He grabs the sword once more, beginning to dance it through the air according to the incantation. His mind as calm as a still lake, Flames erupt around the sword in his hand. He slashes the sword from right to left, the fire flickering against the dark night, but the result seems to fail again. The sword strike dissipates and turns into swirling smoke. Cursing under his breath, he mutters, "Damn it." Just as he thought he was in the clear, the familiar skull-shaped smoke reappears, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Oh great, here we go again. Dan Feng braces for impact once more, rubbing his head, his eyes watering as he mumbles, "My head's wrecked. How can I keep my mind calm with this fire technique?" Yet, his voice rises with determination. "I will do it again." And with that, the third explosion erupts, a triumphant display of energy. Not one to back down, Dan Feng shouts. Again. This time, the fourth explosion sends his body soaring into the air. It does not take long, and a resonant sound erupts, a sign of good fortune. Dan Feng, undeterred, continues the effort. This time, he recites a new sword incantation, something like great fortune and harmony, and after finishing, he swings the sword with all his might. A wave of sword energy surged forward, slicing through the air with a sizzling sound as it struck a bush. It pressed on, leaving a trail of shattered earth and stone in its wake. The sword energy charged ahead with unstoppable force, gradually approaching the towering mountain. It refused to back down, crashing directly into the mountain, unleashing a tremendous power that carved deep gorges into its surface. But the sword energy would not be defeated. After being compressed, it shot back into the sky, forming a spiraling vortex of energy. It expanded, continuously drawing in the surrounding spiritual essence. Once it had gathered enough energy, it exploded, sending shards flying in all directions. As the explosion subsided, the smoke was gradually blown away by the wind, revealing an astonishing scene. Dan Feng sat in the crater left by the explosion, brushing off the dust around him and reflecting. So the essence of the one-character Yang sword is to compress and then explode, suddenly realizing the implications. He grew anxious. What if the shockwave from the sword's explosion harmed others? Dan Feng hurriedly followed the trail on the ground, racing towards the district of Nhuang. In the blink of an eye, his silhouette vanished into the dark night. But suddenly, just as Dan Feng left, a foot stepped forward. A strange group approached, with their leader inspecting the scene and deducing that a sword had been used here. The leader of the group was Thin Nan, a celestial mage from the elite Madi branch. He sensed the residual power and concluded that this was the aura of the white bone demon fire, a technique only the blood demon sect could wield. At this point, he paused, and the two behind him fell silent. Pondering, they suddenly began to murmur, as if they had caught the hidden meaning in Thin Nan's words. Blood demon sect. They say the white bone demon fire is the mark of the white bone master. With this kind of power, could it be that the white bone master has ascended to the rank of Grand Master? He bent down to touch the traces on the ground, saying this was the white bone demon fire combined with sword techniques. Yet the white bone master was never trained in swordsmanship, so it can't be him. One of them retorted. The white bone demon fire, with its brutal and eerie nature, how could it blend with sword techniques? The other one was confused. Then what kind of powerful fire manipulation could achieve that? Is there anyone capable of reaching such a level? Thin Nan stood up and asserted, "My deductions won't be wrong. This person must be a Grand Master from the Blood Demon sect skilled in both swordsmanship and fire control. Moreover," he added, "if I am not mistaken, this sword technique is the one-character Yang sword from the Demon Suppression sect. Meaning the opponent has been to the Demon Suppression sect. Or could it be the Demon sect has a spy?" The two behind him flinch at this thought. Lai Han, do you think the Blood Demon sect sending a master to the county of Nugodong means something? Chen Han glances back, theorizing that the greatest enemy of the Blood Demon sect is the Demon Suppression Division. So they might be signaling them. I can guess the general intention. But since this involves the Demon Suppression Division, I can just speak freely without evidence. This morning's incident at the large building still weighs on Chen Nan's mind as he reflects on yesterday's events. This time, a powerhouse from the Blood Demon sect, Qian, came to Nugodong at night, striking without harming anyone, but just obliterating a mountain. Clearly, this was a provocation aimed at the Demon Suppression Division. He sits at the table, arms crossed, pondering why he chose today for me to patrol. It must be more than just intimidation. Today he used the one-body Yang sword. Perhaps he has already infiltrated the Demon Suppression Division and knows the secret of the one-body Yang sword. After some thought, he predicts his goal is crystal clear. It is the one-body sound resonance sword. As he thinks, he starts scribbling the name Sound Resonance Sword on paper. The one-body Sound Resonance Sword is a mid-grade Earth-level martial art, while the one-body Yang sword is a mid-grade Mystic-level technique. Both come from the Crossfire Divine Flame sword, a heavenly-grade martial art. And since they are incomplete, they must be combined to be effective. Chen Nan understands that it all relies on his own knowledge. He has practiced both sword techniques. Even if they are combined, something is still missing. His face is deep in thought, realizing that relying on these two halves 1T allow for the true manifestation of the crossfire divine flame sword. The way the sect is probing so openly suggests they want to confuse me, possibly sending a spy to find the one-body sound resonance sword. He slams his hand down on the table, his thoughts racing. How would they know its location? In a dream. Whoever is doing this is actually reminding me that its hiding place is very safe and does not need to be moved. Suddenly, Janhan stands up, one hand grabbing a cup, the other striking a fighting stance, murmuring to himself, if the person comes knocking on the door, then we will play a little game of our own. Luring them in with a little trick of the soundless blade. As he spoke, he slowly placed the cup he was holding upside down on the table, turning the tables on his opponent, and then set up a deadly trap to take them out. No sooner said than done. He sprang into action. Not only could this wipe out the core members of the Blood Demon sect, but if he could snag the remaining part in his hands, he could perfect his heavenly level skills, a two birds one stone situation. He moved swiftly, his mind racing. This was something that needed further discussion. Maybe recruit a couple of new colleagues. As he reached a fork in the path, he accidentally bumped into Than Feng. The two of them crossed paths, but quickly went their separate ways, each too preoccupied with their own business to even notice the other. Cut to the break room, the very place he wanted to be. Than Feng pushed the door open, peeking inside and sighing in relief. Grateful that the district was safe, he stepped inside, glancing around at everyone and feeling lucky. Today's experiment was a success. But he never expected the combination of the soundless blade and the fiery white bone to pack such a punch. If this technique harmed an innocent, it would cause a huge mess. Than Feng moved to a corner, pulled out a chair, and thought to himself, that final sword technique was a stroke of luck. If I had to do it again, I might not succeed. After sitting down, he reminded himself that he needed to practice more to stabilize his skills, fully control them, and reduce unexpected incidents. Suddenly, he slammed his palms down on his knees, his head bowed in deep thought. The power was just too overwhelming, and the noise too loud. There was no way to train quietly. As he pondered, beads of sweat formed on Than Feng's forehead as he concentrated on nurturing his inner energy, infusing it with the sun's fiery essence until it burst like flames. A bright idea suddenly sparked in his mind, and he muttered the words that flashed through his thoughts. Fire. Plain fire. Than Feng looked down at his hand, realizing,
Yep.
I can convert the fiery white bone into regular flame. A triumphant smile spread across his face. I have the innate ability to control fire. I can handle any flame, whether it is ordinary or the fiery white bone. To me, they are just the same. He clapped his hands together, his mind racing with possibilities. This way, when he needed to use the soundless blade, no one would find it suspicious. Even though the original essence pill was essential for martial artists at the inner energy level, and those at the gathering energy level could not absorb much. Than Feng looked at the pill in his hand, feeling a bit hesitant. But if I do not take it, I will probably never even reach the inner energy level. With that thought, he decided to swallow the pill, doing it decisively. However, once he swallowed it, his cheeks puffed up as if he were choking. The energy within him felt like it had been ignited, swirling and spreading throughout his body. Than Feng propped his head up with one hand, and after sensing the surge of power within him, he sighed, feeling overwhelmed. Suddenly, a red energy slowly emerged, and Than Feng quickly recognized the changes occurring in his body. He focused on feeling that energy and thought, the effect has worn off. He hurriedly sat down on the ground, crossing his legs into a meditative position and silently lamenting. Why was not there any warning? Such a waste. The people around began to gossip, saying, look over there. Is someone actually training here? And they are even using the break room to meditate. Impressive. As time passed, an hour later, Than Feng still held his position, but now his face was scrunched up. Something big was coming. He could feel it. Suddenly, a loud fart echoed through the room, grabbing everyone's attention, causing them to step back in horror. After Than Feng's shocking moment, a strange odor started to fill the entire space. Even though he sat still like a statue, the stench rising from his spot made everyone around gag uncontrollably. After finishing his training, Than Feng stretched and sighed, finally breaking through to the 4th level of ki gathering. The surge of power enveloped him, suddenly rushing into his body. Than Feng collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest, his face contorting in pain. His entire body trembled violently as he struggled to regain his strength and return to a meditative position. Once back in his lotus pose, Than Feng immediately began to control the chaotic energy within him. After stabilizing, that energy surged back into his body. Time flew, the sun rose higher, and light streamed into the small room. Than Feng continued to meditate, aiming to stabilize the power inside him. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes flew open. Filled with satisfaction, he raised his hand to his chest, feeling that he had reached the peak of the 4th level of ki gathering. I won't need to waste any more precious recovery pills, he thought. If I take just a few more, I will be in the inner energy realm. With that, Than Feng stretched and got up, his mind racing with excitement about the recovery pills. They were just too stingy. Just one recovery pill. If a royal demon envoy wants to grab some pills, they can only trade for them with mission points. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. With those pills, who would want to go through all this hard work? This royal demon envoy was really stingy. I just need to earn 996 points every day. What a grind. Than Feng rubbed his chin, deep in thought. 996 points. Just to be a worker. For a royal demon envoy. Suddenly realizing something was off, his face twisted in frustration. What the heck? I am a royal demon envoy now. An official. Today's my first day reporting for duty. With no time to waste, he hustled out the door, praying he would not be late, sprinting at full speed. Then Long raced to the meeting room just in time to report. Inside, countless people were already seated, and one of the officials eyed him suspiciously. This morning the chief was all hyped up. But where's Than Feng? What is going on with this eerie silence? Noticing a shadow lurking at the door, the chief could not help but coldly beckon. Everyone's here. Get in already. Than Feng peeked in and realized his superior was him. Observing the chief, he reflected on past events. No wonder the judge for this martial arts competition was him. It turned out he replaced Lord Yang. The former royal demon envoy was dead, and he was leading the competition to pick his subordinates. After rejecting him twice, he was sure to make things difficult for me. Knowing escape was impossible. Than Feng stepped inside, his voice steady as he reported. This is subordinate Than Feng reporting. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze, and everyone fell silent. Seeing the scene, he could not help but feel awkward inside. It was just too stiff. He was deliberately holding back his words. Was he planning to keep this up forever? Lothain St suddenly stood up, stretched her arms and yawned, saying, "Finally, you have arrived." Seeing her, Than Feng felt a wave of relief. Having this big sister here was truly a blessing. Lothain leaned closer to him, patted him on the shoulder, and whispered, "I can only help you so much." Then she raised her voice to scold him. "You have just started your first day, and you are already late. No rules. That is going to cost you a month's pay. I hope you take this as a lesson," she added. And at the mention of money, Than Feng winced in pain. "What?" Before he could say another word, Lo Thin Si turned to the head of the meeting, He Feng Ho, and asked, "What do you think? Can this punishment pass the standards of He Feng Ho?" Even though Feng Ho was seated at the head of the table, his face was darkening. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Fine." Watching the exchange between the two, Than Feng was secretly worried, thinking, "Damn it. On my first day I am getting hit with a month's pay cut. Are they really trying to play me?" After leaving the meeting room, Than Feng leaned against the door, venting his dissatisfaction. "Come on." When I arrived, it was still a bit before the designated time. "Didn't you hear me when I checked in?" He complained bitterly to the person opposite him, adding, "And you were silent just now." Was not it to wait for the official time? Feng Ho frowned, irritated with Than Feng's attitude, his voice dropping. "I uphold fairness. Whether you are late or not, let us go outside and check the time records." He even threatened, "Either you admit your mistake, or I will consider giving you a lighter punishment." Upon hearing this, Than Feng scoffed mockingly. "He Ye Nun really knows how to mix personal vendettas with work." One person in the room chimed in, scolding, "Than Feng, you have got guts? Arguing with your superior on the first day." Even though He Jia 9 had started the trouble, it was right under his roof. Didn't he understand that? Feng Ho raised his cup and calmly questioned, "Than Feng, do you know what happens to someone who falsely accuses their superior?" But Than Feng's reaction was the complete opposite of what they expected. He calmly said, "He Feng Ho, do you know what the punishment is for harming a subordinate? Coursing them, and controlling duels." Everyone in the room fell silent at his audacious challenge. Feng Ho, unable to control his emotions, crushed the cup in his hand, his face darkening, his eyes turned cold, and following Than Feng's lead, he made a judgment. "You have definitely been infected by a demonic aura. I will send you to the demon prison, where you will only ever be a jailer." Hearing this, Than Feng was thoroughly amused, internally cheering. "Oh wow, is this for real? A golden opportunity just dropped from the sky. I was worried about not getting to the demon prison after my promotion, and He Feng Ho just made it happen perfectly." Than Feng immediately approached Feng Ho with a somewhat foolish expression, then suddenly took his hand. The move was unexpected yet earnest. His eyes filled with emotion as he lifted Feng Ho's hand, saying sincerely, "Thank you, my benefactor." Why are people so careless? But deep down, I am screaming, "Second level of the demon realm. Here I come." Feng Ho, startled, pulls his hand away, his voice a mix of embarrassment and smugness. "Yeah, I see you are scared now." But at this moment, Than Feng can't help but think, Why does He Feng Ho look way hotter like this? Lo Thin Sri quickly steps in to intervene. And He J9 is not heartless either. She hurriedly explains. We just went through a personnel shakeup. We need all hands on deck right now. Then, with a bashful face, she pleads, giving him some grace for messing up for the first time. But to Thanfong, all of this backfires. He furrows his brow, thinking, this is just making my situation worse. Suddenly, Thanfong tilts his head back and shouts, no way. I do not need your mercy. Just throw me into the demon prison already. Lathin Testi beside him is bewildered. He does not even care and keeps pressing. And Zien, why wait for a better day? Let us do it today. Lo Thin Si turns around, annoyed. Seriously? Thanfong, I did not think you would go looking for trouble like this. The boss already set up a way out for you. Just accept it. Do you want to spend your whole life in the demon prison? Thanfong asked, wide-eyed. Can I really? Seeing that the other party has no intention of backing down, Lo Thin Svi anxiously grabs his shirt. You little brat. What is your problem? The two continue their back and forth, and Feng Ho, who had been silently observing, finally speaks up. Today, I will be generous and not hold it against you. He stands up and instructs. Lo Thin, take them to pick someone. I have got paperwork to handle. Feng Ho thinks to himself. Just got promoted and already have problems. Fewer people means our ranking will drop to the bottom. Compared to that, what is this Thanfong even worth? I can hold it in. A hint of irritation bubbles up inside him, and he turns slightly to glance back. Lo Thin Si storms off in a huff, while Thanfong is still struggling behind. And Zien, do not, he silently cries inside. The second level of my heart. Lo Thin Si nudges him from the side. All right now. Thanfong, our new recruit is waiting for us at the training grounds. Transitioning to the training grounds, a voice echoed, reminding everyone that the main duty of you esteemed officials is to eliminate evil spirits. Adanan has a matter to attend to, so I will choose the subordinates for you all. The new evil spirit officials were led before a row of lined-up individuals. The crowd buzzed with discussions, while Athensu stood out sternly, commanding silence. He pointed at the fresh faces before them, saying, these are the future officials. I will introduce them first. Starting with the first. Here's the new royal-level evil spirit official, Wang Shu. At the second level of Inner Kai, the named individual smiled warmly. I am Wang Shu. Looking forward to your guidance. The next person stood quietly. This is the new royal-level evil spirit official, Tama. At the third level of Inner Kai. Next up is a tall man. This is the new royal-level evil spirit official, Zhou Song. At the first level of Inner Kai. The fourth is the only girl in the group. This is the new royal-level evil spirit official, Lai Thang Nam. At the second level of Inner Kai. Thanfong eagerly scratched his head. Now it is his turn. This is the new royal-level evil spirit official, Gu Thanfong. At the third level of Key Gathering. The folks below started whispering, realizing he was Gu Thanfong, rumored to have won battles thanks to Len Bun and the legendary Kim Trung Kao. Someone beside him disagreed. Aren't you all going to check it out? Who banned then? Bai Ma Min could not even step into the Inner Kai realm and are no match for him. Someone remarked, curious if he could take on true Inner Kai practitioners. Inner Kai warriors have their Kai completely on a different level from Key gatherers. Their punches can't break through his defenses. Could it be that Inner Ki can't inflict damage? Their judgments fell squarely on Thanfong's shoulders. Outer practitioners can easily enter the game but are limited in capacity. They can intimidate those at lower levels. But if their opponent is stronger, the outer practitioner is just a target. He tightened his fist at his side as others cluelessly passed comments. From what I see, Gu Thanfong is the weakest here. Let us not pick him. But Thanfong could not care less, standing with his hands on his hips, laughing to himself. Bunch of blind folks who do not realize that his strength has already reached the fourth level of Kwai Gathering. Playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Lythien Su widened his eyes, cutting through the noise below. Silence. The new royal level evil spirit officials have been introduced. You all know what comes next. He explains in more detail. Each royal level demon lord can only choose up to 5 subordinates. And after choosing, they stand before the demon lord. Lothin Sri finishes briefing them, waves his hand, and it begins. After a while, groups quickly take their positions and line up, as countless people flood towards the area behind the demon lord. Lo Thinthes glances at the situation and reminds them. The team has exceeded the limit. Each royal demon lord can only choose 5. TMC does not even look back, stating bluntly, my team does not need dead weight. If you are below the 8th level of cultivation, just leave. Thanfeng mutters to himself. Just a wannabe cool kid. And he is acting all high and mighty. But when he turns to look back, there is no one behind him. Thanfeng suddenly feels like an outcast. His heart aches deeply. And from a nearby corner, a loud voice cuts through. You two. Get lost. My team does not need lectures. The girl scolds the two in front of her. You thugs. Get out of my team. The two are not scared at all and even retort. Lazimen. You do not have enough people on your side. You can pick and choose. They add. Come on. It is not just about looks. Why are you getting so worked up? Can't you take a joke? Danfeng leaned in. A thought sparking in his mind, why not just snatch them up? He stepped boldly in front of Nam, declaring. Listen up, guys. I know that teaming up with a strong captain means a higher chance of survival during missions. Danfeng approached the two slackers. But what if they ran into a demon even stronger than the captain? He confidently declared. But the other two did not even bother to listen, turning their backs and walking away. If you join me, I promise your survival rate will be way better than if you go solo. Danfeng called out urgently. Wait, let us talk this out. I will teach you guys a thing or two. One of the curious ones stepped forward, asking, are you saying you will be our shield? Danfeng shot back immediately. Of course. I will fight for you guys and buy us some time to escape. The one who asked was Wang Fat, and he quickly made up his mind. All right, I am joining your team. Suddenly, someone volunteered to join Danfeng's team, leaving the rest in shock. A Chu Hung noticed the commotion and could not resist a jab. Look at this bunch of cowards. Instead of exterminating demons, they are just trying to run away. What a bunch of scaredy cats. The crowd fell silent, shifting their gazes toward Danfeng. They glanced for a moment, then turned away, leaving him standing there all alone. Danfeng realized he could not change their minds, let out a soft sigh, and thought, what a waste of effort. He stood there, feeling defeated, as two figures approached him. Get it together. Danfeng slowly lifted his head to examine the faces of the two newcomers. Wang Fat noticed him looking and chimed in. We are willing to follow you, boss. The one next to him, holding a military strategy book, introduced himself. I am Hum, and I am ready to join you, boss. Danfeng, initially resigned to his fate, could not believe his ears at their words. Really? The other confirmed. Absolutely. He felt a rush of joy, thinking, finally some people with good judgment. They see the potential in following me. Danfeng led the two, saying, we will finish this process together. He and his new recruits quickly joined the remaining demon hunters. The leader saw the group was complete and began the briefing. According to the rules of the demon hunting team, each elite demon hunter would be responsible for a specific area, managing the demon-related issues there. You will handle this. From now on, I will assign areas to each of you. I hope every elite demon hunter takes their responsibilities seriously to keep your zones peaceful. Wang Fat muttered from a corner. Oh please. Let it not be the water-singing village. Not the water-singing village. Danfeng raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What is wrong with the water-singing village? The other party carefully recounted. Sergo. You might not be clear on other matters, but you need to be crystal clear about this. The king's agent who died before was indeed at the haunted village. Danfeng looked puzzled. He had never heard of this before. Wasn't Yang supposed to have died in the Bone Mist Forest? How did that turn into the haunted village? As soon as Fat Wang mentioned this, his expression turned serious. The Bone Mist Forest is right behind the haunted village, and it is actually a graveyard. This story has to start from that fateful night when the moon was hidden among the clouds. Fat Wang lowered his voice to tell the tale. Yang was patrolling the Bone Mist Forest with 4 king's agents. The strange thing is that what happened next was that the white mist suddenly turned into monsters. A figure cloaked in white quietly approached Yang from behind without making a sound. And then what was inevitable happened. Blood sprayed under the full moon. Everyone knew what had occurred. The monster had killed Yang. And after the king's agent from the heavenly tier realized this, they were furious. This incident was put under investigation immediately. And the local king's agents, and 3 from the heavenly tier, were sent to the haunted village. But in the end, they found nothing. They concluded that the monster was a transient troublemaker, not a local. Just think about it. Those were just scapegoats to cover up for someone else. Monsters prefer places heavy with dark energy, and the Bone Mist Forest has that in spades. The more Fat Wang talked, the more animated he became, eagerly sharing his theory. This monster must be highly intelligent. When the king's agents show up, it hides. But when they leave, it just keeps laughing. Later, Sura Fengho took over Yang's position, overseeing the Yin Mountain district. And the haunted village is part of that district. So we can let ourselves get sent there. Sergo. What is your relationship with Sirha? Maybe you should have a word with him. Danfeng replied with a sly grin. My relationship with Sirha is excellent. He will definitely take special care of me. Fat Wang, feeling hopeful, thought to himself, I picked the right person after all. With the cultivation of a 3-tier heaven, and sitting in the position of a king's agent. Your connections must be sprawling. I have been calling out Feng Han for so long. All thanks to my keen eye. The next order from Feng Ho was a real cold shower for him. You then Feng. The haunted village will be under your command. Fat Wang panicked and pressed. Sergo. Did not you say your relationship was very good? Danfeng smirked. We have our issues. Fat Wong's face fell as he collapsed to his knees. Mumbling. Issues. You have joined the enemy, he lamented for a bit. While Than Feng listened to the following instructions from Feng Hua. Take 3 days to rest and regroup. After 3 days, the king's agents will arrive at the haunted village to manage things. That is all for today. You are dismissed. He crossed his arms with a reassuring smile. No need to worry. Just as Than Feng was bursting with confidence stepping out of the room, he was called back from behind. Sir. Fat Wong suppressed his grief and suggested tearfully. Sir, go. In 3 days. Let us just take a stroll around the haunted village. Not go inside. That way, we can still hand things over. Than Feng was not having it. This guy was a total fraud. As a guardian, it is his duty to eliminate evil spirits and protect the people. He seriously called out his opponent. Clearly aware that the village was plagued by monsters. Yet here he was, acting like everything was fine. How could he even face the world? Wong the fatty was frustrated, glancing back at his buddy. The bookworm. Do not just stand there like a deer in headlights. Go convince Lord Gu to step up. But Xu Fan sided with Than Feng, saying, the Lord is right. Saving lives is like putting out a fire. We are exactly where we need to be. Lord Gu is a true hero. Wong the fatty was left speechless, thinking, the guy that is buttering him up must really be out of it. He sulked, mumbling, should I start preparing for my own funeral? Is there even time? Xu Fan ignored him, gazing at the impressive figure before them. My lord. Lord Gu. Than Feng beamed back. Don't he worry. With me around, those pesky spirits are nothing to worry about. Wong the fatty snapped back to attention, saying, as long as the Lord agrees, I will get you anything you want to eat. Xu Fan could not help but chime in. Fatty, do not let your cravings cloud your judgment. The opponent's tough. You need to keep your head in the game. Than Feng sat cross-legged in front of a few candles in the room. Determined. In 3 days. I need to be at the village. I have to train hard. He stared intently at the flickering candlelight. Regular fire just would not cut it. He needed to harness a stronger flame with his yang sword. When combining them, he would need to ignite the fire. So why not simplify that? Ideally, he could draw the sword and have the fire ready to go. Just then, Than Feng paused. As if a light bulb went off in his head. A flame flickered to life on his thumb. He murmured, isn't this just like a lighter? Than Feng envisioned a sword, separated into blade and hilt. Stroking his chin in thought. What if I used specially crafted flint for the sword's body? Filled the hilt with oil, and made a mechanism. He then imagined the sword being drawn and the lighter igniting at the same time. Just thinking about it got Than Feng's heart racing. Pulling the sword would simultaneously ignite the oil, turning it into a blazing sword, he mused. The remaining oil in the hilt won't ignite too easily. I can unleash a fiery wave. Than Feng stood there, grinning from ear to ear, feeling like a genius. Perfect. I am a modern thinker. My ideas are truly unique. Meanwhile, at a weapons shop, an old man was doing push-ups. He was so caught up in his workout that he did not notice the door swing open, revealing a shadowy figure. The old man had just counted to 520 when Than Feng, hearing him mutter, asked, what did you say? The old man jumped up, irritated. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome old guy before. Than Feng needed something from him, so he forced a smile and said, Sir, I want to craft a weapon. The old man bluntly refused. No. Shops closed. Than Feng raised an eyebrow. You closed just this morning. Typical bureaucrat, the old man flexed, showing off his muscles, and replied, these guns tell me they need training. Good. Got any issues with that? Without a word, he handed over a blueprint along with a hefty gold ingot. He placed his hand on his forehead, unable to resist stealing glances a few times, his eyes glued to that golden lump. The old man grabbed the design to take a look, and as soon as he saw the content, his eyes widened in shock. He frantically read it over and over, feeling a bit moved. Don't get me wrong, little one. I am just here to appreciate art. Besides, crafting can also tone my muscles. I love crafting. I live for it. After a moment, the old man walked over to a nearby table and set down the design he was holding. He hesitated before speaking, thinking that in ancient times, one could indeed forge a sword of fire like this. Yet, there was still something making him hesitate. He kindly reminded his companion that this sword was made of flint stone, so it was bound to be weak. Just a touch would shatter it, making it unsuitable for combat. No worries. As long as you forge it the way I said, it will be fine. He thought to himself, I do not care about the quality. I am not going to use this fire sword for slicing people. I just want to show off a flashy move. Seeing the other person so resolute, the old man reluctantly agreed. All right then. I will give it a shot. Come back in 5 days. Than Feng felt like he had been struck by lightning. He had to be at the village of Het Thai in 3 days. I am not risking my life for this. He took a deep breath to calm himself and slowly stood up. Than Feng pulled out a pouch of silver from his belongings. laying down the conditions no more than 3 days. The old man, seeing the seriousness on his face and his determined attitude, felt a bit flustered. But just a moment later, he cheerfully grabbed the tools and laughed. No problem. 3 days it is. The old man eagerly dove right into his work, shaking his round bottom as he did. For the next few days, Dan Feng was busy with his planned itinerary, sticking to a few key locations. During that time, the remaining hours before departure dwindled, and his purse slowly began to empty. Fast forward to the day of preparation. The warm morning light bathed the architecture below. Dan Feng looked at the pile of items laid out before him, speechless. In the bag were various brand new weapons glimmering in the light, and he wondered if it was a bit too much. First up was the fire sword that Dan Feng had previously picked up from the old man. Thanks to the artistry involved, it was completed in just 2 days. The old man had done an excellent job crafting this fire sword, named Jia. Next to it was the source of the fire sword, the chief Tifop sword, personally consecrated by the master, specifically for battling evil spirits. This sword seemed less flashy than Jiama, but the Chi Tifop sword was a powerful weapon carved to exorcise demons. The third sword in Dan Feng's bag was brought to him by Li Thian Svi himself. As he drew it from its sheath, it was clear that this was an exceptionally sharp sword. Dan Feng picked up a piece of metal that had been heated, blowing on it to bring it closer to the fire. With a sly smile, he tossed that piece of metal onto the floor. Alongside a royal sword, the molten metal fell beside the royal sword with a satisfying clink. Dan Feng thought to himself that during cultivation, not only could one be reborn, but they could also adapt to the owner's demands. The heat from the metal spread to the blade of the royal sword, igniting it. Dan Feng stood quietly, observing the transformation process. The royal sword began to change gradually, and he whispered to himself, time for some material upgrades. Dan Feng finished his experiment and carefully packed his gear into his satchel. He mentally checked his supplies, 7 talismans and an oxygen potion this time. He was ready for anything. Just as Dan Feng stepped outside, it was not long before the familiar figures of Wang Biao and Su Fan came rushing in, beaming with excitement. We are all set. Let us hit the road. Dan Feng replied casually but could not help but ask. Wang Biao, Su Fan, have you been eating all the snacks? You have both gained weight. Su Fan's eyes went wide when he caught Wang Biao lifting his shirt, who responded with a laugh and a defensive grin. No way. Not me. Wang Biao proudly flaunted his clunky armor and boots. Hey, I am just wearing my battle gear. Okay. Dan Feng rolled his eyes, exasperated. This guy is something else. How can he walk in that heavy armor? Ignoring the banter, Dan Feng took the lead and signaled to start their journey. Time flew by as the scene shifted to the sunset casting its glow over Yinshi County. Dan Feng led the way on horseback, chatting with his underlings about their usual haunt in Hakshui village. Wang Biao seemed a bit distracted, fixated on a blackbird perched on a branch, making strange noises. The last rays of sunlight slipped behind the towering trees, mingling with the sound of the wind. Suddenly, Wang Biao turned in his saddle. Intrigued, on the nearby tree, a completely black bird with golden eyes was perched, making a series of sharp, cawing sounds. He let out a sigh of relief, furrowed his brow, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It is just a woodpecker, he said before urging his horse to move faster. It is getting dark, and we do not want to run into any monsters before we reach Hakshui. By now, the great officer had caught up with the two ahead. Wang Biao leaned back, trying to keep his horse in line with the others, kicking up dust behind them. He chuckled. Feeling lighter, he glanced up, as if to talk to Dan Feng. Hey, why are not you two moving faster? This forest is not safe. I am telling you, but Dan Feng cut him off. Looking straight ahead. We are almost at Hakshui. Wang Biao jumped, eyes wide, sweat trickling down his face. Already? No way. The three of them, still on horseback, stared ahead at the village, surprised by the calmness of the area. Dan Feng furrowed his brow. Is this village really safe from monsters? Wang Biao pointed ahead, explaining. Maybe it is just like what the exorcist said, those monsters are on the move. Thank goodness we are finally out of that cursed forest. Hopefully, this village is safe for now. Dan Feng unsheathed a sword from his satchel, grinning enthusiastically. Let us go check it out. They entered the village, and Dan Feng noticed an old man walking along the road with a cane, lost in thought. Dan Feng quickly pulled on the reins to stop his horse. The man was Hu Lying, who, upon seeing him, also halted and bowed respectfully, clasping his hands together. Greetings, esteemed officers. The old man smiled and introduced himself. I am Huan, the village chief of Hakshui. Dan Feng dismounted, and the old man waved off his formalities. You smile at Ho Lang and introduce yourself, saying, I am the exorcist of the imperial level from Dan Feng in the demon town, and I will handle all matters regarding the demons from now on. Afiam and Vich and Bio dismount as well, both looking at him with cheerful grins. The Lawson praises. Young Master He, At such a young age. You are already an imperial exorcist, truly impressive. He leans on his cane, walking while suggesting. Young Master Tsiku, protecting our Hekaik 3 village is a blessing for us. Let us talk as we walk. Holodong feels fortunate. Their arrival is indeed a stroke of luck. Young Master He, you all came just in time. Dan Feng chimes in. If you have any difficulties, just let us know. Holodong recalls and recounts. Under the blazing summer sun, as adults work peacefully and children play joyfully, a sudden swirl of black smoke appears in the center of the village. This story goes back to a month ago when Hedichithli village was peaceful. But then, out of nowhere, a dark wind rolled in. Two boys playing at being knights suddenly found the black smoke creeping in, and the dark wind snatched them away. The abrupt disappearance of the two kids left only wooden swords on the ground and a silent wooden horse. At first, people did not think much of it, assuming wild beasts had taken them after all. We live in a mountainous area with plenty of wildlife, but as more children went missing, their families searched frantically by lantern light, only to discover more disappearances in the following days. Some even vanished right from their homes. There were whispers of a dark wind that blew in, making it impossible for them to open their eyes. And when they finally did, the child was gone. His expression turned somber. In my youth, I faced many demons while traversing north and south. I suspect these children were taken by demons, which is why I reported it to the demon town. He continued. Then there was the incident with Digongai Inen, and perhaps young Master Siko has heard of it too. Then Feng's mood darkened, responding with a simple yeah. Olong grew more anxious, sweat trickling down his forehead, his gaze heavy. But here's the strange part: after Dai Inen left, there have not been any more missing children in the village. Holozing stood facing the three, as if the demons had followed the words of that local exorcist, causing chaos and then disappearing. Dan Feng shielded his eyes from the sun, looking at him firmly. Village Chiefo, you should head back. It is still early. I am going into the foggy woods to check things out. Holodring furrowed his brow, hesitating. But, young Master He. Dan Feng stepped forward, bag of swords in hand, reassuring him. Don't you worry about me. I will be fine. Didn't you say the demons are gone? The three of them stood determined, ready to venture into the forest. Suddenly, a hand landed on Dan Feng's shoulder. Young Master He. Turn around. Vung Boyo said with a grin. Young Master He. It seems like the demons have taken a holiday during the festivities. Maybe we should report back. Dan Feng frowned at him. If you want to leave, just go ahead. I will be staying here today. He pointed his sword bag of Ajung Bao, eyes challenging, warning him, if you dare run off, I will let everyone know you fled the battlefield. Meanwhile, I hope to encounter some demons to level up. Viving Bo panicked and waved his hands. No way. Young Master He, you go ahead. I will stick with Hayafime to protect you. Dan Feng nodded. Now that is more like it. The sound of a dull knife caught their attention. Tiger candy here. A young man approached, selling tiger candy. Get your delicious and affordable tiger candy. In the tree, a young man proudly carried an eye-catching, fragrant candy on a stick. Dan Feng and Hayafame exchanged confused glances, filled with doubt. When suddenly, the chubby Wang gulped loudly beside them. Seeing that greedy kid, the two could only look at him helplessly. Speechless, with his adorable, sparkling eyes full of excitement, Wang asked them, Hey guys, you want some candy? What about you? Bookworm, Hefera Firm, ever the scholar, prepared to recite wisdom from his books about candy. But before he could finish, Dan Feng casually rubbed his chin and said, Give me one. Which made Fa Firm turn and stare at him in disbelief. Wang turned around, putting a hand up to silence a Fime. Got this? Not buying for the bookworm. He darted off toward the candy seller, shouting, Wait! Candy seller. Dan Feng looked at Hayafazim, who was still unconvinced, with a resigned smile. He thought, Why are you staring at me? I did not expect that chubby guy to bolt for food like that. Elash. Wang was over the wall, joining a group of kids who were happily playing. Spotting the candy vendor ahead, Wang quickly chased after him, his eyes sparkling like stars, tongue out like a puppy, racing forward. Meanwhile, Dan Feng saw Hafime wearing a haughty expression, and, annoyed, he teased. Stop staring. A sudden shout caught Dan Feng's attention, making him frown. What was that? In an instant, he jumped over the wall, landing on the ground, quickly calling out, Wang. After a moment of shock, Dan Feng discovered Wang huddled in a corner by the wall. Surprised, he hesitated. What is going on? Just then, Hei-Fime rushed in behind him. Panting, Wang sat on the ground, propped up on his hands, terrified as he pointed ahead. The candy seller is gone. This is a dead end. The two exchanged looks, and Dan Feng thought, No way, there is a trap here. He quickly speculated. The seller and Wang must have entered the alley together. Wang was a martial artist at the 8th level of key gathering. If someone could vanish that quickly, they had to be at least a true key master. Danfeng glanced behind him, wondering if the opponent was a hidden master. But if that were the case, they would have solved the missing kids problem already. The candy seller had to be up to no good, but he needed proof. Watching the kids laughing and playing, he thought, these kids have been here. They must have seen something. The three of them fell silent and cautiously moved closer to the three kids. When the kids noticed someone approaching, they suddenly stopped playing and went quiet. Danfeng approached the little boy in the red shirt, reaching out to touch the fluffy red hair accessory on his head. Hey buddy, that hairpin is super cool. The boy frowned at him and asked, what do you want? Did you see anyone suspicious earlier? The boy crossed his arms, smirking. Suspicious? Who is more suspicious than you guys? Eavesdropping. Are we? Wang, standing behind, furrowed his brows in anger, rolling up his sleeves, and boldly said, do not hold me back. I am going to teach this kid a lesson about respect. Funifuram looked at him, astonished. Suddenly, the chubby prince grew dissatisfied, turning to scold Hafazam. You could at least try to pull me along. Afuyam fell silent, feeling helpless. Danfeng dropped 2 coins into the kid's hand. It was from a candied hawthorn seller. Then he asked seriously, where have they gone? The kid scratched his head, grinning. I did not see the candied hawthorn seller. Danfeng's face darkened. He helplessly ruffled his hair. You did not see him, but you are still asking for money. That guy was selling candy right next to you, the chubby prince insisted, urging, it is definitely a monster. My lord, we have to hurry before it gets dark. As soon as he finished speaking, night descended suddenly, leaving the chubby prince dumbfounded. Danfeng looked up in shock. Standing up, the three of them stared in disbelief at the darkening sky, questioning, why did it suddenly get so dark? Suddenly, the chubby prince clutched Danfeng's arm, crying out, we are doomed. We are doomed. It is, my lord, we need to run. We are still in time. Danfeng, annoyed, shoved the tear-streaked face away. Stop it. Stop crying. I am right here. You guys will be fine. He thought to himself, if I do not reassure them, we won't be going anywhere, let alone investigating the identity of that candy seller. But contrary to that, the chubby prince clung tighter to him, and Danfeng waved to Ha Fime, who was casually strolling ahead. Old Ha, what are you plotting? Come save me. Afayam replied calmly. There is definitely something off about this. Danfeng glared at his reddened, swollen hand, blood pooling from the chubby prince's grip, feeling both angry and heartbroken. These two really have it out for me, do not they? The chubby prince regained his composure, grabbing Danfeng's hand excitedly. My lord, you won't abandon us. But before long, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, making him jump in fear, eyes welling with tears. He trembled, gritting his teeth, face pale as he looked at Danfeng. My lord. Then he sneaked a glance behind him and saw A Zhilong holding a lantern, leaning on his shoulder. The chubby prince jolted back, yelling in fright. V clung tightly to Danfeng's back, eyes shut tight, too scared to move. The three of them stared at A Tlong, who had his eyes closed, and proposed. Old man has prepared a meal at home. I hope you gentlemen want to make a fuss and come with me to eat. Danfeng bowed slightly to express his gratitude. All right. Sorry for bothering you. A Zhilong raised the lantern high, inviting the three to follow. The chubby prince, terrified, clutched Danfeng's coat tightly, unwilling to go. My lord, do not eat anymore. I think this village is really strange. We should leave soon. Danfeng helplessly pulled him along. Shut up. Suddenly, he turned around and noticed the 3 kids were gone, and he felt suspicious. Where did they go? At this moment, it was just the 4 of them surrounded by the eerie quiet of the night. When the chubby prince realized the kids were missing too, he panicked even more. Grabbing Danfeng's hand, the kids are gone, he ordered. Shut up. Danfeng laughed loudly, turning to the village chief. This village is really interesting. First, the candied hawthorn seller disappears, and now the kids are gone too. 2 disappearances can just be a coincidence. The monster is definitely toying with me. Olung held the lantern tightly, explaining, kids. What kids? It is way too late. Just recently our village dealt with some monsters. What parents would let their kids out to play at this hour? The 3 of them stared at Holong, jaws dropped in shock. If the village chief was not lying, then that candy seller and those kids must be the monsters. Danfeng leaned in with a smirk, saying, Village chief, you know what people hate the most? Being played for fools. Hu Lalzong, leaning on his cane, illuminated the path ahead. What are you talking about, sir? Even if I had 100 times more courage, I would not dare to underestimate this situation. He felt suspicious. I am starting to think there is something off about this village chief. And the whole village, for that matter. Danfeng then nudged Hai Fum and the chubby Wang. Their heads huddled together. Let us conduct an experiment. Danfeng whispered to the two. Let us all turn around together and see if the village chief has vanished. The three stood straight, staring at the nearby well, where a bird perched. They began counting. As the bird's eyes started to show hints of red, and when they hit 3, they all turned around, only to find nothing behind them, no one at all. The bird flapped its wings and flew into the sky, its cries echoing in the quiet night. The three stood in the eerie silence, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Wang jumped up, clutching Ha Fum tightly, yelling, "The village chief is gone." He glanced at Danfeng, panic written all over his face. "Sir, what do we do?" Wang's eyes were wide with fear as he asked. "Sir, are you all right?" Danfeng, fuming, marched forward, his face dark with anger. "That old fool. I told you. I hate being lied to." Flames of rage ignited within him, and he turned back to Wang and Herr Fum, making them worry even more, like a pressure cooker about to blow. Danfeng raised his hands to the sky and shouted, "I wanted to eat some candied hawthorn. Not only did I miss out, but the candy seller vanished too. I lost 2 coins to some punk kids." Wang, no longer scared, felt more frustrated. Then he angrily rubbed his face, grumbling, "That old village chief really deserves an Oscar for his performance. No way he is clean." He turned to Wang and Hai Fum. "Let us search every house." His gaze turned icy. "I want that old man and those kids who sold candy. You two, stay close behind me." Clenching his fists, he warned, "You messed with the wrong guy. If I find you, I will chop you into 1,000 pieces." The night was eerily quiet, with only the rustle of leaves in the wind. Danfeng approached a house that looked like it might be a shop, but it was empty inside. The whole village was silent, not a soul in sight on the streets. The three gathered in a tight circle. Afam updated them. "No one is in the eastern part." Wang turned to Hai Fum, asking, "What about the west?" "Same over there." Wang replied. Danfeng turned his back to the village, and Wang suggested, "Sir, this village is too strange. Shouldn't we head back and get some backup?" Danfeng smacked his own forehead, leaving the other two shocked. "Sir," he fell silent, piecing it all together. Not a single person in the village, and they would have been under some kind of spell since they arrived. Then Danfeng looked up and whispered to the system, "Why am I under this spell without any feedback or strength increase?" The system appears, displaying a message on the screen. "I am a system under attack by demons. I will grow stronger. Please understand this." Host, you force a strange smile, feeling utterly powerless. The empathetic system crosses its arms and says, "Forget it. Here's a hint for you. Look up." Danfeng gazes upward as the system continues. There are 2 possibilities ahead. It points to the first option. This is not a demon's trick, it could be human. The second possibility, this is the blood art of a demon. But it is like a blindfold. Since it does not cause any harm, the system remains unresponsive. In that moment, Danfeng is taken aback, realization dawning on him. No harm means no reaction. He stares at the eye shaped like a falling person, closing a book, and it clicks. That is it. Back in the demon ceiling prison, I fell victim to the eye demon's trick. The eye demon tried to invade my mind and control my body, that is why it was an attack, triggering a response from the system. Danfeng grips the hilt of his sword tightly, drawing it from its sheath. After confronting the eye demon, I can still use its blood art on myself because it lacks offensive power. This time, I was not harmed, which is why the system stayed silent. Wang, the chubby guy, looks at him, puzzled and confused. Danfeng strides forward, sword in hand, determined to find out who this divine being really is. He then calls out loudly to the others, "Let us go to the bone mist forest." Night falls in the forest. The bare branches stripped of leaves, and birds flit around in the treetops. The 3 of them plunge deeper into the woods, gripping their torches high, shouting, "Tiger spirit, come out now." Danfeng shines his torch around, calling loudly, "Tiger spirit, show yourself." With no response, he charges ahead like the wind. Danfeng scores every nook and cranny, shouting once more, "Come out, quickly. Show yourselves." Anger flares up as he grips the torch tighter, frowning. "Tiger spirit, and those other 3 kids. Do you think staying silent will keep me from finding you?" After a moment, Afem timidly steps forward. "Boss." This time, Danfeng grins maniacally, full of eerie excitement. "You think you can play hide and seek with me? You better hide well." He raises a hand to his head, laughing loudly, filled with mock threat. "Because if I find you," before he can finish, Wang and Ephraim exchange glances, pondering, who really is the demon here? The boss is terrifying, yet somehow feels safe. What is going on? Then Feng continues to roam around with the torch, yelling, "Come out now." Funifram watches him closely, recalling how during previous missions, every team was cautious, fearing the cunning ambushes of demons. But when it comes to the boss, it is a completely different story. Facing demons that have wiped out entire squads of elite teams, the boss is not scared. He is out here hunting them down. The boss truly is a hero. He worries, though, because the demons tricked him. From now on, we can't fool the boss anymore. The two of them stand frozen in place for a moment, looking around in shock. "Wait, where's the boss?" Suddenly, Van Feng has vanished, and they shout, "Boss, wait for..." In the silent forest, strong winds whip through, and dark shadows begin to swirl. As a shadow peeks out from behind a tree, the glowing red eyes of the ghost, the heavy aura surrounding it. Could it be that guy is not human? Why does not he fear him? Rummaging around like this, he might just stir up the blood spirit. If it were not for the fact that killing him would attract the attention of Madius clan, like last time. Wasting my time, I could wait. But the blood spirit, lost in thought, the ghost surged through the air, chasing after the three of them. Let us follow him and go with the flow. The blue mist lingered on the dry branches. The sound of weeping echoed from the graves, and the trio faced the eerie cemetery ahead. Only 4 and Vang Bao dared to stay outside while Van Feng ventured in. He crouched down, torch in hand. Remembering his gaming experience, places like this usually had a boss lurking around. Van Feng shone the torch, searching among the tombstones, excitement bubbling as he knocked and kicked some of them, causing Harfheim and Vito below to exchange nervous glances. Finding nothing, he scratched his head in confusion. Was my approach wrong? Or am I just imagining things? There is nothing weird here at all. Suddenly, he saw Vung Baleo scream and collapse backward in front of a tombstone, startling Halfham, who was right behind him. Van Feng turned to look at him. "V. Baleo, are you crazy? Can you act a bit more like a man and not scream at every little thing?" Viving Bo stammered, pointing at the grave. "This tombstone. This one." Seeing this, Van Feng rushed over with the torch. "What is wrong with the tombstone?" Meanwhile, Hui Fam was trying to support Va Bo. Van Feng squinted at the tombstone, astonished. The tomb of the village chief from Hakshi Thi village. Ving Boyo sprang to his feet, and Hedrafime worriedly said, "Taiyu Feng, what you see is what we see." He was sweating bullets, fear etched on his face. Aside from the village chief, those tombstones, they are all villagers from Hekshi 3. Van Feng crossed his arms, furrowing his brow in front of the grave. What more do we need to say? Meeting that village chief today, he is definitely the vengeful spirit we are dealing with. Afi Harm was about to suggest something, and CNN. But before he could finish, Van Feng frowned in anger. "Kicking back, you old bastard. I have been searching for so long, and you dare pretend to be dead." He kicked the tombstone hard. A loud crash echoed as the top half shattered, stones flying into the air, but that did not ease his frustration. Van Feng stood there, fist on his hips, grinding his teeth in rage. A thumb cautiously approached, torch in hand. The spirit of the village chief was furious. He just needed the blood of a true martial artist to succeed. "I can let this little rat ruin everything for me. I will endure this time." Van Feng turned around, commanding, "Dig up the village chief's grave for me. I want to see what this old man is up to." Afiam and Viching Bio stood there, mouths agape in shock, stammering, "Dig up the grave." Ving Hong Bo looked like he was about to collapse, his face pale, trembling. "Oh my. And CNN. Digging up someone's grave will bring down divine wrath." Van Feng, seeing this, drew his sword menacingly. "If you do not dig, I will take it out on you first." The two of them were terrified. Quickly, they bent down in submission. "My master loves his subordinates so much. We have no way to repay him. Just leave it to us." In no time, they had dug a pretty deep hole. Van Feng stood with his arms crossed, watching intently. They wiped the sweat from their brows. Having uncovered the coffin, Vivino looked up and shouted, "And CNN, we have dug it up." He gazed at the coffin, heavy with dark purple aura surrounding it, then leaped down. "Step back." Afliam's eyes widened in shock. Van Feng smashed the coffin lid open, sitting on the remaining planks, and looked down at the corpse. He frowned at the dried body, its mouth wide open, releasing an even heavier chill. Suddenly, the corpse's eyes shot open, and it thrust its arms straight out of the coffin, making him jump back in shock. "Oh my. Why does it have to be this dramatic?" The corpse floated in the air, and the three of them were startled, retreating a bit. Van Feng leaped forward, shouting, "Old man, I have been looking for you forever." He kicked the corpse in the face, sending it flying across the ground and leaving a long skid mark. Afram and Viching Blau watched from the side, nervously clapping in amazement. The three of them looked at the corpse sprawled on the ground. Hui Fam squinted and said, "This is strange. The body looks like it has not been dead long. So why is the death energy so thick? And why did it turn into a zombie? Vivingbo interjected. Efimhage. What are you confused about? This is a zombie. A real zombie. Afum explained. Though the village chief turned into a zombie, the transformation did not take long. And he was not a martial artist before dying, so he is just a low-level zombie. His power is probably around the 4th level of key gathering. Nothing to be scared of. Looking at the corpse at their feet, Afum said, if I am not mistaken, this is probably the spirit of Alajing. And the zombie you see now is just his body. Zombies do not have a mind. The purple death energy radiated from the corpse's face, signaling it was not the real deal. Danfeng stared at the corpse, feeling the heavy energy. Thinking, then I am not playing with you anymore. The energy surged powerfully, slowly spreading through the thick air. Just as they were surrounded by the death energy, a hand slowly emerged from the ground. In the dark of the night, the zombie swarmed toward them, the atmosphere chilling and eerie like heavy fog tightening around them. Seeing this, Danfeng looked over in shock, while Hetrafam and Vajing Bayo stared with mouths agape in horror. In an instant, the zombies quickly closed in on them, witnessing their relentless advance. The three were cornered, and Danfeng exclaimed, with so many zombies around, they all transformed at once. Without hesitation, he charged forward to take down one zombie. Excitement bubbling inside him, this was going to be wild. Seeing that they were not fighting back, Danfeng delivered another kick to knock down another one. He asked Rafum, how many people are in Hexthe village? He replied, over 500. After hearing this, Danfeng's face darkened like a storm brewing, but he still tried to reassure everyone. All right, just give me some time to cool off. A moment later, Ving Buro and Ha Fam struggled to take down the zombies, but to no avail. Urgently reporting, my lord, there are too many. We need to break through and retreat. Danfeng swiftly took down each zombie in seconds, leaving his teammates utterly stunned. Finally, he landed, flashing a cold smile, confidence radiating from his eyes, and dove down like lightning, tearing through the night sky with an air of arrogance, signaling that this was just the beginning. Not stopping there, just as he finished off a few zombies, a horde of others came rushing toward him, with a fiercely determined gaze. He stood amidst the myriad of zombie hands reaching out, while the purple energy swirled around him, as if it wanted to swallow Danfeng whole. From a distance, Hunafurum and the chubby Wang were anxiously shouting, Master! Master! But their cries did not faze Danfeng at all. He let out a battle cry that echoed through the air. In an instant, he channeled all his strength, unleashing a ferocious wave that sent the zombies flying. Suddenly, Danfeng turned with a sly smile, eagerly challenging them. This zombie slaying technique is not new, but can it handle some extra spice? And just like that, wave after wave of zombies charged at Danfeng. Standing at the eye of the storm, he thought to himself, oh man, these guys really dug their own graves. Before he could even finish his thought, a ravenous zombie lunged at him, and he instinctively shoved his palm right into its face. Over there, another zombie came rushing in, and without missing a beat, Danfeng grabbed its jaw with his thumb. Watching the hordes closing in, he suddenly fell silent, eyes wide. Then, without hesitation, he unleashed a brutal move, grabbing the heads of two zombies and channeling his magic into a spinning vortex of destruction. He taunted, you guys thought you could con an old man. Watch this. The strike was so powerful it sent zombies soaring into the sky, leaving everyone shocked. One by one, they crashed back to the ground. In the midst of this chaos, Danfeng chuckled. This is some serious fun. The remaining zombies became his test dummies for the gadgets that Gen Meidi had sent. Hunafeng praised him. Master, you are too strong. While Wang just muttered, this does not seem very scientific. Suddenly, Danfeng reached into his pocket as if to grab something. Before he knew it, he pulled out a talisman from Zen Meidi. Staring intently at an idea was brewing in his mind. He dashed towards the nearest zombie, launching a talisman at it as he ran. But contrary to his expectations, it floated slowly and fell short. He looked at it, puzzled. What the heck is this? Out of nowhere, the talisman struck the zombie, making it jump in surprise. As it touched its skin, the talisman flared up with a dazzling, strange light. Before the zombie could react, the talisman exploded with a deafening bang right on its torso. Witnessing the pathetic power of the talisman in his hands, Danfeng's frustration boiled over. One talisman can only take down one zombie. Ridiculous. I can do better than this. As he examined each fire talisman in his hand, he muttered under his breath. Clearly annoyed, one talisman can only take down one zombie. Ridiculous. I can do better than this. After some contemplation, Danfeng tossed one into the raging flames. As the talisman merged with the fire, it rained down on the zombies below. Just as expected, the fire talisman ignited upon hitting the ground, engulfing the zombies in flames. Moments later, A massive explosion erupted, so powerful it sent debris flying everywhere. When the dust settled, there was not a single zombie left standing, witnessing the sheer devastation. Wang and Hafem could not help but stare in disbelief. It is, I think master is a hidden master. Meanwhile, Danfeng stood with his arms crossed. Still pondering, if I did not have fire control, I would say this fire talisman is still something. No kidding. Standing before the last remnants of the undead, Fat Wang confidently declared, Lord Gu, you are officially my idol from now on. Your subordinate worships you like the endless flow of the river. Hearing that, he cheerfully replied, all right. Enough flattery. We just dealt with the corpses. We have not even found the souls yet. But at that moment, they might have celebrated a little too soon. A figure was watching them from afar. A powerful body that seemed to be practicing some dark arts. The quality of his blood was definitely higher than that of an average martial artist. A shadow, with menacing red eyes, lurked behind a tree, observing the trio. With a thought, he vanished into a swirl of dark energy. He thought to himself, he could definitely fulfill the blood god's request without wasting any more time on those pesky low-level demons. With that, he transformed into a mass of dark energy and rushed towards them. Swiftly, he dashed behind the agile Wang Feng, preparing for his next move. Suddenly, an attack shot out aimed straight at Wang Feng's head, but he deftly tilted to the side, evading it effortlessly. The attack slammed into the ground, erupting in a cloud of purple smoke, leaving them stunned. Fat Wang and Xufan stared wide-eyed at the bizarre scene. What was that? It flew by in a flash, but at that moment, Wang Feng went silent, his expression tense as he thought. Finally, it has come. Suddenly, the purple smoke began to converge in one direction, and Wang Feng deduced. The wind is picking up, it is not right. The corpses are gathering towards that red light. Immediately after, the remains of the defeated undead surged towards a spot, forming a massive mass, one by one. They converged. And soon, a giant, slimy zombie emerged, glaring at them with its fierce red tongue. It was so massive that the trio had to stop in their tracks. Eyes wide in shock, Xufan exclaimed in fear. A bunch of zombies turned into one giant zombie. Lord Gu, we should get out of here. Wang Feng, feeling a rush of anxiety, thought it looked intimidating, but he had no idea how strong it really was. Let us scout it out first. You guys keep your distance. After absorbing all those undead, the giant zombie quickly stood up, stomping forward heavily. One of the three called out, Boss, what are you doing playing tough right now? Even if you have super strength, it won't hold up. Its eyes lit up. Face mottled. Teeth sharp. And it opened its mouth to reveal a drooling red tongue. In an instant, it lunged at the trio like a bullet. Suddenly, an attack grazed the giant zombie's side. The strike was so swift that it did not have time to react. Wang Feng jumped in front of it, asserting, this monster's weak. A single fire attack has done this much damage. But strangely, from the wound, a grumbling noise emerged, and it began to regenerate rapidly. From that spot, a spiky protrusion burst forth, vibrant and exciting. Witnessing the scene, Xufan broke out in a cold sweat, recalling he had heard of this before. Lord Gu, this type of fused monster usually has a core. If we take out that core, it will be done for. This monster created by the zombie has its core definitely in the head, but has got over 500 heads. No doubt about it. In an instant, his expression turned icy, and his eyes gleamed with fierce determination as Danfeng spoke decisively. All right. I do not have much time to waste looking for differences anymore. It is all about that one strike. With that, he raised his sword and slowly drew the blade from its sheath, tension radiating as he warned his two teammates to stay alert. You two, step back a bit. If you have something to say, shout it out. Otherwise, I want to hear you. Halfway through drawing the sword, a burst of flames erupted, swirling around the blade as he confidently declared, it is Shodan. Without a hint of hesitation, Danfeng gripped his flaming sword tightly and stepped forward, staring down the massive zombie with unwavering resolve. With a defensive posture and a face set in determination, he locked eyes with the creature. In the next moment, Danfeng swiftly raised the fiery sword and charged at it, shouting one strike. Instantly, the blade came crashing down, delivering a fierce slash while he coldly continued. The yang of the sword. The blade struck its leg with lightning speed, catching it off guard and letting out a thunderous roar. It seemed like it was all over. Danfeng turned away, casually walking back to his teammates and said, You two, with a smug look. He turned to Havafim and Vajang Balyo, smirking, want to see some fireworks? No sooner had he spoken than the upper body of the giant zombie exploded, sending flames erupting violently into the night sky. Watching the scene unfold, Danfeng felt a rush of excitement, his eyes shining as he jumped back, grinning wickedly. In the wake of the explosion, the massive zombie was completely engulfed in raging flames, leaving Vidambio bewildered, asking, What the heck? Are you really just a 4th-tier energy gatherer? Or are you hiding your true strength? Old man. Danfeng replied nonchalantly. Not all. Glancing at the towering zombie burning fiercely, he secretly felt thrilled. He had not expected that specialized fuel to be this powerful, definitely worth praising, that old guy. Now, his face and smile radiated confidence. His eyes filled with determination as Danfeng commanded loudly. All right. We still have not found the one who tricked me. So let us keep searching. With that, he turned and strode away. And Hanafeng and Viglao replied in unison. We won't let you down. Old man, under the late night sky, amidst the cold and gloomy forest. The three were trudging along, when suddenly Vidingbio called out. Wait, take it slow. Old man, wait for. A gust of wind swept by, stirring up a feeling of anticipation in Danfeng's heart. The weapon needs to be wielded with real skill. It is a perfect chance to test the limits of your abilities, before reporting back to the Blood Spirit Master. Looking up at the quiet night sky dotted with twinkling stars, he continued walking slowly beneath the dry branches when he broke the silence. Pondering aloud to Hafam. All right. Bookworm, since you read so much, tell me, could it be that we can find the spirit of Edgeulong, because this bone-chilling forest hides some mystery? Not quite sure if Danfeng was asking him. Vingbo looked surprised, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly realized that Danfeng was asking Harafunrium, but he lost focus and panicked. Master, is the bookworm lost? Let us go back and look for him. You say that? Danfeng replied sharply. Can you even trust yourself? He answered. I can. A moment later, his gaze turned icy. Gripping his sword tightly, he confidently declared, the bookworm is my subordinate. If I brought him here, I will take him back. Hearing Danfeng value his teammates so much, he felt a surge of pride, raising his teacup and cheering. Master, I knew picking you was the right choice. In his attitude, he boldly guessed. Fat King, if I turn around and do not look at you anymore, will you disappear? Upon hearing this, he jumped in surprise. The Fat King's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, What? Realizing the situation, the Fat King's face went pale with fear, rushing over to hug Danfeng tightly. And he began to flatter. Master, I respect you so much. Please do not turn around. Seeing this, Danfeng gently pushed his head away and reassured him. Don't be scared. I have got the rules figured out. If I turn around and then quickly look back, nothing will happen. That is the only way we will find out where Hafervim and that guy tricked me into going. With that said, Danfeng swiftly brushed his hand away, ignoring the Fat King's desperate pleas. Master, please do not turn around. I am really scared. As he turned his face away, he immediately closed his eyes tightly. Listening carefully, suddenly, a loud noise erupted from behind him, causing Danfeng to notice immediately. He quickly turned around, utterly shocked to see the Fat King trapped inside a giant water balloon, gasping for air, his eyes wide with desperation. Like lightning, Danfeng darted toward the water balloon, imprisoning him. Then, he managed to push his upper body into the balloon, quickly grabbing the Fat King's shirt, trying to pull him out, but in the end, he was swallowed by the balloon, and soon both of them struggled inside as the balloon floated away and vanished. Moments later, they found themselves lying on a lush green lawn. The Fat King was groggily waking up, while Danfeng remained unconscious. Panting heavily, Master, I dug it all up. Suddenly, he woke up, his face drenched, wide-eyed and gasping for breath. Realizing something was off, Danfeng sat up, witnessing a familiar scene, and exclaimed, This is not the view we saw during the day on our way to Hex C3. The Fat King also sat up slowly, saying, Master. Suddenly, as he looked around, Danfeng spotted Ha Fam stepping out from the bushes, and they both stared at each other in shock. Worried about the uncertainty, the Fat King immediately stood up, blocking Danfeng, and urgently warned, Master, be careful. He might not really be Haifazim. The morning breeze rustled through the green leaves, and the sunlight filtered down, casting a beautiful glow over the distant mountains. Now, Danfeng stood up abruptly, and before he could say anything, a Fungam fiercely pointed at him, asserting, Fat King, you are the real monster here. Hearing this, he shot back defiantly. Master and I both came here at the same time. We never left each other's side, so whether I am a monster or not, Master can vouch for me. There is no arguing now. He is wide-eyed, panicking to defend himself. But I am Fum for real. Not a Howie Fum's in shock when Danfeng steps up from behind, suggesting a way to prove who is real and who is fake. All right, let us do this. You two take a swing at me, and I will know if you are demons or not. Hearing this, the chubby guy's eyes widen in confusion, and he quickly asks, Swing at who? Right after, with an excited grin, Danfeng rolls up his sleeves and says, Come on, I've got some serious skills. Let us get this party started. What? Are you scared of you too? Even if he says that, he thinks to himself, I can rely on the system to tell who is who. Quick strikes. Quick wins. I still need to catch those sneaky demons. With that, Van Feng looks at the two and urges them. Hurry up, and just like that, he positions himself between them. And both the chubby guy and Hava Afam swing their swords at Van Feng. The moment their strikes land, he opens his system interface, scratches his chine, and asks, System, were the attackers just now two demons? Once everything's done, Van Feng steps forward, crossing his arms seriously to announce. After analysis, both of you are human, not demons. Upon hearing this, the chubby guy and Ha Fum wipe the sweat from their brows. Letting out a sigh of relief, he feels light as a feather. Finally, he has proven his innocence. Just then, Haifurafim, looking serious, points out something he just realized. Master, my subordinate came here first, and after a thorough investigation, I am afraid this place might be the abyss mentioned in the books. Hearing this, the chubby guy and Van Feng stand there, mouths agape, asking in unison, Abyss. To clarify, he relates it to the fierce explosion of a red halo, the figure standing at the eye of the storm, an overwhelming aura swirling throughout the space. He continues explaining, the abyss is a different space, independent of reality, created by a demon with extraordinary talent using their own abilities. They distort a part of reality to create their own domain. These demons can rely on their talents and the resonance of natural laws to warp the space we know. After hearing Ah Fum's explanation, Van Feng remains skeptical, questioning, this does not add up. How can they resonate with the laws of nature if they are not as strong as a master? If masters can't do it, then why can they? This is also a puzzle for Ha Fum. He replies, exactly. That is something I do not understand either. Perhaps this place values demons more. With a fierce look, the chubby guy clenches his fists, raising his eyebrows and suggesting loudly, now's not the time to feel sorry. Should not we leave this place? Seeing his urgent reaction, Ah Fum immediately objects, explaining, in the abyss, we need to understand the rules before we can escape. Van Feng coughs lightly and asks, what is the purpose of the abyss? Are we trapped here? Without waiting for Hierophant's answer, he darts ahead toward the path, silently guessing that this is not an escape from a secret chamber. He runs. Van Feng suddenly breaks into a triumphant smile, thinking to himself, plus, this demon is special. Who knows? It might grant me some awesome skills. Behind him, the two are still slowly making their way down the path, and chubby guy places a hand on Hierophant's shoulder, asking, is there anything we need to be careful about here? The most important point is to stay calm. Sometimes, even a tiny incident can escalate. Suddenly, a voice calls out, hey, old man, I finally found you. Before them, they witness Van Feng charging at some guy, leaving both of them wide-eyed in shock. Right after that, Vung Burrow and Hafam gasp in disbelief and shout in unison, Van Feng, do not. In that moment, Van Feng leaps up and throws a powerful punch straight to the man's face. As he lands the hit, the man's face begins to shatter in a bizarre manner. One by one, pieces break off, rapidly falling away. The three of them watched in horror as the body of this strange man gradually disintegrated and vanished. Hava Fum then realized this was not an ordinary person. He was a demon. Stunned, he exclaimed, no way. Wasn't he dead for 200 years? Van Feng asked curiously, wondering how this could happen. Without hesitation, he knelt down and gently examined the shattered fragments. Haifurafim, panicking, tried to stop him, but then he speculated, could this be the rule of the abyss? The dead turn into glass. Let us. He quickly picked up a shard from the ground, leaning in to investigate. But Adrafum shouted in fear. Donnie looked at it, surprisingly, as he leaned in closer. Van Feng's face appeared in the shard, but without a hint of fear. He confidently remarked, what is there to see? Of course. It is me looking good as always. The sky was a brilliant blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting by, the morning sun casting a warm glow, creating an oddly peaceful atmosphere. Suddenly, the shard in Van Feng's hand erupted with a strange, fierce red light, leaving Heva Fum behind him utterly stunned. In an instant, the shard began to rise, the red light intensifying, causing Van Feng to blink in surprise and step back. Out of nowhere, the light went out completely, and Van Feng fell silent, caught off guard. Both of them stood there in shock for a moment. Witnessing this, Afiham managed to keep his cool and quietly warned Vijing Bio, Don to look into the glass. See Nan is done for. This is it. V. Blio, confused, asked, what are you talking about? Where's Tiko Nan? He still did not get it. A Fudam calmly explained. He got sucked into the glass. We have seen this before. And CNN just got pulled in. Vivin Bo's eyes widened in panic. Glass. What the hell? That is the blood demon from 200 years ago. The system then displayed a message. Introducing a character. Glass Demon. Identity 3rd Blood Demon Commander. Skill Mirror Realm. Looking into the mirror means getting sucked into the mirror space. Inside, a perfect copy of yourself will emerge. And you must defeat him to escape. Weakness. Unknown. Than Fong. A legendary figure from 200 years ago. The Blood Demon took the world by storm. The Blood Demon sect was founded, recruiting powerful beings. And the 7 strongest were known as the 7 Demon Commanders. With Glass being one of them. Ranked 3rd, Vung Bo and Ahafam sat down. Hunafum deep in thought while Veto below puzzled. But did not they get wiped out by the demon suppressors? I heard countless masters died in that battle. Hafafum calmly rebutted. That is what they say. But who knows if they found a way to survive? Afum frowned at Ving Bio and calmly said. The study of the blood demon cult is a mandatory lesson for us. If you do not pay attention. Ving Bio scratched his head and sheepishly replied. I must have dozed off. Vivimoa was anxious, fidgeting as he looked at Hafum, his voice trembling. So what do we do now? With your understanding of the dear one. Afum glanced at the shattered glass on the ground, analyzing carefully before responding in a steady tone. Can the copycat really win? In the end, the copycat wins. He corrected, his face dropping in confusion as he heard Harfum's words. Well, if they are identical, how can he win? Afum began to untangle the issue, pointing out that the copycat knows no fatigue, no fear, and has no emotions, very rational, which means he won't make mistakes. But humans can make mistakes. 200 years ago, the dear one left behind a famous saying, only humans can defeat humans. Yet here the copycat is, getting sucked in. Havafam stood up abruptly, his steps brisk, leaving Vivian Bio dumbfounded. Calling out, wait for me. Immediately, Ving Buro rushed to catch up, grabbing the hem of Hagafam's shirt. Afum turned, hesitated, then sorted out his thoughts and assessed. Wait, once the copycat appears, we will find a way to survive. If the copycat dies, we won't escape either. The shards of glass still glimmered under the sunlight. Over here. Danfeng looked at the copycat impersonating him, an aura radiating around him as he exclaimed. So you are the copycat of me? No way. Just like me? The copycat echoed his words, repeating. So you are the copycat of me? No way. Just like me? Danfeng stepped forward, patting his shoulder with a sly grin, feeling pretty proud of himself. But wow. Seeing myself from this angle, I look perfect 360 degrees with no bad angles. The copycat's face darkened as he irritably asked. Do you even know what shame is? Danfeng froze. Shocked. Wait, you can talk. The copycat looked utterly helpless. Exasperatedly explaining, I am a copy of you, an independent entity. Of course I can talk. The copycat even turned to mock Danfeng. And yet you still try to imitate me. You really want to play? Danfeng's eyes narrowed in anger. But he could not retaliate, grumbling to himself, this copycat is definitely up to no good, always playing tricks on others. Since I arrived in Haxithai village, how many times has he pulled one over on me? Then Danfeng suddenly realized something. Turning to the system. Wait, can he copy someone without a system? The system, slightly annoyed, immediately displayed a notification. Our system is unique and cannot be copied. Hearing the system's confirmation, Danfeng regained his confident smile, thinking to himself, so what am I afraid of? This is a great opportunity to become stronger. A flash of realization hit Danfeng, and he thought, wait, something feels off. Danfeng spun around the copycat, contemplating with various expressions. His ability is like mine. If he hits me, I will get stronger. Once I get stronger, since he has got my moves, he will get stronger too. It is a vicious cycle. Which means the copycat, losing patience, interrupted him. What do you want? You are not that self-absorbed. Are you? The copycat took the initiative, throwing a punch at Danfeng, who was still lost in thought. Danfeng's gaze sharpened, ready to confront him head-on. As expected, he launched a punch that was a direct hit. The two strikes colliding with a thunderous impact. The opponent quickly backed off, creating distance from Danfeng, with a smirk of satisfaction. Danfeng was both puzzled and curious who knew he had that much grit. What about a king's sword? Danfeng silently reached behind him to grab the sword sheathed at his hip. He planted the sword into the ground, its tip resting lightly on the earth, and shouted out to summon. Heavenly Eye. Divine Forest. Thousands of eyes. Manifest. Danfeng channeled all his strength toward that divine tree, determined to take down the figure before him. He was gathering every ounce of power he had. Dan Feng would never back down. But suddenly, the ice below began to show signs of breaking. That mystical tree emerged from the ice, its vibrant life force awakening with a fierce energy. In an instant, it shot up, towering over the person Dan Feng aimed to defeat. The surrounding plants were infected by the chilling aura. As if everything was about to freeze solid, a cold atmosphere enveloped the area. And lingering here too long would surely lead to frostbite. Dan Feng stood outside, reveling in the scene within. This was the ultimate technique of a king's sword. Even if its rank had diminished, Dan Feng was brimming with confidence in his own abilities, believing only he could pull this off. But the technique should not be underestimated. Heavenly Eye. Divine Forest. Thousands of eyes. Manifest. Yet this mystical tree, its magical power was truly terrifying, capable of taking lives. The closer it got, the stronger it grew, wrapping around its victims tighter. Minutes later, in that very spot, the mystical tree unleashed its immense power. Dan Feng could not have imagined it would be this strong. But this was exactly what he wanted. His opponent, known as a formidable member of the 7 demon generals, was even able to replicate a mystical soldier of the mysterious rank. What about the fire of the white bones at the master level? The divine sword had appeared. He had to use it to counter the toxic aura over there. Dan Feng stood atop the mystical tree, showing no signs of fear. He swung down with tremendous force. Always decisive. Performing a mid-tier martial arts technique, the one slash of the Yang sword, the magic surged outward. And his sword was now powerful enough to control it. Dan Feng wildly slashed at it. He would not stop until it was gone. In the midst of the forest, a thunderous explosion echoed, the power of both forces colliding. It spread further and further, forming a colossal swirling circle. The towering trees around had to respond quickly. The force was just too overwhelming. That magical tree disintegrated, leaving only the two of them still locked in combat. Dan Feng never expected his opponent to harbor such powerful abilities. A fiery steed in human form, with a smug grin. The opponent asked him, feeling hopeless yet, "I am feeling it." Dan Feng suddenly dropped to the ground, pretending to joke, leaving him clueless about his true intentions. "Come on, make your move. What are you waiting for?" You lay back in the grass, totally chill, looking beyond satisfied. "We both know what is going on, so why not just cut to the chase? Just do it already. Stop wasting time." Truth is, Dan Feng had a better plan in mind. But the dear one has no idea and seems to have given up. "No more testing the waters. I will test your head instead. Enough chit-chat. What else can you do? Just sitting around waiting for a miracle is not going to cut it." He made up his mind to charge in. Sitting here forever is not the answer. My strength is on par with Dan Feng's. So no matter what he does, I am not scared. The beloved decided to unleash a technique. The celestial dragon sword, slashing down through the grass. Suddenly, that mystical tree filled with dark energy sprang back to life, its power fully restored. It was about to engulf Dan Feng's body. And he knew it all too well. Yet he just lay there. In an instant, his body was ensnared, and escaping was impossible. The beloved rushed in without a care for the imminent danger. He kicked that monstrous thing, but it still would not fade away. The beloved quickly called out for Dan Feng, but he just lay there, blissfully unaware. Seriously. No brain. Not realizing he could not break the old man's defense. Using the basic Yang sword to ignite the white bone flame. Only a master-level hit could break through that. After thinking it over, the beloved realized Dan Feng was right. But then, from behind him, a fireball came hurtling straight at him. The beloved was oblivious to this. He was too fixated on Dan Feng. He was trapped within that wicked energy, making his body vulnerable to change. His eyes turned red. His face twisted with malice as he glared at Dan Feng. That red energy shot forth, and the beloved staggered over to where Dan Feng lay. The beloved's demeanor was completely different. Not at all like before. The main character had arrived. He introduced himself almost unconsciously. His mind caught in a trance. "That is right. I am the beloved." Dan Feng sat up, confused, not understanding why he was introducing himself. "I know. You are not the third one in the 7 demon lords. Right?" The beloved's hand reached for the back of Dan Feng's neck, his arm radiating a strange energy. He lifted Dan Feng's chin, their faces inches apart, whispering secrets. Then, the beloved spoke in an oddly different tone. His demeanor had shifted completely, based on his talents and power. "How could I, the beloved, be inferior to that punk? I am second only to the blood demon lord." Dan Feng pondered his words. Just as he suspected, there is internal conflict within the 7 demon lords. The beloved kept questioning Dan Feng about why he was here, saying, "Why did you come here?" "Third brother." That powerful energy surged downward, enveloping the area. The beloved stood tall, laying it all on the table for Dan Feng. "You are young and already strong enough to rival a master. Just submit to me. Help me resurrect the blood demon lord, and you will get to live." Dan Feng locked eyes with him, and it was clear he was more complicated than he seemed. He started revealing the secrets he believed his beloved would spill. So you killed the villagers of Athai. Deceived the demon envoy to come here to resurrect the blood demon. Right. You are pretty sharp after all. He did not hold back, laying out all the plans he had meticulously prepared. I originally intended to use you as a vessel for the blood god. Given your strength, I could reluctantly accept you into the blood demon sect. What do you say? Want to submit? Danfeng deliberately provoked him with words, poking a bear. Wait, are not you the one who copied me? Why would I need to submit to you? His beloved was found out. Falling silent. Unwilling to say a word, his beloved continued to threaten, promising not to stop here easily. You do not know. Do you? A copied body can't leave the mirrored space. If you die, the copied body dies too. His beloved tried to entice Danfeng, revealing his treacherous nature. Just submit to me, and I swear I won't betray you. His beloved made a strong pitch, appearing incredibly cheerful. Why not join us? Danfeng refused to accept this, determined not to let anything terrible happen again. What if I just say no? The blood sword pierced straight at Danfeng, infused with dark energy. He looked terrifying, and Danfeng had to do his best to stay calm. You know you can keep the copied body. Just accept your fate and give up. The blood sword hovered close to Danfeng's neck. He dodged to avoid injury. Now your fate is in my hands. Do you accept? Danfeng controlled the blood sword with his hands, excelling in verbal sparring. I will take that head of yours. Danfeng voiced his frustrations. Why are you giving up so quickly? I have not even asked anything yet. Yet you have spilled all your plans. Are you afraid others want to know you want to resurrect the blood demon? Do you not know the saying about dying from talking too much? Danfeng stepped back, needing to distance himself from this guy. The eyes of his beloved burned with a fierce red. He was truly dangerous and hard to handle. What is there to hide from a dead man? Danfeng shook his head in disbelief, never expecting someone like him to be so foolish. What a dimwit. No wonder you are the third elder. His beloved had run out of patience with Danfeng, revealing his true nature. I am the second elder. Go die. You pathetic little bug. Danfeng quickly countered. Refusing to back down easily against someone like him, he launched an attack towards this guy. His beloved should be the one fearing him. After all that talking, it was finally time to act. Did you know I have been waiting for this moment? Whether I can break through my limits depends on this sword. Inside his eyes, the system buzzed with notifications, returning to normal as the host had actively deactivated the fire control ability. Danfeng stood there, witnessing the explosion where his beloved had been standing. His beloved started to fear him, stuttering as he asked for clarity. What exactly are you? Danfeng felt invigorated. Nothing could hold him back now. He had become stronger, too strong. Below the master level, they were all just insignificant bugs. Danfeng lowered his head, his expression turning serious. He was done playing around. Old man, you have crossed the line. Qin Yu still wanted to charge in, but Hen was spiraling into madness. Qin Yu did not want to escalate things with fire. He just did not want to go there. Qin Yu, undeterred, charged forward, becoming more unhinged than anyone. I will cleave you in two. With a powerful leap, Qin Yu soared high, his sword plunging downward with deadly intent. The system continued to announce defense points, increasing the scores for both fighters. Exhausted, Qin Yu sat down to catch his breath, but it was Han who truly needed to rest. Qin Yu began to fear Danfeng. He had unleashed such a powerful move. What kind of physique did this guy have? Why was not he breaking through to master level like everyone else? Furious, Danfeng explained to Qin Yu. It is not like I just got this power out of nowhere. You are the copy of me. Remember, you do not know what kind of physique I have. Haven't you evolved too? What even is evolution? Danfeng slowly started piecing things together, the root of the matter. Apparently, Qin Yu's copy was using him as a standard when entering the mirrored space. Just like the scores of the strangers here, he looked straight at his own copy. Everything made sense now. It meant that if he could break through in the mirrored space, the copy would not grow stronger either. Probably 200 years ago, Qin Yu had been defeated, and someone must have uncovered his secret. Qin Yu, now terrified, stepped back. He was not as aggressive as before. What do you want? Danfeng did not want to force him into anything. I will give you a way out. This is your last chance. If you are not going to unleash anything powerful, then just get out already. But his hesitant attitude only increased Qin Yu's fear. He continued to retreat, bringing his sword forward for defense. Qin Yu desperately pleaded with Danfeng, fearful that one day he might act recklessly. Kid, I am a 7-star general with a love for talent. I do not want to kill anyone. The kid was just putting on a show. Looking at his foundation, he was not even a real talent in training. What did he have to offer? Danfeng ignored him and kept advancing. Brushing off the pleas, he sat down, creating a small distance from Qin Yu and expressing his thoughts. Looks like I was not wrong, aside from your copying ability. You have got nothing else. He looked at Ken Yu with pity. Then Feng felt sorry for him. Thinking, dude, I am clearly on a whole other level. You are just too straightforward. Shaking his head, Dan Feng remarked, you are just too young and naive. You might have a copying ability. But sorry. I have got a system here. You can copy me. But you can copy my system. Ken Yu tried to get back on his feet. He could not let fear consume him. His defensive abilities were strong, and he could still control fire. But his most powerful move, the Radiant Sword, had a fire attribute, and its crushing force could reach master level. Facing such an attack, his natural fire resistance could only mitigate damage, not eliminate it entirely. Ken Yu was determined to come up with a different strategy, or else he would be in serious trouble against Dan Feng right now. He did not even know if the Radiant Sword could injure him, or if he should try to bait Han into striking him. Ideas raced through his mind. But Ken Yu could not figure out what made sense. Should he toy with Han until he fell? Or should he take this moment to test out the golden armor technique? Dan Feng clenched his fists tightly. And Ken Yu sensed something was off. This script was not right. He darted from the front to the back in a flash, leaving Han bewildered. Feeling like he could not take him down from behind, Ken Yu turned around, maintaining his composure as if he had anticipated this. Then Dan Feng was sent flying, a protective barrier surrounding him. Dan Feng kept throwing punches, refusing to believe he could actually lose. The protective shield shattered, and King, panicking, realized he never saw this coming. This was impossible. Dan Feng launched a direct attack to Ken Yu's face. Holding nothing back, Han's body flew away, giving Dan Feng even more of an advantage. There was no way back now. Dan Feng dashed forward at lightning speed. Now this game was getting exciting. Ken Yu found himself lost in a void. Confused, unsure how to respond, Dan Feng dropped down with agility, still brimming with energy. Meanwhile, Ken Yu was flattened on the ground, unable to rise. His body was smoke-filled and completely drained of power after Dan Feng's strike. Ken Yu could not help but admire him. Even with his cunning, he was no match. Well, why is your real self so much stronger than your copies? Dan Feng prepared to stomp on Ken Yu's head, and Hen wondered what he was doing. If this is your last words, then farewell. Ken Yu was terrified, feeling the weight of fear. He could not end his life like this. Wait, you can't kill me. Dan Feng wanted to know why he was being denied. Well, Ken Yu immediately started to explain. I am the most cherished servant of the Blood Demon Lord, marked with his seal. The figure Ken Yu mentioned appeared. With eyes like crimson fire, he was grasping for any excuse to get Dan Feng to spare him. Who knows? Maybe he would think it over. If you kill me, the seal will pass to you, and the Blood Demon Lord will definitely not forgive you. Dan Feng pondered this. Ken Yu's words seemed to hold some truth, but he had to stick to his original choice. There was no room for doubt. No way. This is a buy one, get one free deal. I have to take him down. Ken Yu grew increasingly frantic as everything spiraled away from his expectations. This was not the script. He continued to act, fully committing to his chariot. Do not be so arrogant. The Blood Demon Lord's power was above the master level. Killing someone was as easy as flipping a switch. Above that level. That is just insane. Ken Yu was genuinely at his wit's end, unable to comprehend Dan Feng what was wrong with this guy. For sure. You can leave a mark on me. If you die soon, do not leave nothing behind, or I won't know who to complain to. Ken Yu thought, irritated, realizing he was genuinely upset that he could not easily subdue Dan Feng. Did you really want to kill me? I am about to bite the dust. Just 200 years, and the legendary reputation of the Blood Demon Lord that once silenced crying children has lost its power. Dan Feng was resolute. No more mercy. Ken Yu had way too many chances. He hated being deceived, especially after being played by the souls of the villagers from Hevak's Thaikli time and time again. So someone has to die. I am not lying. Back then I just wanted to scare you. Who knew you would get so hot-headed? It stings even more knowing you just got played hard. That is why the hatred runs deeper. But the most important thing is the person who tricked me. Those 2 coins. Jing Yu struggled fiercely, trying to explain to Dan Feng. What my crew did has nothing to do with me. Jing Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and before his life came to an end here, he still had one last thing to say. Wait, I have one final word. Dan Feng would give him a last chance. He was already being way too merciful. Speak. One side of Jing Yu's face was slowly fading away as he grinned maniacally. Villains die from talking too much. But this villain who talks too much is not me. You. The red toxic gas surrounded his body, arms raised high into the air. Dan Feng was lost in thought about Jing Yu's strange words earlier. It was all too bizarre. Suddenly, there was a noise beneath his feet. Only Jing Yu could pull this off. He kept that devilish grin, as if luring Dan Feng to join him. Dan Feng, your body belongs to me now. Become my loyal servant. You won't believe this nonsense, but the truth will triumph over all. Remember, I am the main character, and the main character wins with their words. Only villains die from talking too much. Believe it, the host has been attacked by Jing Yu. and is now at the mercy of the mind control. The system sent a notification, and Thanfeng felt an unsettling sensation within his body. What is happening? What kind of power is this? My body. My body is melting. Inside Thanfeng's stomach, Jingyu's voice echoed painfully. It hurt so much. 1,000 questions raced through Jingyu's mind. He needed answers right away. The mind control. Why did you get to comprehend the mind control? Jingyu was pleading for help, his entire body sinking deeper down. Blood God. Save me. Save me. Suddenly, something slammed into Jingyu's head. The voice of the blood demon rang in his mind. Useless trash. I am preparing to resurrect, and now I am wasting energy on you. After this, I will need thousands of people for a blood sacrifice. Not bad. This kid's physical body is barely good enough to be my vessel. Thanfeng looked up. Something red was hovering in the sky. The blood demon. A drop of blood. What the heck is that leaking out of my body? It stinks to high heaven. Not knowing what it was, he just stood there staring. Thanfeng seemed to have realized something. He felt an icy chill. Thanfeng curiously approached to get a closer look. This place was just too strange. Not a soul in sight. He felt a sense of dread in the dark of night, surrounded by ancient trees. The leaves here were sparse, and the atmosphere was eerily cold. Adrafim and Vajing Bao were sitting in the middle of a forest. Vung Bo asked Hafam, "Hey, what should we do now? Is there anything in the book?" Hanifam suddenly perked up. "I found it." Ving Bo quickly asked, "What does the book say?" The two of them high-fived. After all that effort, they finally found it. The book said, "A true gentleman must rely on himself to endure." What does that even mean? Rely on yourself? Afum pointed at the object below. The book said a red light appeared in the mind control. Most of the people who entered the mind control have died at the hands of Jingyu, while Vidring Bio was happily munching on snacks. He said, "So what? Let us just run." Suddenly, that object grew larger, and the two of them were so terrified that they ran for their lives, shouting for help. Inside that thing was Thanfeng, writhing in pain as flames surrounded him, trapped in a twisted realm of love. The system chimed in with a notification, warning him of the dangers ahead. The host was under attack from the blood god's offspring, and the blood concentration was rising. Thanfeng felt his body heating up, unsure of what was happening inside him. What power is this? My body. It feels like it is melting away. The system continued its announcements. But this time it was good news. Congratulations, host. You have received the divine ability of the mirror clone. It explained this miraculous function. A game changer that allows you to create a perfect copy of yourself. The clone will possess the same weapons as you, and its duration depends on your cultivation level right now. It lasts about a single incense stick. Thanfeng felt an odd sense of familiarity wash over him. This is amazing. Isn't this a skill from that twisted realm? But it is not limited by the mirror space. Fantastic. Just a shame the duration is a bit short. But no worries, once my power grows, so will the time. The system kept the good news coming, and Thanfeng felt incredibly lucky. Congratulations, host. Your blood concentration has reached the threshold, awakening your bloodline. He could not believe it, so many good things happening all at once. Why am I so lucky today? Awakening my bloodline. What is going on? A red object appeared in the distance, and Thanfeng had no idea what it was. What is happening? This is the path one must take to awaken their bloodline. Suddenly, he got slammed in the head he could not dodge, and he thought, "Are you seriously playing Russian dolls with me? Why is there still one left?" Thanfeng's expression darkened as if he had transformed into a different person. "Little brat, your strange body. How could you destroy the original essence of my bloodline? I will have to extract your soul to forge my spirit. Otherwise, I won't be able to resolve this hatred." Inside him felt like something was burning him up. Heat coursing through his entire body. This mysterious power again. How is this possible? Even my soul energy is affected. Of course, the twisted realm would not accept this. He still had so much to accomplish. I have been plotting for 200 years. I am about to come back to life. I can die here. Whoever is in my body, I will say the remaining words for you. Thanfeng deliberately projected his voice from within, trying to provoke him. "Hey, is that all you have got?" The system delivered another notification, and this one was a major upgrade. Congratulations, host. Your soul energy has surpassed its limits multiple times, granting you a talent upgrade. Keen hearing, sharp vision, memory of poison, and clarity of mind, seeing through illusions. Instinctive perception. I am hitting the jackpot overnight. Thanfeng spotted something in the sky and lifted his gaze. Thanfeng plopped down on the ground, feeling a bit tired from standing for so long. He recalled a moment from long ago, 200 years back, when a group claiming to be the Righteous Alliance selected 10 master-level warriors to hunt down the Twisted Realm, aiming to cut off the Blood Demon's path to resurrection. After that great war, the beloved one was barely hanging on, the shattered essence merging into a new form, successfully taking over, turning the essence into a puppet. Only martial artists above the master level can stop this trajectory. The swirling red orbs around his head are the blood demon's true energy. Dan Feng found himself lost in memories of the past. Those moments etched deep in his mind, based on the blood demon's recollections. Years ago, the blood demon was severely injured and needed blood to restore its essence to come back to life. He stood up again, fists clenched, eyes burning with a desire for revenge against those vile enemies. For 200 years, the blood demon cult has committed countless atrocities to revive the blood demon. Once the blood god absorbs enough life essence, it will gather, and the blood demon will return to the mortal realm. Now, there is a drop of blood merging with me. But this does not affect the blood demon's resurrection. It just means it will be weaker than before. Displeasure was evident on Dan Feng's face. He would never forget this. Even though these memories made him aware of the beloved and the blood demon, he stomped hard on the ice, cracking it. His anger was palpable. He had no interest in this messy business. Dan Feng looked at his hands. The blood demon's true energy still swirling around him. Dan Feng nodded, showing his satisfaction. This was more than acceptable. There was no way he was going to be trapped in this wrecked place. The blood god's attack increased the density of his own bloodline, awakening the blood of others. The system displayed a long line, recounting the history of its formation. These bloodlines passed down from generation to generation. The powers manifested were vague, but he felt nothing. That was because the strength in this bloodline was not provided by him, nor was it under his control. I can awaken the host. Only the host can awaken themselves to the bloodline of their ancestors. Wait until you awaken, then we will see. But Dan Feng was curious. He wanted to dig deeper. What about other skills? Awakening the bloodline was not suitable to be done here. Let us talk about it back at Meiji. Once again, he found himself lost in the void, a swirling vortex appearing before him. His senses heightened, enhancing both his hearing and vision. Around Dan Feng were papers, and he was holding a book, reading it and committing it to memory. The essence of the words would be ingrained forever. The system revealed more unknowns to him. This knowledge would definitely come in handy. It purified his mind, enhanced his resistance to illusions, and fortified against spiritual possession. He could use the spirit platform to maintain mental clarity, avoid losing his sanity, increase insight, and minimize the risks of spiritual backlash. Dan Feng sat down to center himself, clearing his mind of distractions, seeing through to his internal organs, meridians, and energy centers. This was a supportive skill, but it is useful for cultivation. Normally, when cultivating, the essence of heaven and earth circulates through the meridians, making them visible and reducing the chance of the host going astray. There is also an essential function that helps avoid lurking dangers. It is like a sixth sense, a heightened awareness that can sense impending danger, detect malice from others, and feel when someone is sneaking a peek. Dan Feng was utterly fascinated. He really wanted to learn more. It seemed there was also a blood demon power involved. What could that be? Plus, there is this blood drop rebirth method among the mysterious skills. A blood drop rebirth, one of the 136 techniques of the blood demon. A skill that allows the blood demon to come back to life, even if the body is reduced to ashes. As long as there is still a drop of blood left, rebirth is possible, a miraculous way to cheat death. But remember, as powerful as this technique is, it comes with its limitations. Limitation 1. The blood must be original blood. Limitation 2. It can't be damaged to the original blood. Limitation 3. After rebirth, the body is extremely weak and needs time to recover. Feeling smug seeing its effects, Dan Feng was sure victory was within his grasp. As long as he preserved the original blood, he could be reborn, essentially getting a second chance at life. This power was insane. He hit the jackpot this time. Dan Feng envisioned a scene where everyone knelt before him in awe. From now on, when facing demons, he could strike back with full force. Suddenly, shards from above shattered without warning. He had no idea what was causing it. One shard came hurtling down, aimed straight at where he stood, and just like that, it struck Dan Feng right on the head, causing him to groan in pain as he rubbed his sore spot. Now Dan Feng could clearly see what it was, and he was shocked. Was the sky collapsing? He noticed shards falling in succession, creating a dark puddle beneath him. Dan Feng was completely taken aback by the sight before him. He could not believe his eyes. An ice block shattered right in front of him, making him exclaim, "What the heck is going on?" The sky is falling. As the ice melted away, it revealed a chilling new realm, the Bone Fog Forest. Dan Feng decided to venture in. He had to find Ah Fim and V Krabao. Had they been sucked into the mirror? Standing on a block of ice, Dan Feng shouted their names, hoping against hope to find them. Vichong Bello, Hefra Firm, Vung Buro and Hafafam had been thrown out. Right behind him, he quickly spotted them and wanted to relay some news. Afiham was sprawled on top of Vo Bio, both of them in pain and unable to move. Afifim could not help but wonder. Bone Fog Fort. This does not make sense. Ving Bruo still had his face down in the ground, and he did not forget to double-check. Old Ha. Is that really a person? Don't tell me it is another ghost. Than Feng delivered the shocking news to both of them, who could hardly believe it. I killed the ghost, he thought to himself. If the ghost were alive, he would not have let them off so easily. He must be dead. That is why you guys are safe. How Fei asked in disbelief, and Ving Bo echoed his confusion. Than Feng's words sounded like a joke. Was not that just a version of Master Tico with longer hair? Master Tu is fake. Right. The ghost is a fallen demon lord. Even a master would not claim they could kill it. Than Feng lifted Haifam's chin, determined to prove his innocence. If you do not believe it, we are back to square one. Go ahead. Take a swing at me. Huh? What are you doing? Just a little nudge and you want us to fight. Looks like the legendary C.I. Nun is really here. He ran his fingers through his hair, which had gotten a bit messy earlier. They were starting to trust Than Feng more. He had no reason to lie. That is right. Even in the terrifying Mati realm, only Tico Zia9 could calmly claim to have slain the beloved, which means the beloved is dead. If not, the dimensional rift would not have collapsed, and we would not have been expelled from the mirror realm. They could not stop expressing their admiration for Than Feng. It was clear they were seriously impressed with his skills. Ovinan, could it be that you are the legendary hermit, hiding your true power in the fourth realm to conceal your true mastery? Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble. As if an earthquake was occurring, the three of them looked up, heightening their alertness. The rift was still collapsing. We need to run. If we do not get out of here before it completely crumbles, the spatial force will obliterate us. Where can we even go? All three bolted, desperate to find a safer spot. This place was too dangerous. Head for the village exit. That is probably where the rift opens. Now that it is collapsing, the exit must be wide open. A massive black entity began to materialize. Leaving them wondering what lay ahead, a swarm of shadowy weapons ascended, and the three of them witnessed this eerie spectacle of vengeful spirits. The weapons spread across the sky, shrouding it in an ominous, dark atmosphere. Than Feng urged everyone to leave immediately. That was the only way to ensure their safety. Forget about them, run. The beloved has died, and these spirits are losing control. He would stand his ground to protect them. Afiam and Vich and Blau exchanged panicked glances and took off. Than Feng brandished two swords, ready for battle. When you joined me, I promised I would cover your retreat when danger struck. Take your chance to escape. You two go ahead, and I will hold off the spirits for you. And CNN. Vung Bro was taken aback to see Than Feng standing resolute. He had not expected him to be this ready. And CNN. Please do not try to talk me out of this. I have made my decision. You all go first. This is the duty of the team leader. Than Feng smirked internally. Feeling quite satisfied with his plan, his performance was worthy of an Oscar. And he was sure the two were touched. He smiled triumphantly, thinking this bravery would surely move them. The rift collapsing meant the space was disintegrating. If I do not go, I will be crushed by the spatial forces. That power could be exhilarating. And it might also inspire those two, killing two birds with one stone. I am so But Vidong Bio spoke up, shattering Than Feng's grand delusion. And CNN. What I meant to say is, these spirits are just ordinary people. Even as ghosts, they are not strong. At our speed, they definitely won to catch up. We do not need to hold them off. This made the two a bit anxious. But he was just being overly chatty. I like it this way. What is wrong with that? You guys hurry up and leave. Do not mess up my game. Hung Fum quickly covered up the name Fat Wong, preventing him from babbling nonsense. Come on, we need to move. Fum hurriedly shoved him away. And Than Feng was pleased with this attitude, but then, he turned around to scold the monsters. You guys are really pissing me off. It is your fault for being so weak, making me look bad. Than Feng threw a punch towards them, ready to unleash his frustration. Than Feng quickly jumped outside, and just seconds later, that area exploded. He was shocked to discover something truly terrifying, up in the sky. A deep hole appeared, and no one knew what was lurking inside. The sky began to brew a storm, and strange phenomena started to manifest. The water was spreading rapidly, almost reaching Than Feng. He looked up in panic. It was getting dangerously close to him, and from that debris, a message came through. Congratulations, host, you have entered a distorted space. The fragment had pulled Than Feng into a whirlpool of despair, and he found himself encased in ice. The system explained everything to him, addressing the questions swirling in Than Feng's mind. The distorted space resembled a realm of shadows, a mini-world with properties of stability, just like reality. Even though he was trapped inside, Than Feng felt no fear. In fact, he defiantly challenged the storm. Bring it on. Meanwhile, outside, Afiram and Fat Wong were sprinting away. Both exhausted. Fat Wong, terrified, looked up at the sky and spotted the crack. Could it be? He was desperately trying to pull Than Feng back, refusing to give up on stopping him. But Adra Phim interrupted. Don't cause more trouble for our boss. Fat Wong angrily yelled at Ha Pham. What are you doing? Our boss is not even out yet. Aren't you concerned? The boss has his own motives. We just need to follow orders. A deep hole had formed near their feet, almost like some kind of magic. What does it mean? I have no idea. The hole gradually began to close, leaving Fat Wong and Haya Fum clueless on how to handle it. A Fum had an idea and turned to Fat Wong. I think our boss is going to take revenge on those evil spirits, since they tricked him. They chatted, uncertain if their guesses were right. It makes sense. Why should he let it slide after being fooled just once? Meanwhile, Thanfeng was in a different scene, eagerly exploring everything around him. He needed to find what he was looking for. A gust of wind seemed to want to blow everything away. Thanfeng stood outside, caught off guard. He stepped inside, unaware of where he was heading next. In front of Thanfeng appeared houses that felt oddly familiar at Hakshthikli village. The system quickly updated him. Great news. Host, your distorted space now encompasses the entire Hanakthi village. Thanfeng had to look around this place. The system provided new information. Here, you are the master. You can raise demon slaves to survive in this realm. The survival rules mirror reality. They will obey your commands at any moment. Thanfeng's eyes sparkled with joy, a bright glimmer shining through. He was envisioning a world where he could play and indulge freely, no longer feeling trapped. He imagined holding the chains in his hands, gripping them tightly, dragging beautiful girls along to serve him. This was his singular focus. He imagined the satisfaction of having numerous women at his beck and call, enjoying life to the fullest. Suddenly, the system chimed in with an annoying reminder. Though he acknowledged it, his spirit drifted far away. Master, your subordinates are still waiting for you. Are you leaving now? Just go already. A portal to another realm appeared, and as he saw it, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. He thought, when I return, I need to figure out how to set up this space. Thanfeng immediately walked through the portal. It was time for him to head back. As he stepped outside, he spotted Vikumblo and Hanafaim, the two of them gossiping about him. They were truly petty, since being swindled by those three punks out of a few coins. Everything had gone haywire. Just look at that day. He was so furious he refused to go back, digging up graves, and even desecrating corpses. Thanfeng gritted his teeth in anger, ready with his sword behind him. It is our duty to not deceive our superiors. And let me tell you, this is not petness. It is about hating evil as if it is a personal vendetta. It is just being responsible. You think you can just leave after reading a book? This is not something that happens overnight. Do you think you are still in the dark about recent events? Yingbo added one last jab before Thanfeng's sword silenced him. I wonder how long the esteemed one can withstand the abyss. He panicked as he realized both the Fazarm and Vinon Buo had gone pale. Esteemed one, you made it out safely. I have always been praying for you. Thanfeng did not want to cause a bloodbath. He just reminded them one last time. Listen up. Today I am in a good mood. I will take you back to the Demon Suppression Hall. But whether it causes trouble for you depends on my mood. They stood up in fear, daring not to say another word, exchanging awkward smiles. Yep, sir. He drew his sword for inspection, the cold aura still wrapped around it. Suddenly, dawn broke, revealing another wooden house Demon Suppression Hall. The three of them were kneeling before Feng Ho, who looked utterly shocked. Thanfeng Ho asked, still in disbelief that this could even be happening. You really killed the 7 demon generals. Thanfeng confirmed it, assuring him, yep. The aura of death in the demon command can't be faked. Thanfeng continued to explain. The command token is already in your hands. Feng Ho, if you do not believe me, you can check the demon command. Feng Ho was still dotting him. That slippery guy would not hesitate to expose any trickery. If I find out you are lying, Thanfeng, your fate won't be a good one. Suddenly, the object in Feng Ho's hand activated, causing him to panic uncontrollably. He had fallen into a magical trap. His feet caught in a circle. He was unfortunate to stumble into this place. If he is not careful, he could easily be wiped out. In this realm controlled by the spirit command of the Azure Wind, when a demon dies, its essence is recorded in a form of light. The stronger the demon, the more information it needs. And it gets rougher. These demons may not be at a high level, but they come in overwhelming numbers. Feng Ho's eyes were alert, on guard against every danger that crept closer. Feng Ho felt lost, unsure of how to handle the situation he had wandered in, and that shadow had materialized before him. He turned around, sensing something. Realizing he had to be cautious about everything, Feng Ho noticed the lights behind him, but he had no idea what they were. The command token gave him the most genuine sensation. As he himself could not believe it was real, Feng Ho broke free from the enchanting scene, his body returning to normal. He looked at the command token in his hand, marveling at its significance. This was truly a monumental achievement. Feng Ho was determined to keep this, and he would not make things difficult for the three of them any longer. He placed the demon order at his station first. You three can head home now. Wait for me to report this to the higher-ups for your rewards. Dan Feng expressed gratitude. But inside, he had his doubts. Thanks. Your Excellency. But is he really that nice? Why do I feel like this guy's up to something? Both Ventringbo and Ha Feng were overjoyed. They did not want to linger here any longer. The kids got hope now. Thank goodness for your Excellency. How should I express my gratitude? Let us take our leave. Even as they departed, Feng Ho kept the token firmly in hand. Deep in thought about something, Feng Ho slowly stood up, as if he had figured out a way to hide this. He glanced at the tokens he had hung on the wall, feeling a surge of delight. Having this made Feng Ho incredibly satisfied. He even contemplated where to hang it. He stood there, chuckling to himself, reveling in possessing such a precious treasure. It was his. A dangerous smile crept across Feng Ho's face. Everything is mine. Suddenly, he heard Dan Feng's voice from outside. Wait. Your Excellency. What has got you smiling like that? He turned suspiciously, wondering who dared to interrupt him. Dan Feng peeked inside, realizing he had not left yet and had overheard his laughter. Wait. Your Excellency. Feng Ho scolded him in anger. That voice shattered the joy in the air, and he could hear his own thoughts being interrupted by Dan Feng. You need to fix that habit of yours. Besides, I am happy for you. You have made a huge contribution, and I get to enjoy the spoils too. Dan Feng aimed for Feng Ho's psyche, leaving him speechless with fear. Turns out, he thought his subordinate was trying to steal his glory. I would not act like a petty thief, especially not over something as important as the demon order, which belongs to you and is registered with the demon office. Dan Feng pretended to trust him, but secretly, he was aware of those wicked intentions. So my subordinate can relax now. Dan Feng lingered at the door, hesitating to leave. He would not make it easy for Feng Ho. Feng Ho approached the door, nervous that Dan Feng might uncover his secret. Is there something else? Then step back. You have worked hard. Go rest. Yep. I will take my leave. Dan Feng stretched his arms wide, and Feng Ho sighed in relief, seeing him give up. He looked around to ensure nothing seemed off. Everything had to be safe. Feng Ho stepped into the room, firmly closing the door behind him to keep Dan Feng from barging back in. He let out a light sigh. Finally, everything was settled smoothly. Feng Ho thought Dan Feng was a fool, unaware of what he was about to do. That silly kid actually believed him. Although the demon order belonged to him, it could still be taken under a spell if provoked. Feng Ho already has a plan in mind. He just needs to execute it to succeed. All he needs is to find a master spellcaster to transfer the energy from my demon command. And when that happens, all the glory will be mine. Feng Ho is truly a cunning one. He is willing to resort to any trick to claim my hard work. You are just a low-level bureaucrat. No one's going to believe you, especially when I am about to get promoted to a high-ranking demon envoy. Just as Feng Ho was about to grab the command token, he heard someone outside calling for Master Ha. He turned around angrily, surprised that Dan Feng had not left yet. What a nuisance. Dan Feng peeked through the window, closing the main door and sneaking in through the back. His demeanor was a bit theatrical. He was putting on a perfect show while grinning like he was up to something. Dan Feng's demon command was carelessly tossed in a corner of the table. As soon as Feng Ho saw him, he jumped back. Why are you back? Dan Feng casually replied with a smile. I forgot something important. Feng Ho tilted his head, feigning impatience. What is it? Inside, he was panicking. I wonder if he heard what I said. The death energy from the demon has not dissipated yet. Nothing can go wrong now. Dan Feng casually crawled in through the window, waving and laughing. I forgot to grab my demon command. Of course. Feng Ho was not about to let him mess up his plans. He quickly made excuses. You think you can just take the demon command and expect a reward? Not happening. This is about the 7 demon generals. I need to see Master Lei. With your level, you can just meet him. Dan Feng reached for the command token on the table, flatly refusing. No worries. I will just ask the master to introduce me later. Feng Ho immediately panicked, rushing over to grab his wrist and shouted. Stop right there. I need to report back to the Demon Suppression Bureau. If I miss my chance, can you handle the consequences? Dan Feng held his wrist, glaring at him. Master Ha, are you really not going to give me back my command? He smirked, not holding back. I heard what you just said. I also heard you are about to become a high-ranking demon master. Congratulations. Feng Ho could not hide his shock. He thought, I can let this guy stick around. He quickly regained his composure, thinking, so what if he heard? He is just a lowly demon envoy. No one will care what he says. Dan Feng had to agree. True. 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 He put on a serious face and lectured. Only the wise know how to adapt. Feng Ho thought to himself. He is acting all high and mighty just to gain an advantage. But Dan Feng was not as compliant as Feng Ho had imagined. His next move left Feng Ho speechless. Dan Feng took a deep breath and shouted. Someone. Feng Ho wants to steal the command. In an instant, Feng Ho rushed over, trying to stuff a cloth in his mouth. Then Feng was not about to take it lying down. He defiantly yanked the cloth away, leaving Feng Ho stunned. Then Feng quickly stepped back, causing Feng Ho to stumble and fall. Once again, he excitedly raised his voice. Feng Ho is really panicking now. He could not let Than Feng keep making noise, so in a hurry, he shoved the demon command into Than Feng's hands. Feng Hu, for you. A single word. Do not stop. Do not stop. For you. For you. It is all yours. In his mind, he carefully weighed the consequences. As the threat of the demon still lingered, if this gets exposed now, it will be clear evidence. At that point, not only will I lose my chance to be a high-ranking demon envoy, but I won't even keep my current position. I can't call anyone for help. Seeing his grim face, Than Feng felt a rush of satisfaction. Should we done this sooner? Right. Always playing with fire. That is 100 taels down the drain. In this moment of weakness, Feng Hu had no choice but to compromise. Quickly rummaging through his pockets, he put on a reluctant face and handed over exactly what Than Feng demanded. But then Than Feng pushed for more. Gold. Feng Hu shouted angrily. 100 taels of gold. Why do not you just go rob a bank? Despite his furious glare, Than Feng just smiled and replied, I am robbing you. He stepped closer, his voice dripping with menace. Lord Ha. Which is more important? Your life or your money? I trust you understand. Strangely, Feng Hu fell silent. A thought sparked in his mind. An opportunity had arrived. Suddenly, he pulled out a short sword and lunged at Than Feng. The kid never saw that coming. His eyes widened in shock. Feng Hu thrust the sword straight at his target without a hint of hesitation. He rushed toward Than Feng, who remained as steady as a rock, rooted in place. Than Feng's expression said it all. I have an indestructible gem. Realizing his mistake, Feng Hu slammed on the brakes. I forgot. At that moment of distraction, Than Feng swiftly grabbed his wrist. He squeezed so hard that Feng Hu dropped the sword. What is going on in that head of yours? He stammered. Give. I will give you whatever you want. Than Feng shot back. 100 taels of gold. The other party hastily slipped his hand into his clothes. Looking disgruntled. Why do not you just rob me? That little move did not escape Than Feng's watchful eyes. Gripping his wrist tighter, he did not hold back and landed a punch right in Feng Hu's chest. What do you think I am doing? In pain, he crumpled to the ground, hugging his wrist. Than Feng casually remarked. Keep smiling. Lord Ha. My underlings won't bother you anymore. His next words made Feng Hu choke on his anger. Right. Lord Ha. Next time. Be careful what you say. I can promise I won't ask for more next time. He lay flat on the ground, and Than Feng looked down at him, unable to resist a jab. Your mental strength is really lacking. I wonder if I will be blamed for this later. He quickly rifled through Feng Hu's pockets, grabbing all his valuables, then feigned goodwill, saying, All right. For the sake of our friendship, I will spare your life this time. Moments later, Than Feng's singing echoed loudly enough to catch the attention of everyone outside the building. Lord has fainted. Someone. Come help. As time passed, the scene shifted to the demon suppression building. A few people huddled in a corner, whispering, Did you hear? The high-ranking demon master, Yu Than Feng, just killed a revered one of the 7 great demons. Someone nearby chimed in. Apparently, Master had fainted from sheer joy. Than Feng and the chubby prince walked past them, and they were still gossiping. Some even spoke up to dismiss it. What? I heard Master had got schooled for visiting the achievements of Gu Than Feng. Someone next to him looked unconvinced. Really? Master How is so upright. Another added. What do you mean not? Someone spotted the MTI crew arriving. Than Feng, hearing his name mentioned, asked. And? What is M? The chubby prince leaned in and whispered. The spies of the Demon Control Agency are everywhere in the realm, besides the obvious demon hunters. They have secret eyes and ears. That is M. We are the visible demon hunters, responsible for exterminating demons. He explained in detail. MTI is in charge of gathering intel, monitoring the realm and the underworld. They prevent spies from infiltrating or demon hunters from being enchanted by demons. Got it. Our beloved Master Go. Finally, Than Feng understood. He patted the chubby prince on the head and laughed. Got it. Got it. The current situation exceeds all my expectations. Is not this just an inspection organization? I spread those rumors just to tarnish a Fengua's reputation. Never thought there'd be an unexpected gain. Just then, a figure rushed in from a distance. The person dashed straight behind Than Feng's group, who were busy chatting. The chubby prince had mentioned earlier that there were 2 families near the Demon Control Agency. Then, a rough hand suddenly grabbed Than Feng's shoulder. As he turned his head, he met the fierce gaze of the stranger. Master Lei wants to see you all. Than Feng looked in surprise at the person behind him as they introduced themselves. I am with him. A subordinate of Master Lei. Without hesitation, Dan Feng threw an arm around this person's shoulder. The guy was on high alert, watching his every move. Dan Feng casually suggested something so easy it stunned the AMT member. He just draped his arm over the guy and said, "We can keep Master Lei waiting." He did not forget to instruct his followers. "Chubby Prince, hurry and call Hua the bookworm. We are heading out." The guy immediately complied.
Yep.
After walking a bit, curiosity got the best of him. He initiated a conversation. "Hey bro. Tell me, what is Master Lei like? Is he strict?" The empty member replied honestly. "Master Lei is really easy to talk to." Upon hearing this, Dan Feng suddenly had a brilliant idea. A wise man knows when to bow. Not bad. Gotta cash in on this. Scene shifts to the interior of the Mu Palace somewhere. A few people appeared in the spacious room. 3 individuals sat at a high table silently observing the person in front of them. The one in the middle had an unreadable expression. That person was Chan Ren, a high-level demon hunter. He looked at Go Dan Feng and asked, "Do you know this is treason?" The other party replied calmly, "What does Master Lei mean by that?" Chan Ren cut to the chase. Revered one. One of the 7 great demon generals is going to die at the hands of a Kui consolidation stage 4 martial artist. You say someone trained in external martial arts is that powerful? He squinted, recounting the battle from 200 years ago, where the masters faced off against a few who practiced external arts. Dan Feng had clearly never heard of this. His face betrayed his astonishment. He thought to himself, what a coincidence. Is this the moment when the lies are about to be exposed? The Yan Nan had every reason to doubt the person before him. Even masters practicing external arts could not match their revered ones. How could a demon hunter of your caliber do that? Or do you want to share? So we can all learn a bit more about surviving. The hostility in his words did not faze Dan Feng. Every word from his subordinate rang true. His subordinate indeed relied on external arts to defeat their revered ones. He reminded himself, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory. Everyone here is a top-notch expert. And he could not afford to be seen through. Dan Feng had clear thoughts but still felt a bit anxious. Even if he could not fight them, he had plenty of abilities. Running away was definitely an option. But dragging along the chubby prince and Ha would be a bit tricky. The Anon pointed directly at him and demanded, "You tell us the whole story." Dan Feng felt cornered and thought, well, let us take it one step at a time. With determination in his heart, Dan Feng stepped forward. "Your Excellency." Just then, the man sitting there changed his mind, waving his hand to halt him. "Wait a minute." The Yan Nen pointed out the person next to him. "Wang Shun. You speak?" Dan Feng furrowed his brows, feeling immensely irritated. How dare he play games with me? Wang Bo awkwardly complied with the Nan's request, recounting the events smoothly, making Dan Feng nod in satisfaction while standing beside him. Until they reached the misty forest, they discovered villagers turned into zombies. And under the direction of the late noble, the two of them fought tirelessly for hours before finally defeating the horde. Then, at this point, Wang Bo paused, thinking to himself. Then because of the late noble's reckless charge, he ventured into the mirror realm alone. This scene made the late noble seem a bit foolish. He had been so small-minded. Who knows? He might make things difficult for himself and could not say a word. Big Wang shared a bit of the story himself, painting himself and Msu Fan as characters filled with fear, screaming for their lives. It was terrifying. He continued, his voice trembling. Over 500 villagers with mirrors were chasing us, and Master Gu stepped in front to protect us, only to get sucked into the dimensional mirror that day. Dan Feng was quite pleased, thinking to himself, am I really that great? Guess I am not too shabby. Kids are easy to teach. Meanwhile, Big Wang was excitedly recounting the tale, and thanks to Master Gu's bravery, we managed to escape. I could listen to him all day. Dan Feng could not help but feel touched. In Big Wang's eyes, I am that amazing. I had blamed him before. This kid is a genius. I will ease up on him from now on. Chan Ren, listening closely, frowned and leaned on his hand, asking the two beside him, do you buy this? The woman next to him waved her hand dismissively. No way. If that were true, then those masters from 200 years ago died for nothing. The other one shook their head, looking skeptical. It seems to me that Master Dan Feng and that beloved one are in cahoots, trying to pull a fast one on us. Their attitude left Dan Feng feeling disgruntled. The tension was tightening. Qian Ren took a step forward, almost forcing his proposal on them, concerned that it might be a trick from that beloved one and the blood demon sect. According to the rules, if one wants to prove their innocence, then let us examine your body. The atmosphere in the hall grew so silent you could hear a pin drop. Qian Ren stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly approached Dan Feng. He quietly released a surge of spiritual energy into his fingertips. To Dan Feng's astonishment, Qian Ren pointed silently at his forehead, and the blue energy slowly spread around his temples. Qian Ren gradually closed his eyes, fully concentrating on the process. He was shocked by the final result. This guy could train multiple external techniques at once. A true genius in martial arts. Having completed the verification, Qin Ren strolled back to his seat. Maybe Master Than Feng was telling the truth after all. Than Feng was still trying to process what had just happened this guy. The woman jumped up, incredulous. Lord Li, how is this even possible? How will you explain to your superiors that those masters practicing external techniques could not kill the beloved one? The other calmly responded. The body belongs to Yang, the soul to Yun. Training external techniques strengthens the body to be as tough as steel. I get it now. The demon's realm is Yin property, while the beloved one can fully replicate the external cultivation of Master Than Yang. That is why he can defeat the replica and best the beloved one. But even as he spoke, he felt a bit confused. He was not wrong. But aside from that reason, he could not think of anything else. Than Feng stood off to the side, pouting, thinking, with that serious tone, if I had not gone through it myself, I might have believed it too. The other member of the shadow sect still looked puzzled. Wait, Lord Li, if what you are saying is true, then why can't those masters practicing external techniques defeat the beloved one? They also can be completely replicated. Qin Ren did not hold back at all, scolding his subordinate in front of everyone. Foolishness. You are already halfway into master level, and you still do not get this. Once you enter the master realm, you have protective aura, alchemy techniques, and you can't just crank up your power. Facing this pathetic replication ability is basically useless. The other party could only bow respectfully, thanking Lord Lei for the reminder. Than Feng watched this unfold and could not help but smirk. Talk about a genius with logic. If we were in the modern world, this guy would be the boss-level master. Just when that man was about to speak, Lord Li, Qin Ren cut him off. Sure, he said that, but respect is not necessarily because of the dead man's fault. Than Feng wore an expression that screamed this is complicated, silently judging the guy. Come on, bro. What are you imagining? This kind of thrill-seeking is not cool. Qin Ren crossed his arms confidently, stating, as far as I know, besides replication abilities, the respected one also has an infiltration move that can turn the opponent into a puppet. Only a master can stop it because a master's soul is already very strong. That is why that guy sent 10 genius half-masters to deal with the respected one. He boldly threw out a theory. Could it be that our very own Than Feng here is a puppet? The two subordinates immediately caught on, quickly drawing their weapons. Qin Ren glared at the opponent. Than Feng, how will you prove your identity right now? Than Feng was just a mere emperor-level demon master, and it was tough for him to explain. He felt frustrated. Seriously? Can you think like that? Why do not you explain it for me? I can't let my system get exposed. Faced with these master-level experts, there is no way I could escape. Should I just take them all out? But the moment that thought crossed his mind, he scolded himself. If I take out so many experts, that is a whole other headache. Okay, let us figure out how to explain this. If that does not work, then wait a sec. Than Feng suddenly remembered something, his face brightening up soul power. He blurted out something that left everyone confused. Isn't this the best explanation there is? Than Feng stated seriously. Lord Li, I do not know what infiltration means, but before the respected one died, there was indeed a strange attack on me. It merged with the replication and then turned into a beam of light that entered my body. He calmly recounted everything. The respected one wanted to kill my soul and take over my body. I was forced to counterattack using soul power and accidentally ended up killing the respected one. The woman immediately raised her sword, ready to strike, turning to ask her companion. Lord Li, is he telling the truth? Qin Ren waved his hand to stop the opponent. I will find out if he is lying in no time. Just a second later, he unleashed a force, creating a bright green aura surrounding him. Then, Qin Ren launched an attack. A wave of spiritual energy shot straight toward where Than Feng was standing. Both Fat Wang and Xufan were horrified, worrying for Than Feng's safety. The swirling stream of spiritual energy drew closer to Than Feng. Yet he did not budge an inch. Just as that massive wave of energy was almost upon him, a blinding white light suddenly erupted, colliding with the green spiritual energy. A sudden magical formation erupts, radiating with an overwhelming surge of energy. The explosive force is off the charts, shattering the ground and sending Wang the Fat and Xufan flying like ragdolls. The members of the Shadow Sect are not faring much better. They are struggling to maintain their balance, desperately hunching down. Tables and chairs in the hall are toppled over as Than Feng stands firm, wielding his powerful spiritual energy against Qin Ren. The enemy is taken aback by the scene, completely stunned. No lies here, the energy is palpable. A vibrant aura that rivals that of a master. What kind of monster is this? Qin Ren retracts his stance, his tone shifting to a serious one. Realizing that the spiritual power of this kid is no joke, steady and upright, devoid of any malice. This kid is not lying. The man behind him can contain his excitement, exclaiming that if Than Feng is not lying, then this huge achievement can be reported to the court. Our Shadow Sect could finally hold our heads high among our peers. He and the woman beside him look at Than Feng with admiration, thrilled to have gained a genius with exceptional spiritual power. Their over-the-top reaction leaves Than Feng speechless. Wow. You guys really flip-flop fast. Chan Ren raises his hand cheerfully and declares, if there is no misunderstanding, then let us talk rewards. He crosses his arms and launches into a long list of praises, promoting him a level up, offering 1,000 taels of gold, and a reward of 100,000 in merit points. I will personally reward you on behalf of the Shadow Sect before we report this to the court. The court will have additional rewards too. The other two members of the Shadow Sect quickly chime in, their enthusiasm palpable, at such a young age. With this kind of ability, the future is looking bright. That prize is just incredible. Than Feng is only focused on one thing. Throwing his head back with a loud laugh, we are rolling in cash now. Baby. The woman steps forward and whispers to Qian Ren, Sir, I have no issues with everything else. But is not 100,000 merit points a bit excessive? She points out that Than Feng is only at the 4th level of the key gathering stage, and such a hefty reward might be too much for him. Qian Ren raises an eyebrow, slightly displeased with her attitude, and adds, if this kid can take down the 7 demon generals, then the reward will be even more than what I just mentioned. Just to clarify, merit points are the currency within the Shadow Sect of the Fiery Dynasty, used across all branches, typically earned after missions involving slaying demons. Once acquired, merit points can be exchanged for supplies at the contributions hall in the Shadow Sect. Moreover, they can be used to trade for items at the headquarters that are not available for sale. Outside money can buy them. Taking down a primal demon can earn you 100,000 merit points. 1,000,000 points is equivalent to slaying 10 primal demons. The value is not even up for debate. Realizing she may have overstepped, the woman quickly kneels to apologize. I did not mean to. Luckily, Qian Ren does not press the issue further. All right, you can leave now. I need to discuss something with Than Feng, he says, and they respectfully take their leave. The two members of the Shadow Sect head out, casually dragging Wang the Fat and Xu Fan along with them. Once it is just the two of them, Qian Ren speaks up. Than Feng, do you realize you are going to be famous throughout the Fiery Dynasty? Than Feng strokes his chin, chuckling in response. Killing the 7 demon generals at the 4th level of key gathering. Now that is something that'll make waves. The serious person next to him reminded him, fame always comes with complications. Especially for someone who is only at the 4th level of the heavenly realm. People will admire you, envy you, but rarely respect you. Yet, Than Feng did not seem to care, even flashed a grin and said, if a genius does not make people jealous, are they really a genius? Qian turned his back to him and bluntly stated, sure. You have a talent for physical training and a strong soul, but your talent for weapon crafting is seriously lacking. This meant that even if you pushed yourself to the limit, you would not be able to compete with the protective aura of a weapon master. You could not become a true master. Than Feng's face showed no signs of disappointment. He chuckled. So my potential is that bad? Deep down, he felt a little nostalgic. Who would have thought the original owner of this body had such poor talent? Without the system, man, it would have been a total disaster. Qian did not beat around the bush anymore. He directly asked. Yeah. But alchemy, talismans, formations all require strong soul power to support them. And you have that. He called Than Feng over to ask if he wanted to pursue those paths. The other person did not answer but flipped the question back at him. So what path should I choose? He made his stance clear. Alchemy is the most common path. But I am suggesting it because I want to assign you a mission. Qian emphasized one more thing. If you complete it, even if you do not become a master, you can still achieve a status and wealth far beyond that of a master. Than Feng perked up at this and said, please elaborate. My lord. The other person was clearly waiting for this cue and immediately explained. In the Jade Dragon secret realm, help Thangid obtain the elixir of longevity. What Qin mentioned was beyond Than Feng's imagination, and he exclaimed, the Emperor. The other party seemed to have anticipated his reaction and casually confirmed, that is right. He leaned in close to Than Feng and whispered, this year, Than Thangi is about to face a great calamity, the likes of which we have not seen in over a decade. Than Thangi has gone through 3 times of Thanch. Whoever can present the elixir will be granted the title of Marquis and General. Qian slowly added, and now, you are directly appointed as the pure and steadfast king. Than Feng instantly pictured the revered position next to Than Thing. He asked in confusion, the pure and steadfast king, isn't he that on par with the emperor? Qian immediately confirmed it. Almost. Than Feng thought to himself, if I want an even higher status, there is enough resource there to rebel. He became even more intrigued by Chan's earlier proposal. Sir, please give me more details. The other party readily agreed. Sure, he began recounting. Over 100 years ago, the alchemy master Qu Long developed the elixir of immortality. There is nothing like it in history. In combat, you can choose the strongest fighter, but in alchemy, it is not so straightforward. According to what Chan learned, Each Grandmaster Alchemist has their own specialty. And when it comes to different types of elixirs, it is nearly impossible to assess their value. He mentioned a standout example. The Grandmaster Alchemist Qu Yulong, who created the Everlasting Elixir, earning the title of Elixir King. The Everlasting Elixir can't grant eternal life, but it can defy fate to extend one's lifespan, turning back the clock and altering destiny. As Tian recounted this part, his tone shifted. After all, people need to live to have a chance, which is a pity. He spoke of the next event with a sigh, mentioning that the Elixir King had a disciple before he died. The unfortunate truth is, no one could inherit the divine alchemy method. The story then unfolds as follows. Heng could not bear to see this art fade into oblivion, so he preserved it in the Yulong secret realm. To clarify, within this realm lies Han's lifelong alchemical legacy, along with the divine alchemy method, and even the everlasting elixir itself. Chen's eyes darkened in contemplation. The Yulong secret realm only opens once a year, featuring a restrictive formation along with various alchemical trials. Those at the true Kai level and above can't enter, as it is meant to select young alchemical seeds to inherit the legacy. What he recounted left King Feng in shock, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. The other person was intently watching him, continuing to speak, saying there is only 1 year left until the Yulong secret realm opens, and the mission is to enter it. Kung Feng abruptly waved his hand, cutting him off. Wait, he needed some clarification. Sir, the Yulong secret realm has been open for over 100 years. Has anyone ever obtained the inheritance? Qin replied casually. Well, Kung Feng raised his doubts. So no one has gotten it yet. Why would you think I could? Qin tilted his head to look at him, a faint smile on his face. I'm not sure. But at least you have hope. He flashed a grin and placed a hand on King Feng's shoulder. Becoming an alchemist requires innate talent. Everything else can be supplemented. Chan expressed that he had no intention of pushing him. Take your time to think it over. No need to answer me right away. King Feng stood there, rubbing his chin in thought. If Tin endorses me and I succeed, he will also be rewarded for the recommendation. Not only could I become a king's heir, but that also means a lot of money. And if I fail, there are no penalties. Seeing China's figure about to leave, he quickly called out, I will take this mission. In his heart, Kung Feng had made up his mind. He would treat it like a trip. After all, with the system, even if I take my time, I will achieve something great. The person in front of him turned back. If that is the case, in a few days, I will arrange for you to learn the knowledge of alchemy, along with enhancing your fire manipulation. To his surprise, Kung Feng declined. Sir, you do not need to prepare any fire-enhancing elixirs. Chan looked puzzled. Why not? Kung Feng tightened the sword at his waist, speaking slowly. Because you swing your sword with a gentle motion, and flames swirl into existence instantly. Dan Feng is brimming with confidence. Thinking, my fire control must be top-notch. The mysterious observer watches the fire dragon unleashed and comments lightly. Lacking in physical training, lacking in spiritual mastery, lacking in fire control, you are skilled in everything else but cultivation. Dan Feng feigns helplessness, turning away while mumbling. Dear Sar, please do not ruin your cold persona in my eyes. After a moment, the other party carefully instructs. All right then, you can leave now. Dan Feng shyly scratches his cheek as he makes a request. Sir, if I get to the Jade Dragon's secret realm, I want to summon a demon for you. It is a love tree from a demon prison. Upon hearing this unexpected request, the observer can't help but wonder. What do you need that love tree for? Dan Feng can't explain fully. Of course. It will come in handy. When the right moment arrives, I will tell you more. The observer, still curious, agrees. Fine. With the goal set, Dan Feng quickly waves goodbye, thanking the sir. Your servant takes his leave. Their conversation wraps up like that, and we shift scenes to a little later, where the observer is deep in thought. Reading in his room, a shadow appears, engaging him in conversation. He realizes he has been detected. The observer must be familiar with this person and responds. Yeah. His soul is quite strong, so it is no surprise he noticed me. The mysterious figure in the corner disagrees, claiming he did not detect me through my soul when I was spying on him in the shadows. His expression shifts slightly, and even though he does not look at me, I can tell he knows I am here. The observer pauses at this, quickly closing the book in his hands. His face darkens momentarily, and he mumbles under his breath. Looks like he is hiding quite a few secrets. The mysterious figure slowly moves toward the center of the room, wearing a mask and cloaked from head to toe, emanating an odd purple-black aura. He raises a theory. His body might have undergone a soul exchange. His soul power, rather than being innate talent, feels like he has been swapped by some powerful being. The eyes hidden beneath the mask glint red as he speaks in a low voice. The one who swapped souls with him must be a master of the human race. The observer continues casually flipping through the book, thinking if he has been swapped by a master, the odds of success are higher. I did not expect him to have such strong fire control talent. That boosts the chances even more. He squints slightly. Other things do not matter. I just need to capture the old alchemist. The figure in front of him advises caution. Is it worth it? You will be facing the whole world. And you have a brighter future ahead. You might get the chance to meet a superior master. But you... The observer cuts him off, raising his voice. Shut your mouth. His brow furrows tightly. He threatens. You think I am afraid to kill? Realizing he can sway the observer, the other reluctantly concedes. Fine. Do as you wish. Just like that, the shadow vanished without a trace, hiding away just like he arrived. The observer says nothing. Silently closing the page of the alchemy book he had been reading, he leaves the book neatly on the table before slipping out at some point. We shift scenes to Than Fong, who lies on the bed, lost in thought. There is another person in that room, also a master. Could it be an assassin of the observer? A whirlwind of thoughts flooded Than Fong's mind as he tossed and turned, realizing that every word spoken today was hinting at him taking on this mission. But why was he being treated so well? It felt a bit off. He had to tread carefully. His mind was racing, and Than Fong suddenly shot up. He told himself to stop overthinking. Whatever his intentions were, it was all for the sake of the Jade Dragon's secret realm. A year from now, Than Fong looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought. Tomorrow's plans could easily fall through, let alone a year from now. Just then, he sensed something unusual outside. His eyes sharpened, and he barked, "Who is there?" In the next instant, an unfamiliar voice rang out. "Excuse me, is this the esteemed Than Fong?" A man with flowing white hair and a carefree smile sauntered in, effortlessly lifting a rather large crate with one hand. Than Fong was taken aback, his heart racing as he realized the stranger was addressing him. He felt a cold sweat break out, and his expression stiffen as the newcomer cheerfully greeted him. "Greetings, esteemed master." The stranger did a little twirl, juggling the crate in his arms, announcing, "This is a reward from Lord Law for the trial." Than Fong quickly jumped out of bed and rushed over to take a look, asking the person next to him, "What is going on?" Without hesitation, he expressed his curiosity about a pressing issue. "Does the monthly salary really match that of a county-level mage?" Chu Sen raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms casually as he replied, "It is the same across the board." With the answer he sought, Than Fong decided not to bother the guy any further. "Great. That is all I needed. You can get back to work now." It was as if the other had just been waiting for those words. He vanished. "Your humble servant bids you farewell." Than Fong stood there chuckling to himself, thinking about the position he held. Well, that must be tough on Lord He. He could not help but let out a sigh. Missing the vibrant energy around him, he stood in the middle of the room for a while, suddenly remembering something. Than Fong opened the large crate that the stranger had brought him, joy bubbling up inside him as he jumped around, thinking, with this gold, I can let my spirits fly for a few more days. He hugged the crate of gold, laughing uncontrollably. Mine. All mine. I'm rich. After admiring it for a moment, Than Fong carefully stored the crate in his own special space. His face radiated happiness as he stared at the gold, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, Than Fong thought, it has been ages since I last saw Tu Thiem. I should go check on her and see how her training is going. No sooner said than done. Not long after, the quiet hallway was startled by the sound of footsteps. Tu Thiem was sitting in the corner, her head down. When she suddenly heard the door behind her creak open, Than Fong slowly entered the room, casually closing the door behind him. Upon seeing him, Tu Thiem wasted no time. She rushed over and wrapped her arms around him. She looked up at Than Fong with sparkling eyes, softly calling out, "Master." Tu Thiem savored the feeling of him ruffling her hair, playfully expressing, "You are back. Where have you been all these days? I missed you like crazy." Than Fong replied with a satisfied grin, "I missed you too. Did you practice well while I was gone?" Hearing this, her cheeks flushed a bright red, her dreamy eyes shyly looking down. She bent down to slip off her shoes, somewhat coyly, adding, "Of course, I practiced every day until my legs ached." Tu Thiem had changed into a new outfit, and she began to sing with a clear voice. Tu Thiem wore a daringly cut schoolgirl outfit, and with every move, her short skirt swayed slightly. The black stockings hugged her slender calves. Each step she took was incredibly graceful. She blushed continuously, swaying to the rhythm of the music, her allure undeniable. The Mai kept dancing, each hip shake a visual assault on the senses. The music gradually faded, her long, beautiful legs gliding forward with grace. She spun around, a flourish that made her skirt flutter, showcasing every curve of her body. With an expectant expression, the Mai asked the person in front of her, "What do you think?" Than Fong, lounging in his chair, stroked his chin and smiled. "Not bad." He stood up, shaking his head in nostalgia, feeling that familiar hometown vibe. The curtain dropped, and no one knew what happened next. Just hearing Themaya's soft calls, "Master, Master." Moments later, the room fell silent, and Than Fong's silhouette reappeared. He had not left yet, standing there stifling a yawn. Soon after, Then Feng bent down, his expression darkening as he muttered, "Time to get serious." The door to a cursed prison creaked open, revealing a shadowy figure inside. Yu jumped at the sound from the door, puzzled about why he was here. But on the surface, he kept a cheerful grin and waved. "Master, you are here. Congratulations on acquiring a royal sword." Then Feng casually replied, "Let us celebrate together. I am here to toast to you today." Yu, confused, asked, "Celebrate what?" His companion responded, "Congratulations on about to leave this place. I will take you somewhere nice." Yu was taken aback. "Master, you want to free me from this cursed prison?" he speculated. "Could it be that this kid is letting me go because I helped him get that royal sword? If that is the case." Yu secretly gathered his energy to create a sharp wooden stake, while pretending to chat excitedly. "Master, where are you taking me?" Then Feng responded with action, wrapping a royal sword in energy and thrusting it straight into Yu's chest. Fresh blood splattered across Then Feng's handsome face as he locked eyes with the figure before him. Smirking, off to the west meditation. Yu, pierced through the chest by the sword, coughed up blood. Gasping out, Yu furrowed his brow. "Well, are you killing me?" He was weakening but still struggled to speak. "I have done good for you, told you stories, even massaged you. You can't do this." Then Feng coldly replied, "Because you are worthless. I got that royal sword on my own. It has nothing to do with you. Your stories are boring, and your messages can't compare to little Thai Mai." A terrifying power radiated from Yu's body, his eyes glowing green as he shouted. Well, moments later, Yu shriveled up like a rotting tree, collapsing face first to the ground. Then Feng, anticipating this, wore a cold, emotionless expression. System notification. A royal sword upgraded from low-grade mystic to mid-grade mystic. Then Feng eyed the man and said, "And you thought I would not notice that hand behind your back? Now you are stuck with me in another form forever. Guess that counts as a favor." He extended his hand and cast a spell. Transforming the bark into talismans could not let it go to waste. Moments later, Yu's body disintegrated as if it had never existed. The scene shifted to the offering ceremony, and Then Feng stepped inside. On the grand red carpet, each of his steps echoed confidently as he entered. Once inside the room, Then Feng declared, "I would like to exchange some items." Then Feng and the archivist exchanged glances, the air thick with tension. The archivist, visibly annoyed, thought, "What is this guy doing here with his energy level at the offering ceremony?" He crossed his arms and said flatly, "Here's the list of low-level items. Take a look." Then Feng coldly placed a piece of paper and a token on the table. The archivist frowned as he examined the items, thinking, "I already warned you if you are here to stir trouble. I want to go easy on you." He reached for the paper and token. Upon seeing it, the archivist gasped and fell back into his chair. He could not believe it. An X1 level sorcerer with hundreds of thousands of merit points. He looked at the paper again, scrutinizing it to make sure he was not missing anything. It was a record of a 4-tiered energy gathering technique that had taken down 7 demon generals. Unbelievable. He held the paper up high, comparing the image on it with the person standing before him, thinking, "Oh my." After working in the merit points department for so long, this was the first time he had seen someone with a 4-tiered energy gathering technique kill 7 demon generals and earn hundreds of thousands of merit points while still alive. Once he regained his composure, the librarian respectfully said, "My lord, here's the list you need." When Then Feng reached out to take it, the librarian nervously said, "My lord, please tell me." After getting what he wanted, Then Feng replied, "Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. My legend will definitely spread in a few days. By then, you will know." Right on the table was the list he needed. As Then Feng walked away, he opened the book, deeply engrossed in reading, and reached out to sip from a cup. Suddenly, valuable rewards worth thousands of gold appeared from the pages. Then Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at them, while the librarian thought to himself, every person trading in merit points acts like this." Just then, he was startled when Then Feng tossed the book onto the table. Then, with a confident declaration, he boldly demanded, "Give me everything I deserve." At this moment, glancing at the complete list on the table, the librarian held the paper and replied, "My lord, your merit points are not enough." Then Feng was taken aback and furious. His fists clenched as he glared. "What?" The librarian, trembling with fear, hurriedly explained, "My lord, I would never joke about this. These items are all high-grade elixirs." He added, "If you want to buy a few, I can contact the headquarters to get them for you. But if you want a batch, each elixir has a significant value. For example, the Heavenly Fragrance Longevity Elixir costs 10,000 merit points for just one." Seeing Then Feng's expression darken further, The librarian grew even more nervous and insisted. I truly do not have that much authority. And your merit points really are not enough. Then Fong, losing his patience, punched the librarian on the head and shouted, You better give me what I want from the merit points department, and I want the stuff from the Wudong district branch. He shut his eyes, preparing to endure whatever came next, and said, I will get the elixirs from the Wudong district branch right away. Hearing this, Dan Feng took a moment to think. Realizing he had assumed that hundreds of thousands of merit points would clean out the merit point store. With that thought, he quickly dashed through the library, not stopping for a second. Moments later, he managed to find 3 books. These were the lists of common grade elixirs. Vitality Elixir, True Essence Elixir, Ascension Elixir, Bone Cleansing Elixir, Jade Flower Elixir, 5 Elements Elixir, Strengthening Elixir, Earth Spirit Elixir, and Resilience Elixir. Dan Feng opened the paper, carefully reading each line. Vitality Elixir 200 merit points, True Essence Elixir 500 merit points, Ascension Elixir 1000 merit points. He thought to himself, the prices seem reasonable. After feeling satisfied, Dan Feng tossed the book back onto the table and said, Time to give my powers a spin. Let us hope this time it works. Aren't you gonna hurry up and get it for me? The librarian jumped, stammering, I will get it for you right away. But the fun was not over yet. Dan Feng stood in place, pointing at the librarian like he was giving orders. I also want that spirit talisman over there. Yep. The real Feng Jingli. And do not forget the Pure Yang Infinite technique. Don't mess it up. These items are crucial for me. The librarian, while jotting down Dan Feng's requests, thought to himself, is this guy for real? People usually buy pills by the piece or by the bottle. This dude is buying by the rights. What has gotten into him? The librarian mused as he saw that Dan Feng, the level-headed mage, had racked up a total of 93,700 merit points. Handing over the list, he spoke. My lord, here's the invoice. Please sign here. Without a second thought, Dan Feng scribbled his signature on the paper. Then, he strode out of the library with purpose. In his hand, he held a glowing bracelet, his eyes sparkling with joy as he thought. Perfect. The spatial anomaly is running out of room. These items are fantastic. Nobody will notice I am wearing them. With this broker item, storing stuff in the spatial anomaly will be so much easier. He crossed his arms, contemplating with satisfaction. Then, Dan Feng took off running, thinking, the Feng Jingli can compensate for my slow speed. My survival skills are about to level up. A blazing energy surged around him as Dan Feng clenched his fists, thinking, I need to gather 100 strands of Pure Yang Infinite Kuai to break through to the next level. The Pure Yang technique is too basic. It does not suit a genius like me. The Pure Yang Infinite technique matches my flair perfectly. In front of him, a Fiam and Vicheng Bio waved him over. When Dan Feng saw them rushing towards him, he asked, What are you guys doing waiting for me here? Veng Buo threw his arm around Dan Feng and said, Hey, buddy, there is a celebration party at Chiangsang Tower today. Did you forget? Dan Feng smiled back. Forget? No way. He thought to himself, I just bought so much cool stuff. I completely forgot about the celebration. At the party venue, red fabrics adorned the corridors, creating a festive atmosphere. People were bustling in and out of Chiangsang Tower. Dan Feng led Feng Bilao and Haifim into a room, calling, Come on in. Inside, a stunning woman in a daring outfit called out, My lord. She pressed herself against Dan Feng, catching him off guard. Dan Feng was mesmerized, stepping into the room while the beautiful lady dramatically leaned back, unable to contain her surprise. With a confident stride, he signaled to the staff, Give me the biggest private room. The lady shyly replied, Please. My lord. Come inside. Yep. My lord. Her gentle voice rang through the room, leading several esteemed guests to swoon. The graceful dancers performed on stage, captivating the old man watching from the side. Ving Buo smirked with pride. Not a bad outfit. And this atmosphere is just perfect. Better have little thigh. Might try it out. Dan Feng said with a hint of annoyance in his tone. Oh. Watch where you are going. Just then, a serious-looking waiter approached, snapping, Excuse me. Please stop right there. He respectfully looked down at the stack of cards in his hand, inviting the guest to flip a card. Miss Dan Feng, confused, asked, What do you mean by flipping a card? The waiter cheerfully explained. There are 3 rows of cards in total. The top row is for the beauties. The middle one is for the charming girls. And the bottom one is for the regular girls. It represents 3 levels of courtesans in our heavenly fragrance pavilion, with quality ranging from high to low and prices following suit. If you have your eye on any of the ladies, just flip the card for her. If the card has a flower symbol, it means she is already taken. And you can choose her. Miss Dan Feng laughed in delight. As if uncovering a fun game, she crossed her arms, eyeing the cards with an appreciative gaze. You guys really know how to play. The waiter nodded respectfully, smiling as he elaborated. You have a keen eye, sir. She is like a flower. Like a gem, one of the top beauties at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. A rare gem indeed. He smiled and turned to leave, saying, Please wait in the private room for a moment. They will be here shortly. With a smirk, she crossed her arms and walked away. Thinking about the virtues of these ladies, time to make a choice. The other two men exchanged glances, each with a different expression, their thoughts hard to decipher. Miss Thanfeng sat among three little fairies, while in front of them were several graceful dancers twirling around. Come on, guest. Laughter echoed through the air as they joyfully lifted their cups in a toast. The scene shifted to another place, where the clanking sounds resonated throughout the prison. Onglai stepped inside, leisurely scanning her surroundings. Buyo casually sat in a chair and announced to her, The person has arrived, and she is a real knockout. Upon hearing this, Onglai could not help but exclaim in surprise. What? Buyo coldly replied. Not only that, but the blood god's child on him has also vanished. Onglai frowned, her gaze deep in contemplation. Vanished? Her expression turned serious as her eyes darted to the person across from her. There is a mutual connection between blood god's children. They would have sensed it. Buyo remained indifferent but showed a hint of concern. I can sense it. Perhaps someone used a special method to hide the blood god's child, severing our connection to it. He ordered her. So I need you to go investigate. Before he could finish, Onglai interrupted. Who killed the beloved one? Buyo firmly stated. It was Gu Thanfeng, the current demon envoy of the Wudong district, cultivating at the 4th level of key gathering. Ah, Onglai smirked, intrigued. 4th level of key gathering. How fascinating. She proudly looked at her magic-infused hands. I have a clone at Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion in Wudong, Onglai confidently asserted. Leave the rest to me. Seeing this, Buyo relaxed a bit. All right. Besides, I want to thank him for eliminating my beloved and removing my troubles. She casually sipped her drink while gazing at him. Before he died, my beloved left a mark on Gu Thanfeng, indicating that he is at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. An astonished voice suddenly rang out. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. What a coincidence. A frail little girl leaned into Thanfeng's arms, her voice sweet as honey. Young master. Two men stood on the balcony, whispering to each other. Does Miss Honglai have someone in her room? Will we get lucky enough to see her today? The guy in blue, with eyes shining like gold, cheered excitedly. Today, I am not leaving empty-handed. As long as I can make Miss Honglai smile, I would pay any price. In the room, Thanfeng could not help but ask curiously, Miss Honglai, who is that girl standing next to the bouncer? She fell dramatically onto the bed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Young master, were not you the one saying some people do not need help turning their bad luck into good? So why'd you bail? Thanfeng quickly turned away, not bothering to look back. With a bouncer around, who would even glance at someone as ordinary as you? A few guys outside, eavesdropping, suddenly heard a commotion that caught his attention. A cascade of red silk fell down, accompanied by an announcement. Miss Honglai is here to greet our guests. As soon as she saw the newcomers, two handmaidens respectfully opened the door, and she glided in with grace. Taking advantage of her agility, Onglai leaped over the railing. Her delicate hands grasped the red silk that had just fallen. Thanfeng's eyes widened in awe. Enchanted by her every move, Onglai released the silk from her body. Just as she landed gracefully, her figure was already alluring, but she became even more captivating when she turned to look back. Cheers erupted from the many esteemed guests present. Some guests swooned in the intoxicating fragrance that surrounded her, exclaiming, So fragrant. This is the signature scent of Miss Honglai. Thanfeng clenched his fists, lost in a world of mesmerizing scents. He was entranced, fully aware that this was just a clever trick. Thanfeng frowned, his serious gaze unwavering, as he prepared to dispel the illusion with a flick of his wrist. This low-level trickery could easily be broken by anyone with a strong will. Yet, Fat Wong was still entranced by the spectacle, unable to help himself. Muttering, This is my... Frustrated, Thanfeng delivered a punch right to his face. What the heck just happened? What is wrong, boss? Thanfeng gritted his teeth. Irritated, You fell for such a basic trick. Wipe that drool off your chain. Do not embarrass me. He remained calm but could not help saying, Boss, on a serious day like today, you are missing out on so much fun. We are here to enjoy ourselves. No need to be so stiff. As he spoke, he cheerfully grabbed Thanfeng's hand and pulled him along. Come on, Onglai's Magic Street is the most famous enchanting place in our Wudong district. Many people come here just to experience the wonders of magic, standing before such a worldly scene. Thanfeng could only muse. So that is how it is, as Fat Wong explained. Just a little money can cover the biggest regrets. In reality, why not? Tempted by the allure around him, Thanfeng felt swept away. If that is the case, then I will too. With that, he eagerly jumped from the railing he was leaning on, and Fat Wong shouted, Boss, wait for me. Amidst the bustling crowd, Dan Feng and Fat Wang called out. Where's Honglei's magic street? Don't leave yet. I traveled 5 days and nights from Dongwu to get here. All he wanted was a glimpse of Honglei's beauty. Honglei. I can't wait to see you, a soft yet authoritative voice announced. Dear guests. Honglei's magic street has concluded for the day and is now resting. The announcer smiled mysteriously. Encouragingly. But you still have a chance to see her, the announcer continued seriously. Honglei's magic street presents a challenge answer correctly, and you will gain access to the back room for a night of drinks and conversations with Honglei. Dan Feng stood below, eyes sparkling with excitement. He is all in, but deep down. He pondered. Isn't this a plot twist straight out of a novel? The protagonist arrives at the climax. After a few drinks, the challenge was thrown out: recite the riddle from the previous life to amaze everyone. And then be admired by the beauty. Looks like I might just be the protagonist here and score something great. Others were equally hyped up. I want to try too. Yep. To spend a beautiful night with Honglei. What could be better? I will pay 1,000 gold for the answer. The announcer stood above, unfolding the paper in front of a crowd of eager faces. Dan Feng smiled. Thinking, the topic is flowers. This is way too easy. I could talk about 10 of them without breaking a sweat. The announcer beamed and held the paper up for everyone to see. Dear guests, take a look. Suddenly, several flowers from the paper floated up as if by magic. She joyfully invited everyone to admire. Dear guests, this is a painting of blooming flowers, hand-painted by Miss Honglei herself. Out of these, only 3 are real flowers, and the rest are illusions. The challenge this time is to find the 3 real flowers. Each person can only choose one. Dan Feng looked utterly bored. Like he just got pranked. So he asked again. We are not writing poetry. Right. Why does it feel like a magic show? That is right. It is a race for us. Buying real flowers for 10,000 gold. Today. Absolutely must see Miss Honglei. Liu was excitedly declaring that in the end, 3 people would get to the back courtyard to meet Honglei. With determination, Dan Feng proclaimed. For Honglei, I will give it my all. Come on. Fat Prince. But the Fat Prince was still stuck in the crowd. My lord, take your time. I will head in first. A few men were still clinging to Liu. She looked disheartened. Sighed. And that was when the 2 guys sadly turned away. Dan Feng gritted his teeth, shocked to find himself in such a predicament. The flowers that were once blooming and fragrant were now hastily wilting away. Dan Feng strode forward, feeling quite smug, thinking to himself, I did not expect this to be so easy. He held a few flowers in his hand, leaving Liu in awe. She smiled and congratulated him, recognizing him as the first to find them. Standing before the crowd, Dan Feng could not help but gloat, while the people below murmured in disbelief, questioning if he was a spy for Chiang Xiang Lo. How could someone at the 4th level of key gathering break a magic trick? No way. They whispered. He must be paid someone off. Seriously. How could a guy at the 4th level of key gathering outsmart someone like me at the true Kai level? He definitely bribed someone to cheat for him. As the doubt spread among the guests, Liu subtly gestured for Dan Feng to take this route, inviting the Fat Prince to lift his wrist, signaling he wanted to join. Come on, my lord. But Dan Feng shook him off, firmly refusing. In the end, he could only stick around with Hever Farum. Unlike the earlier chaos, the back courtyard was now eerily quiet, and Dan Feng quickly found his way with the maid's guidance. Young master, please head to room 1 to rest for a bit. Our young lady will arrive shortly. Soon after, the other 2 guests quickly arrived. Young master, please head to room 2 to rest for a bit. Our young lady will arrive shortly. Young master, please head to room 3 to rest for a bit. Our young lady will arrive shortly. Dan Feng was taken aback to see both of them standing outside the room next to his. They did not seem shy at all. One guy stared at him intently, while the other snickered at him, faced with their gazes. Dan Feng did not back down and asked, what is up with these 3 rooms? The maid quickly explained that after entering, there were still 2 more doors. The room numbers indicated the order of response. Room 1 started, and room 3 ended. Finally, the maid bowed respectfully and concluded, if you all make it through, our young lady will choose one of you to greet her. After hearing this, Dan Feng waved her off. Got it. You can go now. Right after, he quietly complained. What kind of setup is this? 3 doors. And there are still 2 more. By the time I get through all those, it will be daylight. Just as Dan Feng was about to push the door open, a sword suddenly pressed against his throat. It was his competitor from room 2, and thinks you are just lucky to be at the top. So he wants to use force to take your spot. But come on. You are just a 4th-tier martial artist who happened to find the first real flower. Luck only gets you so far. And whether you can truly hold room number 1 is another story. But Dan Feng stands there, completely unfazed, calmly saying, go ahead, make your move. His words send a bow into a rage, and he immediately draws his sword. aiming it at Than Fong. How dare this useless punk act so cocky? Today, I will show you just how weak you really are. Unexpectedly, when a Bao swings his sword, it clashes against Than Fong's defenses with a deafening noise. He realizes he can lay a finger on him. A Bao quickly steps back, feeling the heat of his failure, muttering to himself that with skills like Than Fong's, he can't afford to hurt him. A Bao then sheathes his sword, smirking slyly. Your grandpa must be pretty good to train you up like this. But let us be real, you barely have what it takes to sit here. Dream on if you think you can take my guest spot. Just as a Bao turns to leave, Than Fong calls him back. Hey, stop right there. Hearing his name called, a Bao spins around, sword ready to strike at a moment's notice, saying, I was being nice letting you off easy. Why do you call me back? Than Fong crosses his arms, gritting his teeth, and shoots back. If I did not have this defense today, what would your punch do to me? You really think you can just throw down and walk away? A Bao nonchalantly puts his sword behind him, replying, you would just die. Obviously, in this world, the big fish eat the small ones. Than Fong points angrily at him. You are really going to attack someone you do not know over a test? You are shameless. Looking down on lives. Then he lunges forward, throwing a punch at a Bao and shouting, right now. You are the small fry. Go die. A Bao barely dodges the blow, fuming. You really do not know your limits. As soon as he finishes speaking, he draws his sword again. But all you hear is the sound of it shattering into pieces, thanks to Than Fong. Than Fong smirks at a Bao. Is that all you have got? A Bao, shocked, gasps. How is that possible? Then, a Bao gathers energy in his hands, aiming a palm strike at Than Fong's face. But before he can even connect, Than Fong catches his hand. Then, with a swift motion, he snaps a Bao's arm like a twig, causing him to scream. My arm! My arm! Than Fong grabs him by the throat, saying, shut up. Only now does a Bao realize he is in trouble, pleading, please spare me. But Than Fong just smiles slyly and says, you were so brave when it came to killing others. Why start begging for mercy now? In the next moment, Than Fong lifts a Bao effortlessly with one hand, mocking him. You really do not know your place. If you die, you die. Isn't he that right? With a surge of energy constricting a Bao's throat, his eyes bulge and blood spills from his mouth. But a second later, Than Fong releases him, letting him fall back. His expression darkens as he coldly states, killing is beneath me. Your twisted morals won't change in death. I will let you live so you can spend your life trying to fix your mistakes. Then, Than Fong uses two fingers radiating energy to stab at a Bao's danchin. I am destroying your danchin and severing your meridians. From now on, you will be nothing but a small fish in your own mouth. A Below trembled, stuttering, please, do not, behind that big house. Young master, please go easy on me. But you acted like you did not hear, pressing your finger down and saying, tell me, will you regret today for messing with me for the rest of your life? Right after those words, he started coughing up blood, getting hit right on the spot. Little Dao stepped up behind him, glaring and asking, why did you hit him so hard? You calmly replied, he hit me first. Is not it only fair to hit back? And by the way, you are fine. Why did you go so hard on him? Than Fong thought to himself, in this bizarre world, you really can't reason with people like this. He turned to Little Dao and shot back. So what should I have done then? I know, just keep the peace. If he recognizes your strength and is not going to take your room anymore, then you should not have to lift a finger. Can't we just take a step back and both be happy? Than Fong realized you can reason with someone like this, so he sighed. Got it. Then swiftly slapped Little Dao, causing her head to jerk to the side. Little Dao stood there stunned, clutching her cheek, and pointed at you accusingly. You hit me. You are a man hitting a woman. Do you even know our young lady likes me the most? You had connections with the powerful official of Wudong, did not you? Than Fong stepped closer, raising a finger to signal her to be quiet. Let us keep the peace here. Little Dao then angrily swatted his hand away and yelled, you want me to keep the peace after you hit me? Just wait. I am going to tell our young lady. You are dead meat. But before she could finish her threat, Than Fong grabbed her collar, making her tremble with fear. Then with a calm smile, he said slowly, do you have some kind of misunderstanding with me? Just because I am talking nicely does not mean I am a pushover. Than Fong then smacked Little Dao's face a few times and said, didn't you say to keep the peace? Why are you acting all riled up when you are the one getting hurt? After a moment, Than Fong added, don't worry. I am not going to kill you. You are no different than that arrogant idiot over there. Your perspective is twisted. This is a sickness. Right. Luckily, treating this is my specialty. Today, I am in a good mood. So no treatment fees for you. Even though he smiled, his words were ice cold. Suddenly, a green aura surrounded Little Dao as Than Fong let go, letting her plop down on the ground. Enjoy the illusion. he said. Turning his back, he walked away. At that moment, little Dao was trapped in the illusion, tears and snot running down her face. Mumbling. This is not right. You guys, this is not right. The sound of high heels echoed, and in front of little Dao stood Hong Lai. She touched little Dao's forehead, releasing a pink aura inside the illusion. Little Dao lay on the ground surrounded by others who were beating her up, saying the same things she had said to Than Fong. Didn't she just hit you a couple of times? You were not in any danger. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? The next illusion showed another little Dao smirking, saying the exact same words. Wasn't it just a little hit? What is the big deal? Why are you counting everything? After witnessing the enchanting illusions created by Hong Li, she could not contain her excitement. The magic was truly impressive and so captivating. In room 1, Hong Li gracefully entered, her voice sweet as honey. Young master, your magical skills are extraordinary, and they have really opened my eyes. Than Fong quickly responded, Miss Hong Li, you flatter me. With your stunning beauty and perfect figure, it is no wonder you have captured our hero's heart. You truly are the belle of the ball. Unlike those other girls. As she walked closer, she continued to praise him. I am not just being polite. I mean every word. People call me a mesmerizing beauty, she said with a playful smile. But in the eyes of someone as skilled as you, my talents are like a child's play. But if my mate has been blessed by your remarkable magic, I should be thanking you. Than Fong crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. So not only are you not blaming me, but you want to thank me as well. Hong Li quickly explained. Normally, my maid follows me around, soaking up compliments and getting a bit too proud, thinking she knows everything. I have warned her several times, but my words do not carry the same weight as flattery. She tends to forget what I say. So if you could correct her, I would really appreciate it. Than Fong replied. Seems like you are quite the reasonable lady, but you know, sometimes it is the simplest lessons that hit hardest. Like when you poke the wrong bear, you better be ready to face the consequences. Right after that, Hong Li wrapped her arms around his, leaning in close. Young master, a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. Let us not let this ruin our mood. I have prepared wine and snacks in my room. Come join me. Surprised, he asked. Aren't there still 2 rooms left? Well, she explained. The occupant of room 2 was knocked out, and the one in room 3 ran away terrified. You are the only one left. If we keep checking, it might be too late. With that, Hong Li playfully tugged at Than Fong's waist, leading him away. With such a beautiful lady at his side, he could not help but feel excited and followed eagerly. As they walked, she looked back at him and teased. If you get eliminated, I will be all alone tonight. At that moment, the table was left barren, with just a cup and a pair of chopsticks remaining. From a distance, a lovely lady approached with a bright smile on her face. She eagerly poured tea and sweetly asked, I do not believe I have had the pleasure of knowing your name. Young master. Without hesitation, he replied succinctly. It is Than Fong. Hearing this, the lovely lady gasped in surprise. So you are the famous young master. It is a pleasure to meet you. Than Fong quickly interjected. Just call me Big Brother instead. It sounds so much more friendly. As soon as he finished speaking, she cheerfully agreed. Big Brother it is. This made Than Fong's eyes light up with joy. Without a second thought, he reached out and grabbed her delicate hand. In an instant, he effortlessly lifted her up into his arms. The two exchanged glances, silently communicating their feelings. Suddenly, she stopped him, saying, Young master. Wait. Than Fong was taken aback, quickly glancing back to follow her retreating figure. Moments later, she boldly suggested making it up to him. Earlier, the family had crossed paths with Hyan, and now this little sister wants an apology, hoping that the boss won't hold a grudge. Hearing this, Than Fong could not resist the temptation and immediately dove in. Sure, but I prefer a cool dance style. Hope that is okay. With that, she playfully chimed in, the boss just loves to bully me, which gave Than Fong the green light to sweet talk his way in. You just push her around. And then what? Unconsciously, he picked up a cup of tea, hesitatingly stammering. Of course. Without a second thought, she smiled brightly, sweet-talking him, saying it was all good with the boss. In the blink of an eye, the flame at the candle's tip suddenly flared up. Than Fong was munching away, completely captivated by the girl dancing gracefully in front of him. At that moment, her chest accidentally caught his eye. She danced non-stop, flaunting her curves with seductive moves. Before long, her smooth, pale thighs began to peek out from under her top. At this point, Than Fong finally could not hold back and lifted her up. This left her looking confused, and she asked, Boss, how do I dance like this? In response, Than Fong simply said, It is nice and all, but the night is chilly like water. Better watch out for a cold. Hearing this, she went all in, dramatically play-acting the sympathy card. Speaking of cold, I think I feel a chill. How about we drink some warm wine? With that, she quickly grabbed a full bottle of wine. In an instant, she skillfully popped open a small glass of wine and moved closer to Than Fong. She did not hesitate, gulping it down, causing the wine to splash everywhere. Witnessing this, Than Fong could not help but wonder. Whoa! Why is this wine light purple? He immediately blurted out, stopping in his tracks. Wait, is it poisonous? She instinctively stumbled and fell to the ground. Just a moment later, she got up, hurriedly explaining. This wine is called Ziyang. It is stored in purple bamboo, which gives it that light purple color. This wine is super rare and worth a fortune. She suddenly looked fragile, her eyes glistening, suggesting that if they were to spend the spring night together, why would I harm you? Besides, dancing in the pink light, making money, why would I poison such fine wine? Hearing this, Than Fong felt a bit skeptical and scratched his head, surprised that the wine was so expensive, which drove her a bit wild, silently scolding him for being so clueless. He looked like a frog sitting at the bottom of a well, who had never seen anything good. Soon after, Than Fong sweetly approached her. It is not your fault. You did not know I would bring such good wine. Seizing the moment, she took the lead, waving it off. It is just a misunderstanding. As soon as she finished, she stood up and slowly turned away, walking forward. If it is a misunderstanding, in an instant, she held out a sweet glass of wine, gently asking, can you drink a toast? Faced with the temptation, Than Fong's eyes lit up, unable to hide his excitement. At this moment, Than Fong was intently gazing at the wine glass presented in his beloved's hand. As he stared, he pondered, how should I drink this expensive wine to look sophisticated? A sip or down it all at once. Noticing his silence, she suddenly called out, Big brother, while secretly worrying. What if he found out I poisoned his drink? Just as this thought crossed her mind, fear gripped her. She reminded herself, the blood poison is colorless and tasteless. Even a master can't detect it. And besides, he is just a weakling at the 4th tier of key gathering. In an instant, she was paralyzed with fear, her face drained of color, not a drop of blood left. With no other choice, she reluctantly stepped forward. She quickly threw herself into Than Fong's arms, hugging him tightly, and softly called out, Big brother. In that moment, he could not help but tear up. Questioning her, why are not you drinking? Are you afraid I will suspect you poisoned me? To her, Than Fong gently replied, how could I ever doubt my dear sister? No sooner had he finished speaking than a passionate kiss ignited between their soft lips. Than Fong immediately reached for the poisoned wine glass. Holding it in his hand, he could not help but admire it, thinking, when a beautiful woman pours, even poison must be sipped. But there's got to be a ritual for this. With that, Than Fong fell into a moment of contemplation, silently gazing at the filled glass. After a while, he made his decision and downed it in one go. Instantly, Than Fong exclaimed, this wine is delicious. It starts off cool, then warms up in the stomach, making me feel cozy all over, heating my heart. Speaking of which, dear sister, do you feel the same? Her cheeks flushed at his words, her eyes widening. But soon, panic set in as she thought, why has not he collapsed yet? Did I poison him too lightly? Without hesitation, she turned once more, eagerly bringing him another glass of wine. Approaching him, she sweetly urged, Big brother, why do not you have another drink? Without a second thought, Than Fong simply replied, sure. In the blink of an eye, he raised the glass, casting a sly glance at it once more. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Than Fong's mind. The system interface displayed a message. Host has been attacked by the beloved. Poison resistance increased by 1000. Congratulations. Host has gained the innate ability, immune to all poisons. Upon seeing it, Than Fong could not help but let out a tired sigh. Just then, he suddenly pointed at the wine glass with a reminder. This wine is poisoned. Do not drink anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Than Fong dramatically declared, I will drink it. His boldness made the beloved beside him visibly anxious. She quickly exclaimed, Big brother, do not scare me like that. Without hesitation, Than Fong took another gulp of the wine. The system displayed another message. Host has been attacked by the beloved. Poison resistance increased by 1000. This left the beloved stunned, thinking, is this guy for real? Is it really that easy to take down my beloved? There is no way the intel could be wrong. Meanwhile, Than Fong over here is calmly plotting, just boosting his poison resistance. But it won't level up unless he drinks more. Seems like he has not had enough yet. With that thought, he suddenly snaps back to reality. Like a light bulb just went off in his head. Without a second thought, Than Fong points to the bottle on the table and shouts, bring on the booze. He decisively grabs a cup, hurling it hard against the ground. Almost instantly, Dan Feng strides toward the bottle and declares, "You know, back in my hometown, we have a saying. If you do not drink to your heart's content, you might as well get knocked out." This immediately leaves the shadowy figure dumbfounded, eyes wide in surprise, ignoring her shock. Dan Feng continues to down the liquor like there is no tomorrow. The system quickly updates, showing that his poison resistance has hit its peak. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the unique talent, immune to all poisons." In that moment, Dan Feng suddenly dodges, smashing the wine glass into pieces on the floor. As the wine hits the ground, it releases a thick, ominous mist. Dan Feng wipes his mouth, stating, "Still not enough." This immediately grabs the attention of the shadowy figure, leaving her frozen in place. Dan Feng suddenly goes quiet, carefully pulling out a strange object. In a heartbeat, the shadowy figure's eyes widen as she realizes what he has: her poison. At that moment, she recalls how he had just touched her body earlier. In an instant, her face flushes red as she hesitates. Without missing a beat, Dan Feng downs the deadly concoction in one go. The system chimes in again, alerting that the host has been attacked by the shadowy figure. Poison resistance plus 1000. Plus 1000. Plus 1000 resistance has reached its limit. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the talent, immune to all poisons. Almost immediately, Dan Feng is energized, questioning, "What is the deal? You gonna hand over the poison or what?" As he speaks, he glares at her with fierce determination. "I hope you know what is good for you." At this, the shadowy figure, still playing coy, feigns confusion. "Big brother. What are you talking about? I do not understand." Standing nearby, Dan Feng rolls his eyes, his expression dripping with sarcasm. Without hesitation, he steps closer to the table, urging, "Cut the act. Just bring out the poison, and I won't tell anyone how you tried to kill me. If not." He trails off, suddenly turning on his heel. Without wasting more words, Dan Feng gathers his spiritual energy, ready to unleash a move just like that table. At that moment, he suddenly turned around. Without wasting words, Dan Feng focused his energy, launching a sudden attack. Just like that table. No sooner had he spoken than the table shattered into countless pieces. At this point, the bouncer stubbornly scowled and resisted, clearly not realizing where he was. Dan Feng, hearing this, almost lost it, retorting loudly, "You think you can start trouble here? Do you even know what you are up against?" As he finished speaking, the bouncer charged at him from a distance. She lunged straight at Dan Feng, and he could not help but feel excited. In a blink, he effortlessly dodged her attack with a single move. Just like that, he quickly landed on the ground, his expression cold and silent. Suddenly, Dan Feng broke into a strange smile, mocking, "So this is what happens when you attack yourself." Lying on the ground, the shadowy figure stirred momentarily. A plume of dark smoke unexpectedly surged from her severed neck. The lifeless body of the zealot began to rise, slowly revealing her true form, recovering her appearance as she haltingly spoke. "Big bro. Good." The shadowy figure momentarily warmed up, smiling at her. "You really do not know how to take care of yourself." Not giving her a chance to say too much, a sudden strike came soaring in from a distance, slamming across the shadow's face. It was Dan Feng, relentlessly attacking, smashing her head into pieces once again. At this moment, Dan Feng could not hide his fury and bluntly retorted, "You dare call me big bro without earning it." This made the shadow immediately scowl and yell, "Damn it." In an instant, she shot up into the air, angrily scolding, "You are a guy with no class." Yet, she dared to keep coming back for more, but in response, Dan Feng confidently mocked her, "You are just too bad." Without a second thought, the shadowy figure unleashed a mysterious force that suddenly ensnared Dan Feng's legs. At that moment, a thick cloud of black smoke quickly enveloped Dan Feng's body. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire area. The dense, swirling black smoke expanded around everything. Seeing this, Dan Feng exclaimed, echoing her words, "With this kind of precious energy, you just use it however you want. In your so-called 7 demon generals, is not this worthless?" In response, the shadowy figure, looking down from above, said lightly, "You have seen through my identity so quickly." Without hesitation, Dan Feng replied coldly, "I have read history too. Your 7 demon generals are not a secret. If I am not mistaken, you must be the second shadow among them." Those words struck a nerve with the shadowy figure, leaving her momentarily stunned. Immediately, she perked up, raising an eyebrow. "Consider yourself smart. I do not care how you killed that 5th shadow. But today, you want to be so lucky." As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding ominous energy thickened in an instant. Dan Feng could not hide his shock, his whole body tense. From afar, a red light suddenly hovered into view, Seeing this, Dan Feng quickly took out a magical artifact. Moments later, he firmly grasped the Than Kim, buzzing with spiritual energy. Suddenly, a thick wall of dark energy appeared right behind him. The shadowy figure emerged with a ghastly expression, launching an attack straight at Than Feng. In a life-or-death moment, Than Feng swiftly adapted. He easily used the Than Kim to block her powerful strike. Instantly, the dense fog of ominous energy was shattered by him. But just a moment later, the shadow reappeared behind him again. In an instant, she landed a crushing blow that left him reeling. Suddenly, the system flashed a notification. Host attacked by Shadow Spirit. Shadow Attribute 100. Staring at the info before him, Than Feng was puzzled, wondering what the heck Shadow Attribute even meant. He quickly fell into a daze, shutting his eyes tight in contemplation. Just then, in a moment of clarity, Than Feng snapped his eyes open. With a fierce resolve, he swung at the Shadow Spirit with a powerful strike. This time, the Shadow Spirit managed to dodge, but a chunk of her hair was severed. In that moment, she finally felt fear and took a hesitant step back. Without missing a beat, Than Feng charged forward again. Gripping his sword tightly, he suddenly changed direction. In no time, his sword was aimed right at the Shadow Spirit, a victorious smile on his face. Without hesitation, Than Feng thrust the sword, slicing through the air towards her. The Shadow Spirit's face paled in shock, her mouth agape. In that moment, Than Feng could not help but flaunt his confidence, taunting her boldly. You did not climb to the rank of second in command just by playing nice, did you? Honestly, you are not even close to being as tough as my real opponent. This is what they call second in command. Pathetic. His words drove the Shadow Spirit mad. Her face twisted in rage as she prepared to retaliate. Having been underestimated, she decided it was time to show her true strength against him. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a bizarre, menacing form, staring at the grotesque figure before him. Than Feng was taken aback, thinking, what in the world is this? The Shadow Spirit now flaunted her new appearance, sweetly challenging him. What do you think of my new look? Responding to her, Than Feng felt nauseated, muttering under his breath, is this thing male or female? The Shadow Spirit chuckled, teasing him. Do you think the Shadow Spirit has a gender? Than Feng felt disgusted, nearly gagging, thinking, I am up against something that is neither here nor there. What a joke. In that moment, he quickly regained his composure, glaring at the Shadow Spirit, thinking, damn it, you are as good as dead. Finally, I understand why my real opponent called you an idiot. You do not even comprehend gender. What a mess. Without a second thought, Than Feng channeled his energy, decisively launching a powerful strike with his sword. The Shadow Spirit, however, stood there, wearing a disturbingly savage grin. In an instant, Than Feng's attack sliced through the Shadow Spirit's body. Undeterred, she provocatively taunted him. How do you like my body? Than Feng was furious and shouted back. Shut up, you scumbag. Instantly, the Shadow Spirit sneered. It is pointless. Your sword can hurt me. Why not just give up and surrender your life to me? As soon as she finished speaking, her body miraculously healed in an instant. Seeing this, Than Feng could not help but smirk sarcastically. Elementalization. There must be something that can counter this. After all, my magic is pretty powerful. You know. Without wasting time, he seized the opportunity and lunged forward with his sword, unleashing a fierce attack that sent shockwaves through the air. Facing the onslaught, the alluring figure maintained a dazzling smile, radiating confidence. In the blink of an eye, she was suddenly pierced by bizarre roots. Than Feng felt a rush of excitement and let out a victorious laugh. But just a moment later, his eyes widened in shock as the enchanting figure called out to him. Hey there. She instantly appeared in a grotesque form, grinning wickedly. Almost immediately, she taunted, didn't you understand? I am a shadow. Do you really think there is anything that can hurt a shadow? But Than Feng, unfazed by her words, simply unleashed a fiery attack. Yet, it seemed like a mere scratch. The enchanting figure still laughed confidently. Realizing something, Than Feng began to piece together the puzzle. It could defend against any physical or magical attack. No wonder she could afford to look down on him. It was like facing a legion of monsters gathered for a showdown. Shadow, she suddenly called out from afar. If you do not move, I will take it as you are surrendering to me. No sooner had she spoken than she appeared right behind Than Feng. Without hesitation, she unleashed a flurry of strikes, relentlessly attacking him. Faced with this, Than Feng showed visible frustration, thinking, are you just scratching my back here? The system immediately displayed. Host under attack by the enchanting figure. Shadow attribute increased by 100 in an instant. The enchanting figure was filled with dread. What kind of physical prowess is this? It is too strong. It is overwhelmingly powerful. In response, Danfeng maintained his composure. Is this your strength? If so, I might just have to bring out my ultimate move. But before he could prepare, the enchanting figure suddenly launched an attack. Luckily, Danfeng managed to raise his hand just in time to block it. The system displayed a notification. Host under attack by the enchanting figure. Shadow attribute increased by 1000. Congratulations. Host has broken through the shadow attribute limit and gained the ability to shift through shadows. This ability allows movement within any connected shadow. Staring at his opponent frozen before him, Danfeng fell silent, pondering if the shadows were not interconnected. If they were not, this skill would not activate. But why could she suddenly appear behind him in an instant? Danfeng unexpectedly grasped a portion of the enchanting figure's body. She tried to pull away but found it impossible to escape instantly. Danfeng flashed a victorious grin, locking eyes with her. Gotcha. With that, he decisively unleashed a devastating blow that wounded the enchanting figure severely. All the while thinking, so that is how it is. No wonder she needed to activate the abyss before making a move. A storm of thoughts raced through Danfeng's mind. The shadow was actually a light-based entity, thriving in darkness, where everything was shrouded. He silently realized that this meant the shadow creature could move infinitely. Within its realm, this had to be its domain's rule. A freak like this was a serious threat after all those years. Did the Righteous Alliance win or what? But that is not the point. What matters now is that it is my turn to take charge. Just watch me play with this monster like it is nothing. The moment those words left his lips, Danfeng unleashed a brilliant stream of golden energy in his hand. He suddenly tilted his body, feigning disappointment. Ah man, that last match really messed me up. And then, in a dramatic flare, he collapsed to the ground, praising, "You truly deserve your title as the second strongest of the 7 demonic generals. With power like this, I can't even compare. Today, Danfeng willingly acknowledge you as the strongest." This left the shadow creature baffled, thinking to itself, I do not have enough energy to maintain this realm, and with the dawn approaching, I need to get out of here fast and figure out how to deal with this weird situation later. With that thought, she turned on her heel and called back, "Hey big guy, your acting skills are way over the top. I can't even take you seriously." This made Danfeng go speechless, his expression frozen in shock. He could not help but think, does she even know what acting is? In a heartbeat, Danfeng managed to straighten up and declared, "Don't expect me to play along. If I let you escape today, I won't let it slide." In the blink of an eye, the shadow creature vanished into thin air as night fell. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the Wudong district. Here, the shadow creature was darting around in the darkness. Suddenly, she leaped forward in a big bound. The shadow landed in a clumsy pose, nearly toppling over. At that moment, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Just then, a noise echoed in the distance, instantly grabbing the shadow's attention. Danfeng appeared suddenly, his face as blank as a wall. Spotting him, the shadow creature could not help but interrogate. "Who are you? How do you know about my shadow form? Are you part of the shadow clan too?" To this, Danfeng simply replied, "I am not important. What matters is why you are not putting on a show with me." In response, the shadow creature felt anger bubbling up, retorting, "You are just here to cause trouble, are not you?" Meanwhile, she thought to herself, I had to exhaust all my energy to win the second place against that beloved one. Immediately, she split herself into duplicates, asserting that this territory belongs to her. "You are celebrating too early," she declared. With those words, she swiftly divided into two and darted away. From high above, Danfeng could not help but sigh, saying, "So after all that talk, you are just running away." But he did not linger on it. In an instant, he vanished into thin air. In an instant, Danfeng caught up with the bouncer, shouting, "You can't escape." As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively tore through her illusion. At that moment, Danfeng stood frozen, a puzzled expression on his face. He chuckled in disbelief. "Are you not going to recover this time?" Danfeng burst into an excited, taunting laugh. "You like playing hide and seek? Ah, my dear sister, you better hide well." But before long, he spotted her and exclaimed, "Gotcha." He smirked, teasingly saying, "Because the rabbit's scared of someone even more dangerous." And there she was, panting, sitting flat on the ground, thinking, oh no. The rabbit. In the next heartbeat, the rabbit suddenly bolted forward. Danfeng appeared right next to her and whispered, "Curious why a timid little rabbit would run into danger like you." He smirked again and shot back, "Because that rabbit is scared of someone even more dangerous, and that is me." In an instant, Danfeng grinned devilishly. This made the girl gasp in fear. and she quickly screamed, "Help! Someone is trying to eat me." "Wait, I am the one who is the monster." Then Feng could not help but chuckle. "Did I scare you, silly?" "No way." "Right." Meanwhile, the girl kept pleading, "Help! Someone wants to eat me." The moment she finished speaking, his beloved immediately slipped away, leaving Then Feng startled. She took the initiative to speak up. "Ethan Feng, everyone knows about the shadow clone technique. Chasing after it is pointless. Why not just let it go?" But Then Feng firmly replied, "No way. I am not letting anyone off the hook today. Recently, I do not have a plan to let them go." He stepped closer, adding, "Besides, you are just a shadow. As long as there is light, shadows can exist." Feeling the sting of his words, his beloved was immediately frightened. Trembling all over, she tried to escape, feeling her strength waning. If they stayed still, so would he? Realizing this, Then Feng thought to himself, a shadow only appears in darkness. Where there is sunlight, there are no shadows. Light, the sun, no shadows. Instantly, he had an epiphany, slapping his hand with a bang. "I get it now. To defeat the shadow clone, you first have to eliminate the darkness. Only light can do that, so light is its greatest nemesis." Without hesitation, Then Feng boldly asked, "Do you believe in light?" As soon as he spoke, he conjured a massive flame that enveloped his body. The flames created a powerful burst of light behind Then Feng. He fueled the fire, making it blaze fiercely. Quickly, a vast beam of light expanded in all directions. Instantly, she was pushed back by the dazzling brilliance. With no other choice, his beloved had to turn and flee. But Then Feng was not about to let her off easy. He relentlessly pressed the attack. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of powerful strikes rained down upon her. Moments later, a massive explosion erupted with a deafening boom. The surrounding forest was inevitably caught in the blaze, consumed by flames. His beloved struggled to rise, hesitantly affirming, "Even if you want to block my escape, what of it? I can sense that you do not have much strength left. I can keep fighting you. Neither of us stands to gain anything from this," she said, making Then Feng bristle with annoyance. "I think you are misunderstanding. I am not trying to kill you." Hearing this, his beloved looked puzzled and shouted, "If you do not want to kill me, then what do you want? My blood demon sect intel? Or is it about the poison?" Meanwhile, she thought to herself, "This guy does not come with good intentions, and he is way stronger than me. How can I get this info to them without missing a beat?" Then Feng said seriously, "I have no interest in your blood demon sect or that poison." He suddenly laughed, emphasizing, "Just hit me hard. If it feels good, I will let you go." "What?" His beloved was left speechless, her face frozen in disbelief. Does this guy have some weird kink? In an instant, her frustration boiled over. "Are you crazy or what? Why are you chasing me if it is not for the poison? Just to let me hit you." At the same time, she thought, "Are people really this strange these days?" In response, Then Feng replied succinctly, "According to the records, shadow clones require soul energy for positioning. If you can use it, it clearly means you have a soul." You momentarily went silent, revealing that the essence of your being is not as strong as mine, showing that your soul is a weakness. Your crimson avatar is called a mesmerizing illusion, and although your magic is powerful, its quality lacks depth. This clearly indicates that your soul is your Achilles' heel, which is why you have resorted to this avatar to refine yourself. As you spoke, your eyes locked onto her intently. Soon after, Then Feng's expression turned serious as he pressed on. "Did you hear me? Are you following my orders?" At this juncture, the illusion still stubbornly believed that she wanted to make Then Feng uncomfortable with her defiance. Talk about being thick-headed. In an instant, the scene shifted to a dreamscape, and Then Feng found himself face to face with the illusion. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he flicked his wrist, effortlessly channeling his energy. In a heartbeat, a flurry of swords rained down from the sky, aimed straight at the illusion. She could not dodge in time, and her body was pierced all over with swords, slicing through her like a hot knife through butter. Witnessing this brutal scene unfold, Then Feng coldly suggested, "Fight me, or I will end you," he declared with a menacing conviction. "Choose." The illusion, lying on the ground and impaled by thousands of swords, weakly chuckled. "Do you think defeating me means victory? What you see is just a fragment of me. I will vanish." The illusion showed a hint of panic but continued to feign confidence, proudly stating, "Your soul energy may surpass my fragment, but it can defeat my true self. For 200 years, I have made sure to not waste a single moment. My soul is no longer my weakness." Then Feng rested his sword on his shoulder, looking at the illusion with irritation. "If you are choosing the latter option, then just say so. Why all the chatter? Don't you know that villains die from talking too much?" He raised his sword high, unleashing a surge of power, shouting, "Here comes the sword." The sword, still embedded in the water, suddenly stirred and shook violently. Then, They all soared into the air, breaking free from the water's grasp. As soon as they were liberated, the swords surged forward with a fierce energy towards the illusion. They zipped through the air at an astonishing speed, gradually coming together to form one. A massive sword materialized before the illusion, causing her to recoil in fear. Thanfeng gleefully fueled the giant sword with power before landing on the ground. He stirred the water, casting a spell to make the massive sword disappear. At that moment, where it had pierced the ground, a dark liquid began to flow. That liquid gradually evaporated and vanished. And Thanfeng stood there, marveling at the sight. You would rather die than face me. Anyone who does not know would think you are just a harmless spirit. Poor me. What a waste of my precious time and effort. Thanfeng casually rested his hands behind his head, turning away with a hint of regret. Well, the beauty is gone. If Hongli is a fallen demon general, let us trade you for a reward. Last time I got quite a bit for that exchange. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, chaos reigned as announcements echoed. The top-ranking Hongli of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is the illusion of the fallen demon general. I have seen through her disguise. And now I suspect there are still remnants of the blood demon cult lurking in the pavilion. We will seal off the entire Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Inside the waiting hall, chaos erupted. Loud voices, shoving, and endless arguments. What do you minions of the Demon Suppression Office want? I am a direct descendant. Yulimi. Miss Hong, sweet and lovely. How could she possibly be a demon? You are lying. Who is in charge here? Tell him to get out of here. Who does he think he is? Daring to provoke the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. He has got some serious guts. Do you even know who established the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? The next morning, Qing Feng was fuming, shouting at the ruckus-making crowd. Stop messing around and cooperate with the Demon Suppression Office. Fat Wong rushed in just in time to hear King Feng assertively continue. Anyone who dares to cause trouble is in league with demons, and will be cut down on the spot. He calmly raised his hand to address everyone, explaining in detail. I am an exorcist of the Demon Suppression Office, Miss King Feng. This morning, our department received intel suspecting that the Honglai artifact from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is demonic. So we are here to investigate. The noise in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion died down as everyone leaned in to listen. This Hongli is not just a demon. It is also a manifestation of a shadow demon, one of the 7 demon generals I have seen through its disguise. It is. Now I suspect that remnants of the blood demon cult still linger within the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. The two below looked up in disbelief, gasping as they exclaimed. The 7 demon generals. They are still alive. Miss Hongli is a shadow demon. How can that be? The hall erupted in a frenzy of discussion, with everyone chiming in. I think it must be true. Didn't you hear the esteemed official say he received intel this morning? He came specially dressed to investigate, clearly having had leads for a while. One person speculated. That means there might still be remnants of the blood demon cult hiding in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the courtesans of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion were shoved aside by the guests, creating a panic. Sir, you must ensure our safety. Yep. Officer, we are not demons. Just then, 2 informants approached, bowing respectfully. Officer Gu, through our investigation, we have captured 2 suspected remnants of the blood demon cult. We have brought the criminals back to the Demon Suppression Office. Hand them over to Officer Lei. You have worked hard. Officer Gu, Qing Feng replied. Got it. I will clarify this with Officer Lei later. You 2 have done well. His face darkened as he rolled up his sleeves. Qing Feng felt a mix of anger and satisfaction. You make me sick, you and your androgynous nonsense. I will crush your little gang. He turned to leave, but behind him, Fat Wong and Yilan called out loudly. Officer Gu. Officer Gu. Qing Feng turned back without showing much emotion. Simply asking, what is it? Yilan smiled and waved at him. But King Feng pointed at her, saying, let us take it slow. No need to get touchy-feely. Who knows what kind of freak you might turn into? Just keep your hands off me. But she still stepped closer, holding a small handkerchief. Yilan quickly stuffed the handkerchief into King Feng's shirt, catching him off guard and leaving him speechless. Fat Wong, standing to the side, could only see their hands clasped together. He hesitated, calling out, Officer Gu. Yilan blushed, shyly pushing King Feng away with her finger. He looked down at the paper that had just been stuffed into his shirt, confused and surprised. Big Wong rushed in a panic, eager to report, not wanting to be a third wheel here. Master Gu. I just remembered that Ha promised to find me for something. He pointed at Hefa Siam. After we wrap this up, we will head back to the demon town. Okay. But inside, he was secretly thinking, whoa. Master Gu. You could totally pull out your gun right here. That is note to self. Never get too close to anyone beautiful by Master Go's side. Alright, time to... He stepped towards Haga Fiam, who was still confused, to head outside together. Wai Lam followed Thanfeng outside, a frown on her face as she asked, what do you want with me? Spit it out. She looked up at Thanfeng with a mesmerizing voice. saying softly, "Of course. I just hope Master Go can say a few nice words on behalf of Qin Hedengring Lo in front of Master Lei." He reached into his pocket, searching for the piece of cloth Wai Lam had stuffed into him earlier. Dan Feng held the cloth up high, scrutinizing it, then gave it a few shakes. Wai Lam gazed at him, extending her hand forward, whispering sweetly, "Master, please stand still." She lifted her chain, putting on a charming smile. But there was a hint of shyness. What could this possibly be? Wai Lam pulled out a banknote wedged between her. "Well, you know." She feigned a dreamy look. Her alluring eyes locked onto Dan Feng. He let his hands drop as Wai Lam spoke with a pitiful expression. "Please, Master." Dan Feng gently lifted her chin, the atmosphere thick with ambiguity. She still did not seem earnest enough. She shyly stood up, turning her face away from his hand, hastily saying, "This whole red matter has freaked me out. I need to go rest." Wai Lam hurried off, leaving Dan Feng alone in the corridor. Turning to leave, after walking a short distance, she suddenly turned around, raising her hand to signal him. "My dear, when you are free, can you come to Tiangsang Tower to find me? Only your determination can put my mind at ease." Dan Feng looked at Wai Lam, smiling happily, and confidently replied, "Of course. Of course." Once she was completely gone, Dan Feng revealed a cunning expression. While he could not spend the night with the beauty, this little victory was not too shabby. Somewhere else, outside, people were gathering, straining their necks to catch a glimpse of what was happening inside. The Demon Suppression Division announced, "Miss Dan Feng has bravely seen through the monsters, protecting the people, and is awarded 10,000 merit points." A room was sealed with official paper, and the announcement continued. "Tiangsang Tower is now under investigation for harboring demon generals and will cease operations for renovations in the future. If anyone discovers clues about the Blood Demon sect, report it to the Demon Suppression Division for a generous reward." The eunuch Rong Xia spoke while everyone bowed their heads to listen to the decree. "By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees. Miss Dan Feng has distinguished herself in revealing the identity of the demons, safeguarding the people, and courageously capturing the Blood Demon sect." Dan Feng holds the edict with both hands, staring at it in disbelief, saying, "Is this for real?" Fat Wong is watching him intently as Dan Feng is overwhelmed with emotion, thinking, "I can't be dreaming, can I?" The eunuch who was walking hears this and turns to look at him. "Of course it is real." He chuckles softly, saying with a teasing tone, "No matter how bold we are, we would not dare forge a holy decree." With that, the eunuch turns to leave, but not before reminding him, "If you have the chance, do not forget to come to the palace to express your gratitude, my young lord." Everyone bows respectfully, thanking the eunuch for the reminder. He walks away, turning back with a smile, half playful and half serious. "Once you rise to greatness, do not forget me." He bows respectfully, calling after the retreating steps of the eunuch, "I will never forget you, my lord." Dan Feng holds the edict, his face still showing signs of shock and amazement. He turns to Wang Fat and Ha Fam, instructing them. "Wang Fat, Bookworm, you two take the stuff back to my place. We will check out the new house together later." Wang Fat, puzzled, watches Dan Feng as he heads for the door and asks, "My lord, where are you going?" Dan Feng turns back, his expression serious, calmly replying, "Training." Dan Feng sits in a bathtub, soaking and training with various spirit recovery pills and essence pills. A powerful surge of spiritual energy bursts forth, surrounding his body. Suddenly, sensing a change within himself, Dan Feng's eyes snap open. The system's voice rings out, congratulating the host for breaking through to the 5th layer of energy gathering. He beams with joy, realizing the essence pills have indeed boosted his power. Training is going to be faster than ever, and the pure yang energy is transforming into limitless energy. His foundation is now much more solid. This is great. Truly great. He begins to test the spiritual energy in the palm of his hand, limitless energy swirling. The water dragon in the tub also responds, bubbling vigorously with the surge of power. Dan Feng senses the perfect moment. He closes his eyes, focusing on absorbing the spiritual energy. The energy from the water dragon gradually rises, merging into Dan Feng's body. Suddenly, he notices something unusual and frowns, grinding his teeth. What is going on? Am I about to break through to a new level? Dan Feng quickly adjusts his technique, continuing to absorb the energy, thinking, whatever. Let us train first and figure it out later. The water in the bathtub becomes even more turbulent. Bubbling over, he leans down, more than half his body submerged, continuing to absorb the energy. Suddenly, Dan Feng throws his head back and shouts, the source of spiritual energy swirling around him. From behind, a majestic black dragon blade erupts into the air. Dan Feng gazed at his own body, a satisfied smile creeping across his face as the system chimed in, congratulating him on awakening the bloodline of the twin blades dragon. He was stunned. Really? His bloodline turned out to be a serious black dragon. Could it be that the identity of a dragon hair works, even in this other world? The system hurriedly clarified, reminding him. Please note, the bloodline you awakened is that of the Twin Blades dragon, not the true dragon. Van Feng huffed, running a hand through his hair, muttering curses under his breath. Come on. That is such a downgrade. No wonder I only have 2 claws. But wait, if the Twin Blades dragon is not human, does that count as a monster? The system replied seriously. Yep. It does, he smirked, thinking to himself. If the Twin Blades dragon is considered a monster, does that mean I, with this bloodline, am also a monster? So would not that mean I could just beat myself up to become stronger? The system cut through his thoughts, saying, Host, you are just a human who possesses a bit of the Twin Blades dragon bloodline. The reason you can inherit the Twin Blades dragon bloodline is that your ancestors drank the blood of a Twin Blades dragon and survived. Van Feng sighed. A man can keep getting burned in the same spot. The system continued. Friendly reminder, your Twin Blades dragon bloodline has only partially awakened. So right now, you only have the strength of a dragon. If your bloodline concentration increases, you could gain the abilities of a dragon. And with good training, you might even unlock the innate talents of someone with a monster bloodline, surpassing those of the same level. It clicked for him. No wonder that guy had a bloodline monster so powerful, with a whole squad of 7 top-tier freaks. Yet they were defeated by the Righteous Alliance led by the Great Mati. Van Feng read the notifications, lost in thought. Maybe the key lies in the one awakening this bloodline. It is like learning from a monster to tackle a monster. But wait, suddenly, as if realizing something, his eyes widened in shock. Bloodlines can awaken multiple times. He jumped up from the water, thinking, this time I could boost my bloodline concentration with the help of the blood god's offspring. And later, if I want to enhance it further, the best way would be to keep gathering the blood god's offspring. Alright then, this time I am going full force against the bloodline monster. Van Feng stepped out of the water, the waves rippling as he emerged. After a while of training, he raised his hand to cover his mouth, yawning heavily from exhaustion. Then Van Feng hurriedly dressed, muttering to himself, I need to check for any news about the bloodline monster, and the documents on monster bloodline inheritance. Meanwhile, in a different place, sunlight flooded the space. In a mansion from one of the 4 great families of the Feng dynasty, a pair of eyes widened in surprise, as if sensing something. Reflecting disbelief, the ancestor of the dragon god bloodline focused their spirit force in their hand, their face deep in contemplation as they stared at it. A red orb of spirit force danced across the ancestor's fingertips. It flowed back and forth over the joints of their fingers, the source of the spirit force gradually building up with movement. And then, as it reached the index finger, the spirit force within began to radiate powerfully. He launched the orb of spirit force into the sky, its strength radiating intensely. The ancestor commanded those nearby, summon the family head here. The other bowed respectfully. Yep. Ancestor. Not long after, slow yet steady footsteps drew closer. The head of the household rushed to the window as requested by the ancestors. Ancestors. The ones who seek me, he spoke solemnly, sensing a disturbance from 5,000 miles to the east. It must be the lost descendants of the clan awakening the bloodline dragon god. At a low level of awakening, then the ancestors urged, the bloodline dragon god cannot be lost out there. Send someone to bring it back. The head of the household responded with surprise. 5,000 miles to the east must be within the Wudong district. Most of the Senza are descendants of the criminals from years ago. It is shocking that after all this time, that bloodline still has heirs. The ancestors pressed him, saying that they still had a chance to return now. A great grace from the clan. The head of the household bowed respectfully. Yep. Ancestors. He stepped outside, deep in thought. Someone who could awaken their bloodline, without the clan's help, must have some talent. It is a shame they carry the blood of criminals. They should not even be alive anymore. Suddenly, he commanded the figure sitting on the rooftop to go to Wudong at his call. The figure on the rooftop gradually faded away, and his face grew contemplative, eyes staring into the void. Meanwhile, we shift scenes to Van Feng, who was intently observing a vial of essence elixir. As he read, he paid close attention to every detail of the vial before placing it down on the table. Van Feng skimmed through the pages, reading about the Fire Dynasty allowing the heritage of demon bloodlines if a human awakens the demon bloodline. So the ancestors must have drunk demon blood and survived. The demon bloodline has developed until now, with people carrying this bloodline spread throughout the Fire Dynasty, each with their own status. One line caught his attention. Those who awaken the demon bloodline can be nobles, even royalty. Van Feng focused on that page. After awakening the demon bloodline, one could refine the essence blood. At critical moments, one could even use their blood to revive. But condensing the essence blood requires gathering all the blood energy. The process is excruciating, consistently draining one's life force. It takes a massive amount of blood energy to refine just a drop of essence blood. A decision that demands serious thought. Reading this, He immediately made a decision, popping the cap off the essence elixir vial. Then Thanfong poured the pill into his mouth, slamming the book shut and placing it on the table. What is a little pain if it means gaining a new life? After swallowing the essence elixir, he quickly adjusted his position for cultivation, focusing his mind. Now it is time to begin. Soon. Thanfong's face darkened, tension rising along with beads of sweat. A torrent of power surged within his mental landscape. Suddenly, he opened his tightly closed eyes, his eyebrows instinctively furrowing. A wave of energy in the space suddenly converged, forming two beams of light that rushed into his body. The overwhelming force continuously poured in, leaving Thanfong unable to adapt, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Once the energy entered his body, it focused in his mind, swirling and crystallizing into a drop of energy. Thanfong watched in astonishment as it formed, his face filled with disbelief. Remembering the process of creating it, he silently cursed, "Damn. Just one drop of that pure blood almost cost me half my life, and that dumb blood demon has 36 drops. That is just outrageous." Lost in thought, a noise from outside the room jolted Thanfong back to reality. He quickly stashed away the drop of pure blood into his belongings and glanced toward the door, his brows furrowing slightly to signal, "Come in." Hearing this, Fat Wong flung the door open and entered, addressing him respectfully, "Master Gu." But then he panicked upon seeing Thanfong's condition. "Master Gu." Fat Wong rushed over to support Thanfong, continuing to exclaim, "My master, why do you look like this when you were supposed to be in seclusion?" "I must come up with an excuse." He quickly fabricated a reason. "I overdid it in training." Hearing this, he chuckled. "Master Gu, if you are going to fool someone, at least make it convincing. It is not like I have not trained before." Fat Wong's cunning expression seemed to indicate he understood everything. He quietly pieced together his thoughts. "Get it? Master Go is just like me. He probably got a little carried away after coming back from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. And now he is all flustered." Thanfong raised an eyebrow. "Fat Wong, what are you thinking?" Hearing his name, Fat Wong turned serious and stated, "Master Gu, I am here to inform you that you need to go to Yin Mountain. You have been training for days, and the Lord over there is quite dissatisfied, insisting you report." Speaking of that guy, Thanfong grinned slyly and muttered, "That Fenga." Leaning back, he thought, that jerk is probably upset he has not gotten any credit for himself, given the whole beloved situation. Even Fat Wong and Sumo have racked up a few thousand merits, leveling up their powers. This guy must be looking for a chance to make my life difficult. Fat Wong, seeing him still lying there, anxiously asked, "Master Gu, when do you plan to set off?" His tone was a stark contrast to his urgency. Thanfong calmly pondered, "Two exorcist lords of the Xuan level. Can they even face off without dragging me into it?" He abruptly turned his back to Fat Wong and grumbled, "Set off? Let him wait. I just want to sleep." Seeing this, Fat Wong grew even more anxious. He raised his hand, wanting to stop him but unsure how to advise. But Fat Wong was met with Thanfong's irritation. "What are you umming for? Get lost already. Stop bothering me while I try to sleep. If there is anything, send that guy to find me." After venting, he turned his back and quickly fell asleep. Fat Wong thought helplessly, despite Master Go's prowess in other areas. When he lets his guard down, he is just like us plus. He is resting his butt on my face. Suddenly, Fat Wong snapped back to reality, mumbling, "Get it? Master Gu must trust me a lot to assign this important task to me." Clenching his fists, passion ignited within him. Being next to Master Go means I have to think deeply, understanding the underlying meaning behind every action of his to avoid getting in trouble. He stepped outside, gently closing the door, filled with determination. "Master Gu, do not worry. I won't let Lord find out the truth. I will protect your reputation at all costs." Fat Wong thought to himself, "If I handle this well, Master Go won't hold it against me for messing up his plans at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion." The next day, Fat Wong rushed over to Thanfong in a panic, saying, "NCNN, we are in serious trouble." Thanfong, clearly irritated, shot back, "Fat Wong, someone's definitely going to die here." He was fuming, glaring at the person sprawled across his lap, barking, "Did you not think to knock? Watch it, or I will turn you into a ghost myself." Fat Wong lamented, "CWANN is a useless subordinate who can't help you shake off these annoying troubles. You have been away from your position for too long, and now HNN has reported you to the authorities." Thanfong grabbed Noonan Jinnia's collar in anger, demanding, "Say that again." The guy stammered, "HDANN reported you to the authorities for a month's worth of your salary." Thanfong, fed up, shoved Fat Wong aside, muttering, "At your age, you are still playing this childish game." He thought to himself, "Thank goodness for the secretive dragon pearl and the celestial seal. It must have shown up. Otherwise, With He Feng Ho's annoying attitude, I might just lose my job altogether, not just my paycheck. Dan Feng grabbed a white cloth from the bed, stealing himself, then tossed it at Fat Wang, ordering, "Fat Wang, to the Yin Mountain County." Fat Wang hurriedly followed, while Dan Feng simmered with rage, cursing under his breath about a month's salary. There are 12 months in a year. So does not that mean I have already lost 1/12? Damn it. I am not playing nice with you anymore. Just wait for me. The scene shifts to outside Yin Mountain County, where soldiers are on high alert, keeping watch. Dan Feng, accompanied by Ha Fum and Fat Wang, strode in with an air of confidence. He sighed to himself, reminding himself, absolutely no anger if you get angry. You will ruin everything, even if you are boiling inside. Keep that smile on your face. You can show weakness. Dan Feng switched to a bright, mocking tone, saying, "What is it? Are you having a meeting or something?" Feng Ho, annoyed by his dismissive attitude, slammed his hand on the armrest, yelling, "How rude. You should call me He and Nine." Dan Feng rolled his eyes and smirked. "Come on. Are not we the same rank? If I call you He Inen, should not you call me Sikazi Numen then?" Feng Ho glared at him, gritting his teeth in a threatening manner. "I am the commander of the Yin Mountain Exorcist Division, while you are merely my assistant. Out of respect, you should refer to me properly." Dan Feng scoffed back. "Please. You are over 40 and just now made a modest rank as a demon-slaying officer. While I am not even 20 and already at your level, in a few years, I might even outrank you." His voice turned serious, eyes sharp as he challenged. "Don't you think so?" Old He Feng Ho's anger flared, his eyes boring into Dan Feng. But he was speechless. Dan Feng's expression darkened for a moment. Suddenly, he grabbed Feng Ho by the shoulder. Feng Ho was sweating bullets, panicking, but Dan Feng only adjusted his collar calmly. He patted Feng Ho's shoulder and slowly said, "Wait. Have you ever heard this saying? If you do not show me respect today, tomorrow, I will make sure you can look down on me." Dan Feng turned and walked toward the center of the room, smirking as he asked, "Do you even know why I came to find you today?" Once he reached a comfortable distance, he fixed his gaze on Feng Ho, smirking with a hint of disdain. "I am not trying to call you out, old Ha. But come on, you are old enough to know better than to gossip behind someone's back." Dan Feng pulled out a check from his shirt and waved it in front of his opponent, saying, "Do you really think I care about this little cash after being fined a month's salary by the disciplinary committee?" "You squint your eyes at me, but I am being real here. Honestly, I did care at first, but then I got lucky a few days ago. My family just raked in over 20,000 taels of silver. Old Ha. Tell me who is dumb enough to just drop that much money." Every word from Dan Feng was like a dagger to Feng Ho, making him so mad he could spit blood. He laughed. "You win some, you lose some. At over 40. How do you not get this?" Feng Ho shot him a glare, muttering under his breath, "This Dan Feng has no shame and a whole lot of quirks." He thought, "I can be too hard on him. This is not going to help me at all. Just stay calm." With that thought, Feng Ho smoothed out his expression and switched gears. "All right. Today is the official meeting to discuss the exorcism mission at Yin Mountain. You would better take your seat." Dan Feng, showing some respect, smiled and sat back down. And then Feng Ho finally spoke up. "The official responsible for Yin Mountain has been in charge for quite a while now. While the area has been peaceful, the evil spirits are cunning, lurking in the shadows, so we can let our guard down." He spoke like he was above everyone else, looking down at those below him. "I have called you all here today to delegate specific responsibilities and plan our defenses." Dan Feng lounged back, crossing his legs like he owned the place, casually interjecting with a tone as annoying as an old lady's long-winded complaints. Feng Ho had to rein it in, feeling helpless as he said, "If Master Gu does not want to listen, then we might as well discuss relocating him early." To his surprise, the other party laughed and agreed. "All right then," Dan Feng thought to himself. "Last time, Ha Feng Ho handed me a big surprise with that demon general from Hakshui village. I wonder what is in store for me this time," Feng Ho slowly announced. "Dan Feng, you have been promoted to the position of exorcist of the Xuan level. Since the person in charge at Hakshui village has been wiped out, I have decided you will oversee the entire exorcism operations for Yin Mountain." Dan Feng was a bit taken aback and quickly confirmed. "Really? This is not a joke, right?" the other replied. "No joke, but just remember, the higher the position, the heavier the responsibility." He leaned back in his chair and asked, "Old Ha, if I am in charge of exorcising all of Yin Mountain, what exactly will you be doing?" Feng Ho shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Of course, I will be managing the affairs, planning strategies, and organizing logistics." Upon hearing this, Dan Feng smirked. "Got it, you are not doing much of anything, are you?" Feng Ho put on a serious face and explained, If during the mission the exorcist encounters powerful spirits, my job in logistics is to coordinate reinforcement, negotiate strategies, and ensure support from the rear, just in case. Before he could finish, Van Feng burst out laughing, not even bothering to hold back. After he laughed enough, Van Feng smirked at Feng Ho, saying, "Why complicate things? Just charge in like I did last time. It worked for me." Upon hearing this, the other guy's eyes widened. And then he suddenly stared at him as if a light bulb went off in his head. Feng Ho did not waste time nitpicking and readily followed his orders. If Master Go is so sure, he must have his own methods to exorcise demons, which could expand the perspective of other exorcists and boost their efficiency. Any demon-related issues in your jurisdiction need to be reported to Gu Qingfeng. He is in charge of everything. Despite the astonished looks from Qingfeng, all the exorcists present nodded in agreement.
Yep.
Master Ha. Finally, Qingfeng understood the ulterior motive of that cunning fox. You must be waiting for me here. Right. Just to see me make a fool of myself. Ah. Dream on. The two locked eyes, silently baring their teeth in the quiet, while Feng Ho smirked, thinking, let us see how long you can keep up that arrogance. As soon as he left the meeting room, Qingfeng immediately ordered his subordinates. Wang Fatty. Both of you find every recent book on demons in Yinshi County and bring them here to me. Wang Fatty and Su Fan stood at attention, shouting in unison.
Yep.
Master. Wang Fatty felt a bit uneasy and hesitantly raised his hand to question. Master. You are sure you did not misspeak? His companion chimed in as well. Master. It is still not too late to change your mind. But once Qingfeng made up his mind, there was no turning back, of course not. Thinking about the other exorcists, he felt a headache coming on. These four clearly leaned toward a Feng Ho. It was a definite no-go to command them now, even if he could give orders. If they were just going through the motions, would not that just hand a Feng Ho an opportunity to make things difficult for him? Setting that aside for now, Qingfeng instructed his subordinates. I have my own plans. Just follow my lead. Wang Fatty and Su Fan obediently complied.
Yep.
Master. The two exchanged puzzled glances. One silently wondered, is the master preparing some grand scheme? While the other thought, doesn't he seem like it to me? Stacks of books piled high around Qingfeng as he sat seriously reading through them. As if that was not enough, Wang Fatty struggled to carry in another huge stack, wobbling as he approached. Master, these are the demon records for this year, documenting all major and minor demon-related events in Yinshi County over the past year. Qingfeng was still engrossed in his book and replied casually. All right. Just leave those there. You two can go do whatever you need to. Do not disturb me. His gaze lingered on a specific page, where a map was sketched out. It read, Record 1. In the northern outskirts of Yinshi County, in a desolate, uninhabited area, people have often claimed to see an ancient mansion. Travelers who wandered into that place were never found again, despite their families searching everywhere for the house. Turning to the next entry. Record 2. In the southern part of Yinshi County, residents reported occasionally hearing the cheerful sounds of a wedding party at midnight. Curious, some bold souls went to check it out and saw a procession carrying a large bridal palanquin, with Mrs. May welcoming the bride. But Yinshi County has no tradition of night wedding ceremonies. On another marker on the map. Record 3. Outside the Qingshi town in Yinshi County, there lies a deep, icy pond, so deep it seems bottomless, rumored to have many tales from years ago. Once, there was a woman who lingered around men and drowned, and after that, the water in the swamp grew colder. Whenever kids played there, they would mysteriously vanish, taken by ghosts. Van Feng read through the account quietly, murmuring that these stories had prompted a spirit investigator to check things out. But for various reasons, they returned to Hong Kong. He pushed the book aside, stretched, and chuckled softly. Haunted houses, ghosts, mysterious cases, this is going to be fun. But first, I need to deal with this ghost. The scene shifts to a dusky afternoon where Than Feng rides with his subordinates toward the eerie town of Than, that's in the Yin Mountain district. As they traveled, he suddenly pulled on the reins, causing the horse to come to a screeching halt. Once the horse steadied, Than Feng slowly dismounted. He walked up to the edge of the swamp, lost in thought as he gazed at the shimmering surface of the water. Wang the Chubby hurried over to Than Feng, saying, Sir, I know you are eager to catch the spirit, but you need to be careful. This ghost has been around for years. Its power should not be underestimated. If it does not show up, do not just jump in. We will be at a disadvantage in the water. Hu Fam chimed in anxiously, cautioning that the swamp could restrict their gear. All the talismans are useless here, sir. If you ask me, the best plan is to lure it to the shore. Whether Than Feng heard any of this or not, he said nothing, abruptly tossing his outer coat in Hu Fam's face before bolting away. Wang the Chubby stared wide-eyed. Sir. Hu Fam, feeling frantic, dropped the coat, and the moment he had a clear view, He was immediately shocked by the scene unfolding before him. Than Fong had stripped off his official robes and jumped straight into the water. Wang the Chubby and Hu Fam jumped up, yelling, "Sir, do not." Cold water splashed up onto Wang the Chubby's face as he realized it was too late to stop Than Fong. And all he could do was shout. Dante. A moment later, Hu Fam found Wang the Chubby sitting in a corner, looking defeated. "Wang, what do we do now?" The other guy was just sitting there munching away without a care in the world. "What do we do?" "Obviously, we wait." Hu Fam was still worried. But Sir Wang the Chubby's cheeks were puffed up with food, turning to interrupt him with a barrage of questions. "Who can take on a ghost? Someone with indestructible golden skin. Someone better than the Sir." Ultimately, Hu Fam chose to give in, sitting down to join the optimistic eating spree with Wang the Chubby. "I still believe in our master." The guy next to him was grinning ear to ear, enjoying the heroic vibe of their master while snacking on dried meat. He could not help but wonder what that had to do with anything. Wang the Chubby shrugged with a grin. "Nothing. I just want to eat dried meat." The crystal-clear water reflected an orange hue as the sun set, with bubbles rising to the surface. Than Fong was sinking deeper, and in the distance, a suspicious dark shape began to emerge. He immediately focused on it, changing direction and quickening his pace to get closer. A few strands of something black swirled in the water, and Than Fong decisively grabbed onto it. He yanked hard on the suspicious strands, and what he saw next left him stunned. The black strands in Than Fong's hand were connected to a massive dark mass. He froze, thinking, "What the?" Rushing to activate his powers, energy began to swirl around his eyes. Taking a closer look, it turns out that the wild black hair is Madza's, hiding behind a thick curtain of hair, grinning with a face pale and dotted with ugly pimples. Than Fong decided to follow the strands of hair in his hand to swim closer and approach the target. But suddenly, Madza yanked all that chaotic hair back, gathering it into a tight, round ball. In the blink of an eye, a wave of dark energy surged toward Than Fong, who just barely dodged it. Than Fong glanced down and was hit with a wave of panic as he saw Madza's hair. The sight below nearly knocked the wind out of him. Madza's grotesque, pimple-covered face smacked right into his line of sight. Suddenly curious, he thought, his buddy had been dead for 3 days and still looked better than that. How the heck does she have so much hair and not go bald? Can I get some tips? Just as Than Fong was lost in thought, Madza lunged at him, teeth bared. He thought to himself, "Damn, that scared the life out of me. This is not the time to marvel at hair volume. I need to rely on my experience dealing with scary creatures and the ones I love." Than Fong bolted in another direction, reminding himself that the first rule when facing monsters is to pretend to be scared. Conserve energy for later theatrics. No. I mean, fighting. Just as he was swimming as fast as he could, something snagged at him, making him jump and look back. A strand of Madza's hair wrapped around Than Fong's ankle, and the system chimed in, notifying him that he was under attack from Madza, gaining +1 water attribute. He frowned, annoyed, thinking, +1. How is that a boost? Than Fong stared down at Madza, calculating his next move. Maybe it is not worth the hassle anymore. What if I accidentally cut her hair? If she runs, who will I chase? With that thought, half an hour later, he still lay there as Madza tangled his leg, the water attribute still ticking up by +1. Just when he was getting frustrated, the system finally popped up another message. The host was attacked by Madza, gaining +5 water attribute. Congratulations. The host's water attribute has reached its limit, unlocking the underwater breathing skill. An energy burst surrounded Than Fong's body, and he struggled to adapt, gulping down water in mouthfuls. Watching the still lively person in front of him, Madza was skeptical. How is this guy still alive? Determined to speed things up, she charged at Than Fong with wild abandon. Madza's long black hair twisted around him, and Than Fong's eyes widened in disbelief. The thick mass of black hair tightened around him more and more, and he gritted his teeth, enduring it. Madza's hair even wrapped around his face, making him itch uncontrollably. Than Fong shook his head repeatedly, desperately trying to break free from the grip of his opponent. Madza felt a surge of danger. This person was definitely not human. No human could be this strong. Than Fong's ambition was not about to stop here. He focused intently on the figure below him. Having just gained a skill, he could not let it slip away. This time, he swam back toward Madza, thinking, this girl is so weak. What if I accidentally use too much force and kill her? Before Madza could react, he suddenly closed the distance, surprising her. Then, completely out of nowhere, Than Fong grabbed her hair and wrapped it around his own ankle. Madza turned and bolted, not hesitating to break her hair in the process, screaming, "Live creature, I am not so easily fooled." Than Fong stood there, staring at the hair in his hand, feeling a bit disappointed that his acting skills could not fool her. Get those useless hair strands out of the way, you grumble. People are starting to doubt my acting skills. Than Fong squinted slightly, No mercy if I do not squeeze every drop of water attribute from you today. I swear I will be related to you. In the next moment, you tense up and rush with all your might toward Matza. She is stunned by Than Feng's lightning speed. You throw an arm over her shoulder. No politeness. And slam her down hard. Than Feng shifts his position, sneering casually. Thinking she can run from me while leaning on me, Matza does not have time to react. All she sees is his hand flying towards her like a bullet. Than Feng grabs a handful of her hair at the top of her head. Yanking her up, he declares loudly, when dealing with someone, just use the simplest method. Than Feng tightens his grip on Matza's hair, smirking. Feeling the despair yet, the person in front of him seems to have lost it. Her mouth wide open as bursts of purple energy flare up. Matza screams piercingly. Waves of purple sound energy shooting out to attack Than Feng. He quickly withdraws his hand, taking up a defensive stance and stepping back. The system chimes in repeatedly. Host under attack by Matza. Water attribute +5. The next notification is worth noting. Congratulations. The host's water attribute has reached its limit. Energy capacity for the water zone. Than Feng raises an eyebrow. The water zone. He stands there staring at Matza. And she looks confused. Then, streams of spiritual energy condense into a small orb in Than Feng's hand, and he grins with satisfaction. This Matza looks weak but packs a punch, giving me 2 types of abilities. He swings his hand, launching a rough hit straight at her, and Matza's eyes widen in shock. She quickly spins around, narrowly dodging his attack. Matza opens her mouth to retaliate, but Than Feng remains calm, chuckling as he asks, fighting underwater. It is going to be fun. Are you ready? The water grows dark and deep, and a flurry of purple arrows shoot straight toward him. Than Feng just lightly extends his hand, his power suppressing those water arrows to a halt. Countless purple arrows suddenly scatter, disappearing without a trace. Matza stands frozen, her attack effortlessly neutralized by him. Than Feng furrows his brow, wondering if she can provide me with a third ability. This time, Matza is genuinely frightened, turning to run. Than Feng is not about to let that happen. He lunges forward, grabbing Matza tightly, muttering that is why I can let you go. She tries to growl, but he clamps a hand over her mouth and lowers his voice threateningly. No yelling, just cooperate. And I promise not to hurt you. Otherwise, in the next moment, he unleashes his summoned golden chains, wrapping around Matza. She is completely under Than Feng's control, and he produces a royal sword, pressing it against her neck with no other choice. She helplessly raises her hands in surrender. Than Feng nods in satisfaction. Good. Now you are going to attack me with water arrows like before. With all your might. Do you hear me? As long as I enjoy myself, I will let you go. Matza stood there, confused, not knowing what he wanted to do, and let out a small in surprise. Just like that, Than Feng immediately slapped her across the face as a punishment, saying, didn't I tell you not to shout? Your voice is so annoying. Can't you tell? One side of her face was swelling up, and Matza sulked, shrinking back. Than Feng leaned in closer, commanding, speak up if you have something to say. The other person pointed to their mouth and made a series of hand gestures. He tried to interpret, realizing she meant that to shoot the water arrows, she had to shout first. Otherwise, they would not fire. Matza nodded vigorously, confirming his understanding. Than Feng's expression darkened, and he covered his ears, taking a deep breath. Okay, seems I misunderstood you. Go ahead. Keep shouting. Obediently, Matza followed his orders, letting out a scream. A barrage of water arrows shot out instantly. They rushed towards Than Feng, but this time, the attack did not faze him at all. Than Feng wondered to himself, could it be that my water attribute has increased? That is why the arrows are not effective anymore. Suddenly, he yanked Matza's hair, holding her in place to see if he could activate his third skill. But first, he needed to scare her completely. Leaning to gain momentum, Than Feng intended to spin her around as a little gift. Matza was twirled around repeatedly, unable to fight back at all. It was clear he was not holding back. The dizzying speed created a massive vortex of energy. When her thick black hair could no longer withstand the pressure, it snapped, sending her body flying away. Matza's head was spinning. She lay flat on the ground, dazed, her eyes swirling. Than Feng slowly approached, feeling unsteady himself, swaying as he walked, having gone overboard a bit. Even Than Feng felt a little lightheaded. He smacked her a few times on the head, saying, wake up, you have 2 choices. Submit to me. I beat you to death. Choose. Matza still had not recovered, but she did not dare hesitate. Quickly, she showed her stance, shaking her head vigorously. Than Feng's head was spinning, and he muttered, honestly, I respect you. Are a demoness, but you are tough. It took you hundreds of spins to submit. He looked nauseated, while Matza quietly complained, but you never said I had to submit. If you had said that earlier, I would have agreed without spinning 100 times. What a hassle. Then Feng turned his gaze back to her, asking, "Are you cursing me in your heart?" Matza flinched, and in the next moment, she was keenly aware of her situation. Shaking her head like crazy, Fan Feng looked satisfied, releasing his energy with a light clap of his hands. "Now that is more like it. Just stay there for now. I will call you when I need you." Matza was directly shoved into his distorted space, landing face first in a corner. Slowly, she got up, looking around in extreme confusion. Thinking, the environment was completely unfamiliar to Matza, and she glanced around, muttering, "Where is this?" Meanwhile, Fan Feng swam quickly to escape the swamp. Vung Buro and Afam, sitting on the shore, quickly noticed the ripples on the water's surface. Sure enough, just moments later, the person they were waiting for leaped out of the water. Cold water splashed straight into Vaobao and Ha-Fam's faces, causing them to instinctively shut their eyes tightly. Everyone was drenched, but they hardly cared. Hedra Pham eagerly called out the name of the person before him, and CNN. Fan Feng had not replied yet. Gracefully landing in front of the two of them, he tilted his head back, inhaling the fresh air, droplets of water cascading down his chiseled chest. Before long, Fan Feng had donned his outfit, and his two eager subordinates were buzzing with questions. "And CNN, everything okay today? What is the plan?" He wiped the remnants of water off his face, responding nonchalantly, "Of course I caught it myself." Fan Feng raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "Let us head back to the Yin Mountain village, and then off to the big tavern to celebrate." Hanufeng eagerly chimed in. "Sounds good." But Vivinengbo nearby felt a twinge of unease, thinking to himself, whenever Cvanun was generous, it never meant anything good. Plus, he was notoriously stingy, never parting with a single coin. Surely, he was not planning to eye my stash with some grand scheme. Right, Fan Feng urged them forward. "I still have official business to take care of, so hurry up." The three of them set off immediately. Quickly arriving at the tavern they needed, they grabbed a table by the window. Gazing out at the night scene and the bustling streets outside, the scene shifted to the Chaijin Mati district. Efifa, where moonlight poured into the stillness. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "And Zian, following your directive, I have been keeping an eye on Siku Thanfeng for the past 2 days." Siku Thanfeng had brought 2 subordinates to Chine Thanthech, intending to deal with the Mara lurking in the waters there. Feng Ho stood in his room, leisurely shedding his clothes while listening to the report from outside. But with no signs of movement, he was puzzled by the sudden visit to Tai Tan Laoyu, unsure of the intent. After a moment's thought, he instructed his subordinate. "Got it, you can go." As Feng Ho approached the bathing tub, he silently scoffed. "Sampa Thanfeng, you do not even know your own weight." Just thinking about Thanfeng frustrated him. He figured that if he granted the guy a little power, he would think it was his to keep. Maître thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Feng Ho's foot slipped into the bath, suddenly entangled by long black hair. His entire body stiffened as the hair tightened around his calf. Before Feng Ho could grasp what was happening, a horrifying face emerged from beneath the surface, making his complexion turn pale. Clenching his teeth, he raised his arm, glowing with purple energy. Feng Ho thrust his hand forward. Pushing hard, in an instant, the water jug shattered into pieces. He stood there, completely exposed. Feng Ho looked down at the water pooling on the floor. Realizing that this Mai Noon's power was so weak she could not possibly vanish from his sight that quickly, he turned his head, scanning the area, wondering if someone was controlling her from behind. From outside, a subordinate called out, "And Zian, what is going on? Are we in danger?" Feng Ho turned his head to reassure him. "Do not come in." The man quickly complied. "Yep. And Zian, I feel more at ease now." Feng Ho glanced back at the disturbance. He staggered over to the clothing rack. Suddenly, it hit him. "Where's my outfit?" The rack was bare. Not a single piece of clothing in sight. Has the Minum started stealing clothes now? Thinking about that, he turned pale, hand stroking his chin. Are these ghostly women really so brazen? Suddenly, a scent hit Feng Ho's nose. Intoxicating. Following the aroma, he moved towards the storage rack. Feng Ho's jaw dropped as he was horrified by what he saw. Before him, the room was engulfed in flames. The fire burst through the room, charging straight at Feng Ho. A few flames flickered before his eyes. Daring to scheme against him, did they underestimate his power? They thought this little trick could embarrass him. Dream on. From the area consumed by the red fire, in a split second as the flames attacked, Feng Ho soared into the air. He raised his hand dramatically, a powerful purple energy materializing. In mere seconds, the flames were extinguished, and seizing the moment, Feng Ho leaped to escape. He crossed his arms, grinning triumphantly, while a group rushed in behind him to put out the fire. The chaos unfolding. Li Xinxi was carrying a bucket of water, alongside Lin Qiu and Wei Yan. Realizing the house was on fire, both looked around, and Li Chunxi was puzzled. Did he just see a shadow over there? Feng Ho pressed himself against the wall. Using a leaf to cover his embarrassment, he tilted his head, thinking he could only take the risk this time. Then he gritted his teeth, revealing his hatred. You better not let me catch you, or I will slice you into 1,000 pieces. Wei Yang called out in panic. Sir Ha, are you in there? Lin Qiu chimed in. Where are you? Quickly. Follow me in to save Sir Ha. Nearby, a pair of legs sprinted, and he dashed off without a shred of clothing. He barreled straight into the deep woods, splashing water everywhere. Not far, a figure peeked out. Smiling smugly, Li Chunxi stood atop a tree with someone else watching. Boss, is that a Feng Ho's place over there? The flames are lighting up the entire He estate. The scene baffled her. What was old He up to? Manhwa, sitting behind Li Chunxi, suggested. Shall we go check it out? But she thought otherwise. Fearing they would be too late. Let us go together. Just like that, Li Chunxi shot up high, the group moving like the wind, weaving through the thick branches. After a large tree, a shadow appeared. Dan Feng stepped out slowly, clearly amused. He speculated that all three Feng Ho and Li Chunxi would meet here, based on their paths. With that thought, Dan Feng chuckled, hoping old He would not get too embarrassed and run away. The moon shone brightly, illuminating the rustling leaves. Feng Ho, with nothing on, sprinted forward. Dan Feng watched closely, ready to trip him up. Job done. Dan Feng made a hand sign, enjoying himself. In an instant, he vanished, leaving Feng Ho lying there. Disappeared. From deep in the forest, a voice rang out. Whose backside is that? It is shining bright over here. The group with Li Chunxi dashed in. Sir Ha, called by name. Feng Ho turned to look back. He realized he had forgotten he was completely bare. He spun around, hearing her ask, Sir Ha, what happened? As he flipped over, bright light from the leaf covering his private parts fell away. What the heck is this? It is blinding. The light made Li Chunxi blush. Raising his weapon high, he looked up, his face pale, as her weapon slowly slipped from her grasp. Just seconds later, a sound like an egg cracking echoed loudly. Snap! The henchmen shouted out in unison. My lord. Meanwhile, in another place, under the red lights of a bar, Dan Feng closed his eyes, resting his hands on a table piled high with food. His soul gradually re-entered that quiet body. Dan Feng rubbed his tired eyes, surprised at how much trouble his doppelganger had caused. Fat Wong glanced at him. Ben asked, Master Gu, why's? He looked up at the moon, which was shining bright and round tonight. The full moon reflected scenes of vibrant life, reminding him that tomorrow was another workday, and to remember to walk around more. Fat Wong held a fork, his body tense, wondering if he had messed something up. Master Go had decided to put himself on display in front of everyone. Telling him to walk more was it to make him say goodbye to Matey. Watching Dan Feng's silhouette drift away from the bar. My lord, can I get a little leniency here? The next morning, back at the family's estate, Fat Wong slowly stepped down the stairs. His head hung low, sighing heavily. Suddenly, something zipped past Fat Wong. Curious, he looked up, his eyes lighting up when he saw Dan Feng. Master Gu. The courtyard erupted in chaos at his arrival. Master Ha. Master Ha. Master Ha. Over here. Meng Xin opened his mouth wide, catching Dan Feng's attention. He quickly cupped his hands and asked, Where's Master Ha? I heard there was a fire here yesterday. Is Master okay? Meng Qian explained slowly. Yawning, last night, Master caught a chill and has been gone since then. Dan Feng looked up, feigning concern. Caught a chill? It was freezing last night. If only I had reminded Master how to wear more layers. It seems last night was a huge shock for a Fenghua. Meng Qian suddenly laughed. He really should wear more. Dan Feng pointed out. Why do I get the feeling you are laughing at someone else's misfortune? What actually happened last night? He raised his right hand, awkwardly. Nothing happened. Why am I so happy to spill my thoughts? Definitely Master Go is in cahoots with Master Ha. If he spills the beans to Master Ha, I will be blamed for gossiping about superiors. Meng Qian hesitated. I do not know anything. Master Gu, my wife is calling me to dinner. Dinner? That is not a solid excuse. Just like that, he left, leaving Dan Feng smirking. Looks like these guys are still scared of a Fenghua. No worries, there is still plenty of time, and other crazy things to deal with. I will gather enough info to set up a Fenghua. From behind, Fat Wong caught Dan Feng's attention. He approached quietly, making Fat Wong anxious. Dan Feng quickly draped an arm over Fat Wong's shoulder, his face hiding his fear. He glanced at him and suggested softly. Fat Wong, I have a task for you later. Dan Feng's action left Fat Wong bewildered. Master Gu, you are not mad at me anymore. They both walked inside. Fat Wang's question puzzled him. Why would I be mad at you? A secret joy swelled within him. He asked again. That is great. That is great. Lord Gao. What task do you have for me? Dan Feng lifted his head with a sly smile, carefully monitoring every recent move of a Feng Ho. If anything goes wrong, report it to me immediately. I will throw in a year-end bonus for you. Hearing that, the chubby Wang burst into a grin. Sure thing. The gentle breeze rustled through the green bamboo. Not yet. By the bamboo grove on the outskirts of Yin Mountain, Dan Feng stood beside his horse, licking his lips, feeling a bit lost, his face twisted in frustration. Anger flared within Dan Feng like a wildfire. Damn it. Who told that old man where to find the char siu? He has been searching high and low, when suddenly a voice softly beckoned him. Hey there. Friend. It must be fate that we have met. How about sharing a cup of tea? From a distance, by the rock, a tray of water and a masked figure sat relaxed. Master. Dan Feng's face paled with confusion. I am sure there was no one here when I passed by. He glanced at the prepared tray, realizing that even a master could not just appear beside him like that. This guy's power definitely surpasses mine. Or he has got some creepy hiding technique. Showing respect. Dan Feng clasped his hands and bowed. May I ask who you are? Senior. By the rock. The figure held a water jug and replied. You can call me Bo. Bo of the Dandelion. The name made him bite his lip, trying to suppress a grin in front of Bu Yu. Is this really a person's name? Suddenly, memory surged back. Dan Feng recalled Bu. Dandelion. Wait a minute. He turned his gaze to Bo Yu sitting by the rock, radiating an aura of magic. Green Bean. The boss Bo Yu from the 7 Evil Generals shares this name too. Dan Feng's eyes widened, staring at Bo Yu, who wore a smug smile. What luck. Even a lucky guy like me can get food. Look at this, look at that. Is not a demon just delivering itself right to my doorstep? Finally compensating for the mountain of regret that I could not find breakfast. He leaned closer to him, eager to get more information. Could it be that the senior is Bo Yu, the leader of the 7 Evil Generals? Bo Yu sat by the rock, clearly enjoying Dan Feng's words. I can believe after 200 years, someone still remembers me. Dan Feng. You are quite something. I really do not know why that demon failed. Looking at the depths with a serious face, he commented. There are definitely stronger beings than that demon lurking around. Dan Feng gently held the cup of water poured by Bo Yu. If you really are Bo Yu, then you must have run into that demon when it fled back. Right. After it returned. Did not it say anything to you? I prefer drinks with poison. He poured out the entire cup of water in front of him. I won't drink anything without poison. Meeting you is my fortune. But meeting me is your fate. What I call fate is just a connection that follows my heart. You get that? Bo Yu gazed at the flowing water. It is fate that bends to your heart. But when you face a million foes, you are in trouble. Hearing this, he jolted in surprise. Green Bean. Is not that a line from a song from my world? Could it be that Bo Yu is also a time traveler, spinning around Bo Yu in circles? His mouth stumbled over words. Simon. Let us get this party started. Helium, lithium, beryllium, boron 3.142 Finding Dan Feng too annoying, he lost his temper. Pointed straight at him. Warning. Dan Feng. Raise your hand to cast your magic. He reached back, gently gathering energy, and green smoke began to swirl around. Dan Feng unleashed his power, sending a surge of energy towards Bu. Watching this unfold, he furrowed his brow in anger. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted right in front of him. Dan Feng's inner strength was so intense that it shattered the bamboo grove. After a few seconds, the smoke began to clear. Inside, Bu stood there, completely unscathed. Seeing his offer for cooperation, he eased his guard. From behind the protective barrier, Bu strode confidently towards Dan Feng, extending his hand, ready to unleash his own power. Noticing Dan Feng's impatience, Bu quickly seized his hand. The scene was reminiscent of a chaotic brawl, with one fool rushing in recklessly. That guy, who was boosting with his arms crossed, ended up getting taken out by someone who casually kicked him while sipping water. At this point, Bu looked at Dan Feng with twinkling eyes, mockingly laughing at him. He was taken aback, and Dan Feng swiftly withdrew his hand, grabbing his arm. He smiled, his face glistening with sweat. Bu stood there, palm open wide towards Dan Feng. But of course not letting others take the lead was not in the nature of a blood demon. Facing him, he interrogated the top henchman under the blood demon, who seemed unwilling to help the demon rise again, yet still wanted to kill him. Bu clenched his fist in anger, recalling the image of that guy. The blood demon had enslaved him for hundreds of years. He had never stopped wanting to kill him, but he was no match for him. Hearing him speak left him frozen. Now, the blood demon might as well be dead. Was not it enough to run far away? He lifted his sleeve, revealing a mark. The blood demon had left a spirit-binding seal on him. Until he could break that seal, he remained a slave to the blood demon. Looking at Dan Feng, he continued. Years ago, He had gathered 30 drops of the divine blood. He could have revived ahead of time, but his power was not fully restored, always lying dormant to build energy. The revelation made his eyes widen, a smug smile creeping across his face. Wait, the blood demon is still alive. That is the leader of the blood demon cult. Far more advantageous than those little demons. Van Feng wobbled on his feet, excitement lighting up his eyes at the mention of treasure. Where's my blood demon? That is a mountain of gold and silver. His excitement left Biu beside him looking pale and confused, thinking, what the hell? How did this fool beat me? Or has he just not faced a blood demon for so long that he has forgotten what real power is? Even a fool like this can get it right. He quickly grabbed Van Feng's shoulder, reminding him, you only consume divine blood. You can defeat a blood demon yet. To regain his power, he would surely kill. Only by teaming up with me to take down the blood demon could we survive. Hearing his scornful words, Van Feng narrowed his eyes. How could you betray the great blood demon? He brushed off Biu's hand resting on his shoulder and pointed a finger at him. Let us pretend I did not hear what you said today. But you have to introduce me to the great blood demon. I have admired him for so long. Van Feng lowered his head, chuckling with sweat dripping down his face. You dare touch my big prize? Be careful. I might just crush you. Then he glanced at Biu who was walking away. Why do I need to team up with a fool like this? Before he could even leave, a guy named Van Feng grabbed his shoulder, saying, you passed the test. Looks like you really want to take down the blood demon. His actions left Van Feng confused, so he thought. Alright. Let us play along for now. Get that big prize first. Then we will see what happens. Van Feng tilted his head towards the demon and ordered. How are we teaming up? He quickly turned back to face the guy, asking again. You really want to kill the blood demon? Right. It is time to take down the demon and wipe out the evil. With determination, Van Feng raised his hand and shouted to the sky. That blood demon is pure evil. I swear he won't live another day. The demon crossed his arms, looking at him. Alright. I will temporarily trust you. Your current performance has convinced me. He started to explain. You must be the chosen one. That is why you can devour the blood god. Sitting on a stone, Van Feng wondered, what exactly is the chosen one? A sign was placed by the demon, detailing the content. Then he began to teach him like a teacher. The chosen one is someone destined for greatness. A rare type of human that only we possess. There are many types, but they are few and far between. The bloodline of dragons and humans is a special way to obtain the bloodline of demons. This type of person is called a hybrid blood. Though hybrids are powerful, they still can't compare to the chosen ones. Keep that in mind. He pointed emphatically at the words devouring demon on the blackboard and turned to Van Feng, continuing. You are the legendary devouring demon. They say the devouring demon can consume everything and turn it into their own. You can quickly learn the skills of the demon race because of this devouring demon ability. Van Feng's eyes sparkled with understanding. Another topic was introduced by the demon. Now you need to level up to the master realm quickly. This is the only way our plan can succeed. Beyond the dragon transformation realm, focus on the key gathering realm first. Sitting on the stone, Van Feng lowered his head in frustration. What is your ultimate plan? The sky was clear. The breeze rustled through the bamboo leaves on the stone. The demon and he were sipping drinks. We have just teamed up, but I still can fully trust you. I can only share the first step, the demon said. Van Feng jumped up, planning to leave, which confused him. If you do not want to talk, fine. I am out of here. Without hesitation, the demon still clung to his shoulder, pulling him back. The first step is to use your devouring demon ability to consume the blood god before the blood demon does. I will provide you with the blood god's location, while secretly preventing the blood demon sect from finding him. Van Feng turned his head, listening to the plans he had laid out. Looks like you have got a lead already. Where is it? Gripping his muscular arm, he leaned down. The third layer of the demon suppression prison. The demon suppression area. In the Jinko district, among the swaying bamboo. Van Feng was stunned by the words of the demon. What the heck? The treasure is at my place. But, he bit his teeth at his hesitation. But what? Opposite him, the demon pointed directly at Van Feng's face. The third layer of the demon suppression prison is the most mysterious place in the demon suppression area. It is full of countless traps, and only a chosen one can enter. How do you plan to get in? You immediately shot back. If this is just the first step in your plan, then you must have prepared thoroughly. Why turn the question back on me? How would I know? The image of the celestial being suddenly appeared. I am not the one fighting against it. From his hand, a dandelion appeared. He quickly handed it to you, saying, this dandelion was taken from my body. It can help you break the restraints. As a powerhouse at the dragon transformation stage, I can handle it. If you quietly observe Van Feng, he might not look like the brightest bulb, but when it counts, he still holds his ground and can react in time. Holding the flower, you bowed your head and wondered. What is your realm? Is his hand close over here? I do not have a realm. I know what you want to ask, Biu confidently proclaimed. A realm can be shattered, but true strength is the real deal. Just wait until you reach the dragon transformation stage. You will get it. We do not have much time. So let us discuss the specifics of each demonic disturbance in the demon realm first. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a voice that captivated both of them. Among you, who is bold enough? From above, a figure riding a giant eagle descended. He crossed his arms and looked down at both of them with a raised head. Seeing this, Bu pointed at Thanfeng. Questioning, is this the acquaintance you mentioned? You were taken aback too. How would I know? He urged you. Hurry up and resolve this. Once we are done, we can leave. From behind, Bau shouted a reminder. Since we are collaborating, I am giving you a heads up. I can sense the dragon's aura like yours on him. He must be from the same lineage. From the ground, Thanfeng raised his hand and waved at Si Dithering repeatedly. Bro, are you looking for me? The giant eagle he rode began to fly toward you. A light foot descended slowly from above, and Siku Ving made his way toward Thanfeng. Unexpectedly, he held a round red orb in his hand and placed it into Thanfeng's palm. Holding that object, you froze in shock. Both of them exchanged triumphant smiles. The descendants of the bloodline of Sin. I have finally found you. Hello. Hello. So who is this brother? Zhe Dogon gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, pulling it out. The sharp blade was dangerously close to Thanfeng's throat. You voluntarily followed me. We will break your legs and drag you back. Is everyone in this era so cocky? Seeing this, Bu suggested. How about I help you out? With an unfazed expression. You agreed, adding a warning. Let him come. Remember to leave him with a breath. I have some questions for him. He bowed his head in acceptance of the command. All right. I will go easy on him. Just 2 ants. Bu frowned. A small circle appearing around his face, slamming directly into Si Dajing, who stood opposite him. The sword in his hand began to drop. And Tiko Dekung started to tremble in fear before both of them. His hands tightened around his neck. Mouth trembling. Meat is not. Do not. Not letting him slip away. Thanfeng, using Be's shoulder, commanded. All right. If you keep this up, he will choke himself to death. Xiu Dung lowered his head, trembling before Thanfeng. What is your name? He hesitated. Senior. I am Dude, from the Xiu family, one of the 4 major clans of Dao. Fthu Thung is my ancestor. As he bowed his head, Thanfeng pondered. Though this guy only has a 5-stage key gathering cultivation, but to hold a conversation on equal footing with a powerhouse like a master, you definitely can't be an ordinary person. I need to plan for the long game. Over here. You crossed your arms, continuing to interrogate. Sikojia, one of the 4 great clans of Dao. Right. Who exactly is that little miss? Right into the juicy question. You Dovin, the elder of Sijia, a warrior reaching dragon transformation, an old man on the brink of death. Utterly useless. Thanfeng was taken aback, surprised to learn that even my distant relative has quite the lineage. Meanwhile, Xi Hung had his head hung low, lost in thought. Who is this person that even my ancestors do not recognize? Thanfeng moved closer to Si Dang, grabbing a handful of his hair, asking, What do you want from me? His face was a mix of confusion and dread. Senior, not long ago, our ancestors used bloodline connections to discover someone in Ingu County awakened the dragon god bloodline. So they sent me to bring you back. Just then, a burst of fiery explosion hit Si Dung. As the smoke from the explosion began to clear, Thanfeng stepped into the deep pit in the ground, reaching for the remaining strands of Si Cub Didung's hair. Then he turned to scold the one standing there, who could only bow his head in fear. If you want to kill him, at least wait until I am done asking. Why the rush? If he wants to take someone away, it will mess with our emotions and our plans. Thanfeng clenched his fists, head held high. Just because he offers to take me does not mean I have to go. I am not letting go of my little cutie. And until I get that blood demon in my hands, I can kill this idiot, so I will hold back. You waved your hand, signaling you were not mad at the one standing there. Little sis, love can be used to your advantage. Whatever. If he is dead, then he is dead. Both of them watched the explosion fade. And the one standing next to you looked around, realizing something was off. In a matter of seconds, he vanished right behind Thanfeng. Not noticing, your hand grabbed a long stick, poking it towards Tu Dong's arm. This guy is from Siku family. Yet he is so broke. A gold ring suddenly appeared from his hand. Thanfeng's eyes lit up as he held the ring in his hand, retracting his earlier words. You really did go through all that trouble. Then he turned to see a sword that was slowly losing its blade, catching Thanfeng's attention. You stood there, utterly stunned. How did this sword vanish so quickly? Looking at the sword lying motionless on the ground. Could today really be this lucky? Not only did I get intel on the blood god hair, but also a great weapon that can conceal itself freely. Thanfeng knelt down, quickly letting go to pick it up. The blade gradually reappeared as soon as you touched it. Just like that, Van Feng raised the sword, marveling at its blade. Excited, he examined the details closely. Could the body of this sword be made from the wings of some kind of demon? Then, spreading his hand, Van Feng placed the blade in his palm. The blade completely vanished from his hand. Sword spirit activated. With nothing else to do, you tested the sharpness by slicing your hand. The sky began to change. Sunset gradually fading over the mountains. Van Feng stood there, gripping the blade tightly in his palm. Suddenly, a long cut appeared on his hand. Van Feng quickly redirected the blade. Letting blood drip down, the sword began to reveal its powers, displaying a notification panel. All done. Van Feng's ready to have some fun, bouncing his way home. Not bad. Not bad at all. Feels even fancier than a royal sword. Meanwhile, two fiery lights blaze against the cliff. And through their magic, the demon observes Van Feng clearly. He raises his hand, and in an instant, the surveillance screen vanishes. The demon bows low, clasping his hands, reporting to the figure before him. Lord Blood Demon. Van Feng has fallen into the trap. Up in the sky, a dark figure hovers near the demon. Excellent. You did not disappoint me at all. He bows his head in gratitude. You are too kind. My lord, it is just my duty. All part of the job with Van Feng. The demon quickly adds, working in such a bizarre way, not following the usual rules. I am just afraid that he won't obey my commands. The voice of the blood demon booms back. He will definitely seek the blood god's offspring. You do not need to worry about that. The demon's eyes widen as he looks at the leader standing there. Confused, how can you be so sure? My lord. Floating above, the blood demon begins to explain. The celestial devouring demon has a major weakness. It is gluttonous. Once it tastes something, if it encounters something precious, its desire will only grow stronger. Since Van Feng has swallowed the blood god's offspring, it will naturally seek its next target. With fiery red eyes, he commands the demon. What could be more valuable than my blood god's offspring? Just tell me. Finally, he spreads his arms wide, boldly declaring, just follow the plan, and we will be fine. Standing beside the demon, he praises, my lord. You think so far ahead and your thoughts are so thorough. I truly admire you. Back at another location, the moonlight shines directly into a house. Inside, Van Feng is buried in a pile of papers. Crafting something. A sly, scheming smile spreads across his face. He raises a book high above his head. It is a green-covered book with the words limited edition emblazoned on it. Celestial Young Divine Technique. Van Feng flips through the pages rapidly. Puzzled. It is supposed to be the Bloodline Dragon technique, yet it is still referred to as a dragon. He squints, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Turns out, even powerful clans can deceive themselves. Suddenly, a gust of wind blows through the door, sending red fabric floating into his book. Van Feng catches the paper and opens it up. Inside is a letter from the demon reminding him, Dear Van Feng, my messages can only be one way. Now. Listen closely. 3 days from now, at the hour of the tiger, I will have the great demon lead the celestial entity. You must seize the opportunity to get the blood god's offspring. Remember, there is only one chance. Don't mess it up. As he reads, the paper suddenly bursts into flames. Within seconds, it is completely gone from his hands, leaving no trace. The sender remains hidden, merely dispatching a minion to lead the celestial entity. Van Feng slowly stands up, thinking, I will have to do this myself. If I get caught, it is only me who is in danger. He furrows his brow, pausing to ponder. Even if I swallow the blood god's offspring, what else will I gain besides a drop of its blood? He takes a few slow steps forward, then stops again, resting his chin in thought. Wait a minute. If the blood demon swallows this drop of blood, Van Feng grins, envisioning the legendary blood demon. I am the blood demon. Does not that mean our old friend is about to score a major gift? If he can get his girl so riled up that she slaps him silly, that has got to be a jackpot. Right. With that thought, he could not help but burst into laughter. Well, looks like you will have to go solo this time. Sweetheart. Two hands came together, forming a seal. He sat in the middle of the room, completely immersed in a meditative state. 3 days later, at dusk in an opulent mansion, with the flickering glow of oil lamps, Chan Ren was lost in his book. His gaze drifted to the candle slowly burning down on the table, where the recent report revealed the presence of a malevolent spirit lurking in the western district of Wudong. The moment he heard the announcement, Chan Ren snuffed out the candle and dashed out. His feet moved quickly, and in just a few seconds, he soared out of the nearest window. Then, Chan Ren hovered before a massive eagle, its fierce presence blocking his path. The giant bird glanced at him in terror and quickly flapped its wings, eager to escape. Chan Ren narrowed his eyes, watching its frantic movements, wanting to chase. He remained suspended in midair, pursuing it relentlessly. The enormous bird stole a glance back at Chan Ren, thinking, too fast. It regained its composure and shot forward. Chan Ren. I am just passing through. Why are you still chasing me? You are a true master of the dark arts. But if we clash, your chances of winning are not great. It quickly descended onto a rooftop, with Tian Ren hot on its tail. For the sake of the Blood Demon Lord's grand plan, I can let you get away that easily. He bolted after it, furrowing his brow as he noted its wide wingspan. Just because you are a member of the Blood Demon cult here in Wudong, I can let you escape. This must be a true blood demon at work. Its power is not to be underestimated. The eagle soared above, its voice echoing down. Chan Ren. Did you ever stop to wonder why I suddenly showed up in Wudong tonight? Aren't you worried this might be a classic bait and switch? From his hand, he pulled out a piece of yellow paper. Standing on that rooftop, Chan Ren infused it with his magic, igniting the paper into bright flames, sending out a message. There is a demon here. Increase patrols. I am stationed at the demon suppression fort. Besides me, there are many high-ranking demon hunters. You have nothing to worry about. His hands intertwined as he began forming seals. But if you are here, do not even think about leaving. In just a few seconds, all of Chan Ren's magical energy shot towards the eagle. It quickly glanced back, but his figure had vanished. Suddenly, the eagle's eyes widened. Sensing something from behind, Chan Ren launched a surprise attack, but he had already darted away, leaving the eagle trapped within a protective barrier. Moments later, the barrier flared up, illuminating the area like a beacon. On the ground, a flash of green light erupted, quickly forming a pool of water that bubbled and hissed. From the swirling green smoke, Chan Ren emerged. Holding the head of the eagle, he began to absorb its energy into himself. Once finished, Chan Ren soared away, leaving the eagle's lifeless body behind. Back in the cavern, everything was bathed in a bright red hue. An entity stood there, holding a green lantern. The soul demon lamp, its light signifying that a demon had been vanquished. He lifted his chine, reporting to the blood demon hovering above the stone. My lord. The eagle held out for about half an hour. That should be enough time. The setup is definitely complete. Listening to the demon's words, the man frowned and asked again. Success. But the elder could still sense that the blood god's drop was still in the demon prison. Untouched. Suddenly, the demon soul lantern slipped from his hand and hit the ground. The demon stood by, pressed against the rocky wall in confusion. What? No way. I clearly gave the elder so many benefits. He can't just ignore the situation. The blood demon shouted from afar, warning him that the elder and the blood god must not slip up. This is related to the elder's grand scheme. You need to investigate this immediately. The demon stammered. Yep. The demon quickly took off running from the cave. His subordinates will go right away. My lord. Calm down. Calm down. Meanwhile, a dandelion flower floated into the room. It hurriedly fell towards the youth lying on his back, covering his face with a book. The dandelion gently pulled the book up, asking, What do you want to do? Demon. The dandelion rushed up high, trying to catch the youth's attention. In an instant, it transformed into a red spark. A line of text began to appear in the smoke. Before dawn, I will be waiting for you at the 10-mile slope. As soon as he finished reading, he quickly complained. What a sad line. By the small cliff, a land deity was meditating in silence. Suddenly, a foot appeared, making the deity lift his head to look. The youth swiftly glided past that spot, walking quickly straight toward the house. Bursting through the door, he entered where the demon was sitting. You are back already. He slammed his hand down, hastily questioning the youth from behind. You are back. Why did not you succeed tonight? With a long sigh, the youth gently placed his hand on the demon's shoulder. That is right. The youth lowered his head and slowly continued. It is because something came up. Suddenly, the demon jumped up, turning to look at him. What? His gaze seemed slightly misplaced. Could there be a problem with the heavenly demon village? This made the youth's face flush. Yelling out. What are you looking at? He placed his hand on a sensitive spot, looking up at the demon. I feel like my body has not been well lately. I can't stay up late. The youth scratched his head, awkwardly replying. Who told you to assign me a task so late? That is why I dozed off. This left the demon stunned. Dozed off. The demon was furious, furrowing his brows, yelling at the youth. You actually fell asleep. Do you have any idea what is at stake tonight? Do you have any idea how big a price I have to pay for this? He held his head, seemingly defeated by those words. A primordial demon dying because of this. And you are here saying you fell asleep, ignoring the demon. The youth rubbed his nose. Yep. I really fell asleep. I can't lie about that. Then he scratched his face calmly, saying, You do not understand. For humans, sleep is super important. The youth turned back towards the demon. Once you do not get quality sleep, it messes with your mind. You will be sluggish and tired at work the next day. He placed his hand on the demon's arm, smiling lightly as he explained. It is even worse if you start going bald. I do not want to go bald while I am still young. The demon, seeing the youth like this, turned to look at him with annoyance. "Hey, do you really think I would not dare to kill you?" Hearing the question, the youth held his face, mouth agape. "What?" The demon jumped up, looking at him smugly. "Are you scared? If you are scared then." The youth looked at the demon, boldly assuring him, "I bet you would not dare. Now you are mad. Ah, this opportunity is too good to pass up." You slowly raise your hand, pointing straight ahead. Just like that, the wind brushes against your back as the demon approaches, gripping his collar tightly. You challenge him, saying, "Go ahead. Hit me if you can." Hearing this, he clenches his teeth, his eyes burning with anger, thinking, "If it were not for my master's plan, I would tear you apart right now. But for the sake of my master's plan, I will hold back." The demon grabs both of your hands. A swirl of red smoke surrounds you. But suddenly, a flurry of dandelion seeds flies towards you. "I want to teach you a lesson without some fun." With that red smoke swirling around, he warns you that these dandelion seeds will embed themselves in your body, enough to make you suffer. Is this really the power of the long transformation at the master level? If he unleashed his full strength, how much more would he have? Unexpectedly, you grip the demon's mouth tightly, pulling down half of his mask, causing him to spit something out. A puddle of saliva shoots straight into the demon's throat, and you quickly cover his mouth again. The demon turns away, tears welling up, and you smirk. Who are you trying to scare? Infuriated by your actions, he clenches his fists in anger. The demon quickly lunges at you, ready to deliver a fierce blow. "Damn it. I will kill you." His relentless punches catch you off guard. You start to sense something within the smoke, the indestructible black dragon in the distance. The demon's voice rings out. "Hey, are you ready?" Then Fong, as he throws a punch straight at your face. With a tight fist, he channels a surge of red energy, swinging his fist toward you. You are knocked back. But suddenly, a wave of blue energy appears. The demon stands firm, the red energy thinning around him, while a blue aura envelops you. "Hey." Then Fong, are you ready? You wear a dark expression, thinking to yourself, "No way. This unexpected joy is unreal." The blue energy transforms into the shape of a dragon surrounding you, and a triumphant smile spreads across your face. "Just mastering the basics makes me this powerful. What about intermediate and advanced levels?" Suddenly, a thought hits you. You need to keep that demon busy for a while. You have to strategize your injuries. You lift your hands to your neck, screaming in agony. It hurts so much. Then, you dramatically pretend to collapse face first onto the ground. The demon stares at you suspiciously, clearly unconvinced. He looks down at you lying there, smirking. "You are finally realizing my strength." You clench your left fist, raising it defiantly, challenging him. "I am not backing down. If you are so tough, then go ahead and kill me." The demon, furious, tightens his fist, white smoke swirling around him in anger. "Good. Very good." A loud scream echoes from the room, shaking the walls. The force is so powerful that it causes the door to crash to the ground. The demon, fuming, still enveloped in red energy, taunts you. "You are still not backing down. I respect you for being a real warrior. If you would just cooperate, would you be taking this beating?" You roll over to face the demon, glancing back at him. "Are you done yet?" You keep clenching your left fist, raising it defiantly. "Go ahead. If you are that good, just try to take me down right now." He is sweating bullets. Avoiding eye contact with the cold wind and the flag, you sit up, facing the bewildered creature standing frozen in front of you. "Who dares to say I am not cooperating? Ever since I was a kid, I have hated when people ask if I yield. Even if you kill me today, I still want to give in." The cold wind stands up, shifting his gaze away, while the creature remains there, ordering him around. "Every day, I hit the sack on time. You better adjust your plans to fit my schedule." He turns away, signaling with his hand, saying that in 3 days at the hour of the pig, we will stick to the original plan. The cold wind nods in agreement. The creature turns to leave, and the cold wind looks regretful, calling out, "Hey, why are you leaving? Can't you stay just a bit longer?" The creature walks off, but thoughts about you keep swirling in its mind. "This guy is so chill, even after taking my hits for so long. He does not fight back, and yet he has got no wounds at all." His eyes narrow, a flash of red energy igniting in those icy depths. After the master's plan wraps up, he must be eliminated. The cold wind stays put while the creature vanishes, and from a distance, you catch sight of something. The cold wind spots a clear vial rolling on the ground, filled with blue liquid. Isn't this where the creature just stood? Did he leave this behind? You quickly pick up the vial, without a second thought. Then, the cold wind pops the cap to check inside. 2 bright stars suddenly light up in his eyes. He is thrilled this stuff is real, worth a fortune. A total of hundreds of thousands. The sky has turned dark. It is night now. In the cave, a thick red mist appears before the blood demon within a few short seconds. That is the creature. hands clasped, bowing its head respectfully. Master, I have gathered all the intel. The blood demon sits in a meditative pose, cloaked in a vibrant red mist, eyes blazing with intensity as he speaks. The creature, showing respect, lowers its gaze to the ground, hands still together, recalling how the cold wind overslept last night. He hears the slightest noise, revealing a fierce look. Full of energy, did he fall into a trance or some kind of illusion? The creature's voice echoes. He is just plain sleepy. The blood demon relaxes his arms, his eyes flashing a deep purple as he stands up. The blood demon leaps down, arms spread wide, showcasing a powerful presence. Clearly amused, he stands before the creature, arms crossed, with a red mist still swirling around him. To know yourself and your enemy is to win every time. I wonder, does the creature truly understand the cold wind? The creature reflects. Images of him and the cold wind joyfully linking arms dance in his mind. The more he thinks, the more dizzy he feels. The blood demon stands with arms crossed, head held high. Continuing. Perhaps you should change your approach to dealing with the cold wind. It will yield better results. The creature's mind races. Sweating profusely, soaking the hat on his head, thanking the master for the insight. Master, if Miss Thanfeng is so hard to control, why not just switch her out for someone else? What angle? What perspective are we talking about? The blood demon was furious, his eyes blazing, the red aura around him intensifying menacingly. He shouted, Miss Thanfeng possesses the devouring heaven demon body, swallowing the blood divine child. Her essence won't leak out, and she will manage to safely extract the blood divine child from the demon suppressing pit. After that, I will take her under my wing. Only with the devouring heaven demon body can one rely on devouring life forms, combined with a spark of divine understanding gained over the past century. To break through to the divine realm, the demon servant knelt down, showing respect, clasping his hands together, his right knee touching the ground before the blood demon. Indeed, Master's thoughts are profound. I am in awe of your wisdom, but be warned, my patience is limited, and anyone who fails repeatedly will not be tolerated. The blood demon glared down, ordering the servant, within 3 days. I want to hear that Miss Thanfeng has successfully devoured the blood divine child. Or else. The servant fell to his knees, pressing his palms to the ground, bowing deeply. Master, I understand. Thanfeng, dressed in her casual wear, hurried towards the room with Xiaoji beside her. Xiaoji, did Lord Lai summon me for something? Xiaoji replied. Master, I am not sure. Thanfeng stopped in front of the room, and Xiaoji stepped forward, gently pushing to open the door. Master, if I have missed anything in my service, I hope you will forgive me. What are you talking about? Old man, I heard that you found a promising disciple for me, which kept me up all night in excitement. I rushed here as soon as I got your letter. Xiaoji pushed the door open, announcing loudly, Lord Li, Master is here. Thanfeng entered, her excitement palpable, waving her left hand in greeting. Old Lei, Ren sat there, narrowing his eyes at her, clearly annoyed. Miss Thanfeng, do not speak carelessly in front of the master. Xing was sitting in a chair, legs spread apart, his right index finger pointing at Thanfeng, astonished and speechless. Lord Li, could this be the Miss Thanfeng you mentioned? Thanfeng pointed back at him, questioning Ren. What is it? Old Lei, who is this geezer? Ren was too exasperated. Miss Thanfeng, do not make me warn you a second time. Thanfeng stepped closer to Ren, continuously saying, don't keep bringing that up. With our relationship, let us keep things civil. I need to prove I can work with you long term. He chuckled, casually throwing his arm around Ren's shoulders. I right. Ren looked very displeased, his right hand clenched into a fist. Eyes narrowed. You Thanfeng interrupted. Stop with the you already. Just tell me who this old guy is. Xing placed both hands on his knees, legs crossed, sitting up straight while Ren introduced Thanfeng. This is the master of the Dana sect, Master Dan Xing. He is an alchemist at the alchemist master level, and also the teacher I have found for you, Ren said, his blue eyes fixed on Thanfeng. You will be learning alchemy from Master Dan at the Dana sect, preparing for the Jade Dragon secret realm next year. In his heart, he reassured himself, for the Jade Dragon secret realm, I can endure. Thanfeng sighed, her right hand clenched in a fist, while Ren sat with his head down, hands pressed together. That is the place where you cough and the birds do not even look your way. I am not going. Not even if you beat me to death. You think to yourself, with determination, how could I possibly leave my beloved little sister all alone in that room, if she does not see me? What then? As if I would abandon my mission. Dream on. Ren shouts loudly, his left fist clenched. Qing Feng and Ku Sheng gasp. Qing Feng, if you push me. Do you really think I want to cut ties with you? The Jade Dragon's secret realm is open to whoever wants in. But stop this bickering already, just stop. He steps down lightly, hinting that he wants to sway King Feng. Queen Feng, if you have decided to go to the Jade Dragon's secret realm, then why not join the masters and learn how to play the zither? Queen Feng catches the hint, smiles, and replies, why do I need to pay homage to a master? Just give me a few books, and I can teach myself. Kushing stands up, fists clenched, and yells at King Feng. You are just a kid who does not know the sky from the ground. The art of zither playing is profound. And you think you can learn it on your own? You are dreaming. Queen Feng scratches his head, pretending to be confused. Grinning. What are you saying? I can hear the wind. Kushing clasps his hands together and bows to Chan Ren. Forgive me, esteemed one. I am afraid I can teach this so-called genius you speak of. He turns to leave, leaving you and Tian Ren behind. Chan Ren, annoyed, grits his teeth and glares at King Feng. Quick-witted, King Feng responds. Old man, let us make a bet. You rub your head with both hands as you walk toward Kusheng, while Tian Ren watches. Arms crossed, following King Feng with his gaze. Kusheng halts and says, if I can show you a method to refine a pill, then otherwise, I lose. Deal. Kusheng stands there, his expression fierce, brows furrowed in anger. He coughs, clenching his fists, and challenges both of you. What do you mean? You win and I lose. If you say it like that, I am destined to lose. King Feng, standing at his side, raises an eyebrow and questions him. Are we betting or not? Hearing this, Kusheng lowers his head, begrudgingly agreeing. Then retorts. Dressed like that? Think you can bet with me? From his pocket, King Feng pulls out a white vial and hands it to Kusheng, saying, how about now? Standing in front of Kusheng's house, he opens the vial, eager to see what is inside. I want to see what is in there too, he says. In just a moment, his jaw drops as he sees a glowing pill in his hand, an essence pill. From his robes, King Feng throws out a bunch of different vials, making Kusheng gaze in awe. And this one, the mystic essence pill, the blood pill, the 100 transformations pill, all high-tier elixirs worth a fortune. King Feng looks up at him and asks, is this enough? If it is not, I still have more. Chan Ren watches from behind, puzzled, thinking to himself how on earth King Feng has so many high-tier elixirs, holding a pile of various elixirs. Kusheng grins widely. This is enough. Way more than enough. Finishing with that, King Feng continues to probe. Old man, what do you have to wager against me? From his hands, Kusheng passes the elixirs to Chan Ren. Dear Sar, please hold these for me. Then he looks back at King Feng and commands. Little brother, watch this. Raising his arms, Kusheng conjures a circle of green smoke in front of him. He slowly moves his hand forward, pressing his palm down, and the air fills with swirling smoke. Out of nowhere, an ancient, gigantic stone cauldron appeared before them. This was the legendary Seven Mysteries cauldron, with its mystical flames, secret elixirs, and soothing warmth. It might not be a weapon against foes, but it was perfect for alchemy. Standing before the expanding Seven Mysteries cauldron, Etsusan clasped his hands. This cauldron was a rare spirit item of the earth level. Its value was on par with the elixirs of mortals, those were common. But earth-level spirit items were nowhere to be found for sale. Looking over at Than Feng, he began to negotiate, placing the cauldron as a wager. Are you, if you agree, share your alchemy method with me. While Tian Ren watched them both deep in thought, if Than Feng lost, they would have to find another way. His actions were puzzling, doing things in an odd manner, not too big, not too small. He needed to control the situation differently. From his hands, Q Sen pulled out a blank piece of paper and held it out, saying to Than Feng, the usual elixir methods are no secret. Our stakes are too high for that. Quickly, he reached out to take the paper, still hearing the faint echo of Ku San's voice. I have secret alchemy methods unknown to the world. How could we use them? Holding a book, Than Feng glanced at Kao San and accepted his proposal. All right, but I do not have the materials or tools. You will need to provide those. As soon as he spoke, Ku San immediately accepted his request. Fine. You can borrow my Seven Mysteries cauldron. A series of materials began to appear on the ground, prepared by Kosen, and they were ready to start. From a distance, Than Feng slowly moved toward him. He lightly pressed the book against Kacho-sen's chest. What are you doing? He needed to take the book from his hands, filled with awe and surprise, and asked, are you seriously planning to back out at this crucial moment? Than Feng slowly turned toward the immense Seven Mysteries cauldron, preparing for the alchemy. With a calm gaze, he replied, I have seen enough. Then, he raised his hand high, sprinkling something into the cauldron. It was indeed a mystery. A lotus flower slowly emerged from within the cauldron. Meanwhile, Dan Feng quickly gathered the materials closer. Step back gradually. All the materials were funneled into the Seven Mysteries cauldron, leaving Aku-sun agape. Just moments later, regaining his composure, he slowly pondered Dan Feng. I thought this guy was just arrogant, but maybe he is genuinely talented. Now, it seemed he was just good at talking big. This kind of student did not need teaching, he was simply lazy. Lord Lei could not blame me for this. Tiusen was sweating profusely, observing Dan Feng's every move. However, if this kid lost and then leaned on Lord Lei, refusing to accept defeat. What then? Standing before the swirling steam of the Seven Mysteries cauldron, his hands formed seals to channel energy and command the fire. A cloud of vibrant red smoke billowed from the materials he had just added. Dan Feng stood by, smirking with satisfaction. He had succeeded. Inside the cauldron, brilliant rays of light radiated around. If the elixir was complete, it was time to unveil it. Aku-sun, witnessing this, peered deep into the cauldron. Meanwhile, Ren was also stealthily watching. Drenched in sweat, the three of them stared in disbelief at the shimmering, low-hanging peak. No way this could be happening. Dan and Ren watched in astonishment as the radiant pills began to appear on the ground. Counting 1, 3, 4, one by one, the bright red pills, as stunning as dragon pearls, were neatly arranged on the ground. 10, 11, 12. With every new pill, the eyes of the two sparkled brighter. And finally, they could not help but gasp in shock. 14 pills. Coxing glanced at the dazed boy before him. Taken aback. How could this be? Even a master like him could only manage to concoct 5 radiant pills in a single incense stick. He looked into the radiant pill furnace of Dan Feng, and to his amazement, the boy had produced 14 pills on his very first attempt. Moreover, not a single herb had been wasted. These feats made Coxing ponder deeply. Though Dan Feng was impressive, someone this capable was beyond Coxing's imagination. Inwardly, he was screaming, "This can't be happening." A thought suddenly flashed in his mind, and he shouted, "You must be using some kind of trick. When did you pull this on me?" He had no magical ring to explain himself to this group of fools. Dan Feng responded nonchalantly. Whether it is a trick or not does not matter, with such confidence. A warning bell rang in his heart. Then, Ren could not hold back and chimed in. Know your limits. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Coxing immediately used his internal energy to pick up a cleansing pill from the ground. Without a second thought, he boldly tossed it into his mouth. Unperturbed, watching Coxing act so boldly and decisively, both Dan Feng and Ren were left wide-eyed as the pill slid down his throat. Coxing's eyes widened in appraisal. It was easy to swallow. Fragrant, rich with the scent of divine herbs. It is, he exclaimed, only to suddenly collapse to the ground. He lay sprawled out, frothing at the mouth, feeling utterly euphoric, mumbling like a madman. Red. Dan Feng was taken aback by this spectacle. Old man, do not play dead. Are you trying to pull a fast one? Ren caught him to keep him steady. What is wrong with all of you? Is this how you behave? Soon after, another red pill was shoved into Coxing's mouth to help him recover. Moments later, Coxing burped and sat up, unable to contain his gratitude. Thank you, Sir Lei, Ren added. Don't talk yet. Dan Feng was stunned. Holy beans. He is bubbling. He stared at Coxing, thinking, is this old man an idiot? He is risking it all to try a medicinal pill. Does he even know how dangerous that is? Looking at the fool slumped over with his hand propping up his head, Dan Feng felt a bit disdainful. Having someone like this as my master, that is just an insult to my intelligence. As soon as he woke up, he groggily drank a strong liquor and asked, how do you live your life like this? Dan Feng replied nonchalantly, isn't it just a matter of having hands? His response made Coxing's face turn pale, as if he had seen a ghost. It felt like Dan Feng was a deity standing before him when he uttered those words, isn't it just a matter of having hands? Xinghun was dumbfounded. What the heck then? Not knowing what he wanted, he looked at Dan Feng and said, please wait a moment. He soon presented a golden porcelain vial, saying, this is a breakthrough elixir I found in an ancient ruin. It can significantly increase a martial artist's chances of breaking through. He explained how to use it. Drink this, and you will have an 80% chance of successfully breaking through to the inner energy realm, 50% for the true energy realm, and 20% for the core energy realm. It won't work for masters. This elixir is worth a fortune. Just help me out, and it is yours. Dan Feng was secretly overjoyed. The breakthrough elixir was exactly what I needed. Talk about perfect timing. Then, for some reason, Dan Feng took out a very peculiar dry twig. He sat down and seriously began to draw something on the ground. The other two looked at his drawing, momentarily confused, and fell silent, waiting for him to explain, unable to hold back. One asked, what does this mean? Dan Feng replied, it is very simple. He started working on that alchemy furnace and explained, It may look like I am throwing all the ingredients in, but just a little bit. Then Feng continued. Actually, I have controlled the fire. And the fire ratio is crucial for refining different kinds of ingredients. It is like using a dozen alchemy furnaces at once. When you finally succeed, you line them up, merge them together, and create a powerful concoction. Hearing this, the expression on Chan Ren's face dropped, and he exclaimed in disbelief. What the heck? Ko Sheng shook his head. No way. That is impossible. He gazed at the stubborn old man in front of him, and with a frown, Then Feng retorted. Why not? Old man, you tell me. Truth is, Ko Sheng had his reasons. He explained that inside the alchemy furnace, it is not just about controlling the flames with precision. He pointed out that in such a confined space, how could a dozen flames not affect each other? Some materials need a big flame, while others require a smaller one. If you put those two flames together, the larger flame will disrupt the smaller one. As soon as he finished speaking, Then Feng raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a massive flame erupted from the furnace. His fingers continued to weave intricate gestures, and a wave of powerful green energy surged from the tips of Then Feng's fingers. Now, his entire body glowed with energy in vibrant colors, as he smugly glanced at Ko Sheng. What do you think now? Finally, Ko Sheng could not help but admire him. This legendary alchemist. I was blind to not see your greatness. Then Feng immediately replied. Just being humble. Just being humble. Then, he cheerfully stepped closer to Then Feng. Your alchemical skill is unrivaled. No one in the entire Great Flame dynasty can compare. Then Feng pushed him away, clearly annoyed. Just get to the point. Your begging skills are terrible. I am not interested. Ko Sheng persisted. I hope you will join our Dana sect. Then Feng brushed off his robes dismissively. But Ko Sheng ignored his attitude, still smiling widely. With your talent, you need a good guide. Only then can you truly excel in the path of alchemy. Maybe one day you will rival our sect's alchemy king, Gonko Long. Before he could finish, Then Feng raised his hand to stop him. Hold on. Wow. Then Feng cheerfully asked. You want me to take you as my master? Ko Sheng scratched his head. Oh come on. I was just joking. I am just an old man with little skill. How could I dare to take in a genius like you? So I want to represent my master and take you as my disciple. What do you think? Then Feng firmly replied. No way. Ko Sheng was taken aback. Why not? Then Feng responded. A sect leader like you is not even as strong as I am. Why would I want to join your sect? Truth is, he had his own reasons. He did not want to leave his adorable little demons. At that moment, Chan Ren suddenly shouted. Master Dan. Then Feng is one of our Chajanma sect members. He can join your sect. Hearing this, Ekyu could not hide his frustration. He clenched his teeth and turned to rummage through his bag. It looked dangerous. And then, he grabbed Then Feng's wrist tightly. Q then placed something in Then Feng's hand, saying, Miss Qian, this is the Dana sect token. Whoever holds this token can enter the Danha sect anytime. Plus, you can get half off at the alchemy shops under the Danha sect if you ever change your mind. The doors of the Danha sect are always open for you. Then Feng stared blankly at the token in his hand, his mouth agape in shock. Half off. Viv. His heart swelled with excitement, and he quickly threw an arm around Mer. He pursued shoulders, acting all buddy-buddy. Really? Then show me what cool stuff your sect has. Watching Then Feng's retreating figure, Qian Ren thought to himself, I did not expect you to have such talent. Looks like you are the one with the best shot at obtaining the Alchemy King's legacy. I hope you do not let me down. Back in his private room, Then Feng was now seriously focusing his internal energy to boost his cultivation. On his forehead, something dark quickly materialized. Just as he was concentrating, suddenly, a loud knock echoed through his door. The loud noise startled Then Feng, and he immediately opened his eyes wide. It felt like being disturbed while meditating, and a surge of intense red internal energy burst forth from his body. The door swung wide open, but his body, still brimming with that raging internal energy, had not calmed down. From outside, a massive shadow rushed in, dust swirling like they were stepping into a celestial realm. The chubby prince was terrified by that imposing aura. He stammered, Master. Then Feng remained silent, while the chubby prince hurried in, thinking if he did not wear his soft armor today, I am afraid I have already become a wandering spirit in your hands. Master. He boldly exposed. Just spill it if you dare. The chubby prince hesitated, slipping his hand into his robe, saying, There are two things. First, Lord Lei asked me to bring this to you. In his hand, the chubby prince held a book about alchemy. Then Feng impatiently probed further. What else? Immediately, the chubby prince's face flushed. He said to Then Feng, Master, did you forget about Nu Ho and Nu Gok? Hearing this, Then Feng suddenly remembered, and he stood there dazed for a while. The chubby prince kept insisting. 2 days ago you mentioned it. You wanted to go to Nu Ho and Nu Gok's room to rest. He feigned a helpless pout. My dear master, how old are you? Yet. Before he could finish, Than Feng dashed off like a bolt of lightning. The chubby prince stared up. Where did my master go? Where's my big, mighty master? Outside. Than Feng's love-struck face was dripping with excitement as he shouted, Chubby. Nu Ho called me to her room. I am heading over. The scene shifted to the room of the two beauties, where they wore nothing but flimsy peach-colored sashes. Their voluptuous curves pressed tantalizingly together. Than Feng felt electrified. He tossed his shirt to the floor, gazing at the two girls as if he were a hungry tiger ready to pounce. Unable to resist, he lunged toward them. Than Feng hoisted Nu Ho and Nu Ngok onto his shoulders, all three ready for an intense love session. Like a bull in heat, he threw the two girls onto the bed with a fierce thud. Nu Ngok asked, her sultry voice making it hard for her partner to hold back. Master, you are hurting me. With an enchanting gaze, Than Feng looked at the two beauties. He could no longer wait. Than Feng watched the lovely ladies before him with delight. Hurting you. He cheerfully yanked the curtains shut, ensuring no one could see the scene inside. The sounds of passion echoed in the room, the dim light casting a soft glow on the two beautiful flowers, making it impossible not to feel thrilled. Today's sunlight seemed particularly bright, and Than Feng felt like it was going to be a wonderful day. Stepping out of the room, he was in high spirits, a satisfied smile gracing his lip. The chubby prince followed him, equally bright-eyed. Master, what are your plans next? Than Feng quickly gathered his emotions, realizing he could not waste any time. He had to get back to training. Watching his back, Vivian Nuo felt a twinge of worry. Was the lady boss really this weak now? In Than Feng's private chamber, jars and bottles of potions lay scattered across the floor as he settled into a lotus position, focusing his inner energy. Dark, ancient forces started to swirl around him. The mystical seal on his neck began to glow with a mysterious purple light, gradually descending toward his heart. His face went pale. What was happening? Was his energy spiraling out of control? Did that mean he was turning into a demon? Than Feng pondered. If the demon in the fire is considered a monster, does that make me a monster too? At that moment, a bright light shot out from his body and struck him on the forehead with a forceful thud. Continuing to meditate, the light traveled down to his abdomen. With closed eyes, he silently absorbed his inner strength. Suddenly, the system chimed in with a notification. Than Feng had broken through to the second stage of energy gathering. This caught him off guard. He had advanced to the next level of energy gathering much faster than expected. Glancing at his hands, Than Feng felt a surge of pride. After training in the Dragon God technique, his physique had undergone a transformation. His energy properties had changed as well. Could it be that the Dragon God technique and the dragon body had some unknown interaction? Thinking this, Than Feng felt a rush of excitement. He had to study this further. Just then, a delicate red dandelion floated into his room. Than Feng glanced up. It was slowly moving towards him, capturing his attention. In no time, the dandelion burst into a flurry of flowers. Then, words appeared in the air. Than Feng, come to the 10-mile slope. He knew exactly who was calling him, and Than Feng frowned at annoyance. What do you want? Old man. The scene shifted to a forest where leaves rustled, and the demon was waiting at the 10-mile slope. Than Feng approached without hesitation, diving straight into the matter. What do you need? The demon immediately turned around and handed him 3 items. I have prepared some things for you. Even though he had no clue what it was for, he instinctively reached out to take it, staring at them. His jaw dropped in amazement. These 3 items were definitely not ordinary. Feng then asked the giver, are you really giving these to me? He quickly replied, of course. Let me tell you how to use them. Than Feng felt a twinge of caution, not that this guy was planning something sneaky. Right, first up is the mask. When worn, it allows the user to transform their face and physique at will, while also altering their aura and cultivation level. Even high-level experts would have a hard time seeing through it. Next is a red pill. Taking it will greatly impact your body, enhancing your strength, but throwing you into a bloodthirsty frenzy for a short time. The side effects are huge, but it is the best life-saving item you can get. And finally, there is the Jade Talisman, a teleportation charm. Once activated, it can whisk you away thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. But you can only use it 3 times at most. After that, its spatial power will be depleted. Than Feng could not help but wonder why this person was being so generous. Had he run into some trouble in his training? Or was he implying that he could not take on the blood demon with him, and that he had to go solo? His suspicions made the giver sweat. Who told you that last time you messed things up? I am just worried about you. Just complete the mission well. If you need anything, just say it, and I will do my best for you. He inwardly grumbled. If it were not for the blood demon's orders, I would not be giving you these treasures. Looking at Than Feng's sly face, the giver felt a surge of caution and could not help but ask, what do you want? Than Feng casually replied, if I ask for something, will you actually give it to me? The giver said, as long as it is not too outrageous. Dan Feng flashed a sweet, innocent smile. Then how about you throw in some secret techniques? Maybe some potions or magical formations. The giver could not help but shout. Damn it. Why do not you just ask for my whole treasure collection while you are at it? Dan Feng scratched his head and laughed. Sorry about that. But if you insist on giving, I can't really refuse. Frustrated. The giver turned to leave without another word. Dan Feng called out after him. Is this how you beg? Not generous enough. You do not even know how to sweet talk. He watched the giver go. Thinking, just wait for me. When it is mission time, I will definitely be sleepy. And as soon as night falls, I'm out. Just as he finished speaking, the giver's furious face suddenly reappeared right in front of Dan Feng, startling him. Dan Feng covered his face and chuckled. Wait. Is not that you again? Back for more. The giver clenched his fists. Dan Feng, do not push your luck. I have given you 3 priceless treasures. Do not you know when to be satisfied? Dan Feng waved dismissively. Priceless. A heavenly level spirit artifact with no attack power. The wind demon is a huge threat right now. You can only use the teleportation charm 3 times. Let me make it clear, without 8 to 10 heavenly level spirit artifacts, I am definitely going to sleep that night. The giver was sweating. Wait. Hold on. 8 to 10. Why do not you? But Dan Feng cut him off. Alright, I am off to bed now. The giver silently cursed. You greedy, filthy, low-life leech. Once the blood demon regains all its power, I swear I will take you out. But he still managed to force a smile and explain. Heavenly level spirit artifacts are rare. I only have this one. Change your request. The demon thought. Feeling the weight of Lord Blood Demon's grand scheme, gotta hold it together. Of course. He was not gonna miss any opportunity. Fine. Then just let me pick from those artifacts myself. Demon was furious. Don't be such a volume demon. You seem to ignore his words completely. I can stay up late. Immediately, the demon offered the ring with both hands. You can have whatever you want, but you have to agree to one request of mine. He hurriedly reached out to grab the item. As long as it was not too outrageous, he could agree. The demon then pulled out a long scroll. All you have to do is swear on this and drop your blood on the scroll. If you break the oath, you will face the wrath of the outer heavenly demon. You swear you will definitely reach the 3rd floor of the demon suppression prison to devour the blood divine sun. After that, Dan Feng asked, System, does a heavenly demon count as a demon? Without hesitation, the system immediately replied. Yep. This answer made Dan Feng's expression shift. But of course, the demon could not see that. Then you asked him, you do not trust me? In truth, Dan Feng was calculating quietly. I need to act this out. If I agree too quickly, he will get suspicious. What if he does not let me? He looked at you, his anger flaring. Do I need to remind you about the last 2 times? Dan Feng scratched his head and extended his hand. Well, I need to make sure you give me your artifacts first before I do anything. In the end, the demon had no choice but to hand over his artifacts. Seeing your greedy demeanor, he felt a sting of loss but reassured himself. Once Lord Blood Demon's plan succeeds, you will be dead. Then I can reclaim my artifacts and won't lose anything. Dan Feng gazed at the ring, marveling. Demon, you really are a master of transformation. You have got so many treasures. You successfully made the demon lose his patience. He sulked and said to Dan Feng, hurry up and swear already. Finally, the goal was confirmed. Dan Feng bit his thumb, blood splattering out. He then dipped his bloody fingertip onto the scroll and declared, I swear, on the appointed day, I will definitely reach the 3rd floor of the demon suppression prison to devour the blood divine sun. As soon as he finished, a binding light erupted. Instantly, an invisible thread appeared in Dan Feng's hand, like a binding rope, and just like that, ever since that bloody fingertip touched the scroll, Dan Feng was bound. The demon was reveling in his triumph. The blood scroll was activated, but he still could not shake his unease. This kid is not normal. What if he tries to wash the evidence? What if he wants to test the power of the heavenly demon blood? After that, the demon added a few more words. No matter how strong a deity is, they are just a god in this world's rules. The heavenly demon exists beyond those rules, unbound by the world's rules. No one knows just how powerful he really is. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly throws out a couple of words for safety. Dan Feng plays along, his eyes wide with disbelief. Seriously? The demon just casually puts his hand on his shoulder. Man. Take care of yourself first. Then he walks away, saying he will hand over the token when the time comes, and to remember to bring it to the 3rd floor. At that moment, a notification pops up. The host has been attacked by the demon. Congratulations to the host for mastering the soul tracking technique. Time flies, and he closes his eyes. Focusing on the soul tracking technique, the system explains that this technique allows the user to locate souls, tracking their position but only if there is physical contact. At that moment, Dan Feng glances over at the demon, feeling frustrated. Seriously, dude, I have sworn to protect you. And you still do not trust me. Without missing a beat. Danfeng gives him a good shove on the shoulder and says, you better look out for yourself too, not giving him a chance to ask more questions. He spins around and walks away without saying another word. The demon feels a twinge of anxiety. Could it be he is figured out I am using the soul tracking technique? But then he reassures himself. No way. The soul tracking technique is an ancient secret. Only a powerful blood demon lord can sense it. What is Danfeng? Anyway. Probably just having a nervous breakdown. Time slips by unnoticed. Moving forward without waiting for anyone. Before he knows it, night falls. And Danfeng is curled up like a caterpillar in his bed. He is lost in thought. Wondering if this soul tracking technique will work. Half the day has gone by. And the demon has not made a single move. Did he get caught? Or is he really just going to sleep, staring out at the bright moon? Danfeng ponders if he is really just going to sleep. Then I want to be able to catch him. He is a minion of the blood demon. There might be traces of the blood demon in his lair. Immediately. He sits up straight. This means I might find the blood demon quickly. Yep. I can keep taking advantage of the demon like this, spotting the mask on the table. Danfeng resolves to find the blood demon and share the burden with him. If that is the case, why not go all in? As soon as he finishes his thought, he sits down to focus on the mask the demon gave him. 3 days later, he has been sleeping all day like a polar bear, barely awake unless he has work to do. Dandelion fluff flows in through the window, reminding him for the third time. Come on. Danfeng. Stop sleeping. It is time to act. Here's your token. Danfeng replies immediately. I got chill out already. In the morning, Danfeng quickly heads to the Demon Suppression Bureau. The Demon Suppression Prison. This is the 3rd floor of the prison. And there is Danfeng in his transformed state. He looks towards the door emanating demonic energy, feeling on guard. No wonder the 3rd floor does not require anyone to keep watch. With this kind of oppressive aura, how many could rush in and come out alive? Then, Danfeng pulls out a blood-red dandelion from his hand. As soon as he takes it out, he quickly presses it against the stone statue in front of him. Instantly, a red light surrounds Danfeng. So bright he has to shield his eyes with his hand. After a moment, Danfeng curiously peeks out to see what is happening around him. That powerful demonic energy has vanished under the influence of the dandelion. Looking at the wall, Danfeng felt a sense of satisfaction. This charm really had some power. As soon as his hand touched the wall, thick chains appeared before him, surrounded by an aura of terrifying energy. The moment Danfeng stepped in, the chains rattled loudly. Right in front of him was a box, bound by those chains. And it seemed he would have to overcome quite a few challenges to get to it. Without hesitation, Danfeng moved closer, using his energy to block the pressure from the supernatural force, which was draining his focus. He gazed at the wilting flower before him, surprised to see that the dandelion was on the verge of dying. Just as he finished speaking, a red light erupted from the dandelion, as if it wanted to suppress the chains around the box for him. Time passed, and after half an hour, Danfeng was left waiting so long he felt like mushrooms were sprouting on his head. Finally, after exhausting its abilities, the dandelion withered completely. At that moment, the chain snapped apart instantly, and just like that, the box fell. And Danfeng quickly reached out to catch it. His reflexes were quicker than his brain, and he unleashed his inner strength, a beam of light emanating from within the box. In that moment, Danfeng effortlessly opened the box, forcefully tossing the lid aside. Inside, a small serpent with sharp teeth and fiery red eyes inexplicably radiated a powerful energy. Danfeng curiously picked it up for a closer look. Everything was going too smoothly. Logically, the protagonist should face some kind of storm before acquiring a treasure, right? Suddenly, another beam of light burst forth, accompanied by a strange sound. Danfeng clenched his teeth, surveying the situation with a growing sense of urgency. He mentally scolded himself, thinking he had really jinxed it. Just when he thought he could test his defenses against the master of the 3 layers of heaven. Just then, the system announced that Danfeng was under attack by a demon. He was taken aback. How could the master of the 3 layers of heaven be that weak? Thinking about it, Danfeng was stunned. Wait a minute. Why was the one attacking him a demon and not an exorcist? Could it be that the demons had broken free from the seal? Before he could finish his thought, the sound of a weapon scraping against the ground startled him, making him turn his head. Danfeng was taken aback to see someone standing right in front of him. A beautiful girl clad in mysterious black attire stood before him. But of course, she was not human. Her alluring appearance left him dazed. She had a face that was simply enchanting. When Holy saw Danfeng, she could not help but silently praise him, surprised that such a handsome man existed in the world. Seeing the look in her eyes, he felt a sense of pride, thinking to himself, of course my good looks would mesmerize her. Watching her radiate a powerful aura, Danfeng calculated that if he could recruit her, he could become friends with that beautiful little demon. Wait a minute. Suddenly, this girl made him feel nervous. She radiated the aura of a master. Danfeng quickly realized, oh no. Is not this the girl who was hiding in the corner of the room, with that celestial being the other day? He smirked, thinking he was mistaken about her loyalty to the seal. Who would have thought to exploit the power of the golden snail? And it is a demon to boot. This time, I have got you cornered, and I am about to score big. These thoughts had Than Feng chuckling out loud, leaving the fox spirit staring at him in disbelief. She brandished her sword, on high alert. Who are you to dare breach the demon sealing prison? But Than Feng was not fazed. My invading the demon sealing prison has nothing to do with you. Fox spirit. You think you are some kind of monster hunter? The fox spirit was taken aback, realizing this guy had seen right through her true form. That last attack barely scratched him. He must be at least a late-stage master, maybe even a grandmaster. There is no way I can take him on. With that, her sword clattered to the ground with a sharp clang, shifting her stance to a seductive pose. The alluring fox spirit stood before Than Feng, faced with such a stunning beauty. Than Feng could not help but be momentarily stunned. At that instant, the system notified him that he had been attacked by the fox spirit. Than Feng was baffled. Did I just fall for her charm? What is with these extra attributes? Plus, I have been maxed out on charm for ages. How can I even boost it more? Frustrated with the system for not answering, Than Feng ground his teeth in anger. The seductive outfit she wore had not even caught his attention, leaving the fox spirit surprised. This guy actually ignored her beauty. Not wanting to push her luck, she decided to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. Without a second thought, she darted away, leaving Than Feng stunned. Wait, did she just bolt? But just as he snapped back to reality, she had disappeared without a trace. Yet, he did not seem too bothered. She really was fast. Than Feng then glanced around, muttering, "Today's a big day for me. I will settle the score later." He made his way to the end of the secret passage to scout the area again. But just around the corner, a strange black light flickered, catching him off guard. Not one to let curiosity linger, Than Feng reached out to touch the statue. Instantly, a strange mark appeared, remaining remarkably calm. He sat there, watching it for a while to see if there would be any reaction. Noticing that the dark energies were surprisingly cute, Than Feng immediately reached in, eager to find out what this blood god artifact was all about. After rummaging around, he finally grinned. There was something here. He picked it up. It looked like a book, but its contents were a mystery to him. This was a manual, the one-word sword, covered in dust as if it had not been touched in ages. Than Feng began flipping through the pages, wondering what connection it had to the one-word parting sword, especially since the names were so similar. The scene shifted to night, where, on the outskirts of Wudong district, Chan Ren was wandering alone, shrouded in mystery. He scanned the area cautiously, his heart racing. Something felt off. Gripping the blood-soaked mask tightly, Chan Ren frowned in discomfort. The barrier he set had been shattered. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched himself forward, sprinting like a shadow in the night. In the darkness, Chan Ren moved like a bird, darting through every alley and crevice. He shut his eyes and focused, sensing turmoil on the third floor of the demon prison. The blood god was bound by hundreds of chains. He should be fine. But the ominous sound of a thunderous sword echoed. He felt a pang of dread. Could it be him, the mysterious celestial master of the blood demon sect, lurking in the outskirts of Wudong? Last time, after provoking me, that thunderous sword caused quite a stir. I thought he would given up after failing to find me. But to my surprise, he breached the demon prison stealthily. Lost in thought, he finally stood before the gates of the demon prison. Chan Ren continued to soar through the air. His high cultivation combined with honed skills allowed him to operate in complete silence. Undetected, in no time, he found himself inside the demon prison. Completely unnoticed, he looked up in admiration, surprised by the intelligence of the person who had managed to break my vision barrier. Today, I will get to teach you a lesson. Inside, Than Feng held a book. Realizing that the thunderous sword and the yang sword combined formed a heavenly level martial art, the cross-flame sword. After receiving guidance from the system, Than Feng clicked his tongue in disappointment. He was missing the yin-yang fusion part of the two swords, so he could not form the heavenly martial art just yet. He looked up at the sky with satisfaction, but he had a natural talent for fire control. What if he forced the fusion of yang fire and yin fire using that talent? It seemed like he would not need a fusion technique after all, but he was not sure if it would work. Than Feng casually strolled out, feeling relaxed. At the same time, Chan Ren was also heading toward him to catch the intruder in the act. Meanwhile, Than Feng formed a seal, closing his eyes to concentrate his inner energy, and suddenly vanished. Just as Chan Ren arrived, Than Feng had already slipped away, leaving only a flickering green shadow before him. Frustrated by the sudden disappearance, Chan Ren pressed on toward Than Feng. He then pulled out a yellow talisman and focused on chanting the incantation. The blood god was mixed in, ready to confront the blood demon at any moment. And instantly a golden inner energy radiated around him. Above the demon prison, a beam of light shot out into the distance. At its peak sat a demon scrying mirror, inscribed with charms on both sides. Inside, Qian Ren reached into the hole to check carefully. His face paled as he fumbled around and found nothing, not even a trace of the thunderous yin sword. Qian Ren's heart raced. He feared that other hidden locations of the blood god might be compromised as well. He grimly speculated, could the goal of that blood demon sect master not be me, but rather the entire demon prison? It seemed we were in for a colossal battle. Shifting scenes to a high mountain. Under a starry sky, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Then Feng gradually pulled off his mask, silently gazing into the distance. No wonder the demon had been urging me to swallow the blood god. It turns out the blood god, leaving the demon prison, would cause such a huge uproar at that moment. Dan Feng was shocked to see something in front of him. What the hell is this? He had just discovered red energy streams immediately wrapping around him. A massive, imposing figure with sharp fangs appeared. Dan Feng was astonished. This was the celestial demon. A wild grin spread across his face. Holy crap. The celestial demon's bloodline is really that powerful. I just broke my vow. And it is already reacting. At the same time, the system popped up, catching Dan Feng off guard. In that instant, his entire body felt like it was engulfed in a divine light. He felt as if he was soaring upwards. And Dan Feng immediately closed his eyes to savor the moment. Slowly opening his eyes, he was pleased. He could see clearly now. Dan Feng stared straight at the demonic figure in front of him. Puzzled. Was that hell on him? Surprisingly, he was cheering on that soul. You got this, buddy? If I could drag my soul down to hell to suffer, where all the demons are, would not that mean I am about to fly high? The system congratulated him once again for receiving the contract vow. Betrayers would face punishment. Dan Feng thought. With this, I can enslave demons. I could just lie around and make a fortune. Have I eaten yet? I can drag someone down faster than they can pull me up. He then raised his hand to the threads on his forehead. Let us pull it down. While acting, he chuckled mischievously. One tit, it, just listen to me. The more Dan Feng thought about it, the happier he became. He put in all his strength and yanked it toward himself. Finally, unable to bear the weight, the thread snapped suddenly. The red string fell, and Dan Feng clenched his teeth. Feeling a bit frustrated, his face fell as he held the string, forcing a reluctant smile. This thing is so unreliable. The figure was also surprised, scratching his head while looking at the thread. But right after that, the Demon King radiated a fierce red light. His arms flailed in a panic, as a sudden pain jolted through him, leaving him confused. But then, the figure melted away into the air. In the end, he disappeared, his body blending into the atmosphere, leaving nothing behind. Dan Feng watched him vanish, crossing his arms nonchalantly. What a pity. He looked down the mountain slope, unable to sense the celestial demon's aura, so he could only check from the person. My blood demon god, holding the talisman in his hand. Dan Feng rode the clouds while deep in thought. He was furrowing his brow in frustration. This was a warning from the demon revealing mirror, when the blood god's offspring left the demon sealing barrier. Dude, this is exactly the careless thing you warned about. The little demon jumped in shock, quickly trying to calm him down. Blood demon. Blood demon, please do not be angry. I have clearly led the heavenly envoy away, and I made Dan Feng sign the blood demon vow. He did not want to listen at all, immediately stopping his internal energy. Clenching his fists tightly, a surge of dark power erupted from within. In no time, a long knife appeared, and he swung it down fiercely towards the little demon. After that, the blood demon instantly turned into a raging force, striking him while shouting, "Why did I fail? Why did I fail?" Wow. The cursed beast, in agony, clutched its body, pleading for mercy from the blood demon lord, promising to investigate immediately. He glared, saying, "Investigate? What good will that do now? Without the blood god child, and with your precious King Feng dead, my grand plan has been ruined by your uselessness." At that moment, the blood demon quickly sensed someone was bringing the blood god child through space. Just as he finished speaking, King Feng jumped out from the teleportation. It was me. The cursed beast trembled in shock. No way. No one can escape the heavenly demon's blood oath. No one. What on earth are you? King Feng stared at him calmly and asked, I am still alive. Are you disappointed? Worried that your scheme to betray the blood demon lord will be exposed? Hearing this, both were confused, exchanging glances as if silently questioning each other. He took his fiery words seriously. King Feng knelt down, grasping the blood demon's hand. My lord, a few days ago, the cursed beast contacted me, claiming I was the heavenly demon's vessel. He told me to absorb the blood god child and then team up to kill you. He even said you have enslaved him for hundreds of years, and he has had enough. With sparkling eyes, he continued, but I have admired you for a long time. My lord, for your safety, I pretended to agree. The cursed beast fell to the ground. My lord, don't he believe him? King Feng interjected. Actually, I intended to secretly bring the blood god child to present it to you, while also revealing the true face of this little traitor. Both played their roles so well that the blood demon was left bewildered. Stop talking. Let me think. A few hours later, the three of them finally sat together like old friends. Kung Feng quickly spoke up. My lord, if you can't bear to strike, then let me do it. Who would have thought that the blood demon would panic at this moment? Kung Feng. Calm down. Cursed beast. Explain to him. The cursed beast quickly complied. Actually, from the start, Kung Feng and I had a pact. The revenge was just a ruse to lure you into swallowing the blood god child. Kung Feng, in disbelief, pointed at his own face. So I got played again. He was so mad, grinding his teeth, thinking he could stab the cursed beast in the back, only to find out they were in cahoots. The cursed beast stood up, looking at him. Kung Feng, I know you can accept this right now, but our goal is for the blood demon lord, so we are all on the same side. Hope you understand. He then smiled brightly at him. And remember to give me back those kangs later. Kung Feng glared and shouted. I got tricked by you and you only care about those kangs. You heartless fiend. Even after cursing him out, he could not help the annoyance bubbling inside. Another round of insults erupted. In this lifetime, the thing I hate most is being deceived. Yet those shameless blood demon cultists are the worst. Filthy. Despicable lowlifes. Lying through their teeth. And you have managed to trick me 3 times. Kung Feng helplessly laid out his grievances against them. You tricked me out of 2 coins. And you, cursed beast, have never spoken a single truth. The blood demon was infuriated. Kung Feng, watch your words. You are not afraid of heaven or earth. He shot back. Watch your own damn head. I have not even mentioned who you are. A blood demon sect member. Living peacefully. Turned into a pack of frauds. Don't you feel embarrassed? Surely 200 years ago, you were beaten like a dog. Damn it. Who sees your scam team and does not want to throw down? The blood demon has finally been pushed to the edge. Miss Thanfeng, the blood demon glared at you. Do not think that just because you dared to bring the blood god's hair, you can just shout orders. The blood demon then looked at you again. I am giving you one last chance. Thanfeng smirked slyly. A chance? You say. At this moment, you have decided to lay it all on the table. You do not think I am going to fight your battles for you. Do you? Thanfeng mocked him disdainfully. I just want to see how a once feared blood demon ended up as such a fool. Too bad. All I see is a dog too scared to leave its kennel. Scamming everyone. Your jabs made the blood demon seethe with rage, his hands seemingly ready to spit fire. In an instant, within mere seconds, the blood demon lunges at Thanfeng, unable to hold back, launching a deadly attack. But facing the blood demon's overwhelming presence, Thanfeng remains remarkably calm. A loud crash echoes, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. Fresh blood spills from Thanfeng, streaming down his clothes. A familiar arm grips his shoulder tightly. Yet Thanfeng's expression remains unchanged. The demon beast has blocked this blow for Thanfeng. Declaring loudly. Blood demon. You can't kill him. He possesses the heavenly demon body. A key part of your grand plan to become a god. As soon as those words leave his mouth, blood continues to pour from the demon beast 7 orifices. Just as he finished speaking, the demon beast is covered in injuries, seemingly about to collapse. He wipes the blood from his face and looks at Thanfeng, saying, No need to thank me. But little does he know, Thanfeng is secretly channeling his inner power. The moment the demon beast's words fade, Thanfeng unleashes a powerful surge of internal energy. Old wounds reopen, causing the demon beast to feel dizzy. While Thanfeng strikes with decisive force, with just one blow, the demon beast is sent flying back in shock. A large chunk of his mask is torn away, and in a weak voice, he questions, I saved you, and yet you hit me. Immediately after, the demon beast's eyes blaze with fury. Thanfeng, I will kill you. As soon as the words escape his lips, Thanfeng ruthlessly delivers another devastating blow. The blood demon senses the tension and pushes him aside, saying, Calm down. You can't kill him. I still have my own plans. He retorted, I am deciding to execute my plans ahead of schedule. His body is my body. The demon king obediently replied. Yep. He added, Teaching him means you are teaching me. Got it. The demon king nodded. Understood. The demon king then silently celebrated. Finally, it is starting. We are finally getting to the execution part. But Thanfeng looked annoyed again. Can you two just chill out? You are acting like you have lost all patience. If you want to take action, do it quickly. My mom is waiting for me to come back for dinner. The blood demon continued to raise his energy. Then I will make it happen for you. As soon as he finished his sentence, an overwhelming surge of power gathered at the tip of his fingers. The force carried a gust of wind, blowing out the candles above them, making them flicker wildly. Where Thanfeng stood, a chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down others' spines. Yet, he remained calm, casually scanning his surroundings. At that moment, a stream of red energy shot into Thanfeng's head. He showed no fear. Instead, He closed his eyes and absorbed it with a serene expression. As for the blood demon, he quickly infiltrated Dan Feng's consciousness. Once inside, he could not help but smirk with glee. Dan Feng, while I can't invade your body, I can invade your soul. Wait until you are crying and begging for mercy. I will gradually devour your soul and take your body. Dan Feng responded nonchalantly. I have always been curious. If you take my body, what happens to yours? Your body is at the peak of the dragon transformation stage. The blood demon scoffed. So knave. I will make sure you die a clear death. He then explained. Your body can absorb my power. Once you swallow the blood of the dead, I will take over you, and then use your body to devour your old one. It will perfectly merge our powers. Dan Feng could not help but be astonished. You are eating people and then eating yourself. You are really a freak, are not you? Immediately, the blood demon formed a red whip from his hand. He glared at him. You dare show disrespect when death is right at your door. The blood demon then raised the long whip high. He shouted. Looks like you have not seen the grave yet. But instantly, another surge of power restrained the blood demon, leaving him stunned. The hand holding the whip froze mid-air. What is going on? My connection to the body has been severed. Who did this? Feeling something was off with his body, the blood demon was left dumbfounded. Dan Feng was equally confused and quickly asked. System, is that you? The system replied. Nope, without hesitation. Dan Feng turned and left, figuring he would find out outside. The blood demon's voice echoed. Right. As they both stepped outside, Dan Feng and the blood demon stared in disbelief, with the blood demon unable to believe his eyes. Demon King. What are you doing over here? The Demon King is focusing his inner strength, simultaneously condensing power in his palms. He gazes at Dan Feng and confidently declares, As you can see, I am devouring the blood demon lord. The blood demon is burning with rage. You dare to betray me. Dan Feng can't help but shout at the scene before him. Oh man. This traitor is really something. To protect himself, the blood demon instantly retaliates against the Demon King. But at that very moment, his body suddenly feels light as a feather. Floating chaotically, staring at his own floating body, the blood demon is taken aback. What the? Suddenly, it dawns on him. The 36 Celestial Canopies soul-seizing array. The Demon King is now feeling quite smug. It seems you have some knowledge. The blood demon grows increasingly anxious. He exclaims, The array eye. Where is the array eye? The blood demon desperately channels his inner power. If he can just find and destroy the array eye, he can halt the Demon King. But at that moment, the Demon King coldly tells him, Stop looking, the array eye is within your body. His voice chilling as if it came straight from hell. This leaves the blood demon stunned, staring in disbelief. What the hell? The Demon King continues. For the past 200 years, I have been helping you search for the blood god's offspring. With my power, I can't do anything to your body. But I can set the trap on the blood god's offspring. Only then does he reveal his true goal. I was planning to wait for you to gather all 36 drops of the blood god's offspring before I made my move. Suddenly, the Demon King bursts into a joyful laugh, then looks over at you. But he points at the boy in front of him. Who would have thought the heavens would send you? Dan Feng, to assist me. He watches the blood demon's condition. It is the perfect time to seize control of his body when he is at his weakest. This is my chance. Wait. Do not just stand there. Now the blood demon seems to understand. Demon King. I have treated you well. Why would you do this? The Demon King does not hide his intentions. Of course. It is to become a god. And that revelation shocks Dan Feng, the Demon King. Yang. Smugly continues. Do you think I submitted to you back then, because I admired your strength? You saw my potential back then and wanted my loyalty. He recalls the times he had to bow and scrape before the blood demon, piece by piece. Pausing for a moment, the Demon King's expression darkens. He adds, I also saw your strength, and with that, his gaze toward the blood demon turns malicious. The blood demon retorts, our powers clash. Forcing me to swallow you will only destabilize the foundation, making it impossible to become a god. The Demon King raises his eyes, fixating on the body before him. Then he glances around. Blood demon. You do not seriously think my true form is a dandelion? Do you? With that, he does not shy away and channels his energy for all to witness. The blood demon is taken aback. Are a blood-sucking dandelion, a rare breed that feasts on blood and legends. The Demon King chuckles with satisfaction. Exactly. Blood demon, you are my finest delicacy. 200 years ago. Me. That is why you are in this situation. In the middle of this tense moment, Dan Feng suddenly shouts, Wait a second. Now. You are actually wondering if a blood-sucking dandelion is still a dandelion. The Demon King stands before this question, momentarily glaring at you as if you were insane. Right after that, the demon yelled, Is this the crucial point? The crucial point is a dandelion. Can't you see who is holding all the cards right now? I am turning the tide. So you better get out of my way. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sharp force hurtling towards his face. Behind the demon, something tiny and thorn-like shot up from the ground. It turned out that while he was distracted, the blood demon had made a sneak attack deadly and sneaky. It seemed too late, just as the demon noticed. That sharp thorn was aiming straight for his eye. But for some reason, before it could even make contact, it shattered into pieces. Not only that, but an immense golden light erupted from within him. The demon's eyes widened as a blue gem, resembling a luminous pearl, appeared on his forehead. It seemed this gem was protecting him from the attack. The blood demon stared at it, stunned and bewildered. What the heck is this? The demon's eyes widened in shock. This luminous pearl is used for fishing, and it can defend against soul attacks. Sure, it only lasts for a short while, but for me, that is more than enough. The demon then held the pearl up to the blood demon. All right, your turn to choose. While I am stuck and can't flee, will you take a chance and fight or run for your life? The blood demon gritted his teeth, realizing that at this point, the best move was to escape. He calculated quickly. If he waited for the demon to absorb enough power and reach peak dragon transformation, escaping would be impossible, and he would be done for at that moment. Kung Feng suddenly slapped the blood demon on the shoulder, dark clouds gathering on his face. He casually pushed the blood demon aside as if nothing had happened. Demon, you have been lying to me this whole time. He pointed angrily at him. Didn't you say you only had one low-tier spirit soldier? Why's your attention always on something else? The demon did not see him answering back and angrily rolled up his sleeves. I told you. How can you hand me these cosmic treasures so easily? Turns out the important stuff is not even in there. The demon fumed. Kung Feng. Just wait. Once I devour the blood demon, you will be the first on my hit list. Save your breath. I ain't scared. Kung Feng shot back. Come at me. And the one in trouble will be your dad. Just then, behind King Feng, the blood demon was preparing to launch another sneak attack. He was mentally calculating. Perhaps the heavenly demon's form was his only chance. In an instant, the blood demon leaped straight into King Feng's body. Of course, it was when he least expected it, and King Feng was utterly shocked. Moments later, Kung Feng showed a triumphant grin, secretly thinking, hit me. Come on. Hit me. The scene shifts to inside King Feng's consciousness, where the blood demon lunged at him. You can't escape. Kung Feng. Immediately, he opened his mouth wide, intending to swallow him whole to absorb his power, and naturally, Kung Feng did not fight back, and he was easily swallowed. But less than 5 minutes later, a small mouth appeared on the blood demon's belly, and King Feng was smiling happily. Finally, I have been hit too. As those words left my lips, tears welled up in Than Feng's eyes. The system immediately announced that due to the blood demon's attack, his soul power was continuously being enhanced. This made Than Feng smirk with delight, his entire body lifted by a gentle breeze. As his internal energy began to solidify, the system was in turmoil. Than Feng's power surged relentlessly. Yet, he seemed unsatisfied, glaring fiercely as he pushed Tuvai to its peak. Not stopping there, he fought to maintain his stance. His body now enveloped by an overwhelming force of supreme power. The blood demon stared in shock, eyes wide, wondering what was happening. What kind of strength is this? My soul is fading away. No sooner had he finished speaking than a colossal wave of power crashed into him, leaving the blood demon frozen in disbelief, watching his own body slowly vanish. He howled in desperation, unable to accept what was happening. Then, Than Feng shot a cold glare at the remaining foe. Now only the demon hunter was left, in the chamber. The demon hunter nervously eyed Than Feng. Still gripping the blood demon's lifeless body, he grinned cunningly, his face still expressionless as he kept his eyes shut tight. Moments later, Than Feng opened his eyes, now sharper and more focused. Facing Than Feng was the demon hunter. But it was clear he stood no chance against him. The demon hunter, astonished, exclaimed, Lord Blood Demon, why are you still here? Are you still attached to your own body? Than Feng coldly chuckled. The blood demon is dead. I am the true Than Feng. The demon hunter was left confused. My Lord Blood Demon, what game are you playing? You can't even admit your true identity anymore. Do you think pretending to be the real Than Feng will stop me from killing you? Frustrated, he lunged at the demon hunter, landing a painful blow to his head. I am pretending. You are the fool. I told you the blood demon is dead. Now, I am going to settle the score with you. You have tricked me one too many times. And today, I am putting an end to you. The blow made the demon hunter tear up, rubbing his head as he asked, You are not dead. How is that even possible? Than Feng shot back. If you die, I won't die either. How long do you need to finish swallowing? Hurry up. I'm in a rush. Despite their short acquaintance, the demon hunter was quick-witted. This was not the blood demon. It was the true Than Feng, who had just killed the blood demon's soul. How could that be? He could not comprehend it. Did Than Feng possess some kind of godly artifact to counter the blood demon? He had disguised himself so well during this time. He needed to be careful and avoid falling into his trap. The demon hunter narrowed his eyes, gripping the blood demon's body as he threatened. Danfeng, to me, you are no longer useful. I will give you one chance. Otherwise, once I finish with the blood demon, you will be next. Danfeng naturally replied, Run. Run your head off. You have deceived me 3 times. If I do not kill you today, I won't bear the name Than. Right after, Danfeng glanced at a table overflowing with food, but he was a man of honor, so he definitely would not take advantage of the chaos. I am just waiting for you to finish swallowing that. Then I will shake you awake, he said, casually sitting down like it was his own home. Suddenly remembering, Danfeng asked, Right. How many of those demon generals of yours are still alive at this point? Han had completely absorbed the blood demon's body, leaving only a white skeleton to respond. Saying there are only 3 of the top guys left alive, Danfeng replied. People love a good crowd. So if all the demon generals are still kicking, be sure to call them over. Okay, and hey, congrats on becoming the new boss of the blood demon sect. Just as he finished speaking, the blood demon's body completely dissolved. Through it all, Danfeng did not even turn to look at him. His mouth kept running. You need to call the shadow demon too. Make sure he brings poison along. With that delicious yang fruit, it would be a shame not to add some poison. The dark-faced demon was silently glaring at him, thinking, a blind cat catching a fried fish thinks it is invincible. Yet here you are, with no preparation at all, daring to provoke me like this. You really do not know your own strength. He had a big chicken leg in his mouth as he said. Finally, you are finished. I have been waiting for you to wither away. The demon's aura surged ominously. I may not know how you killed the blood demon's soul, but I am at the pinnacle of the dragon transformation realm. That is a level above the blood demons. And since I am attuned to the essence of heaven and earth, my strength exceeds yours by a mile. He asked him, Do you even understand what that means? Danfeng did not hesitate to reply. It means, unless you are a god, you do not stand a chance of winning. While saying this, he smirked condescendingly, asking him, Or do you want to call me dad? The demon could not take it anymore. He shouted, Danfeng, you are about to die and you still act tough like that. Danfeng kept that cocky grin, saying, If you want to fight, just wait a minute. This yang fruit is really precious. Let me put it away first. Once he gathered his energy, the demon immediately launched a lethal strike at Danfeng. The blood-sucking dandelion, his true form, burst forth. Danfeng remained unfazed, still holding onto his fried chicken. Even while under attack, he seemed completely uninterested, his face showing nothing but disdain. The system kept chiming in with notifications, while Danfeng continued munching away. He could not help but cheer in excitement, shouting that he had leveled up and became immortal. With that said, a dark aura suddenly enveloped Danfeng, rich and intense. He gritted his teeth and concentrated his energy. Unexpectedly, after taking a hit from the demon, he leveled up, his physical strength advancing to the early stages of dragon transformation. This sudden leap made Danfeng feel incredibly proud. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. Immediately after, something mysterious shot out from his body. The rocks in the cave began to crack, unable to withstand the pressure. They flew up in chaos. Danfeng stood firm, continuously exhaling power in rapid succession. Yet in the end, his strength seemed to hit a snag, leaving Danfeng momentarily stunned. Finally, he took a deep breath, and an aura enveloped his entire body. At that moment, he felt weightless. Danfeng soared high into the air. Before he knew it, he had flown out of the cave, light as a feather. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Danfeng excitedly shouted, Demon, come on out. But then, he turned around, scanning the surroundings for familiar faces. With no one around, Danfeng gathered his energy to search for his target from afar. Finally, he spotted the beast's true form, a vibrant red flower dripping with blood. That beast was so terrified it took off like a bat out of hell, running over 10,000 miles. Damn it, Danfeng fumed. Running again. If I can catch you, I will write my name backward. His face was as dark as a pot, thinking how hard it was these days to find someone to beat up. Seriously, if I can catch you, I will change my name to stupid. Danfeng dashed through the air, deep in thought. But that little punk was faster than him. Plus, he had the soul pursuit technique on him. Once he got close, that guy would definitely bolt again. He needed to dispel that technique first. Cautiously treading, Danfeng concentrated his energy, lifting his whole body into the air. From his chest, a surge of green energy emerged, swirling with a hint of dark aura. Danfeng had it all figured out, hiding his aura. This time, even if I stood right behind that beast, it would not notice me. Then, he pulled out the distorted mask that the beast had given him before. He gazed happily at the mask and said, Beast, I am coming for you. Just wash up and wait for me. With that, Danfeng unleashed his overwhelming energy once more. Soaring higher, He reached an exceptional level, exuding an aura of sheer dominance. Meanwhile, the beast seemed to realize it had run far enough and stopped to catch its breath, feeling no one was on its tail. It let out a satisfied sigh, grateful for its speed. While rambling to itself, the beast mused about how gods existed in this world, only to have such a bizarre personality. Pretending to be normal, it had escaped. Now it just needed to absorb the blood demon's power and stabilize its level. It found a cave to settle down, plopping itself down to gather its energy. In that moment, the beast felt a chill. Danfeng had detected its soul pursuit technique. The beast looked at itself, contemplating. Maybe it was because it had just swallowed the blood demon, causing its body to be unstable, which is why it did not sense anything. Then, it turned away, muttering to itself, "Let us try again." Soon after, the beast clasped its hands together, concentrating its energy in its palms. It sat silently on the ground, thinking it was a god. Removing seals was a piece of cake. Nothing to panic about. At that moment, the beast fell silent, slightly furrowing its brow in thought. Then it nodded off, lost in a trance, thinking with all these barriers, not even a fly could get through. There was no way it could find me. With that thought, it continued to seal its energy. Suddenly, the beast felt someone standing close by, sending a chill down its spine. As the beast turned around, Danfeng's face popped into view. The beast jumped back in shock, nearly fainting. "Who are you?" Annoyed, Danfeng shouted. "Damn it. Beast. Did you forget me already after such a short time apart?" It looked like the beast saw a ghost. It had never been this scared before, its terrified voice echoing through the mountains and forests. "I can't understand why he is reacting so intensely." Danfeng just stood there, watching as the demon fled. He felt helpless, thinking to himself, "Wait, let me finish what I am saying. I am here to help you become a god, not to fight you." Just moments after the demon left, Danfeng made the cave explode. He stepped out of the cave, looking completely unfazed as if nothing had happened. Inside the cave, a starry sky suddenly appeared, and Danfeng's expression shifted slightly. The demon was running ahead, while Danfeng chased after him. In the morning, he could not use his teleportation skills. He watched the demon with a sly grin, thinking, "All right, I am in a good mood today. Let us play hide and seek." Poor demon. He was sprinting like crazy, zigzagging over hills and around mountains to escape Danfeng. Finally, he stopped, feeling a bit exhausted. The demon could not take it anymore and started panting heavily, muttering to himself, "This time, I must have lost him." Right at that moment, a chilling laugh echoed. "Demon, what was that? I did not catch it." The demon's face looked like he would seen a ghost as he spun around, searching frantically for the source of the voice. Suddenly, Danfeng appeared like a devil, standing right next to him, casually slurping a bowl of noodles. The demon was terrified, and he took off running again, thinking, "As long as he has not finished his food, I am still in danger." Of course, Danfeng would not let him get away that easily. He tossed a random leaf from his hand. The leaf, infused with internal power, shot straight at the demon, causing him to panic. In an instant, the demon was surrounded. Luckily, he had some skills and managed to dodge just in time. But the spot where he was standing exploded into a shower of dirt and rocks. The demon stood there, trembling in fear, using a leaf as a weapon. From the ground, he picked up the leaf that Danfeng had used as a projectile, the residual energy still crackling in the air. At that moment, a hand shot out. Danfeng coldly said, "I mean no harm. I just want to help you become a god." He stared intently at the demon. "You do not trust me, do you?" The demon, easily spooked, replied, "I do not trust you at all. You are up to no good." He was on high alert, knowing that Danfeng was unpredictable and did not play by the rules. He was trying to keep calm, thinking, "He is still interested in me. Once he loses patience, that is when I am done for." At this moment, the demon told himself, "He's a god. Of course, he can sense my presence. If I want to survive, I need to run to a crowded place where the chaos will hide my aura." Danfeng persisted. "What do you need me to do for you to trust me?" The demon sighed helplessly. "Just let me go first." To his surprise, Danfeng quickly agreed. "All right." And then he released his grip. The moment he let go, the demon was propelled backward, soaring through the air. Danfeng stood below, looking up at him with delight as he watched the demon fly away. The demon leaped into the air, thinking, "As long as I get to the human settlement. It is crowded there. Danfeng definitely won't find me." Danfeng watched from behind, smirking. "You think you can escape? Let us see about that." Meanwhile, at the martial arts academy, the atmosphere was still peaceful. From the sky, a strange figure stood tall above the clouds. The guy next to him looked at the old man with respect and asked, "Elder, what is going on?" He replied, "A peak transformation dragon expert is rushing toward the martial sect. The guy raised an eyebrow and asked in surprise, "Is it the National Master?" "Duong Chiyu." The elder looked up and said, "It is a monster." Seeing the figure of the monster, he immediately yelled, "Get back. I do not know who you are, but you are not welcome here." The monster hurriedly shot a glance at him, furious, and shouted, "Get out of my way." The elder was not just any old man. He quickly gathered his inner strength to counter the attack. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed as his energy shot straight down into the ground. Immediately after, the monster's image appeared through the thick smoke, and everyone around was still in shock. Less than a moment later, another explosion rang out, and no one saw what it was. But the ground quaked under the pressure. One bystander exclaimed in disbelief, "Was that a huge black rat that just ran past us?" The person next to him stammered, I think it was." After the explosion, the elder lay motionless on the ground, and a scar-faced guy landed near him. Worried, "Are you okay?" The elder spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes squeezed shut in pain. Gritting his teeth, he managed to crack his eyes open, shocked to realize there existed a monster so powerful its strength rivaled that of National Master Duong Chiyu. But looking at his pale face, it was as if he was running for his life. Could it be that someone was hunting him? The elder slowly sat up, realizing that a peak transformation dragon monster could be chased down like this. Maybe the ones pursuing him were not human, but rather, at that point, both of them paused for a moment, and Dongthan shouted, "Ga." After that, the elder struggled to lift his battered body off the ground. "Don't go out there. Everyone. We need to activate the protective mountain formation. This is serious. I must go to the capital to meet the National Master." As soon as he spoke, the elder felt a surge of immense energy in front of him. A blast of wind burst forth from the circle, sounding like a runaway truck yelling, "Don't block my path." The elder was horrified. How could this be happening? He felt no energy until he heard the sound. Danfeng said nothing. He flew silently toward him like a superhero. His power was incredible, shattering everything in his path. The elder watched him approach, and instead of getting angry, he felt a rush of admiration, thinking, "This kid is something else." But just then, the elder was sent flying back once more, blood spewing from his mouth. And just like that, the ground erupted again in a massive explosion. Danfeng was momentarily stunned, realizing he had just collided with an old man. However, the energy felt like a transformation dragon expert. No problem. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This monster is too fast. I can't let him pull away." Immediately after, Danfeng focused his energy and soared upward. Where he stood, as Danfeng flew up, the ground shattered from his inner force. He cheekily glanced back and thought, "Sorry, but running in the air can't compare to running on solid ground." With fierce determination, you charge forward like a blazing comet, your presence radiating with lethal energy. The scene shifts to a wild, untouched land, where the general gazes up at the sky like a ferocious tiger. He senses that powerful aura, his expression momentarily stunned. This is a true dragon transcending powerhouse. Instantly, like a soaring eagle, he leaps into the air, and at that moment, the demon also appears before him. Seeing the towering figure, the demon can't help but be taken aback, halting its actions immediately. The towering figure then roars, "The Emperor has decreed this place is off limits. No one dares to trespass here." Of course, the demon does not listen. He charges in head first without holding back. With one strike, rocks and smoke erupt in chaos, making it clear that the towering figure is no match for him. Lying on the ground, the stunned warrior is horrified. "The Emperor commanded me to protect my life. But what if I can't win? I guess this counts as completing my mission, right?" Just as he thinks this, a foot slams down onto his face, startling him. His face, already bruised and battered, now suffers a few broken teeth. And yet, the calm Danfeng says, "Sorry about that." Cornered, the demon, frustrated, warns, "Danfeng, you are not an orphan with no family. If you push me, do not blame me for going after your clan." True to his word, the demon immediately rushes towards the imperial capital, the fiery dynasty. With that thought, he channels his energy into a powerful blow aimed straight ahead. This strike from the demon carries the full force of his power. In an instant, the protective barrier of the imperial capital finally crumbles under the attack. The soldiers and civilians below watch in disbelief, frozen in shock, gazing at the demon. Everyone gasps in alarm. This is the peak of dragon transformation. "Quick, summon the National Master. We can let him near the palace." As they watched the demon's path, their anxiety grew even more. Where was it headed? That direction leads to the Gu family. How did they offend this terrifying being? Yet here it was, recklessly storming into the imperial city for revenge. Inside the Gu household, chaos erupted. "Master, this is bad." The city walls are ringing with alarms. Someone's invading the imperial city. This is terrible. The city guards just reported it is the peak transformation of the demon. It is heading straight for the Gu family. The master turned pale. "What? Quickly summon the elder from seclusion. At that moment, a voice thundered. No need to summon him. The master jumped in surprise. The elder, a stern man with silver hair, commanded, gather all the clan masters immediately. Activate the defensive formation. I will confront him. Everyone snapped to attention. And as soon as he finished speaking, a wave of crimson demonic energy descended upon them, leaving everyone in awe. The demon had just appeared and began scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. The elder quickly inquired. Mighty demon, what brings you to the Gu household? We have always kept to ourselves. Surely we have not offended you. It seemed he was waiting for someone named Than Fong. Seeing no one around, the demon smirked. If you can catch up to me, do not blame me for what happens next. With that, he unleashed a powerful surge of internal energy, fixing his piercing gaze on everyone. A thick, oppressive aura radiated from him, and it was clear that the Gu family was about to face significant casualties. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. The elder's expression darkened ominously. Everyone saw the demon standing tall amidst a sphere of his own power. He raised his hands, preparing to unleash dark, sharp energy that exuded an uncanny charm. At the tips of his fingers, he gathered a potent force ready to be unleashed. Then, the demon clenched his fists tightly, feeling that everything was well within his control. Just like that, everyone below was under his influence. Clutching their throats, gasping for breath, the master and the elder had been silent the entire time, watching their subordinates fall one by one, their shock deepening. The elder's face turned pale. When did we offend this demon? Speak clearly. I am the elder of the Gu family, and I will ensure you receive a satisfactory answer. He refused to back down, declaring, no matter who you are, this is the imperial city of the Flame Dynasty, right beneath the emperor's feet. If you dare to harm the Gu family. Just then, the demon's voice rang out. Divine One, you have finally arrived. This little demon has been waiting for so long. Everyone turned to see that Than Fong had managed to catch up. The elder was momentarily stunned upon seeing him. He gazed at Than Fong, now disguised, realizing that this world truly held divine beings, ones that could possess such striking beauty. This divine being is incredibly handsome. You just arrived and immediately started cursing. You damn demon. Did not you say you had no depth? And yet, you tricked the elder again. The elder could not help but admire Than Fong's attitude. So this is what a deity is like, who knew they could be so approachable. Not at all cold and distant from the human world. After a moment, he stroked his chin with satisfaction, realizing, so that is it. The elder was overjoyed as if he would struck gold. I get it now. I understand. So this is a deity. So this is divine guidance. Than Fong looked at him, feeling speechless and unsure of what to say next. The demon smiled wryly and explained. Holy One, ignorance is no crime. I did not know your true identity before, and I offended you. I hope you will be gracious and spare little demon's life. Otherwise, pausing for a moment, he pointed at the group from the Gu family, who all looked grim. The demon dared to threaten again. Even if I die, I will drag the whole Gu family down with me. Than Fong feigned ignorance and asked, do you have a grudge against the Gu family? Is it a blood feud so deep that you want revenge even in death? He realized it himself. No wonder he was running to the Gu family when he was on the edge of death. The demon glanced at the Gu family. Holy One, you are an ancestor of the Gu family. You can fool me. Hearing this, the elder was ecstatic. Wait, what? The demon is secretly pleased. He really does care about the Gu family. I was right. Than Fong looked at them, puzzled. I am an ancestor of the Gu family. When did this happen? Meanwhile, the Gu family members were overjoyed to the point of tears. An ancestor of the Gu family is actually a deity. The Gu family are descendants of a god. I can't believe it. Watching them, Than Fong grew suspicious about his own life. Did I forget something? Or was the original host's memory sealed? I have not unlocked it yet. Or does the demon know something? The demon continued. You are God. Not only the Gu family, but you also have the bloodline of the dragon god. This is the evidence I deduced about your identity. As long as you give me a way out, I won't harm your kin. Upon hearing this, Than Fong's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. I thought I had some kind of secret, but it turns out you are just taking wild guesses. Seeing his gloomy expression, the demon was momentarily taken aback. His own face paled. Than Fong yawned lazily. Spare you is impossible. As for the Gu family, do as you wish. Watching him slowly approach, the demon froze. What? I can believe you do not care about your descendants. Than Fong coldly replied. Care about what? I do not know anyone here. The demon suddenly panicked and shouted. Don't come any closer. If you take one more step, I will kill the elder. His fist tensed and then shot out, as if he was prepared to risk it all. The elder was caught in his grip, the pressure causing him pain. He looked down at Than Fong in fear. Ancestor, save me. The demon threatened again. Step back now, or I will kill him. Than Fong paused, Calculating. This was the demon's domain. And if he did not allow anyone in, no one could enter. Seeing him like this, the demon felt triumphant. So he does care about his descendants. Danfeng thought carefully. He is at the peak of the transformation stage, while I am just at the early stage. I wonder if I can break through his domain forcefully. Looking over the crowd, earlier I was mistaken for a god. And now I am facing a total disaster. Talk about embarrassing. The demon lover speaks up. Divine One. There is just a small issue between us. No need to fight to the death here. He seems to know when to back off. Seeing that Danfeng is not getting aggressive, he makes a request. Just let me go, and I will offer you all my wealth as an apology. Upon hearing this, Danfeng smirks inwardly, is like a blind cat stumbling upon a fried fish. Well, since we are in deep, might as well play it out. Danfeng puts on a show. All right. For the sake of your tribe, I will let you off this time. After a pause, he continues. But you have to agree to one thing. Danfeng channels his inner strength, lifting himself into the air. You need to bow before me, from now on. You must never harm the beings of this realm or slaughter my people. Otherwise, no matter where you hide, I will tear you to shreds. The demon looks doubtful. Are you serious? Divine One. Danfeng replies coldly. This is not a joke. Immediately, the demon gathers all his strength and attacks the elder again. The elder's hand breaks free, and he feels a bit better. The demon then says, Thank you, Divine One, for not holding grudges and granting this little demon a chance to live. The elder grits his teeth. He was thrown down unexpectedly, and the pain is unbearable. But he still manages to speak. Ancestor. The crowd immediately kneels before Danfeng. Thank you, Ancestor, for saving us from this sea of fire. Danfeng replies, It is nothing really. And they all chime in again. Thank you, Ancestor. Thank you. He turns to the demon. You can leave now. Otherwise, how can I trust you? The demon responds quickly. Understood. He raises 3 fingers to the sky and declares, I swear before the gods, from now on, I will not harm the beings of this realm. If I break this oath, may lightning strike me, and my soul be shattered. He thinks to himself, swearing in front of so many people, you are a god. Surely you want to go back on your word. Suddenly, a beam of red light shoots straight at the demon. He is startled. His heart pounding. This is the blood oath of the celestial demon. The demon finally realizes how foolish he has been. He scratches his head. He is not just a god. He is even stronger than one, and incredibly mysterious. He is an outer realm celestial demon. He can control the blood oath, and here I was, arrogant enough to think I could use it to control him. Once the oath is confirmed, Danfeng says, All right, you can go now. The demon looks up. Thank you for sparing my life, Divine One. Then, the demon pulls out all the magical items he has. Here's a little gift. It is not much, but I appreciate your leniency, Divine One. Danfeng looks at him, surprised. What are you doing? The demon bows respectfully. Since you have spared me, I will honor this agreement. Please do not refuse. But Danfeng certainly does not refuse. He collects everything into his spatial ring. Fine. I value promises, and I hope you one go back on yours. Lastly, he adds a few parting words. I hope you will reflect on this. Remember your oath, and start fresh. Now go. Just as he was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared right in front of him, startling the demon. You are here. Voodoo. He narrowed his eyes. It has been 200 years. And I can't believe you are still alive. Do you really think mastering the dragon ascension will let you storm into the imperial city and cause chaos? The demon did not back down. You think you can stop me? Voodoo. Just as he finished speaking, a group of soldiers charged forward to surround the demon. He silently cursed. Damn it. If I had not just sworn an oath, I would tear you all apart right now. Suddenly, Kung Feng flew in front of the crowd. He stood defiantly before the demon. And the soldiers knew better than to push him back. You do not recognize King Feng. Do you? The god said. What you do not know is, this demon is Voodoo, the leader of the blood demon sect's 7 evil generals. He is cunning and a master of deceit. Kung Feng did not say much. He simply stated, I believe you won't lie. You are surprised. Right. The god continued. I can sense the lingering aura of the blood demon on him, if I am not mistaken. He must have devoured the blood demon to gain his current power. A traitor to his own master. His words are worthless. Seeing the old man keep approaching, Kung Feng gathered his internal strength and declared loudly, If you do not trust me, before this gets any further, you can be sure I would not dare to lie. Noticing the old man sweating, Kung Feng added, How about we make a bet? What do you say? Voodoo. The god has just spoken. Kung Feng pointed a finger at him boldly. Go ahead. Swear an oath in front of me and see if you can break it. What do you say? At this moment, the old man felt a shiver run down his spine. Could this oath mean something else? Why am I feeling so scared? Kung Feng reiterated his words. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. He smirked, relishing the moment. I can't wait to see who breaks their word first. Seeing the crowd go silent, he challenged, is there anyone who wants to try? The crowd collectively shook their heads. We do not dare. Then he turned to the demon. You can leave now. No one is stopping you. The demon, now convinced, bowed respectfully at King Feng's words. After that, he turned and quickly departed. With the situation resolved, the demon was gone, and no one could threaten him anymore. King Feng hurried to leave, but he was called back. Please wait. Frustrated, King Feng replied loudly. What do you want? The old man bowed. Today, being in the presence of the god is a blessing for me. I hope you can visit the royal palace. His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Flame Dynasty would be overjoyed. King Feng sighed theatrically, thinking, not yet. I am not ready for that. What if I slip up? Truth be told, he had another thought in mind. He could face the demon without fear. But against a strong opponent, he felt weak. No, a man should not admit weakness. Then, King Feng hurried to escape. But it was not just a chance he was seizing. The god was older than the emperor. Worried that he would not have enough time to discuss fate. Could the god help extend the emperor's life? Inside, he was screaming. Extend life? Who should I ask about that? But then, something clicked, and he stopped in his tracks. The way to extend life is through herbal medicine. In the Hidden Dragon secret realm, a year from now, there might be some useful elixirs. Most of the people entering are at the key gathering stage, while I have already reached the dragon transformation stage. Even without passing the trials of the secret realm, I could force my way in and seize the elixir of immortality and divine techniques. After that, Danfeng said, it won't be long before the fated noble appears in the emperor's destiny, offering him the elixir of immortality. The old man rubbed his atching forehead and asked, noble, in the destiny? He thought to himself, the divine surely would not be wrong. But who could this noble be? Danfeng let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he could leave. But one problem after another kept bothering him. The elder gripped his hand tightly. Ancestral spirit. He knelt down, sobbing. Ancestral spirit, please do not abandon our clan. The elder smirked slyly in his heart. It has been ages since a divine being appeared in the clan. If he could bring this back to serve the family, they would shine brightly in the royal court later. Thinking of this, he knocked his head on the ground. Your ungrateful descendant does not recognize the divine face of our ancestors. But the ancestors saved our clan from water and fire. The descendants felt immense regret, hoping the ancestors would return to the clan, so they could honor their roots and repay their gratitude. Danfeng, exhausted and sweating, thought, there are people who want to repay their gratitude by making me die. I do not want to expose you. It is about honoring the ancestors, not worshipping the divine. If I have to act, I will just go with it. He rubbed the old man's head. The clan is not what it used to be, and you all have let me down. Hearing this, the elder's heart felt like it was pierced by 1,000 arrows. He helplessly shed tears. Danfeng then added, however, among the younger generation, there is one who catches my eye. The descendants of the clan buzzed. Who is it? Who is so lucky to be favored and acknowledged by a divine being? The elder then looked at his brightest grandchild. Could it be that the divine was referring to him? When he saw the elder looking at them, he felt a thrill. The elder is looking at me. Could I be the one the divine mentioned? As he stood up, Danfeng said, I am really disappointed in all of you. Seizing the opportunity, he soared high and tossed a parting line back at them. You all figured out for yourselves. The elder called after him. Divine being, Danfeng secretly felt pleased. The capital just so happens to have a clan, and I share the same surname. When the time comes, I will gift the old emperor the elixir of immortality, using the clan's reputation to build my own power. By then, people might suspect me when I suddenly offer the elixir. What if those foolish powerful ones reject me just because I am not of noble birth? Too bad I am not a noble. Otherwise, I would just stay in the imperial city and live the good life. Back then, the carriages would be as long as dragons. A grand parade, feasting on the finest delicacies every day. Just thinking about it makes me excited. He spoke while descending, throwing his arms up. Dreams have not become reality yet. Comrades still need to work hard. Time to focus on training. A good life comes from my own efforts. After walking for a while, several hours later, Danfeng found himself in a sand dune. Near the locust trees west of the imperial city, there was no one around. And now Danfeng finally removed the mask from his face. He looked at the mask in his hand and suddenly remembered. I forgot to take it off. I have chased after that monster so much that people have seen this face too often. Sighing, he thought, well, let us head west for now. That said, he focused his energy and propelled himself forward at breakneck speed. After walking a fair distance, Danfeng paused to look around. Finally, He spotted someone to ask for directions, but fearing the person might run away, Van Feng shouted, "Wait! Can I ask you for directions?" What stood before him was not a person. It was a walking ferret. Startled by Van Feng's sudden approach, the ferret turned around, baring its teeth in disdain. "I thought you were a powerhouse. Turns out you are just a weakling at the 7th layer of key gathering." Instead of being scared, the ferret stood its ground. "You want directions?" Van Feng nodded eagerly. "All right," the ferret continued. "But first, you have to answer me one question." Without hesitation, Van Feng agreed. "Ask away." The ferret grinned widely, its mouth stretching from ear to ear. "Do I look like a human to you?" Van Feng was taken aback. Wasn't he that the question asked when a ferret spirit wanted to transform? The Hong the Lang clan has a unique way of transforming, known as asking passersby. When their cultivation reaches a certain level, they must find someone to ask, "Do I look like a human?" Whoever answers yes will speed up their transformation. But if they say no, their cultivation will suffer. A wrong answer means revenge from the Hong the Lang, and a correct answer, they will latch onto you and drain your vitality. Van Feng crossed his arms, pondering. Either way, answering one way or the other led to a dead end. Then, he pointed at the ferret. "I see you look like a fool." The ferret was taken aback by such a bizarre response. "Ah, you dare ruin my cultivation with that?" Van Feng frowned. "Wait, a fool is still a person. I meant you look like a fool. So how does that ruin your cultivation?" Just as he finished speaking, the ferret smirked wickedly. "Now you are gonna die." The moment he said that, it lunged at Van Feng. He watched the ferret's shadow, thinking, "What if I just take the hit? Maybe I will unlock a new skill." Little did he know, as it struck, Van Feng was drenched in saliva. "Do you not brush your teeth?" Frustrated, he squeezed its neck, making the ferret gasp in shock. "You are not afraid of my attacks. You can actually hold my lifeline." The ferret stared wide-eyed at Van Feng. "What the heck? Who is this guy? He has got some terrifying strength." In no time, he had it by the scruff, lifting it gently. "Stop squealing. Tell me where the Yingqing district is." The ferret gasped. Okay. Spare me." Van Feng pinched its face. "I will spare your life. But do not waste my time. I am asking about the Nasing district." The ferret was in tears. "I do not know." Van Feng did not want to reason with it anymore. "You do not know the way. You want to be human but do not even know where you are going. Just die." The ferret wailed. "I might not know, but I do know there are people nearby. You could ask them for directions." Van Feng perked up at this, tossing it away while laughing. The poor ferret went face first into the ground. Van Feng kept poking it with a stick. "Are you dead yet? Just give me the directions earlier, and we would not be in this mess." Eventually, it had no choice but to play the reluctant guide. Half an hour later, when Shilang's fur-covered hands trembled, he bowed his head weakly and said, "It is." The noise inside echoed. "Cheers. Lord Wong. You have gained quite a bit of weight lately, have not you? And I hear you have taken in a new beauty. When are you going to show us?" "My lord." "Right here. You can hear it too. It is packed inside." Qingfeng looked at Shilang with a smirk. "Do you really think I am an idiot?" His hand shot out again, and Shilang looked utterly terrified. Qingfeng gripped his neck tightly. His brows knitted as he bit down hard. "Look around. Will you, in this desolate place? There is not a soul in sight. Yet there is a huge house here. I gotta ask, who is the genius that built a house in this creepy spot?" Shilang was sweating bullets. "My lord, I can explain." He stammered, twisting his neck like a pretzel, bloodied and lying on the ground. Shilang moaned as Qingfeng stormed it. Furious. "Damn it, you little rat. You think you can trick me?" He approached the door, feeling the icy cold handle that sent chills down his spine. Qingfeng, losing his patience, glared and kicked the door open with a bang. What he saw next left him momentarily stunned. Inside, people were laughing mechanically, and there was not a single bite to eat on the table. Leaves rustled as they fell, and the few people sitting there looked off. Qingfeng moved closer to them, observing the hypnotized expressions on their faces. Their eyes glowed with eerie blood rays. One of them sensed the presence of a living person, and turned to stare right at him. Once one noticed, the rest quickly followed suit. All eyes locked onto Qingfeng. His eyes lit up with realization. Qingfeng was taken aback. This was, from the sky, a girl, ethereal and graceful, floated down. Around her, paper talismans fluttered chaotically. Now, they were heading straight for Qingfeng. To his surprise, the girl beamed at him. "A guest from afar. Forgive my little ones for not welcoming you sooner. Please, have a seat and try some." Without a word, a sly grin spread across Qingfeng's face, and he instantly unleashed his internal energy towards the swarm of paper figures. Qingfeng's hand shot forward, squeezing tightly around the old lady's wrist. Startling her, they engaged in a silent struggle. his energy creating a gaping hole in the ground beneath him. The paper figures were rendered immobile. It turned out, the girl was also a Shillang, and seeing her boss getting hit, the minions trembled in fear. He grabbed the Shillang queen and kicked her away like trash. The controlled minions did not dare make a sound. Now, they were shaking in fear as they looked at him. His cold voice rang out. Keep dancing and singing. Qingfeng frowned, feeling annoyed. There is no way he could return to Gudong today, and he could not go to Tianxinglo either. Spending the night here would have to do. Those paper people would suffice for now. The Shillang saw his reaction and were left quivering, frustrated from not encountering any beauties. Qingfeng kicked another Shillang away. What are you staring at? Didn't you hear what I said? And so, thanks to Thanfeng, everyone gets to enjoy the mesmerizing dance performance by the beauties. Meanwhile, the beastmen over here are, of course, getting their butts kicked. Each one sprawled out in a corner like a rag doll. It was truly a night of terror for them. The beastmen then trembled as they told him that the bloodthirsty demons have always guarded this land and have never harmed a soul. This lord values his life. Thanfeng glanced at the food on the table. What the heck is this? You guys better bring me some real food. Pronto. Another beastman stammered in shock. My lord, this is all we have at the demon lord's estate. You are pushing your luck here. Thanfeng slammed his fist on the table. Do not you know how to hunt and bring back some decent grub? Get someone moving fast. This lord can go home right now. And my mood is terrible. He shot them a glare, as if he could burn a hole right through them. From now on, you all better keep your mouth shut and just do as I say. Got it. The beastmen were so scared they were nearly in tears. Yep. We understand. One of them quickly grabbed a plate of food. Yet, he was still unsatisfied and delivered another blow to the beastman's gut, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Thanfeng's voice turned icy. I said shut up. Not a word from you. Yet they immediately started chattering again, clearly showing me no respect. He narrowed his eyes at them. I will say this one last time, just listen to my orders and keep your mouth shut. Understand. The whole gang frantically nodded like bobbleheads. Thanfeng huffed in annoyance. Now hurry up and go hunt. Half an hour later, the beastman finally brought in a mountain of food: pork, chicken, rabbit, each dish more exquisite than the last, their delicious aroma wafting through the air. Meanwhile, the beauties were dancing joyfully, and the food here was nothing short of lavish, making it feel like a high-end demon banquet. Thanfeng lounged in a grand chair, with two beauties massaging his feet and two beastmen fanning him. Laughing heartily tonight was definitely a blast. Meanwhile, in the town of Enkuzang, in Meidi district, the Nun was still hard at work in his office. As he stared at the letter in his hands, he suddenly gasped in shock. Just then, the fox spirit Tako walked in. What is going on? Has the news of the blood god's disappearance leaked before he could face any consequences? The Nun quickly replied. It has. He handed her the paper. I have kept the blood god's disappearance under wraps. No one knows. Check it out for yourself. Tu immediately became curious. Her expression grew serious as she picked up the piece of paper. After just a quick read, the fox spirit was stunned. What? There are actually gods in this world, and what is more, while chasing Yuma, they accidentally broke the barrier of the dragon's secret realm. This was beyond her understanding. The Nun expressed his concern, fearing this could be the last time the dragon's secret realm opens. The powerful ones of the transformation dragon realm were instructed to maintain the barrier with all their might. But due to this divine presence, the dragon's secret realm will appear sooner than expected. As he spoke, his face turned serious. Plus, this breach has weakened the realm significantly. It might just be the last time it ever opens. Tumu was also anxious. How could it appear ahead of schedule when the Lord was not even prepared? What are we going to do? Is this just the way fate plays out? As soon as those words left his mouth, he spun around. I refuse to believe in fate. The Nun frowned and rebutted fiercely. If the dragon's secret realm opens early, then I will just have to speed things up. Tumo was growing more anxious, but he was in no condition to hold back. Chan Ren dismissed her, saying, I know my body best. Step aside. Faced with his stubbornness, Tukami, who was in a delicate position, did not dare to argue. She could only let out a helpless sigh. Yep. My lord. As soon as Tama left, Chan Ren immediately called out. Give me King Feng. His subordinate quickly reported. Sir. King Feng is not a Genmot. He has gone cold. Let us head to Tianxing Tower and bring him back. The subordinate anxiously added. He is not at Tianxing Tower either. He has not been to Genmatai these past few days. We have searched everywhere we could. Chan Ren spun around, puzzled. Did he take someone outside? A soldier reported back. The lady close to him said she has not seen him in days. Qian Ren waved his sleeve in frustration and sent more people out to search. Check every place in Gudong district. The soldiers immediately bowed their heads. Yep. My lord. He fell into deep thought. Kung Feng loved the Tianxing Tower and usually would not go anywhere else. Now that he could not find him there, something must have happened. He He was a key player in my plan. And with the secret realm of the Jade Dragon about to open, I can't let anything happen to him. Meanwhile, at the royal residence of the Fox King, the atmosphere was lively with singing and dancing. Kung Feng had indulged himself, his belly so full it was practically popping. Suddenly, a stunning beauty sauntered over, and Kung Feng, being a sucker for the ladies, could not resist. Wiping his mouth with a napkin was the least he could do. After a little fun, he flopped back onto the soft bed to rest. But then, he suddenly frowned as he glanced at the jade pendant in his hand. This was a treasure that served both offense and defense, specifically designed to combat demons and protect the soul. The second item was Thunderwood, a material for crafting a royal sword. The most precious item, however, was the 9-turn soul reviving pill, which could bring the dead back to life. Kung Feng gazed at his treasures, admiring the Thunderwood from the Emperor's heart. How did I manage to score something this good? Nice. He immediately drew the sword. Time to level up. Old friend. Focusing his inner strength, he placed the sword against the Thunderwood, and the two clashed, unleashing a massive aura. After a moment, they quickly fused together. Kung Feng inspected the sword in his hand, carefully studying its sharp contours. He then glanced at another item he was holding, a precious artifact recorded in ancient text, something even Genma did not have. The demon clan must have put in a lot of effort to acquire this. Holding it in his hands, he could not help but exclaim, I used this to deal with the blood demon. But look at that, now it is in my pocket. Kung Feng then lay back, observing the creatures in front of him. The Fox King was indeed effective with the paper doll technique. He no longer had to worry about the wind blowing his bones away. Of course, he would need to use his unique space. While pondering, he suddenly turned his head towards a nearby fox. What are you up to? He questioned them. Where's your leader? As he spoke, he looked at the group of foxes. If you do not answer, I will roast you. And just as the words left his mouth, one of them was sent flying. The little beastmaster casually said, My lord, these 3 will be your guides. Even if you order them to do something wrong, they will swear absolute loyalty to you using the Home Beastmaster clan as their oath. Instantly, he was pleased and picked one of them up. It was acceptable. Time passed, and 3 days later, in the Wudong district, the Beastmasters were still leading Than Fong, cheerfully pointing ahead. He exclaimed, Master, we have arrived. Than Fong immediately replied, All right, you all can go back now. And remember, do not go wandering off. If I find out, you know the consequences. Right. The Beastmasters looked at him, sweating bullets, and all nodded in unison. Trembling, summoning a teleportation circle, Than Fong shooed them away. Get out of here. As soon as he saw the scene before him, Than Fong rushed forward. A paper beauty is still a paper beauty. There is no way it can compete with my little flirt. Little flirt. Inside, the demon ceiling pavilion was eerily quiet as Than Fong walked in, but strangely, as soon as he appeared, the doorman raised a hand to block him. This annoyed Than Fong, who furrowed his brows and asked, Who dares to stop me? I was anxious. Than Fong, where have you been these past few days? Lord Lei has been turning the Wudong district upside down looking for you. Than Fong was taken aback. Why is he looking for me? The doorman quickly pulled him along. I do not know. Just hurry up and come meet Lord Lei. At that moment, Qian Ren's voice rang out. You two, as demon in voice, should not be messing around in the courtyard like this. Although Tian Ren was nervous, he still tried to appear calm as he stepped forward. The doorman bowed. Lord Li. And Than Fong grinned. Old Lei, why are you so eager to find me? He added, I have been traveling these past few days. Young folks need to explore the world. But Than Fong could not help but scrutinize him. He noticed a heavy aura surrounding Tian Ren. Frowning, he thought, something must have gone down while I was away. No wonder he has been so frantic to find me. Tian Ren then ordered his subordinates. I have something to discuss with Lord Go. You all can leave. They immediately complied. Yep. Tian Ren turned back. Have you finished reading the book I gave you? Than Fong hesitated. Almost done, he sighed in distress. I have only had time to read one book while I was at Qian Echenring Pavilion. What can I say? It is like flowers and jade calling for me. But reading one book is still reading. He replied seriously. That is good. Get ready 3 days from now. We will set off for the Jade Dragon Secret Realm. Than Fong was stunned. 3 days. Isn't the Jade Dragon Secret Realm only opening after a year? Why rush? Even if we need to familiarize ourselves with the place, we do not need to go a full year early. Immediately, Qian Ren quickly recounted the situation regarding the Jade Dragon Secret Realm's mission. Than Fong was taken aback. I am the one causing all this trouble. But he furrowed his brow. The Jade Dragon Secret Realm is too weak, just one stomp, and it is done for, Qian Ren explained. Back when the Demon King sealed the Jade Dragon, it was just a powerful master at the level of a sect leader. He shot a glance at Than Fong. Do you really think the secret realm he set up could withstand a stomp from a god? Than Fong immediately retorted. If the Jade Dragon secret realm was set up by a sect leader level master, then why even bother with the trials? Just get some of those sect leaders to guard the river, and we would be set. As he thought about it, a chill ran down his spine. He suspected that he was being played with. Qianren continued, the secret realm is easy to break into, but once you do, everything inside will be utterly destroyed. Everyone in the world has to obediently follow the rules of the Jade Dragon secret realm and participate in the trials. Hearing this, Danfeng chimed in. All right. We will set off tomorrow. Right, Qianren replied. That is right. And there is also a girl who will be joining us. Danfeng's eyes lit up. Is she cute? How old is she? Is she married? He sighed helplessly. Going back to pack his things, the words the one true king left Qianren's lips, his eyes carrying a cold glint. As Danfeng walked, he mumbled, just wait until I become king. I will show them who is boss first. He was torn between two choices. Go home or go see the enchanting beauty. After standing there for a long time, he somehow found himself at the beauty's place. Danfeng cheerfully reassured himself. Damn it. I have been staring at this paper doll for too long. I need to get her to make my eyes sparkle. Just as he plopped down, the Mai stepped out, draped in a sheer garment that hugged her curves perfectly. This time, the Mai was cosplaying a different look, with silk covering her eyes, adding an alluring touch. Paired with two small pieces of fabric just enough to cover the most sensitive spots. Then, he lovingly placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Her face flushed bright red. The Mai felt her body heat up even though she was exhausted. When she came to her senses again, she vaguely looked around, her clothes still not on properly. The Mai sat up, feeling a bit disappointed at the disheveled state of the room. Meanwhile, he was still channeling his inner power, a powerful aura swirling around Danfeng. After a moment, he felt a surge of heat. Unable to contain himself, he shouted out loud. At the same time, a system notification chimed, congratulating the host for breaking through to the 8th layer of key gathering. A strong source of power still surging within Danfeng. He realized, just as I thought, looking at his hands brimming with power, Danfeng felt satisfied. To achieve greatness, one must be fully prepared. Cultivating one's heart is crucial. I need to spend more time at the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion. Before he could bask in his success, a voice interrupted. Danfeng, it is time to set off. Get up already. Though he did not want to, he reluctantly let it go. Fine. I will just train more when I get back. And quickly, Danfeng opened the door to his room. Qianren had been standing there for who knows how long, surprised at the person beside him. He asked, who's this? He looked at the girl and introduced her. This is my follower, Litiu. Qianren continued. She will be accompanying you to the Jade Dragon secret realm. Her name is Litiu Thai. Danfeng felt a sense of caution. So it is a person and not a demon. I hope this name is not hiding something sinister. He stepped closer to ask her. Is that your real name? Tiu Thoi simply replied. It is my real name. Danfeng did not hold back. Why does it sound so strange, seeing him ramble on? Qianren quickly grabbed Danfeng by the collar. He looked at Tiu Thai and said, this is Danfeng. All right. You two get to know each other. Let us head out. And right after that, all three of them were soaring through the sky on the back of Van Ven and Tide Shi, sitting atop the bird. Danfeng could not help but wonder why Lelo Thang Thang brought along such a useless rookie for such a big mission. Watching the silhouettes of the two, his suspicion grew stronger. Could it be that they were hiding some big secret? Or did this rookie have some weird fetish? I need to get to the bottom of this. Or who knows what kind of mess they will drag me into when it comes time for my promotion. No time to waste. Danfeng turned to the girl and stammered, Lotiwathu. The moment she heard him, she spun around. Clearly puzzled. What is it? Getting straight to the point, Danfeng said. Tu Thili. I heard that Olda mentioned you come from a family of musicians. What is that all about? I am thinking about taking up music myself. Titiuthi rolled her eyes and replied, just a small family clan. Nothing worth mentioning. Danfeng was not about to let it go. He pressed on. But at least give me a name. Titiuthi turned away, leaving him with just two words. Laho clan. That answer hit Danfeng like a ton of bricks. And he sulked flat on the back of the bird. Seeing that neither of them cared about him, he had no choice but to sit up again. Immediately, he walked over to Thianayan, who had a contemplative look on his face. Danfeng mustered his energy, gathering strength between his hands. A pillow materialized out of nowhere. And just like that, he casually lounged on it, enjoying the ride. Spotting the Nan, Danfeng feigned indignation and exclaimed, Old L. Our main character's acting was truly cringeworthy, and deep down, he felt a twinge of anxiety. What is up with Old Law? He studied Thivan Nan closely, who clearly had no idea why Danfeng was acting this way and frowned in confusion. Danfeng thought to himself, the injuries Old Lo sustained seemed worse than 3 days ago, and the tension was clearly rising. He wondered, Did this kid get into another fight over the last few days? Who knows what these two are hiding? As long as I get what I need, I will be out of here in no time. With my current strength, no matter what schemes you have, leaving one to be an issue. After thinking for a moment, unable to resist the cool breeze, Danfeng let out a long yawn and slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, in Thansin Taiyutron, everyone was buzzing. Did you hear the news? Apparently, this is the last time the Long secret realm will be opened. Yeah. I heard. If I had not been so eager to get here, I would not have rushed like this. The power of the gods is terrifying. Just one stomp and the whole Long realm is gone. What a shame. That is one less sacred place for alchemy research. Old Dan, the alchemy god, I asked, who in this world does not desire such power? I hope this time I can find it. Danfeng looks around, relishing the feeling of being a ruler in the land of the clueless. While lost in thought, a man suddenly shouts, pointing to the sky, "Look over there." Instantly, Danfeng and the crowd all gaze upwards. An astonishing sight unfolds. A giant bird, carrying a palanquin on its back, descends straight towards the ground. The crowd erupts, recognizing it as the people from the Spirit Herb Mountain. They chatter excitedly. No wonder they are the famous alchemy sect of the Fiery Dynasty. They can afford to have a black-feathered eagle pull their carriage. Danfeng squints, his eyes shining at the mention of wealth. But what surprises him even more is how audacious the alchemy sect is. They are flaunting their power. The bird flaps its wings vigorously, stirring annoyance among the spectators below. Yet, of course, no one dares to complain, their teeth clenched in silent anger. Spirit Herb Mountain is a renowned alchemy sect in the Fiery Dynasty, holding a significant portion of the nation's medicinal elixirs. Boasting immense strength within the sect, a dragon transcending elder oversees operations, with vast connections, forging alliances through elixirs while martial artists train extensively, ruling with an iron fist. Moments later, the bird lands gracefully, as if it fears harming those on its back, its movements incredibly practiced. From the palanquin, an elderly man with silver hair stepped out, followed by a young man with an arrogant expression. The moment he appeared, everyone flocked around him as if they were meeting a celebrity. Danfeng gazed at the magnificent beast he was riding and thought, what could be more impressive than riding a legendary beast atop the peak? Once this event wraps up, I absolutely have to get my hands on a beast of my own. At that moment, he found himself drooling over the thought, never expecting a mere potion would lead to this. After the events in the dragon's secret realm, he needed to come up with a solid plan. How could he make the beast willingly become his companion? He wondered if the blood oath would work a second time. Just then, a figure appeared in the sky, radiating an aura of brilliance. Danfeng clenched his teeth. Was not this the guy the beast slapped while trying to escape? He sure knows how to put on a show. Upon seeing him, the crowd immediately fell to their knees, paying their respects to the general. The general's booming voice echoed, stating that the dragon's secret realm had suffered unexpected damage, significantly weakening its power. This would be the last time it opened, set to last for about 3 days. After that, the realm would cease to exist. Mark your calendars. Everyone, with those words, everyone was left speechless, expressing their gratitude to the general for the warning. From a distance, he finally spotted a familiar figure he had been secretly hoping to see for so long. The figure grinned slyly, then summoned his internal energy, causing a bolt of golden lightning to crackle in the air. At that moment, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes as his hands came together in a decisive gesture. Just like that, the power radiating from him grew stronger by the second. He bellowed to everyone, the dragon's secret realm has opened. Hurry. Get in. Following his command, everyone shot straight toward the entrance. Danfeng stood there, stunned. He never expected the entrance would be so high up. Little Thay urged, we should go too. But Qian Ren cautioned, let us wait a moment. Some people might try to jump the line, while others are just biding their time to take advantage. One thing was certain, though the path ahead was extremely perilous, the disciples from the top 10 sects and the 4 major clans remained still. Let us just watch for now. Danfeng maintained his confidence, knowing that against absolute power, all schemes would mean nothing. Hearing this, both Qian Ren and Gaiet were taken aback by his audacity. Danfeng ignored their stares, chuckling lightly before saying, with that, Little Thai and Danfeng shot straight toward the portal. After a moment, he boldly led the charge, and before long, they were inside. Danfeng was astonished by the sight before him. Volcanoes. He dashed forward, stunned to find that the entrance led directly over a river of lava. But just then, Danfeng lost his footing, and he suddenly shouted, why is flying still restricted? After the system's announcement, he helplessly plummeted down, unable to hold back a curse. Everyone looked at him, chuckling as yet another mishap unfolded. It felt like he had jumped into a flaming pool, and a loud thud echoed. The crowd assessed the situation. While his landing position was not ideal, his scream was certainly the loudest. Luckily, thanks to his brother's earth manipulation technique, they avoided being engulfed in flames like that. But just a few seconds later, Danfeng emerged from the lava. completely unscathed. The young man looked up in shock. And here we go again, following their lead. He also shed tears and sat up. Little Thoy fell from above, confidently striking a pose like a dazzling heroine. Unfortunately, she shared the same fate as Than Fong, crashing down as soon as she entered. He jolted, almost forgetting all about her. Than Fong reached out, ready to catch Little Thigh. She tumbled right into his arms, and Than Fong gently embraced the beauty. It felt like a romantic movie. As they floated together before gracefully landing, standing before the blazing fire, Than Fong concentrated and unleashed his fire control technique. Instantly, his whole body radiated a powerful red glow, like a king of the underworld. Than Fong confidently held Little Thigh in his arms and strode straight across the molten lava. The onlookers were stunned. This guy was still alive. Brother Hyan. Look. The lava has stopped flowing, Truck Sun pointed out, while Than Fong remained remarkably calm, as if this was no big deal at all. Then Fong continued to channel his energy, walking on the lava as if it were solid ground. He carefully placed Little Thigh somewhere safe and instructed the other two. Take care of her. The two young men did not know why, but they found themselves eager to obey his command, looking after her. Then Than Fong shot them a cold glare. This place is under your control. Right. He walked across the lava, commanding, come out here, just like walking on solid ground. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red figure emerged from the molten rock. The flame demon looked at him as if he were a child. Master. This scene was utterly shocking. No one expected he could summon the flame demon. Brother. Look. The disciple of the major clan has arrived. Wang Ai raised an eyebrow. What is going on? The lava has stopped flowing. Suddenly, a loud scream pierced the air. Quick. Look at the flame demon. He remained silent, while the flame demon said, I understand now. Than Fong was taken aback. You understand what? The flame demon stood up confidently. I want to block your path. Great one. Immediately after, it stepped back, clearing the way for him. True to its word, the flame demon surged forward, obediently absorbing all the scorching lava back into its body. Those who had been submerged below were freed, feeling triumphant and relieved. He did not say a word, while the flame demon remarked, I understand now. Than Fong was astonished. You understand what? True to its word, the flame demon surged forward, obediently absorbing all the scorching lava back into its body. Those who had been submerged below were freed, and everyone was incredibly surprised. They hurriedly ran, chatting among themselves. What just happened? The lava. The lava is receding, watching the fire being drained away. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the heck is going on? Was the first entrance just to scare us? It turns out we could easily pass through. Wait. No way. Why do I feel like this is a sign that the Dragon Pearl secret realm is about to collapse? Just a moment later, the flame demon had cleared the way completely. After finishing the task, it let out a long sigh, but its body felt lighter than ever. But then, looking towards Than Fong, a shockwave erupted, startling Viema. In an instant, he soared high up to the peak of the towering mountain above. The fire dragon, with a commanding presence, had a fierce glint in its eyes as it opened its massive mouth, unleashing flames. People gasped. Look up there. There is someone. The Enki Long secret realm has existed for hundreds of years, opened countless times, but never has the first door revealed a dragon. I feel like we are no match for that guy. This better not be a wasted trip. This is our last chance. That aura. The way he turned lava into a dragon, he has got to be a master. Why is he showing up in this secret realm? Who exactly is this divine being? Just a moment ago, I used my soul energy to probe him, and his cultivation level is only at the 8th layer of key gathering. Just the 8th layer. Master, please take me as your disciple. I am willing to eliminate all your foes here. I will do whatever you say. I am all. Than Fong coldly glanced at the nosy crowd. Get out of the way. He secretly reveled in his thoughts. This is the kind of divine aura he should have, from a distance. Than Fong riding the dragon looked incredibly majestic and fierce. In front of Than Fong, a massive system interface appeared. The girl looked at him and announced, Congratulations, warrior. You have reached the Fire Mountain Gate. Passing through the light portal will take you to the next stage. Please prepare for battle. Than Fong fell into deep thought. Having come this far, there is no way I will settle for just a few useless items like the ageless pill and divine artifacts. The disciples from prominent families are like moving treasure troves. He smirked. I have exerted so much effort to drain the lava. Getting those treasures should not be too much to ask. Right. I wonder if the disciples of the divine creator could slack off like these elite kids. I will size them up and see if I can get a lot with a little effort. With that thought, he turned around and said, You guys. Looking over at the clueless crowd, Than Fong felt helpless. Why do these elite disciples act so clueless? Have they never faced the real world? Why are they all acting so timid? He leaned heavily on his stance. I have cleared the way for you. Why are not you moving yet? Hearing him, the crowd buzzed. How nice of him. He has reached a level where he can control lava turned into a dragon. He does not need to trick us. So what is his real goal? What is his goal? Just ask him and you will find out. Danfeng thought disdainfully. You think I am a saint? I heard everything you said. Instantly, everyone clasped their hands into fists and shouted in unison. Thank you. Then, they leaped up and entered the secret realm. At that moment, a voice rang out from Than Nian towards Danfeng. Thank you, senior. He frowned. No need to thank me. Just remember to support me with 1,000 taels. Everyone was stunned. What? Is this how experts act nowadays? He amplified his internal energy, adding a threatening tone. I said thank you for your support. That'll be 1,000 taels. What is it? Don't you want to? You are a mountain herb spirit, and do not even know how to show gratitude. Than Nian quickly offers money with both hands, hoping the senior will accept. Satisfied, he replies. That is more like it. Kids are easy to teach. Step right in. Many have entered the secret realm, and here you are, just enjoying the cash flow. Greed runs deep in your veins. Danfeng stands there like a ticket scalper. Keep it coming. And just like that, after a while, he has gathered a mountain of gold. The disciples stare at Danfeng, each one speechless in disbelief. Suddenly, a familiar figure stands before him. Leaving Danfeng surprised, he looks up at Tiyuthe and says, You made it? Since you are a friend, I will cut you a deal 500 gold coins. If you do not have the cash, we can work something out. For example, Tiyuthe says nothing and immediately hands him a gift. Then she casually walks away, saying, Do not talk nonsense with me. He turns back and calls out, Hey, I am not done yet. Like, a simple thank you would suffice. In an instant, everyone has managed to enter the secret realm thanks to Danfeng. The crowd gasps in awe. It is breathtaking. They have long heard the second gate is a wondrous sight, and seeing it today truly is extraordinary. The scenery is stunning, but it hides its own dangers. On Danfeng's side, he and Tiyuthe stick close together. The system informs you. Danfeng must find the spirit guide. Xiaothoi tells you. The guardian spirit of the Jade Dragon's secret realm has announced that it has begun. As soon as she finished speaking, the others mysteriously vanished. Xiaotho immediately became cautious, as she had no idea what might happen in this secret realm. Danfeng now reluctantly sat up, feeling like it was a struggle just to open his eyes. As his gaze slowly opened, he muttered to himself, 100 spirit guides. That means 100 people get to move on. So do not blame me later. Danfeng took his time walking, deep in thought. He needed to find the spirit guides, and then pass through the light gate. If the two sides are not in sync, there would be a time lag for leveling up, and he could snatch the spirit guides from others. Looking up at the sky, Danfeng realized this was going to be a bloody battle for dominance. With that thought, he raised his hand to form a seal. Gathering his inner strength, a sharp glint appeared in Danfeng's eyes as he focused on his target. He sighed. Fine. I am feeling generous today. I will save you all one more time. I am sacrificing myself for the greater good. So when I get back, make sure the old man rewards me. Danfeng, playing dumb, turned around and asked, What is going on? With that, he leaped forward, propelling himself into the distance. Quick as a flash, Danfeng raced deeper into the secret forest ahead. Suddenly, a green gem blocked his path, forcing Danfeng to halt. He slowly bent down and picked it up. One of the disciples was quicker, bending down and snatching the spirit guide first. Now all he had to do was get to the light gate, and as he spoke, a smug smile spread across his face. But before he could even savor the moment, the spirit gem suddenly flew away. Staring at it, the young man panicked. He clearly had the spirit gem in his hands. How could it just vanish in the blink of an eye? Meanwhile, Danfeng soared through the air, a big bag in. Landing nearby, there was no one around, and Danfeng licked his lips in satisfaction before dropping the bag. Before him loomed a massive door, towering over him like a giant. From his pocket, he pulled out a spatial ring, probably to stash this big bag away. In an instant, all the spirit gems were neatly tucked inside by Danfeng. He was feeling pleased with himself, thinking, that is it, I'm... Just then, Little Thoi came running up behind him, fuming. Give it back. Little Thoi glared at him, shouting about the spatial ring. Danfeng feigned a cheerful grin. So it is yours? I was just wondering who the jerk was that tossed it here. Lucky me. A good guy like me found it. If it were someone else, you would never see it again. Then, Danfeng casually returned the item, easier than Little Thai expected. Watching her turn her back to him, Danfeng felt a mix of curiosity and surprise. He waited a moment, but she kept acting all mysterious, so he smirked slyly. After counting to 10, Little Thai was still mad, and my spirit gem too. Danfeng pretended not to know. Hey. Little sister, causing a scene has its limits. I found the spirit gem fair and square. And you want it for free? Little Thoi exploded. What do you want? Glancing at the spirit gem in his hand, Danfeng said, I was thinking of hosting an auction. You can bid for it later. If you win the bid, it is your... How's that for fair? At that moment, another voice rang out. What? Your spirit gems are gone too. A group of people rushed in. Looking frantic, I even touched one, and in a blink, it vanished. Who has got the spirit gems? Who has got them? What is going on? Did the old god stepping in mess up the rules of the secret realm? Someone piped up. Are we forgetting about the guy who swiped our cash, and that white-haired girl with him? Did he use some shady trick to steal all the spirit gems? Then he just waltzes through to the next door, leaving us in the dust. It is definitely possible. The lead guy frowned fiercely. Clearly he had been waiting here for a long time, but as soon as he arrived, the young man's gaze fell on Thanfeng, and his face paled. It was the big bag beside Thanfeng that caught everyone's attention. Those are the spirit gems. He is the one. 100 spirit gems all in his hands. Who are you to pull a stunt like this in the secret realm? You think you can just flaunt your power like that? The young man behind him squirmed, realizing that someone could openly do this here. Their cultivation must be way higher. They murmured. What if we confront him along with the people from the Alchemy Mountain? Can we even escape the secret realm? Is he out for revenge against us? Yeah. They have got their magic potions to protect them. While we are all alone here, you sit down and say, I just wanted to negotiate peacefully so you guys could level up. Who knew you would think of me like this? What a waste of my hard work. Everyone started whispering among themselves. What is your idea for us to level up peacefully? Turns out, you are the one who stole our magic potions. Don't he listen to his nonsense. Let us take action. We all smell trouble. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive force surged towards the young man. Frustrated, Thanfeng shouted. Can I finish speaking or what? Now everyone was terrified, and they replied in unison. Fine. He stood up and said, my method is simple. Let us hold an auction. We're auctioning off 100 magic potions. Whoever bids the highest gets them. Any objections? The crowd roared back. None. Seeing their enthusiasm made him satisfied. Great. Looks like we all want peace and do not want to see bloodshed. I declare the auction officially open. The starting bid for the magic potions is 1,000 gold coins. Any objections? The crowd replied. None. Great one. Just say the word. Little Thoy spoke up first. 1,000 gold coins. Thanfeng grinned, raising his prop. Then he bent down to pick up a dry branch from the ground. It felt just like a real auction. Thanfeng looked around and shouted, 1,000 gold coins. Going once. Not hearing anything, he glanced around again and called out, 1,000 gold coins. Going twice, still no response. Thanfeng pressed on, 1,000 gold coins. Don't you guys want to bid? Don't you want to pass through the door? To get the dragon's secret realm inheritance and become the ultimate king of purity. With that, he slammed the rotten wood down, his force breaking it in half. He cheered, 1,000 gold coins. Going 3 times. Congratulations to Miss Lei Thoi for getting the 3rd entry ticket. And just like that, the deal was done. Thanfeng immediately handed a magic potion to Tiu Thai. She looked at him in awe. He had the strength of a superior master. But was not he supposed to have been possessed by someone? Who was the one who possessed him? Why were they so strong? Pretending to only have the power of an 8th level Kai gathering, Tiu Thoi left soon after. This level of power was not going to help with the plan. Looks like I need to consult with Lord Lai again. The remaining crowd was getting restless. Alright. Let us continue the auction. The second magic potion starts at 1,000 gold coins. Thanyen stood up and said, didn't you just say you were auctioning off all 100 potions? Don't you want to move on to the next round? Thanfeng replied casually. Nope, I am... With a bright smile. He said, as your elder, I want to give the younger folks a chance. I solemnly promise that all 100 potions will be auctioned off. No holds barred. Now let us continue the auction. Don't you want to be the first one through the door? The sooner you go, the more time you have. And the easier it will be to get the inheritance. After hearing him, a voice finally rang out. I bid 1,000 gold coins. The crowd effect kicked and everyone erupted with excitement. 1,200. 1,500. I bid 2,000 gold coins. Then another person stepped up and asked. Excuse me, elder, can I trade for the line bind Dan now? His face darkened. Fine. Another chaotic round begins. Alright. I am putting up a mid-tier mystical spirit. 2 mid-tier mystical spirits. And a mystical essence pill worth 8,000 gold coins in the market. At this moment, a young lady steps out from the crowd. She claims to be a divine descendant. And she insists that I must provide the spirit guide. Let us all give her a round of applause. Thanfeng is fuming inside. How dare someone use my name to pull a fast one? I am dying to see what this guy has to say. The young lady glances at Thanfeng and repeats. I am the divine descendant. And I absolutely need that spirit guide. I hope this esteemed gentleman will grant my request. Thanfeng raises an eyebrow and coolly counters. What if I say no? You seem pretty upset about that. I just made it clear that this auction is fair and square. Anyone trying to pressure others? Not happening this time. Then Feng looks at him, thinking, you just returned that mystical essence pill. Keep pushing your luck, buddy. He mutters to himself. Do you really want to use my reputation to mess with my cash flow? You are asking for trouble. The young lady is seething. How dare anyone disrespect a divine being like that? I am the divine descendant. Sure. I am in this secret realm now. But can you guarantee I won't get out of it for the rest of my life? You need to understand. Crossing a divine being comes with consequences. Without hesitation, Then Feng throws a punch straight at that pesky guy. Once he dealt with the troublemaker, he shifts back to business. Can we continue now? Everyone chimes in. Yep. Let us keep going. Everyone is dumbfounded. The divine descendant just got tossed aside. This guy does not care about the divine. Is he crazy? Anyone looking at him is in shock. Is he? To not fear angering a divine being. Could he be some otherworldly master? Seeing everyone silent, he adds, what is the hold-up? Start bidding. Do I have a price tag on my face? Who just bid for that mystical essence pill? Let us keep it rolling. A guy in the crowd stammers. Me. I will bid 2 mystical essence pills. After he speaks, he secretly glances at Than Feng. This guy's definitely nuts for not fearing a divine being. If he targets me, once I am out of this secret realm, I better spend my money wisely. Than Feng feels a bit satisfied but asks, is there anyone willing to bid higher? The noise gradually subsides, and Than Feng says, all right. Looks like you are the winner. Without further ado, he hands the item over to his customer, who hesitates. The thank you. Esteemed elder, watching the customer leave, he grins. Look at that. The young ones are stepping up like champs. Everyone silently curses. Isn't he just scared out of his wits? He is definitely a lunatic and entertaining lunatic. Though, then, the business continues, and they move on to the third item. After a while, he has racked up a ton of magical artifacts and treasures. While those who could not keep up end up sulking as they turn to leave, Than Feng happily surveys his spoils, feeling quite smug. The competition was fierce. But under my leadership, we managed to upgrade 100 people without a single scratch. He thinks to himself, I really am a blessing in disguise. I should ask Elder Lei for a reward. With that thought, he channels his internal energy, and a refreshing blue light begins to gather in his hands. After successfully condensing it, he now holds a brand new spirit guide. Once everyone has cleared out, he quickly enters the secret realm alone. As soon as he steps in, a powerful beam of golden light strikes right into Than Feng's eyes. Catching him off guard, a booming voice echoed, announcing the third trial of alchemy. Using the alchemical tools in the hidden realm of Jade Blossom Alchemy, the high-grade elixir could be brewed in just 2 hours. And only the first 10 could escape the forbidden room. The essence of the elixir lies in its quality, formed through meticulous steps of gathering and refining, each one crucial to its ultimate potency. Lose a bit of quality, and you are left with a 9th grade elixir. Lose 2, and it is an 8th grade. Once you brew a 10th grade elixir, you will become legendary. He glanced around at the others. This was the third trial. Surely, it was not just a prison. Right, spotting a familiar face wandering inside, Than Feng was taken aback. He slammed his hand against the protective barrier and shouted, Lo Tiuthu, can you get out? Tiuthi was stunned. Than Feng, you do not have a spirit guide. How did you get in? She thought. Bewildered, 100 people had entered ages ago. Did he sell his spirit guide and bail on the next trial? How could he even be here? The crowd was growing restless, their frustration palpable. How could this be happening? Why are not you trapped? How did you bypass the forbidden zone? Wait. How did you get in without a spirit guide at all? Who are you? Really? Why can you enter without needing to brew elixirs? The first door siphons off the lava to block the passage. The second takes everyone as spirit guides for an auction. What gives? In response to her barrage of questions, he simply smirked and said, I am just like you guys, just someone who stepped into the hidden realm. Then he added coolly, and as for how I entered the third door, is not it as simple as having legs? Why are you all so shocked? Didn't you step in here too? Everyone grumbled internally. I trust your head. We are the ones who entered the hidden realm. While you just called it home. He turned to look behind him. I am done chatting with you guys. This is the final door. It looks like you will need to brew elixirs if you want to get out. Than Feng pondered. If I step through that door, will I gain a legacy? I will scout it out for you all first, so you do not get hurt. All right, I will go in. He said this as he confidently stepped forward without a trace of fear. At that moment, Tiuthi stepped up. This is indeed the final door, but it can also be considered the second from the bottom. Just as his foot was about to touch the threshold, he paused at her words. Tiuthi continued, behind this door lies the legacy, and there is a stone tablet inside. The tablet holds the fundamentals of alchemical law. Only by grasping its essence can one achieve true legacy. Than Feng, The alchemical law belongs to the divine realm. For years, no genius has managed to comprehend it. Imagine how difficult it is. Then she rummaged through the alchemical furnace. Wait for me a moment. Once I finish brewing, we will enter together. I have a way to help you gain the legacy. He was losing patience. Zihook-san, I have known you for ages. And this is the first time you have talked so much. Tiwithli replied. Lord Laud sent me in with you specifically for this last door. You can go in alone. Only by collaborating can we succeed. Danfeng nodded seriously. So if I just wait for you in there, that is fine. Right, I did not expect you to respond like that. Little Thai was a bit surprised. Then she added. With your strange personality, I am worried you will mess up the stone tablet and ruin our plan. In fact, Little Thai was secretly on guard. Since entering the secret realm, this guy had not followed the plan. And he had too many secrets. If he manages to grasp the basics of the law, would not the inheritance belong to him? My plan can go up in smoke. Danfeng coldly glanced at her. But I do not know your plan. Care to share? Truth is, a person's power can't see through the intricacies of the alchemical laws. Those before did not get it either. What laws? Entry-level stuff. Mystical alchemy. What even is that? It is like asking for trouble, and that is why, for over a century, many geniuses reached the final gate, saw the stone tablet, but could not obtain the inheritance. To get it, we need to use force. Danfeng was not listening to her anymore. He smashed the stone tablet. What do I need you for? Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Little Thoi snapped back. Let me finish right here. This is a stone tablet with an independent microcosm. The tablet is super fragile. If we use violent methods, the space will shatter, destroying the inheritance. The correct way is to comprehend the tablet's inscriptions. Once understood, it will disappear automatically, and the spatial passage to the inheritance will open up. Little Thoi was explaining, but her words got jumbled. According to past experiences, we need to use our soul power to erase the inscriptions. Moreover, this inscription was written by the Alchemy King, the Jade Dragon, using soul power. It requires 2 people with master-level soul power to erase it. So we have to go together. Danfeng suddenly realized. Old Lei sent me to the Jade Dragon's secret realm for this reason. He wants to use me to erase the inscriptions. He frowned. I have got master-level soul power because of my skills. But this little girl also has master-level soul power. Could it be she has got skills too? Or was she possessed? Soul power. Master. Possession. Teamwork. Erasing the inscriptions, just thinking about it made Danfeng break into a sweat. But right then, he grabbed Little Thai's head. Wait a second. There is something off here. With the twinkling eyes, the starry face. Explain. While the conditions for erasing the inscriptions are different, it can definitely succeed. With the allure of the immortality potion and the mystical alchemy, there will surely be master-level powerhouses willing to take risks. As long as the possession of a master is successful. It is easy to go in with another master in the last 100 years. Isn't there anyone who has done that? Plus, if even the Sun Gate could not comprehend it, then what is the point of having the entire content? Little Thoi chimed in. We can't obtain the mystical alchemy, but we can get the immortality potion. However, I am the only one who knows how to unlock the inscriptions right now. This made her even more wary of Danfeng. At crucial moments, he could still think carefully and analyze calmly. Could it be his odd personality was just an act? Looks like I need to be careful with him. Then, seeing Little Thoi wave her hand, Danfeng could not help but ask. How do you know such a secret? Little Thoi looked at him. Because I am a descendant of the Alchemy King, the Jade Dragon. Danfeng feigned surprise. Is that? Seeing his mild reaction, Little Thoi was taken aback. Suddenly, the atmosphere between them grew incredibly tense. Xiaotho was silent, expecting him to say something, but Danfeng still kept quiet. She asked again out of curiosity. That is all. He pretended not to care, thinking to himself, what is so surprising about it? Isn't he just a descendant of the Dang King? I am also a direct descendant of Dung, the offspring of the Flame Emperor. The hero of socialism here. Am I being arrogant? And Xiaotho blushed a bit. So do you understand now? Only I can bring you in to claim the true inheritance. Her face flushed. And Danfeng said, yeah. Got it. So I want to go in first and see what is up. She helplessly cradled her head. You did not hear a single word I said. Danfeng wondered. It seems like she is really scared of me going in there alone. Xiaotho stammered. Danfeng cut her off. Like Xiao. I see you do not consider me a partner at all. He put on a serious face. Looking cold. If you do not tell me the truth, then we will just part ways. He began to think for himself, seeing her so tense. She definitely had something to hide. I won't let her use me. Xiaothui panicked and shouted. You want to know what is going on? I will tell you. Hearing this, Danfeng immediately turned back. Well, that is something. Go ahead. I am listening. Let us see if there is anything I want to know. Xiaothui thought to herself. Indeed, he is not easy to fool. Once we get out of this secret realm, I can keep him around. She was so angry she could burst. I want to keep the inheritance forever, to prove to the world that the immortal Dan and the law god Luing truly exist, and to show our ancestors who truly holds the inheritance. It has nothing to do with me. That is how it is. The tomb of the Dan King and the Jade Dragon. Ever since our ancestors created the Jade Dragon secret realm and passed away, it has been so long that no one has claimed the inheritance. Many people started to doubt whether the immortal Dan and the law god Luing actually existed. Some even spread rumors that the immortal Dan could defy fate to extend life, because they obtained the 1,000-year Taisui. It has nothing to do with the law god Luing created by the Dan King. The law god Luing is just a scam. They even pulled out fake evidence, claiming that when the Dan King was alive, he refined 3 immortal Dans because the 1,000-year Taisui was only enough to create 3. They also said if someone could really refine the immortal Dan, how could they die so early? In fact, my ancestor died young precisely because of the immortal Dan. Refining the immortal Dan goes against the heavenly order, so they could only leave behind 3 at this point. Xiaothoi thought to herself, if it were not for the new Dan King. But she did not say it out loud. Dan Feng was surprised. A new Dan King. That kind of thing can be replaced, he thought to himself. The Dan King is merely the king of the Dan path. As long as someone has the ability to overpower all Dan masters, that person will become the Dan King. At the Spirit Herb Mountain. The new Dan King is the master of the Spirit Herb Mountain. Kotran. Because he refined the legendary 10-color Dan. Xiaothoi hugged her pillow in despair. My ancestors said no one can refine the 10-color Dan. Kotran's 10-color Dan must be fake. Dan Feng felt indignant. Her ancestor has been buried for over 100 years. The information is from over 100 years ago. Can people develop their techniques? She continued. Moreover, he even entered the Jade Dragon's secret realm, but could not comprehend the inheritance. The ancestors tarnished their family's reputation, claiming the inheritance was fake. Because of him, our ancestors' reputation has taken a hit. I must restore their honor. Dan Feng continued. If so many doubt the authenticity of the immortal Dan, then why are there still so many people entering the Jade Dragon's secret realm? Xiaothoi explained. The temptation of the immortal Dan and the one-character pure king is too great, even with a 1 in 10,000 chance. It is enough to lure them into danger. Dan Feng turned around and said, you are absolutely right. So I am not playing with you anymore. I prefer to hoard the rewards all to myself. This took Xiaothoi by surprise. She was stunned. Like, what the heck? Dan Feng secretly scoffed. She had already let slip too much wanting to restore her ancestors' reputation, while helping others become the one-character pure king. You must be the reincarnation of the great Buddha from the Mountain of Music. Moreover, the old man's wound was way too convenient. He is a demon envoy but keeps a bunch of mixed spirits in the demon suppression chamber. If it is supposed to be a win-win situation, then why did not he say anything when I asked? Clearly, something's fishy. If Xiaothoi did not come to restore her family's honor, then what about the heavenly blood? Too many questions, and I need answers. Taking one last look at Xiaothoi, Dan Feng waved goodbye. After that, his silhouette vanished into the doorway of the next secret realm. Blinking again. The scene before Dan Feng made him unable to hold back his curses. In front of Dan Feng now stood a massive pillar about 10 feet tall, surrounded by a strange swirling mist. The ancient tree also had a long inscription. He stood below, staring up at it for a long while. At that moment, a figure as white as snow appeared, their voice booming towards him. Who are you? Dan Feng, annoyed, kicked the massive pillar hard. Damn it. Jade Dragon, you really are a dog. Trying to use illusions to wipe my memory and cut off my cash flow. He raised his fist, saying, today I am going to destroy your pathetic scam. And once I get back, I will settle the score with those 2 dogs. As he struck the pillar, a powerful beam of light burst forth instantly. Dan Feng was left speechless, eyes wide in shock. What the hell is going on? Is there really an immortal Dan? At that moment, from the pillar he had just struck, a naked man suddenly appeared. This was the guardian spirit of the secret realm. Jolted by the disturbance, he looked at Dan Feng in irritation, demanding, who are you? And how did you enter this space of inheritance? Dan Feng said nothing. Instead, he pulled out a piece of paper and a black brush, gripping it tightly. Dan Feng then leaned the paper against the pillar, saying, if this stuff sells for a high price, I will forgive you. If not, let us see if I dig up your grave. At that moment, the system immediately notified him that Dan Feng was under attack by an illusion spell. The opponent was trying to erase his memory. The alerts kept coming in, as if the guardian spirit was ramping up its attack. Dan Feng seemed to realize something, and he smirked. No wonder hundreds of years have passed, and so many have grasped the concept but none can remember the content. It is not because the divine arts are too profound for people to remember. It is because someone is erasing their memories. Those with lower realms can resist the illusions, while those with higher realms may not even understand the alchemical arts, leading to all this mixed-up chaos where nothing makes sense. After realizing the truth, he strained every bit of his memory, trying to recall the scribbles on that pillar. But just as the system warned, The images were fading fast, slipping away from Thanfeng's mind. It felt like a slow-motion scene from a movie, as he sensed his brain gradually erasing everything his eyes had seen. A minute later, Thanfeng rubbed his eyes in frustration, thinking, what the hell is this mess? It is all jumbled up. He could barely remember half the content of those books. The truth, it was simply because his brain power was not enough to comprehend what he was watching. The main character continued to point at the pillar, yelling, damn it, you fake dragon. Are you just copying those books to trick people? And you have been at it for so long, making me work my tail off for over a month just to scrape together a little cash, with no real benefits. The guardian spirit was fuming. Do you even realize that this entire secret realm is under my control? If you want to grasp the scriptures, you need my permission first. How dare you talk so big? Thanfeng was not backing down. He summoned his inner strength and glared back. Do you even know that with one punch I could shatter your precious secret realm? The guardian spirit stood before Thanfeng, taken aback. Who knew this guy had such incredible spiritual energy? I can take him on. Thanfeng kept shouting. I could wreck you. You know I am serious. With that, the guardian spirit vanished, unable to hold back his scorn. Thanfeng taunted. I thought you were strong. Turns out you are just a coward. Surprisingly, the guardian spirit had no retort. You are strong. Whatever you say is true. I will let it slide. Thanfeng looked at him, puzzled. You are the guardian spirit of this secret realm. How come you do not get it? Why? Without any spiritual guide. Step through the third door. He replied in a defeated tone. You are confused. I am confused. Why can I pass through the third door without refining pills? People must think I am cheating. The guardian spirit explained. The third door only has 100 peak pills, corresponding to 100 spiritual guides. You can enter without relying on one. So there is no place for you. He quietly speculated. Perhaps even the Pill King would not have guessed that a martial artist below the Kuai realm could roam freely in this ancient sect-level secret realm. Truly a surprise. Thanfeng stepped forward. Your dragon's secret realm has that wall. Fix it quick. The guardian spirit cut him off. You have not answered my question. How did you get through the third door? Thanfeng shot back. Get lost. Don't waste my time. I am trying to comprehend divine pill techniques. Thanfeng kept yelling. Is that all you can ask? Let me ask you. Where's the old pill? The guardian spirit turned to keep an eye on him. Realizing this guy was not someone to mess with, better to steer clear, of course. Thanfeng was not letting him escape. He glared and raised his hand, channeling his inner strength to squeeze towards the guardian spirit. As he was about to take flight, Thanfeng caught him, binding him so he could not move an inch. Thanfeng called after him. I will let you run for a bit, but you have got two choices. Bring me the old pill, or I will drag you to the Western Inn. The guardian spirit gritted his teeth in fear, thinking, capturing me is pointless. There is no old pill in this inheritance space. Thanfeng stood there, eyes blazing like a restless spirit, and demanded, what did you just say? The guardian of the spirit quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had let the truth slip out. Frustrated, Thanfeng raised his energy again. Repeat that one more time. The guardian of the spirit shrank back in fear. Then, he fell to his knees, pleading, don't kill me. I will tell you everything. Sure, there is no Elder Dan here, but there is something called divine alchemy. To his surprise, Thanfeng fiercely grabbed the guardian of the spirit by the throat, squeezing tightly. Despite his struggling, Thanfeng sneered. Donnie play games with me. A little guardian like you thinks you can deceive me. You think I do not know that divine alchemy is a fraud? Just die already. Faced with such a powerful figure, the guardian of the spirit trembled in fear, trying to explain. I know I am not lying. But Thanfeng was not having any of it. He knew how to channel his energy and pulled something from his hand. In no time, the guardian of the spirit produced a scrap of paper. Just like the offerings made to the kitchen god every year, he tossed it toward Thanfeng, who warned, if you dare to trick me, I will make you wish you were dead. Suddenly released, the guardian of the spirit fell flat on his back, the pain overwhelming him. Thanfeng quickly unfolded the paper, revealing a blazing aura of red energy. As he read, his eyes widened in disbelief. This scroll looks just like the scroll of the heavenly demon blood oath, but the energy feels different. The guardian of the spirit, astonished, sat up and asked Thanfeng, have you seen another heavenly demon scroll? Thanfeng responded, if you are the guardian of this place, then you must know the origins of the heavenly scroll. Spill everything you know. But the guardian stubbornly retorted, absolutely not. Thanfeng squatted down, saying, then you might as well die. The guardian gasped. Absolutely not. I won't tell you anything. Ignoring his protest, Thanfeng casually sat beside him and urged, go on. Spill it. Surprisingly, the guardian complied, admitting, This scroll is indeed the Heavenly Demon Scroll, and it records the secrets of the Heavenly Demon of Longevity. My master obtained it during a fortunate encounter, and all of this dates back 150 years. My master, the Dragon Master, was a top-tier alchemist, but not the best. However, he believed he was born into a prestigious alchemy family, starting off at a higher level than others, so he should be the best. Yet, he repeatedly challenged other alchemists and failed each time. He thought his failures were due to lack of skill, but even after intense training, the outcomes did not change. When he finally acquired this scroll, he was overjoyed. But he had a principle. He would never sacrifice death row inmates to create the elixir of immortality. Then Feng interrupted. Wait, what do you mean by sacrificing death row inmates to create the elixir of immortality? This scroll details the method of sacrifice. By sacrificing one's lifespan to the Heavenly Demon of Longevity, one can absorb untapped life force and concoct the elixir of immortality, the Guardian explained. You can sacrifice yourself or someone else. The success rate depends on the cultivator's level. The higher the level, the better the quality of life force. Hearing this, Van Feng was even more intrigued. So how is lifespan calculated? The Spirit Guardian explained in detail. For instance, if a normal person's lifespan is sacrificed, it would take a whole 10,000 years, just to gain a single year in return. But if a master is sacrificed, then 10 years will buy you 1 year. You were a bit taken aback. Wow, that is intense. How many times can this scroll be used? The Spirit Guardian replied. It can be used an unlimited number of times. Van Feng quietly calculated. I could sacrifice my own lifespan in exchange for a surplus of lifespan. Then wait for the life-eating demon to come and take my life. The Spirit Guardian seemed somewhat relieved. Clearly pleased with my explanation. Guess I am in the clear now. Seeing you grin slyly, the Spirit Guardian silently cried out for help. Ancestors, save me. There is a weirdo here with bizarre emotions. Watching you act sinister, occasionally blurting out strange things, made the Spirit Guardian feel even more anxious and uneasy. Van Feng continued. He was willing to commit fraud for the sake of fame. So why leave behind a legacy? Isn't he afraid that someone in the future will get their hands on that scroll? If that happens, he would be completely disgraced. Meanwhile, you were secretly suspicious. There is no way that Nashi Long is a fool. There is definitely something shady going on here. The Spirit Guardian asked with a serious expression. Do you think the legacy on the stone tablet outside is fake? Instantly, Van Feng tightened his grip on the Spirit Guardian's jaw, startling him through gritted teeth. You said, you used bait to lure those people into Entity Long's secret realm, did not you? I have known that for a while. You better spill the rest of what you have not told me. It would better be something I have not heard before. Or else. The Spirit Guardian started to sweat. I will tell you. I will tell you. Please, do not kill me. Van Feng coldly replied. Then let us hear it. As soon as he was released, the Spirit Guardian immediately broke into a coughing fit. Even though my master knew that creating the ageless elixir violated the laws of heaven, he had no regrets. According to the Spirit Guardian, at that time, the master was refining his name, sacrificing the lifespans of death row criminals or the most evil people, considering it a twisted way to save the innocent. But the master misjudged a key person. One time, he killed a bandit and entered his lair. Little did he know, that lair was a haven for heroes who fought for the weak against the strong. After that incident, the master felt immense guilt. He made mistakes every time he tried to refine the ageless elixir. The master feared taking on the role of the good guy again, and after some hesitation, he decided to seal the scroll and stop creating the ageless elixir. But how could those with ulterior motives allow him to stop? The powerful ones threatened and bullied the master. The master chose to use his own lifespan to craft the final ageless elixir. The Spirit Guardian recalled that later. That powerful one was killed, allowing the master to escape. According to him, the master used his last bit of strength to create this Engeki Long secret realm. Van Feng chimed in. If he did not want to harm others, why not just destroy this scroll? The Spirit Guardian answered. Because it can't be destroyed. Its very purpose is to help the demon harvest lifespans. Even if you toss it to the ends of the earth, it will find a way for someone fated to discover it. Most importantly, the master wanted the world to remember him as the best under heaven forever. He painfully reminisced about his late predecessor. The reason he created the Nunchi Long secret realm was to protect his top-tier reputation. Each year, the Enki Long secret realm attracts a massive number of beings to this place, with an aura of life so abundant that the scroll won't just up and disappear. Such a moving story. Yet Van Feng scoffed. It turns out, Enki Long is a fraud with a serious honor complex. The Spirit Guardian pointed angrily at you, saying you can't disturb the master. Van Feng remained unfazed. He really did a number on you, did not he? Can't argue with that. He has been fooling the world for over 100 years. And there are still countless fans cheering him on. That just shows how good he is at brainwashing. At this moment, the Spirit Guardian could not hold back and jumped in. Our master just wants to protect his dreams. What is wrong with that? With his lifespan nearly at its end, he does not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent or use brute force. He sacrifices himself to protect others. If that is not called kindness, Then what is it? The two of them kept trading blows. And Thanfeng certainly would not back down. He seized the spirit guardian's leg. And the guardian was startled but found no way to escape. You look down on him even more. Mocking him. He protects his reputation and attracts countless people to their doom every year. And you call that kindness? The spirit guardian let out a growl, his eyes flashing with fury as he watched him fall. Thanfeng remarked. He sacrifices himself purely out of fear of his scroll being exposed. Scared that those people will uncover his secrets and take away his top position. The spirit guardian was bloodied. My master is not like that. You felt helpless against his ideals. What your master thinks has nothing to do with me. As long as the scroll is real, that is all that matters. With that, Thanfeng quickly left, leaving the spirit guardian grinding his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Just then, the sky above the secret realm began to crack. The noise echoed, and Thanfeng started to tread carefully. While the spirit guardian remained there, he quietly watched you, thinking, what good does telling you this do? The spirit guardian felt a pang of sadness. The Jade Dragon secret realm is about to collapse, and soon no one will remember the master. He closed his eyes in regret. You have the complete inheritance. The Jade Dragon secret realm has lost its reason to exist. I will chase after the master. My loyalty. I will prove it to him myself. Finally, Little Thai quickly appeared within this secret realm, sensing the presence of a human. Thanfeng turned to look behind him. Little Thai was surprised to see you, with soul power at the master level. You should not be able to erase the inscriptions on the stone tablet. How did you even get in? You calmly replied. Of course I got in. Thanfeng wondered. Why is everyone asking this question today? Little Thai was astonished. Could it be that you have grasped the inheritance? How could that be? Thanfeng turned away. What is so hard about it? Her expression was making him really annoyed. Before he could finish his thought, the ground beneath him began to crack. A deafening rumble shook the area. Realizing the situation was dire, Thanfeng immediately grabbed Little Thoi's hand and pulled her along. You could not help but act like a hero for the beauty. All right. The Jade Dragon secret realm is about to collapse. Let us talk outside. Little Thoi insisted. I want to give you the ageless pill. You are not going anywhere. You helplessly chuckled as you pulled her along. Come on. Wake up. There is no ageless pill. Little Thoi yelled back. I do not believe you. You are definitely hiding it. Are not you? At that moment, the spirit guardian weakly spoke up. He is telling the truth. There is no ageless pill. But suddenly, hearing this, Little Thoi let go of Thanfeng's hand. Wait a second. The spirit guardian then stood up, weakly wearing a look of disappointment. There is none left. They are all gone. As soon as Tiyuthe laid eyes on the person in front of her, she instantly recognized him as the guardian spirit. The guardian spirit looked back at her, and for some reason, his gaze softened slightly. Yep. That is right. Tiyuthe then said. So you must be able to sense I am the bloodline of the legendary Ku Engakui Long. The guardian spirit replied curtly. Yep. I can. She extended her hand and declared. Then the inheritance must belong to me. I will change the world's perception on behalf of my ancestors. I have to make sure everyone knows that our Ku family is the absolute pinnacle of alchemy in this world. You can't help anyone else. Without waiting for an answer, Tiyuthe smirked proudly under the intense gazes of those around her. Finally, the guardian spirit spoke the truth. In the master's inheritance, there are no elixirs of immortality left, only the divine alchemy techniques. Hearing those words, Tiyuthe felt as if her whole body was about to snap in two. She stared blankly. No elixirs of immortality. Tiyuthe was on the brink of losing her cool, rushing towards the guardian spirit. Then where are the divine alchemy techniques? He was surprised but quickly replied. The divine alchemy techniques. Pausing for a moment, the guardian spirit pushed Tiyuthe back and glanced toward Thanfeng. They were taken by the person in front of you. Tiyuthe looked up at him. The divine alchemy techniques you took belong to our Ku family. Give them back. Thanfeng took a deep breath and yelled. You have asked for my stuff like, what? 1,000,000 times. Don't think just because you are a girl, I want to hit you. At that moment, Tiyuthe was still channeling her inner strength, and for some reason, she tore her own shirt, revealing a firm, perky chest. Thanfeng's face flushed slightly at the sight, shocked by how intensely she reacted. He stared at her, bewildered. What the heck are you doing? A dude's shirt would show off a six-pack. Tiyuthe said coolly, so let us compete. Whoever wins gets the inheritance. He smirked, eager to see what skills she had to keep demanding his stuff. Unlike regular girls, her body was surprisingly muscular, rivaling someone who had trained for a year. She stood there, channeling her inner strength. And about half an hour later, the secret realm began to collapse even more. The guardian spirit frowned. I see. Then he turned to Tiyuthe and said, that inheritance is incredibly profound and complicated. With your level, you want to be able to grasp it. Just let it go. The reason the guardian spirit warned her was that he believed the girl before him was definitely not his match. He absolutely would not allow his master's legacy to end here. as the guardian spirit's feet began to crack. He looked down and frowned. What is going on? Before the guardian spirit vanished, he left Tiyuthi with his final words. The inheritance has appeared, and the secret realm is collapsing. I do not have much time left. Listen to me, kid. After you get out, live well. Don't cling to that false reputation of being the best in the world. As the figure before her began to fade away, Tiyuthi, confused, asked, What do you mean, now? Unable to hold back her tears, she lamented, There is no one to inherit the divine alchemy techniques. Is this our generation's disgrace? We are strong now. We have to prove our worth to our ancestors. Are we really wrong? That false reputation was meant for our forebears. How can it be just a false reputation? Not waiting for her to finish, the guardian spirit finally vanished into thin air. A gust of wind surged, and both Danfeng and Tiyuthi were swept into the Chu center. After a while, drenched in sweat, Danfeng looked at the strange scene before him. This place was unusual. In the third cave of the Nashi Long secret realm. Was not it said that the secret realm could last for 3 days? So why did it suddenly collapse out of nowhere? The crowd could not help but buzz with curiosity. What was going on? Look over there. The ones who entered before. The girl with the white hair and that guy. They are out now. Could it be? They must have obtained the inheritance. Which is why the secret realm collapsed ahead of time. As soon as they spotted Tiyuthi and Danfeng, everyone turned their attention to him, eyes wide with interest. Instinctively, the gallant man in Danfeng kicked in, and he raised his hand in front of Tiyuthi, as if trying to shield her. Immediately, he channeled his inner power, thinking to himself, This is disgusting, there are kids here. Right before Danfeng, a white barrier suddenly formed, separating him from the crowd outside. Danfeng shot them a smug glance, saying, Even if there are more ants, they are still just ants. Come at me. The moment he finished his taunt, a flash of light appeared before him, leaving Danfeng momentarily stunned. Outside the secret realm, everyone felt the impact of that power. A golden light seemed to envelop the area. A boy standing outside said to his buddies, Whoever gets the inheritance, I am snatching it the moment they are out. The mysterious figure turned around, observing the others around him. In the chaos of the Yankee Long secret realm, if someone gets the inheritance, do not even think about asking questions, just eliminate them. Keep your eyes peeled. We only want the inheritance, unless absolutely necessary. Let us not take any lives. At that moment, a figure resembling a pine tree appeared out of nowhere, whether by accident or design. It was perfectly timed. He had a grim expression, declaring, Those who dare to move while the inheritance is in play will face death without question. Before he could finish speaking, a surge of power struck down towards the crowd, causing everyone to jump in surprise. What the heck was happening? On the ground, beams of golden light shot down like pillars, and the crowd could not help but murmur. Quick! Look! There is something in the light. Like a pine tree descending. He did not remain silent and raised both hands to form a seal. In no time, he soared high. Approaching those pillars of light, he whispered to himself, Just wait. He scanned the surroundings, and suddenly a loud explosion erupted from nowhere, resembling the sound of war, shaking the ground beneath them. In the midst of the vast land, a golden circle appeared, and suddenly everyone vanished. The armored figure looked menacing. With question marks all over his head, the inheritance had emerged. On the table, items like hats, cloaks, shoes, and outfits were neatly arranged. A thick white mist obscured Danfeng and Tiyuthi's vision, and he quickly took off his outer robe to shield her. From within the hazy smoke, a deep voice commanded, Whoever possesses the inheritance of the Dan King, step forward. Follow me to meet the king. Danfeng carefully observed, not forgetting to check on Tiyuthi. Are you okay? Once the mist cleared, he stepped forward. I will go meet them. Tiyuthi discreetly pulled a deep black gem radiating power from her chest. She raised it above her head, and a swirling purple wind suddenly surrounded the precious gem. Danfeng was caught off guard by a powerful gust, struggling to ask, What are you doing? Suddenly, a figure in shining armor appeared out of nowhere, barking orders. You scoundrel! Guard! Tiyuthi remained unfazed by the chaos around her, raising her hand higher, the energy from the gem radiating stronger by the second. The general reached out, attempting to suppress that overwhelming force, spitting out a taunt. You think you can handle this? With that, the armored figure pressed his hand into the circle of power created by Tiyuthi's gem. A burst of white smoke erupted, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that clouded their vision. Moments later, the area was deserted. The armored general stood there, mouth agape, bewildered, questioning how it was possible for someone to vanish before his eyes with such strength. He ordered the soldiers around him, Quick! Search with all you have got. We can't let the legacy escape, or we will be the ones facing the king's wrath. The frightened townsfolk scattered in all directions, calling out to each other, Hurry! Inform the clan to mobilize for a full search. Someone shouted loudly, Notify the clan leader. We need reinforcements. Just say someone got the legacy and ran off. I saw them heading east chase after them. Somewhere in a mysterious valley, where towering stone cliffs loomed over the landscape. A pair of feet stood confidently on a branch. It was none other than our main character. He quickly exclaimed, "Do you guys know how much I hate being interrupted when I am trying to look cool? Someone tell me what is going on." Tumai stepped up to speak. "So what is the plan now? Without the elixir, I doubt revenge will be easy." The Anon chimed in. "I never expected Thanfong to get the legacy. Then he will have to refine the elixir." Tiuthli added, "But soon everyone will know Thanfong has the legacy. Even if he has the elixir, he won't be able to become the immortal king." Hearing this, Thanfong reassured them. "No worries. I can change my strategy again," he interjected. "Wait. You all need to pay attention. Even ignoring someone has its limits." Love the Anon shot him a glance and replied, "Thanfong, do not make me go after you. You can relax, just as long as you," he emphasized. "You say you want to force me to act." When Thannon could not retort, he finally said, "Thanfong, I hope you understand the situation. Even though you have master-level power, something unexpected might catch you off guard." Thanfong dashed off, shouting to everyone, "Be careful." The Anon stood back, observing for a long moment, then called out, "Wait!" But before he could explain anything, Thanfong swiftly threw a punch into his back, coldly and decisively. Thanfong's surprise attack sent Thin Nun flying back. Suddenly, the sky erupted like a bomb, and as Thanfong raised his hand high, he was stunned by the spectacle. Both Tiuthli and Tamao were equally amazed, watching him in shock. Thanfong approached Tikal and Tiuthli, who startledly asked him, "How is this possible? Aren't you at the master level? How can you be this strong?" Thanfong coldly slapped both women back to their senses and swore, "Damn it. You two. Did I give you permission to talk?" You crouch down, hands ready to strike, and in an instant, you land a crushing blow on both of them, sending Tu Mem and Tiuthli crashing straight into the sheer cliffside. Thanfong flexes his fingers. Voice steady. "I really want to know who gave you two the guts to act like this. You dare discuss your plans right in front of me. Clearly, you do not take me seriously." Over here, Tuko and Tiuthli are gritting their teeth, enduring the pain, while Thanfong adds fuel to the fire with more words. "If your explanation satisfies me, I might just give you a way out." But just as he speaks, he suddenly pauses, sensing someone lurking nearby. Out of nowhere, Divan Nun appears, hands poised as if ready to launch a surprise attack on Thanfong. A straight punch lands on his opponent. Thanfong, fueled by anger, retaliates with a devastating hit, causing Divan Nun to spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. Without hesitation, Thanfong coldly sends him flying into the rocky peak behind them, debris exploding in all directions. Looking at the aftermath of his work, Thanfong crosses his arms. Satisfied. You two are grown adults, yet you do not know your own limits. Seeing Thin Nun vanish, Tukami, who is helping Tiuthli up, contained help but furrow her brow in worry. The Anon rises, coughing violently as he slowly approaches, asking, "Who exactly are you?" Thanfong stands confidently before Tuum, Tiuthli, and Thin Nun, ready to make his move. "You want to live? It is not impossible. Let us play a little game. Choose one." He forces Thin Nun to decide. "Out of these two girls, you can only take one. The other will die. I will count to 3. If you do not choose, you all die." Thanfong raises a finger, his voice steady as he begins. Before he can reach 2, as Thanfong steps closer, Divan Nun responds, "I choose Tiuthli." With that, he coldly scoops up Tiuthli and strides into the depths of the forest, not even glancing back, leaving Tumo to stare at his retreating figure. Thanfong, witnessing the unfolding drama, is completely entertained. "Little fox, you have been abandoned. How does it feel?" But before he can finish, he suddenly gasps, a fierce golden light bursting forth before him, as a figure slowly emerges. Thanfong can't believe his eyes. "Holy crap, is that a fusion in this world?" Divan Nun returns, transformed into a powerful fusion state. A thick cloud of smoke envelops the area, obscuring Thanfong's vision. But Thanon strides out of the haze, radiating with vibrant golden energy. He declares, "It feels pretty good not having to hold back my strength." Thanfong, I admit, I underestimated you. Never thought you would reach the Grand Master level. Too bad your physical strength has only reached Master level, while my overall power has already entered the semi-dragon transformation realm. The gap between us is enormous. Release her, and I might spare your life." Hearing this, Thanfong is just a step away from laughing for 49 days at Thivin Nainun's overconfidence. He retorts, "Little brat, you are blowing hot air. I barely used any strength earlier because I was afraid I would kill you." Of course, the Anon does not believe it. He retorts, puffing up like a peacock, refusing to show his true strength. Dan Feng sighs in frustration, thinking, "It is my fault for making you think my mercy is a sign of weakness." Unfazed, the Nun confidently states that there is a saying that feels true. The sensation of not having to suppress one's power is pretty great. After witnessing true strength, he brushes aside the white smoke in front of him, exclaiming, "No way. This is the way to pressure the soul." He asks Dan Feng, who, despite being a master, can't compare him. "Who exactly are you?" The boy answers nonchalantly, "Who? I am your ancestor. The top of the food chain." Tumo makes a graceful arc towards Dan Feng, her eyes sharp and wide. She thinks he better not talk big. However, before she can even move to attack Dan Feng, he lands a punch that sends her flying, spitting blood before she even touches a hair on his head. Dan Feng walks slowly, calling out to Lithian Nan, as a mystical green smoke gathers. He says, "I do not know who you are, nor do I care about your schemes. But I do know one thing, the in Nevan." Struck hard. Spatters blood. Dan Feng binds him with a blinding light and yanks him high into the air. Then he declares, "It is you who should not have tried to deceive me. And you definitely should not think you can steal my rewards." Dan Feng grips the Nan's head tightly, adding ominously, "Remember this next time." The in Nevan, in unbearable pain, cries out. From afar, a loud voice echoes, "Do not kill him." As Dan Feng's magical hand reaches for Lel Thain Nan's shoulder, the voice grows louder. "Stop." Dan Feng stands there, arms crossed, listening to Temef, who lies defeated behind him, singing, "Do not." He scoffs back. "You not only think you can stop my soul power, but you can also move." The Nun is in agony, tears streaming, cursing, "Get lost. Scram. I do not need you to save me." Tukami, desperately grasping at hope, cries, "I absolutely will not leave you alone." Dan Feng, caught in the crossfire of the bickering couple, quips, "This is quite the dramatic farewell train ride in this alternate world. Not bad at all." He turns to Tian and says, "Clearly, you all tricked me first. And now you want to steal my throne as the King of Tranquility. It is because I am strong that you all failed. And now you are crying like I am the bad guy here." Then, Dan Feng threatens her, "I am this nice, and you are making it really hard for me." With both hands, he toys with the star-crossed lovers, causing them immense pain as they cry out in unison. Dan Feng, Tukami, helpless, is dragged across the ground by his magical hand, dazed and confused, wondering what on earth is happening. Finally, Dan Feng drops the star-crossed couple down in front of him. Atumu pleads earnestly, "Please do not kill him. He just wants revenge. He never meant to hurt you. If you want to kill someone, then just kill me instead." Luthian, still clinging to his pride, says, "Do not plead for him. A man must bear his own consequences. This whole thing was my plan from the start. If you want to kill someone, just kill me." Dan Feng strokes his chin, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Tumu presents a golden jade, earnestly stating, "I am willing to trade this sacred treasure of the Fox clan for his life." Dan Feng gazes at the scene before him, torn and uncertain. Tumov desperately tried to convince him. "The dark light curtain that transported you here is its power. Even a powerful dragon form warrior can't break it. You can see how strong it is." Lu Thin Nan sitting beside her was regretful. After all, that was her treasure. What was she doing? Ignoring the warning, Takuma boldly declared, "If you spare Love the Anine, I will reveal a secret to you about becoming a god." From her hand, a sharp knife materialized, and Tihomu confidently stated, "If you do not let him go, I will immediately sever my own life force, and you will never know that secret." Dan Feng, convinced, spoke up, "Fine. But first, you must answer some questions honestly. If your answers satisfy me, maybe I will show mercy for the secret about godhood." Tema replied, "Go ahead and ask." He furrowed his brow, then said, "Luthian, who are you really?" The Anon lowered his head and confessed, "I am the sole descendant of the Dragon King Ku Anu Long. My name is Getchu the Inon." Dan Feng asked again, "What about Lo Tiu Thai?" Tumi answered, "That is his flesh and blood clone. He used a forbidden technique to tear apart his soul and body to create it." Dan Feng's jaw dropped, eyes wide. He was in shock and could not believe his ears. Yelling back, after that revelation, Dan Feng felt his mind was blown. His eyes spun so much he had to shout out, "It is too much." He turned away, gagging as if he wanted to expel his entire insides. Once he gathered himself, Dan Feng wiped his mouth and asked, "Do you have some kind of illness?" "Creating a clone with a feminine trait," Tumil explained, "because the body forced the Nunchi Long's secret realm to open prematurely. He had no choice but to use an incomplete clone. Moreover, creating a flesh and blood clone is an ancient forbidden art. The time it takes to create a male version is longer. That is why." After hearing this, Dan Feng's face fell, like a long horse. He could only think to himself. So that pretender was low quality after all. And Tumif continued to plead. For the sake of the divine spirit and the secret scroll. Could you please let us go? Meanwhile, Dan Feng was deep in thought, stroking his chin. He replied, so it is impossible. I hate being lied to the most, he firmly stated. Anyone who deceives me must die. And that includes him. Then Dan Feng thought to himself. True. And that love interest too. But that guy is not human. He will soon turn into my plaything. I want to kill my own property. That logic holds up. Hearing this, Tumar was shocked and fearful. She helplessly dropped to her knees. Tears streamed down her cheeks. As she looked up, pleading with the heavens, just let him go, and I will agree to anything you ask. And Tumi choked out. Do not you enjoy visiting the brothels to find women? I am still a virgin maid. I am willing to become your servant and wholeheartedly serve you. Hearing this, the nun shouted to stop her. Tukami. Do not. He stood up and declared. Today I am with Dan Feng in front of so many people. It won't take long for the emperor to find out. Timi turned in shock, saying, I do not want you to die. Dan Feng watched the entire romantic scene with immense satisfaction. Thinking, is this fate? Or is the actor just too passionate? Tu Mon and Thivan Nan looked at him, startled and terrified. Dan Feng explained. This is all about the image of the old master. I need to clarify that I came to Tiangsang Lu to cultivate my Dao heart, not to chase after beauty. Today, seeing the two of you in such a close relationship, I will make sure you know the truth. Dan Feng slowly conjured a book with a flick of his wrist and said, the secrets and legacies of the Jade Dragon's secret realm are real, but there is no elixir of immortality. Tuko and Thin Nan stood up, staring at the book that unfurled above them like the yellow river. Then they heard Dan Feng's voice. This is the ancestral technique left by the divine alchemists. Read it for yourself before you speak. The Nan exclaimed in fear. This can be true. How is this possible? He widened his eyes, struggling to believe what he was seeing. Our ancestor was the greatest alchemist in the world, and our Han family is the foremost alchemy clan. The Nun clutched his head in madness. It is all fake. Meanwhile, Dan Feng stood there, eyebrows raised in disbelief. Could it really be this outrageous? Just empty fame. Isn't this just about your empty fame? Why make such a big deal? Tu Mil explained. He is worried for the lives of the entire Han clan. Dan Feng, hearing this, gritted his teeth in anger and retorted. So what? Tatuma slowly recalled. After Qiu Long died, the allure of the legacy and the elixir of immortality drew countless people to invade the Jade Dragon secret realm. But no one succeeded. So much time has passed that some people began to plot against the Qiu family, believing the Jade Dragon secret realm was a lie, and that the elixir of immortality and the divine alchemy techniques must be with the Qiu family. Who would have thought that those who once had good relations with the Qiu family would now turn on them? To say they were all wiped out is a bit much. Some members of the Qiu family managed to escape, living in hiding to evade their enemies. The world may be vast, but it can compete with human greed. They fled for a long time. But eventually, they were discovered by the disciples of Ling Yao Mountain. Dan Feng, hearing this story, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ling Yao Mountain. Aren't they the ones who said the divine alchemy techniques were just a scam? Why did they cling to this? The Nun replied. That old man is just a despicable name-dropping fraud. Tamai added. He says that to deceive the public, aiming to monopolize the Qiu family's treasures for himself. For years, Ling Yao Mountain has never ceased their search for the elixir of immortality. Dan Feng seemed intrigued by the tale and inquired. And then what happened? Tukami, sensing Dan Feng's interest, coldly demanded. If you want to know what happened next, you will have to make a deal. Upon hearing this, Dan Feng burst into laughter. Warning, spill it quickly, or I will send you both to the West Heaven. If your story brings me joy, I might just spare you a path to survival. Tu Mo and Thivan Anon, half believing, half doubting, asked again. Really? He replied loudly. Absolutely. With that, Dan Feng sat down, urging, hurry up and talk. Sitting is fine. Standing is exhausting. The Anandan started his tale. Once gentle, now fueled by vengeance. Because of Ling Yao Mountain's growing power, he thought about becoming the king of self-purification to fight back. Dan Feng, upon hearing this, was furious. That is just ridiculous. The audacity. Both Tu Mom and Nan looked bewildered. She lifted her head, fearfully probing. I am the princess of the Ha tribe. Than Kuchiu. When I was young, I was so playful that I sneaked out. Dan Feng leaned back and shot back. I have had my fill of this revenge plot. It is getting old. He thought to himself. I bet she is going to spill about how she was saved by Ku the Nan when she was in trouble. Right, he has always been there for her, nursing her injuries, and over time, she has developed feelings and does not want to go home. But her family is using his family to threaten her. Is she really going to say that she has stood up to her own clan for him multiple times? She even helped Lo Thanon escape from Lin Ddc Senen's pursuit, and assisted him in becoming Lo Thanon as the plot unfolded. Soon, they would face the big bad. In a critical moment, she threw herself to save him, winning him over. Leaving both To Ma and Nine in shock, he asked, "Could it be that you are the legendary seer who can predict the future?" Than Feng replied coolly, "Let me drop a bombshell for you. Your blood-soaked drama is over. Because I am the villain here." He questioned, "What do you want? A final showdown?" Just then, a spray of bright red blood splattered across Than Feng's face, startling him, as a woman pleaded desperately, "Please." Turns out, the Anon had stabbed himself in the throat, hoping to ascend quickly to the altar. Tukami, sitting beside him, gripped Than Kim tightly and declared, "If you want to die, then take me with you. Kill me first, and we will go together." The Anon choked out his final words. "Tukami, why are you so foolish?" The bloody Than Kim fell to the ground with a thud. The Anon held Tamai's bleeding hands and said, "Me living is just a joke. Let me." Can't you see that look of cruelty on his face? He wanted to spare us. He called her Emma, and hearing that made her happy as she settled into his lap and replied, "Okay." Than Feng sat on the sidelines, watching the drama unfold, feeling a mix of anger and exasperation. He scoffed, "Really getting addicted to this show. Ah, and that combo of two mice charm and those big eyes. Top tier." With that, he took a deep breath to regain his composure. He looked up at the sky, thinking about how much he missed Takamu, wondering how much she had learned. He recalled the image of her in a revealing outfit, alluring and graceful, making his heart ache with loneliness. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, his eyes narrowing in seriousness. Than Feng thought, "Tukami. Demon Enchanter. Love Demon. Now a demon envoy, yes. Lu Thanon is the envoy of the Demon Enchanter. What if he leads a bunch of love demons to come after me?" With that thought, he seriously activated his illusion technique. Tumo and Thivan and Nan, caught up in their act, were pulled into a tighter webbed space. Than Feng called out, "Tukami. Lu Thanon. Behave yourselves. Than Feng, swear to take control over you two. You will serve me without any double-crossing, or you will pay with your lives." The Na's brows furrowed, and he seemed taken aback, as if affected by something. Realizing the situation, he asked Than Feng, "What did you just do to me?" Than Feng stayed silent, as that was the first command. Capture all the demons in the demon prison of the Enga Kling district within 3 days. Tumo and Thivan Nan exchanged glances filled with confusion, unsure of what Than Feng meant. Than Feng did not respond. Instead, a shimmering wave of power radiated from him, his eyes glinting with a serious intensity. Suddenly, from that gaze, Tumo and Thivan Nan felt an irresistible pull, both rising to their feet. Ating Than spoke up. "Understood, Master. We will remember your orders. Get the Muller from room 6 on the first floor of the demon prison out safely. If she loses even a single hair, neither of you will have a life left to waste." "Got it." Takuma bowed her head submissively, replying, "Understood, Master." Than Feng nodded. "All right. Lu Thanon, you go ahead. Tukami, you stay." At that, he turned and walked off like a robot on command, while Timo remained frozen in place. Than Feng sat there, addressing to Myth, "I am letting you go with all the non-L, but you owe me a promise. Hand over the treasure of the Fox clan and the secret to becoming a deity." Hearing this, she pulled a rare black gem from her chest. She reported, "This is the treasure of the Fox clan, the Eye of the Celestial Fox, a high-grade spirit artifact with rare spatial attributes. The wielder can tear through space to move and can activate a spatial shield. It is a treasure for escape and defense." Tuma slowly brought it closer to Than Feng, who quickly took it, gripping it tightly in his hand. Gazing at the gem exuding power, Than Feng wondered, if the Eye of the Celestial Fox is so powerful, why did not you all use it to escape earlier? Tumi answered honestly, "Just now. Lu used it to teleport you and his avatar here. It is drained of energy now. It can be used again for a short time. It will automatically absorb spatial energy to recharge. But it will take about 3 days." Than Feng pressed on. "And what about the secret to becoming a deity?" She replied smoothly, "The ancestors of the Fox clan were true deities. They hid the secret to becoming a deity in the Fox clan's ancestral grounds. The Eye of the Celestial Fox is the key to unlock it." He asked further, "If you have the key, can you go check it out?" Tumi answered, "Our cultivation is not enough. We can enter. The ancestors once said that deities cannot be gazed upon directly, and neither can divine artifacts. There are divine artifacts in the ancestral grounds. And if the soul is not strong enough to reach the level of seeing the immortal without decay, Entering would mean death. Upon hearing this, Dan Feng's expression turned cold as he pondered. Seeing the immortal without decay. Sounds like it is meant for me. Looks like it is time for me to become a deity. With that thought, he closed his eyes and rested his hand over his mouth. Slowly contemplating. Then Dan Feng commanded to Kashimam. All right. You and Love They and Nun go capture the demons. I do not need you to serve me here. She obediently replied. Yep. Master. With that, Tuima left, leaving Dan Feng standing there, breathing deeply and thinking. He cheerfully pulled out a book from his chest and smiled with an enigmatic expression. The book unfolded once more. A tremendous wave of power began to surround Dan Feng. He reached out, donning the unawakened ring, and thought to himself, this tattered formation left by the Jade Dragon is such a waste of energy. Humanity is so small. They are willing to sacrifice themselves for a bit of power. How ridiculous. Then, Dan Feng's eyes widened, as a bright beam of light burst forth from his dark pupils. This was known as the Eye of Destruction. But after a moment, Dan Feng was halted by the intervention of an outsider. It was the demon god, lounging high above, looking down at Dan Feng with a curious gaze, and asked, Human, how much of your life force are you willing to sacrifice? Without a hint of fear, he boldly replied, I want to sacrifice all of my life force. The demon god, seemingly incredulous, asked again, all of it? Dan Feng answered firmly, Yep. All of it. The demon god, intrigued, remarked, Interesting. It has been ages since I have encountered someone willing to sacrifice their entire life force. He did not miss the chance to suggest. Little brother, if you are certain about this sacrifice, why do not we have a little wager first? What do you say? Though his words sounded polite, internally, he had his own agenda. It had been too long since he met someone so naive. He needed to entertain himself a bit. His gaze towards Dan Feng was unpredictable and cunning. Dan Feng, however, met that gaze with an expression equally enigmatic and serious. He spoke up to the demon god. You speak? Go ahead. The demon god interrupted him, reminiscing about the last time he saw a situation like this, which was 2,000 years ago when a woman sacrificed her entire life force to save her lover. Dan Feng pondered. Why does that sound so familiar? The demon god continued, sadly. That man, 3 years later, married a beautiful wife and completely forgot about his first wife. Dan Feng asked, So your wager is just to tell me stories? The demon god continued his tale. Oblivious. Every time a woman demands to sacrifice her life force to save her lover, Dan Feng thought, if I was not worried he would run off. I would really want to smash him. He looked up and yelled at the demon god. Can you hurry it up? I'm in a rush. With that, Dan Feng grit his teeth and began hurling stones at the demon god like cannonballs. He thought to himself, I am here to find someone to sacrifice my life force, not to listen to your stories. I have heard enough over the past 2 days. The demon god sat there, unmoving, being pelted with stones. He remarked, in such a hurry. Looks like your lover does not have much time left. Human emotions are truly fascinating. Sacrificing your life for someone else like that, Dan Feng commanded. Quit the chit-chat. Just calculate my life force already. With that, he threw another stone at him. The demon god caught the stone effortlessly in his palm. He replied, You only have 200 years left of life force. Your physical body and soul are quite interesting, but your cultivation is too low. Altogether, I will allow you to exchange for 20 years. Dan Feng found this hard to accept. He replied, My physical body is at the dragon transformation stage, and my soul is on the verge of immortality. How can you say I only have 200 years? We are on the same level as masters, are not we? The demon god clarified. The dragon transformation stage is merely a shedding of your life essence. You have not truly transformed. So even though your body is at that level, it is not a genuine transformation. He added, A soul can't be extended in life. It can only linger after you die. So your soul is not worth anything. Dan Feng frowned. Deep in thought, no wonder those people risk everything to train. It turns out that level is crucial. I need to buckle down and train hard when I get back. With that in mind, Dan Feng crossed his arms and replied, All right. Lord Demon, 20 years it is. Let us get this deal done. But inside, he was scheming. Just wait until you try to take my life force, you will see what I am really made of. The demon lord was pleased with his answer and channeled magic into the gem he held. Then, the gem was transported to Dan Feng, who accepted it, his mind racing with calculations. The gem grew larger in his palm, slowly absorbing energy. Its tendrils wrapped around Dan Feng's hand, stretching tight like a serpent. He watched the gem in action. Mouth agape, it was absorbing life force. A kind of energy collection before getting to work. Dan Feng smirked wickedly. Looks like today's your unlucky day. You want to get a dime from me. With that, he clenched his hand around the gem, causing it to shatter into a cloud of smoke. The demon lord was utterly shocked, Reeling back in disbelief and fury, his rage boiled over. Those arrogant humans would pay dearly for underestimating him. Danfeng chuckled with crossed arms. Come on. If you are going to talk big, you better back it up, he grinned. Feeling satisfied, thinking to himself, double the life force. Sweet deal. The demon lord hovered in the air and continued. What kind of human are you? Why is my weapon ineffective against you? Danfeng laughed mockingly. Lord Demon. How does it feel to realize you can take my life force, and instead got hit back? The demon lord grew even angrier, raising both hands to the sky, declaring loudly. Insignificant human. I do not care what your plan is. Today, you will pay for disrespecting me. Danfeng clenched his fist, smiling as if he had already achieved his goal. This fool wanted to try and kill him himself. Oh, this is going to be fun. Above the demon lord, a large gem was slowly absorbing energy. Preparing for a fierce attack. From the center of the gem, a giant eye emerged. The demon lord called it the Eye of Heaven's Path, and as it absorbed enough energy, a deadly red aura enveloped it. The demon lord declared, Damn the little world of Heaven's Path. If it were not for the distance, I could wipe you out with just a finger. He turned to Danfeng. And you pitiful ant, dare to insult a supreme being like me. Just wait. I will settle this with you. Danfeng crossed his arms, watching slowly as he proclaimed, You have run out of chances. From the Eye of Heaven's Path, a massive hand reached forward, but instead of targeting Danfeng, it shot out to swat the demon lord away, who yelled as he was blasted off. I will definitely come back to settle the score with you. Danfeng, assured of his victory, waved goodbye with a casual smile. See you later. The book appeared again in mid-air, floating before him. He took it, read through it, then sighed deeply. Around him, a surge of power from the book began to flow into him. The voice of the heavenly demon echoes, You insignificant ant. Do you dare to challenge me again? Danfeng responds calmly. Welcome back, he warns. Keep it down. Or do you want to attract the attention of the heavenly Tao? You would be wishing for a kick like a dog again. Hearing this, the heavenly demon grinds its teeth in anger. You insolent ant. Do you realize who you are talking to? Before the words can escape, Danfeng grabs the book and raises it high. He holds it up in front of the heavenly demon. Threatening. You scream again, and I swear I will destroy this scroll. The heavenly demon is furious but feels powerless. How dare you? Danfeng smirks. I already have a way to handle the heavenly Tao's gaze. You think I can't destroy this scroll? You think I can't stop you from finding your destined one? He throws the book into the air and adds. I have seen plenty of demons like you. All bark and no bite. If any of you stood by your word, I would have been a god long ago. You are just a coward who preys on the weak. Come on, make your move. I am here to sacrifice my lifespan. I am standing right in front of you, so hurry up. The heavenly demon hesitates. You need to establish a connection first. Danfeng conjures a spirit pill in his hand and replies. I almost forgot because of your annoying interruptions. That was the gem of the heavenly demon from before. Danfeng continues. Hurry up and take it. I want to sacrifice my entire lifespan. From the gem, a giant hand suddenly emerges in the air, swinging wildly without aim since it has no eyes. A circle of red light surrounds Danfeng. His eyes widen as he exclaims. Not only a buy one get one free, but add another 100 years. He is getting anxious. He is getting anxious. The heavenly demon responds helplessly. Not again. I still want to live for another 500 years. How could this happen? Frustrated, he grits his teeth, a massive question mark hovering above his head. No way. Why is my lifespan being snatched away? Who the hell are you? Danfeng teases. I am your father. Are you mad? If you are, come hit me. I want to sacrifice my entire lifespan. This time it is 900 years. How many more years are you planning to give your dad? The heavenly demon, feeling insulted, roars. I will kill you. He emanates a demonic aura, standing on a cloud in the sky, surrounded by a menacing black-red fire. Below stands Danfeng, his body glowing with fierce battle energy. Facing the heavenly demon head-on, he closes his eyes to savor the moment. Come on. I want to sacrifice my entire lifespan. The heavenly demon suddenly realizes Danfeng's scheme and turns to leave, making Danfeng anxious. Don't go. He looks back at him, mumbling, You insignificant ant. I have memorized your aura. Just wait. My true form will come to drag you into the heavenly demon realm and torture you forever. Danfeng spits on the ground in disgust, angrily shouting. Damn it. I knew all you heavenly demons are all show and no substance. Just a bunch of cowards. Below him, his book radiates a dazzling golden aura. Danfeng sees this and smiles in satisfaction. The book, now infused with energy, stretches out, a soft rustling sound echoing. Then, it wrapped around Danfeng's body with his chant. Lost in intense training, a sudden strong gust of wind distracted him, forcing Danfeng to open his eyes. He carefully surveyed the space around him, noting the wind swirling about. Dan Feng assessed that the weather was not too bad. In the expanse of land, a man was bowing his head, casting spells with utmost seriousness. After what felt like an eternity, Dan Feng glared at his hands in frustration and cursed. Damn it. This guy is not really coming. He concluded that the celestial demon must have recognized his aura. Suddenly realizing something, Dan Feng paused, sensing the atmosphere. He laughed heartily, thinking, right, calling on someone else should work. After all, the celestial demon remembers my aura, not someone else's. Then, Dan Feng refocused on his training. From his hands, a small fox spirit materialized, and Dan Feng tightly grasped its head. He then hurled it down forcefully. The fox spirit, terrified by the giant figure before it, stammered, "Master, do you have any orders?" Dan Feng coldly tossed it a book and commanded, "You take this scroll and summon the celestial demon for me." The fox spirit stuttered, Master, please do not sacrifice me. Just give me 3 more days. 1 day. Just 1 day is enough. I swear I will build a 3-story villa by the lake with a pool, a rooftop, and a garden of 1,500 square meters." Dan Feng shattered its dreams, saying, "Sacrifice you? Who do you think you are? What are you even dreaming about?" The fox spirit, confused, stammered. He added, "I told you to summon the celestial demon. Then I will sacrifice my entire life force to it." The fox spirit seemed to still not understand, its face blank like a confused goose. Dan Feng ordered it again. "What do you mean, huh? Get on with it. Stand where I just was," the fox spirit obediently replied. Yep. It bowed its head, carefully sniffing the aromas from the book before producing a strange, incomprehensible language. A mystical magic circle formed around it. The celestial demon appeared again, speaking, "You insignificant creature. How much of your lifespan do you wish to offer?" The fox spirit, startled, replied, "The celestial demon is beyond comprehension. I will not sacrifice my own lifespan, but I wish to offer all of my master's lifespan." The celestial demon, intrigued, inquired further. "Another one trying to betray their master. Where is your master?" Dan Feng, hiding in the bushes, stepped out slowly, clearing his throat dramatically before saying, "Right here. Your master's right here." The celestial demon, seeing him, roared in anger. "Damn it. It is you again. Don't you ever give up, you lowly human. Just wait until I catch you, and you will see." Dan Feng cut him off. "You mean torture me eternally? Can we change the dialogue here?" The celestial demon ignored his words and interrupted. "Do you believe I can kill you with my true form?" With that, the celestial demon enlarged its body, pointing a finger directly at Dan Feng. He squinted and said, "If you are so tough, then come at me." "Seriously? You are a celestial demon, but all you do is talk big without any real skills." The trial wolf stood there, feeling uneasy as it glanced sharply at Dan Feng, thinking to itself, "Who does this Dan Feng think he is? Doesn't he realize the trouble he is in by crossing the great demon lord?" Fearful, the trial wolf slowly backed away, hoping to escape. It thought, "If the great demon lord can take him out, then my brother and I are finally free." So the trial wolf, thinking it was clever, broke the silence, saying, "Great demon lord, I humbly offer him as a sacrifice. I want to offer up his entire lifespan." Hearing this, the great demon lord's anger boiled over. He roared, "You little ants dare to conspire against me." His eyes flashed with hatred and contempt. The great demon lord plunged his dagger into the ground and declared, "When my true form arrives, you little insects will be trapped in the demon realm, where you will suffer for eternity." With that, an unimaginable force surrounded Dan Feng. Then, a massive explosion erupted in the vast forest, white and red smoke slowly dissipating to reveal something within. It turned out that Dan Feng was standing right there, completely unharmed. Not even a blade of grass disturbed beneath his feet. Dan Feng closed his eyes, slowly savoring the power he had meticulously planned for, relishing the aura of the great demon. Just as he thought it might end, he frowned in frustration. "Damn it. This is getting stale." Seeing the great demon fleeing without looking back, Dan Feng shouted after him, "Hey. Next time, could you be a little more generous?" The great demon, mid-escape, gritted his teeth and stopped, turning to glare at Dan Feng standing on the ground. After clearly seeing every detail of his face, the great demon slipped into a magic circle and vanished. Dan Feng sighed. "Why run off so quickly? I am not some freaky demon." After all, with the great demon gone to another dimension, the magic circle faded away. Dan Feng lifted the trial wolf upside down, praising it. "Good job. I will remember you for later." With that, he looked ahead, calculating, after all this chaos, it is time to catch up on some sleep. And he thought about how he could create an elixir of immortality, and get some goodies from that old emperor. With that in mind, Dan Feng slowly cast his spell. The magic transported him to a place devoid of life, and he wondered aloud. Wait, where the heck am I? In the bustling district of Wudong. The crowd was wild and packed with soldiers raising their weapons. Shouting, "Look up at the sky." They gazed upward, their jaws dropping in shock as they shouted in unison. There is someone up there. A massive eagle burst from the magic circle, causing the soldiers to become extremely cautious. That eagle was Than Fong, looking down from above, judging the tiny humans below. Now this is what it is like to ride in style. Than Fong glanced at the eagle and thought, if that idiot at Lingju Mountain had not auctioned off everything and used this as collateral, who knows how long it would have taken me to feel this awesome. With that, Than Fong leaped down to the ground. He walked forward, each step resonating with seriousness and gravitas. Suddenly, Than Fong was startled. Looking ahead, a group of soldiers approached him, weapons drawn, demanding, "Who are you?" Than Fong silently raised a rare golden badge. He declared, almost shouting at the soldiers. Look closely. After realizing his true identity, the squad of soldiers quickly fell back. The people of Than stepped forward to greet, bowing respectfully with their fists pressed against their foreheads as they welcomed the great demon lord. Than Fong, satisfied, coldly walked past them. Suddenly recalling something, he paused in his tracks. In front of him, a bustling crowd of citizens of all ages was walking along the wide street. In the distance, a bulletin board caught everyone's attention with a poster showing a name that sounded so familiar: Than Fong, the demon lord. Rumor had it that this guy, notorious in Ma, was incredibly arrogant. And who would have thought that someone with the legacy of the secret dragon jewel would be so unknown? I heard that Than Fong was captured right on the spot. The emperor is waiting for the longevity pill to extend his life. Than Fong quietly approached the bulletin board, brushing aside two people who were discussing the matter, only to overhear another conversation from the other side. At that moment, the emperor was furious, mobilizing national forces to search for Than Fong. Hearing this, he was utterly stunned, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. Everyone was buzzing. The notice stating that anyone who found Than Fong, or provided a clue, would be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins. The search was on for Than Fong, the one with the secret dragon jewel legacy and the longevity pill. If anyone found him, they would get 20,000 gold coins. And if they provided a lead, 1,000 silver taels. Those with information should report to the county office in New Godong District. 10,000 gold coins. Who would not be tempted? But we have been stuck in Godong District all year, so do not get your hopes up about that gold. Just chilling is enough. Right. Right. Than Fong quietly tore down the poster with his face on it from the board, holding the paper with his face in hand. The crowd around him erupted, shouting, "He tore it down. He actually tore it down." He said nothing, silently turning to leave as everyone watched in shock and disbelief. Two guards by the roadside stepped forward and asked, "Are you the one who tore down the notice?" Than Fong replied, "That is right." One of the guards announced, "Young master, please come with us." The onlookers began to murmur, with a short-haired man remarking, "This guy must be crazy for money. Clearly, he has no idea how tough the world is." A long-haired man next to him chimed in, "And he dares to tear down the notice. I want to see him get schooled by the county magistrate." The crowd echoed in agreement. Exactly. People like him should be locked up for a couple of days. You think you can just tear up an official notice? What if someone actually has a lead? One guy even joked about Than Fong. How could that be? Our Godong district is huge. Not many experts are around, and asking to find the expert for the longevity pill. Dream on. His friend next to him responded. Just because you can't do it does not mean others can't. With that, the crowd dispersed. All right, let us break it up. Inside the county office in New Godong district, a loud voice rang out. "What? You are Than Fong. You came to claim your reward yourself." He answered confidently. "That is right." Than Fong thought to himself, looking at the naive expression on his face. He probably never expected this. He should have asked those two guards earlier if he could claim the reward himself. The magistrate slammed his hand on the table and stood up, saying, "Sir, you have already acquired the elixir of immortality and its secrets. Why bother with this little reward?" Than Fong did not beat around the bush. He asked straightforwardly, "Aren't you worried about making too much money?" The magistrate stammered in reply. "Not all." Satisfied with the answer, Than Fong thought, "Right. What if I do not get the reward?" He was cheerful. "But hey, I can always find someone to team up with." Then Than Fong put on a sinister face and threatened the magistrate. The magistrate trembled, fear in his eyes, and stuttered, "Es sir. What do you want?" "I have a wife. I am not here to compete with you." Than Fong replied, "I only like beautiful women. Do not put gold where it does not belong. You go tell your superiors that you found me. Then you can collect the reward and hand over the money to me." The magistrate was utterly shocked, asking back, "What, sir? Are you telling me to con the higher-ups?" The old magistrate pretended to cry. trying to pull the emotional card. Sir, I have my elderly mother and my small child. Then Feng cut him off. You think I do not know that tired old script from the movies? His hand was already holding a fireball, ready to throw it at the magistrate if he did not comply. If you do not do it, just think about the consequences. Once he finished speaking, Dan Feng demonstrated right in front of him with a move that shattered a large section of the wall. Debris flew everywhere. Dan Feng placed his hand on the head of the man clutching his leg, who was now trembling in fear, and asked, "What is it going to be?" The magistrate, as if on autopilot, responded mechanically, "Of course, I will comply. It would be an honor to serve you, sir." Just after saying that, Dan Feng kicked him into the corner of the room and said, "You need to understand what it means to be the iron-willed king. That is someone who can sit alongside the emperor. Half the reign of the Flame Dynasty belongs to me. Accusing me of treason, that is just a flick of my wrist." The old magistrate struggled to sit up, obediently replying, "I will listen to you." "Your Majesty," he eyed Dan Feng, thinking to himself, "Just because you got the elixir does not mean you can be cocky. If you can become the iron-willed king, you are going to regret it. If word gets out, they will blame you. The officials of Wudong are all in my pocket. I will throw him under the bus and watch how he handles that." The magistrate stood up and approached Dan Feng, asking, "Then may I invite you to rest at the county office while I finish up? You can head back to the demon suppression post after." Dan Feng threw an arm around his shoulder, responding, "Good. You are smart. Just do what I say, and I won't shortchange you." "Got it." After saying that, he turned to leave, and the magistrate obediently urged, "Sir, please come this way." From inside the room, a voice called out, "Want to eat?" Before he could finish, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from the sky. A surge of energy enveloped Dan Feng, causing the magistrate to stumble back in fear. He had not even finished his question when he nervously asked, "Are you okay, sir?" But inside, he had very different thoughts. "Serves you right. Who told you to be so arrogant? This time, I am sending you up there. All that gold is mine." Underfoot, the shattered debris caught the wind, revealing the blue sky above. Dan Feng's whole body felt like it was frozen in place, unable to move, radiating an eerie purple flame. He let out a long, deep breath, then turned and shoved the county magistrate aside. Above them, a commanding voice rang out. "Dan Feng, so you are really a person?" the magistrate insisted. "Come on." Dan Feng, he casually pushed the man to the ground, chuckling. "From the sound of it, you seem like an old acquaintance." Just then, New Tongue appeared out of nowhere, chiming in, "Definitely a person. We followed the aura of the spirit all the way here." "No doubt about it," Dan Feng said, crossing his arms, recalling uncomfortable memories. "You see, I was captured on the way, but a mysterious figure saved me. After that, he vanished without a trace. Then I came back on my own," he thought to himself. And looking at New Tongue, he had an idea. "I should use a handsome mask sometime and go out pretending to be that mysterious figure." He asked, "What do you know about this mysterious figure? Any special traits?" Dan Feng pretended to stroke his chin in thought and replied, "If I knew his identity, would I still call him mysterious? As for any traits, I remember he wore a long black robe and a mask. Beyond that, I know nothing." He secretly chuckled to himself, planning to use this chance to make a mysterious persona later. New Tongue recalled the time Dan Feng had kicked him in the face, feeling annoyed even now. Dan Feng spoke up again. "Could it be that when I described him, you thought of someone familiar? Or do you know this mysterious guy?" New Tongue cleared his throat, trying to break free from his embarrassment. "Describing someone so vaguely can apply to a whole bunch of people," he said. "I am just wondering if someone is trying to get their hands on the immortality pill you possess, staging this whole scene to catch you and then rescue them." Dan Feng slapped his chest and declared, "Don't worry, General. The legacy is still in my hands." Then he ordered, "Follow me. His Majesty is waiting for you. If you keep him waiting too long, you might find your reward turning into a punishment." With that, New Tongue vanished from sight. Dan Feng stood there, yawning, and said, "All right." He walked over to the county magistrate, patted his head, and commanded, "Don't forget to claim your reward for helping me. Once I am back after finishing my business, you will be rewarded." After wrapping things up, Dan Feng grabbed the thick rope. The force from above slowly lifted him up into the air. In the vast expanse of the lush mountains and forests, a gentle breeze blew through. New Tongue soared ahead, with Dan Feng riding on a giant board right behind him. He glanced at Dan Feng behind him and thought, "This guy is acting really weird. I should ask him about it. If there is a mistake, getting punished by the Emperor would be bad news." As the two flew side by side, New Tongue asked Dan Feng, "Did you really get the immortal pill and the divine alchemy?" Dan Feng casually replied. There is no immortal pill in the inheritance. Just the divine alchemy. New tongue. Not quite hearing him. Asked again. What? Dan Feng. You are so naive. Look at that clueless expression of yours. New tongue angrily challenged him. So you are guilty of treason. How do you plan to explain this to the emperor? Dan Feng crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly. Explain what? How could I possibly deceive the emperor? He continued. The Jade Dragon did not leave behind the immortal pill. It only left the divine alchemy, which can create the immortal pill. After saying that, Dan Feng turned away, smirking to himself. Doesn't the old emperor want to extend his life? When the time comes, he can just find the life-extending devil. New tongue pressed further. So how confident are you that you can create the immortal pill? Dan Feng confidently replied. 10 out of 10. As long as I have the right materials. He lazily sprawled out like an eagle, thinking to himself. Who would not take advantage of the emperor? The materials in the palace must be abundant. It is worth collecting some precious materials for pill making. In a critical moment, they could save your life. New tongue still wanted to know. How much have you grasped of the divine alchemy? Dan Feng coldly refused to answer. Reminding him, Don T asked, if you do, it is a perfect score. Just get me to safety. And you do not need to worry about anything else. New tongue kindly reminded him. The news about you inheriting the immortal pill and divine alchemy has reached the palace. Be extra careful when you enter. Dan Feng honestly replied. Got it. A massive eagle soars high in the sky, slicing through gigantic white clouds. Heading straight for the prince's palace. The prince is lounging back in his chair. Legs crossed. Listening to a report. Your Highness. We have just received word that the armored guards have escorted the ageless elixir, Qing Feng, into the imperial city. The prince listens calmly. With the armored guards now at the peak of their power, achieving the 6th tier of dragon transformation, we have no chance against them. As soon as he hears this, a surge of reckless pride ignites in him, and he shouts back furiously. What did you say? The guard quivers and drops to his knees, hands clasped together. He pleads. Your Highness. Partnering with demons is like inviting a tiger to skin you alive. We need to think long term. The prince, fuming, cuts him off. Shut it. Without a moment's hesitation, the prince strides up to the eunuch, delivering a powerful kick that sends the guard flying, blood spilling from his mouth. The prince is seething with rage, the fire of competition burning inside him. He barks, you worthless fools. Besides plotting for the long haul, what else can you say? I have been a prince for decades, and these years have felt like walking on thin ice. Always worry of my father and the council, seeing his father's life nearing its end, with the ageless elixir blocking his path. Damn it. They all deserve to die. Only the kingdom of 10,000 demons can save me now. With that, he strides toward the guard, grabbing him by the collar. Are you trying to stop me? Are you trying to harm me? Right. The guard trembles, his whole body shaking as he stutters. Your Highness. Spare me. The prince, furious, tightens his grip, shouting, you want to harm me? I won't let you lay a finger on me. It is either my death or yours. The guard, terrified, begs for mercy. Your Highness, spare my life. Then, the prince tosses the guard aside and, striding away, declares, listen up. Anyone who dares to take my orders to the kingdom of 10,000 demons to eliminate the ageless elixir's successor will be handsomely rewarded. Scene shifts to a sunlit forest where the morning rays shine brilliantly. A procession of attendants carrying a palanquin walks along the path. Inside the palanquin, a vibrant voice rings out. Like flowers. Like gems. My little beauty. The one inside is none other than King Feng, accompanied by a stunning maiden in attendance, making him chuckle with delight. He pulls back the curtain, relaxed as an artist enjoying the myriad of flora along the way. Suddenly, a streak of red light dashes through the air, flying straight toward King Feng's palanquin, throwing the attendants into chaos. Qing Feng, previously in a blissful mood, is suddenly jolted, his head banging against the window with a yelp. What the hell? Who dares to intrude upon my territory, the Great Flame King's domain, and steal my palanquin? Realizing something, he furrows his brow and thinks, could it be demons after all? Qing Feng opens his system, muttering, there is always a reason behind every grudge. I will find the one responsible for this. He puts on a black mask, grinning as he adds, might as well enjoy a good fight. Qing Feng pulls back the curtain again, cheerfully proclaiming, I hear the ageless elixir's successor has made an appearance, and I am here for a little taste test. Subordinates, attack. 4 more streaks of red light hurtle toward King Feng's palanquin, causing even more mayhem among the crowd. He accidentally falls back into the bushes by the roadside. Amidst the swirling white smoke, Qing Feng gradually disappears. From another place, Then Feng suddenly appeared. He coldly declared, "You think I am just going to show up like this without consequences? Do you understand?" With that, he pointed dramatically at the sky, accusing, "You are the mastermind behind all this chaos." Above, Ranai exuded a terrifying force. Suppressing everything around him, he laughed heartily and said, "This is the immortal elixir, and with me here, you won't be going anywhere." Then Feng carefully observed him and concluded, "Your silence is an admission." Suddenly, a hand from behind landed on Than Feng's shoulder. Natang spoke up, reminding him, "Than Feng, you can't take him on. Get back to safety. We will handle the rest." The crowd around them nodded in agreement, urging, "Yeah. Hurry back. Don't you worry. We will protect you. Nothing will happen to you." But Than Feng was infuriated. Thinking they were underestimating him, he turned around, his gaze stern. "I will count to 3. Let go." He counted slowly, and as Nunchutang released his grip, Ano looked forward and commented, "Such a powerful soul force. Even I can't match it. Who exactly is this guy?" The birds flying around scattered in panic from Manhwa has overwhelming power. Than Feng shone with caution and confidence as he began to chant a powerful spell. A massive energy surged from his hands, forcing everyone nearby to step back. Then, he raised both hands high, releasing an even greater and wider wave of energy. Honha watched in shock and confusion at this spectacle. He wondered, how is this possible? He is not even at the 8th level of key gathering. After carefully assessing the situation, Hano decided to deal with the nuisance. Than Feng kicked away the surrounding Naha guards, glanced at Hawana, and declared, "Now it is your turn." Than Feng carefully rotated his ankle and took off running. He extended his arms to the sides and sprinted forward with all his might. He warned Hawana, "You still have time to apologize." Upon hearing that, Hakula stammered, "Well, what are you saying? Afraid of a useless 8th level Kui gatherer?" Than Feng's eyes glowed with a sinister and terrifying red. He smirked, filled with venom, and said, "I already gave you a chance, so do not blame me." With that, Than Feng unleashed a torrent of insults that seemed to flow endlessly from his mouth. "You are a worthless loser, and your precious hair has been crushed by me. I know you are ugly. What else is new?" After his insults echoed into the clouds, Than Feng declared, "Today, I am going to wipe the floor with you. Consider it a cleansing." Akonha burst into laughter at that. He summoned a flock of black crows to his side and replied, "You dare disrespect me? I will kill you." The black crows flapped around, caught up in the entertainment of the Fire Master. They obeyed the command and swooped down to attack Than Feng. As one got closer, Than Feng's eyes sparkled with readiness. The Fire Master continued to control his obedient birds. From Than Feng's position, a massive explosion erupted, sending flames bursting out in all directions, like a conductor. Han ordered, "Quickly activate the teleportation array. Escort Than Feng out." Everyone followed orders. "Yep, General." Than Feng stood behind like a shield, and prepared to unleash his move. Then said, "The enemy before us is terrifying. The atmosphere thick with danger. Is it just my imagination?" Just then, Than Feng touched Han's shoulder, catching him off guard. He spoke up, "Step aside from me." Than Feng was weighing his options. "I want to get hit," and immediately refused. "No way. Protecting you is my duty. Don't you worry. I won't let this demon hurt you." Than Feng reassured him instead. "Don't you worry. My soul power is stronger than yours." Han was adamant. "Well, that does not matter." Just then, Han unleashed a powerful burst of fire. Everyone quickly formed a protective circle around him and Than Feng and reported back, "General, the teleportation array is ready," and gently took Than Feng's hand, lifting him up like a princess. He cradled Than Feng in his arms like a romantic scene from a boy love story. Than Feng was bewildered, swearing, "Enemy, do you even know what is happening?" and did not reply, quietly stepping forward. Then, he held Than Feng close, ready to flee. Than Feng regretfully cried silently, hands clutching the back, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. Suddenly, something fell out, and Than Feng gasped. It was my experience pouch. In that moment, the space was left with only the Fire Master standing alone, as if he had just been dumped by his lover. Silent, with no one else around but him lost in thought. The scene shifts to a distant mountain, where everyone was trying to escape but suddenly realized, "Oh no, we forgot to teleport the carriage." The 3 henchmen discussed how young master should meet the emperor. "We're a young master and the general." They entered the teleportation array first. "Let us go check it out." One of the guards, like Tung, remarked, "Young master and the general are together, so they probably won TB." A man in a white robe with a round face announced, "Something's happening. Something's happening." Ting, lying on the ground, jolts awake. Than Feng, who is being suppressed by him, is just starting to come around. He gasps in horror, grinding his teeth. Wondering, whose butt is this? As soon as he realizes the owner of that round backside, Dan Feng jumps up, swearing and panicking. Everyone around, who was chatting, stops and stares at him with eyes full of confusion and malice. Dan Feng bolts out to an open area, hands on his knees. Panting heavily, a white-haired man rushes over, breathing heavily, saying, "Listen to me. It is terrifying." Oh boy. Before he can finish, Dan Feng stealthily approaches, hand on his shoulder, making him jump and scream. Dan Feng is just as startled by the white-haired guy's reaction and cautiously asks, "I just wanted to know." His eyes suddenly turn cold, like daggers, as he demands to know how to get back. Just then, Tongue pops up like a leech in front of Dan Feng, reminding him, "Young master, give them a way out." Tongue reiterates, "If we do not head to the Imperial Palace today, they will all be buried with us." Dan Feng, annoyed, replies, "Fine. If you won't let me go back, then I won't." He turns to his entourage and asks, "Without a palanquin, how do we leave?" They confidently reply, "We will make one." Hearing this, Dan Feng lowers his head, contemplating. He thinks, "I can shake off these fools. Once we get back to the Imperial Palace, I will consider finding a way to deal with all this." With that, he obediently sits under a tree while Tongue stands guard beside him. A while later, Tongue's group brings a brand new palanquin and announces, "Young master. General. It is." They place it in the middle of the open area, grinning like they just won the lottery, while the palanquin itself is crooked and patched together with dozens of ugly little wooden pieces. But before they can use it, suddenly, the palanquin explodes, shocking everyone around Ting. A chilling breeze sweeps through, amplifying the eerie silence as everyone witnesses the palanquin burst without knowing why. From the dispersing smoke, they discover a man lying amidst the wreckage of the exploded palanquin, leaving everyone astonished. Hake Feng orders his subordinates, "Capture him. That is Dan Feng. Do not let him escape." Dan Feng looks towards him and suddenly realizes something. Just as Tongue rushes out from somewhere, blocking Dan Feng's view, he shields Dan Feng, anxiously saying, "Young master, there are too many enemies. Hurry." But Dan Feng, on the contrary, does not seem to care about that. He quietly sits, contemplating. It seems the masters are heavily injured. There is no way to set up a teleportation formation now. Tongue is still focused on his mission to protect Dan Feng. He reminds Dan Feng, "I will hold them off. You go ahead." Dan Feng stands up next to Tongue and repeatedly asks him, "What kind of demons at the master level could cause such casualties among you? So how are you going to protect me? Are you sure I won't get dragged into this? If you keep blocking me, I will take you all down with me." Hearing the chat between Dan Feng and New Tongue, Hak Feng's rage boiled over. He felt utterly disrespected. His eyes blazed red, radiating a fierce battle lust. With a sly smile, Hak Feng advanced on Dan Feng, ready to strike. He confidently declared that the arrogant would pay the price. New Tongue quickly tried to push Dan Feng away, but he stood firm, his eyes glowing with magical circles, gearing up to hypnotize Hak Feng. His gaze sharpened, serious as ever. Dan Feng commanded, "Anil." The moment he heard the order, Hak Feng's every movement was instantly suppressed, his heart pounding like a drum. Those around him were utterly bewildered by his statue-like stance. His subordinates exchanged confused glances, wondering what was happening. The boss is being controlled. We need to help him. But before they could take a single step, Hak Feng yelled with all his might. Fear washed over his face as he ordered his men, "Dante, come here." His red eyes were filled with helplessness, terror, and a haunting silence. The subordinates behind him seemed to be bound by an invisible thread, writhing in pain and forgetting that their master stood powerless in front of them. Meanwhile, Dan Feng continued his spell, commanding Hak Feng, vomited out. Anil. Reluctantly, he fell to his knees, the thud echoing as he obeyed. What did he do wrong? Hak Feng looked at Dan Feng as if he were a deity. He stammered in response, "I am not wrong." Dan Feng leaned down, placing a hand on his shoulder, and asked softly, "Then why do you keep bothering him?" Hak Feng shyly admitted, "I was wrong." He knelt down, banging his head on the ground, pleading desperately, Please spare me." Hak Feng recited the familiar line of 1,001 beggars before him. "I have an elderly mother and a small child. Please, give me a chance to live." Dan Feng rolled his eyes. It is always this line. He lifted Hak Feng's chin, forcing him to look straight into his eyes, then declared, "I will spare you." Hak Feng gazed at him, pleading, Master. Dan Feng fell silent, asking, "Then who spares me?" In Hak Feng's eyes, Dan Feng seemed to blaze with an intense fire as he knelt before him, surrounded by the fallen enemies. Great master, just spare me. I will do anything you want." Hak Feng's tear-streaked face was lifted by Than Feng. It is too late to realize now he was shedding tears. But you remained cold and distant, saying, "Watch it. Do not mess with me." As soon as the words left your lips, Than Feng laughed maniacally, unleashing a powerful surge of energy as he glared at him. Just like that, the attack went straight for Hak Feng's head, while Tung watched him suppress his pressure. At that moment, a strange blue light enveloped the sky, leaving everyone in awe. After wiping out the evil spirits, Than Feng quickly descended to the ground like Tung. He shot a glance at General Iv beside him and ordered, "Hurry. Collect the valuables from these corpses for this king. Now." Even for gold, he would not dare defy your command. Like Tung immediately replied, "Yep, my king." While he pondered, this guy does not follow the usual rules. His strength is unfathomable. It is best not to provoke him. We will deal with other matters back in the capital. Than Feng then ignored him and turned to leave, seeing like Tung silently watching him as if he wanted to ask something more. You waved him off, saying, "Take a break." After saying that, you casually sat down, leaning against a tree, pretending to be deep in thought. After a while, worn out from fighting the evil spirits, Than Feng quickly fell asleep. Time flew by like a dog running down the street. Just a moment ago, it was still night. Now, you were sitting in a palanquin carried by 4 men. Than Feng relaxed inside, enjoying the serene atmosphere around him. After sitting for a while, you began to pull out your rings to count them. Each ring contained a plethora of treasures. Looking at them, Than Feng could not help but scoff. No wonder these monsters resorted to robbery. They are so broke. A bunch of them could not even scrounge up a decent spirit item. Then you took out all the loot, shrugging it off. Well, it is too bad for you guys. You are dead now. I will make sure to feed you better in your next life and hunt you down again. Sipping your drink, you scoffed, not even sure what kind of worthless monsters you are. What could you possibly offer? Just then, a menacing laugh echoed. Well, we meet again. The Eternal Youth Sect. Than Feng was taken aback. Outside, a strange figure blocked the soldiers in front of him. The one approaching was Havana Taoist. Raising his hand and tightening his internal energy around those in front, all the onlookers were ordinary folks. And of course, they froze before his overwhelming power. Your palanquin exploded in a fiery blaze. Then, a Taoist quickly leaped toward the palanquin where Than Feng sat. You sat calmly inside the palanquin, while his aura surged violently. After gathering yourself, Than Feng pointed at Taoist's face and shouted, "Hey, it is you again." Afana laughed maniacally. "It seems like Tung has already been killed by me, and your guards are all dead too." He threatened, "If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I am in a good mood today. I might just spare your life." Than Feng surveyed the sea of corpses. A smart guy indeed, he did not confront head-on, opting instead for a sneaky poison. And pointed straight at him, clearly trying to prevent anyone from slipping away with whatever formation they had. After all, it took him a lot of effort to track them down yesterday. Than Feng smirked slyly, teasing that Hen must have some elixir of immortality to offer him. Hen quickly replied, "Definitely." Than Feng then focused his internal energy, confidently declaring, "But I will need to test if you really have the skills to back that up." He closed his eyes, channeling his internal energy. This was his secret technique, the unbreakable spirit. This move sent a wave of fear through the Fire Serpent Elder, who leaped away in a panic. The Fire Serpent Elder covered his face with both hands. Bewildered by the terrifying aura emanating from this guy, he swore to himself, "I can back down. Not even for the sake of that treasure." At this moment, Than Feng's body continued to unleash a massive torrent of internal energy, like a raging river. From within him, green hands writhed and thrashed like a swarm of angry worms. The fire-toothed Taoist was taken aback, thinking, "What on earth is this?" Than Feng did not respond. He moved his body, and those hands immediately lunged toward the Taoist master. Naturally, he would not back down. 2 hands with sharp claws quickly formed a protective seal around him. In an instant, a powerful force enveloped the fire-toothed Taoist, shielding him from Than Feng's assault. He felt a chill of fear. The strength of this person was too terrifying. Right now, I can match up to him. Things are getting tougher. The fire-toothed Taoist thought. It seems I have to go all out for a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he tensed up, the veins in his wrists wrapping around his body. A colossal surge of internal power gathered above the fire-toothed Taoist, forming a large fiery circle. Than Feng looked at him, feeling a rush of excitement inside. "You want to fight me?" Immediately, Than Feng raised both hands as if inviting him to come at him. Fire-toothed Taoist thought Than Feng was underestimating him, and he roared in anger, "Do not get too cocky." In an instant, he unleashed a furious strike toward Than Feng, radiating intense heat. Just like that, he was engulfed by the flames. If he were an ordinary person, he would be lost for good. Just as Than Feng had hoped, that attack boosted his attributes right away. Yet it seemed Than Feng was still not satisfied. He frowned and asked the system, "Is that it?" Hearing his words, The system replied succinctly. That is it. Hearing this, he glared at the fire-toothed Taoist with disdain. This useless demon. And the system honestly chimed in. Yeah. Totally useless. As soon as the system finished speaking, a massive surge of energy manifested around him. The fire-toothed Taoist looked over, his mouth agape in fear. Drenched in sweat, a gust of wind surged, howling directly toward him. Things were beyond the comprehension of the fire-toothed Taoist. Then Fong, like a demon, charged forward and punched him square in the stomach, causing the fire-toothed Taoist bones to feel like they were shattering. His face was also deformed by the blow, and of course, that wretched demon could not retaliate. Finally, Than Fong's finishing blow sent him flying back, crashing hard into a tree. Blood from the fire-toothed Taoist dripped down Than Fong's hands, and his gaze was as cold as death itself. The fire-toothed Taoist could not hold back any longer and spat out blood, feeling as if he was about to reincarnate. After all, being a demon, he could not accept this humiliation, so he gathered his internal energy. The arms of the fire-toothed Taoist quickly transformed into sharp weapons. He was no longer in human form. In just a moment, he had transformed into a birdman, his body covered in feathers. The fire-no Taoist scrutinized him, sensing his 8th-level key-gathering realm and the powerful soul force he emitted, with a physical form that had transformed into a dragon at the 1st level of heaven, plus that strange fire control ability kid. Who the heck are you? Than Fong glared back, saying, I am the real deal. The one who wrote the rules. Your internet language, dad. What flavor do you prefer? The fire-no fumed. You arrogant little punk. I am a 6th-level dragon transformation. I was just messing with you, and now you have really ticked me off. I have sealed this place. Unless you can take me down, you are not getting out of here. Faced with his overwhelming presence, Than Fong remained unfazed. Sure. Whatever you say. Then, he rubbed his hands together with a sly grin. Are you done? If so, it is my turn. Than Fong pulled out a magical pill, adding, Old man, do not come crying to me later. Don't tell me I am bullying you. A sphere of power instantly appeared, encasing Than Fong. The pressure was intense. You could say the fire-no Taoist was a formidable monster not to be underestimated. His entire body was enveloped in a purple light from Than Fong. But instead of fear, he felt triumphant. This place is sealed by me. Unless you defeat me, you can escape. In just a moment, the fire-no Taoist broke free from Than Fong's grip. Muttering, arrogant little brat. Than Fong felt a sharp pain, gritting his teeth as he endured. Suddenly, the fire-no Taoist flapped his wings and charged at Than Fong. He thought, is he really coming for me? Looks like he is at the 6th-level dragon transformation. I wonder how many hits it will take to elevate me from mid-level black dragon to the next tier. Over here. The fire-no seemed anxious that Than Fong might escape. He launched himself quickly, shouting. As soon as he said that, a heavy blow struck Than Fong from behind. Just like that, the fire-no's power quickly engulfed him. He thought Than Fong was defeated and felt smug. This is what an immortal's disciple is like. You were so cocky earlier. Now you are backed into a corner. Cat got your tongue. Than Fong was getting impatient, thinking, he does not plan to hit me. Why is not the system reacting? Watching those monstrous attacks. He sighed. I thought if he transformed, I would get something new. Turns out, a monster is just a monster at this point. He lost all patience and channeled his inner strength, thinking, if I would known, I would not have held back. A barrage unleashed from Than Fong, sending the fire-no flying backward. He looked at Than Fong, still dismissive, saying, you tiny human, your weak power is not enough for me. But before he could finish, Than Fong sent him soaring through the air. Turning to face him, the fire-no was stunned. What is going on here? At that moment, he looked at Than Fong differently, realizing, 2nd-level dragon transformation. How did he get so much stronger all of a sudden? Was he hiding his true power this whole time? Than Fong knew his enemy was afraid of him. He stood tall, grinning with pride, wondering if they still thought of him as just a tiny human. Spotting the dragon behind him, Hana was startled and immediately leaped away to dodge, letting go of his arrogance. Hana felt a twinge of fear mixed with a suffocating aura. He watched as each strand of his fur began to fall from his body, unable to suppress the rising panic. Then, Hana was sent flying once more by Than Fong. His dragon feathers shot out like needles. But Than Fong quickly snatched them up, smirking as he said, Didn't you say I was weak? Let me show you who the real powerhouse is. Seeing his own feathers unable to harm Than Fong, Ana could not believe his eyes. How could this be possible? At that moment, the system notified Than Fong that he gained points from that attack. Startled, he quickly released the red feather, thinking, did not I just say it was useless? The reason he got points this time was that Hao Nai's form and attack style had changed, along with his own attributes. Than Fong broke into a smug smile, thinking, so I can harness multiple attributes of Yoku Mai in the future. The system replied, In theory.
Yep.
But it depends on the situation. Then Feng was secretly thrilled. He understood. Slowly, he walked closer to Hana, saying, "Come on. I have never seen an enemy so eager to get hit." Na froze. Of course. He had no idea about Than Feng's deal with the system. Feeling humiliated, he lashed out, shouting, "Don't he get too cocky?" Immediately, those feathers flew toward Than Feng. He told himself, "Fine. I will take the hits. Let us do this." And just like that, realizing Hana's attacks actually worked, Than Feng stopped dodging. Indeed, this time it was effective, and the system continued to grant points to Than Feng. Manhwa watched him, bewildered, thinking, did I pick the wrong script? Why is he standing there like that? After taking a beating, Than Feng finally spoke up.
Me.
Who would be thought? He tilted his head and asked Hadana, "Do you have any other forms?" Manhwa was confused by Than Feng's question, but he replied honestly, "That is it. Just one human form and one original form." Hearing this, Than Feng finally got the answer he wanted and began to gather his inner strength. He looked at Hana coldly, like a judge passing sentence. "All right, you are useless now." As soon as he finished speaking, Than Feng dashed towards Asuna, who was still in shock. But of course, Than Feng would not wait for him to catch on. He unleashed a flurry of blows, sending feathers flying everywhere. Efonana, battered by the relentless onslaught, looked like a drenched bird. Every strike from Than Feng was a lethal blow, and Haruna quickly realized he could not take it anymore. In that moment, he had no choice but to let Than Feng do as he pleased. The dragon form behind Than Feng emerged, and Haruna felt like a helpless bird caught in the rain. He knew he could not fight back, so he quickly sought a way to escape. Hanha was secretly alarmed, realizing that in such a short time, he had gone from the second layer of the dragon realm to the third. This kid was strange. He could not keep fighting, but looking at you, he knew he could not run far, so he had to turn back. The wings of Akhana folded together with a loud crack. As he gathered his inner strength, preparing to strike, Ana's entire body radiated a heavy, ominous energy. He looked at you and said,
"Kid."
"It is." Than Feng was not afraid. Instead, he was completely stunned. There is still a surprise. Instantly, that black smoke enveloped Than Feng. Graha continued, "I forgot to tell you. I can't kill your minions with poison." As he fought, he added, "After they get poisoned, they will die by my hands this noon." His cold voice directed at Than Feng said, "You can enjoy this too." But just then, a booming voice echoed. "Yin gives rise to sound. The ghostly flame of the underworld." "Wait, you did not get hit." Than Feng stood on the ground, staring up at the massive round shape. Yet, he remained calm and said, "Looks like I was a bit careless earlier." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, resembling a rocket, shaking the ground violently. The system continuously awarded points to Than Feng, and on top of that, he gained a new power from the rubble. Than Feng stepped out, excitedly asking, "How many forms do you have left?" Seeing Than Feng unscathed, Ana could not believe his eyes. "No way." Than Feng raised his fist and grinned mischievously. "I will answer your question." Then he asked, "Pay attention now." With that, he gathered his inner strength in his palm and commanded, "Where's the fire?" A large, mystical purple flame appeared, ready to launch an attack. Standing before this dark inner strength, Than Feng shouted, "Yin gives rise to sound. The ghostly flame of the underworld." From within, a pure white lotus blossomed. This could be called the purest flower in hell. The massive lotus flew toward Hana, catching him off guard. At this moment, Hana felt fear as Than Feng shouted, "Gather." His two wings instinctively folded together. Yet, the inner strength grew stronger, becoming a force capable of devouring everything. Terrified, Akano tried to flee, thinking, "Forget this game. He panicked, singing, "I will take your life. I am not stupid enough to stick around for that." But after running a bit, he was shocked to see what lay ahead, and just like that, in midair, it felt like there was an invisible wall. He barely ran for a moment before crashing painfully into it. Akona's head spun, the pain making him dizzy. Than Feng smirked, taunting his opponent. "Can't you see the path?" Witnessing his expression, Hanoha was in total panic. He would never faced a foe this terrifying before. Of course, Than Feng would not let him escape. He leisurely pursued Havana, once again channeling his inner strength, preparing to strike. Within that beam of light, the lotus turned aggressive, as if it wanted to swallow Hava whole. Now, he was like a frightened little bird, hiding his face with his wings as Than Feng's power loomed closer. The white lotus kept growing larger and larger, and Hana found himself unable to run or dodge. Completely powerless, Than Feng was gleefully playing with him, clearly enjoying seeing Ha's fear. After the playful banter, Than Feng bent down and hurled the massive white lotus at Hadna now. He struggled to brace himself with both hands. But of course, Than Feng's strength was just too overwhelming. Blood sprayed out. And Havana felt like he was on the brink of collapse, unwilling to give in. Shouting. Suddenly, the heavy burden vanished, leaving Havana utterly bewildered. Hana stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Than Feng with an expression of pure shock. Than Feng moved closer, his voice icy as he asked, "Do you want to live?" Hamharo straightened up, eager to survive. Than Feng smirked. "Good. Let us get back to our original question. How many forms do you have? Or to ask it differently, what is your true form and your human shape? Is there a third form?" Aquila stammered. Is there another form?" Than Feng ruffled his hair and said, "I forgot. You monsters have no culture. Fine. I will go and think of a way to educate you." Then he pointed at Hana and coldly commanded, "Now get up and hit me." Akono trembled, his voice cracking as he stuttered, Seeing Havana's cowardice, Than Feng slapped him hard and threatened, "Are you going to hit me or not? If you do not, I swear I will chop you up for soup." His voice boomed with intensity. "I am asking you again. Will you hit me? Your life is dangling on the edge of a knife, with no other choice." Hana gritted his teeth and nodded, his face pale as he muttered, "I guess I have to." Than Feng grabbed him by the neck, clearly instructing, "Hit here." "Got it." Aquila stammered. "Got it. Got it." He hesitated for a moment, his eyes wide in confusion, clearly still not understanding what was going on. Following Than Feng's directions, Hama now attempted to cast a spell on his back. When he saw that his movements were still sluggish, Than Feng exploded in frustration. "Have you eaten today or what?" His words hit like a lightning bolt. And Hefyao no Hai genuinely could not comprehend what was wrong with the person in front of him. He was not putting up any resistance. Seizing what felt like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Hana decided to unleash all his strength. Thinking smugly, "This is your own fault. Do not blame me for being ruthless." Hamoa lunged at Than Feng, radiating fierce energy. "Die already." After this blow, the system immediately displayed a notification. But it was not what he had hoped for. Why had not he leveled up? Was Eftarna hitting too hard, causing his points to drop? Seeing it still lacked power, Than Feng ordered Hana, "Keep hitting. Faster. You are too slow. What are you waiting for?" But before Hanana could follow through, he whimpered, "It hurts too much," leaving Than Feng utterly baffled, unable to tolerate the uselessness of the fire demon any longer. Than Feng punched him hard, shouting, "I told you to keep fighting. So why are you whining about the pain?" The fire demon knelt on the ground, terrified, and said, "I will fight. I promise." Than Feng was relentless, snapping at him, "Put some muscle into it. Haven't you eaten today?" Time dragged on like a torture session, and before long, the sun was directly overhead. Half an hour later, Than Feng and the fire demon stood there frozen in time, one pouring out punches, the other just soaking it all in. After a long while, the fire demon was sprawled out on the ground, utterly defeated, with tears streaming down the fire demon's face. Than Feng cackled with glee, his eyes gleaming as he neared the fulfillment of his wish. "I can feel it. Just a little more. Come on, hit me again." Hearing this, the fire demon quickly bowed his head, trembling and pleading, "My lord, please do not make me hit anymore. I might just die. Have mercy on me." Of course, that was not going to fly. Than Feng frowned, stressing each word. "Don't waste time. One last hit. Hurry up. I am stuck here, feeling like I am about to explode. Come on. I am losing my mind here." The fire demon was gasping. "My lord, I am all out of strength. I can't take any more." Than Feng glared down, fire igniting in his icy gaze. "You fool. Either you hit me, or I will drag you off to soak in vinegar. Pick one." With no other choice, the fire demon gritted his teeth and sighed. "Fine. I will hit." Even with no energy left, the fire demon had to muster the will to stand up, or he would be done for. Using his last bit of strength, he charged at Than Feng with all he had. Their collision was indeed powerful, but it still did not meet Than Feng's expectations. The blue sky, white clouds, and flying birds painted a picturesque scene. But it was all just a backdrop for the chaos. But contrary to the beauty around, a voice rang out filled with disdain and frustration. Than Feng glared at him, fully contemptuous. "Is this what a demon looks like when they are getting beaten? What kind of demon are you?" The fire demon leaned against a rock, panting and muttering, "Damn it. I will take the long way around next time I come to your place." At that moment, the system announced that Than Feng had upgraded to the high-level immortal dragon body. Inside him, it felt like his entire body was being electrified, power surging like waves crashing on the shore. Finally leveled up, his physical power had reached the 6th layer of the dragon transformation realm. Than Feng slowly approached the fire demon, who was now slumped over, Utterly spent, he extended both hands toward him. A magical light appearing, filled with satisfaction and pity. For the sake of humanity, I will spare your life. He used his powers to erase the seal on him. Following that brilliant light, the seal was broken. As Danfeng gazed at the glowing orbs before him, he could not help but feel astonished. This guy really scored some serious healing pills. Slowly, he brought the pill closer, a mischievous grin creeping onto his face. Waiting for this useless fool to wake up, he might just be able to use him again. With that, he quickly pried open the guy's mouth as wide as possible and stuffed the healing pill inside. The light gradually shifted to a golden hue, and Manhwa started to stir, coming out of his haze from a state of unconsciousness. His throat felt dry as he began to regain awareness. Confused and disoriented, Manhwa's eyes shot open the moment he opened his eyes. He found Danfeng standing right in front of him, which sent shivers down his spine. Danfeng rolled his eyes in disdain and mocked. Useless. You are awake. Better let the one who saved you take advantage of you. Darze's face was a mask of panic, his voice trembling with desperation. Master. I have run out of magic. I really can't do it. His eyes were filled with despair. Having never experienced suffering like this before, that only made Danfeng colder, narrowing his eyes as he shot back. Is that? Manhwa bowed his head, unable to meet Danfeng's gaze. Stammering. I swear. There is not a drop left. Danfeng chuckled with disdain, his gaze sharp enough to cut. I do not believe you. His voice dripped with icy sarcasm. You either die or keep fighting. Pick one. These two choices sent Hao into a panic, as the outcome was equally grim. Fear was etched on his face as he mumbled like a madman. What kind of monster are you? Have you beaten me into a corner? Finally, clinging to a shred of hope, he blurted out. You are prolonging my life, are not you? My lord. Do not you want to know who sent me here? Aren't you curious? Without waiting for Danfeng to respond, Graha continued. I am just a minor demon transforming into a dragon from the sixth heaven. How could I easily slip into the inner territory of the Fiery Empire? And how does the enemy know your whereabouts so well? Danfeng nodded slightly. Intrigued. You have got my attention. Let us follow the protocol. Manhwa eagerly nodded, his eyes sparkling with flattery. My lord, just ask away. If I do not know, I won't say anything, but if I do, I will spill everything. Danfeng's expression turned serious, his brows furrowing as he fixed his gaze on Hadanana. Without giving him a chance to speak, Danfeng lunged forward, causing him to stumble back. Manhwa fell flat on the ground, while Danfeng said with a mocking tone, I have asked you everything you needed to say. Just answer me directly. Is not that simpler? Manhwa stuttered, finally revealing his secret. I am the prince of the Fiery Empire. I made contact with the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, promising many benefits. And that is how I ended up here. Danfeng silently nodded, his voice dropping like a blade. I see. You have said what you need to say. Now. Hearing this, Manhwa panicked. Wait. My lord, I am still useful. He shouted in a frenzy, then suddenly had a bright idea. My lord, I saw you riding in a palanquin all the way here. Would it be an honor for me to be your mount? Danfeng brushed past him with disdain, his voice steady yet lethal. You are just a minor dragon, nothing but a crow. Riding you would be a disgrace. At those words, Manhwa felt death knocking at his door. Trembling and unable to speak, he immediately cried out, desperate to prove his worth. My lord, I even have a trace of the Golden Crow bloodline, which is why I can control fire. He continued, so riding me is just a step away from riding a golden crow. Danfeng smirked, his voice breezy. All right, I might consider taking you on. Then he leaned in closer, his eyes sharp as knives. But first, tell me everything about the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. You think to yourself, is not the land of 10,000 demons the realm of monsters? Truly, it is the paradise I have always dreamed of. With everything he knew, Manhwa began to recount the land of 10,000 demons. As he spoke, the scenery of the land of 10,000 demons gradually unfolded, a nation built by demons, the strongest demonic force. He was so sincere that he even pointed out the way for Danfeng, saying that just by crossing 2 mountains in the westernmost part of the Flaming Dynasty, they would reach the territory of the land of 10,000 demons. Then, for a final dramatic touch, he bowed his head, his voice earnest. If my lord wishes to go, I am willing to be your most loyal guide. After finishing, Manhwa shrank back, lowering his gaze, afraid to meet the deadly stare of Danfeng. Danfeng nodded, his lips curling slightly, his eyes glimmering with a strange light. All right, you can go. Manhwa's eyes widened in confusion. Wait, what? But then, fearing Danfeng's power, he broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had no other choice. Immediately, he knelt before Danfeng on both knees, showing all his loyalty, not daring to say more. Manhwa shouted, I swear, raising his hands in front of his chest. He declared, I swear from this day forth, I will only be loyal to my lord, working for my lord. If I betray this oath, may I be struck down by heavenly thunder, not dying peacefully, but giving birth without a backside. Meanwhile, Danfeng pulled something from his person, and Hanoa repeated once more as if to engrave the oath deep into his bones. I swear. The paper Danfeng had taken out glowed with a mysterious golden light. Surrounding him, it quickly transformed into chains wrapping around him, accompanied by the cursed oath. From this day forth, I will only be loyal to my lord, working for my lord. If I betray this oath, may I be struck down by heavenly thunder, not dying peacefully, but giving birth without a backside. In an instant, Hananai's hands were tightly bound by pink chains, leaving him no way to escape. He looked up, his eyes sparkling like a child who just got candy, hurriedly asking in a flattering tone, Master, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Faced with such sincerity, Danfeng merely raised an eyebrow, nodding slightly as if granting a small favor. Not bad. From now on, you will be my mount, of course. Loyalty is hard to come by. And those words were just a facade. Hana had another scheme up his sleeve. Thinking, I will make you happy for a moment. Just wait until the barrier opens. As he chuckled, his lips curled into a smirk, nearly bubbling over with joy. But he could only hold the smile for a few seconds before Danfeng let out a cold snort. His gaze was as icy as frost, wiping away Hu's smug grin. What do you think you are doing? Next time you try to scheme against someone, do not wear that smug smile. At that moment, Carnot's eyes widened in shock. Looking up, he raised his hands in front of him, only to realize he was bound by some unseen chains. Looking around, he discovered that not just his hands, but his entire body was restrained. He could not help but wonder, what is this? Danfeng smugly declared. Look at me. Your body is tightly bound. And the one who did it is none other than me. These chains connect you and me. Hana looked up, and when he saw the chains around his wrists, it felt like lightning struck him. He stuttered, trembling all over. These chains. I feel like I have seen them somewhere before, memories flooding back from his eyes. You could see sheer terror, like the end of the world. At that moment, Hamara finally understood what was happening and hurriedly asked again to be sure. You are the one. Right. A sharp shout sliced through the air like a knife, instantly severing the trembling chain. Shut it. You belong to this prince now. Mind your image. Because if you embarrass me, I swear I will hang you up and beat you. He immediately dropped to his knees, face pale as a ghost. The little demon, with vacant eyes, did not recognize the lord and had offended him. Danfeng responded with all his authority. This prince prefers to work humbly. He bowed his head respectfully, like a chicken pecking at grains. Yep. Little demon understands. Whatever you command, I will follow. Danfeng smirked slightly, his gaze flickering with a chilling light. For now, I do not need a mount. Looking at Hal and kneeling before him, Danfeng pronounced each word clearly. I have a task for you. Then he turned to gaze into the distance. It was getting late, and the light was fading. Danfeng pulled out a brilliant red spirit pearl and said, You need to go to the demon realm, find a demon envoy named Lothane, and a fox demon called Tumum. The spirit pearl slowly slipped from Danfeng's hand, immediately emitting strange purple lights that spread everywhere. He explained the purpose of this mission to Fr Nana, to gather demons and help bring them before this prince. Hana stayed kneeling, nodding fervently. Yep. Little demon will go right away. Danfeng turned back and reminded him. Hurry up. Don't keep this prince waiting too long. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hana hurriedly dashed off. Yep. Inside, he was bubbling with wild ambition, his eyes sparkling with delusions of grandeur. Now, he was a demon who could cling to the heavenly demons. If he could just be a loyal dog to his master, he would rise to the top one day. The mountains he had just crossed were now left behind, with only Danfeng remaining. When suddenly, a blue light appeared behind him. It leaped forward, swiftly launching an attack at Danfeng from behind. It zipped past him, catching Danfeng off guard. But his agility allowed him to dodge just in time. But no, that light surged again, crashing straight into him, forcing Danfeng to stagger back a few steps. Slowly, it began to disappear into the ground along with a plume of white smoke. And Danfeng realized, in this moment, it was the power of the dragon's peak. Now, an elderly man appeared, hair as white as snow, kneeling on the ground. Upon raising his head, he asked, Are you the esteemed Danfeng? Danfeng nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with curiosity about what had just happened. He recounted the story in detail. The demon kingdom sent someone to kill me. Several of General Tentao's men met misfortune. Then a mysterious figure saved me. And then that person vanished. The elder's eyes revealed confusion, narrowing as if probing. A mysterious figure, he thought to himself. The mysterious figure is unimportant. Let us get him to meet the emperor first. He raised his hand, and a strange circle appeared in it. Surrounded by purple lights, a portal opened, and they found themselves in another place. The Fiery Dynasty, the imperial capital, the royal palace. The two of them quickly landed on the ground, right in front of a guard standing watch. The elder hurriedly gestured decisively. Come on. Let us go meet the emperor. He rushed to give orders, leading the way in the grand hall, where the court ladies stood still along the corridor, seeing the urgency of the situation. Dantham felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed like the old emperor was running out of time. As they stepped inside, the sight that greeted Danfeng was the old eunuch standing vigil by the emperor, following the usual protocol. Both Danfeng and Daigi did not hesitate to bow respectfully before the emperor. The V did not waste a moment to speak. Your Majesty, the immortal elixir seeker Danfeng has arrived. Sensing the remarkable aura of the eunuch standing there, Danfeng could not help but be impressed. A master at the peak of the dragon transformation realm. The palace indeed harbored hidden dragons among the tigers. Even a mere eunuch was a powerhouse of this caliber. On the dragon throne in the main hall, the frail figure of the old emperor trembled, his cloudy eyes lighting up upon seeing Danfeng. With labored breaths, his voice crackled with urgency. Quick! Quick! The elixir, bring it to me. After saying that, the emperor seemed to lose all his strength. The eunuch beside him turned to look at the two of them. Naturally. How could Danfeng hand over something so precious to the old emperor? He quickly replied, I do not have the immortal elixir, but I know a master alchemist who can brew it. With so many powerful figures around, I bet there is a fortune to be made. This time, I am going to squeeze this old emperor dry. His words hit like thunder, leaving both the emperor and the eunuch utterly astonished. He tossed his sleeve back and marched straight toward them. Sensing the thick atmosphere of suspicion and tension, he did not wait for questions and chuckled nonchalantly. You can all look at me uselessly. Killing me won't help either. The eunuch chimed in. I have seen plenty of fools who think they can leverage their position for more rewards like you. Danfeng tried to emphasize once more. I do not have the immortal elixir. I mean it. But I do know an alchemist who can create it. His face was serious and expressionless. But he leaned towards his eye and whispered. Master National Teacher, right now. I can take action. Too many national teachers are around. Dewey replied quickly. I will obey your command. Just after he finished speaking, Danfeng found his hands bound behind his back, unable to move. Not just his hands, but his legs were also restrained. The overwhelming soul force could solidify into binding ropes. Danfeng feigned innocence, crying out, You can find the immortal elixir on me. I swear. I will call you my dear. In a situation like this, Danfeng could not do anything because they were humans, not demons. The system was useless. I can fight back. I will just have to endure for now. Once I become the Supreme King, I will make sure to rub their faces in the dirt. V hesitated for a moment, then immediately began searching Danfeng. Whether or not there was something would be revealed after the search. Both the eunuch and Ziyi's eyes widened in disbelief as they sifted through his belongings. A pile of gold, silver, and treasures fell at Danfeng's feet. These were all precious items that ordinary people could never possess. A mountain of priceless treasures. After rummaging through him for a while, Yi helplessly turned to admit to the eunuch. There is really nothing here. But then, the guy paused, squinting at the treasures before him, and asked with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. But how do you have so much money? As he loosened the chains, he inquired further. Danfeng shrugged, his face still calm as ever. He was used to picking up scraps and not one to splurge, so he managed to save a little. He quickly sat down to gather the fallen items, thinking to himself, it is just a bit of cash. Why the fuss? If you could see the weird space of my old man, you would probably freak out. Right. No future in sight. Knowing I did not have what the emperor needed, the guy casually asked, How long until you can brew the longevity elixir? While picking up gold. I replied, If I have everything I need, I can get it done in 7 days. The eunuch's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice dripping with a coldness that felt like a winter breeze. Do you want to live or die? That statement was a stark warning, and Danfeng sensed the deep, unpredictable nature of this guy, making him more alert. Danfeng was tightly bound by the bright red chains and furrowed his brow, asking, What is the connection between these two issues? The eunuch, standing coldly opposite him, replied, I am giving you 3 days. After hearing that, I could not help but shout in frustration. 3 days. This is about brewing a longevity elixir, not just shopping for some beard. He turned around, a scheming smirk playing at his lips. If you can brew the elixir in 3 days, I will. The eunuch's expression turned icy, emphasizing each word. I will take you and the emperor down with me. Inside, Danfeng felt a jolt, frozen in place, but his heart was raging. Danfeng glared at him, silently cursing. Damn it. I thought I could exploit the emperor a bit. Why am I being made into someone else's pawn? Everyone here is a powerhouse. I can use my system. There are no monsters. And even finding a shortcut to level up is not hard. With that thought, I blurted out, Take me to the alchemy room. As soon as I said that, the red chains were ordered to be released. The guy approached, grabbing my wrist, and said, Follow me. I let him drag me along, thinking to myself, run. With my current power, there is no way I am getting away. Then I spoke up. Isn't he the old emperor the one who wants the longevity elixir? I can make it. Dan Feng approached the haggard emperor lying in bed with a white beard. I turned back, my mind racing. After all, I could control my fate with the longevity elixir. Dan Feng furrowed his brows, thinking, as long as I can control the old emperor, what do I have to fear from these grandkids? Shortly after, I was taken to the alchemy room in the palace. The guards, after checking my credentials, nodded and said, apologies for the trouble. Esteemed national teacher, you may enter now. The guard handed back my token, but I felt a mix of dissatisfaction. Seriously? Even a guard here is at the peak of the dragon transformation stage. Dan Feng turned to look behind, thinking, bowing down was definitely a wise decision. Just then, the guy noticed my distraction and reminded me. Keep up. Upon seeing what lay before me, I was utterly stunned. My pupils widened in shock, and a bead of sweat trickled down my forehead. Observing the neatly arranged and fully stocked supplies, I could not help but exclaim, no doubt about it. This is the royal storehouse. The guy seemed to have gauged your expression perfectly, glancing to one side as he spoke. Follow me to the alchemy chamber. Dan Feng quickly followed him, thinking to himself, I can believe the alchemy spot is in the treasury. I can't wait to uncover all the secrets here. Upon arrival, Dan Feng's steps faltered. Both of them stood before a massive door intricately carved with beautiful patterns. He glanced at it in awe as the guy announced, we are here. Dan Feng could hardly believe his eyes, exclaiming, this is the storage room for medicinal herbs in the treasury. He approached, tracing the symbols on the door, muttering, whatever medicinal herbs exist in the world, they are all in here. With that, Dan Feng mustered all his strength to swing the door wide open and stepped inside. He even pushed the guy behind him, not letting him through first. Insisting on having a good look himself, Dan Feng walked over to a box, his cheeks flushing with excitement as he gazed at the contents. The guy, irritated by Dan Feng's curiosity, snapped, hurry up and choose the materials for the immortality potion. Once you are done, follow me. Hearing this, Dan Feng paused, puzzled. Wait, we are not concocting the potion here, he replied. Of course not. This is just the herb storage. There are no alchemy tools here. The guy's expression hardened as he warned. When we leave the treasury, you better check your inventory. If it is off, you will deal with the consequences. He spread his arms, urging Dan Feng. Choose quickly. Dan Feng's lips curled into a smirk. Thoughts raced through his mind. As long as I stay in the palace long enough, I will have plenty of chances to take advantage of these guys. With that thought, Dan Feng let out a long sigh and opened his eyes wide, resolutely stating, you can step outside now. But the guy did not budge, standing there with his arms crossed, watching Dan Feng intently. The guy wore a cold, indifferent expression, almost looking down on him, completely unfazed. Seeing this, Dan Feng burst out angrily. What is the deal? Are you afraid I will steal the herbs? Or what? He glared back, voice sharp. Are you worried about my alchemy skills? The guy replied coolly. The art of alchemy has existed for centuries, but no one has ever mastered it. He pointed downwards, saying something that made Dan Feng jump. Do you really think just knowing the ingredients is enough to concoct the immortality potion? Dan Feng clenched his fists and spoke up. As much as I enjoy hearing this, sorry, but it is my duty to become the top alchemist of Angia, and I can disclose anything. The guy's eyes narrowed dangerously as he warned. When you leave the treasury, the guards will check your inventory, and anything that should be kept secret will be revealed. Hearing this, Dan Feng suddenly realized. How did I forget about that? He then asked. I prefer to brew the immortality potion alone. Is that a problem? I have liked being solitary since I started choosing the herbs. Do you have a problem with that? If you keep chatting with me, you are wasting not just my time, but the Emperor's too. Dan Feng shot him a fierce look, emphasizing, what do you think, esteemed national master? The two locked eyes for a moment, neither willing to back down. Finally, the guy relented and stepped back, waving a polite goodbye to Dan Feng as he exited. As soon as the door slammed shut, he could not help but wonder, would not it be better to wake up a little earlier? With that thought, Dan Feng turned around, flashing a wicked grin. He gleefully dashed around the room, practically shouting, "Aye!" Time flew by like a dog chasing its tail, while the flames outside roared and crackled. Di Kung patiently stood waiting for Dan Feng to finish his work outside. Moments later, he opened the door, catching the old man completely off guard. Without wasting any words, Ying simply walked ahead and said. Dan Feng followed, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he thought. With so many treasures around, the Emperor could only take a hit and swallow a few potions. The immortality elixir could be given just once a year. Suddenly, Kong stopped short, causing Than Feng to bump right into him. Confused, Than Feng asked, "What are you doing?" Only to discover a tall guard standing before them. The guard raised his hand to block them, saying in a commanding tone, "Imperial guards are ordered to inspect the area." With that, he gestured for Than Feng to step forward. After a thorough check, the guard narrowed his cold eyes and said, "National Master, this young master has taken over 100 valuable herbs from the National Treasury. May I ask what it is for? I need to ensure everything is in order. We will also explain this to our superiors later." Kong calmly defended him. "This is the heir to the immortality elixir. He needs the herbs to concoct it for his majesty. If your superiors do not believe us, just have them come find me." The guard, not wanting to ask too many questions, quickly turned and replied, "Understood." And just like that, the two of them soared through the air towards the Imperial Palace in an instant. As soon as they landed, realizing they were not in the Emperor's palace, Than Feng let out a long, drawn out, "Where exactly are we?" Yi Hong fell silent for a moment, his gaze deep in thought. Than Feng looked up, reading the sign that said Heart of the Palace. Yi Hong lowered his head and instructed, "You will be refining the elixir here. I will come find you in 3 days. Remember, do not even think about running away." Than Feng placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling confidently. Got it. Got it. There is food and drinks here. Plus treasures. Why would I run?" Li Kong sharply shrugged his shoulder, pushing Than Feng's hand off, and coldly warned, "Don't even think about touching anything in the Heart Palace, or you will face the consequences." Than Feng shot back, "Am I the type to be tempted by riches? If you are not, then where did all those mountains of gold in your treasury come from?" Kong shot him a glare. "What you said in the royal chamber may fool others, but it won't fool me." Caught off guard by the truth, Than Feng crossed his arms, squinting in disbelief. Suddenly, Li Kong lunged at him, unexpectedly shoving Than Feng back, causing him to stumble. Than Feng exclaimed, "What the hell? What are you trying to do?" Without a word, Li Kong coolly raised his hand and cast a spell, gathering a pile of gold into his palm. Once done, he shrugged and explained, "Just an extra layer of security. Remember, you only have 3 days. If you need anything, you can speak to the palace servants inside." With that, Li Kong snapped his fingers and called out, "Where are they?" Responding to his command, a group of strangers leaped down from the rooftop behind him. Seeing this, he was completely taken aback, mumbling to himself, "Damn. They actually sent powerful cultivators and masters to our school. How scared are they of me running away?" He turned to the group of cultivators and raised his voice, reminding them, "For the past 3 days, you have been here guarding the ageless fruit. If anyone gets close to the meditation hall with bad intentions, do not hold back. Kill them on the spot." They all responded in unison. "Yep. Your Excellency." Watching the figure leave, Than Feng began to reflect. People really get used to being pampered and waited on. I cannot function without at least a dozen maidens by my side. Each meal better cost at least 100 gold pieces. And let us not forget, I only drink fine yang wine and dress in silk. He paused, glancing at the figure. But the man just stood there, indifferent. Than Feng coolly turned back to his work, thinking to himself, "If you do not want to listen, fine. Once I become the Supreme King, I will have plenty of chances to make demands." Stepping into the alchemy room, he admired the golden decor and intricate carvings, crossing his arms. The old emperor really knows how to spend money. With that, Than Feng thought to himself, "This time, I am definitely going to milk this for all it is worth." Suddenly, he heard a call from somewhere. "Young master." A blinding golden beam erupted behind him. Than Feng turned around in surprise, and was astounded to see the radiant light before him. As the light faded, 2 rows of servants appeared. Bowing deeply, "We humbly greet the young master." He felt a bit suffocated, thinking to himself, "I expected beautiful women, but it is all just a bunch of subpar servants. Damn. Are you here to serve me or just to hang around?" Frustrated, he ordered, "Stop calling me young master. Call me your highness." The servants exchanged awkward glances, clearly reluctant to comply. Than Feng decided to enforce his authority, raising his voice, "Hurry up, or I won't continue with my alchemy." They immediately complied, bowing deeply and calling out, "Long live your highness." He crossed his arms, a smug grin spreading across his face as he declared, "Now, my first order is, no eunuchs allowed. Replace them all with maidens for me. They would better be beautiful and busty." "Got it." One servant stepped forward, hands clasped, voicing his concerns. "Your highness, that is against protocol." Than Feng looked confused and pointed at himself, insisting, "Protocol. My word is the protocol. Didn't the minister say he would meet all my requests? What is this? Can't even handle my first demand. You think I want more maidens just for the eye candy? I need them for alchemy." The ageless fruit can boost longevity. It is a vital resource, he emphasized, directing his frustration towards the emperor. Using too much yang energy during the alchemy process can be extremely dangerous. I need the gentle energy from maidens. If you do not want to provide them, it is like you want to stop me from creating the ageless fruit and wish for the emperor's demise. The servants, hearing this, all bowed in unison. Your Highness, we will do whatever it takes. Please, do not say such things. We will get right on it. Achieving his goal, Danfeng waved his hand dismissively. All right, get on with it. Don't waste my time with your alchemy. As the servants disappeared behind the golden light, he finally let out a sly smirk. When that golden beam faded, it took the servants with it, leaving only a wisp of mist on the floor. Not long after, he was seated in the celestial chamber, focused on concocting elixirs. Danfeng pulled out a golden pill, watching it with pride. He murmured, I still have 3 whole days. No rush to find the heavenly demon. If I can tea leave, I might as well meditate. With that, he popped it in his mouth and swallowed. Instantly, spiritual energy surged through Danfeng's body, and a white dragon blade emerged behind him. Danfeng closed his eyes, concentrating on his cultivation. As he reached a breakthrough, the spiritual energy around him exploded, and the green dragon above him roared with a thunderous sound. The moment had come. Danfeng opened his gray-black eyes, filled with determination. He tensed every muscle until he shook, letting out a loud shout as his internal power skyrocketed, breaking through to new heights. The surrounding spiritual energy rose in thick waves like smoke. Soon after, the system chimed in with a notification, congratulating the host for breaking through to the key gathering realm. After reading it, Danfeng leaned on his hands, grinning ear to ear. Just an hour in, and he had already broken through to the key gathering realm. He was one step away from the internal Kai realm. Looking down, he smiled with confidence, planning his next move, using the refined energy to strengthen his organs, ignite the essence of life, and then cultivate his internal energy. Then Danfeng leaned forward, letting the spiritual energy swirl around him. He felt ecstatic, laughing loudly, sensing the miracle about to happen. But after what felt like an eternity, nothing happened. Danfeng reluctantly opened his eyes. Confused, he placed a hand on his chest, wondering, was my stance wrong? After pondering, Danfeng sat back down, continuing his practice while waiting for something to unfold. His face gradually hardened, muttering to himself, what is going on? I consumed so much energy. Shouldn't something be happening by now? This energy is from the immortal dragon's unique transformation, surpassing the key gathering realm's energy. Realizing this, Danfeng clapped his hands together and exclaimed, that is it. My physical body has reached the dragon transformation realm. 6th level. The organs are part of the physical body. The Kuai of the key gathering realm is nothing compared to the dragon transformation realm. He sighed, holding the elixir, thinking, once I step into the internal Kai realm, I will become a terrifying existence. Then he started munching on each elixir, saying, by then, I might not even need to rely on my internal energy to suppress my enemies. Just my cultivation in the internal Kai realm will be enough to overpower masters. How strong is that? About 3 days later, the system announced, congratulating the host for breaking through to the 1st level of the internal Kai realm. Danfeng stretched, feeling exhilarated, laughing while patting his belly. I do not need to play around anymore with my fate. He opened a white vial and popped in a red elixir. Continuing, if I have successfully refined this elixir, I am officially in the internal Kai realm. I can't wait to collect my reward from the old emperor. Suddenly, the door twisted as a flickering purple light appeared. A figure stepped out of the spatial door, calmly asking, Danfeng, have you finished refining the elixir? Danfeng confidently walked towards him, retorting, isn't it just a matter of having hands to refine it? Saying this, he tossed the white vial containing the elixir towards him, and the figure deftly caught it. He opened the jar to inspect it and asked, how long is the lifespan? Danfeng confidently replied, 1 year. The other guy, visibly dissatisfied, exclaimed, what? 1 year. That is not right. The old pill from Master Aki Long could at least add 10 years. Why does yours only add 1? You could not help but laugh and responded, come on, he is a master. I am just a newbie. How can we be compared? Besides, I just started learning, and getting a year out of it is not bad at all. If you do not want it, then just give it to me. Hearing that, he awkwardly raised the white jar high, signaling that he would not give it. Right after, you dashed off, and Danfeng shouted, hey, the old pill is ready. When are you going to let me go? He turned back and replied, of course. I will let you go when the time is right. You quickly held out your hand and asked, so when do I get the reward you promised? The guy coldly replied, right away. Then he stepped through a spatial door and vanished. Just then, a phantom appeared in front of Danfeng, catching him by surprise. In the room, a multitude of beautiful, alluring women appeared, calling out for him. Danfeng was so excited he almost drooled, exclaiming, "Oh my god, this is not a joke, right?" The beauties stretched out their perfectly smooth legs and coyly beckoned. "Come here, Prince." One stunning beauty lay completely nude on a lavishly set table. The table was piled high with extravagant delicacies, and the woman was only covered by large leaves. One of them spoke up, "Please enjoy." Danfeng could not help but have hearts in his eyes, murmuring, "Not bad. Not bad, this is just what I need." His heart raced with excitement as he shouted, "I'm coming." Suddenly, a group of people burst through the door, and he froze. He thought, what the heck? Immediately, in the alchemy room, numerous large wooden boxes were neatly arranged. The eunuch approached, holding a decree. Looking displeased, and he gently opened the scroll. He read loudly and clearly, "By the will of heaven, the Emperor decrees. Danfeng has successfully created the lifespan pill. He shall be granted a heart-nurturing palace, gold, treasures, and silks." Upon hearing this, all the beauties in the room knelt down at once. Danfeng looked over with a frown, thinking, "I thought we were supposed to enjoy ourselves together. This emperor can't be trusted." The eunuch reminded him, "Your Highness, accept the decree." He inwardly scoffed, thinking, what is so great about a prince trapped in a heart-nurturing palace? Following his words, Danfeng stepped forward, grabbed the decree, and holding it tightly, he questioned, "The emperor says all requests can be granted." The eunuch confidently replied, "Your Majesty, the words you speak are golden. Of course, it is true. As long as the prince refines pills in the heart-mind hall, all requests will be granted." Danfeng shot him a cold glare and interrupted, "Then my first request is for you to off yourself." At this, everyone around gasped in disbelief, unable to process what they were witnessing. The eunuch protested loudly, "Please, Your Highness, do not joke around. Who do you think you are?" Danfeng smirked. "You are lucky I even bothered to joke with you." Left with no arguments, the eunuch stammered, still clinging to a shred of hope, "Your Highness, I have served the emperor for decades. I'm a..." Before he could finish, Danfeng lunged at him, unleashing a powerful strike directly at the man's head. Blood sprayed from the eunuch's severed neck, splattering everywhere, and his body crumpled to the ground, leaving two bystanders in shock, their eyes wide with horror. The scene sent everyone around screaming in terror, and a sudden shout echoed as someone burst through the door. A soldier rushed in, panic written all over his face. What on earth happened here? Upon seeing the chaotic scene, his eyes widened in disbelief. Danfeng remained in his attack stance, his aura still crackling with energy, warning everyone nearby. "This is what happens when you underestimate me. Now, who's next?" Suddenly, a voice from outside caught everyone's attention. "Prince, can't you just calm down for a second?" Danfeng's face hardened with cold disdain mixed with contempt. His gaze swept over the guard blocking his path. "You have got guts?" Questioning the prince. "Bring the blood of that old bastard here for me." The guard quickly unsheathed his sword, threatening, "If you know what is good for you, just refine the pills. Otherwise," he hissed, his voice high. "Donnie say I did not warn you." Danfeng chuckled mockingly, his eyes glinting as if he were crushing the arrogance of his opponent. "You think a little threat will scare me? Today, if you do not scream for mercy, I will make you wish you had not crossed me." Instantly, a strange light flickered in his eyes. Danfeng muttered to himself, "Coincidence? Illusion?" The guard, still clueless about who he was up against, hastily retorted, "What a pathetic trick." He propelled himself into the air with a fierce leap, slashing his sword toward the guard. A powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, booming like thunder on a winter's night, ready to unleash chaos. The force of his spiritual energy exploded as he descended, cold and merciless. "You are done for." With just one strike, the guard crumpled to the ground, unconscious. With a lazy flick of his sleeve, he glanced at the fallen guard, his expression nonchalant as if to say, "Know your limits. Forget it. Let us pretend I did not just tell you to call your dad." His gaze was now filled with an ominous intensity, deep and unfathomable. The guards nearby trembled in fear, their bodies shaking at the sight before them. His eyes swept over the kneeling crowd, and he casually ordered, "Someone go fetch the chancellor. I have some words for him." One guard immediately bowed his head, stuttering in sheer terror, "Ah yes. Your Highness. The Grand Advisor is currently in a meeting." His eyes sparkled with mischief, a smile creeping up as he thought of a new game. "A meeting? Ah, well, I guess I will just have to drop in on him. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue light radiated from him, and he unemotionally commanded the guards. You two, carry those bodies. Follow me. The guards replied in unison, their voices betraying their fear and submission.
Yep.
Your Highness, just before leaving, he shot a glance at the two maidens, still bowing on the ground. You both did well serving me just now. I appreciate it. Stay right here in the hall and wait for me. I will be back after my meeting. The maidens nodded, their voices hoarse with fear mixed with gratitude for being alive.
Yep.
In front of the palace, a large circle suddenly appeared, inscribed with strange characters. The door opened gently, and golden light streamed in, illuminating the space. He stepped slowly into the room, pausing after just a few steps, hearing a noise. The guards inside quickly turned to assess the situation. He entered leisurely, followed by the guards carrying the earlier bodies, and as expected, two guards brandished their swords to block his path. With serious expressions and authoritative voices, they proclaimed like blades, "You can't go anywhere without the Grand Advisor's permission," he boldly retorted, his voice commanding. "I'm giving you a chance to make things right." Turning his back, he smiled, but it was icy and filled with defiance as he looked at them, saying, standing by the door were 4 guards, carrying the 2 corpses from the earlier battle with him. Seeing this, the other guards turned pale, their bodies trembling before the display of his power. Pointing at the corpses, he scoffed challengingly. "What is the matter? You still dare to stop me?" The 2 guards whispered to each other, their eyes wide with the weight of the situation, tinged with fear. Then Feng stood with his arms crossed, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd before him. "Did you commoners finish your lunch? Are you finally going to let this prince step outside?" A guard stepped forward, trying to keep his composure, but his eyes were alert, as if watching a wild beast. Speaking evenly, but hidden in his words was a sharp edge. "Letting you out would be pointless. The barrier in the heart of the palace is not something anyone can just break." Then Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold gleam flashing within them, as if some hidden power was circulating in his body. Every word he spoke sliced through the air like a knife. "And at least you are smart enough to know how to survive." Talking to these guards bored Dan Feng to the point of yawning. "Today, I am giving you a chance to understand what true power feels like." Dan Feng raised his head, gritting his teeth and shouted, his eyes shining with intensity. In his gaze, a flash of green light erupted, piercing through the fabric of reality. The 2 guards were taken aback, frozen in shock at the mystical green light emanating from Dan Feng. But unexpectedly, he turned away, waving his hand dismissively, as if tossing aside something worthless. "Fine. Throw those useless guards away." At that moment, the sun was still shining brightly, even more dazzling than the glory of the Golden Dragon Palace. The golden pillars gleamed, and the court officials had gathered, the atmosphere of the court being at its most serious. A high-ranking official stepped forward, his eyes bright as torches, respectfully gazing up at the throne. "Your Majesty, blessed by the heavens, the hidden dragon has existed for centuries. No one inherits the everlasting Dan. Yet when you needed it, it's here appeared, proving that you are indeed favored by the heavens." His voice boomed throughout the hall, each word filled with sincerity. "Lordly is right. From what I see, heaven recognizes your efforts for the nation. The kingdom's peace and the people's safety are why the heavens have granted you a longer life, ensuring our Dan dynasty remains prosperous." Another elderly official chimed in, barely able to hide his excitement. "The emperor possessing the ageless Dan is a blessing for the great flame. Only under his rule can our dynasty become an everlasting legend." Hearing such sweet words was like honey poured into the ears, making the emperor beam with joy, unable to contain his happiness. If he could live another 100 years and reach the dragon transformation realm, he could gain an additional 500 years of life. With the ageless Dan heir, the dragon transformation realm would be within his grasp. All the officials knelt in unison, loudly proclaiming their wishes for the emperor to enjoy eternal blessings and a lifespan as vast as the heavens. From the throne, the emperor waved his sleeves, his gaze sweeping over his subjects, and then he granted his decree. "You all, my loyal ministers." Just as the atmosphere was charged with an immortal light, a loud announcement rang out from outside the hall. "The Prince of Serenity has arrived." As the words faded, the emperor's expression changed, revealing a serious demeanor on his aged face. The doors flew open, and King Feng strode in, brimming with an unprecedented excitement.
Wait.
"What is it? Why did not anyone tell me the meeting was happening?" He stopped in front of a familiar official, his eyes showing a mix of reproach and mockery. "You are here too? Seriously? With such an important meeting happening? Why did not you let me know? You are not bringing any excitement or doubts. Are you? Qing Feng? How did you manage to get out of the palace without anyone noticing?" Qing Feng, furious, pointed a finger at the man, threatening him. "From the start, you dare to call me by my name. That is treasonous. Do you want to die?" Murmurs erupted among the crowd, faces filled with confusion. One of them whispered, trying to verify the truth, Isn't he the Prince of Serenity just a name? How did he manage to come here? In disbelief. Another replied. Wait, did not they say he was trapped in the palace? How could he just walk out? They continued to murmur, expressing their discontent, their voices rising. Who gave him the guts to speak so boldly to the Grand Master? The unyielding official addressed the Emperor, his tone firm. Your Majesty, there may have been some issues with the prince's confinement. I will take King Feng to investigate. The Emperor agreed immediately. As soon as those words left his mouth, King Feng burst into sarcastic laughter. Mocking. Your Majesty, that is my family over there. The official was clearly dismissive. I am the Prince of Serenity. He is just a Grand Master. How dare he disrespect me like that? The Emperor paused, narrowing his eyes, his anger evident. What do you call me? King Feng maintained a relaxed smile, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Big brother. I am the Prince of Serenity. I stand shoulder to shoulder with you in this world. And since you are older than me, calling you big brother is perfectly normal. The Emperor's face darkened, and he gestured for the guards waiting nearby. Get this person out of my sight. Following the order, a group of guards rushed into the hall like a whirlwind. Dan Feng kept his icy smile, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring directly at the Emperor. Old man Emperor. This is someone who brought this upon themselves. He declared in a voice that echoed with authority. Instantly, the guards surged in, surrounding Dan Feng, with a calm demeanor. His voice rang out, solid and unyielding like stone. I intended to address you as a mere prince. But it seems that approach has backfired. Since that is the case, I will lay my cards on the table. I am a deity. The court officials gasped, their jaws dropping at Dan Feng's words, which were beyond their wildest imaginations. Dan Feng remained unfazed, continuing to speak as if thunder struck in clear skies. The offspring of the god, let me clarify. The true form that came to the capital to hunt demons is my master. The guards buzzed with whispers. Is this real? How could this be? One of them frowned, his fist tightening. Confusion stirred within, as his voice rang out, laced with skepticism. Not long ago, a divine figure visited the capital. Everyone knows about it. So why is there suddenly a disciple of the god? I remember the rumors that the god could save the entire royal dynasty. A voice chimed in from the left, sounding as if it had caught wind of some inside scoop. It lowered its tone and asked, where did you hear these rumors? I heard the god claimed there would be an imperial noble presenting the elixir of immortality, and that only one member of the Gu family caught the god's eye. Several officials nodded in agreement, their expressions serious, voices like quiet calculations. Yep. I have heard that too. The one named Go is indeed the Tun-Keen prince. Could it be just a coincidence? The baseless chatter made the Emperor visibly frustrated, his anger boiling under the surface. A martial general scoffed, his sharp gaze fixed on Than Feng as if he wanted to expose him right then and there. What a bold kid to stir everyone up. You are just a kid with cultivation barely entering the inner Kuai realm. Do you think a deity would take someone like you as a disciple? He stepped forward, raising his hand to stop the commotion. Wait, he approached the Emperor, bowing respectfully, his demeanor humble, while his eyes subtly scanned Than Feng. Your Majesty, grant me some time. I have matters to verify. The Emperor's voice boomed, commanding and regal. Proceed. The man nodded gratefully, his face betraying no emotion. Thank you. Your Majesty. With that, he turned to face Than Feng, his gaze piercing as if trying to see through his very soul. You claim to be a disciple of the god. What proof do you have? Than Feng smirked slightly, a glint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. Of course I do. The identity I have presented is all my creation. With that, Dan Feng revealed his proof to everyone, a gem glowing with a mystical golden light. The officials were stunned, one of them gasping. The Buddhist treasure from Lam Prefecture. Seeing this, Tu could not help but be bewildered. Could he really be the disciple of a deity? I saw the demon hand this item to the god myself. If he is not a disciple, how can this be explained? Another voice chimed in, mixing surprise with understanding. No wonder he acts so arrogantly. Turns out he has a god backing him. That explains why he dares to call the Emperor Big Bro. The crowd grew more restless, buzzed with excitement more than ever. I see it too. I told you. His cockiness comes from having divine support. If Than Feng is telling the truth, then locking him up would be a mistake. Than Feng spoke with certainty, each word hitting like a hammer. This is the sacred weapon my master gifted me. The same one that demon presented. Surely you have heard of it. Is that proof enough? Tu turned back, respectfully stating, Your Majesty, this Lam Prefecture gem is genuine. The Emperor fell silent for a moment, letting out a sigh, clearly at a loss. The old man forced a smile and spoke in a tone of surprise mixed with a hint of joy, never expecting that his dear junior was not only the heir of the immortal clan, but also a disciple of the divine. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. The reigning dynasty of flames is lucky to have a steadfast figure like you. Than Feng casually ran over to embrace the Emperor, proudly declaring, My elder brother has a keen eye. How else would he become emperor? Then Feng shot a glance and thought to himself. This emperor really knows how to play the game, does not he? Realizing the situation, the emperor quickly ordered, "Guards, bring a chair for the great steadfast prince." Then Feng waved his hand dismissively, his gaze unwavering, speaking calmly yet gaining everyone's attention. No need for that. This made the emperor ask again. Why not? Is he planning to take revenge for being locked up? Unfazed, Then Feng marched confidently toward the throne. Standing tall, he boldly announced to everyone, "Isn't it already here?" Then Feng surveyed the throne with keen interest, his excitement barely concealed. "I see no harm in sitting here. After all, the great steadfast prince's intention is for us to be equals." But before he could revel in his thought, a hand grabbed Then Feng's wrist. A furious minister, his face flushed with rage, spoke in a shrill voice carrying the heavy threat of a vengeful spirit. "The late king had his laws, the nation has its rules, and the court has its protocols. How dare you behave this way?" But before he could finish, he received a swift and painful kick from Then Feng. Annoyed, Then Feng cursed. "You mutt. Now you know to call the prince out, and yet you dare lecture me about rules. Haven't you noticed my elder brother has not said a word? Who do you think you are to bark at me?" The official was left speechless with rage, trembling as he pointed a shaking finger, instinctively shouting, "You dare." Then Feng laughed scornfully. Standing up leisurely as if he was about to take his dog for a walk, he furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with defiance. "So you want to hit me? Just do not blame me later." Then Feng threatened in anger. "I will tell my master how you guys are bullying me. You have an old emperor backing you up, but I have my master standing with me too." Seeing this, the emperor's expression clearly showed his discomfort. But he could do nothing. Noticing that no one was making a move, Then Feng wondered, why is no one stopping this? These people really are not afraid of the divine wrath. In this world, they must rely on performance. Who is afraid of whom? Then Feng's gaze grew resolute, the flames on his hand flickering brighter as he thought to himself, if worst comes to worst, I will just use my celestial eye. They won't escape. As expected, the emperor quickly interjected. "Dear brother, please hold on." Then Feng hesitated, turning around with eyes still burning with anger and determination, speaking in the tone of someone ready for a fight. "Elder brother, do not stop me. Today, I am going to teach these insubordinate mutts a lesson." The emperor hurriedly approached, raising his hands in a calming gesture, his voice filled with soothing and concession. "Dear brother, do not be angry. This is just a minor misunderstanding. It is not worth invoking your divine wrath." Then Feng frowned, his eyes reflecting deep disappointment. "Is that all it takes to brush it off? What about my master? Where does he fit into this?" The emperor quickly scooped something off the ground, while Then Feng still could not wrap his head around what just happened. "Can anyone just walk up to me and then apologize?" The emperor closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them with a fierce determination, his voice booming with authority. "Today, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Dear brother, if you are still not satisfied, then feel free to summon me to deliver justice. How does that sound?" Then Feng tilted his head, arms crossed, his expression softening a bit as if he found some satisfaction. "All right. For the sake of Brother Hyan, I will give the old man a chance." The emperor spun around and roared, his eyes flashing with pent-up anger. How dare this servant disrespect the esteemed prince? "Guards, drag this insolent fool away and give him 100 lashes." As the disrespectful servant was dragged out, Then Feng could not help but smirk, feeling a bit angry. But just before they left the door, he called out to stop them. "Wait a minute." Then Feng turned back, his gazy, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. "You think you can insult me and just walk away? Life does not work that way, buddy." His voice became hoarse, barely concealing his fury. "What do you want?" Then Feng stepped closer, his eyes blazing with intensity. "You better bow down and apologize to the prince." The servant bared his teeth, his eyes filled with frustration. Before he could finish, the emperor kicked him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Enraged, the emperor demanded that the servant kneel and beg for forgiveness from the esteemed prince. And the man hurriedly fell to the floor in utter defeat. Then Feng tilted his head, clicked his tongue in disdain, and muttered as if critiquing a bad performance. "This acting is just pathetic." The servant, face pressed to the ground, spoke in a trembling voice. "Your humble servant. Have offended the prince. Please forgive me." Then Feng placed his hand to his ear, feigning indifference, then raised his voice. Can he hear you?" The man gritted his teeth and shouted louder. "I am begging you, prince, please forgive me." Then Feng shook his head, his expression unchanged, and shouted, "I still can't hear you. Rarely do I get such a good opportunity. And you are just going to make me smile. You wanted to lock me up for life, did not you? Today, I will make you regret ever crossing me. You will learn that revenge is a dish best served cold, and I can wait as long as I need to." The servant lay flat on the ground, his voice choking with desperation. You baby. Prince, please spare me. Watching him bow in defeat, Danfeng immediately placed his foot on the servant's back. Danfeng confidently sat cross-legged on the radiant throne beside the insolent servant from earlier. Danfeng raised an eyebrow, covering his ears as if he would just been hit by a loud noise. His face contorted in annoyance. Who allowed you to speak so loudly? You are driving me crazy. One official quietly took a few steps back, his gaze fixated on the man who had just been kicked out, his voice trembling with shock. This guy is an elite from the peak transformation realm, and he just got kicked out like that. How strong must this prince's disciple be? They took a deep breath, trying to suppress their trembling knees, whispering in bewilderment tinged with fear. No wonder he is a disciple of the divine. It looks like the fiery dynasty is about to undergo some serious changes. He did not hide his power in front of his majesty and the noble officials. Have we offended this god somewhere, making him come here to warn us? Danfeng's gaze turned terrifying, reveling in his own triumph. Thinking, you guys are not so easy to handle after all. Glancing at the throne beside him, he mused, what I am doing here is a display of absolute power. All privileges are just illusions. Submission is the only option. With a dismissive wave, he ordered without mercy, sending that pathetic servant away. His icy gaze landed on the official lying motionless in the corner of the hall. Speaking disdainfully, you are just a sore sight for this prince. Faced with such a display of power, even the emperor had to yield a bit to Danfeng, while the other officials could only stand in silence. Bowing respectfully, the emperor, with a sharp gaze, quickly nodded, ordering the guards to follow Danfeng's commands. In no time, that guy was dragged out of the palace. All eyes on him. Danfeng remained perched high on that throne, suddenly realizing something, seeing the emperor still standing below. He frowned, looking almost impatient. Old man, why are you still standing there? He patted the empty space beside him, casually and arrogantly saying, come on. Sit down. This chair is huge. Plenty of room for both of us. Knowing the tables had turned completely, the emperor reluctantly accepted Danfeng's insolence and sat down next to him. Both of them shared the same throne. The emperor dignified, while Danfeng excitedly admired the intricate design of the throne. Moments later, the court official announced in a ceremonial tone, as customary during every court session, if there is urgent business, present it. If not, the session is dismissed. All the officials chimed in unison. Your Majesty, we have no matters to report. The emperor nodded slightly, waving his hand to say simply, session dismissed. Danfeng muttered to himself, at least these folks can see clearly. How could someone so insignificant listen in on state affairs? Suddenly, he perked up. Wait a second. His displeasure was evident, and with a cold smile, he added, I have not even said anything yet. What do you mean? Session dismissed. Do you not regard this prince at all? Hearing these words, the officials had not even made it out the door, before looking a little frightened. The emperor frowned slightly, unable to suppress his anger but only dared to think quietly. He is not worth my time, so I won't hold it against him. Yet, he was pushing his luck, thinking, doesn't my disciple know how to observe? Why must I listen to him? But the reality slapped the emperor hard. No matter what, he had to accept it. Of course, he had to listen to the divine. The emperor shook his head lightly, giving a wry smile, and with a resigned tone that was still somewhat accommodating, he said, younger brother, do you have something to say? Danfeng spoke slowly. Old man, I have something to discuss. This is a golden opportunity. What do you think? The emperor nodded and replied curtly. Younger brother, just speak your mind. Seeing this, the officials understood the hint and returned to their seats. While Danfeng sighed from his throne, he spoke with all seriousness. The higher the position, the greater the responsibility. Although I, the Supreme King, am not one to shy away from responsibilities, I have decided to take on a few roles, just to help lighten the load. With a sly grin and a mischievous sparkle in my eyes, I shot a glance at the emperor, sharing my worries with my older brother. The emperor leaned back, his gaze a mix of scrutiny and curiosity, casually asking what position I was considering. Playing it cool, I pretended to ponder, adopting a serious expression. Brother, I am not someone who craves power. I simply want to share the burden. I looked up, reminiscing about my glorious past. Everyone knows I hail from the Demon Suppression Division, so I wish to take on the role of commander there. As soon as they caught wind of my intentions, everyone's eyes zeroed in on the commander of the Demon Suppression Division. Lumabo. I turned to the emperor with eager anticipation in my gaze. What do you think? Brother, should I go for it? Bamilmi bitch quickly interjected, urging me to reconsider. Of course. I brushed off the concern. I shot him a condescending look, and Mavi Butch knelt respectfully, saying, Your Highness, forgive my bluntness. The Golden Prince, are a disciple of the divine. A true treasure of the realm. After a pause, he stood up and continued. Most demons are cunning and malicious. If you wish to oversee the demon suppression division, it is certainly a daunting task. I am worried if you get hurt. How will I explain that to the divine and the throne? I raised an eyebrow, curious about his concern. He introduced himself. I am Lam Bitch, the commander of the demon suppression division. I smirked. You are not wrong. The emperor beside us gave me a surprised look. I went up. It is precisely because these wicked demons are so cruel that I want this commander position. Everyone was left stunned and confused by my words. I leaned in seriously, saying, you can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. As the supreme king, I must set an example for the world. Masai Butch looked at me in utter disbelief. I turned to the emperor, grabbing his hand, and said, brother, look, my master taught me so many skills. Now that I am the supreme king, I can just sit back and enjoy the perks without doing anything. Right, I paused, adding softly, if I do not, my master will be disappointed in me. What if he gets angry? The emperor quickly replied, Yep. Right after, he ordered, by my he muttered to himself, frustrated. Damn it. He is clearly using divine authority to pressure me. And I can't argue back. Ina Kong chimed in. Your Majesty, he said, in my humble opinion, the late king was devoted to his people and country, embodying the spirit of a true divine. Lumov Butch has dedicated many years to this role and has rich experience in dealing with demons. He turned to Mivi Butch, suggesting, why not let the late king share the commander role with Liam? With both of them working together, they can surely wipe out the monstrous demons plaguing our kingdom. The emperor replied, I see your point. He thought to himself, why did not I think of that? This way, I do not have to abandon Ms. Baich, and I can keep control over Thanfeng. Two birds with one stone. The emperor turned to me and asked, what do you think? Dear brother, I nodded eagerly. I think it is a great idea. Brother, Thanfeng smirked to himself, thinking, here I, brooding over nonsense. Well, I could boldly toss this to the fans. As for those demons, I could not care less if anyone agrees everything belongs to me now. After hearing his suggestion, the emperor immediately commanded the national sorcerer and the commander to meet in the study and draft an imperial decree. After a while, the emperor slammed his cup on the table, revealing that they had been secretly observing Thanfeng's every move lately. The three of them stood together, listening to the emperor continue, saying, National sorcerer, we need to confirm if he is really a disciple of the divine. We can trust rumors. Pausing for a moment, the emperor ordered, wanting no evidence, and the others replied, Yep. Your Majesty, he said to Mo Bei. Commander, keep an eye on Thanfeng in the Mati district. Report even the smallest details to me. He hesitated a bit before responding, Yep. Your Majesty, if he does anything wrong in Mati, the emperor calmly replied, just watch him. The more arrogant a person gets, the easier it is for them to trip themselves up. Mo Bei agreed, saying, I understand. Your Majesty, I will not let you down. He then added, as for the alchemy matters, I will leave that to the eunuch, as I trust him. The eunuch, with a determined look, replied, I will not betray your Majesty's trust. He seethed silently, thinking, Thanfeng, you have embarrassed me like this. I will chop you into 1,000 pieces. After wrapping things up, the emperor waved his hand, ordering, all right, you all can leave now. I want some peace. All three replied in unison, we take our leave. Your Majesty. Once they were out of sight, the emperor clenched his jaw, veins popping in his neck. He knocked over his cup, shattering it into pieces, letting out a furious shout. Meanwhile, at the former royal residence, Thanfeng was leisurely strolling alone, humming a few tunes. Suddenly, something caught his eye, making him blush. It turned out two stunning girls, one dressed as a boy and the other dancing seductively, were right in front of him. The dancing girl turned her head, puzzled. Young master. Upon realizing it was him, she waved and rushed over, exclaiming, Young master. She grabbed Thanfeng's hand, their fingers intertwining, and he suddenly held her wrist. She looked up, her beauty dazzling right before him. Young master. Come here. Seeing such a breathtaking beauty, Thanfeng grinned and held her hand tightly. But then his gaze dropped. The alluring girl, with her curvy figure barely covered, playfully asked, Young master, will you play a game with me? Thanfeng, mesmerized by her fiery figure, nodded eagerly. Sure. The two, a boy and a girl, laughed and danced around joyfully. She pressed closer to him, and he asked, what do you want to play? She hesitated, shyly saying, "I want to," before the fabric on her body suddenly slipped away. While the other girl was still strumming her lute. After a while, once things settled down, Danfeng put his clothes back on and turned to look at the two girls from a distance. Thinking, what if they get bored? I need to ask the old emperor for more beauties. Just as he took a few steps, someone entered and called, "Young master." The man respectfully handed him a note, saying, "Young master, someone just delivered this letter, saying you will understand once you read it." Danfeng slowly opened it. Reading while thinking, news travels fast in the capital. It is already someone looking to butter me up. Danfeng looked at the paper, sneering quietly. This is not going to excite people more than those fools with their gifts, is it? He turned to leave, saying, I just remembered I have not finished the assignment my master gave me today. I need to go into seclusion for 2 days, even if the sky falls. You will wait until I am done before talking, he added, and the man bowed his head, responding, "Yep, Your Highness." Danfeng took a few steps and soon reached the door of his room. Turning around, with the matter of Mukadike resigning from the ring, he instantly vanished, reappearing in a lush green forest. He glanced around and said, "Come out," and from behind, 2 people appeared, both calling out in unison, "Master." He turned and commanded, "Did you bring all the demons from the Mati district? Where are they? Lead me there quickly." The 2 replied, "Please follow us, Master." Moments later, the 3 of them entered a cave, with Thin Nan leading the way holding a torch. While Danfeng looked around eagerly, Thin Nan suddenly stopped and said seriously, "This is the spot." Danfeng looked and turned pale. Before them lay a pile of demons stacked like a mountain, and a sobbing sound echoed through the cave. Curious, Danfeng turned towards the sound. He gasped in shock, "Little Thiem." Then he asked, "Have you switched to the Thanthone path now?" Thin Nan, striking a cute pose, asked, "Master, do you like it?" Danfeng replied, "Like? Of course, I do." She immediately chimed in, "Little Thiem likes you the most, Master." Just then, Thin Nan called out, "Master," and Danfeng turned around. His face darkened from being interrupted, saying, "This time, you both did great and deserve a reward. I am assigning you a second task. Go raid other demon prisons." Danfeng thought to himself, "Hurry up and get these 2 out of here so I can watch little Thea M dance." He suddenly got annoyed. What the hell? Thin Nan grimaced, gritting his teeth as he said, "I absolutely will not continue aiding the enemy." Danfeng stopped gathering energy in his palm and asked, "What do you think this is?" Around him, a blinding light enveloped him, causing Thin Nan and T-Dum to quickly step back and cover their faces. Thin Nan was shocked, thinking, how could he have gotten stronger in such a short time? Danfeng smirked, "You are no match for me. You can either obediently work for me or face death. Choose." Tukwami immediately stepped in front of Thin Nan, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, "We have worked so hard to survive. Please do not." He turned to her and replied, "Sorry." 2M stepped forward, wiping away her tears, saying, "Master, please do not be angry." Thin Nan L had put in a lot of effort helping their master bring the demons from the Ma prison, and he was just asking for a 2-day break, nothing more. Danfeng smiled. "All right then. Given how hard you have been working lately, this time, after a few days off in the last 2 months, I want to see the next batch of demons. Is there a problem?" He quickly replied. Danfeng waved at the 2 of them from a distance, saying, "All right. Get lost." Once they left, it was just him and Thin M in the cave. The 2 of them embraced each other in front of the teleportation gate, when suddenly Thin M turned around, and Danfeng was taken aback by the strange creature. He kicked it, and it vanished instantly. Danfeng leaned towards her and said, "Master's taking you to an exciting place." Thin M cheerfully replied, "Wherever the master goes, I will follow." Together, they stepped through the teleportation gate and disappeared. On the other side, they arrived in a bizarre space. The trial spirit stepped forward, respectfully asking, "Master, are you here to supervise our work?" Danfeng answered, "That is right. Some new demons have arrived to work here, and I want to arrange them in this place. By the way, let us see how your work is going." It replied, "Master, please follow me." Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the gate. The trial spirit told him, "The mansion is nearly completed. Master, go check if there is anything you are not satisfied with, and I will arrange for the demons to make corrections." Danfeng nodded approvingly, saying, "Well done." It pointed to the door and said, "Thank you for the compliment. Master, let me take you inside for a stroll." They all entered together, but the trial spirit's expression changed dramatically. Danfeng pinched its cheek and exclaimed, "Just praised you for being sensible. And now you walk in here acting like you do not get it. We need some stunning ladies with curvy figures strutting around here to give the other demons some motivation. Got it. It was sweating bullets and replied. Got it. Understood. Danfeng was pretty angry, so he demanded a slightly bigger courtyard. The trial spirit rubbed its face looking at him. Then he commanded, bring all the new demons over here. I have something to assign. It immediately responded. Yep. Master. The trial spirit led Danfeng inside, where the first thing that hit their eyes was a bunch of lifeless demons sprawled out on the ground. Danfeng raised his hand, using his powers. With a snap of his fingers, the demons instantly opened their eyes and stood up, confused, asking continuously, where is this? Human, where are we? The monsters standing in front of Danfeng asked. Are you the one who sent someone to capture us? What do you want with us? Facing the monsters, Danfeng was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed and asked back, what do I want to capture you for? He crossed his arms and directly commanded. Demons. I want you to help me cultivate. The monsters with bloodshot eyes sneered. Humans like you are so arrogant. Thinking just because you brought us here, you can do whatever you want. One monster shouted angrily. Just you wait. Today you will find out what happens when you unleash General Covid. With that, it lunged forward. But suddenly a massive foot stomped down on that monster, sending it flying. The gigantic, hideous monsters advanced toward Danfeng. He raised his hand, and an immense force surged toward the monsters, causing them to back away in fear. Danfeng darkly asked, so what now? Can I do whatever I want? The monsters hesitated in fear, replying, yep. You can. He grinned with satisfaction, saying, today you only have two choices. Either kill me. Pausing, his expression turned sinister, or get killed by me. The monsters screamed in terror upon hearing this. They were terrified, running around in a panic, crying for help, as someone was out to kill the monsters. Danfeng watched their cowardice in silence. The creatures kept wailing, begging for help. Humans are so scary. We just want to go home. Please spare me. I do not want to die young. I have elders to take care of. Wait. I am already married at the demon subduing chamber. I have kid. You could spot a poor little frog trembling in fear. Danfeng walked over to it and said, not running away. Guess you got guts. Come on. Hit me. The frog was sweating and stammered. Big brother. I just have a cramp. Danfeng reached out to it. Don't be shy. The frog immediately threw a punch at him, and the system chimed in, announcing that he was attacked by a frog with a power level of 1000. The surrounding monsters stared in disbelief, while Danfeng burst out laughing, leaving the frog confused. He smiled and said, not bad. Keep going. The frog, with tears welling up, stuttered, Master, I really did not mean it. Danfeng looked at it, tightened his fist, and commanded, continue. The frog shot a glance back, and he warned, if you do not hit me, I will hit you. Choose wisely. It shook its head and shouted, fine, I will hit you. It threw a punch at Danfeng's stomach, and the system instantly reported, host attack by frog, power level increased by 1000. Danfeng repeated his order. Keep going. The frog hesitated for a moment, then said, Master, do not blame me for being rude. The surrounding monsters burst into laughter. Finally, our chance has come. Brothers, attack him now. They all charged at him at once, and a loud explosion echoed. The system quickly reported, host attack by frog, power level increased by 1000. 1000. 1000. Host attack by monster, power increased 99. 99. 99. Host attack by snake monster, power increased 1. An hour later, Danfeng stood there unfazed and unscathed, while the monsters lay exhausted on the ground. He wondered to himself, after being attacked by so many monsters, why have not I broken through to the second layer of internal energy? Danfeng scratched his head, pondering, if eating too many pills was not bad for my health, I would not even need to mess with these worthless creatures. He turned and thought, all right, in 2 days, I am heading back to the demon subduing chamber to take up my post. He spun around, hoping the monsters there would be a bit tougher. The timid fox spirit sat on the ground, trembling in fear. So strong. So strong. Danfeng approached it, causing it to jump up in shock. He opened the door and said, little spirit, where's the way to the inner chambers? Show me the way. The fox spirit stammered. Ah yes. Yep. After a moment, they finally arrived, and he halted. The fox spirit pointed inside and said, Master. Master. Please. Come in. Danfeng entered and replied, all right. You go to your thing. Before promptly shutting the door behind him. Inside, the spirit was comfortably wearing glasses and sipping water. She took off her glasses and called out, Master. Danfeng glanced around and crossed his arms, saying, not bad. Not bad. He looked at her and asked, "Little spirit, do you have confidence managing this place?" The spirit stared at him. Bewildered, she hesitantly replied, "Master, what do you mean?" Dan Feng urged, "Just tell me. Do you have that confidence?" The little enchantress bowed her head and said, "Master, if you trust me, I will do my best." Dan Feng looked at her and replied, "Not bad. Now that is the little enchantress I know." He then said seriously, "From now on, you will manage the monsters here. Anyone who disobeys will face the consequences." "Got it." She was stunned. Completely speechless, Dan Feng then handed her several types of potions and said, "Make sure to use these wisely. Eat them and quickly boost your cultivation." The enchantress accepted them, immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, Master." Then she added, "Wait a moment, Master." Before darting off, leaving Dan Feng a bit puzzled, the enchantress reached a machine and pressed a button with her finger, prompting Dan Feng to curiously follow her. He asked, "What are you doing?" As the lights above shone down, various things started to rise, and the enchantress turned to him and said, "Just wait, this is a real stage." Dan Feng's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Whoa, this is impressive. I have not seen modern architecture in ages. I knew you would manage things well." With colorful lights shining down, the enchantress proudly asked, "Isn't it beautiful? I designed it based on the scenery." She continued, "There are many more scenes that can change." "Master." The enchantress led Dan Feng to a chair and said, "And this too. Hurry and sit." She playfully draped her arm over his shoulder and added, "This chair is exclusively for you, Master." Then she stood in front of Dan Feng, winking, and said, "The show is about to begin." The enchantress took off her cloak and began performing a mesmerizing dance. After a while, she playfully bit her nails and called out, "My lord." By this time, Dan Feng had stripped down, standing up clean and smiling sweetly at her. Dan Feng, completely bare, rushed over to her and said, "Hi." This made the enchantress burst out laughing, with their playful banter echoing, "My lord, be gentle." The scene shifted to night at the royal residence, where Dan Feng was sound asleep in his bed, yawning and turning over as another joyful day came to an end. Suddenly, Dan Feng shot up, wide-eyed. "Who is there?" On the table, an old man suddenly appeared. Sitting there, Little Hu sensed a light touch, proving he was indeed a disciple of the formidable Elder Shen. The old man looked at him and said, "Little Au, do not worry, I mean no harm. I just want to confirm if you truly are Elder Shen's disciple." Dan Feng felt a wave of caution wash over him, thinking he should clarify the old man's intentions first before deciding to kick him out. The old man continued, "Your cultivation is only at the inner energy stage. Yet you possess an indestructible spirit and a physical form that has transformed into a dragon. Such a rare talent must surely be the work of Elder Shen. And I am convinced you are indeed his disciple." Dan Feng broke into a sweat, amazed that he could tell just by looking at him. He then thought to himself, if this guy has ill intentions, there is no need to keep him around. Dan Feng seriously wiped his eyes and asked, "Man, Senior, are you human?" The old man furrowed his brow and replied, "Little Au, rest assured, I am not a demon." Dan Feng muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn it. You are the reason I am on edge. Anyone who takes a swing at me is just asking for trouble." He asked slowly, "Why are you hiding your true self?" Lun replied, "Of course. I want to have a proper chat with Taiyu. Once I sort some things out, I will definitely share my true identity with him." The two exchanged glances, and Minnie added, "Taiyu, your master is a god, and your physical strength is off the charts. He is the supreme king of the Great Flame Dynasty, and the royal palace is heavily guarded. Sure, I am confident I could sneak in and out of your palace without anyone noticing, but I have no reason to go toe-to-toe with the royal family of the Great Flame Dynasty." "Right." Dan Feng reluctantly turned away. "Who knows if you are just pulling my leg?" He raised 3 fingers to swear. "I would stake my life on it." "How about that?" He reluctantly agreed. "Fine. You give me vibes just like my master. Could you also be a true god?" Dan Feng's mind raced as he plotted. "I need to probe a bit first." He closed his eyes and said, "Taiyu, no need to pry." Minnie bowed his head in contemplation. "It is okay to tell you, but there are no true gods in this world. That is just wishful thinking from those who do not understand the reality. Even a god-level warrior is just a stronger version of a regular person." Dan Feng was taken aback and turned his head sharply. Then he relaxed and replied, "All right, whatever you say is fine by me." Minty suddenly stood up and said, "A few days ago, I heard that a god-level expert was chasing the great demon transformation dragon to the imperial capital." As he walked closer to Dan Feng, he said, "I came all the way to the imperial capital to meet with NGN, but after several days, I could not find a trace of the expert. Just when I was about to leave, your master's disciple showed up, and you are curious, looking for me." Then Minnie asked, Today I came to ask Taiyu who. Where is your master right now? I need to discuss something important with him. Then Feng smirked and said, my master is off exploring the world right now. I do not know his exact location. But if you could share some info with me, I will pass it along when he returns. Minnie immediately replied, you are thoughtful. But this is a serious matter. We need to speak directly. He wondered if Taiyu Ho had any way to contact his master. Even just to send a message. Then Feng quickly answered, nope. He wiped the sweat off his brow and said, my master does not like being disturbed when he is off exploring. If you just want to meet him to ask something, that is a different story. He thought to himself, if I teach you how to reach me, won't that blow my cover? Minty sighed in frustration. Let me tell you this. He paced back and forth. Then Feng stared at him, utterly confused. Suddenly, he shouted, are you going to spill the beans or what? Minty focused his energy and floated in the air. Saying this concerns your master's life. I have to tell him myself quickly. Thanfeng was furious. What? He stood in the air, turning his back to Thanfeng and asked, your master must have just stepped into the god realm not long ago. Right. Thanfeng gritted his teeth, thinking, so what? What does this have to do with the god realm? Min landed gracefully and declared, he is my disciple. Not only is he not hiding, but he is also making waves as the #1 pure king, spreading his name across the realm. He tilted his head, looking at the boy and continued, I bet he has just stepped into the divine realm. Otherwise, he would not make such rookie mistakes. Then Feng, baffled, scratched his head and asked, rookie mistakes? Senior, could you explain a bit more? I am not following. Min explained, your master has messed up, and I am the only one who can help him fix it. But I can only tell your master. Not you. Then he turned away. You are still young, with a bright future ahead in the divine realm. If I knew sooner, I would worry I would crush your spirit. I am only looking out for you. Min pulled out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to him, saying, here, take this communication charm. After you meet your master, just tell him the heavenly laws are shifting. The great cataclysm will begin in 2 years. Have him come find me. Thanfeng cursed under his breath. Damn it. Feeling frustrated, he shot back, if I do not say who I am, why should I relay your message to my master? What if I mess up and end up getting him killed? Then I would be the one responsible for his death. Mingzi glanced at him, and Thanfeng continued, if you do not tell me, I will assume you want to harm my master. You know this is my royal estate, and you know my master is a powerful deity. How confident are you that you can escape from here? He suddenly chuckled and introduced himself. I am the esteemed Mingzi, in charge of guiding in the dark realm. I lead a few powerful beings to ascend to the divine realm in this world. Mingzi thought to himself, having never met a true deity, he could not afford to clash with Han's disciple. This kid was not easily fooled. Thanfeng was taken aback. The dark realm. He immediately jumped down, his sharp gaze fixed on Mingzi. Thanfeng smirked. You really are part of an organization, he said, with you making such a fuss. They won't let you off the hook. Thanfeng shot back. Still trying to trick me. Mingzi plopped down, unfazed, and replied, why would I lie to you? Just think, why is it that in this world we only hear tales of gods, but never see one? Thanfeng was puzzled. Well, Mingzi answered, because gods always hide their existence. He continued, this is the first time I have seen a disciple of a god making such a racket. Do you really think those with schemes would miss the chance to interact with a god? I can see that those who cultivate in the dark arts would jump at the chance to seize a true deity. He lowered his head and said, if you understand, go find your master. Mingzi handed Thanfeng a worn-out piece of cloth, insisting he must tell him to seek him in the dark realm. After passing the item, he took off, and Thanfeng turned to him and asked, you really run fast, afraid I would ask too many questions. Just like that. He vanished, leaving Thanfeng fuming as he stared into the empty space before flopping onto his bed to rest. Scene shift to the Demon Suppression Hall. Where are we now? Inside the inner courtyard of the Demon Suppression Hall, he joyfully followed Mobei, and when others saw them, they greeted, Lord Lin. Prince Gu. After walking a bit, Mobei said to Thanfeng, Prince Gu, your appointment process is complete. Why do not we discuss the main duties of the Demon Suppression Hall? Thanfeng looked around, then said, this courtyard is not bad, but it is lacking in beauties. His face twisted mischievously as he asked, what did you just say? Mobei, furious, repeated, I said your appointment process is complete. Let us talk about the main duties of the Demon Suppression Hall. Thanfeng wanted to say, I do not get those duties at all. Just throw me into the Demon Suppression prison. My specialty is suppressing demons. He hesitated, and then Thanfeng continued, earlier in the Nugodong district, I discovered a way to tame the demon spirits. It can make them obedient and serve the court. I want to spread this method nationwide. Mafibek smiled, scratching his head as he replied. Get it? From now on. As long as you say where the demon suppression prison is, I will follow. On the surface. He smiled, but inside he was secretly judging. Thinking he was just a clever guy trying to seize power. Little did he know. Danfeng was just a fool wanting to get by. He was secretly pleased. Calculating that the demon suppression tower was sealed, and he needed Musbuch to manage the demon spirits. Musibech cleared his throat and said, All right. Let us head to the demon suppression prison. Danfeng replied. The two chatted as they walked, and soon they reached the demon suppression tower. As they climbed the steps together, he said, Your Highness, I'm afraid I can't go in with you. The air around the demon suppression tower was thick with a sinister aura that scared everyone away. Danfeng turned and asked, Why is that? Minnie immediately replied, Your Highness, this demon suppression tower is filled with countless demon spirits and thousands of seals. Many of them are stronger than us. They gaze up at the towering spire. And Minta continued, Unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise the demon envoy will issue a decree forbidding anyone from entering the demon suppression tower. You have a divine protection, and your physical form is indestructible. How could we ever compare? He clasped his hands and bowed his head. So I can't go in. Danfeng waved him off, saying, All right, get it. You go to your thing. Metzi Butch replied, You go, but be careful. Danfeng looked up, puzzled, thinking, All this talk sounds like someone's just scared to go inside. Minty thought to himself, He really is a big, dumb fool, standing at the door just gaping, before stepping inside. Danfeng curiously scanned the surroundings. At the entrance, two guards blocked their way, asking, Who goes there? He blinked in confusion. Then Danfeng pulled out a badge from his pocket. The two guards read it aloud, Commander of Demon Suppression. Danfeng. After finishing, they opened the door and said in unison, Identity confirmed. You may enter. Danfeng glanced at the list, thinking, No matter which floor you want to enter, just press the corresponding number. After reading through the list, he wondered, Special demon spirits. Suddenly, he envisioned a seductive demon with curves, and he clapped his hands in realization. Feeling enlightened, he dashed to the 6th floor. Special demon spirits. Danfeng stopped abruptly, surrounded by a green aura of spiritual energy. Moments later, a statue of a Buddha appeared before him, and Danfeng stared in shock. His head spun. Feeling dizzy. Suddenly, the surroundings grew dim, leaving only the Buddha statue glowing bright. He shielded his eyes and asked, Is this a ceiling formation? Danfeng looked around and said, It seems there is nowhere else to go. Danfeng took cautious steps toward the Buddha statue, asking, This statue is a demon spirit too. He stared at it intently and asked, Wait, can you talk? Speak up. The statue suddenly opened its eyes, radiating a dazzling celestial aura, startling him. This demon suppression tower is next level, the statue asked. What brings you here? Benefactor. Danfeng wondered, Are you a Buddha or a demon? The statue replied, What is it to be a Buddha or a demon? It is all baseless. The statue then had a light bulb moment. Did old master just stumble upon the secret heady out of those who love to play pretend? Yesterday's name was one thing, but you are the same today. I am just as curious about what you really are. Then Danfeng's eyes widened as he shouted, What a twist! Danfeng burst into laughter. Pretending really is your thing. After graduating college. Look at this. The Buddha statue below morphed into a terrifying demon, complete with a necklace of skulls. You think too much. Everything in this world is. It seemed to realize it had been exposed, its aura flaring up. My Buddha like can be. The demon was taken aback. Even the ceiling formation was. But before it could finish, Danfeng's laughter cut it off. In my kingdom, nothing is impossible. He laughed triumphantly. This seal. Please. It is child's play. Suddenly, its eyes sparkled. Goodness. Goodness. You are a kind soul. I see you are destined for my Buddha. Why not take refuge in me? Before it could finish, the demon's eyes blazed as it unleashed an attack on him. As it struck, it yelled, From now on, you will enter bliss. Danfeng smirked. Standing still, unaffected, the attack exploded around him. At that moment, the system chimed in. Host has been attacked by Demon Bud. Attribute points gained. 10,000. 10,000. 100,000. The demon gaped in disbelief. This is not over. It launched another powerful strike. And with a deafening boom, debris flew everywhere. The system announced again. Attribute points have reached the threshold for the Demon Buddha's special ability. As the dust settled, Danfeng stood there completely unscathed. While the demon looked on in disbelief, Danfeng was now coughing from the dust. Exhausted, Danfeng asked the system, What the heck is an attribute point? The system explained. The demon Buddha ability can unleash sonic attacks that can shatter souls. It is not just a basic attack. It can also manipulate human hearts. Danfeng paused, looking at the demon. No wonder you are a beast in the 6th floor of the demon tower. This is getting interesting. Then he laughed heartily. With skills like yours, I can just let you off the hook. His hands formed a powerful energy. You are right. We are quite fated. And this fate is just beginning. The power surged stronger. Danfeng shouted. Eye of the Celestial Lake. Spatial power, the demon gasped. Treasure. It raised its massive hand towards him. And the two powers clashed, making Danfeng narrow his eyes. The system announced. Host has been attacked by a dark entity. Cultivation level. 10,000. He was astonished. This is something. Danfeng stood tall, ready for battle as the system chimed. Host has been attacked by a dark entity. Cultivation level. 10,000. 10,000. 10,000. The demon was shocked. How can you take my hit so easily? It frantically asked. How can you withstand my blow? The demon immediately withdrew its hand, baring its sharp teeth and said, You are a hidden powerhouse. This is getting fun, Amitabha. You have been consumed by darkness. There is no saving you. It gathered its strength and said, Today, I shall. Pausing. It shouted, Exterminate the demon. With the Buddha light illuminating, it unleashed its power toward Danfeng, who calmly watched the energy approach, ready to counter effortlessly. You think to yourself, Today I am going to turn you into the perfect example of this demon, so all the monsters inside will know just how powerful I am. Just as that surge of power is about to explode, the system announces, Host is under attack by a malevolent entity. Cultivation level 20,000. 20,000. 20,000. Around you, everything is drenched in a blood-red aura, and the demon is furious. Roaring, I will show you. Meanwhile, Danfeng is panting. As the system chimes in again, cultivation level 20,000. 20,000. Sweat beads down your face as you wonder what is going on. It is too hot. The system alerts you that your inner strength has hit its limit. You are about to burst into a new phase of power. And Danfeng mutters to himself. Burst into a new phase. Droplets of sweat fall as your energy surges. The system announces. Inner strength has reached the first realm of true energy. That fiery aura shifts to a vibrant green. And when Danfeng opens his eyes, he sees the demon charging at him. Danfeng instantly steps back, thinking, Dude, you are not so tough. With that, he throws a solid punch at the demon. The demon screams. You monster. The pain is never ending. But turning back is not an option. Danfeng braces himself. I do not bow to Buddha. I bow to your mama. If you have got the guts. Hit me. Just then, the demon starts to tire and takes a deep breath. Confused by your presence, it raises its hand. A bright red seal appears above, and it shouts, 1,000 Buddhas. Before launching it straight at Danfeng with arms crossed, you stand still, and the system chimes in. Cultivation level plus 30,000. Plus 30,000. Plus 30,000. Another notification pops up. Inner strength breaks through to the second realm of true energy. The demon seal drops suddenly, shocking it into wide-eyed disbelief. You glance at it darkly and say, Now it is my turn. Danfeng leaps forward, no fear at all, catching the demon off guard, leaving it completely stunned. With a furious glare, he unleashes his attack, eyes blazing like fire. Thinking, Did you really think getting bigger makes you stronger? What a joke. Danfeng lands a powerful punch to the demon's face, sending it crashing backward. The impact echoes loudly as Danfeng calmly descends. Suddenly, Danfeng's eyes widen in shock. The demon's face twists in agony, with streams of liquid pouring from its skin like molten lava. Danfeng sees the demon writhing on the ground, thinking, What the heck is going on? Is this guy like that fire magician, capable of shifting forms? The demon, lying there, still manages a wicked smile, lamenting, I never expected to encounter a monster like you in this world. Damn it. In the end, it is just a matter of inches between Butter and demon. Furious, Danfeng kicks the demon in the face. You snap. I hate being called the villain. Danfeng dives in. This guy's too deep in his role. Trapped in the demon-suppressing tower. While you are the real evil. The demon stares back, a mix of confusion and rage, scowling as he retorts. Do not think that defeating me once means I won fight back. The liquid on the demon's skin flows down his back, and he winces in pain, his eyes losing their gleam. Danfeng lunges at the evil Buddha once more, and he is left momentarily stunned. The water marks on his body now creeping down to his feet. He quickly lands on the skull necklace of the evil Buddha. Danfeng turns his head back, his gaze sharp and filled with determination. Frustrated, He delivers a kick to the back of the evil Buddha's head, causing him to spit out blood in pain. He shouts, "You think you can resist me? I am just getting started." A notification pops up from the system. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the third layer of Kui realm. With a satisfied stretch, Danfeng stands over the fallen evil Buddha, who lies defeated on the ground. Looking at the defeated evil Buddha, whose face is twisted in agony, Danfeng crosses his arms and thinks to himself, the demon suppression tower in the capital truly is impregnable. My current internal energy is on par with the dragon transformation realm. Other than being a bit weaker, I could almost fight with my physical body. Danfeng's face beams with pride as he leans down to ask the evil Buddha, how about joining my army? The evil Buddha grimaces in pain but defiantly replies, you are delusional. I am devoted to the Buddha. Forget about it. Furious, Danfeng punches him in the face, shouting, you with all that dark energy, and you still dare to preach about the Buddha? The evil Buddha clutches his face in agony, knowing he should back down, but still insists, strength is not about good or evil. It is in the heart. Even if I am filled with dark energy, I still have the heart of a Buddha. And you, even though you are human, act like a demon. People are blind, only seeing appearances and missing the essence. Danfeng, still seething, kicks him again, barking, you are wasting my time. If you want to submit now, I will be back tomorrow. I will keep beating you until you surrender. The evil Buddha, in pain, and kneels down as Danfeng turns to leave, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it. I can't believe there is no one here who will bow to me in this massive demon suppression tower. Suddenly, the evil Buddha calls out, wait, please. Danfeng halts and turns back, asking, what now? The evil Buddha responds, in ancient times, the Buddha sacrificed his flesh for an eagle. Now, a little one like me offers himself to help you. Struggling to rise, he looks at Danfeng and continues, I am willing to follow you, to guide you with the teachings of the Buddha. If you keep beating me every day, I might not survive. Danfeng's face lights up with victory, and he smirks, I just gave you a chance, and you did not appreciate it. Now, my opportunities are precious. If you want to submit, you will have to endure a month of me beating you first. Danfeng gathers his energy into a magical orb in his palm. He turns to leave, leaving the evil Buddha to watch helplessly. Danfeng strides forward quickly. He has reached another space, the southern floor of the demon suppression tower. Calmly resting his hands on his hips, Danfeng surveys his surroundings, his voice tinged with disappointment. This floor only holds male monsters. That is a bit lacking. He then approaches the door right in front of him. Danfeng smirked as he crushed the lock of the door with a single hand, muttering, let us start with you. The door swung open, revealing someone waiting inside. The hairy guy's face twisted in disappointment upon seeing him. Danfeng approached, his voice dripping with disappointment as he said, is it just the first stage of the dragon transformation? Guess I will have to make do. The dragon transformation guy grumbled, you are just a human, not some demon lord. His finger pointed accusingly at Danfeng, mocking, aren't you supposed to be trained better by your superiors? Danfeng merely flashed a cold smile amidst the tension of the moment. The dragon transformation guy felt a chill run down his spine and began to panic, still trying to sound tough as he warned, you will regret barging into the demon's lair. Without wasting words, Danfeng threw a punch right at the dragon transformation guy's face, cutting him off mid-sentence. The blow sent him crashing into the wall. While Danfeng regained his composure swiftly, the dragon transformation guy was stuck against the wall, debris scattering around him. Danfeng echoed his earlier words ominously. Consequences. Let me tell you. He pulled back his energy and simply said, my fist is the consequence. Leaving the dragon transformation guy with nothing to say, the white walls and warm yellow lights created an atmosphere that was both ancient and eerie. Inside the southern tower of demon suppression, Danfeng kicked open a side door and stepped in, quickly finding a fish-headed dude who could only beg for mercy, pleading, please, my lord, spare me. Then, Danfeng burst through another door, charging inside. The guy in there was quickly taken down as Danfeng unleashed a flurry of punches. The guy cried out, please, no more. I will. The system chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the 5th level of QI refinement. Danfeng opened another door, and the guy inside was swiftly subdued, begging while kneeling, from now on, you are my master. The system announced again. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new talent. As usual, Danfeng was amused by the announcement. Grinning, can T say I am surprised to find a demon in the capital of the Flame Dynasty. He continued taking down another foe before casually stepping out, wiping his hands and saying, though they could not take a hit, at least they provided some entertainment. The system kept buzzing with notifications, revealing a new talent. Counter-Strike. which allows you to return 10% of damage to the attacker. This talent is progressive. The key to its growth. The stronger the hedgehog's spirit, the more attributes the host gains, enhancing the counter-strike ability after drying his hands. Danfeng tossed the towel aside without a second thought, muttering to himself, "Gotta find a way to lure some demons in here." Once finished, he stretched and yawned. Looking undeniably tired, Danfeng quietly reminded himself that he wrapped up the 5th and 6th floors of the demon suppression tower yesterday. And today, he would start from the 4th floor. Just then, someone rushed in. Panting heavily, the newcomer bent over, gasping for breath, prompting Danfeng to voice his annoyance. "Haven't I taught you the rules yet? You are all panicking like this. If others see you, they will have a field day gossiping about our royal house." The guy started frantically pointing elsewhere, notifying Danfeng that there are several people claiming to be from the old royal family, saying they encountered him in the Gudong district. Before he could finish his sentence, Danfeng grabbed him by the collar, insisting that they refuse to leave and are adamant about seeing him. Danfeng yanked the guy's collar hard and replied loudly, telling them that he has royal business and does not have time to meet with them, so they should scram. The guy looked a bit shaken by the way Danfeng was acting. Without hesitation, Danfeng let go with a fierce shove, causing the guy to stumble. He thought to himself, "You can't just toss aside someone of royal lineage like that. I am not some commoner to be bullied." The guy quickly got back on his feet and obediently agreed, saying he would leave right away. But just then, Danfeng called him back. "Wait a second." The guy turned around, flustered, asking if the prince had any further instructions. Danfeng stood there for a moment, contemplating. He brushed his hand over his chin and suddenly smirked. Danfeng lowered his hand and issued a serious command. "Go tell them. If they want to see me, they need to hand over the complete Long Shengong manual first." The guy immediately replied, "Yep, Your Highness." Danfeng placed his hands on his hips, watching the guy head out to deliver the message while internally scolding himself. "How could I forget that the Long Shengong I am training is a limited edition? I can only cultivate up to the Kai stage. I need to get all the scrolls from the old royal family first." The tower was surrounded by energy, and the system continuously announced, "Congratulations, host. You have received the blood transformation technique, Mystic Eye of the Celestial Devil, and Mastery of the 5 Elements." Danfeng was sitting cross-legged on the bed inside the tower, deep in meditation, focusing on his breathing. His eyes drifted to a letter, floating mid-air. Suddenly stalling, the letter spun gently in the air, glowing as it prepared to reveal its contents to Danfeng. The message inside was projected onto the floor, and Danfeng looked up to read it. "The 13th demon prison successfully raided. The demons have been secured by Tamo and brought to the capital." Upon reading the contents, Danfeng could not help but get excited and exclaimed, "Not bad. Not bad." The message from Tumi was reliable. "It seems like my promotion is just around the corner. Time to celebrate like a fan." Danfeng rushed to fling open the door, where Nong Ho and Najieter were already waiting outside. The two of them beamed at him, and he confidently issued his orders. Feeling triumphant, Danfeng barked orders to the two. "I'm going to the nature residence." Unho and Neklithok obediently bowed their heads in compliance. "Yep, Your Highness." Danfeng grinned mischievously, saying, "You guys are quick learners with the rules. Now hurry up and get everything ready." Nhoho and Nekis just smiled at his playful tone. The two quickly set off, leaving Danfeng to quietly enjoy the moment. Thinking about how quickly they were adapting to the customs of the old royal family, he turned and gently opened the door. His face lit up with excitement. If he was going out for a meal, he had to dress to impress. On the streets, people bustled about, buying and selling, moving all around. Guards shouted to disperse the crowd, urging citizens to step aside to clear a path for the carriages, doing their best to avoid chaos. A lavishly gilded carriage rolls down the street, soldiers clearing the path ahead, making way for the majestic arrival of the revered king. "Everyone, step aside." The carriage glides slowly down the road, followed by attendants, while townsfolk press against the storefronts, stealing glances at the spectacle. A man turns and whispers to his companion, "The emperor's got 6 horses pulling that thing." The noble from before had 6 too. Could it be the emperor? The other quickly shoots back, "No. If it were the emperor, this street would have been swarmed by horses ages ago." The man suddenly looks intrigued, a light bulb going off in his head. Wait, if it is not the emperor but still has 6 horses, could it be the legendary king of purity? That has got to be King Feng, the god's disciple, the immortal alchemist, the one who sits at the table with the emperor in all those tales. His companion nods in agreement. "That is him. I thought gods were just myths, but here we are, witnessing a god's disciple in the flesh." Talk about a once-in-a-lifetime moment. Inside the carriage, King Feng slightly lifts the curtain, straining to hear the murmurs outside. A proud smile spreads across King Feng's face as he continues to listen to the chatter. "Do you really think gods exist? If they do, why are we only seeing their disciples and never the gods themselves?" There must be something to it. Haven't you heard the tales of the King of Purity and his exploits? It is all to let everyone know that the fiery dynasty has divine backing. At this, Kung Feng's mood darkens. He rests his chin on his hand, lost in thought as the voices outside continue to swirl around him. The most crucial thing is that the god gifted the emperor with the elixir of immortality, claiming it would ensure his eternal reign. Yeah, I heard the emperor was on his last legs not too long ago, and now he is back to full health. What the hell? That emperor is definitely up to something. Even a fool knows the truth, yet he seems oblivious, clearly afraid I will kick the bucket too soon. Suddenly, Kung Feng's eyes widen in realization, his heart racing. Hold on. What if that emperor is scheming something? His expression shifts to one of concern as he clenches his fist, anxiety creeping in. This way, he boosts his reputation while revealing his ties to me. Using the god's name to fend off those who want him dead, my grip tightens on the armrest. He is definitely trying to test if I am really the god's disciple. Regaining his composure, Kung Feng stretches his arms and sighs. Damn. Emperor, even if you owe part of your glory to me, I am still not pleased. I need to find a way to vent this frustration. Just then, a booming voice calls from outside. The King of Purity has arrived. Prince, clear the way. Kung Feng jumps slightly, whispering to himself. The prince. Kung Feng pulls back the curtain and calls out to a nearby soldier. Hold on. We are at the prince's residence. The soldier responds promptly. Yep. Your Highness. Hearing the answer, a dark smile creeps across King Feng's face as he plots. If I take a swing at the emperor now, the people will be furious. But if I take down the emperor's son, that could send a message. At the prince's estate, the carriage, horses, and soldiers stroll along. Chatting, two soldiers flank the carriage, while another helps King Feng down. The soldier above shouts, the King of Purity has arrived. Someone hurry and inform His Highness the Prince to prepare for his welcome. Dan Feng approached, and the prince's guards stepped forward, bowing with friendly smiles. One of them spoke up. Your Highness, we have not heard of any news about the Crown Prince lately. What brings you here? Dan Feng calmly pointed inside the gate and asked, Is my nephew home? The two guards exchanged glances, and the one in front tried to convey his thoughts silently to the other. Haven't heard anything about the Crown Prince bringing anyone new to the palace recently. The other guard hesitantly asked Dan Feng. Excuse me. Your Highness. Who is your nephew? Dan Feng smiled politely and replied. He is your Crown Prince. Is he home? Upon hearing this, the guard pointed inside and obediently replied. Yep. Your Highness. I will take you to see the Crown Prince. Suddenly, Dan Feng coldly kicked the guard who was leading the way from behind. The guard did not have time to react and was sent flying forward, shock evident in his eyes. He landed in the courtyard, feeling utterly helpless, as his shoe lightly scraped against his back. Almost steaming, the other guard froze in shock at the sight. Dan Feng calmly criticized. The Crown Prince's guards really lack discipline. Bring me in to see the Crown Prince. Dan Feng stepped over the unfortunate guard, who was now bent out of shape, and continued. What kind of logic is it for an uncle to visit his nephew? Suddenly, a voice rang out, demanding attention. Who dares to cause trouble in the Crown Prince's palace? With an authoritative stride, Dan Feng remained frozen. Facing the newcomer who was stepping closer, it was the Crown Prince. His expression was one of disdain as he regarded Dan Feng. The Crown Prince boomed. So it is the esteemed Prince of Tranquility. I also came to pay my respects. Dan Feng casually scratched his side and strolled over confidently, suggesting, this Prince of Tranquility feels quite distant. Let us just call each other uncle. The Crown Prince, taken aback, stuttered. What? Dan Feng put on a serious face and patiently explained. My royal father and your father, King Suong, referred to each other as brothers. Shouldn't you call me uncle? Internally, he cursed. How could such a smart emperor spawn a fool like this? The Crown Prince wore an unpleasant expression. Clearly dissatisfied, he assessed Dan Feng with skepticism, wondering how he dared to act so arrogantly. A spark of calculation flickered in his eyes as he considered something. But, to his surprise, the Crown Prince forced a stiff smile, trying to appease Dan Feng. Uncle. Indeed. You are quite clever, he thought to himself. Even my father has been listening to him lately. It is better to go along with him than to oppose him and invite disaster. Suddenly, Dan Feng's anger flared. He sternly chastised. You disrespectful brat, calling me uncle without any respect. After scolding, Dan Feng felt smug, thinking, I was just lamenting not having a reason to hit you. You practically handed me your weakness. You fool. He stepped closer to the Crown Prince and leaned in. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Seeing the Crown Prince's reaction was not what he expected. He stammered. Dan Feng quickly moved in and slapped the Crown Prince hard, causing him to twist his jaw. The force of Than Fong's slap sent the Crown Prince spinning 360 degrees in mid-air. Unable to react, he landed painfully on his delicate features, bouncing twice before finally hitting the ground. Completely stunned at this moment, he could only gaze up at the sky with tear-filled eyes. True to form, the prince lost his cool and shot up, shouting for his rights. I am the Crown Prince of the current dynasty, the one and only Tenkin King. You have messed with the wrong guy. Then the prince realized that the person sitting across from him was not someone he could intimidate with power. He quickly caught himself, eyes wide with fear as he looked at Than Fong. Than Fong stood above, looking down at the prince with a calm yet piercing voice. Fi am Kwai. Than Fong's expression turned icy, his tone chilling as he said, let me make this clear. I am the one calling the shots now. The prince's eyes pleaded for help, but he was helpless as Than Fong grabbed him by the collar, pulling him closer. Face to face with the now flushed prince, the atmosphere grew colder, and Than Fong leaned in, saying, just so you know, if I want to beat you up, I will, and no one can stop me. Suddenly, the prince's hand formed a fireball. Realizing what was happening, Than Fong relaxed his grip. The prince threw a fairy punch, trying to sneak attack Than Fong, but he dodged effortlessly. Than Fong quickly retaliated, his hands gathering energy to form a glowing green sphere. As Than Fong landed, the energy sphere continued to swell in the face of the prince's shock. Outside, the soldiers were rattled by the loud commotion coming from within. The shouts continued echoing, and the soldiers who had not been paying attention now heard it clearly. A commanding soldier pointed inside and calmly suggested, Crown Prince's chamber. You two keep watch. The rest follow me. A squad of soldiers, upon hearing the orders, rushed into the Crown Prince's chamber, their footsteps echoing behind them. Yep, sir. 3 soldiers stood atop the palace roof, watching the chaos unfold inside. They were taken aback by the scene before them. One soldier, visibly shaken, was sweating profusely, unable to close his mouth in shock. Than Thumb thought, the scene inside was pure chaos. The Crown Prince was getting beaten like a rag doll by Than Fong. The prince was crying out, clutching his head. Uncle, spare me. Uncle, please spare me. Uncle, I was wrong. Than Fong kept on striking, responding calmly. Now you decide to call for your uncle. Too late. The 3 soldiers, seeing their prince being mercilessly beaten, rushed down to intervene. One soldier shouted loudly, Your Highness, we are here to save you. Than Fong kicked towards the soldiers. They scattered in panic. The prince tried to use the chaotic scene to escape, but Than Fong dealt with the soldiers and even knocked the prince's head around a bit. He felt utterly speechless in front of the guy. Suddenly, the prince cried out, Oof. Than Fong's eyes widened, his brows furrowed tightly together. He paused, taking in the situation. The soldiers and the prince were all getting their heads handed to them. The prince was out of breath, tears streaming down his face. Looking utterly defeated, the prince quickly regained his composure and shot up. He still had the nerve to mumble threats. Hearing this, Than Fong was not scared at all. Instead, he calmly shot back, What the Crown Prince did. Have you forgotten already? The prince sat below, listening intently, while everyone turned their gaze toward Than Fong. He asked, What is going on? With an expression of dissatisfaction, Than Fong slowly began to recount the events that unfolded before he entered the capital, where he encountered several monsters in the land of 1,000 beasts. He pointed towards the prince. They claimed that the prince was drunk and called upon them to help me. The soldiers were taken aback by this revelation. The prince was left speechless, unable to retort. He defiantly asked, Where's your proof? But stuttered mid-sentence. Clearly caught off guard, it seemed the prince could not deny what he had done. He fell silent, lowering his head slightly before Than Fong. Than Fong's voice turned icy as he spoke, and the prince listened in fear, realizing that I had gone through great lengths to find the elixir for my elder brother, the emperor. Than Fong shot him a sharp, cold glare, his tone turning even more biting. You have not only tried to kill me, but also plotted against your own father. You are a monster. I could be gone easy on you. The prince, still clueless about his wrongdoing, attempted to defend himself, saying, Without evidence, you are just throwing accusations at me. Than Fong had no time for his nonsense. He delivered a swift kick to his face and shouted, I am the evidence. The prince could barely fight back, crashing to the ground, his face meeting the dirt. He lay sprawled out in the courtyard, and the soldiers did not bother to help him up. Than Fong simply stood there, observing the scene unfold. Than Fong's face showed a mix of shock and hurt, yet he maintained a determined tone. What if I said the great beasts of the land have already submitted to me? As he dropped his hand, a golden orb quickly absorbed the surrounding green barriers. Than Fong swiftly retracted the protective spells around him and turned back to warn the prince. I advise you to know your place. If not, I will expose the connection between the land of beasts and the world. Tell me, Can you still hold on to your position as prince? After delivering his warning, Van Feng turned and walked away. Two soldiers helped the prince, who was struggling to get back on his feet. While Van Feng walked off, his expression a mix of helplessness and disbelief. He could not fathom how the emperor chose a prince so reckless, one who did not fear the fall of the kingdom. Van Feng stepped out from the prince's chamber, stretching comfortably as he thought. After schooling that brat, I feel way better. Those guys are ridiculous. His soldiers lined up neatly on both sides, clearing a path to the carriage. Approaching the carriage, Van Feng climbed aboard slowly and casually remarked, "Let us hit the road." His eyes sparkled with determination, reflecting 2 years of resolve as he thought. I refuse to believe I can find a way to deal with those useless fools. The moonlight on that breezy night enveloped the space in a tranquil, elegant hush. The soldiers' footsteps quickly followed one after another at the prince's chamber. The guard stood vigil outside the door. Inside, a voice filled with joy and excitement rang out. "Great news! Your Highness! You are finally awake." The servants gathered around the prince. One of them whispered, "What are you crying about?" "I am not dead yet," a nearby attendant quickly replied. Yep. It is just this old servant overthinking." The prince frowned, his face filled with doubt as he turned to the person next to him for reassurance. "Father has always been quick with news. Since Feng has come to see you today, I am sure he already knows." The attendant quickly responded. Yep. The prince's voice turned cold as he commanded, "Whatever father said, tell me every word, do not leave anything out." The attendant began to relay the information, and the prince sat up straight, silently absorbing every word. The events of today had already reached His Majesty. The attendant's voice echoed, and as the prince heard the words, it felt like the air around him had chilled. "Your man in the palace is spreading the word. His Majesty has sent someone to investigate thoroughly." The attendant's words struck the prince like a thunderclap, shaking him to his core. Unable to contain himself, the prince shot up from his seat, demanding to know, "What about Feng attacking me?" The attendant could only reply, "His Majesty did not mention it." The prince, caught off guard by this unexpected answer, stammered, "What?" Furious, the prince leapt out of bed, one of his attendants at his side. He stomped his foot, thinking, "Does father know about the 10,000 demons kingdom? Then I have to act first." The prince yanked his hand away from that attendant, who merely stepped back gently. The prince realized that the battle between him and his father was about to begin, grinding his teeth in frustration. His eyes sparkled with malice and jealousy as he silently cursed his father. "Even if father truly is immortal, even if I am not destined for the throne, I still need to fight hard." The attendant watched the prince's back with worry, seeming torn between wanting to stop him and hesitating. "Your Highness," he called. But upon hearing this, the prince understood the attendant's concern and replied, "I can be sure if that is true." Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind them. Catching everyone off guard, the soldiers quickly drew their weapons to shield the prince, shouting, "Protect the prince!" As they rushed forward, the intruder unleashed a force that halted their movements in an instant. The prince, unfazed, simply asked, "Who are you?" He turned around to reveal a face so beautiful and delicate it could rival that of a woman. Introducing himself, he said, "I am Prince Yu." Prince Yun gently unfurled a fan from his robe, and the prince, seeing the stranger, questioned, "You dare break into my palace at midnight? Are you looking to get yourself killed?" Prince Yun showed no fear of the prince's status. Pointing the fan directly at him as if demanding a choice, he boldly declared, "I am the one who can help you become emperor." "Your Highness, do you want to seize this opportunity?" The prince's face was etched with skepticism, his voice tinged with disbelief at this stranger's confidence. Just based on that, Prince Yin's beautiful face radiated certainty as he confidently replied, "Rely on." Prince Yin leisurely fanned himself, revealing a faint character inscribed on it. As the fan opened, the letter became clear amidst the shimmering silver. The character for one. A surge of powerful energy emanated from Prince Yin, momentarily leaving the prince stunned. He furrowed his brow, raised a hand to stroke his chin, and with a strained expression, asked, "Who are you?" "Really?" Hearing those words from the prince, the silver young master could only smirk. Surrounded by a purple aura, he slowly floated up and declared, "In your mundane terms, you can call this young master Ga." The prince still was not fully convinced by the person before him. He anxiously pressed on, "Do you have any proof?" The silver young master did not even spare a glance at the prince. He simply retorted, "Proof? Why should this young master have to prove his identity to a mere ant like you?" As he landed in front of the prince, his beautiful face belied the cruel words that escaped his lips. "If this young master had not heard about your divine appearance at the royal court of the Fire Dynasty, even if you are a prince, you would not be worthy of standing before me. You should be grateful that I recognized your status and chose you to do my bidding." The prince fell silent, taking it all in. The silver young master's delicate hand gently grazed the princess' neck, His voice soft yet laced with a hint of threat. If you do well, I will help you ascend to the throne. But if you fail, I will help someone else and take you out. The silver young master tightened his grip around the prince's throat, causing him immense pain. While he looked at him with a smirk, the prince winced, demanding, "What do you want?" Upon hearing the answer, the silver young master released him, complimenting, "Not bad. I like obedient ones." With a serious expression, the silver young master twisted one hand and pulled out a paper with Than Feng's face printed on it. His tone remained gentle, but his demand was clear. "I want you to protect Than Feng and 100,000 lives." The prince, still holding his face, questioned, "What do you want with all this?" The silver young master shrugged it off, coldly replying, "It is none of your business." The prince pointed to the paper with Than Feng's image. Warning, if you do this, are not you afraid that Than Feng's master will find out? You are putting yourself at a disadvantage. The silver young master calmly replied, "The master you speak of is merely prey to me." Suddenly, a murderous aura erupted from him, as his fan transformed into a mystical purple flame. He warned, "I know what you want to say, and I understand you are trying to probe me. My patience has its limits. You are lucky this time. But if there is a next time," a woman killed by the silver young master appeared, and he repeated twice, "This is the result of your actions. Understand. This young master is asking you, do you understand?" The prince was shaken by the sight, fear and tension gripping him as he replied, "I understand," terrified of displeasing the other. The prince quickly expressed, "What should I do next?" Inside, he was calculating furiously. "I must tread carefully. Probing the enemy's intentions is the best strategy." The silver young master's eyes betrayed utter disdain as he impatiently replied, "Just do your job as a prince, and do not meddle with Than Feng, or you will expose yourself." The prince's face turned submissive, tinged with pity as he asked, "If you want me to cooperate and act on your behalf, then I need to know your plans to organize my people." The silver young master was somewhat surprised by this, asking back, "Plans? What plans?" The prince maintained his patience, explaining, "Of course. The plan to find the true God and support me to become emperor." Young Master Ningen stroked his chin, deep in thought, and began to lay out his plan piece by piece. "I will kill the emperor of the Great Flame. Then you can set the stage. Just spread the word that the emperor died from the poison in the immortal pill, and after that, Than Feng will become untouchable in the court." The expression on young Master Ninga's face turned impatient. He treated the crown prince like a child and spoke with a hint of annoyance. "You need to send someone to take out Than Feng. As for how to do it, that is up to you. During the process, corner him into a dead end, and find a way to get his master, the true God, to come to his rescue." The crown prince was frustrated, feeling overwhelmed with tasks. He challenged, "It is so simple. Why does it all fall on me?" Young Master Ngan did not bother to argue. He casually replied, "So what? The simpler the plan, the stronger the execution. Do not you get that?" Young Master Ngan pointed at the crown prince and explained, "This is your territory. Is it easier for you to find someone to do this or for me?" The crown prince fell silent, unable to retort, bitterly thinking to himself, "How can I argue against that?" Not wanting the crown prince to forget, young Master Ningen pointed at Than Feng in the document and reminded him, "Remember, my target is the divine being behind him. You must corner him into a desperate situation to force his master out. Once you do that, I will make my appearance. You do not need to worry about what happens next." The crown prince found it hard to believe. It felt like he was glued to the spot, thinking there is no way he is joking. Young Master Gan turned to leave but asked one last time, "Do you have any more questions? If not, I will go kill the emperor." Suddenly, the crown prince called out, "Wait!" Young Master Ngan became annoyed, stopping in his tracks and turning back. "What else is there?" The crown prince rushed forward, hands clasped in a pleading gesture, and proclaimed loudly, "You know me well. But I know nothing about you. How can I trust you to cooperate if you do not reveal much? You should at least tell me your name." Hearing this, young Master Ningen flashed a mysterious smile and decided to indulge the crown prince, saying, "I am from the 10,000 Demon Nation." Young Master Ningen. Now the crown prince was stunned by the identity of the person before him, asking in disbelief, "Wait, what? 10,000 Demon Nation?" Young Master Gan continued walking casually, lightly replying, "Little crown prince, the 10,000 Demon Nation is far more complicated than you think. You are the one who has misstepped here." And then young Master Ningen vanished in a puff of purple smoke. The crown prince stood there, still in shock, muttering helplessly, "No way. How could he come from the 10,000 Demon Nation?" The purple smoke curled up into the vast sky above the palace. Young Master Ngan reappeared, joyfully reveling in the success of his plan. With this foolish crown prince, everything would be much easier. One deity, plus millions of lives, my master will be thrilled. Young Master Ngan felt elated, finally coming up with a brilliant strategy. It might just solve everything. Once my master is happy. Who knows? I might even get to ascend to the upper realms. Talk about hitting the jackpot. I could not ask for more. Young Master Gan had a destination in mind. He planned carefully but never expected there would be such a foolish god in this world, yet he let his disciple act so recklessly. Almost like he wanted everyone to know he was a god. Young Master Gan decided to make a stop at the Imperial Palace. He was about to execute a brand new plan. The silhouette of the Silver Prince slipped into the room, moving as quietly as possible. His face was dangerously alluring, a true embodiment of ruthlessness. In an instant, fresh drops of blood stained the ground. The Silver Prince had made his decision. The sky abruptly shifted to morning, with the air feeling unusually crisp. In the natural sanctuary, several Taoist priests were bustling about, having arrived bright and early. The prince was also present, and his sudden appearance was quite unexpected. The prince barked orders with a furious expression, intent on wreaking havoc. Surround the sanctuary. Not even a fly gets to escape.
Yep.
Your Highness. Inside the sanctuary, at that moment, Qing Feng had just woken up, stretching and yawning. He was still groggy from last night's unexpected embrace. Still trying to process it, but King Feng chose to push me away. His demeanor starkly different from the night before. Just then, the prince's men burst in. He was too impatient to wait for King Feng to step outside. The prince strode in, soldiers in Tao and sword in hand. Qing Feng, my men have surrounded the sanctuary. You better comply, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Qing Feng calmly replied. You are getting way ahead of yourself. There is no need to panic. My dude, sure. You brought a ton of people to catch me. But you must give me a reason. I would not even know how to explain this to your dad. The prince assumed Qing Feng was the root of all problems, leading to his aggressive stance. You used the immortality pill to kill my father, and now you are asking me why I am after you. What is this? The old emperor is dead. Qing Feng was genuinely shocked to hear this news. Just waking up, he was blindsided. You mean to say there was poison in the immortality pill? My father died from the poison last night. The coroner has already examined the body. The prince gritted his teeth in anger, blaming King Feng despite the lack of evidence. After all, the woman you gave the immortality pill to had no cultivation and died immediately. Plenty of witnesses. Qing Feng, what else do you have to say? But he thought the prince was trying to cover his own crimes by pinning them on him. I get it now. You are the wicked one aiming for the throne. When your father disagreed, you poisoned him. Blaming me for this is absurd. The prince struggled to prove to King Feng that he had nothing to do with it, stating that the whole court could testify. But the fact remained. The emperor was dead, and he would dictate the narrative without knowing the truth. He sent people to act. The prince, full of impatience, decided everything. Where are you? Kill this demon and avenge the emperor. Qing Feng found himself surrounded. Escaping was no longer an option. The prince was smug, convinced that even if Qing Feng tried to flee, he would not get far. There were plenty of guards here and outside. I have mobilized the elite guards, plus over 20 in the dragon transformation realm and more than 100 masters. Alone. What do you think you can do against me? Qing Feng thought the guy was completely naive, utterly clueless about him. Alone. Please. I am not just some lone wolf. I can show you that everything you think is wrong. Who said I was all by myself? Dan Feng is gathering his own strength. He just does not want to show off. You all. Come here to this prince. The crown prince is taken aback by this sight. He has underestimated him for far too long. Dan Feng is truly powerful, not someone you can easily disregard. The crown prince's face twists in fear. He has never witnessed anything like this. A grotesque horde of beasts appears before them, and they no longer want to capture Dan Feng. Could this be? This is beyond imagination. Who could have predicted this would happen? The door to the demon realm is wide open. The sword in his hand has dropped to the ground. The crown prince is so terrified he can barely hold on. He steps back, desperately hoping to escape this place. The crown prince stutters. Speechless. He can't even begin to fathom this. How is this possible? Dan Feng looks at him, and thinks he does not look like a leader at all. With that naive expression, how can he even be a crown prince? Then, the alluring figure steps forward. I have finished my training. Now, it is time to support Dan Feng and serve him. My master. Dan Feng glances back. He must admit, this is quite commendable. Not bad. Showing improvement. Have you been practicing your dance diligently? You are still training under the master's guidance. Dan Feng orders them. He does not want to linger here any longer. All right then. Let us wrap this up quickly. The master wants to go watch the dancers.
Yep.
My master. The alluring figure begins to pull the rope, ready to follow Dan Feng's instructions. She directs the rope straight towards him. Her movement's decisive. With the master's orders, everyone prepares for battle. The beast clan obeys the command, and the crown prince is utterly terrified. He should not have come here in the first place. The Crown Prince's eyes are wary as he scans those around him. They are truly dangerous. The Crown Prince must stay vigilant. But he also wants to find a way to escape. They are closing in on him. The distance between him and the Beast Clan is alarmingly short. Who are these people? Danfeng feels immensely satisfied. He has just walked right into the lion's den. With so many demons bowing to him. Is not it justifiable for him to claim the title of master? The Crown Prince's guards have arrived to protect him. These folks won't harm him. Your Highness, this person reassures the Crown Prince, who is clearly on edge. This guy is just flaunting his background, although his demon army is large. It lacks powerful leaders. It is just a ragtag bunch. The Crown Prince is shocked. He thought he was about to lose his life. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. The Crown Prince has been duped by Thanfeng, and he does not even realize it. With his subordinates level, they definitely would not mistake the strength of these low-level demons. This makes the Crown Prince furious. How dare he use such tricks to fool him? This Crown Prince really trusts too easily. He takes the bait without a second thought. Despite his resistance, he is the one who ends up scared out of his mind. Isn't he the one who nearly wet himself? The Crown Prince's heart is burning with rage. Yet he still can't do anything to Thanfeng. He will surely repay this grudge. He does not want his resting place to be disturbed. You are not afraid of these demons. Right. Thanfeng decides to use the clone technique, scaring him even more for daring to talk back. The prince immediately realizes he has not seen this before. He has no idea what Thanfeng plans to do next with his clone. He is going to teach him a lesson he won't forget for underestimating his power. Just you wait. Thanfeng pulls out a card, ready to unleash the strength contained within it. He hands it to his clone, commanding it to follow orders. It is guaranteed to get the job done. He tells them to get moving right away. Instantly, that body vanishes. Acting according to the directive, his gaze turns dangerous. If he wants something more terrifying, he is about to get it. Thanfeng is more satisfied than ever. This is all because he came here himself. Nephew, your uncle is going to play with you. The prince is putting on a brave front, even challenging Thanfeng, claiming he is the prince and should not be afraid of a rebel like him. Thanfeng thinks this guy needs to take a beating for his arrogance. He has got guts. No doubt. Thanfeng warns him ahead of time, so when things go down, you won't be surprised. He hopes the prince can keep up this bravado for a little longer. The prince seems unfazed, discussing plans with his companions. Ready for an impending battle. Telling his people outside to prepare for combat. Yes. It is time to strike. His entire crew is radiating hidden weapons. Neither side is willing to back down. The prince glances over at his minions, plotting something in his mind. The prince still acts fearless, unaware of how powerful Thanfeng truly is. He thinks he can escape my grasp just because of this flashy display of monsters. Thanfeng points in that direction, his face darkening with anger. He let this guy off easy. Thanfeng makes it clear to the prince. He is about to show him what real power looks like. Just look outside, toward the demon suppression area. The prince is at a loss for words. He can fathom what Thanfeng is thinking. Thanfeng notices him staring, and it is really starting to annoy him. The prince just does not get it. He is told him not to look at him, but to focus on the demon suppression area, and he will understand. Following Thanfeng's command, the prince looks out, and his entire body starts to tremble. The prince is taken aback by the bizarre sight, unable to believe his eyes. A chaotic scene unfolds outside the door. Something unsettling is emerging. Everyone outside the palace is in a frenzy. No one dares to look back. They all see it despite their attempts to avoid it. They can look. Something is breaking out. That invisible force suddenly appears, rushing straight inside. The Dark Buddha has revealed himself. Someone called for him, and he arrived in an instant. Moving with lightning speed, the Dark Buddha and his crew had already entered. He stood before the prince, and all his subordinates bowed to their master. They all knew the Dark Buddha's true identity, and the immense power he wielded. The Dark Buddha, 8th layer of the Dragon Transformation Realm. The Crimson Devil King was also present here. His power rivaled that of the Dark Buddha, along with the Crimson Devil King, 3rd layer of the Dragon Transformation Realm. And then there is the infamous Demon Lord, whose strength was incredibly formidable at the 5th layer of the Dragon Transformation Realm. In this game of chess, no one saw this coming. They thought the prince was the reason all the demons were summoned, clearly leading us to our doom. The prince never expected the tables would turn. He had calculated everything, calling forth over half of his power to corner Thanfeng. But now it was all backfiring. In his heart, he was more anxious than ever. He could not shake off the fear of the Silver Prince losing faith in him and siding with someone else. Just thinking about it made the prince's heart race. He had to find a solution. There was no way he could let that happen. The prince wielded his blade, striking down everyone around him. He wanted to claim the highest position, but everything was slipping away from his grasp, and it was falling into Thanfeng's hands. He was so close to the throne. The prince's mind was clouded with rage. He could not think straight. He was trapped in a cycle of hatred. He absolutely could not let Thanfeng take this from him. Thanfeng had not even done much. Yet he was still seated in that position, handing this opportunity to someone else. The prince's anger intensified. His composure shattered. Danfeng. He still believed Danfeng was the mastermind behind everything, but in reality, Danfeng was just as clueless. Father trusts you to manage the matters of the realm. And you, the prince, should know by now that the victor takes the throne, while the loser becomes the pawn. Danfeng attempted to give him another chance before he drew his sword. My dear nephew, I am granting you one last opportunity. Danfeng threw his sword down, intending to instruct him on what to do next. The prince still wanted to remain standing there, convinced that Danfeng had orchestrated this plot. I have already given you way too many chances, he ordered. But you are still not getting it. Just end this yourself. Danfeng turned to the crowd. I do not want to take anyone's life. But if you do not want to die, then get out of my way. The prince is seriously on edge. He can't let Danfeng take the lead like this anymore. He will personally bring the body back this time. There can't be any mistakes. Kill her. And if you do not follow her orders, watch your loved ones closely. They really do not dare to do anything. Right? How could they just take someone's life like that? Let them try to rush at Danfeng. He will show them what respect really means. Danfeng draws his sword. Infused with the power from his training, he summoned them all to raise his spirit, so do not even think about moving. He is taking on this crowd by himself. And he is not afraid at all. These lackeys. He can handle them easily. Taking on almost a dozen guys on his own is a breeze for him. Danfeng's speed is lightning fast. And with his sword's power, he is unstoppable. He will slice down anyone who dares to come near. If you are getting involved, be ready to lose your life. They stand no chance against Danfeng's strength. Only if you will survive this encounter. They are all knocked back like ragdolls. No one can even touch him. This game is turning out to be too easy. Danfeng thinks they really need more practice. That is all. The prince is truly shocked. He can't believe how strong Danfeng is. Just one strike. Danfeng humbly brushes it off. His next target is the prince. And no, there is still a second strike to come. Danfeng begins to use his formation. This prince won't escape easily. He slashes upward into the sky, unleashing flames in an instant. That power is getting closer to the prince. But what can someone like him really do? The prince orders the people behind him. If they step up, they will just hand their lives over to Danfeng quick. Protect her. But how can they stop him? Danfeng has executed his moves flawlessly. Even if they try to dodge, there is no way out. And yet, they dare to challenge him, wasting their energy for nothing. The flames have erupted, and they can't stop it. In fact, it is backfiring on them. If they stay like this for too long, they will get burned alive. But this is the prince's command. The flames have surged right toward him, and the prince can only stand there, bracing himself. His face is a mask of fear. He brought people here just to be wiped out. How can this be happening in just a few seconds? The prince might be engulfed in a sea of fire if he does not escape. He prays in his heart that if only Prince Ingyan were here, everything would be alright. Prince Enyun, save me. The prince's wish has come true. Prince Engun has arrived. He realizes that these guys are useless, and it is better for him to face Danfeng alone. Truly useless. Prince Ingyan has swept through this place. He will pretend to help the prince out, watching from outside. The prince feels ecstatic, a smug grin spreading across his face. Finally, with Prince Ingyan here, I do not have to worry about not taking down Danfeng today. He fears he won't have enough strength to fight back, because the prince really is powerful. My strike has been enhanced with so many things. Even someone at the peak of the dragon transformation could hardly block it. But he just swatted it away with a fan. His strength is almost divine. Where did this useless guy find such a savior? Does he really think he can come here and catch me, just because of this backup? After a fierce battle, Prince Ingen has landed and seems completely unfazed. The prince happily called out Han's name, thrilled that young Master Engen had shown up, just in time during his moment of danger. The prince wanted to approach, but was blocked by young Master Engen, who clearly had no interest in getting chummy. Finally, he had arrived. Young Master Nin, with a displeased attitude, shot a glare at Han. How dare he act all friendly? If you dare to mess with me, do you really think I want to take you out? The prince, now terrified, would not dare get closer. Little did he know that this guy was this fierce, he would misjudge the situation. Young Master Ningen was only interested in Danfeng. He found this guy more intriguing. He held up the painting in his hand for comparison, and the face matched perfectly with the one depicted inside. Young Master Engen tightly clutched the drawing. After all those days searching, he had finally found him. Just like in the painting, it seemed this person was indeed Danfeng, the disciple of the divine. But Danfeng did not recognize him at all. Who was he? Was he the one who wanted to take me out? As mentioned by the divine's mouth, he had to remind himself to stay calm. Before figuring out who this guy was, he could not act recklessly. Danfeng ordered the Matsu to take them back, and she obediently replied, "Yep, Master." The Emmy did not want to leave Danfeng's side even for a moment. But she had to follow orders. She was genuinely worried for his safety. It was just Thanfeng against everything. Master, please be careful, she cautioned. I know, he replied. As the circle of people shrank, it was just the two of them left. A sinister smile crept across young Master Engin's face. Leaving everyone wondering what he was up to, young Master Engin calmly addressed the questions he had left unanswered before. Now that it was quiet, he would finally answer your inquiries. Young Master Engan was one of the people Thanfeng had thought about. He had not been wrong at all. Who is this noble prince? You are not even worthy to know. I will give you a chance. Hurry and call your master here. Indeed. He is one of those people. Thanfeng wanted to ask more about why he had come here, and what he wanted with his master. Young Master Ninan even threatened him. But Thanfeng could not do anything about it. How could he even think he deserved to know about the noble prince? This guy was extraordinarily powerful. And his only purpose for being here was to meet Thanfeng's master. If you do not call your master out quickly, you would better watch your back. Thanfeng had one more question. If young Master Ningen would answer, he would summon his master. Just answer this last question, and I will call him right away. He found it quite bothersome but was willing to comply. It would not take long. The noble prince is giving you a chance. Young Master N warned first. He would not spare Thanfeng if he dared to disrespect him in front of the noble prince. Young Master Enganan just wanted to give a light reminder, but it still made Thanfeng feel scared. You know the consequences. Ask away. Thanfeng kept a respectful demeanor. He did not dare be rude. They were legendary figures. I dare to ask, are you of the human race? Young Master Engan suddenly got angry. He thought Thanfeng was insulting him. How dare you compare the noble prince to that lowly human? Thanfeng was so relieved he nearly cried. Feeling his heart lighten, humans were not all bad. Young Master Engan had to introduce himself. He would not let Thanfeng guess. The noble princes of the Than tribe. The mightiest tribe in the world. After hearing this introduction, Thanfeng felt even more confused. His mind racing with thoughts. The Than tribe. You can't yet grasp the true identity of Han. But this is definitely puzzling. What is up with the Than tribe? Thanfeng needs to ask the system before it is too late. Worry gnawing at him, but now. He felt a wave of relief wash over him when the system finally responded. Wait. So besides the human race, can other tribes get strong too? Is it true that if you are not human, you are considered a demon? You make a solid point. I can't argue with that. Thanfeng felt a bit shy, realizing he might be overreacting. Sure. You can look for my master. I will give him a call now. But before he could call, the person showed up. Thanfeng was taken aback. Master, how did you get here so fast? The Silver Prince shouted loudly, pointing a finger at Thanfeng. You dare mess with me? Just as he was about to rush over, Han slipped on the floor. The Silver Prince crashed face first into the ground. In pain. Thanfeng. You dare to play tricks on me? Thanfeng pointed behind him, urging Han to turn around. I told you my master is here. Not turning to look, the Silver Prince knelt on the ground, disbelief painted across his face. The divine being is here. How could this be? Thanfeng shot one last glance at him before turning away. If you miss my master this time, I won't call again. This time. The Silver Prince seemed to obey, deciding to turn back as requested. If you dare trick me, I swear I will make sure you are buried without a grave. Behind him, a deep green circle appeared. The Silver Prince's eyes widened in shock. This is how the divine being appears after my master brought me closer to the upper realm. He gazed at the deep circle, pondering. Could this be the feeling of nearing success? It is incredible. Through the circle, Thanfeng's image appeared. You fool. I am out of here. Seeing this, the Silver Prince unleashed a spell. A plume of pink smoke billowing from his hand. He raised his hand, directing the magical smoke towards Thanfeng. You want to die? Just seconds later, the two clouds collided, and in an instant, the green smoke began to dissipate. Behind the Silver Prince, a round green orb emerged. Thanfeng rushed out from within. Seeing his own image in the orb, the Silver Prince looked skeptical. Like he was seeing a ghost. Raising his sword, Thanfeng slashed down with two swift strikes. The crossfire sword. Without hesitation, the Silver Prince grabbed the fan containing the pink magic. He hurled it forward, and clouds of smoke enveloped Thanfeng. The two clouds gradually faded, and Thanfeng began to vanish too. In no time, he had transformed into smoke. Up ahead, the Silver Prince gritted his teeth in anger. You think you can escape? He conjured a plume of pink smoke, retreating a few steps, not far away. Using a teleportation spell, Thanfeng arrived at a vast forest, lush with greenery, on the outskirts of the Imperial City, 1,000 miles away. He reached out to touch his image beside him. Like a wisp of black smoke, Thanfeng quickly opened his palm, and a green orb appeared. The eye of the celestial lake. Next to his clone, he began to move deeper into the abyss. Over here, Silver Prince is chasing after the smoky figure that just appeared. Suddenly, he covers his face and bursts into laughter. Then, Human Prince looks around, searching for Than Fong, determined to see where he can run. A crowd of onlookers forms as this chase turns into a never-ending game of cat and mouse. Stop. Turn. Stop. Let this prince catch you. Wherever Than Fong runs, Silver Prince is right on his tail. He casually kicks straight at Than Fong's face. Caught off guard, Than Fong can't even react before he is face first on the ground. Lying there, he quickly pushes himself up, only to hear Silver Prince smacking louder behind him. You little pest. Keep running. He taunts, his hand covering his mouth as he looks over at Than Fong. You dare to resist this prince? Grabbing his sword, Than Fong prepares to fight back, but to his surprise, he looks up to see Silver Prince's foot right in front of him, while Than Fong's sword is barely touching the ground. Then, with a swift roll, he bites down on his sword, trying to regain his balance. Than Fong's sharp eyes scan the surroundings, observing his movements. Silver Prince chimes in. No doubt you are a disciple of a true god. Your reflexes are much faster than those ordinary pests. Holding his fan firmly, he tilts his head back, gazing into the distance, impressed that after all this time, they could still cross paths. He twirls the fan expertly in his hand. From the fan, a magical pink smoke billows out. With the fan held high, Silver Prince declares, Today, this prince will show you the true power of the gods. With a gentle flick of the fan, a stream of pink smoke rushes straight towards the sword-wielding figure. The smoke attacks relentlessly, closing in on him. He squints through the swirling pink smoke, trying to observe his surroundings. The movements of the figure make Prince Injan feel uneasy, almost frightened. Within the pink haze, both of them simultaneously raise their voices, asking the same question. What is going on? The figure, wielding a menacing sword, shouts, Who dares to ask me? I want to know who you are. Meanwhile, Prince Enyun, covering his mouth with the fan, mutters, Your power is just a blip. You are merely a bug in this realm. Yet, the soul has reached a level where it can't be harmed. No wonder Prince Un's divine soul power has no effect on him. As he finishes speaking, the figure is drenched in sweat, feeling the weight of the divine power. Hearing this, the prince waves the fan and shouts, dismissing any doubts. No way. That is impossible. My soul has reached the divine level. How can you see through it? Holding the fan tightly, he stares at the figure, incredulous. How could an insignificant bug have a soul that withstands the divine? It is impossible. Even a descendant of the gods can't. A shocking revelation from Prince Ingan leaves the figure momentarily speechless. The divine realm is beyond human comprehension. Without hesitation, the figure shuts his eyes tight. He begins to fall into a dimension engulfed in green smoke, realizing that if what humans can't see is merely the soul entering the divine realm. But where does the true god come from? The words of the sage are true. There are no true gods in this world, just powerful beings. The figure stands still, feeling every moment push him towards the highest level of enlightenment. Cultivating energy to become a heavenly master is a process of refining, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth until reaching perfection. Transforming into a dragon is the evolution of life itself, where the reflection of life is the physical body. Refining essence. Once it hits the limit, transforms the body into a dragon. The divine realm is where the soul becomes divine soul, a process of refining the spirit until the physical body can contain the divine soul, turning the soul into a divine essence. I get it now. I understand. After a while, the figure's eyes slowly open wide. Before him stands Prince Engane, leaving the figure slightly bewildered. He sighs, his face clouded with despair, realizing that understanding means nothing if he still can't contend with the divine. Suddenly, Prince Injin points the fan directly at him, declaring, I underestimated your strength, but now I am serious. With no more words, he unfurls the fan in his hand. Just a light flick, and a swirl of pink smoke envelops the area. Seeing the prince's seriousness, the figure prepares for action, thinking, if you are serious, then so. You grip the hilt of your sword tightly, and a burst of green smoke erupts. Just like that, the two streams of red and green smoke clash once more in a fierce battle, the cross of the blazing sword igniting the air. The two clouds of smoke swirl together in a circular dance, merging right between the two of them. In just a few seconds, the energy from the green smoke of Than Fong vanishes into thin air. With a flick of his fan, Prince Ingen scoffs, clearly underestimating his opponent. Suddenly, from behind him, Than Fong's silhouette emerges. Without hesitation, you raise your sword high, aiming straight at his back, becoming a force of nature. Just as the green smoke closes in, a protective barrier envelopes Prince Enin. This shield blocks every possible attack from your side. Moments later, an explosion erupts, sending Than Fong flying backward. A foot stands firmly on the ground, unmoved. Prince Enyun, with his fan shielding his face, gazes ahead, a smirk creeping onto his lips, clearly feeling overconfident. Then he tilts his head to the side, revealing a smug grin, as though mocking someone. A moment later, from behind Prince Engen, Than Fong reappears, and he quickly retracts his compliments. That little bug of yours is surprisingly fierce. Your entire being radiates a fiery energy. Dan Feng slightly bows his head. But something spectacular is forming behind him. From behind you, the red smoke gradually transforms into a dragon with a long tail. Below Dan Feng, you grip your hands tightly, engulfed in crimson mist. If my soul power and cultivation can't defeat you, then let us see whose physical strength reigns supreme. Dan Feng bends slightly, cracking the ground beneath him. Then he leaps into the air with a powerful thrust. He delivers a punch straight towards the protective pink barrier surrounding Prince Engyan. Watching the shield about to shatter under his force, Inguen grits his teeth in frustration. You are going to regret that. Dan Feng's punches grow increasingly powerful against the barrier. Suddenly, shards of the shield fly backward, catching you off guard, and you snarl in anger. It turns out Prince Inguen had snuck up behind Dan Feng without you noticing. That little bug. I underestimated your physical prowess. Looking at Dan Feng, Ingen's expression turns serious as he declares. I was planning to pressure your master into submission, but now I have had a change of heart. Prince Ingen lightly gestures forward, making his decision clear. He looks up at Dan Feng, ready to deliver an ultimatum. Hand over yourself and your master to the Lord. The words from Prince Engyan send you into deep thought. The Lord. Dan Feng remains silent, observing him without a word. Damn it. I knew this guy was too cocky for no reason. Turns out he has got someone backing him. I thought becoming an invincible king and summoning countless demons would make me unstoppable. But now I am up against this guy. And the plan has not even kicked off yet. Prince Ingen chuckles lightly at Dan Feng. Just give up already. Do not waste your energy. You are already trapped by my soul power. He eyes you with a confident gaze, showing no signs of hesitation no matter what you try. You want to break through. Hearing this, you shout in rage, warning him. You want me to surrender? Dream on. Without waiting any longer, Dan Feng lifts his foot off the ground. Ready for the next move, you launch yourself at Prince Engyan, ready to attack, unaware of the danger. In a panic, he quickly unfurls the enchanted fan. Then, with a swift flick, all that pink magic rushes straight toward Dan Feng. The impact hits you hard, and you grit your teeth, showing clear signs of pain. A little while later, the sky remains clear, sunlight filtering through the trees in the forest. Dan Feng finds himself trapped within a pink magic circle created by Prince Engyan. Holding the fan, he smirks at you, saying, let me enjoy this. With the circle closing in, Dan Feng has no way to escape. You clench your jaw, frowning in frustration. Suddenly, Dan Feng's eyes light up. It seems like you just noticed something. What is happening? Why does not it hurt? Facing Dan Feng now, the system notification gradually appears. Sorry I am late. System. Seeing the info pop up, Dan Feng thinks to himself. If I would known earlier, I would not have fought back. Then you start examining the thousands of eyes within that confinement. A few seconds later, you begin to open your eyes wide, stretching your arms out to the sides, releasing a wave of green energy throughout your body. The sight leaves Prince Engyan in utter disbelief. What is happening? Dan Feng looks down with a triumphant grin. A massive surge of killing intent builds up behind you like a roaring fire, shocking Prince Engyan. How is this possible? Dan Feng laughs from above, asking, with this power, are you satisfied? Furious and unwilling to accept defeat, he snaps back. You pathetic little ant. I do not know where you got your power, but showing off in front of me is just foolish. Dan Feng's gaze sharpens. Show off. You are just a wolf beast trying to call yourself a deity. I have not even settled the score for your previous attacks. Prince Engyan, feeling alarmed, thinks to himself, wait, he is gathering a magic orb in his hand. He must know my true identity. He can key escape. Immediately, he launches that orb toward Dan Feng, who calmly raises a hand, saying, you really underestimate yourself. Dan Feng also gathers a fireball in his hand, grinning darkly. Today, I will show you what true power is. With that, he hurled it at him, and Prince Ingyan swiftly deflected it. As the fireball disintegrates, Dan Feng swiftly delivers a painful punch to his face, exclaiming, you thought you discovered a new species to exploit for training. Turns out you are just a cub. Dan Feng smirks, enjoying the moment. Look at you. With a face like that your parents must be had quite the night. After taking that hit, Prince Ingyan's cheek swells up. He stands up, furious, summoning a whirlwind toward you. Channeling the winds of heaven, Dan Feng casually asks, is that all you have got? Prince Engyan, feeling smug, responds, with your arrogance. You cut him off. I just said that is all there is. Didn't you hear? You dare use such low-level tricks against me. Instantly, Dan Feng absorbs the whirlwind into his body, and Prince Engyan, witnessing this, murmurs in disbelief. How is this possible? This afternoon is getting intense. He gasped, questioning how even the strongest gods of the human race could not withstand my attack without getting hurt. Who the heck are you? Then Feng crossed his arms, annoyed, and replied, "Want to know who I am? Well, little bug, why are you stalling?" He stuttered. "Your arrogance is amusing," he said. "But before you bite the dust, you better answer me a question. Are you a wolf or a dog with that loud mouth? And with such a unique talent? Why do you call yourself a noble?" Young Master Inen growled angrily. "You insult me. I want to kill you." Then Feng calmly replied, "I am trying to have a civil conversation here. And you want to kill me? Why are you so unfriendly?" Young Master Ningin's fan slipped from his grip, and he roared in fury, his body swelling and tearing through his clothes. Then Feng smirked, teasingly asking, "So you have a second form? Ah, you are not even human anymore. You look like a giant wolf now." Then Feng stood still, watching his opponent transform. Fangs started to sprout. Claws sharpened. And slowly, young Master Yin morphed into a terrifying, massive wolf. He smirked. "This is the Moonlit Silver Wolf. Ah, this is your true form. Not bad." Young Master Ngan opened his huge mouth and let out a deafening howl that echoed through the mountains. Then Feng chuckled. "You dare to transform in front of me? You are just making my day here. Meeting a monster who actually gets it makes this a day worth remembering." With that, his entire form erupted into a dark aura, shaping into an immortal black dragon. "Let us see how your immortal form holds up against me. I am curious about what your second form can really do." Then Feng charged towards young Master Ingen, ready to unleash a powerful blow. Suddenly, the system announced, "Host is being attacked by the Moonlit Silver Wolf. Defense plus 200,000. Plus 200,000. Plus 200,000. Cultivation plus 200,000. Plus 200,000. Plus 200,000. Cultivation reaches the 7th layer of the heavenly realm." He soared into the air, preparing to throw a punch. His immortal black dragon body leveled up. Then Feng landed gracefully. Young Master Ingen thought to himself, "How is this possible? With my powerful attack, he is unscathed and even showing signs of leveling up. Whoever you are, I absolutely won't let you leave alive." Snapping back to reality, he launched a fierce attack straight at Feng. But he dodged effortlessly. Young Master Yin threw multiple punches, but they all missed as Feng gracefully evaded. Moments later, the system announces that Feng has reached the 8th realm of cultivation. Gritting his teeth, he wonders to himself, what does this thing eat to grow so strong? How can it take a hit like that? The system then informs him that his defense has reached its limit, evolving into the indestructible black dragon body, granting him the beginner level of the immortal demon dragon form. A surge of green energy erupts from Feng's body. He asks in disbelief, "The immortal demon dragon form? That is fast." His green energy shifts to a rich red aura, and strands of it coil around his wrist like a black dragon. Looking at Silver Prince, he says, "Let us see how this immortal demon dragon form holds up against you." Silver Prince, taken aback by the scene, quickly asserts, "Strike first. Find 100 openings. And you are dead." He lunges forward with his massive claws, eager to attack first. But to his surprise, Feng quickly channels his spiritual energy, easily deflecting Silver Prince's strike with a single punch. Two distinct streams of energy collide, neither willing to back down, creating sparks that fly everywhere. Silver Prince senses the threat radiating from Feng's energy, sweat beads forming as he looks on. Startled, seeing this reaction, Feng can't help but mock him. "Is that all you have got?" Suddenly, an explosion of energy erupts from within Silver Prince, and he screams in agony. The previous clash has drained most of his spiritual energy, causing him to tumble through the air as he struggles to regain his form. After crashing to the ground, Prince Ingen spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief as he muttered to himself, "Wow, why is this happening? Just a mere ant in the lower realms, yet it can block all my attacks." Feng approached from behind, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "This is it. This is your last word." When he heard Feng's voice, Ingen was startled and panicked. He quickly turned around, awkwardly warning, "You think you can be strong, but your soul is just a fragile bug yet to become a true spirit." With that, Prince Ingen immediately took an attacking stance. Fists clenched, gritting his teeth in frustration, unable to injure your physical form. His gaze sharpened, a surge of energy radiating around him. "Then I will shatter your soul." Without hesitation, Prince Ingen shot forward, ready to strike Feng once more. His figure darted ahead like a flash, aiming to catch Feng off guard. But Feng remained calm, raising his hands defensively, mocking him. "So you know your soul's the weak point after I just beefed up my physical form. And you thought you would boost your own soul to help me out. There are not many monsters that sensible left. So how should I test you?" Prince Ingen was furious. He would pay for his arrogance. His eyes suddenly sparkled, and a wave of power crackled like lightning. Prince Engan unleashed an attack on Thanfeng, creating countless eyes that stared intensely at him. That invisible force struck straight into Thanfeng's mind, the intense pressure making him cry out. But at the same time, the system chimed in. Warning. Host is under attack from the Silver Moon Wolf. Soul power plus 200,000. Plus 200,000. Plus 200,000. Hearing this, Thanfeng seized the opportunity to level up. The system announced again. Congratulations. Host's soul power has reached its limit. Host's soul has upgraded to Divine Soul. He felt the surge of energy within him and glanced at the system panel. Contemplating the Divine Soul, a voice from outside drew his attention, causing his expression to twist in annoyance. What kind of monster is this? Breaking through in the heat of battle. Thanfeng looked at the wolf before him, the voice dripping with smugness. You helped me break through, yet you dare ask me. Prince Engan was even more irritated by this attitude and mocking remark, grinding his teeth in disdain. So what if you break through in battle? He concentrated his power, forming an energy sphere at his fingertip, his face smug. Once the Divine Soul enters the Divine Realm, destroying you will be as easy as flipping a switch. With that, Prince Engan launched the sphere into the air, energy radiating outwards as eyes slowly formed around them. Thanfeng calmly crossed his arms, watching. Then commented, you really messed up the terms there. Clearly, those are just eyes. Where are the hands? The eyes spread out, swirling into a vortex of energy aimed directly at him. But then something unexpected happened. The energy vortex completely vanished the moment it touched his feet. The young master could not believe his eyes, stunned into silence as he exclaimed, how could this be? My power. And yet you are absorbing it like it is nothing. The source of strength approaching Thanfeng was being devoured before his very eyes. Worry gnawed at him. If this continued, he feared he would be drained completely. After all, you can keep the mountain green without firewood. Moments later, the young master transformed back into his human form, seizing the moment as Thanfeng charged at him from behind. Thanfeng unleashed a powerful strike, sending the young master soaring into the air. Caught off guard, as he flew up, he shot a furious glance at Thanfeng and cursed. Damn it. What is this? Before he could finish his sentence, Thanfeng's fist, powered by the might of the dragon, came crashing down, hitting its target and making him cry out in agony. The force of his punch sent the young master hurtling from the sky, slamming into the ground with a thunderous crash that sent debris flying everywhere. After taking that brutal hit, the young master lay defeated among the rubble. Utterly spent, he gritted his teeth, struggling to prop himself up, his body trembling, not giving him a moment to counterattack. Thanfeng rushed in, delivering a swift kick to his back, looking down at the struggling figure on the ground with a look of superiority. He declared, Don't worry. I want to kill you. I will use your flames to force your master to show up. If you want to live, you would better summon him right now, Thanfeng said, stepping down hard on the young master's face. This action made him incredibly uncomfortable, glaring sharply at Thanfeng. Suddenly, he managed a mocking smile and strained to say, Really? My master's power is beyond anything you can imagine. Thanfeng kept stomping on his face, but he stubbornly continued, In my master's eyes, you are nothing but an ant. Growing impatient, Thanfeng placed his hand on his sword, his tone turning serious. Enough of this nonsense. I am not giving you a lesson for no reason. Got it. Seeing his actions, the young master panicked, stammering, Well, what do you want to do? Without waiting for a response, Thanfeng swung his sword horizontally at him, causing the young master to scream in a futile effort to stop him. Stop. Then came a scream that echoed throughout the forest, startling the birds into chaotic flight. Thanfeng held up the object in his hand, a smirk of mockery plastered on his face. Meanwhile, the young master was desperately covering his lower half, blood gushing out as he shouted in panic, You are dead for sure. 2 years from now, when my master descends, you will absolutely die. Indifferent, Thanfeng tossed the object aside, declaring with great pride, No way. I can't wait anymore. Summon him down here now. The young master raised a hand to cover his face, laughing derisively. How could a frog at the bottom of a well like you possibly understand the terror and greatness of my master? He pointed a finger at Thanfeng and boasted, Let me tell you, this world is nothing but my master's backyard. Then, with a clenched fist, the young master, brimming with self-satisfaction, proclaimed, You are all just toys for my master. He placed his hand on his chest, arrogantly saying, in his mind, he was all about indulgence. His master called him the most loyal hunting dog, but since he was a wolf, others took it as an insult, yet his master saw it as a compliment. Hearing this, Thanfeng could only shake his head at his madness, mumbling to himself, How can someone be so proud of being a dog in this day and age? Young Master Ngan was still lost in his self-delusion, thinking that being his master's dog was the greatest honor of all. People like you do not even deserve to be a dog, Danfeng said, teasingly pulling out a bone. If you are a dog, why do not you bark for me? Young Master Nigan immediately erupted in anger, cursing. You bastard. You think you got lucky beating me? Without letting him finish, Danfeng threw a punch right at his face, silencing him and making him spit out blood. Danfeng looked down at the crumpled figure on the ground, scoffing. You talk a big game, but the real powerhouse is your master. Not a hunting dog like you. Young Master Nian, spitting blood onto the ground, heard Danfeng's voice ring out. Looks like you can't even call for your master. I will give you a chance to live. Danfeng made a proposal. If you accept me as your master and become my loyal dog, you can live. What do you say? Young Master Nian kept his head down, gathering strength and buying time to think, his voice slowly rising. Then he looked up at Danfeng with a mocking expression, challenging him. I am your father. Before he could say another word, Danfeng swiftly kicked him, sending young Master Nigan's head flying. His body collapsed instantly, and Danfeng stared at the remaining parts on the ground, impatience dripping from his tone. What a useless fool who does not know his own strength. From that spot, a ring suddenly appeared, surrounded by a thick aura, piquing his curiosity. What is this? Danfeng picked up the ring for a closer look, his tone uncertain as he speculated. This ring seems smart. Suddenly, a mysterious energy burst forth from within, causing him to gasp in shock, his face expressing sheer disbelief. Moments later, the scene shifted to a lush green forest, filled with dense shadows. Here, Danfeng unexpectedly dashed out from a spatial gate, shouting, "What in the world?" In an instant, his eyes lit up, and he swiftly grabbed the treasures in front of him, thinking, is it really possible to live like a dog for the clan, and have this much money? But then he hesitated, pondering, if the clan has not come for 2 years, how am I supposed to survive? In that moment, it dawned on him, and he thought, wait, if they are not coming, I can go look for them. With a sigh, Danfeng blocked his face, pondering, if the clan wants to control the human realm, how could they only send one dog? Instantly, this made Danfeng rethink his life. He regretted not asking clearly before going for the kill. Suddenly, a thought struck him, making him jump. Tie it mind. Danfeng could not help but smile wryly, realizing, he is from the underworld and knows the clan will strike against my master in 2 years. Without further ado, he made a decision. He must know something. Finding him might lead to some useful information. But then, Danfeng hesitated for a moment, suddenly leaping high into the air. As he soared through the sky, he furrowed his brow and thought, before I find the ultimate treasure, there is still something I need to finish. In no time, the scene shifted to the royal court of the Fiery Dynasty. On the streets of the imperial capital, a man suddenly appeared, stealthily peeking through a window. Turns out, he was eavesdropping, and another man noticed him and approached with curiosity, asking what was going on. Just then, from a distance, a group of soldiers burst onto the scene, loudly announcing, people of the imperial capital, listen up. The crown prince has ascended the throne, and his majesty has captured the wicked Danfeng, who poisoned the former emperor, and unleashed chaos upon the capital. The soldier's expression turned serious as he boomed, reassuring everyone, you are safe now, you can go home. He confidently added, from this moment on, the imperial capital is the one place where no monsters will appear in the entire Fiery Dynasty. As soon as he finished speaking, the leading soldier quickly issued commands, one team to patrol the streets, another to escort the citizens home. The soldiers immediately complied, following orders without hesitation. Meanwhile, deep within the royal court, someone sat on the throne, grinning with satisfaction. The crown prince reveled in his newly acquired power, unable to suppress his glee. In the royal court of the Fiery Dynasty, at the Golden Phoenix Palace, a soldier approached respectfully and reported, Your Majesty. Without hesitation, the crown prince quickly regained his serious demeanor, asking if there was any news. Immediately, the soldier bowed and replied, Your Majesty, the monsters in the imperial capital have been dealt with, and our people have safely escorted the citizens home. He added with visible joy, the people of the imperial capital are incredibly grateful to you. Your Majesty, your reputation now surpasses that of the former emperor. Upon hearing this, the crown prince stood up in delight. Really? Without further ado, the soldier simply confirmed. Yep. Indeed. Then, in the next moment, the crown prince's expression turned serious as he questioned, What about Danfeng? The soldier earnestly confessed, We have no trace of him, no news at all. Hearing this, the crown prince could not help but feel smug, thinking to himself, who would have thought that Prince Ingenjan would be this powerful? Not only did he wipe out all the monsters in the imperial capital, but he also took care of Danfeng. He sat back on his throne, laughing heartily, thinking, as long as I win over Prince Engin, with his help, I won't have to worry about losing my grip on the throne. Right. Maybe I can even get rid of those foolish nobles eyeing the crown. Prince Ingyan is a monster, and monsters love to feast on people. I must keep him happy. When the time comes, I can just pin everything on Than Fong. As he contemplated this, the crown prince suddenly froze, eyes wide with realization. Without a moment's delay, he commanded loudly, "Go find 100 male and female youths, clean them up, and lock them away." With that order, the soldier promptly agreed. "Yep. Your Majesty." As soon as the words left his mouth, the soldier quickly turned and left. At that moment, the crown prince's true colors were revealed. He grinned with wicked delight, slowly stepping forward. Suddenly, the door swung open from a distance, and a familiar voice echoed, "My dear grandson." The crown prince was startled, quickly turning around to demand, "Who is there?" The wind spirit appears, delivering judgmental words. "Your taste is pretty heavy now." This leaves the prince shocked, instantly confused. "Wind spirit, you are not dead." Faced with his sudden appearance, Han panics and hurriedly steps back. Without a moment's hesitation, the prince shouts a command. "Guards, protect me." No sooner had Han spoken than soldiers appeared in the blink of an eye. "Protect. Protect." This makes the wind spirit's skin crawl, and he immediately leaps into the air. In an instant, he stands face to face with the prince, smirking. "Cousin, about that debt you wanted to kill me for, what are we going to do?" At this, the prince's fear evaporates, leaving his face pale. Suddenly, soldiers from afar feel a surge of energy and charge forward to attack without hesitation. Seeing this, the wind spirit stands his ground, completely unfazed. In mere moments, he silently gathers a massive amount of energy in his palm. Just like that, the wind spirit unleashes his power, sending the soldiers flying. A heavy spear suddenly appears, blocking the prince's path, causing him to flinch in terror. The prince is so scared he is sweating bullets, but he grits his teeth to hold back any screams. Just then, his expression darkens, eyes wide with shock. Without giving him time to think, the wind spirit swiftly approaches, his shadow casting over the prince's pale face. He strides forward calmly, each step radiating the resentment he holds for him. With a steady hand, he reaches for the prince, gripping his collar tightly, not giving him a chance to resist. In an instant, the wind spirit hurls him away with ease. In the midst of this chaos, he casually plops down on the throne. The wind spirit can't help but chuckle, then lets out a deep sigh of resignation. And just like that, the wind spirit claims the throne, exuding an air of arrogance. He places his hand on the throne, reminiscing about the time he sat here with the Emperor Lao Ka. This immediately rattles the prince, who is sprawled out on the ground. Who would have guessed that Lao Ka would be killed by his ungrateful son? How tragic. He erupts in rage, shouting fiercely, "Wind spirit, do not you dare speak nonsense. Clearly, it was your father's elixir that killed him. Don't you think you can escape Prince Yin's pursuit? Bringing your minions back to the capital won't be safe." At this, his face darkens as he firmly declares, "I will absolutely not let you harm the common people or the dynasty." Hearing this, the wind spirit can't help but laugh and retorts, "Prince Yin, safe, harm." He suddenly adopts a serious tone. "I am protecting the people of the capital. I won't start a war with that pest in the city to avoid hurting the innocent. And about the Prince Yin you mentioned, that is the pest I am talking about." The wind spirit immediately waves his hand, unleashing a burst of energy. Just wait a moment. In an instant, he opens a space portal, casually commanding, "Bring the body of the laughing moon silver wolf from outside the city to me." With a word, the attendants immediately comply. "Yep, master." Suddenly, a horde of grotesque figures appeared out of nowhere, leaving the prince completely stunned. Watching his blank expression, Than Fong could not help but let out a long, exasperated sigh. After a moment of daze, he finally managed to speak up. "My people are out searching for the body of Tiu Wen Gai at Engin Lang. I will give you 10 minutes to think about it." As soon as those words left his lips, the prince dashed off in a hurry, and Than Fong thought, "You better not regret this." But before he could react, the prince unleashed his secret weapon, barking orders loudly, "Guard the area." In an instant, a powerful army appeared behind him. The prince, feeling triumphant, pointed directly at Than Fong, saying, "Hey, if you surrender and confess now, you still have time." Just then, a voice rang out from the distance, catching everyone off guard. "Thankfully, we had a plan in place, gathering many experts here. Than Fong, let us see how you escape this time. Our master has found the body of Tiu Wen Gai at Enlun Lang and brought it here." Hearing this, Than Fong's face darkened. "I will give you one last chance. Do you want to kneel and beg for forgiveness? To surrender and confess to the prince?" The prince, however, remained stubborn, insisting. Danfeng, you are dreaming at this point. There was truly no way out. Danfeng sighed and said, all right, just throw down the body of Tu Yungai at Engen Lang. As soon as he finished speaking, a portal suddenly opened up, gazing at the corpse before him. The prince was taken aback. Questioning, who killed Prince Igai at Enjin? His face paled as he exclaimed, no way. This can be happening. Sitting on the throne, Danfeng replied, slightly amused. What is impossible about it? If you do not comply, I will kill you too. At this, the prince was completely terrified, his eyes wide with shock as he shouted, guard. Quickly. Guard. Everyone. Come on. The group behind him immediately obeyed. The sound of their hurried footsteps echoing through the grand hall. They surrounded Danfeng, ready to attack. Seeing this, Danfeng felt a bit disappointed. Lamenting. Is this all you have got? In an instant, he summoned his spiritual energy, transforming it into a physical form to make his attack easier. With just a flick of his finger, the streams of spiritual energy darted towards the group, easily gaining the upper hand. In mere moments, the prince's men were entirely ensnared by Danfeng's powers. The prince stood frozen, watching his subordinates get overwhelmed by Danfeng's potent energy. His eyes turned bloodshot with rage as he yelled, Danfeng, what the hell are you up to? Danfeng tilted his head to look at the prince and said, you have seen my new abilities. Now, I will take you to meet your father. Slowly, he extended his hand, swirling his energy in his palm. The pale green aura wrapped around the prince, and with a loud explosion, blood splattered everywhere. Danfeng watched this scene unfold with an impassive expression. Even the corners of his lips curling slightly, the prince collapsed to the floor, his head no longer intact. Only flickering flames remained. Danfeng stood over him, calmly collecting his spiritual energy back into his body. The henchmen you liberated from their restraints fell freely, then landed firmly. They bowed their heads in submission, gazing reverently at Danfeng. He scanned the room. And you have to wonder, what is so great about being an emperor anyway? Danfeng pointed at the prince lying quietly below, pondering softly. Was it worth a child killing their own father? Even I am curious. Then, raising an eyebrow, he declared he would give being an emperor a shot too. Danfeng spoke, pretending to be reluctant, saying he initially planned to work together with the old emperor for the sake of the realm. But now that he is dead, and the strongest prince is gone too, I guess I have no choice but to take over this kingdom. A few of the henchmen were taken aback, clearly unconvinced who said being an emperor was easy. Danfeng asked again, with a serious face. Come on, do not you agree I am not wrong? The people in the hall could only bow their heads in unison, murmuring in agreement. Yep. The prince is right. They were unhappy but could only silently condemn, wondering who really killed the prince. Do you want to hear what is going to be said next? Danfeng smirked, eyes glinting darkly. After all, everyone should experience life to the fullest, or it would be a waste of a lifetime. In that moment, his spiritual power surged, casting a layer of green light over his eyes. Let us get going. The crowd was completely surrounded by Danfeng's spiritual energy, leaving them with no strength to resist. He planted a single thought in their minds. I swear to serve Danfeng for life, to follow my master's commands without betrayal, or else face the consequences. As the brainwashing process concluded, Danfeng waved his hand, an expression of authority on his face as he ordered. All right, once you are done, go summon the great ministers of the Flame Dynasty. Just then, someone unknown stepped forward, wielding a sword that radiated waves of spiritual energy. The sword-wielding man stepped up, shouting, Danfeng. He gripped the sword tightly, determination blazing in his eyes as he announced, we will not. Before he could finish his sentence, Danfeng swiftly executed the prince, applying the same technique to him. His head exploded, leaving him speechless. Only then did Danfeng calmly say, let me remind you, you just swore to serve me. He stroked his chin, feigning reluctance, but his tone was clearly a warning. If you do not obey my orders, that just now could be your fate. The onlookers quickly realized the gravity of the situation, each of them chiming in. Who cares who the emperor is? It is not our problem. Right, the emperor and the prince were not exactly saints either. Someone added, Right. The prince just told us to find 100 male and female recruits. Everyone could tell that was no simple task. Exactly. We do not care what the emperor's name is. Anyway, the throne is not going to land in our laps. They all nodded in unison. Yep. Our lives are more important. Beside the two headless corpses, the henchmen knelt down in reverence, shouting in unison, Long live the emperor. Danfeng smiled with satisfaction. Good. Now go carry out my orders. The crowd responded respectfully. Yep. Your Majesty. Time passed. The night fell over the palace, and a figure stood on the steps. It was Danfeng, hands clasped behind his back, staring silently up at the sky. Then Feng gazed into the distance, muttering softly, "Emperor, my all, you can rest easy and go." He smirked, thinking, the era of peace and prosperity is about to belong to me. Then, with a grin, Then Feng stood there, arms crossed, nodding. Now this is the golden age that belongs to me. No corrupt officials. The entertainment industry is thriving, and all the beautiful people are stepping out in style. He leisurely descended the stairs, tilting his head and murmuring, "If I am playing the villain now, then this world just needs me as the bad guy." Just as Then Feng was enjoying the moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Your Majesty, may I ask which lady you wish to sleep with tonight?" He turned to see a eunuch bowing respectfully, repeating, "Your Majesty, which consort's chamber will you be staying in tonight?" Then Feng asked in confusion. "Which consort?" The eunuch explained. "Exactly. According to protocol, if you do not choose a consort, we will have to draw lots." He presented a scroll, revealing a list of the harem, and Then Feng thought in shock. Drawing lots. Isn't he that a privilege of emperors in movies? The respectful eunuch informed him. As the new emperor, you need to select a consort to reside with. That way, if you do not want to draw lots later, you will have a place to rest. Then Feng eagerly took the list of beauties. Marveling, the old emperor definitely knew how to enjoy life. "Just look at all these gorgeous ladies," the eunuch inquired. "Your Majesty, have you made your choice?" Then Feng quickly read off a list of names. "Call for Shu Fei, Xian Fi, Hu Fi, Di Fei, and Ru Fei to come wait for my selection." He could not help but think, I wonder how that old emperor will feel knowing all these beautiful ladies are now mine. A moment later, he reassured himself, well, he is already gone, so he can relax. I will take care of these beauties for him. The eunuch immediately accepted the order, bowing deeply. "Yep. Your Majesty," Then Feng urged. "Hurry up. Do not keep the ladies waiting too long." The old emperor left so suddenly. "Now that I have inherited the throne, it is only right I manage the harem for him," the eunuch replied. "Yep. Your Majesty, but you may have to wait a little while longer. The ladies will need some time to arrive." Then Feng imagined all the stunning maidens, and his expression brightened. "Got it. I have decided. I will be in the central hall. Just have the ladies come to the main hall." He thought excitedly. "I understand they need to look their best. They should definitely glam up a bit." The eunuch bowed respectfully. "As you command." And Then Feng left him with just a silhouette, rushing back to the main hall, thinking to himself, I need to prepare well to welcome these beauties. Time passed, and the night enveloped the palace, the atmosphere sinking into silence. After changing into his robes, Then Feng sat in the main hall, yawning and murmuring, "Has it really been so long? Why are not they here yet? Does it really take that long to get ready?" Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he jumped up, frowning. Could it be that the consorts think the old emperor died because of me? Are they plotting revenge? Just then, the eunuch outside announced, "Your Majesty, the ladies have arrived." But when Then Feng saw the scene that followed, he jumped in shock, his eyes widening. The stunning beauties of the harem he had longed for were all there, approaching him step by step. Then is wide-eyed, his head spinning, completely at a loss for words. Turns out, the beautiful consort he imagined is nowhere to be found. Instead, there is a whole lineup of old ladies. The eunuch cheerfully introduces. "Your Majesty, this is Consort Shu, Consort Xian, Consort Hui, Consort D, and Consort Nu." Then snaps. "Are you kidding me right now?" He can't wrap his head around the reality in front of him and grumbles. "What the hell? The books are full of beautiful women. Why did you bring me a bunch of grandmas? Are you playing a joke on me?" The eunuch hurriedly explains. "Your Majesty, the pictures are from when the consorts were young." He makes a valid point. When the late emperor was alive, he was already 120. They only recruited consorts until he was 80. After that, he just took anti-aging pills and ignored the whole consort business. Dan is left in shock, realizing that if they recruited until 80, the youngest consort in the palace is probably around 40. The eunuch adds, "That is right. The youngest one is 52. The eunuch looks a bit confused and says, "But Your Majesty, were not you planning to comfort the consorts? How does their age even matter?" Dan had boldly declared that before, but now he can't refute it. Left speechless with his mouth hanging open, his lips twitch, and he can only manage a sheepish smile. "Well, what I meant was, if all the consorts are over 50, they must be indifferent to life and death. Mature souls who probably do not need my comfort anymore." He changes his mind. "You know what? Maybe I should just comfort the younger ladies instead. Right. My lovely nieces are all grown up now." The eunuch quickly jots it down and replies, Your Majesty, the late emperor has not produced any heirs for over 50 years. Hearing this, then plops down into a chair. Utterly disappointed, muttering to himself, they are all over 50. So they must be indifferent to life and death. Mature souls who do not need my comfort anymore. He furrows his brow, looking utterly exhausted. Silently cursing. Seriously. Emperor, you are taking the throne, yet there is not a single young lady in the palace. Do you even deserve to be emperor? While Then is still drowning in sorrow, the eunuch hesitantly asks, Your Majesty, about the consorts. Then snaps. Get them out of here, all of them. Just take them away. The eunuch immediately complies. Yep. Your Majesty then suddenly remembers something, his expression turning serious as he says, Wait a minute. He instructs the eunuch. Right. Go to the Wang family and bring all the maidens who were supposed to come here. The eunuch acknowledges the command. Yep. Your Majesty, time passes. And in the main hall, Then puts on his robes, a look of satisfaction on his face. He turns to glance over his shoulder, and the beautiful maidens instantly wave and smile enticingly. Then thinks to himself, now this is the kind of scenery a palace should have. Just as he is basking in the beauty, the eunuch rushes in, reminding him, Your Majesty, it is getting late. Then replies, All right. In the grand hall, the ministers kneel in formation, chanting in unison, Long live the emperor. Long live. Long live. Dressed in the dragon robe, Than's voice booms, You all may rise. They respond, Thank you. Your Majesty. The eunuch stands to the side and interjects. There is a matter to report. No matters to dismiss this afternoon. One minister steps forward. Your Majesty, I have something to report regarding the consorts. Then asks, Who are you? What are you doing in court? What do you need to report? The minister respectfully replies. Your Majesty, I am the minister of the imperial consort, serving as the prime minister. The matter of the royal funeral for the late emperor, along with the arrangements for the princes, princesses, and the harem, awaits your Majesty's decision. Of course. Then Feng is keenly interested in this, considering it relates to my late brother. He closes his eyes and ponders for a moment. My brother was a man of humble tastes in life, so in death, he surely would not want extravagance. No need for a grand mausoleum, just find a nice spot to hide away. Then Feng's subsequent declaration left the eunuch beside him dumbfounded, while the princes, who are supposed to be noble, looked utterly confused. They are my relatives. After all, how can they just lounge around all day? Today, I will descend to the level of commoners so they can toughen up a bit. He continues to speak passionately, and about the concubines and princesses. I had promised my brother to take care of his wife and children. Surely, he is smiling down on us from above. The eunuch beside him could not help but frown in judgment. The emperor is really going off the rails. There is bound to be an explanation needed for the officials. To his surprise, the ministers in attendance suddenly melt down in reverence, praising the benevolent heart of the emperor, calling him a wise ruler for the ages. The eunuch sighed, thinking, okay, maybe I overthought it. The new emperor really knows how to win hearts. One issue settled, but then Feng quickly lost patience. All right, is there anything else? If not, I am heading out. There is still a ton of stuff waiting for me. Deep down, he thinks, I can keep the ladies waiting too long. A court lady steps forward. Your Majesty, there is one more thing. A few days ago, in the northwest of the Great Saya, the common folk have had a poor harvest. We request aid from the court. Then Feng, curious, asks again. Aid. The lady continues. Your Majesty, there are many victims this time, and the national granary is barely enough for relief, in my opinion. We should increase the provisions. Just as she says this, Then Feng suddenly waves his hand, stopping her. Wait a second. The lady looks puzzled. Your Majesty, in the next moment, Then Feng furrows his brow, forcing a smile as he says, let us put the relief efforts aside for now and talk about your embezzlement and bribery, instead. Not long after, hearing Then Feng's directive, the ministers are left stunned, disbelief written all over their faces. The entire hall erupts in chaos, with cries of despair. Half of their fortunes. Are you kidding me? They debate heatedly, while Then Feng remains unfazed, asking nonchalantly, do not you want to take it? He raises an eyebrow, clearly displeased. You do not think I became emperor just by luck, do you? Then Feng squints, his tone warning. Then we can talk about your corruption and bribery. His imposing presence sends shivers down the spines of the ministers, as they all bow their heads, trembling, saying they dare not oppose. Then Feng's face darkens as he waves his hand. Fine. I do not want to discuss this nonsense with you. He stands up, leaving behind a decisive remark. Let us stick with this decision. As for everything else, I won't pursue it any further. Than Feng strides straight to the door, saying that for issues like these, you all can discuss among yourselves and come to me later. The ministers were still trembling in fear, too scared to lift their heads, all in unison responding. We understand, Than Feng commands. It was afternoon, and there was nothing left to wrap up. They had to sort out their own business before returning to him. Outside, the sun was high, warm rays pouring down into the palace. Than Feng had returned to the main hall, unable to wait any longer to go play with the beautiful girls. He was in the middle of an exciting thought when he was interrupted. The eunuch arrived to tidy things up, saying it was time to approve the documents. Than Feng found himself buried in a chaotic pile of paperwork. Having dozed off somewhere along the way, the eunuch brought in more documents and, upon seeing this scene, his face darkened. Remembering something, he placed the documents down harshly next to Than Feng's feet without a second thought. Then, the eunuch turned and shut the door behind him. The loud bang jolted Than Feng awake from his nap. The eunuch glanced back, grinning slyly. Time to approve those documents. As Than Feng opened his eyes and saw the eunuch's grin, he felt a chill run down his spine, his face turning pale. The hall was soon filled with the sound of the eunuch's voice echoing. Time to approve those documents. Time to approve those documents. Time to approve those documents. Than Feng could take it no longer. He screamed in despair. Who even wants this damned emperor position? I am done with it. With that, he kicked the door open, ready to storm out and escape this place. The eunuch clung to Than Feng's leg, refusing to let go. The prince of the former emperor has been reduced to a commoner. There is no one left to inherit the throne. He was on the verge of tears. The other princes are all tied up with you. They do not want to be emperors either, the eunuch whispered urgently. The official matters over there have not been answered for days. We need to get back to approving those documents. Than Feng, already fuming, thought to himself. Damn it. So this is what it feels like to shoot yourself in the foot. Than Feng struggled to rein in his emotions, reminding himself to stay calm. Stay calm. A country does not only run on the emperor's will. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he blurted out. Right, a democratic republic could work too. Look at country 20. It has been thriving for hundreds of years now. Of course. The minister had no clue what he was talking about. Utterly confused. What are you saying about country 20? He thought. Panicking inside. Had he pushed Than Feng too hard these past few days? Did he break him? Than Feng acted as if he had not heard a thing. He had made up his mind. This was the way to go. He ordered his subordinates to summon all the civil and military officials for a meeting, a session with the emperor. The minister was still in shock, trying to process what was happening. The others were urging him on. Hurry up. Let us gather at the Golden Dragon Hall. He stood there, watching Than Feng's retreating figure. Feeling emotional, almost in tears, it was clear. The emperor still prioritized the well-being of the people. Soon enough, Than Feng arrived at the Golden Dragon Hall, and the officials below were buzzing with chatter. Why are we meeting now? Is the emperor? Someone interrupted. What is going on? There must be a big issue for the emperor to call us here. Stop overthinking it. Everyone shared the same question, wondering what was really going on. Finally, Than Feng spoke up. Donnie jumped to conclusions. I did not summon you all here for state affairs. He was dead serious. Today, he did not want to discuss changing the nationist system with anyone. As he finished speaking, the hall fell into silence. Everyone was stunned, ignoring their shock. He continued. Historically, the dynastic emperors have ruled, and you all know that. But look at the situation now. His tone shifted to one of regret. Sure, my elder brother the emperor has talent in governance, but his sons, he muttered. The crown prince is dead set on usurping the throne, and the other princes have turned into mere civilians. They can't even live a normal life. They do not know how to do anything, not even basic survival skills. With that, Than Feng clenched his fists. It is time for a change. The officials collectively gasp, their mouths agape in shock. Instantly, the Golden Dragon Hall erupted in chaos. Shouts of Your Majesty. This can't happen, filled the air. In the face of this uproar, Than Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on them. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Have you all forgotten your vows? Than Feng continued coldly. Did you think I called you here today to negotiate? Sitting on the throne, I look down upon you all. I am not just here to inform you. Based on your reactions, I will select a few ministers to join the inner circle, so we can govern the realm together. Each word he spoke sent waves through the hall. Wait, what? You want to change the team? Despite their frantic protests, Than Feng remained unfazed. Slowly rising from his seat, he clasped his hands behind his back, walking straight toward the door. You are in charge. I do not see anyone else. National affairs are in your hands, he said to the minister and the loyal advisors. The three mentioned watched Than Feng's retreating back, bowing deeply in respect. "We obey your command." Than Feng strolled outside, basking in the sunlight. As his shadow stretched long across the ground, a new regime was born. As Than Feng declared the establishment of the Royal Court of Great Flame, dividing the imperial power. Together, they would govern the realm. Under the new court led by the formidable Elu Ju Hungfei and the ethereal Lum Muzzy Butch, the chosen nobles had to embody both virtue and talent, caring for the common people. What is especially unique is that every citizen must participate in certain decisions. With Than Feng's encouragement, everything fell into place. And now, the Royal Court of Great Flame officially steps into the age of democratic republic. A beautiful conclusion crafted by Than Feng. He had fulfilled his role, more than anyone. Than Feng reminded himself, "I am not here to rule the world." Transitioning to the outskirts, he stood on a desolate patch of land, voice filled with satisfaction. "Not bad. I have been an emperor for 3 days now." In the next moment, a mask brimming with spiritual energy appeared in his hand. He confidently puts it on his face, murmuring softly, "Now." In an instant, Than Feng transforms, his appearance changing. He chuckles softly. Time to become a god. Than Feng gets into a ready stance and takes off the ring from his finger. After a few familiar motions, a teleportation door suddenly materializes before him, stepping into the space. Than Feng looks up, slowly waiting. After what feels like an eternity, the teleportation door finally creaks open. As Than Feng arrives, his gaze meets something unexpected across the way. Right before him stands an old man, who is now striding closer. Mingzi tilts his head, displaying a look of doubt as he cautiously probes. "May I ask who you are?" Realizing he is blurted out, Than Feng opens his mouth wide, pretending to be serious. "You must be the legendary Dao Ho." "I write." Being confronted so directly upon meeting, the old man can't hide his surprise. Mingzi clasps his hands in acknowledgement. "Indeed, that is. But how should I address you?" "Dao Ho." Than Feng crafts an identity on the spot. "I'm a humble disciple." "Than Feng. I heard you were looking for me, so I came now that I am free." Upon hearing his name, Mingzi's eyes widen in shock. He quickly confirms, "You are indeed the master of Than Feng." The other party responds candidly, "That is correct." Than Feng continues, "I am here to ask you something." Than Feng dives right in. "What is this great cataclysm you mentioned that happens every 100 years? He bombards the old man with questions. "And who are those people you spoke of? And what is the Dark Realm? I am really curious." The old man speaks slowly. "I can answer your questions. But first," Mingzi regards Than Feng with a wary gaze, "I must confirm if Dao Ho is indeed human. I hope you do not take offense." Than Feng is not surprised. "I understand. The Dark Realm has its own rules, and the human world has its own as well. I just did not know how you wanted to verify that." Mingzi does not respond immediately. Taking his time to rummage through his sleeve, he pulls out a mirror, and known as the demon reflecting mirror, highly sensitive to demonic energy. If a demon looks into it, it will know right away. Than Feng glances at it and immediately recognizes. This is the demon reflecting mirror from the demon suppression dynasty. Is not, the old man proudly introduces it. Exactly. The demon reflecting mirror is a replica of this one. Even the method of reflecting demons comes from the Dark Realm. He nods, understanding. So that is how it is, he thinks to himself. No wonder this demon reflecting mirror can detect even a blood demon that has reached semi-divine status. The crafting method must be from the divine realm, and the original functionality is surely even stronger. Mingzi explained. Though we from the Dark Realm find it hard to manifest in the human world, we are still of the human race, and we wish to bring blessings to the world. That is why we created the demon reflecting mirror. Than Feng has no reason to refuse and suggests. All right. Dao Ho. Go ahead, the old man replies. Dao Ho, you are in for a surprise. Without wasting another moment, Min raised the mirror high and began to chant the spell. A golden light enveloped Than Feng's body, and he did not even flinch away from it. The mirror revealed the transformed face of Than Feng, and Min leaned in for a closer look. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he safely tucked the mirror away. Min gazed at the person before him. If Dao Ho was indeed one of his own, it was time for some honesty. He revealed that the heavenly Dao was turning towards darkness, making it increasingly hard for humanity to survive. They had to tread very carefully. Than Feng was taken aback, repeating in disbelief. The heavenly Dao is turning towards darkness. The other person nodded, explaining that as cultivators reach deeper realms, they become more sensitive to the changes in the heavenly Dao. The sense of the heavenly Dao grew clearer, and surely when Dao Ho entered the divine realm, he too sensed the strange shifts. Than Feng pretended to agree, thinking to himself, what am I even sensing? I just reached the peak of the high realm. How could I perceive the heavenly Dao? As Min continued, his expression turned serious. Over the years, the influence of dark energy had increasingly disadvantaged humanity, leading to fewer people advancing to the divine realm. Than Feng gasped. The heavenly Dao is infected with dark energy. What kind of sinister force is that powerful? Min, unfazed, solemnly named it. Athung Min Yi. Then Fong, clearly unfamiliar with it, furrowed his brow and asked. Athung Min Yi. Min stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, if you want to know, I will tell you slowly. He explained that the worlds are divided from low to high as Little Heaven Realm, Middle Heaven Realm, and Great Heaven Realm. The space of these realms is called the Realm C, and the world here is referred to as Thanjia He, which is a Little Heaven Realm. According to Min, Thuong Min Gi is a Great Heaven Realm, while Thanjia is merely a tiny speck in the vast Realm C. He recounted that thousands of years ago, ancestors made mistakes leading to Thanjia being captured by a powerful figure from Thuong Min Gi. The issue was that this individual intended to refine the heavenly Tao, gaining complete control over Thanjia, which gradually turned the heavenly Tao dark. Then Feng found it hard to believe. Are you saying the upper realms as celestial beings are actually dark demons? Inside, he was thrilled, thinking, is not this a golden opportunity for the dark forces to come knocking? Min closed his eyes, calmly responding, you are not wrong in understanding it that way. Suddenly fired up, Then Feng declared, causing Min to look puzzled. I have made up my mind. He hesitated, then abruptly announced, I am joining your dark realm. Min was taken aback, exclaiming, wait, what? You agreed that fast? This can't be a trick, right? Then Feng instantly felt a rush of excitement. Realizing he might have jumped the gun a bit too quickly, he quickly clarified, hold on. You know it has been a struggle for me to reach this level. If I were to perish just to escape a calamity, that would be a real shame. Then Feng feigned a sigh of regret, adding, honestly, before coming here, I heard a bit about the Dark Realm, but the world knows so little about it. Luckily, I found a book about it in the archives of the Celestial Emperor's dynasty. Your fists are clenched tight, your eyes shining with determination and curiosity. Hearing what they just said made me realize you have a heart set on the truth and a unique perspective on the heavenly path. I have made up my mind you are the ally I have been searching for in this battle against the Dark Realm. Minty is left bewildered, wondering to himself, did I really just say all that? He incredulously asks again, did I really say that much to you? Then Feng lies without flinching. Of course, at the same moment, you subtly reach behind your back, secretly opening a spatial gate. Then Feng tries to distract Minty by randomly pointing in a direction and exclaiming, look over there, a heavenly demon. Sure enough, you manage to trick him into turning his back. Then Feng quickly whispers his demands. I want a tea table, teacups, a teapot, and some sunflower seeds, just the stuff to pamper him. The two demonic beings pull out their tools and enthusiastically start preparing, while Minty remains oblivious, focused on searching for the heavenly demon. Where could it be? Moments later, he turns back and sees Then Feng shrugging it off, saying, just now a beam of light flashed by. Just like the heavenly demon I faced before. Maybe I got too excited and mistook it. Minty immediately gasped. So it turns out you have faced a heavenly demon before. Then Feng sits down and gestures invitingly. You talked a lot just now. Your throat must be dry. How about we sit down and chat slowly? Minty is taken aback. How is there a tea table in this wild place? The other person leisurely brews the tea, smiling as he explains. My friend, we have both stepped into the divine realm. Mastering spatial transformation is old hat for me. I wanted us to get closer, so I brewed tea right here. Then Feng pretends to be reluctant. But time is of the essence, so I prepared this simple brew. I hope you won't hold it against me. Outwardly, he says that, but inwardly he is cursing. This old man still dares to pull a trick right in front of me. If it were not for his usefulness, I would have gone off to train with some monsters by now. Minnie hurriedly responds. No way. How could I refuse the good intentions of my fellow Taoist? He walks over to sit opposite Then Feng. We should talk about that powerful being with plans to refine the realm of purity. You readily agree? Of course. Minty explains that this demon is not from the realm of purity. They are upper realm demons, self-proclaimed as the pure lineage, and their tactics and strength far surpass those of the demons from the realm of purity. Then Feng takes a sip of tea, looking puzzled. Then what about the ancient sins? The other quickly clarifies. The natural energy in the minor heavenly world is limited, which restricts cultivation. As cultivators, we can only reach the divine realm at most. To continue advancing, we must go to places with more natural energy. Finally, Then Feng gets it. That is how it is, Minty adds. Even though divine realm experts can live for 1,000 years, their lifespan will eventually run out. He reveals that 5,000 years ago, some peak divine realm experts nearing the end of their lifespan sought immortality but failed. In the end, they found inspiration from the heavenly demon's power. Then Feng looks skeptical. The heavenly demon's power. To his surprise, Minty inquires, I want to ask you, Taoist, since you have battled the heavenly demon, how much do you really understand about their power? Then Feng tries to maintain his composure, resting his chin on his hand as he calmly replies, I understand it quite well. If I What will you do for me? Minty is no slouch either. quickly responding, "Well then. Let us see if you can tell me something worth my time." Dan Feng seemed to have anticipated this situation, thinking to himself, "That old fox won't strike unless he sees a rabbit." He paused before responding, casually reaching for the water bottle on the table. As Dan Feng poured a glass of water, he slowly spoke, explaining that the Heavenly Demon Authority was a tool used by the otherworldly demons to get what they needed and bring it down to the depths. He calmly continued, sharing that it is a type of magic that connects different worlds, and some people use it as a basis for creating ways to communicate with other realms. Dan Feng personally handed the freshly poured glass to the person across from him, surprising Minty a bit. He accepted it and casually added, "Right, right, right," noting that someone had used this method to contact the merchant world. But the news was intercepted by a powerful demon, subsequently revealing the location of the Than realm, which was the beginning of their calamity. Minty seemed to partially trust Dan Feng now. Speaking slowly, "It appears you truly understand the heavenly demons." Dan Feng waved his hand humbly, replying, "You are too kind. I have just read a few books and experienced a few things." His expression turned serious as he said, "But I want to know, what is the Than clan's purpose? They are powerful beings from the upper realm. Why are they targeting us in the Than realm?" Minty replied, "It is not that they are targeting the Than realm, but the people of the Than realm." As he spoke, his face showed clear concern. Demons love to eat people, and upper realm demons are no exception. Their goal is to turn the Than realm into a breeding ground, nurturing the entire human race. Dan Feng was taken aback. A chilling thought struck him. Wait, is that what young Master Engron meant by breeding ground? So who does he serve? Minute lowered his head and continued. The Than clan's purpose for nurturing the Than realm is to sell the people of the Than realm to other demons. They want to turn the Than realm into a food supply for demons. Dan Feng could not accept this, slamming his hand down on the table in outrage. Is that all we are? He stood up abruptly, raising his voice in disbelief. These Than clan members see the people of the Than realm as mere pawns and merchandise. Daunty they resist. Minty, hearing this, suddenly thought of something and let out a bitter smile. Resist. The glass of water in his hand fell and shattered. Minty spoke, his voice heavy with despair. In the eyes of the world, we are God. But in the eyes of the Than clan, we are just ants, he murmured softly. Moreover, the gap is too vast. Even if we resist, we have no chance of winning. In the end, we are just a group of people huddling together for warmth. Minty's body slumped, and he continued. The most important thing is, we God-level experts are no different from high-quality products in the eyes of the Than clan. They can sell us for a high price, which is why we keep running. Dan Feng suddenly questioned. Wait, if the Than clan is that powerful, with your strength, can you really escape? The other party replied, of course not. But they are too powerful, exceeding the limits of what can be accommodated in this world, making it difficult for them to descend. Normally, they only send a Than emissary once every 100 years, and even then, the emissaries are the weakest in their clan, which is how we managed to escape. Dan Feng vaguely understood something. Could the great calamity you mentioned every 100 years be when the Than clan comes to hunt? Minty confirmed. It is pretty close. Dan Feng pressed on. What is the approximate strength of their Than emissary? The other party responded. Typically, their emissaries are one realm higher than the God level. As for the specifics of their strength, no one knows. When it comes to the roots of everything, holding on a mind teases waste. I can't help but feel a shiver. This all goes back 2,000 years. He tells me that back then, it was the pinnacle of the Shadow Realm, housing hundreds of God-level warriors. Everyone banded together to confront the celestial envoy, hundreds of God-level masters fighting fiercely, risking their life energy in a desperate battle. But, as Minna knows, they did not even manage to scratch the enemy. Not even a little. The celestial wind sighed in disbelief, never expecting them to be this strong. His heart raced. Celestial clan, demons, and extraterrestrial beasts. This was not just a level-up tool. It was a true threat. The expression on his face, however, meant something different to Ming Ti, who eagerly advised. Dao Hagu, I understand your desire to prove yourself against the strong, but if you encounter the celestial clan, do not confront them head-on. Your life is more important. The celestial wind chuckled and replied. I know. I just want to ask if I can join you now. The other side was still a bit worried if Dao Hu could join. They certainly would not ask for anything more. But has Dao Hu really thought it through? The celestial wind cleared his throat and boldly admitted. Of course. But there is one thing I do not understand. He exchanged glances with Miney. Skeptical. If the celestial clan can be resisted, then why do you Shadow Realm folks recruit God-level warriors? Is there some hidden agenda? He wore a serious expression and said, this is related to the secrets of the Shadow Realm. Once you become a member, you will understand. Then, Minty opened a teleportation gate with his internal power. Come on. Dao Hagu. Let us head to the Shadow Realm. We have been here too long. The celestial envoy might discover us. Naturally, The celestial wind had no reason to refuse this request. All right. In the next instant, he followed Minty through the teleportation gate. The two quickly moved to their destination, with Minty stepping out first. The teleportation gate vanished in an instant, and as the celestial wind followed Minty, suddenly, the man in front stopped. He bowed his head, his face unreadable, and slowly called out, Dao Hagu. Minty's gaze was scrutinizing as he pressed. Why did not you bring your disciple? The celestial wind. With you, under the worry attitude of the other party. The celestial wind froze, scrambling for words. My disciple has other tasks. He is in a very safe place right now. He muttered to himself. I will just guide myself. I would be crazy to agree with you. Minty glanced back at the person behind him, feeling very suspicious. Is there a place safer than the Shadow Realm? But hey, this is a matter between their master and disciple. It is not my place to interfere. After wrapping up his thought process, he suddenly spoke again. Dao Hagu, please wait a moment. Seeing the other party approach him with a serious expression, the celestial wind felt a bit anxious. What is going on? Mint continued to focus his energy and pulled out a piece of paper inscribed with strange symbols, then handed it to the other person. This is a concealment talisman crafted by the Shadow King to evade the Celestial Clan's pursuit. Activate it, and then we can go. The celestial wind did not hesitate to reach out for it, but was curious about one thing. Shadow King, who is that? Minty smacked his forehead, mumbling, look at me. Only talking about the Celestial Clan and forgetting to introduce the Shadow Realm to Dao Hagu. The celestial wind brushed it off. You can take your time explaining. Just do not hurt yourself. The other person. Serious. Instructed. Activate the talisman first. Just burn it. And you are good. The celestial wind nodded in agreement. Alright. Danfeng followed the instructions, using a spark to ignite the talisman in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a wave of golden energy enveloped his body. Danfeng gasped. The sensation was truly extraordinary. He stood still for a moment, waiting for the golden light to fade slowly, gradually disappearing. Then, Danfeng quickly followed Minty, moving to another area. Arriving at the teleportation gate, Minty slowly introduced. The Shadow Monarch is our leader, and the strongest in the Shadow Realm. Danfeng was puzzled about what he was planning. Yet another teleportation gate. The other person casually turned his back, continuing the previous story. Years ago, the Shadow Realm was established by the ancestors of the Shadow Monarch. The two quickly stepped into the teleportation gate, and Minty casually added, the Shadow Realm, meaning a world hidden in darkness. The scene shifted to a strange street, peaceful and silent, with hardly anyone around. This was their destination, and Minta led Danfeng to a pavilion. Danfeng exclaimed, the Shadow Realm is hidden here. It is surprisingly simple and cozy. To his surprise, the person next to him denied it. This is just an old man craving good food. He immediately sulked, taking a wide detour. Who would have thought he brought me here just to eat? Minty remained unfazed. My friend, I truly want to take you to the Shadow Realm. Danfeng huffed and turned to leave. If you want to play games with me, there is no need to waste your time. Minty grabbed his wrist, hurriedly explaining. Dao Hayu, you have misunderstood. Dao Hayu. Danfeng frowned but kept walking. So Minty continued. Dao Hayu, just hear me out first. If my explanation does not satisfy you, then we can leave later. Danfeng did not reply, snorting as he waved off the old man. Minty opened his mouth. I want to take Dao Hayu to the Shadow Realm immediately. Instead, I chose to eat first. Not to trick Dao Hayu, but because the time is not right. Danfeng immediately grasped the main point, raising an eyebrow. The time is not right. Minty dared not beat around the bush anymore. Quickly confirming. Exactly. He leaned in close to Danfeng and whispered, the Shadow Realm, during the day, can only be accessed at night. We really have no choice. During the day, there are too many humans and eyes around. If the entrance to the Shadow Realm gets discovered, and someone tells the human race, we will end up as their prey. Upon hearing this, Danfeng was convinced. Muttering, that makes sense. Minty looked up at the pavilion before them. Dao Hu agrees with my point. Right. His face was serious, but his words contrasted sharply. Since it is not yet time, why do not we enjoy some good food here and wait for a peaceful evening? The person beside them had already moved ahead without them noticing. Minty excitedly suggested. My friend, let us go eat fish first. Danfeng sighed with a chuckle. Standing here for too long, anyone would think I have some connection with this crazy old man. The two quickly moved deeper into the pavilion and entered a room. As soon as they stepped inside, Danfeng immediately noticed something. Looking up, the space inside buzzed with laughter and chatter. The whole room lively and vibrant. Just a glance from Lalo reveals an array of mouthwatering dishes beautifully arranged on the table. Even Danfeng, who usually does not care much for food, is captivated by the alluring aromas. Remarking, It smells amazing. Min T, confidently leading the way, invites. Zio hi, please come upstairs. Amidst the cheerful chatter filling the room, Danfeng follows Mindy up the staircase. It does not take long before Taiyou swiftly serves the dishes, cheerfully announcing, "Guests, your food is ready." Before Danfeng lies a table brimming with a variety of delectable foods. As Taiyuan greets him with a polite smile, "Gentlemen, please enjoy. If you need anything, just ask." Minty nods in agreement. As soon as he finishes speaking, he eagerly introduces the dish next to him. This is lun fish, one of the restaurant's famous specialties. Many powerful figures from the divine realm come just to try this dish. They say one bite is unforgettable, and you will find yourself coming back for more. Danfeng's interest is piqued, and he grins, asking, "Is this fish really that extraordinary?" Min T, in high spirits, beams back, "Absolutely. Eohig will see for himself." Eager to taste, Danfeng does not hold back, grabbing his chopsticks right away. "I want to be polite then." The plate of fish emits an irresistible aroma. He picks up a small piece and pops it into his mouth. The moment he tastes it, Danfeng is utterly enchanted by the exquisite flavor, his face lighting up with satisfaction. Inside, he silently screams with joy, "This is so good." As he quickly grabs more, Mindy helplessly reminds him, "Zio hi, take it slow." Time flies as the night settles over the small town. Both Menti and Danfeng are so full they can barely breathe, and the table is wiped clean. A mountain of empty plates is stacked high on the table as they sit back, waiting for their food to settle. Danfeng pats his full belly, grinning, "Thanks for the feast, my friends." Minty humbly replies, "Zio hi, you are wrong. Today, your willingness to join me to the underworld makes this meal a welcoming ceremony for you." He stands up and adds, "Zio hi, it is about time. Let us get going." To which the other readily agrees, "Sure." Danfeng trails closely behind Minty as he leads the way to an unknown destination. Ahead, they spot a peculiar paper figure that suddenly starts to sway. The paper figure collapses, falling at the feet of the approaching person. Curious, Danfeng asks, "Is this the entrance to the underworld?" Minty does not answer directly, "Just follow me." Zio hi. He then approaches the door and gently knocks in a steady rhythm, not keeping them waiting too long. The door swings open wide. An old man with a hunchback steps out and immediately asks, "Are you two looking to buy a coffin?" Mind? Confirming, "Yep, we are." The man, with an indifferent expression, inquires, "For whom? What material? What size?" Minty answers each question seriously. "For myself, made of golden pine wood. And as for the size, just make it according to our measurements." As he finishes, the other man suddenly breaks into an eerie grin without saying a word. The coffin seller raises an eyebrow, glancing toward the door. "We have customers coming in." And with that, Minty and Danfeng step into the shop. They are met with a display of ready-made coffins. The two are taken aback at the sight of a strange aura emanating from behind the old coffin seller. He gazes at the coffins on the shelf before turning back to look at them. The old man pointed at the two coffins on the shelf. "Do you see them?" Mingzi clasped his hands behind him and asked the price. "Okay. How much, boss?" Danfeng stood beside him with his hands on his hips. The old man quoted a price, 200 taels. Hearing this, Mingzi turned to throw an arm around Danfeng, covering his mouth as he whispered, "Dude, I am broke after that last meal." Danfeng looked at him in disbelief, thinking, "Are the people from the dark world really this poor? Come on, you are a powerful guy. Are not you worried about being laughed at?" He stuffed his hands into his pockets, raised a hand to his mouth, and closed his eyes, thinking, "Can we at least snag a discount?" Then he figured, "Forget it. I can always ask for a refund when we get to the dark world." The old man selling coffins calmly replied, "No." Danfeng's eyes widened in shock, while Mingzi turned around, scanning the area. Danfeng pointed to a sign on the wall that read "Negotiable," and raised an eyebrow. Confused, "This sign says we can haggle." The old man turned to him and said, "That is for others, not for you too. With your status, do not tell me you can scrape together 200 taels." Danfeng bent over, clenching his fists in anger. Mingzi leaned in from behind him, peeking up, urging him, "Simon, hurry up. We are wasting time." Suddenly, he stood up, waved the bill high, and shouted, "Fine. 200 taels it is." He thought, "I can let a few coins ruin my chance to enter the dark world." And he slapped the bill into the old man's outstretched hand. Mingzi hustled the coffin ahead, pushing, "Hurry up." The old man watched the two of them leave. "Come back anytime." The sign on the wall now bore an additional bright red word, "No haggling." Danfeng followed the old man to a spot where the full moon shone brightly over the dirt path, clouds swirling about. As they stood by the well, Danfeng asked, "Is this the right place?" Mingzi replied, "Of course it is." He looked at the old man and asked, "What do we need 2 coffins for?" Danfeng frowned. Irritated. "I can believe in the dark world you still have to buy coffins. And actually pay for them. Is this what you call highway robbery? And no bargaining? Aren't you worried about hurting our feelings?" Mingzi leaned against the well, noting that the old coffin seller is not one of us. He does not know the dark world or our status. The old man approached one of the coffins, opened the lid, and said, "I am just the guy who is about to kick the bucket. No questions asked." He swung open both coffin lids, showing us the coffins we requested. Mingzi turned to Danfeng, saying, "If anything goes down in the dark world, you get in the coffin first and do not open it. Do not come out." The old man furrowed his brow, emphasizing with a warning, "If you do not, things could get dicey. Once we get there, I will open it for you." Danfeng stared at him, stunned and silent, but still obediently stepped inside, mumbling to himself, "Sounds like you are trying to bury me alive." Inside the coffin, he placed a hand on his stomach, feeling a strange unease. He stood still, pondering. But this way of traveling to another world was truly bizarre. Moments later, he felt himself sinking into a world filled with green weapons. Danfeng clenched his fists in anger, grinding his teeth with a frown. Completely furious, Danfeng placed his hand on the coffin lid, recalling Minty's earlier warning, "Do not open it, no matter what happens, and definitely do not go outside. Otherwise, things could take a turn for the worse. Just wait until we get there, and I will open the coffin myself." He immediately retracted his hand. Danfeng frowned, his gaze dark and filled with anger and resentment. He jumped, slamming his body against the coffin lid with a loud thud. His cheek pressed uncomfortably against the wood of the coffin. Danfeng squinted, his eyes widening in shock. To his disbelief, he saw a thick chain inside the coffin wrapping around him. It bound his arms tightly behind his back, and his legs were chained together. He squatted down in a contorted position. Stunned, he frowned. It was a trap. In the strange green mist from earlier, images of Minty and the old coffin seller flashed before him, and he tried to calm himself. Stay calm. Who set this up? Was it Minty or the coffin seller? Danfeng opened his eyes wide in shock, deducing they were in cahoots. Danfeng struggled fiercely, trying to break free from the tight chains. He was filled with rage and indignation, especially towards Minty. "I treated you like a friend, and this is how you repay me. Today, I will show you the consequences of betraying me." A strange force, immense power, descended and landed before Minty. Looking at the coffin, Minty called out, "Dao Hu, it is time to come out from the shadows." A powerful impact from inside the coffin broke the chains binding it, sending the 4 wooden planks flying. They revealed Danfeng, chained and hanging by his arms, bound by 2 golden chains. The 4 wooden pieces slammed down hard, and Minty stepped forward, hands behind his back, welcoming him to the underworld. "Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time." Danfeng, in his bound position, looked up in disbelief. "Do you really think I would trust you again?" Minty's eyes turned crimson as he laughed. "Whether you believe it or not does not change the fact that everyone's excited to see you." He raised his arms joyfully, looking to the sky, calling out, "Come on, let us." Danfeng looked up at the sky, where a bright golden moon was slowly being obscured by a blood-red moon. A demon with 3 bird heads flew across the red moon, letting out a shrill cry. More and more demons appeared in the sky, flocking towards them. Minty crouched down, his body swelling up, a reminder that each day only allows for 1 piece of meat to eat. Although a god-level powerhouse heals quickly, consuming too much affects quality. 2 years ago, he was waiting for the celestial envoy to descend. The same one he would give to the celestial envoy 2 years later. Transforming completely from Minty's body, now stood a demon lion before them. He bowed his head, reminding the demons, "All right. Remember to avoid biting off the skin while eating. Do not kill anyone." The dragon behind him laughed loudly, saying, "Do not scare him. That might ruin his appetite." The demon lion crossed his arms. Smugly agreeing, he crossed his arms, looking at Danfeng, mockingly asking, "Dao Hu, this feast we prepared for you, is it to your liking?" Danfeng threw his head back and laughed heartily. "I am very pleased, but I have to say," pointing a V sign. Smiling playfully, "The rules of the party need to change now." Min looked back at his gang, filled with doubt, wondering if they had scared him into madness. Another monster replied with a sneer. "Who knows?" A demon bird chimed in. "After being scared, has his taste changed?" The giant serpent pondered aloud. "No idea." Spotting Danfeng across the way with an oddly cryptic smile, Min could not help but mock him. "Look at him. Maybe he is just trying to cheer himself up before meeting his end." Danfeng glanced at the monsters, his voice dripping with arrogance. "You know, Min, it seems you have prepared a rather delightful surprise for me. Let us spice things up. I will give you 2 choices." Hearing this, the monsters were thrown into a panic. their anxiety growing as they realized things might spiral out of control. Dan Feng stood unfazed before the massive beasts, casually probing. First, tell me where the entrance to the Shadow Realm is, and I will let you go. Second, you can wait until I am done teaching you a lesson. Then spill the beans. Seeing that he was completely oblivious, Min and the monsters burst into mocking laughter. The demon bird piped up eagerly. All right. If you are sincere about threatening us, we might just show you a little mercy. How does that sound? It excitedly pointed to the blood-red moon, explaining. See that blood moon up there? That is the only entrance to the Shadow Realm. I can't wait to see how you plan to escape our grasp. Dan Feng's face lit up with joy. You have misunderstood. I am actually worried you might run away. At his cocky words, the demon bird nearly fell over laughing. Did he just say he is scared we will run? The serpent joined in. Yeah, I heard that too. Min, watching from the sidelines, suggested with glee. You know, I suddenly do not want to hand this guy over to the master anymore. Let us keep him around for our entertainment. Suddenly, Dan Feng's expression turned serious, his brows furrowing. It is. Some people just can't handle the truth. Well, today I will give you a real eye-opener. Unfazed by his blatant threat, Min and the serpent laughed heartily. The serpent then randomly asked, did a black rat just fly by? Hearing that, the tall monster furrowed his brow in confusion. What black rat? When Min looked down at the cage below, panic surged through him as he shouted. Oh no. The little girl has escaped. Suddenly, Dan Feng's voice boomed from behind, causing them to spin around in shock. Hey Min. Look up, he confidently declared. You are all surrounded by me. Today, not a single one of you is getting away. Min fumed, cursing. You cowardly rat. You really have no idea how high the sky is or how thick the earth is. The demon bird sneered. Just a lowly creature. Daring to talk back, Dan Feng, still brimming with excitement, challenged them with a grin. Keep hurling insults. The angrier you get, the more pumped I become. He swung his fist toward them, adding mockingly, you guys better help me level up. Dan Feng charged in, landing a solid punch on Mun's face with a satisfying thud. Hey, everyone, come join the fun. Then, he dove into the chaotic brawl with the monsters, throwing punches and kicks with wild ferocity. As time drifts by, the moon rises higher, its crimson glow intensifying. The battle reaches its climax, with monsters falling left and right. Completely subdued after Dan Feng's relentless efforts, feeling a strange calm in his mind, he calls out, System, are you asleep or something? With all these demon attacks, why are not you boosting my stats? The system responds with a sharp edge. This system is called the Strength Amplification System during demon attacks. You will have to figure it out yourself. Frustration boils within him, but he can't do anything about it. Suddenly, Dan Feng realizes something's off and exclaims, wait a second. He starts sorting through the chaotic thoughts in his head. If their attacks are not making him stronger, he is still lost in thought. Unaware that a swarm of monsters is barreling towards him, clarity washes over him. There is only one truth. Right. Abruptly, Dan Feng turns around, confidently asserting, you guys are not real demons. Without hesitation, he unleashes a barrage of powerful strikes, creating a whirlwind that tears the monsters apart. Once they are all defeated, blood-red moonlight suddenly reveals streaks of water, which gradually spreads across the entire space. Dan Feng senses something strange and heightens his alertness. Everything here feels off, and he needs to be careful. A burst of white light envelops him, momentarily freezing him in place. But Dan Feng quickly regains his composure, alert to the shifts in this space. He stands beside a river, calmly observing the lush scenery of the fields. Then he makes his way to a large river. High above, watching the flow of water, he wanders into a grassland, standing amidst the windy terrain, observing the cranes soaring in the sky. Suddenly, Dan Feng glances back, his body tensing with alertness. It is Ming, slowly approaching him, showering praises. Your performance in the dream realm was quite impressive. Seeing him, Dan Feng's anger flares up, and he wants to lunge at him, screaming, you jerk. Ming Zi quickly explains, I congratulate Gu Daoxiu for having the chance to meet the Dark Monarch. Hearing this, Dan Feng's expression shifts to confusion. What? The Dark Monarch? Ming Zi patiently confirms. Yep. The Dark Monarch. He gestures with his hand, and a wave of spiritual energy immediately forms. The energy creates a cloud silently drifting between them. Ming Zi elaborates. The Dark Monarch just witnessed your entire performance, and now he wishes to see you. Without waiting for a response, he steps onto the cloud, stabilizing himself without needing Dan Feng's answer. He turns to him and says, the two quickly soar towards the mountain, surrounded by countless others also riding the clouds, seemingly with the same destination. Dan Feng, though confused, follows calmly. Staying close behind Mingzi, he suddenly asked, Mingzi, is this the power of the divine realm? Seeing people traveling through the clouds and winds, he explained that a spirit realm can draw power from the heavens through the soul, allowing them to cast spells and move like the wind. Mingzi added that the shadow realm holds a tomb cut, filled with records of many spirit realm spells. Soon, after meeting the shadow monarch, I will take you to see it. Dan Feng listened intently and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master Ming. The guest responded, No problem. From now on, you will be part of the shadow realm, and we should support each other. But in his mind, he was buzzing with excitement, thinking that flying through the clouds and calling storms is way cooler than just throwing punches. I can't wait to get to that tomb and see if I can learn any spirit realm spells. That would make this trip totally worth it. Not wanting him to get bored, Mingzi suggested, The scenery in the shadow realm is pretty nice. There is still a way to go before we reach the shadow monarch's palace. You can take in the sights on the way, he said. Then Feng nodded casually. Sure. As time passed, the two of them gradually approached the end of the road. They both landed right in front of a grand, imposing building. Just before the main gate, two tall guards stood at attention, taking their duties seriously. As Mingzi approached, they respectfully clasped their hands and bowed, greeting Master Mingzi. After exchanging pleasantries, he and Than Feng walked past them and entered the building, following Mingzi into a vast hall. Than Feng curiously glanced around. His eyes darted from side to side, and he could not help but express his awe with gasps of amazement. Suddenly, Mingzi stopped and respectfully called out, Shadow Monarch. Than Feng, intrigued, leaned in to observe. He seriously introduced, This is the newcomer, Dao Ho. Hearing his name, Than Feng immediately clasped his hands in greeting. I'm Dao. Pleased to meet all the esteemed Dao Ho. The Shadow Monarch, seated on her throne, spoke calmly, welcoming him to the Shadow Realm. She slowly surveyed those below her, her voice steady. Welcome, Dao Ho. Looking at her, Than Feng felt a bit bewildered, realizing the Shadow Monarch was a woman. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he stared intently at her, breaking into an excited grin. This is interesting. Mingzi glanced over and whispered, Dao Ho. Dao Ho. Do not look directly at the Shadow Monarch. In this crucial moment, he could not mess up the impression. So Than Feng lowered his head and clasped his hands to the monarch. I was overwhelmed by the extraordinary presence of the Shadow Monarch and momentarily forgot my manners. I hope for your forgiveness. Your Majesty, she calmly replied. It is all right. Then, with a cheerful tone, she suggested, Since you have joined the Shadow Realm, you are now a member of our Shadow Realm. Since everyone is here today, let us take this opportunity to get acquainted. He maintained his clasped hands posture and replied, I will follow your Majesty's arrangements. She smiled softly and commanded, Let them in. A crowd of people entered through the door, immediately bowing in respect to him. Greetings, Miss Dao. Then Feng responded with a respectful nod. It is an honor. The next person quickly followed suit. Miss Dao. And he returned the gesture. It is a pleasure. I have heard so much about you, Miss Dao. Welcome to the Shadow Realm. Than Feng said cheerfully. I hope for everyone's support moving forward. Suddenly, someone rushed in, calling out loudly, Dark Monarch. The person knelt down urgently to report. Dark Monarch. Just now, Lord Long sent word that the Devourer demon weapon has been successfully forged. She immediately asked, Is that really true? The person replied, Yep. Indeed, the Dark Monarch calmly ordered. Inform Lord Long to prepare for a counterattack at any time. Upon hearing this, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Finally, it was time to strike back at those wretched Holy Clan slaves. With the Devourer demon weapon, our Shadow Realm has hope. Some were so moved that they burst into tears. After hundreds of years, our Shadow Realm finally has hope at last. Then Feng turned to ask, Dao Ho, what exactly is the Devourer demon weapon? The bespectacled guy explained seriously. Miss Dao, if you do not know, we have been evading the Holy Masters of the Holy Clan. The Devourer demon weapon is our Shadow Realm's secret weapon against the Holy Clan and those fiends. We have been forging it for 100 years. Even the peak of the demon god realm can't withstand its assault. Then, the bespectacled guy chuckled and added, But this treasure won't work on people. We want to use it to sever the fangs of the Holy Clan, lessening their annoying nuisances. Then Feng gave an awkward laugh, scratching his head. See now, as he secretly started to sweat, calculating things in his mind. But wait, if you guys take down the demon gods, how am I supposed to survive these past 2 years? We need to figure out a way to stop them. Track Mind called out to him. To Dao Ho, why do you seem so troubled by this news? Then Feng shouted back, I am just shocked. I can't believe a treasure like that exists in this world. The Dark Monarch called out loudly. To Dao Ho, come here. She approached him and suggested, if the Devourer demon weapon is complete, We need to start discussing how to deal with the demons and the Holy Clan. The Dark Monarch continued. Now that Dao is one of us, let us strategize together. Then Feng was taken aback, not understanding what was happening at all. The bespectacled guy excitedly patted his shoulder. Dao, this is a crucial moment, every bit of help counts. All right, I will join you veterans and see what we can do. The Dark Monarch continued discussing. Now we will focus on. After a while of discussion, she asked everyone, shall we proceed like this? Is there anything anyone finds unsatisfactory? Then Feng, overhearing, thought to himself, you guys really do not consider me an outsider at all. Just like that. You are spilling everything. What if I am a spy? You would be done for. He cradled his head in frustration, wondering how these people managed to evade the Holy Clan for so long. Just then, someone called out to him. Dao. The Dark Monarch raised her hand towards Than Fong and gently asked, what do you think about our strategy? Wengian genuinely wanted Dao Ho's opinion on the matter. She was eager to hear his thoughts on their recent defensive measures. Than Fong tried to dodge the question, thinking, I want to answer. What if Tim Mian tries something on me? I did not hear anything. So how could I have any thoughts? No thoughts at all. Than Fong chose the smartest path. Being a clever guy himself, he bowed to the Shadow Lord, saying, it is a real stroke of luck to be part of this grand plan on my first visit here. But I do not fully grasp the whole picture. So I won't jump to conclusions. I will follow whatever Tim Mian suggests. I won't dare to defy her orders. I am ready to accept whatever arrangements you have. Shadow Lord Tm Gian thought this was actually a brilliant approach. She had witnessed his strength firsthand, and Dao Hu was being too modest given his capabilities. Joining our plan is absolutely no problem. You flatter me. Shadow Lord, it is my honor to obey. The group chatted for quite a while, while Than Fong stood there trying to hold on. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. What should I eat? What is the right choice for dinner tonight? As night fell, it felt more magical than usual, with the sky glittering with stars. It was time for Than Fong to take his leave and say goodbye to Tem Mingian. Being here too long would not be wise. Shadow Lord, we must take our leave. Tema Nian nodded in agreement. She needed to give him some privacy. In a moment, she would have Dao Hu lead him to his accommodations. Dao Hu was already following orders to guide Than Fong based on Tebi Mem Nigian's directions. Her hands clenched tightly, her heart weighed down by something troubling. Their footsteps halted in front of a cave. Perhaps they had arrived. Dao Hu introduced the place to Than Fong, ensuring he could rest easy. Dao Hu, this is your new home. After a long day, take a breather. Tomorrow, the master will take you to the sacred stone. Finally free from that place, Than Fong bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you. Dao Hu. It was time for Dao Hu to bid him farewell, as there were no more tasks here. If you have nothing else, I will be on my way. All right. We will talk more tomorrow. The morning light was warm and inviting as Than Fong surveyed his surroundings. The entire area was well lit and meticulously prepared, not a bad setup at all. But Than Fong felt a tinge of boredom. There was nothing interesting here, and not a single pretty maid in sight. The folks from the M realm really lacked vision. He headed straight for a bed. Exhausted from the day, he gently lay down, finally able to rest. He held back, waiting for the chance to master the divine realm technique before preparing properly. But for some reason, his body felt on fire, leaving Than Fong caught off guard. Suddenly, he fell off the bed, unsure of what just happened. Than Fong had to track down whoever dared to attack him. He would not let this slide. What is going on? A bunch of realm scum. You all have been hiding here, and I have been searching forever. It had not been long since Than Fong's arrival, but already he had enemies, which infuriated him. You guys, catch them all for me. I can't believe I am already thrown into a fight right after arriving. Than Fong strained to escape. He had to get out of here, but it seemed those guys blocked his path, forcing him to stop. A pack of ferocious beasts had appeared, ready for battle time to fight. Than Fong overheard the group behind him and turned to eavesdrop. Oh no. The Demon King is here. How did those damn holy beasts find this place? Quick. Report to the Shadow Lord. Than Fong is absolutely thrilled by this news. It is all coming up roses for you, buddy. Monsters everywhere, and Than Fong is ready to wipe them all out. He grabs his sword, brimming with joy and overflowing with magical energy. Than Fong shoots up into the sky, ignoring everyone yelling below. Dao Hu, do not panic. He is determined to take down each one of those beasts, and he has got even more power now. Than Fong fears no one. He has got a smirk on his face, bring it on. But then he hears Tam Mian's voice, trying to stop him. Dao Hu, get out of the way. Than Fong's head is spinning. Why is she showing up now? Can't she wait until he is done getting his butt kicked first? Tia Yin is ready to step in and protect him from those demons. The crowd is trembling in fear of this power. It could annihilate them. Is this the legendary weapon? Than Fong would not dare to fight Tam Mian's orders. He has to listen. Yep. My Dark Lord. Dan Feng vows to remember this debt. Food is right in front of him, and now it is being snatched away. Just wait until he gets his hands on it, those demons will be sorry. Team Anian is conjuring a powerful formation, infused with deep, hidden strength. The Demon King is frustrated, powerless against Dan Feng. What kind of treasure is this? TM Gian and the other gods are channeling their energy together. She is determined to take this guy down. He dares to stir up chaos here. Time to face the consequences. The Demon King shivers before this overwhelming power. It is too much for him. The Demon King is fighting back with all he has got. He won't go down without a fight. He creates a barrier around himself, trying to block that immense power from reaching him. He is giving it everything he has for this battle. There are many foes left to face. Blood is spilling onto the ground. It seems like the others have already fled. The Demon King can't see anyone around. He is no longer in need of his protective barrier. He looks around, confused about where everyone went, and here he is, all alone. In reality, he is trapped in Tememnia's grasp. She is just pretending. The Demon King is dead set on breaking free, his eyes filled with fierce determination. He charges at another group, but this does not faze him. The Demon King uses his power to leap outside, easily escaping. Timo Nian did not see this coming. He is within her reach now. The Demon King turns to taunt her, laughing in her face as her hands grow tight with tension. It is like something's holding him back. She thought he was tougher than this. Tianmingyan won't let the Demon King slip away so easily. She orders her allies to come and help her out. Her face twists into a sinister grin. Tianmingyan won't let this chance pass by. With just one strike, she can slay demons and banish evil. All the gathered power is swirling in the sky, as everyone joins in to assist Tima Mine. This time, he won't escape so easily because she has unleashed her most powerful technique. The Demon King is terrified at this moment, retreating and too scared to make a move. Dan Feng stood outside, utterly bored. While he could not join in, with a demon like this, how could they just kill him? Where would he find another like him to level up? He watched as the fear crept onto this guy's face, desperately trying to escape. Dan Feng decided he would save the Demon King just this once. Keeping him for himself, he had to hold on to this demon. He already had a plan in mind. He just needed to rescue him first, then make them swear loyalty to him, and after that, they could go ahead and snatch this divine weapon. Tidima even, distracted, fell down. But thankfully Munti was there to help. She could not control her strength and was halted by something. Minnie had to save Tina Mayin. She could not die like this. But he did not expect her body to get caught in the whirlpool. Well, no matter. Minty raised his hand to grab the sword. He was not the kind of guy to back down easily, but someone else blocked him, preventing Minty from getting it. He knew who it was, but he was determined to get that sword no matter what. Tina Mayin even, despite being utterly drained, had to intervene. This was wrong. She could not understand what he was thinking. Doing something like this. Minty, what do you really want to do? Minty smirked coldly. Could it be that Tekaman 9 still did not know? Well then, let him remind her word by word. Might was the schemer. And of course, he declared he had joined the Holy Clan. Dan Feng could not believe how unexpectedly everything had turned. The person he never saw coming, what? A double agent. The turn of events was so abrupt it left him stunned, scratching his chin. Standing there in disbelief, looked up to see the fierce clash between the two in the air. Silently assessing. Now, Minty was holding back the Dark Monarch's group. He then glanced at the guy in front of him, thinking they should not bother this great demon for now. To his surprise, the opponent was gearing up to strike, and he panicked. It seemed he was not planning to give up and was waiting to retaliate. Dan Feng's mind was racing, reminding himself, if that is the case, determined, he eagerly declared, then let me take the pain for the Dark Monarch. Dan Feng smiled, closed his eyes, and spread his arms wide, ready to embrace whatever came next. Suddenly, something shot past him, and he immediately noticed, eyes widening in surprise. Dan Feng reached out and grabbed it. It turned out to be the divine sword. When he realized he was holding the treasured weapon, he was momentarily stunned, finally falling into place. While Dan Feng stood there in a daze, a voice shouted impatiently, Dao Hagu, hurry and hand over the demon weapon to the Dark Monarch. Another voice barked, Senhai, the human race can't win against the spirit race, so hand over the divine sword to the Dark Monarch. The Dark Monarch caught on to the weight of those words. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously at the humans, he quickly turned to face Dan Feng, coaxing, just give me the divine sword, and I will let you join us. From now on, you won't have to worry about becoming food. Dan Feng did not respond. He was too focused on fiddling with the divine weapon in his hands while 3 pairs of eyes bore down on him, waiting for his reaction. The Azure Queen was the first to lose her patience, her tone dripping with warning. Humans, this queen is merely a servant of the Azure clan, yet I am already this formidable. This weapon won't take me down. Do you really think it will do the job against my clan? Hand it over to me, and save yourself the trouble. The Shadow Queen felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this, urgently calling out. Dante listened to him. My friend, I am begging you, she passionately warned. The ancient feud between humans and demons runs deep. If they are not from our kind, they surely have ulterior motives. You might not believe it, but before the Shadow King could finish, someone from below coldly yelled, Shut up. Than Feng frowned at them. Can you all just chill? The noise is hurting my ears. As if I care. Than Feng replied casually, swinging his sword with a smirk. You dare threaten me? You must be asking for trouble. From now on, this place is under my control. Immediately, he pointed his sword at the Shadow King. Lady, get your people out of the Shadow Realm for me. Don't make a mess here. The other party looked utterly confused, pointing at themselves. While Than Feng snapped, Is there another woman here? The strange command seemed to mean something entirely different to the Shadow King. She thought, could it be that he sees my power is waning, and he wants me to retreat and preserve the Shadow Realm's strength for a comeback later? Than Feng grew impatient. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get lost. At that moment, the Shadow King believed her guess even more. Feeling touched, she softly said, Thank you. Then, she turned to command her subordinates. Do as he says. The Shadow King obediently retreated, reminding herself, I can't let his kindness go to waste. Meanwhile, Than Feng was left utterly baffled, thinking, I tell her to leave, and she thanks me. Is she losing it? The Azure Demon King paid no mind to the chaos around him. Staring intently at Than Shen's sword, he suddenly spoke. Humans, I know you want to save them. Here's the deal. Hand over the divine sword, and we will forget today ever happened. I promise not to kill anyone. For now, Than Feng interrupted bluntly, squinting at him. Don't keep me waiting. The Azure Demon King clenched his fists in frustration. Than Feng cut him off again, warning in a serious tone. Now, you get your followers inside for me, and stay away from my space. Understand? The way Than Feng spoke made the Azure Demon King grind his teeth in anger, but deep down, he knew he had no other choice. He had already been hurt by the sword light. There was no way he could dodge a second attack. The Azure Demon King was holding back his rage. Stomping off in frustration, he swore to himself, once the Azure Master descends, just wait and see how I make him punish those who look down on the Azure clan. The space portal opened, and the Demon King's subordinates began to gather for a move. Than Feng looked up, raising his eyebrows with a smug grin. Finally, I get to enjoy this. Than Feng lightly lifted himself off the ground, quickly leaping into the air. He soared after the Azure Demon King and his followers. In the next moment, Than Feng had already caught up to the enemy's battlefield. The Demon King. Right. He casually juggled the divine sword in his hand, grinning as he struck up a conversation. Aren't you the one who wanted this sword? The sword spun gracefully in the air before falling down, and Than Feng elegantly caught the blade's tip. He displayed the divine sword before his opponent, saying, out of respect for someone who knows their place, I will let you borrow it. Just wait a second. The sword was now right in front of the Demon King, who raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Wondering what this was all about, Than Feng calmly replied, I want to challenge you. If you win, this sword will belong to you. The Demon King stared wide-eyed, almost in disbelief. The opponent continued, but if you lose, you have to submit to me and follow my orders. What do you say? He glanced at the subordinates behind him, hesitating. If he backed down today, where would the pride of the Demon King go? If he could not even defeat a puny human, how could he lead these monsters? After much contemplation, the Demon King finally decided to grip the sword's hilt. He spoke slowly. The Demon King, accept your challenge. Than Feng had been waiting for that response. Great, he said, as the Demon King prepared for battle. But then he asked, how do you want to challenge me? To his surprise, Than Feng nonchalantly replied, all right, you have already won. The answer was completely out of the Demon King's expectations. He froze, mouth agape. The Demon King was thrown into confusion. Wait, what? Than Feng shrugged with a grin and said, you did not hear me wrong. You won. You are so strong. I am just not your match. I lost without even fighting. The opponent found it hard to believe, thinking to himself, this can be a trick. Right. Than Feng pointed out, I am offering you the divine sword. Is that clear enough? The Demon King snapped out of it, realizing, how could I forget about that? He lowered his head, his expression unreadable, but a sly smile crept onto his lips. You brought this upon yourself. The Demon King swung the sword toward his opponent and warned, don't you regret this? In the next moment, he commanded his minions, charge at him. The demon minions followed the order, rushing towards the center of the battlefield. They surrounded Than Feng, leaving no escape, ready to crush him with sheer numbers. A circle of purple energy formed around the area, and Than Feng's furious voice rang out. Back off. You pests. Can't you just leave me alone? Then came a thunderous explosion, sending the demons flying. Dan Feng swiftly broke free from the encirclement, his face set with determination as he charged forward. The Demon King stammered, trying to defend himself. This is because, well, you know the human race is weak. I had no choice but to resort to this tactic. This was also because he did not give the opponent a chance to finish his sentence, directly throwing a powerful punch. Now I suspect you are a fake. Don't move. Let me test you. The Demon King quickly dodged Dan Feng's fierce attack, his body slightly swaying. Dan Feng's punch grazed the Demon King's shoulder, leaving him in shock. His cultivation and physical strength are too strong. Dan Feng's expression turned serious as he looked down from above, and the Demon King nervously stuttered. Wait. Hold on. He waved his hand, desperately searching for the right words to negotiate, trying to convince the old master to bear with him, because to make up for the losses, I am willing to open the entire scripture library for you. From now on, you can read all the sacred texts within that library, accumulated over thousands of years by my shadowy realm. Dan Feng did not want to hear any of it. His fist clenched tightly as he charged at his opponent, thinking, what does this have to do with me? Just as his fist was about to connect with Mingzi, the old man shut his eyes tight and shouted in panic, I will pay a reward of 10,000 gold coins to you. Esteemed master. There was no pain coming from flesh and bone like Mingzi had imagined. Dan Feng's fist halted right beside him. He skeptically asked, really? The person opposite him had a slight hint of hesitation, peeking at him with narrowed eyes, and quickly replied, yep. Really? Dan Feng pulled back his hand, still half in doubt. This old man had tricked him so many times. He had to clarify things first. He muttered, all right then, and Mingzi let out a sigh of relief, thinking, I knew the esteemed master was a principled person. That remark was music to Dan Feng's ears. He liked hearing that. He thought to himself, well, this is the territory of the Shadow Realm. After all, knowing how to use the right moment can be worth a fortune. Meanwhile, Mingzi beside him was heartbroken as he pulled out his purse, lamenting, my silver coin. He stood up, gesturing with his hands. If that is the case. Esteemed master, would you like to join me in meeting the Shadow King? Dan Feng suddenly grabbed the other's wrist, speaking slowly. Hold on a minute. His abrupt action left Mingzi stunned. Esteemed master, do you have something to ask? Dan Feng looked deeply into his eyes and demanded, tell me, where exactly are we? Mingzi turned away, calmly replying, this is the second layer of the Eternal Dream Realm, which is also the final layer. To explain in detail, the Eternal Dream Realm has two layers. The first is the realm of self-indulgence, designed to let people lower their guard, while the second is where the true test begins, according to Mingzi's explanation. The second layer is a simulation of the Shadow Realm and its true inhabitants. Aside from the events that do not happen in reality, everything else is just like in real life. He gazed into the distance and continued softly, if you dare to face the actual demons, you must be well prepared. You might just get through the first layer. That is why the second layer is necessary. This place completely replicates the Shadow Realm, making people relax their guard, lowering their defenses, easily exposing their weaknesses. A moment later, Mingzi turned back, standing face to face with Dan Feng, and stated, thus, passing the second layer of the Dream Realm is what truly means to undergo the test. Dan Feng muttered under his breath, are you guys just lounging around? The other person seemed a bit flustered, responding, we are just trying to avoid demons and the holy race. Being cautious is never a bad thing. Mingzi then suddenly clasped his hands in respect, saying, esteemed master, your strength and spirit of sacrifice for humanity deeply impress us. Dan Feng was taken aback by his sudden gesture. The other person stepped closer, eagerly expressing his feelings. Just now, you defended humanity by leading us away from the Shadow King, facing the demons alone, even sacrificing yourself to buy us time to rest and counterattack. It truly deserves admiration. Hearing this, Dan Feng felt a bit guilty, scratching his cheek and forcing a smile. Well, since I have joined the Shadow Realm, that is just part of my duty. It is no big deal. The dark-skinned guy thought to himself, if it were not for battling those demons, you would not be able to hide your true selves. And I would not have realized you all are just a bunch of old farts. Treating me with some respect is the least you could do. Then, Dan Feng spoke up, suggesting that if there is no third level, then let us meet the Shadow Monarch already. A cloud descended at their feet, and Minty politely invited, follow me, please. Dan Feng leaped into action, keeping pace beside him, and the two quickly set off. He stared intently at the back in front of him, reminding himself that this idiot has tricked me too many times. It is better to stay cautious. Dan Feng activated his skill, his eyes widening, the eye of insight. He scanned the surroundings carefully, probing for any signs of danger. Dan Feng maintained that state all the way, vigilantly observing to ensure safety. When they reached a place that made him feel secure, he deactivated the skill, closing the Eye of Insight. Minty led Danfeng to a courtyard where they landed. Next, both quickly moved towards the inner sanctum of a room. As soon as they stepped inside, someone greeted them, congratulating the newcomer for passing the trial. The Shadow Monarch sat in the center of the room, speaking lightly. "You can officially join the Shadow Realm." Danfeng shrugged and suddenly smirked coldly. "I have passed your trial." His words startled Minty, who was standing beside him. "But you have not even passed my trial yet." Minty shot a glance at the figure seated at the head, sweating nervously, saying, "Do you even know what you are talking about?" Danfeng acted as if he did not hear, casually continuing, "You want me to join the Shadow Realm?" Right after that, he raised an eyebrow and arrogantly declared, "It all depends on whether the Shadow Monarch is qualified or not." Lady Vian, standing beside the Shadow Monarch, was about to draw her sword, angrily retorting, "You think you can just challenge the great Shadow Monarch?" His fury was palpable. Yet the Shadow Monarch simply waved his hand dismissively. She focused intently on the person below, curiously asking, "How do you want to take this trial?" Danfeng leisurely clasped his hands behind his back, suggesting, "At the very least, you should take off that mask. As the leader of the Shadow Realm, hiding your face is just suspicious." He frowned darkly, mumbling, "What if you are a spy for the demons?" Lady Van immediately drew her sword, pointing it at Danfeng, snapping, "Do not talk nonsense. The Shadow Monarch is the leader of the Shadow Realm. How could he be a spy for the demons?" He coldly replied, "If you were a spy for the demons, the Shadow Realm would have been wiped out long ago." To everyone's surprise, the person beside him readily accepted Danfeng's request. "Fine. I agree." Lady Vian, hearing this, was in disbelief, spinning around to shout, "Shadow Monarch!" The other person shot him a warning glare, saying, "Lady Vian, do not say too much." Reluctantly, Lady Van gritted her teeth and complied. As ordered by the Shadow Monarch, the Shadow Monarch spoke leisurely. "I am Shirley Mine from Viohaig, has already told you the principles for passing the Eternal Dream Trial." Danfeng immediately replied, "Exactly. That is what I wanted to say." He stared straight into the other's eyes. "As you mentioned earlier, to join the Shadow Realm, one must pass through 2 layers of the Dream Trial. This method is indeed quite strict, ensuring that newcomers align with humanity." Pausing for a moment, Danfeng squinted suspiciously and replied coldly, "But it is the rules that set the standard. In this Shadow Realm, only certain individuals can evade such scrutiny. If one is a demon, no one will recognize them." The Shadow Queen, Dung, adjusted her hair and softly replied, "It is normal for a newcomer to have doubts about me." She removed the mask from behind her head. "As the Shadow Queen of this realm, I should dispel your doubts. I have nothing to hide from anyone. I wear this mask simply because it belongs to a soldier I admire." With the mask lifted, her stunning face was revealed. The Shadow Queen teasingly added, "If you think this soldier is good, I would be happy to gift them to you. The rules of the Shadow Realm were set by our ancestors, not just by me. In time, someone will tell you the whole story." The moment Danfeng saw her beauty, his heart raced. "Oh man, I am in trouble." He mentally compared the high-class aura of the Shadow Queen, something even 100 transformations of a charming spirit could not achieve. Is being beautiful really that important? As Danfeng got lost in his thoughts, the Shadow Queen asked, "Do you still want to be tested?" He blinked in confusion. "Test? What test? What are you talking about?" Mintu looked at Danfeng with an unimpressed gaze. "Did not you just say you wanted to test the Shadow Queen? How could you forget that?" He chuckled nervously. "It is just that I got a bit carried away. I do know a little about face reading. When looking at someone's face, you can predict their life and fortune. I am certain the Shadow Queen is someone special." After thinking for a moment, I realized she had a point. The next moment, Danfeng straightened his back and declared seriously, "So I want to join the Shadow Realm." Mintu muttered, "Why did not I notice how good you are at rambling before? That stubborn Danfeng must have taught you to babble like that." "Right." The person next to him was annoyed but managed a crooked smile. "You really do not know much, do you? The Shadow Queen is here now, so I will hold back. Otherwise, I might just hit you." Mintu grumbled under his breath and stepped aside, while Danfeng bowed respectfully and asked, "Shadow Queen, what should I do next?" The Shadow Queen put her mask back on and spoke slowly. "If you have cleared your doubts, then do you sincerely wish to join the Shadow Realm?" The other party quickly replied.
Yep.
Mintu smiled and said, "Before we formally welcome you, you have already seen my true face, so why not reveal yours as well?" Danfeng did not expect to be discovered despite his careful disguise. His eyes widened in shock. He fell into deep thought. "She could see through my disguise. It seems her power surpasses peak divine realm, perhaps she is even above that. Given the situation, Danfeng decided to stop hiding, covering his face with one hand. He sighed. He swiftly yanked off the disguise, revealing his true face. Mintu gasped, almost unable to believe her eyes. Danfeng, how can you be a person? The other party explained leisurely. The doppelganger you encountered earlier was just a fragment of me. Danfeng chuckled softly, casually introducing. Actually, I have another identity too. Min was convinced he must be hearing things. But then Danfeng cleared her throat and repeated, I have another identity. The other person looked intrigued, asking what that identity was. Min clasped his hands behind his back, a small smile creeping across his face as he slowly pronounced. Miss Danfeng. Min was speechless, unable to utter a single word. Miss Vian, standing next to the shadowy monarch, was equally dumbfounded, her mouth agape and eyes wide. Meanwhile, Danfeng carried on nonchalantly, reminding, aren't you supposed to officially introduce me to everyone? The other person stood up calmly, saying, as Miss Eo Hick mentioned, since it is an official welcome, we can't be lackluster. She gracefully brushed past Danfeng and said, Miss Eo Hey, please follow me. For reasons unknown, Min suddenly felt his limbs trembling uncontrollably. He could not just stand there and watch, so he rushed to support Danfeng, asking, Miss Eo Hey, are you feeling unsure of yourself? He was standing in for the shadowy monarch, yet afraid of the shadowy monarch's threats. Interrupted the other person, saying, shut up. The scene shifted to a lavish hall filled with dazzling lights. As Min and Danfeng entered, they found many people chatting animatedly at tables. A group spotted Mun and excitedly rushed over. Miss Eo Hey. Welcome. Welcome. With you here, we are bound to defeat the Holy Clan and the demons. The moment those words left their lips, others chimed in. Absolutely. We have seen the brilliance of Miss Eo He in the eternal dream realm. Danfeng could not turn down their warm hospitality. She clasped her hands, smiling, and replied, you are too kind. The dining table was laden with all kinds of delicious dishes. Danfeng found a seat, casually responding to the greetings from those passing by. Min was already settled at the spot, his face a picture of satisfaction as he savored the earthly delights. Danfeng took a seat next to him, cheerfully getting to know the folks at the table. As soon as he sat down, Min noticed a book on the table. What is this? He happily picked up some food and casually explained to the person beside him about the Shadow Realm, giving them a better understanding of this place. Upon hearing this, Danfeng opened the book and started to read. Her expression darkened almost instantly. It stated that the Shadow Realm was originally an independent place that could move. To be more specific, it was discovered by the Shadow Monarch thousands of years ago and became a stronghold for the human race. According to the book, once the Holy Clan found the Shadow Realm, it suffered heavy losses and faced several disruptions. Then something happened. After the Shadow Monarch helped everyone escape, to ensure the continuity of the Shadow Realm, they had no choice but to seal it off, creating a way to access the Water Wish Abyss. To elaborate, the Water Wish Abyss is accessed through light reflections underwater to enter the Shadow Realm. The book also clearly states that anyone wanting to enter the Shadow Realm only needs to find the right location, along with a specific phrase and time. The phrase is set by the Shadow Monarch, but the location and time change according to their decree. That is the catch every time someone goes on a mission or returns. It is coordinated by the Shadow Monarch. From this content, it is evident that outsiders can hardly ever enter the Shadow Realm. A dazzling array of gourmet dishes floated by, but Danfeng remained seated, completely absorbed in his book. His finger paused on a page detailing the daily tasks of the Shadow Realm, recruiting a new deity. 2 goals. Search for human candidates with the potential to become gods. Take on disciples to nurture back in the Shadow Realm. And 3. Contend with the Than clan and the demons. Danfeng flipped to the next page, noting the headquarters of the Than clan and demons located in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. He closed the book, feeling a mix of disbelief and frustration. Damn. I thought the demons in the kingdom of 10,000 demons were just a bunch of weaklings like those idiots who tried to stop me earlier. They had to seek help from the Than clan because they could not find a new market. Little did he know, hell, the lair of the Than clan was right in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Danfeng's expression suddenly turned serious. Damn. So it turns out the demons in the kingdom of 10,000 demons are all just fattening pigs. Min T, who was busy devouring his food, glanced over at him when he fell silent for too long. He set down his chopsticks, surprised at how excited the new Taoist was to join the Shadow Realm. Min T stroked his beard, muttering softly, having a passionate ally like the new Taoist is truly an honor for the Shadow Realm. Danfeng, who had been quietly sitting there, suddenly remembered something. Right. Could that divine weapon actually be real? The response came almost instantly. Of course not. If it were real, why would the Shadow Realm fear the Than clan and the demons? He rested his chin on his hand, eyes drooping, looking utterly dejected. It makes sense, he thought, feeling a pang of regret. Another divine weapon lost my heart, can he take it? Just then, as Danfeng drowned in his thoughts, a pair of long legs gracefully approached him. The beautiful Shadow Queen smiled charmingly, welcoming the new Taoist into the Shadow Realm, stating that from now on, they would share both honor and hardship, working together for the legacy of the Shadow Realm. Danfeng snapped back to his senses. Happily standing to greet the stunning beauty, they clinked their glasses, and he cheerfully said, I hope the Shadow Queen will guide me in the future. They downed their drinks, and the atmosphere was incredibly harmonious as the scene shifted to the dimming sky. Danfeng followed Min Ti on their way home. He glanced back at the grand hall, clearly reluctant to leave, pushing through the crowd. Danfeng's gaze was fixed on the Shadow Queen in the center. Every smile, every gesture of hers stirred something deep inside him, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. Min Ti decisively walked ahead, and Danfeng quickly followed his pace. They traveled for an unknown amount of time before landing somewhere. Before them lay a dark cave, illuminated only by a few flickering torches. For some strange reason, Danfeng looked up, his eyes wide with amazement. Danfeng stared around in confusion, thinking to himself, what the hell is this rundown place? He swiftly activated his skills, using his vision-enhancing ability. It is better to stay alert in a place like this. Danfeng scanned the area carefully again, finding nothing suspicious. He let out a sigh of relief, quietly commanding, vision-enhancing ability, deactivate, and turned to instruct the person behind him. All right, you can go rest now. I am familiar with this place. Min Ti nodded in agreement, even kindly reminding him, Taoist, you should get some rest too. The Shadow Realm's caves have defensive mechanisms. You can open the door yourself. Danfeng ignored the advice and confidently walked straight in. Got it. I know. After walking a short distance, he suddenly stopped at a spot. Danfeng glanced at the wall beside him and pressed a button on the protective mechanism of the cave. He did not forget to place a talisman in the same spot as the button. With the two-layer defensive array complete, Danfeng crossed his arms and nodded. Feeling secure this time, at least he would not be detected by any shadowy beings. He snapped his fingers, calling forth the little spirit. Come to the master's room. Let the master check out the results of your dance practice. A soft voice responded from the other side. Yep. Master. Moments later, giggles echoed through the cave. Yep. Just like that, don't act all coy. Be a bit more commanding, like the person in the illusion. Exactly, that is it. The spirit transformed into the form of a shadowy queen, draped in delicate clothing, playfully asking, Master, is this right? Danfeng was very pleased. Yep. That is it. He excitedly guided her. Exactly like that. You need to play hard to get a bit. Make it seem like you are being forced. Then dance for the master to see. The spirit obediently replied. Yep. Master. Her cheeks flushed a soft pink, shyly biting her lip, and she added a seductive wink that could melt anyone's heart. Danfeng watched this scene, utterly captivated, his face full of desire as he inhaled deeply. The spirit gracefully stepped closer, lifting her thigh to rest against Danfeng's hip, calling out sweetly, Master. Time flew, and before they knew it, the flickering flames danced in rhythm. The spirit turned back to the spatial portal, and Danfeng seized the moment. In the next few days, practice the dance I taught you last night. Afterwards, the master would call her to perform. The spirit smiled and replied, Yep. Master. Then, he leaned back against a nearby stone slab when a sudden voice rang out. And Zio He. Wake up. The person outside, seeing that Danfeng did not respond, called out frantically. And Zio He. And Zio He. He visibly frowned but still had to respond. Coming. Inside, he silently cursed. Damn. It is barely morning. Does not this old man have a nightlife? Danfeng dispelled the two-layer protective array and grumbled. Tight Mendy, why are you looking for me so early? Following that, he skillfully pressed the button for the protective mechanism of the cave. Minty was already waiting outside, and as soon as he saw Danfeng, he asked, And Zio He, are you hitting a cultivation bottleneck? Minty's sudden remark caught Danfeng off guard. What? To his surprise, the other man scrutinized him and said, And Zio He, you look flushed. His expression was wary, as if he was struggling with cultivation issues. I will take you to the scripture pavilion to find a way to break through your bottleneck. Danfeng's heart raced at that. He thought, could this be the chance to see if Min could find a way for him to enter the true divine realm? With that thought, he shrugged and put on an expression of exasperation. Tuitmin de Ziohe has a keen eye after entering the divine realm. Cultivation hit a bottleneck. Minnie furrowed his brows and sighed. Then why did not you say so sooner? He looked even more anxious than Danfeng. And Ziohe, the divine realm inheritance is no longer being passed on outside. If you can obtain it, do not waste time trying. I will take you to the scripture pavilion. Once you have finished learning the divine realm techniques, Things might just improve. You let Manda pull you along. Grinning with excitement. Asking. Really? The other person confidently affirmed. Absolutely. The library is a treasure trove of knowledge accumulated over thousands of years in the underworld, filled with countless techniques explored by ancient masters, along with various cultivation secrets and methods experienced by the next generation. Danfeng could not contain his joy, even grabbing onto Mind T's arm. His eyes sparkled as he urged Mind T to share more. And without missing a beat, Minty picked up the pace, casually replying, right now, the human race is small and fragile. Everyone needs to unite, and many are willing to share their cultivation methods. They hurried along, quickly arriving at the grand entrance to the library. Danfeng gazed upward in awe, unable to suppress a gasp. This truly is the largest hidden library in the underworld. His heart raced with excitement. Thinking. After years of dodging and weaving through the underworld, I have gathered quite a bit of wealth. Minnie led the way, pushing the door open and gesturing invitingly, saying, please. After you. Before he could even react, Danfeng had already jumped in, urging him. What are you waiting for? As they ventured deeper into the library, Danfeng slowed down his steps. Before him stood countless shelves, overflowing with a dazzling variety of books. He could not help but praise. This is the culmination of years of wisdom from so many predecessors. It is absolutely magnificent. He quickly approached a bookshelf, grabbing a random book. The cover boldly displayed the title, Riding the Clouds and Walking the Winds. Minty had somehow appeared behind Danfeng, exclaiming, my friend, you have a good eye. This is one of the foundational techniques of the underworld. Danfeng was instantly curious, asking, foundational technique? Tell me more. The other person eagerly introduced. Once you learn this, you will be able to ride the wind and travel anywhere, just like me. However, this technique can only be used here, because if you try it in the human realm, the holy race will catch on. He puffed up with pride, saying, as long as you master all the foundational techniques on this shelf, you can learn anything else at will. Danfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking, free books, this is a steal. Afraid he might have misheard, he quickly confirmed with Mighty, you mean I can just learn whatever? The other person kept a relaxed demeanor, stroking his beard, and chuckled. Yes indeed, Danfeng suggested. Well then, Minty my friend, go ahead. I do not know how long I will be here, so if you have anything to do, just come find me. Minnie was pleased with his attitude, responding with a bright smile. Great, great, he silently admired Danfeng, surprised that his friend was such a keen learner. He would surely make significant contributions to the underworld in the future, which is a win for us all. Thinking of this, Minta kindly reminded him. Remember, my friend, to balance studying with resting. Do not overdo it. Danfeng felt a bit tired just hearing it, casually brushing him off. I got it. You go ahead. As soon as the other left, he could not wait and slammed the door shut. Danfeng found a cozy corner to sit down, eagerly opening the book in his hands. The moment he saw a series of characters on the pages, he was instantly overwhelmed. Danfeng's eyes lit up, a smile creeping onto his face. Could this be the power of knowledge? The more you look, the more you discover. In the time that followed, he focused intensely on training with the book in his hands. Danfeng practically lived and breathed the study materials in that ancient day and night. As time slipped by, a month later, his eyes seemed sharper, a faint blue aura of spiritual energy enveloping them. Danfeng tested his inner strength, feeling the power surging around him, muttering to himself, the knowledge of the underworld really is different from the divine realm. With the help of these books, my abilities have grown significantly. Just then, there came a series of knocks at the door. Taoist master, open up quickly. I have something important to discuss. Danfeng grumbled as he stepped out. Annoyed, that damn old man, knocking every single day for a month. He is driving me crazy. He thought, just wait until I master the underworld. Let us see how easy it is to deal with him then. The persistent knocking continued. Taoist master. Taoist master. Danfeng opened the door, impatience bubbling over. What do you want? Don't you know I am in a crucial stage of my training? Why are you bothering me right now? As soon as the door opened, Minty's face rushed in. Exaggeratedly close, he hurriedly announced. The Dark Emperor just ordered me to gather all members at the main hall. Said he has something to declare. Upon hearing it was an order from the enchanting master, Danfeng's attitude instantly shifted. Asking eagerly, the Dark Emperor. Minnie did not have time to elaborate, waving his hand to hurry him along. I do not know what it is, but the Dark Emperor does not look too pleased. You go ahead. I will inform the others and catch up. Danfeng watched as Mind hurried away, thinking to himself, with what I have learned about the underworld this past month, The only thing that could upset the Dark Emperor is the kingdom of 10,000 demons. With that thought, he felt a surge of anticipation. The kingdom of 10,000 demons. This is going to be good. Then Feng quickly conjured a cloud, smirking to himself. Well, I have learned the techniques of the underworld. The Dark Emperor can't belong to me. Better to go to the kingdom of 10,000 demons and level up by fighting demons. Eager to level up, Then Feng wasted no time climbing onto his cloud. He rode the cloud, racing against the wind, heading to find out what was going on. Whether there was any reason to leave the underworld. In the main hall of the underground realm, many people had gathered, chatting in clusters. Then Feng soon appeared at the scene, strolling casually into the main hall. Almost everyone was already present, taking their seats as they pleased. He found an empty spot and sat down, glancing around just as the announcement came. The Dark Emperor has arrived. Everyone in the room respectfully bowed in unison. Dark Emperor. Today, the Dark Emperor was as stunning as ever, smiling softly as she stood up. She got straight to the point. The crafting of the 108 demon kings of the 6 realms is complete. It is time for the underworld to strike back. Dan Feng was instantly captivated, feeling a jolt of surprise. Strike back. The others in the room were overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up. Finally, we won't have to hide anymore. Some could not hold back and eagerly prepared for battle, declaring, the minions of the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Just wait for your doom. The woman from the nearby village murmured with a heavy heart. It is time to wipe out all the demons of this world and bring peace back to the realm. He furrowed his brow slightly, secretly scoffing at how naive these so-called godlike warriors really were. Don't they realize that if we eliminate the demon nation, the Holy Clan will still remain, as long as they exist? Rebuilding the demon nation is just a matter of time. Lost in thought, Dan Feng was suddenly called out. The newcomer, Dao Ho, probably did not understand that the 108 heavenly demon formation was the key to our success in the Dark Realm. Curiously, Dan Feng looked back. What did the words of the brilliant Dao Ho mean? Dao Ho clasped his hands behind his back and slowly approached him. This formation could harness the power of the heavenly Dao to counterattack the demons. And it could also cut the path from the demon nation to the holy realm created by the Holy Clan. He explained in detail that without this path, the holy realm would revert back to the sea realm, free from the Holy Clan's control. This was our only hope in the Dark Realm right now. Dan Feng stroked his chin, thinking it over, and finally understood. So that is how it was. Dao Ho sat down next to him, and Dan Feng turned to look at him, still puzzled. But did not you say that the heavenly Dao is close to the demons? How can we borrow its power? Dao Ho raised his brow and chuckled softly. But I never said the heavenly Dao is evil. Completely refining the heavenly Dao is no simple feat. Dao Ho continued. Even after thousands of years, while the heavenly Dao has grown closer to evil, it still retains a thread of consciousness, allowing us to use a fraction of its power. He waved his hand, lowering his voice. So before the heavenly Dao is fully refined, we can still borrow this power. Dao Ho had complete faith in the success of this plan, our Dark Realm. In order to protect this world from the Holy Clan's invasion, could easily harness that power. Dan Feng stared intently at him, probing. So you guys do not intend to confront the demon nation directly? Sure enough, as soon as Dao Ho heard that name, he turned away quickly, avoiding Dan Feng's gaze. You fool. The demon nation is the Holy Clan's territory. We can fight them. Dan Feng propped his chin in thought. With the passage blocked, we can go to the demon nation. And my plan to fight the demons would be ruined. He struggled to accept this outcome, glancing to the side and muttering to himself. I need to clarify this. Worst case, I will just run. Before Dan Feng could speak, someone from above chimed in. Everyone. To activate the 108 heavenly demon formation, we need the cooperation of 108 god-tier warriors, the Dark King announced. I will be organizing training sessions soon. Everyone must practice until it is second nature, working in perfect harmony. If not, it will severely impact the formation. We must make every effort to train. Dan Feng joined in with the crowd, determined not to let the Dark King down. Dao Ho next to him echoed. All for the sake of humanity. Dan Feng smirked, feeling exhilarated. This was like throwing firewood onto a snow-covered day. He realized something crucial. The more people involved in the formation, the bigger the loophole. Dan Feng looked forward to that moment, thinking that once the formation was broken, everything would be over. With that thought, he confidently raised his hand, reassuring himself that the more he understood now, the smoother it would be later. Suddenly, Dan Feng raised his voice, drawing everyone's attention toward him. Lord Shadow King, I have a question. Lord Shadow permits Dan Feng to speak. Please rise, Dao Ho, and voice your concern. This challenge requires 108 divine-level powerhouses, but we only have 102. What do we do about the missing 6? Unexpectedly, the opponent smiled casually and replied with a sly remark. I will cover for them. Dan Feng could not believe it, practically shouting, You mean one person can replace 7? Contrary to his frantic reaction, Lord Shadow remained composed, confidently asserting, absolutely. A thought flashed through Danfeng's mind. Could the Shadow Realm have training methods that the Divine Realm lacks? He stood frozen in place, while the person beside him could not hold back any longer and tugged at his sleeve. His entire body crashed down beside Mintu, who waved his hand with a fake smile. Lord Shadow, please continue. I will explain it to Dao Ho. As Danfeng sat up straight, he clenched his fist, glaring at the other person in utter dissatisfaction. Mintu leaned in and whispered, Lord Shadow has the ability to create clones. If you do not have enough, just make some more. Lord Shadow is incredibly powerful, even if divided into 7. Each one would still be at peak divine level. Danfeng, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed loudly, that is insane. Mintu crossed his arms, his expression brimming with pride. Of course. If he were not strong enough to be hard to imagine, why would a divine powerhouse willingly submit to him? Danfeng leaned forward, trying to get a better look at the one above, thinking, wait, is not the highest rank only peak divine level? He blurted out a guess. Could it be that Lord Shadow is even above divine level? Mintu observed the reaction of those around him and helplessly explained. Due to the limits of heaven and earth, the highest one can reach his peak divine level, but that is just the realm. The power can continue to grow. Danfeng expressed his doubts about that. The other nodded in agreement, confirming. Exactly. Lord Shadow grows stronger with each iteration. He added as an afterthought. Moreover, Lord Shadow is always the strongest among divine-level powerhouses. Danfeng felt like he would been struck by lightning, utterly incredulous. What a freak of nature. Mintu lowered his head, deep in thought. However, while Lord Shadow possesses a unique constitution now, his power does not stem from that. It comes from his lineage. Danfeng blinked in disbelief, repeating, lineage. The other nodded, explaining, indeed. The highest divine beings in the Shadow Realm can only reach peak divine level and cannot break through. Lord Shadow's ancestors created the bloodline inheritance to overcome this barrier. Danfeng became more intrigued, eagerly awaiting Mintu to continue. The man, feeling pressured by his gaze, sighed and extended the explanation. It is quite simple. Really, according to what Mintu knew, after he died, he used the inheritance technique to pass on power to his direct descendants, who would cultivate on their own. Once they reached peak divine level, they could inherit the powers of 2 divine level beings. He raised his head to deliver the final punchline, passed down through generations, gradually accumulating. Danfeng listened intently, then mused. If I learn this inheritance technique, could I possibly seize the demonic powers and enhance myself? Mintu revealed another piece of information. The clones of Lord Shadow also possess divine level strength. Just then, Lord Shadow continued. Everyone, aside from the 108 Divine Heaven 6 Demon Array, I have one more announcement to make. Everyone passed the word around, reminding each other not to doubt, as Lord Shadow King had an announcement to make. Everyone, pay attention. No one expected that Lord Shadow King would declare he was getting married in just 3 days. Danfeng erupted with excitement. Wedding. Even Mingzi beside him could not hide his shock. The whole room was buzzing. What? A wedding? Why on earth would Lord Shadow King suddenly want to tie the knot, especially at such a crucial time? Some even voiced their discontent, saying it was ridiculous, especially now when life and death were on the line. Danfeng turned around in frustration, feeling a deep sense of unease. Every day, his little fairy danced for him, and now he felt like his wife was planning to marry someone else. With that thought, he was the first to shout, I am not okay with this. Danfeng stormed forward, putting on a fierce front. This was a critical moment for humanity. How could they talk about marriage like it was just a casual fling? He clenched his fists tightly at his sides, his muscles tensed with determination. The demons were not defeated yet. The divine clans had not been wiped out. So how could they even think about marriage? But Lord Shadow King remained unfazed, simply smiling and saying, I am marrying for the sake of humanity. Danfeng's eyes widened in shock, disbelief flooding his heart. What? The other party continued. Surely everyone knows about the inheritance of the Shadow King clan. Lord Shadow King expressed his inner turmoil, stating that even though he felt fully prepared with a 90% chance of success, there was still a 10% chance of failure. He had made a firm decision. For the Shadow Realm, he would marry in 3 days to ensure their bloodline continued and did not go extinct. Lord Shadow King's heartfelt declaration touched everyone present, and they all bowed in respect, exclaiming, Long live Lord Shadow King. Inside, Danfeng was in turmoil, thinking how could he stop this? Suddenly, a voice rang out, Lord Shadow King, do you already have a fiancée? He turned to see Miss Van standing there, having appeared out of nowhere. Danfeng thought to himself, is not she just trying to cozy up to Lord Shadow King? The one above answered her question, not yet decided. Miss Van frowned, showing her concern. Lord Shadow King, Marriage is no joke, but Lord Shadow King had made up his mind, emphasizing that his future consort must bear the responsibility of reviving humanity. Moments later, he smirked slightly. So I will choose a powerful divine being with unique talents and skills to be my husband. But it will all be voluntary. I won't force anyone. His declaration sent the crowd into a frenzy, excitement lighting up their faces. Does that mean we have a chance? I also have a shot. Miss Avierne's face darkened as she scanned the room. These people did not even consider their own worth. How could they possibly be worthy of Lord Shadow King? She absolutely would not let them tarnish his name. He seriously inquired, Lord Shadow King, may I ask what the criteria are for selecting a husband? How do you assess unique talents? Besides the unique qualities, are there any other requirements? The response came right away. First, confirm the unique qualities. Then we can discuss the assessment. If you do not have those, you are not qualified to participate. Hearing this, Miss Van knew her chance had come. He stepped up to self-nominate, Lord Shadow King. My unique quality is the innate sword body. Lord Shadow King did not refuse. Simply stating, anyone with unique qualities who is willing to participate in the assessment, please step forward. Van Feng glanced around at the countless people rising to their feet. Striding toward the center, Vig Hong Hon looked back, and he noticed the person who had been sitting beside him stand up, heading towards the crowd like everyone else. Van Feng could not hold back, grabbing the man's shoulder. Old man, how can you be so clueless at your age? The old man stiffened, still stubbornly defending himself. We are the top-tier warriors. Who cares about age? The old man pretended to reflect deeply, claiming that he was destined to be the strongest. My essence is a top-tier celestial anomaly. Van Feng shrugged him off, glaring with a fierce determination. All for humanity. Van Feng felt a surge of frustration. He shut his eyes momentarily, pretending to weigh his options. Just a few seconds later, Van Feng rolled up his sleeves and marched toward the crowd. Fine. As Van Feng reached them, the old man turned to him and asked, Idahiu, if you want to join, what is your anomaly? Van Feng snapped back. Why does it matter to you? If an old man like you can join, why can't he? The old man patted him on the shoulder. Dao Hiu. Calm down. But Vian, noticing the two arguing, stepped in. What is all this noise? Keep it together. Both men glared at each other in frustration, unable to say anything, just simmering in annoyance. Ven approached the old man respectfully. My lord, it is time to begin. The old man settled down, surrounded by a golden aura, and as she drew blood, a stone tablet appeared instantly. The old man stood up to explain. This stone tablet will test who among you truly has an anomaly. After a brief pause, he added, let us check the authenticity first. All three swallowed hard, each lost in their thoughts. Van Feng cursed silently. Seriously? We are going big right from the start. The old man thought to himself, I can easily pass this. While Veen moved. I thought it would be a test. Who knew it would be this simple? The old man looked at the three of them. Who is going first? The old man stroked his beard. Stepping up, I will go first. He approached the stone tablet and channeled his energy into it, instantly conjuring a breathtaking scene from a celestial paradise. The crowd erupted in awe. No wonder he is the legendary warrior essence. Truly remarkable. The warrior essence is the most compatible for casting spells. It taps into the connection with the universe, making any spell easy to learn. I thought it was a myth, but it is real, the old man promptly said. All right, next. The light on the stone tablet faded, and Vian could not wait to rush over to it. She raised her hand to channel her energy, and a phantom of a sword appeared. The old man called out, next. Van Feng quickly stepped forward. Excitement bubbling. My turn. He approached the stone tablet, casting a serious glance at the other two. Grumbling internally. Who knew these two idiots would be this fierce? Standing before the stone tablet, Van Feng wondered, what if I do not have an anomaly? What then? He immediately lowered his head, feeling the intense gazes of the crowd upon him, then suddenly gathered himself and shouted, raising his hand to the tablet. After waiting for a long moment with no response, he instantly felt a wave of panic and began to pat the stone tablet, while others behind him whispered and gossiped. No reaction at all. Could it be that the one who dared to participate is not a chosen one? Just reckless. Letting beauty cloud their judgment. The Dark Prince suddenly froze and shouted in disbelief. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, pushing everyone back. All who were present stood in shock, unable to believe their eyes, letting out cries of astonishment. What is going on? Look over there. Miss Van raised her eyes, rooted to the spot, muttering to herself. What in the world is this? Before everyone's eyes was a gigantic golden lotus blooming, surrounded by blazing red flames. It left everyone in awe, unable to comprehend. A golden lotus in flames. What kind of phenomenon is this? Look closely. There is something inside the lotus. Van Feng could not believe his eyes either. He rubbed them in disbelief and thought, damn. Am I really that strong? To his surprise, atop the lotus appeared a demon with 6 arms, engulfed in swirling flames. Everyone witnessing this was left speechless, while down below the crowd murmured in confusion. This body seems to be the fire spirit body from the Chosen Ones. But it is even more powerful than that. This is not just any fire spirit body. This is the fire god body, a level above. Wait, the legendary god of all flames, the fire god body. Danfeng glanced at them, pondering. So the fire god body achieved through the system is that powerful. From what they are saying, it is even stronger than the original spirit body or the innate sword body. With a smug grin, he turned to the Dark Prince. But suddenly someone shouted, "Quick! Taoist friend, retract your powers. The hall is about to catch fire." Upon hearing that, Danfeng turned around and was shocked to see flames spreading across the hall. He let out a shout, retracted his hands, and gradually extinguished the flames. Then he looked at the Dark Prince and said, "My lord, this is not over yet. I still have the wind god body and that destructive dragon body or whatever." The Dark Prince sighed, feeling helpless, and replied, "Then please, Taoist friend, unleash your powers." With her consent, Danfeng immediately placed his hand on the stone tablet and channeled his energy, and right after, a whirlwind appeared. Within the swirling vortex emerged a bird man, surrounded by the raging winds. Upon seeing the bird man, the fire spirit charged into battle, trying to see who was stronger. The two figures, one red and one blue, clashed fiercely, causing everyone to step back in fear. Suddenly, the Dark Prince raised her hand to gather spiritual energy, her body levitating in the air. In an instant, both the fire spirit and the bird were dissolved into nothingness. She looked at Danfeng and said, "I understand now. It is." Standing before the stone tablet, he turned around and disagreed. "It is not over yet. I am sure I have a third chosen body too." The Dark Prince gasped in shock, and just as he began channeling energy into the stone, a monstrous creature with fierce horns emerged, roaring and spewing flames. The onlookers gasped in shock at this mind-blowing sight. "Oh my, is that a real dragon?" Danfeng looked at the dragon seriously and clarified, "This is my third chosen body, the immortal dragon body." Danfeng could not help but grin in smug satisfaction. But just a second later, his smile faded as someone yelled, "We are in trouble." It broke the pillar of the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens are about to collapse. There is no time to run. Quickly use your energy to shield the falling pillar. Don't let it crush us. Suddenly, a wooden beam fell from the palace roof and struck Feng on the head, leaving him stunned as he stared at the wood above him, thinking, "This place is about to collapse." From the roof of the palace, debris of all sizes rained down, causing everyone below to panic and dodge for safety. Moments later, the fallen stones piled up like a mountain. After that shower of rocks, smoke filled the palace, with some people covering their mouths. Witnessing this scene, everyone was in a state of shock, some even screaming in terror, calling it a demon dragon. In the main hall, a massive hole appeared in the ceiling, and the culprit was none other than the demon dragon itself. Standing right in the middle of the palace, everyone there was left stunned, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. How could such a bizarre entity exist? This was beyond anything they had ever seen. Surely a product of the higher realm. What kind of divine anomaly was this that was not even recorded in history? Gradually, everyone regained their composure, standing up to stare in awe at the demon dragon. Just this bizarre phenomenon was enough to rattle their nerves. What kind of terrifying divine anomaly must this be? Facing the demon dragon, the Shadow King turned to Danfeng and asked, "Is this the undying demon dragon body that Ko Dao He mentioned earlier? Is it a divine anomaly too?" He quickly replied, "Absolutely." She was overjoyed and asked, "Does Ko Dao He have any other divine anomalies?" Danfeng looked up at the stone tablet and replied, "There should be more. Let me check." He placed his hand on the stone tablet, channeling his internal power. A loud explosion echoed as the tablet shattered, leaving everyone in shock, showering him with praises. Just how powerful must one be to cause such destruction? Having multiple divine anomalies in a single body was a massive stroke of luck for the Shadow Realm. Incredible. Just incredible. Witnessing this scene, the Shadow King asked, "Kadao? Do you have any other divine anomalies?" Danfeng chuckled and replied, "I can't hide it any longer. I have a fourth divine anomaly in my body, known as the Despair Demon Body." Upon hearing this, she immediately questioned, "Despair Demon Body? What is that?" Danfeng quickly explained, "Despair Demon Body is the name I gave it, but its real name is the Guardian Demon Body." Looking at his own hand, he continued, "The Guardian Demon Body is specifically designed to combat demons, and you could say it counters them effectively. With this physique, demons of the same level can't harm me." Pausing for a moment, Danfeng clenched his fist, his face radiating pride and satisfaction. "If you do not believe me, you can bring some god-level demons to test it for yourselves." The crowd in front of him murmured in confusion. If the Guardian Demon Body is that strong, does not that mean Ko Dao Hu could single-handedly flatten the entire demon kingdom? Danfeng broke out in a cold sweat, questioning to himself, "Why did not I think of that?" The Shadow King chimed in, explaining, no matter how strong a physique is, there will always be limits. The ruler of the demon kingdom possesses strength far beyond the peak god level, not something an ordinary person can withstand. Plus, the demon kingdom is filled with countless powerful demons. Fan Feng pondered about the limits, then directly asked the system. System, does my physique have limits? That stupid system shot back with a question of its own. What do you mean by limits? Fan Feng then had an epiphany. Realizing, so that means there are no limits. I get it now. You turned to the Shadow Monarch and boldly declared, my potential knows no bounds. Those who say otherwise are just liars. Miss Van stepped in front of the Shadow Monarch, exclaiming, how can there be a destiny with no limits in this world? He furrowed his brow in anger, retorting, the Celestial Realm has evaded the Holy Clan and the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom for thousands of years. How can we risk everything just to validate your uncertain destiny? Pausing for a moment, Miss Van fixed her sharp gaze on you and said, I can see you are just deceiving the Shadow Monarch, because you are scared it can't be confirmed. Are you trying to pick a fight with someone who can control fate? He asked, drawing his sword as he stood before you. I would rather die than let the Shadow Monarch marry a fraud like you. The Shadow Monarch declared, I have a way to prove the authenticity of the Devourer's lineage. She stood before the two of you and said, my subordinate has a 7-colored mystic phoenix that I usually use for traveling. It is the pinnacle of demon transformation. Miss Van turned to you, her eyes piercing through you. The Shadow Monarch turned to the mystic phoenix and asked, do you want to fight it with us? Wicked grin. You nodded. Of course. Upon hearing your response, she clasped her hands together, and a dazzling circle of golden light appeared in the sky. In the center of the circle, a 7-colored mystic phoenix spread its wings, captivating everyone who looked up in awe. Moments later, the mystic phoenix landed gracefully below, spreading its wings wide, causing those nearby to stumble back in shock. You scrutinized the mystic phoenix, thinking to yourself, it is not that impressive. A voice rang out calling to you. The Shadow Monarch, standing beside you, said, you can't use any abilities. You looked at her and replied, of course. Facing the mystic phoenix, you declared, let us get this started. The mystic phoenix soared directly toward you, and you calmly stated, I apologize in advance. As it attacked, you stood perfectly still, unfazed. The mystic phoenix dove straight at you, yet you remained completely unmoved. In fact, it crashed into you, its beak shattering upon impact, and the pain caused its eyes to bulge as if they might pop out. You stared at the mystic phoenix like it was a fish about to be filleted. Realizing it was in trouble, it flopped down helplessly. You took off your shirt, flaunting your 6-pack abs and fit physique, then posed dramatically with one foot on the mystic phoenix. The crowd around you erupted in cheers and applause, marveling at such divine prowess. We have waited so long for this. Oh my! They exclaimed. You were unscathed, and it seemed the Shadow Monarch's mystic phoenix had truly transformed into a powerful demon. Looks like you were right about the Devourer's lineage being strong. Miss Van, fuming with indignation, pointed directly at you and shouted, I once read about the demon slayer dragon being used for defense. The fact that you were not harmed must be thanks to it. Right. To the claim that you were not injured by the demon's attack, you calmly replied as you put your shirt back on. So what? You smirked with disdain. I possess 3 unique destinies. Well, you only have one. You are worried you won't win the Shadow Monarch, are not you? He was left speechless as you declared to the Shadow Monarch. If it were not for the Shadow Monarch choosing to sacrifice for the human race, you would never have been in this position. As she shot a look filled with disdain at her, Van smirked and thought, why should I sacrifice my freedom for you? Don't judge a noble heart by petty standards. Right after that, she drew her sword and turned to Fan Feng, saying, you only know how to flap your gums. He pointed directly at Fan Feng and declared, so what if you are different? No one is invincible. It is the person who becomes a champion. Come on. Let us see if you can take me on. The Dark King stepped in, saying, that is enough. Not backing down. Declared, it is not. It is all on you. Fan Feng. The Dark King shot him a reproachful look. Gada? You have crossed the line today. Suddenly, she continued, I can see that Gai Daho does not look so good. Someone, take him back to rest. Hearing that, Van felt as if she had fallen into an abyss of despair. Instantly, 2 people grabbed him and dragged him away. The Dark King turned to Mine too and asked, Gada? Do you have anything else to say? He forced a smile and waved his hand. Dark King, I know mice. I can compare with you. So I am willing to withdraw. After saying that, Mintu turned away, and Van replied, all right. The Dark King approached Fan Feng and said, if they have stepped back, it is just you left. Gada? He smirked and immediately agreed. Dark King. After all, it is for the sake of humanity, she responded with a joyful smile. Great. Our wedding is set for 3 days from now. Fan Feng's heart raced as he saw how beautiful the Dark King was. After she removed her mask and smiled radiantly, he felt weak in the knees, almost collapsing at her beauty. His mouth watered as he thought, I have just seen the most beautiful goddess. Suddenly, Mintu returned, sitting next to Than Fong, saying, What kind of training are you doing, Gada? The ground is really cold. After a moment, he helped him up, and time flew by. 3 days later, at the wedding, everywhere was decorated in vibrant red. Joyful shouts filled the room. Congratulations. Congratulations. 100 years of happiness. A voice rang out, marking the end of the ceremony. Smiling, he took the Dark King's hand and led her into the bridal chamber. Hearing that, Than Fong grabbed her hand and dashed toward the room. Just as they reached the door, they were blocked by 2 people. One of them said, We will help the Dark King into the bridal chamber. Right then, Than Fong watched as the bride was taken away by others. Suddenly, a hand patted him on the shoulder. He turned to Mintu and said, Today is my happy day. Why are you holding me back? He stroked his beard and sighed. Today is your day. You are the groom. How could you leave your guests to go with the bride? The 2 exchanged glances. Pointing towards the guests sitting there, Than Fong gloomily complained. So what do you want me to do? He thought to himself. Now that I have married the Dark King, I absolutely can't embarrass myself. I need to maintain a good image. Mintu immediately replied. Come on, drink with us? Everyone then stood up, raising their cups in unison. Than Fong cheerfully shouted. All right. Today I am going to drink my fill with you all. Everyone echoed. Cheers. He walked over and sat down. Just as I sat down, someone came over with a toast. Missed out. Congratulations. The Dark Lord is the most beautiful person in our shadow realm. The red-haired guy chimed in. Today, you are lucky enough to hold a beauty. You gotta drink it all. With that, he grabbed the toast and downed it in one go, joyfully clasping his hands and laughing loudly. Missed out. You are so straightforward. I really like your style. Around the table, everyone raised their glasses in cheer. Miss Daoho really has a strong tolerance. Here's another toast to you, Miss Dao. Your identity has changed from now on. I hope you will join forces with the Dark Lord to help our shadow realm thrive. I drank every cup, thinking, these folks want to toast me into a drunken stupor. Like I am worried you all should be scared of my immortal dragon physique. The clinking of glasses echoed in a continuous cheer. Cheers. Let us drink. The party was loud and lively, with people packed around the table. A pair of hands offered wine to Than Fong, who confidently took it with a bright smile. As he lifted the glass to his nose, he instinctively frowned, feeling a jolt in his heart-poisoned wine. A second later, Than Fong smirked, thinking, you guys do not want me to marry the Dark Lord for my own gain, but I certainly do not want you to catch on. I will drink this all and make you reveal your true selves. He downed the glass, then thought, let us see how you react when I am done. In the packed banquet hall, cheers erupted. Great tolerance. Let us go again. But every party eventually ends. And late at night, people started to trickle out. In the bridal chamber, the Dark Lord sat alone on the bed, waiting, when the door was suddenly pushed open. Mingzi and another person, Than Fong, entered. Dark Lord, the party's over. We have brought Dao Ho. After seating her in a chair, she immediately said, you may leave now. He turned to reply, Yep. Dark Lord. Immediately, Than Fong opened his eyes, stood up, and walked over to the Dark Lord. My lady, let me lift your veil, she shyly responded. And upon hearing her reply, Than Fong smiled and lifted the veil. The two gazed at each other, both feeling flustered and blushing. Even Than Fong could not escape the awkwardness and scratched his face. The Dark Lord turned away, trying to break the tension. Husband, we have only met a few times, and you probably do not even know my real name. Hearing her ask that, he replied, seems like it. She looked at Than Fong and smiled. Husband, my name is Thang Tanamagian. Repeat it after me. Thintong Tium. Nian. She nodded, then tucked her hair behind her ear, explaining, this is the name my father gave me. He said I cried a lot as a child. No matter how he tried to console me, he said if I like Thang Tam so much, then just call me Thang Kazum Moon from now on. In the bridal chamber, just the two of them, Than Fong sat beside her and held her hand. Ningian Nai. Then he gently wrapped his arms around Tegrum Nian's shoulders and asked, is there anything else you want to say to your husband? Tiamgian shyly asked. Than Fong, you are not upset with me, are you? She looked away and continued. Do you think it is selfish of me to force you into marrying me for the sake of our people? If you end up liking someone else, just treat our marriage as a mere act. Than Fong lifted Tiam Mayan's chun, forcing her to meet his gaze. Ningian Nai. Right after that, he pulled her into his arms, gazing at her softly as he asked, tonight is our wedding night. Why are you saying such downer things? Tia McGee's face turned gloomy as she replied. Don't mess around. I have something important from the Shadow Realm to discuss with you. Before she could finish, Dan Feng pushed her down onto the bed, saying, Nini Nahai. A moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. Whatever it is can wait until tomorrow. She gazed at him dreamily and replied, Okay. All right. She casually adjusted herself, feeling drowsy. The glow from the lamp made everyone passing by glance back at her. And suddenly, a familiar shadow landed right next to her. She raised her hand to lift a brick. And instantly, the spring scene within was revealed, making everyone blush. She gritted her teeth, her expression filled with displeasure, as if anyone who dared to touch him now would meet a fiery end at her hands. She thought, let us see how long you can hold out. Suddenly, something made him freeze. Mouth agape, unable to close it, sweat dripping down his face. Through the lens, he caught sight of the spring scene unfolding between the couple that Viran was watching. His emotions were a storm, unable to articulate what Veen was feeling at that moment, and his face was drenched in sweat. Ven clenched her jaw, her eyes spinning with jealousy as she thought, what kind of show is this? In the stillness of the night, the stars above seemed to illuminate the image of the man covertly watching others in an unconventional manner. After a while, as the vibrant scene stirred her awake, her eyes began to droop, and he tiredly sighed. Finally, Ven stood up wanting to leave, but just then, a branch fell with a soft thud, causing him to irritably rub his legs and think, damn it. My legs are completely numb. This Dan Feng is like a bull, not paying attention. Veen accidentally stepped on the fallen branch, creating a sound loud enough for everyone to hear and take notice. He was startled, frozen in place for a few seconds of his life when he heard someone say, who is there? After that, Ven quickly gathered her momentum and jumped high to escape. He ran, anxiously glancing back, thinking to himself, it seems like Dan Feng is not poisoned. Could it be the power of the immortal demon dragon body? While fleeing, Veen accidentally spotted Dan Feng stepping out in red pants to check the situation. He was terrified, frowning and vowing to himself, the days are still long. Dan Feng. We will see who waits longer. Dan Feng stood observing around, noticing a figure attempting to escape on the distant rooftop. He pondered, thinking, that silhouette looks a bit like that clueless girl Vian, who does not even dare to show her face directly. What a useless person. Dan Feng approached the door, opening it while sneering to himself. With just this little courage, you dare to laugh at me. You should just hide in the corner and watch me in my dark side. Inside the room, on the bed, Tia McGee was in a deep, intoxicating slumber, her smooth, fair skin making her look stunningly radiant. Dan Feng gently brushed his fingers along Teljamayan's chin, and she instinctively turned her face toward him. Then, Dan Feng leaned down, softly kissing Tikaman 9, filled with deep affection, and she responded to the kiss, her cheeks blooming in a beautiful flush. The two of them were wrapped up in an embrace that felt hard to break. Dan Feng kissed her softly, starting from her lips, trailing down to her neck, then to her shoulders, causing Tamaman to arc her back in delight, creating the perfect angle for her husband's affections. A long, passionate night passed, and as the sun climbed high, it showered the world with its vibrant rays, signaling the maidens to start their day. They carefully dressed Tigamamgain and Dan Feng, attending to both of them with utmost care. While changing clothes, Dan Feng reached out and touched his wife's hand. Speaking up, give me your hand. Tia McGee blushed and asked, what do you want to do? Dan Feng did not respond. Instead, he gently placed a loving kiss on the back of her hand. Once they were done, Dan Feng smiled happily. Looking at his wife, he said, Nini Nahai. I have something to tell you. Tia McGee replied softly. Husband, we are one. You can say anything. Dan Feng spoke candidly. Nini Nahai. I have to go out today. I will be back a bit late. I placed a book under the pillow. Feel free to read it. He reminded her thoroughly. This book is about harmony in our marriage. You must read it. Hearing that, Tia McGee was quite taken aback and asked, what? Do we need to study marriage? Dan Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, of course. To have a good marriage, we need to learn. This book will be very beneficial for us. Tia McGee, hearing her husband speak so seriously, felt a surge of determination. She responded, I will definitely read it carefully. Dan Feng felt reassured by her response, stepping closer to gently cup her cheeks, making her blush. The two gazed into each other's eyes, understanding each other without words, sharing a kiss filled with love and respect. Dan Feng released her, praising, Nini Nahai, you are so wonderful. With that, Dan Feng stepped outside, but not before turning back to tease his wife. I will miss you a lot. Tia McGee did not respond. She smiled beautifully, watching him walk away, her heart feeling light. Meanwhile, Than Feng was quite irritated, furrowing his brows in anger as he pondered. How dare you disturb my wedding night? And Tian, you will pay for this. Tian even dressed elegantly, reminded her maids, instructing them, if there is nothing important today, do not disturb me. After giving her orders, the maidens next to Tamin quickly vanished, leaving her standing alone in the spacious room. Tm Given approached the bed she shared with Than Feng. Reaching for a pillow, she gently picked up the pillow, examining it closely, lost in thought. Suddenly, Tm Gin seemed to have seen something she should not have, and she jerked her head up in surprise. Tm again blushed and tilted her head, feeling like a shy young girl. Thinking, why is Than Feng like this? Sitting on the bed. She blushed as she recalled Than Feng and their passionate night. Thinking, this is definitely not serious at all. Suddenly, she tilted her head as if realizing something, her eyes revealing deeper thoughts. Outside the vast estate, there seemed to be some noise coming from somewhere. T. Mungin sat in the mansion, seemingly unaware of anything suspicious, engrossed in her book. After a while, exhaustion took over, and she lay down beside the book, drifting off into a deep sleep. The scene shifts outside, where Than Feng is about to take a step forward at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, he comes to a halt as someone calls out to him, and upon hearing the voice, he turns to see who it is. Running towards him is Mine too, panicking and rushing over to Than Feng, frantically asking, Dao Ho, are you okay? As he gets closer, he scans Than Feng from head to toe, checking if he has been harmed, and also looking around to see if anyone's eavesdropping. Confused, Than Feng looks at Mintu and asks, what is going on that has you so worked up? Mintu pauses his frantic actions, standing frozen as he stares intently at Than Feng, who has a lot to say. Then, Mintu leans in close and whispers, yesterday, Ngai Kovan poisoned you, trying to sabotage you. Than Feng furrows his brow at the news and responds, is that all? You knew this already? Than Feng replies honestly, yeah, I did not want to ruin my wedding to Ninganai, so I kept it under wraps. Mintu falls silent, stroking his beard as he listens intently to Than Feng continue. He even secretly rushed to Nani's palace, trying to steal the bride. With a fierce determination in his eyes, Than Feng declares that he won't let any pests ruin his life. He wants Ngai Kovan to pay for this. He glances at Mintu and asks, how did you guys find out that Ngai Kovan poisoned me? Mintu explains, he mistakenly poisoned a powerful figure, and that led us to uncover him. Than Feng wonders to himself, why do I feel like I am giving Ngai Kovan too much credit? He asks Mintu, where is Ngai Kovan now? Mintu replies, he is locked up by some powerful figures in a cave. After a brief chat, seeing that Than Feng is fine, Mintu feels relieved and says, now that I know you are okay, I can... Dao Ho, I need to deal with Ngai Kovan. See you later. Just as he is about to leave, Than Feng grabs his arm, calling him back, furious as he curses, that scumbag dared to poison me, ruining my wedding with Nai and disrupting the peace of the dark world. He deserves to die. Absolutely. Mintu Dao Ho, I am coming with you. Today, I am definitely going to make an example out of him to prevent this from happening again. Mintu's expression turns serious upon hearing this, and he responds to Than Feng's determined gaze after a moment of deep thought. A little later, Mintu invite, Dao Ho, please follow me. With that, the two allies vanish silently into the void. Soon after, Mintu and Than Feng arrive at a sprawling mansion, and they step inside one after the other. As they descend the staircase, Mintu says to Than Feng, this is the place. In a room surrounded by thick walls, a young man approaches and bows. Dao Ho. At that moment, Kovan is bound and lying cold on the floor, gagged with a large piece of cloth. Unable to speak, Than Feng breaks the silence, greeting him, long time no see. Vanko? The young man looks at him, cold sweat pouring down his face, filled with terror. Than Feng steps closer to Kovan and instructs Mintu too, who is standing beside him. Dao Ho, you take them out. I have something to discuss with Ngai Kovan. Mintu places a hand on Than Feng's shoulder, trusting him completely, and replies, understood. With that, Min and his two disciples cheerfully stepped out of the room, leaving Than, with his icy glare and deadly aura, ready to devour Vian whole. His face grew more serious and terrifying, exuding a lethal chill that made everyone back away in fear. Then approached Ven, delivering a swift kick that sent his mouth flying, leaving her parallel to the ground. While a tooth went soaring, the pain knocked him out temporarily, and as Than sat down, he touched Van's face and asked, last night, a kneeling for so long must be made your legs numb. Ah, look at you. Are you satisfied with how my little pet reacted? Van came, noticing his teeth were a mix of broken and intact. She shot a glance at Than and stammered in response, that filthy guy. How could someone with such a shady background be so pleased with the shadows? Than, hearing that, was furious. He grabbed the guy by the collar, ready to strangle him, and demanded, "I am marrying her legitimately. How can you even say that about her?" With that, he pressed his thumbs against Venus' throat, causing him to bite down hard on his teeth in pain. Vin was fuming, unable to fight back. He gritted his teeth and managed to spit out, "Than, I am gonna kill you." Than shot back, "Is that all you have got?" He stood up, his hand still lingering on Venus' delicate neck. Than teased, "Guess I will just have to play nice with you then." With that, he untied, tossing the rope aside with no care. The two men faced off, ready to duke it out. Than taunted, "Come on, let us see if you have got any skills." Then, with a focused expression, he slowly conjured a mystical purple energy ball, radiating with magical power. The energy from the orb sent chills down everyone's spines. Then glanced at Venom and said, "Hey, with your abilities, why do not you come see how I am going to take on my little bride?" Ven felt both embarrassed and furious. She shot a glare at Than and shouted, "Shut up, you jerk." Then, she reached out, ready to summon her sword to take him on. A massive sword appeared in her hand, and in that moment, ever the competitive spirit leaped up, aiming to attack Than directly. However, just as she reached him, Than had vanished, leaving her standing there, confused and furious. A few drops of ketchup splattered down from somewhere above, but Vien did not care and rushed after Than. He hurried away, swinging his sword wildly, unsure if he was hitting anything or if it was just a practice round. The two young men, one running and the other chasing, zipped from one rooftop to another, amidst the bustling crowd below, like children playing cat and mouse. Than dashed through a large room filled with people chatting, completely oblivious to the duel unfolding above their heads. As Than ran, he thought, "I have been all over this shadow world. My legs are about to give out. This is where you old geezers are hiding." Spotting people he needed to confront, he stopped, carefully observing his surroundings and pondering, "Is there a place where I can land that'll make me look cool and grab everyone's attention?" Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out to him, "Hey, Than Feng, do not run if you are so tough, come face me." Everyone in the room was taken aback by the challenge, and turned to see where the voice was coming from. Ven burst into the room, panting, hands on her knees, and said slowly, "Than Feng, do not run." He hovered in the air, casually looking down at the young man who had finally caught up, mocking, "Invuno, you are hilarious. You want to kill me? Why should not I run?" Everyone in the audience turned their attention to Than Feng, each with their own opinion. This was the power of someone who possessed all three kinds of unique heavenly destinies. But hey, our friend Siku is now married to the Shadow Monarch. How should we address him now? With a major battle looming, why bother with titles? Let us just call him Sikudaho for now. Than Feng strode confidently through the crowd, hands behind his back, casually chatting with Vevan. "Besides, if I do not run, am I supposed to duel you? I would just stir up chaos in the Shadow Realm before the grand battle begins." As he finished speaking, Than Feng suddenly halted, realizing something was off. That is right. This Van was also a formidable deity and a key player in the Shadow Monarch scheme. Facing Vian, he thought to himself, "I wanted to take revenge for that poison you slipped me, embarrassing me in front of everyone." With a satisfied smile, he realized she had more use than he thought now. "I definitely can let you off the hook." Shaking off those thoughts, Than Feng spoke up, "Invuno, I know you have had a crush on Gainai for years, but she is my wife now." Vin was fuming. "What do you want to say?" He feigned innocence, spreading his hands and replied, "I know you do not want me marrying Gainai High because of the human race. That is why you poisoned me last night." At this, everyone around reacted loudly, condemning Vian. "Invuno, how could you?" He was furious at being exposed and shouted, "Than Feng, not only did you insult the Shadow Monarch, but you have also tarnished my honor." With that, Ven pivoted her foot to prepare for a swift strike. Ven pointed her sword straight at Than Feng, declaring, "I will kill you, but reality is never as sweet as dreams." Than Feng dodged her strike like he was at a market, standing next to Van while she was still poised with her sword, gently touching her shoulder. Then, with a sly and unpredictable look, Than Feng said to Van, "Thank you." He glanced at Than Feng, face flushed and stammering. He would not let Ven counterattack, quickly grabbing her hand and asking a question that drew attention. Finally understanding, Than Feng executed a move that spun Van 360 degrees, declaring, "Too late." Than Feng, with a fierce expression, unleashed a powerful punch, sending Van crashing to the floor, while she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her eyes shut tight. Enduring the underground duel between them, Ivan's sword clattered to the ground, creating a chaotic symphony of sound. After taking down his leaving him motionless on the ground. Than Feng looked at him and spoke, as if explaining to everyone gathered around. His erratic behavior stemmed from his unrequited love for the Dark Prince. Especially now that the prince was getting married. He stood next to the fallen sword that Ven had not had the chance to use. Emphasizing, I am the rightful husband of the Dark Prince. Than Feng picked up the sword, affirming with unwavering certainty that he had to deal with this person in place of the prince. The people around him exchanged uneasy glances at this bold declaration. They all stepped closer to him, forming a circle around Than Feng as they tried to justify themselves. And Zio-Hei, the Dark Realm's great formation is about to open. Do not waste time with this fake Yo-Hai. And Zio-Hei, we have always been united in the Dark Realm. Do not ruin this peace. Another voice chimed in. Exactly. And Zio-Hei, let us keep the peace and stay amicable. And someone next to them added. Yeah, that is right. You are already married to the Dark Prince now. The future of the Dark Realm is more important. Let us set aside our personal grudges for now. After taking a hard hit, started to regain consciousness. Naturally, he was not ready to give up and stood up, pointing at Than Feng while hurling insults at him. You are just a scheming coward, laughing at the Dark Prince for your own agenda. Don't let him fool you. Than Feng, hearing this, could no longer hold back. With a fierce determination, he unleashed a punch. Ven took another brutal punch, and his teeth had to bid farewell to yet another one today. Once again, he fainted, while everyone around stood by, eager to watch the drama unfold. Than Feng stood next to Ven's limp body and commanded, Where are the guards? He fixed a piercing gaze on him and instructed the guards to take Ven away. Get him out of here. The two guards, obeying his command, helped carry Ven out of the room. Still stubborn despite losing most of his teeth, insisted, I want to see the Dark Prince. I want to see the Dark Prince. Dark Prince. Hearing his mumbling nonsense, he continued, I am sincere towards you. Than Feng watched as Venus' figure slowly faded away and said to the others. Even now, I still can't believe Zio-Hai would do something like that to me. He turned to face the other Zio-Hai in the room and added, I never wanted to clash with him. I have been hiding all over the Dark Realm until I had no place left to run, which is why I gathered you all to help me. Than Feng further shared. However, as long as Zio-Hai shows genuine remorse and stays out of my way and Nigiban Nias, I will overlook the past. With that thought, he silently mused, If you want to bind my morals, you will find no door open. The chubby man beside Than Feng immediately spoke up in his defense. And Zio-Hai, do not blame yourself. We did not expect this person to have such a narrow mind. Another chimed in. We should report to the Dark Prince soon. Let us lock him up for a year so he can cool off. Than Feng clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully as he replied. Then I apologize for troubling you. Esteemed Zio-Hai. Everyone around smiled and collectively reassured him. What are you talking about? And Zio-Hai, it is the least we can do. As Than Feng stepped into the room, he immediately inquired about what everyone was discussing. What were you all talking about? Maybe I can help explain. He offered. This main hall is usually reserved for serious discussions. And today, we are talking strategy. In this vast room, thousands of square feet big, these small figures were huddled together, united in solving a pressing issue. Once the discussions wrapped up, Than Feng felt the urge to leave. As he reached the door, he politely bid everyone farewell, saying, If you will excuse me. But as he turned to leave, he could not shake off the conspiratorial whispers he had overheard. It was clear these schemers no longer viewed him as a threat. They were chatting away. He started plotting. Next, he needed a way to get these folks to betray the hidden realm, ensuring the strategy could not be activated. With that thought, Than Feng quietly headed back to his residence. Inside, warmth radiated from his home, giving off the vibe of a happy household. As he approached, his thoughts instantly drifted to his beloved waiting for him. But more importantly, to Minnie. Colorful fabric flowers still adorned the high walls of their villa, creating a festive atmosphere. As if every day here was a celebration of joy and happiness. The young couple, upon seeing each other, rushed into each other's arms, making it impossible to look away. Just the shadows they cast on the wall were enough to make anyone blush. Tima Nihai wrapped her arms around Than Feng, releasing soft, enticing sounds. After a moment, they lay together on the bed, wrapped in each other's warmth, as if spring had just arrived for them. On Than Feng's body lingered the traces of a passionate night. He gazed at her lovingly and said, Nini Nihai, you have been seriously studying the material I gave you. You have made great progress. Feeling embarrassed by her husband's praise, Tima Nai nearly wished for a hole to hide in. She playfully covered his mouth, saying, Do not say that. Than Feng suddenly took her hands, intertwining them tenderly. Refusing to let go, he gently placed a sweet kiss on her smooth hands. Filled with the longing and emotions of the day, Than Feng agreed. Okay, no more of that. Let us talk about things we can actually discuss. Team Genhai was still shy. Her cheeks flushed. She turned away, softly saying, "Husband, just go ahead and speak." Then Feng cupped her face, bringing their gazes together, lost in each other's sparkling eyes. Then he said sweetly, "Nini Nahai, I remember you mentioned you know the transformation magic. Can you show me?" At his word, Team Genhai jolted back, her shyness overwhelming her. Unable to finish her sentence with a mere Team Ongin lowered her head, her eyes glistening with a heavy sadness. Then Feng sensed her discomfort and gently reassured her. "Nini Nahai, if it is too hard for you." He could not finish his sentence as Am Hong interrupted. "It is not that I am uncomfortable. It is just about my father." Tears streamed down her cheeks, reflecting her heavy thoughts. Tim Anian continued, "I just miss my dad." Then Feng looked at her affectionately, sweetly calling her name. "Nini Nahai," wiping away her tears with his hand. She replied, "I am," to comfort her. Then Feng wrapped her tightly in his arms, both sitting on the bed as Taivam mind shared. The secret of transformation magic cannot be known by others. Then Feng spoke up, swearing, "Ning Nai, if you grant me this transformation, I promise not to tell anyone. This will be our secret pledge." If the Shadow King heard this, he would be at ease. She reassured him, "You do not need to swear. You are my protector, and I trust you unconditionally." Hearing this, then Feng felt a whirlwind of emotions, hugging Ning with joy, praising her. "Ning Nai, you are truly amazing." Ning felt warmth from the man she loved, her heart overflowing with happiness as she confessed, "Actually, the 108 Heavenly Six Demons formation was not created by me. It originates from the celestial realm. My father devised this formation up there, and then passed it down to me." Then Feng was taken aback and asked her, "Wait, your father is from the celestial realm?" Ning, worried that her husband might misunderstand, quickly explained, "And so is my father." Then Feng let out a sigh of relief. "That is good. That is good. If your father were from the celestial clan, I would worry about those from the shadow realm." The Shadow King confided in Then Feng, "My father was captured by the celestial clan and taken to the heavenly realm, but those with a special destiny like the Seven Aperture Spirit Body are only imprisoned by the celestial clan, not killed." The two figures sitting side by side shed their masks, and Than shared the deepest, darkest corners of his heart. After hearing his wife's words, Then Feng asked, "The Seven Aperture Spirit Body. It is so extraordinary that the celestial clan respects it." Ning admitted, "Yep. It truly is that amazing." She looked into his eyes and added, "However, this physique only enhances comprehension. It does not have any other effects. Those with the Seven Aperture Spirit Body are geniuses with incredibly high comprehension. Plus, consuming them can enhance comprehension." After saying this, Ning turned away, trying to hide her heavy emotions. Then Feng was stunned, thinking, "Oh man. It is like the legendary Tang Seng living in a different world." With tears in her eyes, Ning recounted with heartbreak, "Right now, my father is imprisoned by the celestial clan, enduring daily flesh cuts for treasures." Then Feng felt as if lightning struck him, shocked and speechless. He slammed his hand down on the bed, furious. The celestial clan is utterly ruthless. With that, a passionate fire ignited within Then Feng. He vowed to his wife, "Ning Nai, do not worry. I will definitely rescue your father." Ning turned away, saying to him, "It is hopeless. My father willingly endures the flesh cuts for the shadow realm." After saying this, the Shadow King held her face, heartbroken, and cried. Her face flushed with sorrow. Ning told her husband, "Let us talk about my father later. We should discuss the formation first." Then Feng agreed. "All right. Ning Nai. Go ahead. I am listening." Ning reminisced about the past and began to share. Back then, the humans of the celestial realm used the heavenly demon control to transmit messages across realms, summoning the celestial clan, who then captured my father. My father, with his high comprehension, has been combining the knowledge he learned in the celestial realm all these years. He created this formation. After he was captured for breaking the formation, he transmitted it to me through the heavenly demon control." Then Feng stroked his chin, pondering, "Your father's plan is very meticulous." Before he could finish, Ning agreed. Exactly. He was prepared to make sacrifices for the celestial realm. She looked up, thinking of her father, and said, "My dad knows how terrifying the King clan is. He also knows that if I do not learn the knowledge of the upper world, the human race in the King realm will never rise again. That is why he passed the title of Shadow Monarch to me. I will protect the Shadow realm for him." The Shadow Monarch's eyes welled up with tears as she gazed at her hands. Determination etched on her face. "I will use your formations to create a future for the King realm." Hearing this, Kung Feng turned to look at her intently, his mind swirling with thoughts. Seeing his wife stand up, he spoke candidly. "Nian Nian, you are not being decisive. What are you worried about?" Tatimangin sat on the bed, propping one leg on the mattress. She lifted her legs up, burying her face in her knees as tears flowed. I want to save my dad. But I know I can't. I am more afraid that he won't die peacefully, she confided. Because my father's flesh brings countless treasures to the King clan. How could they let him die? The King clan is ruthless. They have imposed countless cruel restrictions on him, making him suffer. Kung Feng gently reached out, reassuringly patting his wife's back, his eyes filled with love and tenderness. Team again looked up, her tears streaming even more. And she said to him, Kung Feng, I hope you can agree with me on one thing. He gently wiped her tears and comforted her. Nian Nian, do not. Then King Feng sat beside Tavaman, pulling her into his embrace, soothing her as he said, no matter what you decide, I will support you. She curled up, her face down as she shared. After I ask the others in the Shadow Realm to cut off the passage in the Monster Kingdom, I will make sure everyone is safe. Tintimagan glanced at King Feng, seemingly wanting to gauge his reaction before making her request. If the passage gets severed during the process, I will leave the front line to you. I hope you can lead the formations for me. Hearing this, Kung Feng felt a deep sense of regret and quietly called out, Nian Nian. Team again shared her wish. I want to go to the upper world to save my dad, to help him break free from the torment of the sacred clan. Kung Feng calmly stood up, positioning himself in front of her, wanting to speak to her face to face. Nian Nian. Then, Kung Feng unexpectedly knelt on one knee, looking up at his wife as he made a vow. Leave everything to me. Team again felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she replied, I trust you. With that, Kung Feng gently lifted her foot, treating it like a delicate flower in need of water, thinking to himself, letting my wife take risks is just not my style. I need to save my father-in-law, but I also need to protect my beautiful wife. Heart's whisper was suddenly touched and let out a soft gasp. Azure wind gently brushed against her smooth, rosy skin, affirming, time will surely find a way for both of us. Soon, the dark clouds will part, and we will see the blue sky. He lifted his wife's legs higher, making a silent promise to himself. Today, I will ensure a perfect outcome. Azure wind and Heart's whisper pulled the curtains aside, lingering in their embrace, lost in the moment, as he whispered vows to life and to himself, wishing for a flawless ending for everyone involved. Tonight, the sky was aglow with the golden light of the full moon high above. A gentle breeze rustling through the leaves, a perfect setting for a romantic, rain-soaked honeymoon. Azure wind stood on the balcony, soaking in the beauty of nature, meticulously committing every scene to memory. Marveling, is this truly the world I belong to? In his hand was a steaming cup of tea, and Azure wind thought to himself, I have been in this world for so long now, yet my past feels so distant. He gazed around, pondering, why am I here? Anyway, turning to see Heart's whisper immersed in her book, Azure wind could not help but smile with happiness, asking himself, is it all for her? At that moment, Heart's whisper was focused intently on her book, adorned in a striking red gown, which also matched her husband's attire. He turned and walked into the room, calling out affectionately, Whisper. As he approached her, Heart's whisper did not respond. She was too engrossed in her writing, making Azure wind sigh. She is so focused. He scratched his head, baffled by how serious his wife had become, feeling reluctant to disturb her. What should I do? He wondered. As he mulled this over, he climbed up the bookshelf to browse through some titles, then strolled back and forth in front of the shelf, finally sitting down against the wall, glancing back at his wife, caught in a monotonous loop of boredom. Eventually, Azure Wind decided to grab a book from the shelf. He settled down, leaning against the bookshelf, and opened it to read. As he read, he stroked his chin, deep in thought. If Whisper values this formation so highly, destroying it would be like sabotaging our marriage. Right. The connection lies in the 10,000 demon realm. So if I head over there, would not that just simplify things? Azure Wind's eyes lit up as if he had just discovered the meaning of life. Exactly. The 10,000 demon realm is filled with demons. It could help me level up, grinning deviously at the benefits he could gain. Azure Wind thought. Moreover, if the 10,000 demon realm faces trouble, the Azure clan will surely take care of their own. I could clean up the clan while I am at it, less work for me. Just when she was lost in her thoughts, Tia Mugian suddenly appeared and spoke up. So he was here after all. Looking at the open book in Thanfeng's hands, Tia Mugian turned and asked him, "You like reading too? Is this one?" She smiled beautifully like a youthful maiden, proudly showing off the literary treasures of the four seas. "This is my father's diary from his travels during his youth." Hearing this, Thanfeng's jaw dropped in surprise as he asked back, "Wait, really? Your father traveled so much when he was young?" Tia Mugian confirmed. "Absolutely. I have to go out for a while. At least half a month. Maybe a month." Sensitive as ever, Tia Mugian seemed to sense her husband was underestimating her father, and she coldly replied, "What do you mean?" Thanfeng stood up and said, "I want to prepare a surprise for you." He did not say anything more about the surprise, just reminded her, "Nian Hai, Take good care of yourself while I am gone. With that, Dan Feng pulled Tenamin in close. And she, completely bewildered, asked, "Are you bored with me already?" Dan Feng was taken aback by her words and asked, "What do you mean?" Tiam Yin shared a story. "I have heard that once a man has a woman. He quickly gets bored and looks for someone new." Her eyes were glistening as if she were about to cry, and she added, "Dan Feng, I do not mind if you look for someone else. If you get bored with me, that is on you. But you can't leave." Tiam Yin raised her voice to emphasize, "I hope you will wait for me to finish my pregnancy before you go." After hearing his wife's heartfelt plea, Dan Feng felt utterly helpless. He corrected her, "Who told you I am bored with you?" Tiam Yin's eyes welled up, and she asked, "If you are not bored, then why do you want to leave?" Dan Feng cheerfully replied, "I am off to prepare a surprise for you." She asked, "What surprise?" He did not answer. Instead, he looked into her eyes and said, "If I told you, it would not be a surprise anymore. Nian Hai, you are as beautiful as a fairy and so perceptive, pure and innocent. How could I ever let you down? In this entire world, there is no one better than you." Tima Magian felt shy and wanted to deny it, but Dan Feng interrupted her, instructing carefully, "I am going to do something big this time. If I succeed, it will benefit the whole realm, your father and the whole human race. Now I am your husband, and your responsibilities are mine too." Dan Feng did not forget to add, "From now on, you need to learn to share with me. My promise to you about having heirs will not change, but you have to wait for me to return first." Tima Gian was deeply moved by her husband's heartfelt promises, and she asked, "Really?" Dan Feng confidently affirmed, "Absolutely." With that, they shared a loving kiss, filled with emotions and promises for the future. A vow between them. As they were lost in their kiss, Tima Gian suddenly pulled back, realizing Dan Feng was getting a bit too bold. But he insisted on holding her tight. Then, he kisses her hand, and Tin Hem Gian feels a shiver right where it sends her into a blushing frenzy. Dan Feng pulls his wife into a warm embrace, asking her, "Nini Nahai, do you need me to prove I am not bored with you yet?" With that, Dan Feng is ready to take things to the next level. But before he can make a move, Tiamagin blushes even harder, pushing him away and saying, "You should go now. I believe in you." Dan Feng smiles back, his heart swelling with pride. "Mangin and I is just so adorable." He turns to leave, waving goodbye. "I will miss you." Tiamagin worries about him, reminding him, "Be careful on your way." As she watches Dan Feng walk away, her heart sinks with a wave of longing. But just as he is about to step out of the room, a voice calls out, "Wait!" Dan Feng halts in his tracks. Turning back to look at Tiger Majian, he approaches her, asking softly, "Nini Nahai, what is wrong?" She replies, "Didn't you say you were going to prepare a wedding gift?" With that, her hand bursts into a swirl of red and blue flames, radiating a powerful aura and an elegant grace. Moments later, a book appears in Tamagian's hand, the one she was passionately writing in last night. She declares, "This is your wedding gift." Dan Feng is taken aback, reaching out to accept it. "Nini Nahai, is this a secret technique from the underworld?" Tiamagin shyly confirms, "Yep. This martial art comes from the higher realms, sent by my father. It is beyond anything we have seen." Dan Feng flips through the pages, marveling, "Is it really this valuable?" The Tiamagin explains further. The Emperor's ultimate power fist focuses on explosive strength. If mastered, it could amplify your power many times over. The pages reveal complex symbols, and Tiamian adds, "But there are limitations, no one knows what they are yet." She warns him, "Also, the stronger the explosive power, the more damage you will take." Hearing this, Dan Feng breaks into a sweat. He reflects, "If I use the Emperor's ultimate power fist against monsters, would not they be the ones getting hurt too? I will need to ask the system about that. And if I leave just one cell of the demon alive, it can revive instantly. This is a perfect match for the Emperor's ultimate power fist." Timangin notices him lost in thought and calls out, "Dan Feng." He snaps back to reality, asking, "What is it?" "Nini Nahai," Tiamanian says seriously. "Promise me, unless it is absolutely necessary, do not use it." They hold hands, their gazes locked, as if all their unspoken feelings are compressed into that moment. Timonian reminds him, "I may not ask what you are off to do, but you must come back safely." Dan Feng reassures her, "Don't worry, I will come back safe." He gazed at his wife with a tender look and emphasized, "This is my promise to you." With that, Dan Feng lifted his wife's hand high and gently placed a sweet kiss on her sleeve. Tiamian blushed furiously, pulling her hand back as she replied, "Okay." After that, Dan Feng noticed her attire was more neatly arranged and serious, while a gentle breeze swept through the air. creating a bittersweet distance between the young couple. Manhwa clasped her hands in front of her, her face still flushed with embarrassment. She urged, "My husband." Then Fong. Hearing this, he leaped onto a cloud nearby, determinedly taking his leave. Then Fong soared into the sky, not forgetting to look back and remind his wife, "Wait for me at home, my dear." Manhwa happily watched his figure ascend, her eyes filled with love and longing, emotions swirling inside her that she could not quite name. Then Fong's journey began as he flew over beautiful lands, where majestic rocky peaks rose high, and clear, cool rivers flowed. Under sunny, clear skies, he arrived at a bustling market. Contemplating that between two realms lay a village called Kuzu Then, he observed the stalls in the market, and remembered that this place was not under the rule of any nation. Spotting women being bullied, he quickly deduced that the malicious spirits living here were the minions of evil. Then Fong emphasized, "To stand firm in this place, one must be very strong." In the market, people gasped, fear flashing in their eyes as they whispered, "The demon's envoy has arrived." Then Fong realized there was someone above everyone here, the overseer of Kiechu Then. His green-skinned subordinate stepped forward and announced, "The demon's envoy. Apart from the spirit of the river from yesterday." With that, this guy pulled out a chain restraining a beautiful woman, introducing her as high-end merchandise. Only 10, guaranteed not to cheat anyone. The woman, bruised and battered, was taken aback and asked, "High-end merchandise?" Who stepped forward, placing a warning hand on the green-skinned man's shoulder, asking why he was selling her for only 10 coins when no one was buying. Frowning, he emphasized each word, "I told you, do not touch the demon's envoy. It seems you did not listen." The green-skinned man quickly tried to defend himself. "My lord." She ran into it herself. "I was just protecting myself." Who ignored his words, coldly walking away, prompting the man to plead, "My lord, if you are worried, I will release her right now." Seeing Mutter, who still unresponsive, the green-skinned man grew increasingly terrified. Stammering, "My lord." The guards accompanying Mar, who stepped in to deal with the woman in the green-skinned man's grasp. While Mar, who ordered, "Once you are done, send the demon's envoy to my estate." With that, he coldly walked down the street, the road eerily empty, as if everyone instinctively knew to give way to him. Later, Bo returned to his estate, sat in his chair, sipping tea, and pondering about the world. Bo removed the red mask that had been with him for so long, staring at it with a mix of troubled thoughts. Suddenly, 2 guards dragged the woman into the room, each holding one of her arms to prevent her escape. They brought her before Mar. Bowen reported, "My lord, we have brought her." Bo coldly eyed the woman and straightforwardly asked, "Why would someone as weak as you come here?" Lithian Su's hands were bound in chains, but she assured them she was not here to make enemies. With her chin held high, she boldly stated that she was just passing through, and they could do whatever they wanted, slice or dice. It was all up to them. On this side, the master sat silently in his chair, interrogating her. As a dark sorcerer, he had no intention of becoming their foe. His expression darkened as he leaned forward, questioning Lithian Su, claiming that simply passing through was a different matter altogether. With a calm expression, she smiled softly and replied, "Sorry, but this is just how I roll." The master could only sit there, wide-eyed in stunned silence. Seated in his chair, he began to drone on, stating that the place they were in was one where no one bothered to ask questions. A minute later, the master stood up, left his seat, and approached her while flanked by 2 guards, ignored by everyone else, like a forgotten soul. Suddenly, the ground shook as Thanfeng appeared, head held high, arms outstretched, a look of pure joy on his face as he landed gracefully. Thanfeng turned to the master with a surprised expression, exclaiming with delight, "Lithian?" Her hand still bound, looked at him curiously and asked, "What brings you here?" Thanfeng shot her a glare, replying, "Lithian?" Big sister. Recognizing each other's identities, Lithian Su started to question him. "How did you end up here?" He quickly moved closer to her, gripping her hands tightly as he explained, "I was just passing through the Demon Kingdom to take care of some business, and I came looking for a guide. What about you?" They chatted for a long while, completely ignoring the master standing by, arms crossed and looking confused. With her hands still bound, Lithian Su tightened her grip on his, declaring, "I am here to kill a traitor named Meidi." Her voice and eyes radiated intense determination. That scoundrel had led to the downfall of their entire army. Seeing her lose her composure, Thanfeng quickly reassured her, "Take it easy. Slow down." As she began to channel her energy, a purple mist surrounded her, and a mystical weapon forged from the flesh and blood of a demon began to take form. A weapon materialized, a blood-soaked sword, and known as the Demon Blade of Bloodshed. As she focused her energy, countless corpses piled high, blood dripping from the weapon. a testament to its violent history. The image of a wielder who had once held that weapon flashed before them. Anyone who took it up met an untimely demise. It had been sealed away in a house for ages, later confined in the Kim Kang Temple. Subjected to daily rituals to quell its dark power, hundreds flocked to Kim Kang Temple, which was bustling 3 months ago for its centennial celebration. Among them was a man named Che Young, who seized that deadly weapon. Taking advantage of the chaos, he made off with the cursed blood weapon and vanished. Those present at Kim Kang Temple fell victim to Chai Eng's wrath. Our squad was ordered to capture him, but we could not stop his rampage. One by one, everyone there fell beneath his feet, and soon after, our entire team was wiped out just as we were reminded of the chaos. Lo Thin Sri clenched his sword, teeth gritted in frustration. Back at the scene, Che Heng stood there, weapon in hand, cold, the former deputy. Chai Hung turned his head back, lost in thought. I must help him. Hearing this, Dan Feng began to inquire about Chai Unning's whereabouts. Is he really still here? Lo Thin Si lowered his gaze into the empty space. Once a battleground. But now perhaps he has reached the land of the 10,000 beasts. If she tells him to rise, all he has to do is think quietly 10,000 beasts. The cursed weapon. It is just too amazing. Dan Feng held Lo Thin Si's hand tightly, scanning the surroundings. Lo Thin, your issue is my issue. Just trust me with it. Suddenly, he released her hand and strode directly toward the handsome stranger nearby. Dan Feng raised his head, a bright smile on his face as he looked at him. So you have reached a new realm. Old friend. Congratulations. He playfully nudged the handsome stranger's shoulder, not expecting to see such a good-looking face without the mask, without the soul-binding technique. I would not dare approach you. Dan Feng, full of sincerity, pointed up at the house eaves. Sorry for messing up your foot. The handsome stranger beside him did not seem to mind. If you want me to be your guide, just say so. Your words kind of freak me out. Dan Feng was overjoyed. Thanks a ton. With that, he playfully shoved the handsome stranger's shoulder. Chuckling. You are not going to break any rules. Right, what rules? There are none. Just plain old rules. They threw their arms around each other and walked away, leaving Lo Thin Si all alone. Is there anywhere better to talk about wine, meat, and beautiful women? You should invite me. She stood there, frozen, sighing in frustration. Wondering what on earth happened. Dad left the family to become a guide. Dan Feng completely ignored Lo Thin Si, lost in his own world. Just look at the arrival of Lo Thin Si. Dan Feng quickly turned back, calling out to her. Hurry up. Sister Thin-Si. Hearing his voice, she started shouting and running over, arriving right in front of Lo Thin Si, their shoulders bumping as they excitedly chatted. You are not bullying her. Are you? No way. Big bro. That is a promise. Under the clear blue sky, Dan Feng and the handsome stranger, followed by Lo Thin Si, flew forward, heading toward the border of the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom. Everyone remember to keep a low profile, do not get targeted, and glanced back at you and asked, what is next, my noble prince? Staring into the distance, Dan Feng calmly replied, lately, being me has been pretty dull. I think I will try my hand at being the emperor of the demon nation. A moment later, the three of them flew into a region shrouded in ominous purple smoke, with such a thick demonic aura. It looks like there are plenty of demons around. Soaring high above, he thought to himself. Not bad. There seemed to be even more than I expected. Soon, the trio landed swiftly in a clearing. With his hand on his chin, Dan Feng surveyed the surroundings, noting that the strength here was not too formidable, mostly low-level demons and grandmasters, no high-ranking demon gods. So there is no worthy opponent in sight. Then he rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. Charging in would just waste time and create a scene. What if they notice and can't handle me, then run away? That would be a disaster for me. After a long pause, Dan Feng looked up. With him was definitely safer to sneak in together. From his golden ring, Dan Feng pulled out a mask. He quickly separated it into 2 different pieces. He handed the pink piece to Lo Thin Si beside him, saying, to avoid any trouble, let us wear these. They can conceal our aura. She quickly took the piece and pressed it to her face, saying, got it. In an instant, Lo Thin Si transformed into an incredibly beautiful girl, stunning both Dan Feng and Mar, Bo on her right. This is how you play it, he thought. The outfit was a bit too short for her comfort, though too short indeed. With her hands pressed to her face, she blushed and shyly said, stop messing around. Hurry up and wear yours. Let us get moving. The moment Lo Thin Si finished speaking, Dan Feng was left dumbfounded, realizing that the mask revealed her inner thoughts. So that is how she really feels. Standing next to Meh, who nudged him with his elbow, reminding him not to zone out. Whatever we do, we should get going. A mist appeared, and Dan Feng began his transformation process. A completely new appearance was formed. Without hesitation, Dan Feng confidently marched forward, ready to go. The 3 of them soared high, darting towards another location. Moments later, they landed straight at a city gate, the southern district of the demon nation. Not too far from the demons, the target someone they were looking for. If he did not take a detour, this would be the first place he would hit upon arriving in the demon nation. Observing the surroundings, Danfeng suddenly had a thought. Taking out the demon soldiers here first would not be a bad idea. Quickly, the three moved towards the city gate. Suddenly, Danfeng raised a hand signaling them to stop. He clearly warned the two behind him about the situation ahead. Something's off up there. Bo was sweating bullets, saying, I thought it was just an illusion. Danfeng felt it too. In his transformed state, his eyes gleamed as he scanned the area. What was going on? The purple mist was enveloping them, thick with demonic energy, but he could only sense a few souls nearby. The source. The bodies of countless demons littered across the ground. A fierce-looking guy wielding a glowing weapon stood there, exuding dark demonic energy. You pathetic humans dare to kill my demon kin. With his fiery red eyes and sharp teeth, he pointed his weapon at a noble in front of him, saying, I will commend your courage for coming here alone. Do you have anything to say? As he charged toward that glowing weapon, Chai Hang boldly declared, You are not even close to being a worthy villain. He lowered his head, hands clasped behind his back, took a deep breath, and with a cocky tone, he bragged about his victory. But at most, he was just a petty thug. From Chai Hang's grasp, a weapon emerged, and with a sly grin, he lunged forward. The guy was still too soft to be truly evil. Standing there, he took in the scene. Eyes wide with disbelief, this little bug dared to resist. A detached arm flew through the air, Chai Hang driving his weapon straight into the guy's gut. With a swift, decisive slash, he split him right down the middle, leaving the body in two gruesome halves. Chai Hang, surrounded by a cloud of red mist, knelt over the fallen foe and slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the corpse. Chai Hang wore a creepy smile, impressed by his own prowess. You are pretty awesome. Why not keep talking? With a smug face, he kept hacking away at the lifeless body, taunting. Come on. Say something. Meanwhile, Chai Hang was yanking a bloodied sword out of some unfortunate soul. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he looked down. Time to become a part of my power. Slowly, the sword was pulled free from the monster's lifeless body below. Chai Hang grasped the weapon in one hand as if it were a trophy, with the other arm still hanging limply. In an instant, as a surge of red mist enveloped him, his arm grew back as if nothing had happened. Chai Hang spread his fingers wide, observing the scene for a moment. Then, he released a plume of red smoke that shot him to another location. When he appeared in a new place, surrounded by corpses strewn across the ground, he cradled his newly restored arm and glided past the fallen bodies. In the distance, three figures, Danfeng, Boxin, and Lithian Su stood waiting for him. He raised his voice. All these monsters. You killed them. After enduring their interrogation, Chai Hang grimaced, his brows furrowing in annoyance, especially with a few thugs approaching. Come on. I am not obligated to answer you. Unfazed, Danfeng waved his hand, chuckling softly. You little punk. Stealing all my experience points and still acting all high and mighty. System alert. This guy is a half-demon. A blue notification suddenly flashed. Human, with the influence of spiritual soldier, is very close to being a demon. Seeing the alert, he paused, glancing sideways, thinking, spiritual soldier is not a demon. Unable to contain his anger, Lithian Su charged at Chai Hang with a weapon in hand. Someone like you deserves to die. With a sharp weapon in hand, he sneered at her. You really do not know your limits. In a heartbeat, Lithian Su stumbled and fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Chai Hang swung his sword forward. She quickly placed a hand on the ground, twisting her body backward. Lithian Su kicked out, sending Chai Hang hurtling away. Watching him soar into the sky, she shouted from the ground. Chai Hang, you traitor. You killed my comrades today. I will end you. Suspended in midair, Chai Hang realized what was happening and looked down. Seeing her, not giving him a moment to strike back, Lithian Su rushed in. This time, you won't escape. Hearing her words, he stood there, smirking as he echoed, Run. Lithian Su planted her feet, raising her hands high, conjuring a pink mist before her. Without hesitation, she launched a direct attack at Chai Hang. In an instant, he was sprawled on the ground. Chai Hang lay there in silence, not uttering a word. Behind Danfeng and Mir, witnessing the whole scene, they called out to her, the great angel sister. He suddenly turned his gaze backward, curious about something. It turned out to be Chai Hang lying on the ground, a faint smile playing on her lips, so small and insignificant. This level of ability could not even take a piece of my skin. He remained unfazed, leaving Lithian Su standing beside him in utter disbelief. Just seconds later, Chai Hang sprang to her feet, weapon in hand, retreating in confusion. Didn't he get it yet? He soared into the air. A fiery red mist aimed straight at her. Now even if I stood still, you could not take me down. Chai Hang raised her hand, a blazing red orb of energy materializing. Knowing she could not win before, She surely could not now. Yet here she was seeking her own demise. Why do not you value your own life? Thien Su could only stand there trembling. Her colleagues were here too, which meant she could not get revenge for them. From above, the red mist was rushing toward her. But thankfully Thanfong was running to the rescue. Che Hang hovered in midair, a surge of power crashing down to the ground, sending dirt flying. The mist from the attack was slowly dissipating, revealing Thanfong's figure in the distance. He hurriedly scooped up Thien Su, pulling her away from danger. This was not about winning or losing. After it was over, Thanfong lifted his head high, loudly proclaiming, "We must take responsibility for what we have done." He quickly glanced back at the fiery Chiang behind him. "Oh right. I forgot. You are no longer considered human." Gripping the sharp sword in his hand, he shot a sly smile at Thanfong, his mouth moving like a snake. The blade of Chiving pointed at Thien Su and Thanfong, taunting, "You want women to fight? What do you count as?" With a light touch to his chin, Thanfong shot back, "What do you count as?" Thanfong stood tall, beginning to describe himself. Incredibly rich, exceptionally talented, a martial arts prodigy, the highest-ranking leader in the country. What about it? Hearing Thanfong's words, Che Hang stood there, completely frozen. Back to the main issue. Thanfong put his hands on his hips, looking at Che Hang with a challenging glare. The leader asks you, "Why did you betray the Chanjin Mati and run to the Veni Yu Kuf to cause chaos?" Behind him, Thien Su began to clarify. "Young master, you might not know, but before, the Yu Bun was not just a simple seal from the temple, but a powerful force of the demon realm enforcing that seal." This made Thanfong turn his head to listen, as this Yu Bun could absorb demonic power for its own use. Looking at the corpses lying in the fiery pit before him, the one wielding it had led to severe losses in the demon realm due to their training. This was all due to the cold-blooded weapon of the Chai Hang clan. He must have come here to absorb the power of the demons. Hearing this, Thanfong clenched his fists, his head snapping up as he recalled something. Damn. It turns out the principle is not that different from my own system. But wait, that won't be enough for me to level up. He glanced at the sword in Chai Hang's hand, puzzled. Wait a minute, is not that supposed to be cursed? Why has not it killed him yet? Gripping the blazing red sword, he pointed it directly at Thanfong, adding, "And do not forget the spellbook. Are you done yet? It is bedtime." Seeing his actions, Thanfong quickly pulled out his weapon, exclaiming, Right. Can't skip the pre-sleep workout." Suddenly, they both dove into battle, their swords a clash of blue and red colliding fiercely. The strike from Chai Than was deftly avoided by Thanfong. He lost his balance and stumbled to the ground, watching as pain flickered through his hands. Clearly, he was more skilled than his opponent in the arts, but my close combat experience was lacking. In a fight, I might still be able to dodge. The guy on this side swung his sword, redirecting it to the side. Then, he launched a direct slash toward Thanfong, showing a bit of arrogance there. Thien Sri shouted, trying to rally support, "Chai Thanfong, I am coming to help you." But before she could move, a hand blocked her way. Thien Si stood next to the scholar, her hands clenched, struggling against the hold. "Sir, what are you doing? We need to help the young master. Is that all the strength Chai Thanfong has?" He frowned slightly, glancing ahead to warn her, "That man is a deity. Getting involved will only slow him down." The revelation left Thien Si wide-eyed and shocked. Meanwhile, Thanfong raised his weapon high and began his assault, striking with fierce precision. With that, he lunged forward, attacking Chai Than, who met the strike with his own weapon. Clashing, Chai Than defended against the blinding red smoke before him. Just seconds later, a massive explosion erupted in front of Thanfong. He grasped the Than sword and slowly made his way toward the downed Chai Than. Thanfong lowered his head, questioning him. "At first, you were so cocky, yet you can't withstand a single blow." His arm extended. A surge of white energy appeared in an instant. "Whatever. You are still just human. I will let this slide." Suddenly, something shot past Thanfong like a fiery arrow. It turned out to be Chai Than, who had bitten onto his weapon and soared into the air. Not so cocky now. It was just that the previous battle had drained too much of his strength. Chai Than's body was battered, every inch of him in shambles. The demonic energy he absorbed earlier was not enough to heal him. Running was the best option. He needed to find a place to absorb more energy to recover. On the ground, Thanfong shook his head in frustration. "All this blood and you still want to run? Seriously?" He turned and pointed ahead, commanding, "I will go get the demon weapon. You guys head back first." With that, Thanfong left, leaving Thien Si and the scholar watching him with worried expressions, reminding him to stay safe. Thien Si gazed after him, astonished. "I did not realize Chai Thanfong was this formidable. How do you know him?" "Scholar." He turned away, dismissively saying, "That is a long story." Seeing the scholar heading in the wrong direction, Lothinsri quickly called out, "Scholar, the city walls are this way. Where are you going?" Standing before the corpses scattered on the ground, he clenched his fists, hesitating as he replied, "Where else? This place is a ghost town now." The scholar glanced off into the distance, his expression sorrowful. All the gold and treasures left behind. While I, a demon, can't even shed a tear for the fallen. Seeing him like this, Lothinsri hesitated, worry creeping into her voice. "Scholar." Suddenly, his expression changed. His eyes filled with alarm. It turned out that nearby, Lothin Sivias was being choked by a man, his face fierce, teeth sharp like daggers. With a stern demeanor, the scholar began to investigate. Demanding, "Who are you?" The man remained silent, shoving something aside. Lothin Z was thrown to the ground, blood streaming from her wounds. Out of nowhere, he pulled Botin's son into a tight embrace, whispering in his ear, and he was no ordinary person. With a glint in his red eyes and sharp teeth, he proposed giving him a chance to spill everything he knew. Right after that, the earthly king of the underworld questioned who dared to act recklessly in his territory. Boyu looked at the guy in front of him and realized he was the male demon lord. The earthly king. He told the earthly king, "You have got the wrong target." The earthly king replied, "There is a little brat who stole some demon weapons to devour demon cultivation, and we are hunting him down." Boyu cut him off, saying, "So our targets are the same. We do not need to clash." The earthly king countered, "A guy who barges into the demon kingdom without a care and wipes out the whole city. You think two of us are enough to chase him? That is a hard sell." No sooner had he said that, than dandelion-like plants suddenly appeared, surrounding the earthly king. Boyu coldly retorted, "Right. I am curious too." He gazed at the girl on the ground, clearly knowing she was not a threat. "Why chase?" Boyu placed a hand on Lothinsi's face, saying, "Without me and Sikuthanfong, she would have been dead 8 times over today." Then he gave a silly grin, and some say it is out of responsibility. How knave. But before he could finish, the earthly king delivered a sharp blow. He glared and asked, "What nonsense are you talking?" Watching Boyu get sent flying, the earthly king continued, "Now tell me where that demon brat is. You and that woman's life or death is of no concern to me," he threatened. "If I come back and find the city short on cash, do not blame me for causing trouble." After that, the earthly king quickly got up and flew off at high speed. Over here, Boyu quickly held Lothiansi close, keeping a wary eye on the madman before him. In the darkness, 2 figures chased each other through the sky, riding the winds. The 2 were none other than Thanfong, and right in front of him was Chi-Young. He glared at him, annoyed, wondering why this guy would not quit chasing him, such a pest. Thanfong grinned foolishly and shouted, "Hey little treasure, where do you think you are taking my demon weapon?" Che-Hang yelled back, "You pervert. What do you want?" "That is my demon weapon." Thanfong shot back, It is your, just stop for a sec so we can talk." After a while, he finally said coldly, "You run pretty well. Good. I was done chasing." But now, hearing this, Chi-Young felt like he hit the jackpot. Yep. "If we meet again." "Good bro. Just let me go here." Thanfong gathered his inner strength, realizing his kindness was misunderstood. He just wanted to retrieve his demon weapon easily. But it looks like it is time to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck hard on Chai-Hung's head with a devastating blow. The powerful inner strength erupted, and Chai-Hung quickly leaped up to dodge. Left with no choice, Chai-Hung drew his weapon to fight back after all. He could not just stand there and let Thanfong hack him to pieces. He raised his sword in front of his opponent, smugly saying, "Try running now." Chi-Yang felt a chill, even after absorbing all that demon power. Could he really stand against him with such strength? How did he run into this kind of monster as soon as he arrived in the demon kingdom? As that thought crossed his mind, and with Thanfong's twisted face looming over him, Chi-Yang felt an escalating wave of fear. Suddenly, lost in his own thoughts, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Chai-Hang found it strange and could not help but wonder why these memories were surfacing now, recalling the painful memories of his past. Being poor and ordinary had always clung to him. Only the love from his parents had allowed him to push through. His father was a teacher, where the sound of students reading echoed through the air. Chai-Hung's mother was a seamstress, and he still vividly remembers the color of the fabric hanging under the sun. When did Chai-Hung first realize the distance between people? He could not recall anymore. His mother had fallen ill from the strong chemicals she worked with. Chi-Yang had gifted her his favorite toy, the sweetest candy he had, even though he knew that what his mother truly needed was not these things. After that, his father fought tirelessly for his mother's justice, running back and forth, until one stormy night, when thunder roared and dark clouds covered the way, just like his uncertain future. Chai-Hung's mother said she was in too much pain and decided to end her life. He knew she did not want to drag them down with her. The poverty and mediocrity had suffocated her at that time. This situation had an incredibly negative impact to maintain public opinion. Chae-hang was forced to become an employee of the Meiji clan, even though he was just a kid back then. And even if he knew nothing, no one cared. Chae-hang told himself he could only try to survive, to grow stronger. Every day, his mind echoed with 2 words. Grow stronger. Grow stronger. Now. Standing before a formidable enemy like Than Fong, Chae-hang whispered to himself, I cannot lose. No sooner had he spoken than he leaped forward, charging at him. Come at me. In the face of that fierce energy, Than Fong remained unfazed. Channeling a tremendous force towards Chae-hang was taken aback, desperately dodging to evade his attack. His body twisted and turned. Looking like a monkey trying to escape a circus, he spun around and finally managed to land a hit on the river god. Still gripping his weapon. Just when he thought he had escaped, Than Fong joyfully struck again. He concentrated his internal energy and swung, thinking, how could I let someone take what is mine? But before he could finish that thought, his own blood began to spill onto the ground, and Chiang's body shook violently. He widened his eyes, his expression instantly heavy with disbelief, not expecting this turn of events. Feeling the blood surging from his body, Chae-hang trembled. Clearly he had struck. So why? Than Fong looked back at him lying on the ground, too weak to even close his eyes. He approached, indifferent as Chiang lay dying. Than Fong then casually remarked to the defeated foe, I will take my leave now. After finishing his business, Than Fong soared away, while Chiang clung to the last flicker of life, whispering in his mind, I can let this happen. I can let this happen. Meanwhile, as Than Fong flew through the air, he pondered, if this does not end in a fatal blow, should I pass it on to someone else? Suddenly, sensing something, Than Fong's expression turned serious. It seems like things are getting a bit strange. Than Fong immediately descends. With his skills, he quickly senses something off here. This place is radiating a strong demonic energy. He then channels his inner strength to activate his spiritual sight, scanning the area. Sure enough, there is a demonic presence, and the earth spirit Jisa is running for his life. He smirks wickedly. Clever little brat, using soul energy to bind me. Let us see if I can turn you into dust. Just as those words leave his mouth, Jisa senses a powerful aura preparing to attack him. Without hesitation, Than Fong dives down from the sky, launching a direct assault on him. Jisa is taken aback so fast. Than Fong's strike is as smooth as butter, slicing his body in half. With that, a massive explosion erupts, shaking the ground beneath him. Up in the sky, shimmering golden hairs rain down towards Than Fong, who is astonished as he reaches out to catch them. Than Fong is buzzing with excitement. Are these hairs from the great sage equal to heaven? As they fall, a strange light appears, instantly putting him on high alert. At this moment, demonic creatures surround Than Fong, countless in number. As he lays eyes on them, he can't help but wonder. What do you call your great-grandfather's grandfather? Or your mother's father? Exhausted, Than Fong looks at them and mutters, are these just a bunch of monkeys? Feeling a bit disgusted, he realizes that after finally encountering a formidable demonic foe, it turns out to be like this. It feels like he has been duped on a vacation. While he is distracted counting his great-grandchild's niece, suddenly a notification pops up from the system, catching Than Fong off guard. They are summoning something. When did that happen? Is it a hypnotic tune for murder? As he says this, he spins around like he is searching for something. But amidst the crowd, his gaze lands on a particular demon. The familiar sight of golden hair and a coat he knows all too well. Jisa is sitting there, and upon realizing someone is watching him, he quickly turns his head. Than Fong raises his weapon and shouts, Hey monkey, what are you sneaking around for? Come out and fight me. Jisa glares back. Not only are you not blinded, but you are not running either. You really are a fool. You clearly know I am stalling for time. He has not died yet. Instead, he roars, Today, you will pay with your life, of course. Than Fong is not just going to stand there and take a beating. He channels his inner strength to fight back. With just one orb, he easily shatters Jisa's attack. Than Fong thrusts his sword forward and yells, You dare to play tricks? Why do you have no power at all? Hearing his words, the demonic creatures hesitate, unsure if they should advance. Than Fong crosses his arms in front of him for defense. Dodging a tremendous force barreling towards him, he narrows his eyes, scanning the area behind the demons. A blazing light filled with enormous power surrounds the crowd, burning them in agony as they scream in chaos. Meanwhile, one of them seems to be leveraging his teammates' strength to spring forward. Jisa leaps up, bracing himself against the force. Looking down, Kid, your death is at hand, Than Fong calmly replies. You are in over your head. Let us get started. Jisa quickly turns to embrace the source of the power. He slammed it to the ground like a giant rope, the force converging with immense power directly into Than Fong's head, making him feel like a nail being driven into the earth. His head barely popped up from the ground, Surrounded by a patch of dirt shattered like a spider's web, the system announced that his strength had leveled up. Jisa's heavy aura crackled with excitement. How dare you kill one of my kin, you foolish humans. How do you think you can block the century-long accumulation of my demonic power with just one attack? Danfeng frowned. This guy sees me as a traitor to the demon clan. Fine. Whatever. He looked up at him, the power radiating fiercely, urging him on. It hurt so much. One more hit and it would be game over for me. Stay strong. He thought. Why is this happening? I gathered all my demonic energy and still could not take him down. Danfeng gritted his teeth. Hurry up and hit me again. Why are you stalling? Jisa glared at Danfeng, roaring in anger. You are the one who is about to be finished. Your whole family is done for. With that broken sword of yours. You are definitely going down. Danfeng pouted, shooting a glance at him. You would better hurry. I have not had my break yet. Jisa clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it. I can't even take a breather. And you think you can rest? Instantly. Thousands of punches rained down on him, accompanied by Gisa's annoyed shout. You arrogant brat. You are the leader here. The boss. Today. I am going to take you out. Danfeng dodged. But Jisa's relentless punches kept coming. This was not how you are supposed to fight. He gripped his sword tightly, frowning as he watched the punches come flying in. I can't afford to lose my masterpiece here. Danfeng furrowed his brows, channeling his powerful inner energy. The strength radiating from the sword I represent all the members of the demon clan. He leaped forward, slicing Jisa across the torso. Blocking him. Jisa crashed to the ground, frowning and gritting his teeth. You know how to fight like a human. Blood splattered, oozing from the wound in his abdomen. The demon lord of the southern city, Jisa, was down for the count. Danfeng looked at Jisa and let out a sigh, holding his sword. Danfeng frowned. How do I absorb this demonic power? Then he bent down, propping his sword against Jisa's backside. I remember this move. Danfeng jabbed both swords repeatedly into Jisa's rear, chanting over and over, absorb, absorb, absorb. After a moment, he paused, deep in thought. This does not seem to be working. Danfeng struggled to pull the sword out of Jisa's backside, but the sword would not budge, stuck in a weird spot. Danfeng tried to stomp on Jisa's backside. Who the hell thought they could pull my weapon out? The sheer force sent him tumbling backward. He sat up, reaching for his back. This was the most brutal fight he had ever endured. Danfeng sighed, looking at the sword stuck in Jisa's backside after all the trouble getting it in the demon realm. And it ends up like this. He lifted his now broken sword in shock, shouting, My weapon. Danfeng clenched his fist, sweat dripping down his face. I did not even use that much strength. Staring at the sword lodged in Jisa's backside, he hesitated. It is stuck in there now. He quickly turned to leave, trying to reassure himself. This sword does not even have a hilt. Right, that is it. No hilt. Danfeng took off running out of the forest. Sunlight streamed through the leaves of the massive trees, a hand gripping tightly to the trunk. Che-Heng stepped out from behind the tree, her body drenched in blood, murmuring, Give me back my dance. Give me back my dance. She hurriedly moved away from Jisa. Che-Heng stared in shock, mesmerized by the sight, her expression frozen as she took in the sword embedded in Jisa's back. Trembling, Che-Heng reached out toward the sword. Tears streamed down her face as disbelief washed over her. How could this be happening? He was gripping the remaining sword tightly, pulling it out with a surge of strength that sent pain shooting through him, leaving him gasping even as he shattered the fragments. Even in normal circumstances, we could make them feel the weight of the power radiating around him. The blade was lodged in his forehead, and Che-Heng's eyes burned with fury, with the power surging in his hands. I will personally slice that little punk in half, in the vast area. Danfeng asked the master. What is going on? Facing Danfeng, the master explained. I have searched the entire city for a healer. They all say that Li Kong's heart vein is severely damaged. Even the gods would struggle to save him. There is nothing we can do. That monkey has hurt him too badly. Danfeng silently walked inside, loosening his collar, while the master watched him with concern. Knowing this might be the last time he saw her, Danfeng's sorrow was intense. He frowned. Perhaps there was still hope. He turned to the master. Warning. If I do not give the word, do not you dare intervene. The master raised an eyebrow and replied. Understood. Danfeng pushed the door open and stepped inside. He moved closer, sharing his thoughts. Even though I am no expert in medicine, I have dabbled in alchemy. In the past, while practicing alchemy with Lei Tian, I learned a thing or two about repairing heart veins. Danfeng pulled out a small bag of life essence. Glancing at the angel lying on the sickbed, her lips dry and cracked, a chance worth taking. Danfeng offered a small yellow pill to her lips, and the angel opened her mouth with a hint of a smile. But Danfeng was taken aback, unable to swallow it down. He frowned, feeling pain in his heart, and leaned down to kiss the pill into the angel's mouth. Once she had swallowed it, he stayed close, observing her for a moment. Danfeng furrowed his brow, thinking, What now? She is unable to absorb it. He took out a method to channel his energy to guide her. Then Feng helped the angel sit up, saying, Miss Lee, He steadied her before pulling down the back of her shirt, revealing her pale, delicate back. Next, he sat up straight and transferred his energy into her. Once he was done, he helped the angel redress, allowing her to lean back against the bed, feeling a sense of relief. Finally stable, Feng looked at the angel, her complexion returning to a healthy pink as she slipped into a deep sleep, easing his worries. The color had come back to her face. As the angel turned inward, Feng felt a rush of joy. He watched as the angel curled up, searching for a comfortable sleeping position. Her condition significantly improved. She lay on the bed, deep in slumber, while he gently covered her legs with a blanket. The light outside gradually dimmed, reflecting off the angel's figure through the door. Feng stepped out, leaning back with a smile, saying, Well, that went smoothly. Now, she can focus on healing. The angel sat down on the ground outside the door. Hearing Feng step out, he jumped up in shock. Damn. I am truly, even on the brink of death, he still saves me. Feng turned around, frowning as he reminded the angel. Enough with the drama. Our big sister needs to rest now. The Yin-sun lowered his voice to explain. Get it? Get it? I was just blown away by that young master's skills. I really lack knowledge. He turned away. Stop staring. Follow me. We are going to get revenge for Miss Lai now. The Yin-sun hurriedly followed behind. Suddenly, he was taken aback, asking, Was not that monkey killed already? Feng stood tall, a radiant aura of power surrounding him. A mere rotten monkey is not enough. I want you to take me to the royal palace and the dream realm. In an instant, the two of them shot up into the sky. Feng urged, Hurry up, while our big sister is still out cold. The Yin-sun replied, Got it. The two of them soared towards the royal palace and the dream realm. Feng pointed ahead, saying, That is the royal palace and the dream realm right there. The Yin-sun turned to him for more intel. The Emperor Thanma Hong and his imperial concubine are both here. Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, furrowing his brows. Thanma Hong is alive. This is great. Surely, nothing unexpected will happen this time. With that thought, he quickly sped towards the royal palace, leaving the Yin-sun stunned. He could not help but marvel. So fast. The Yin-sun hurriedly followed, rushing forward. The two of them landed right in front of the royal palace gates. The Yin-sun suggested, From what I know, Thanma Hong is probably at the White Fox Queen's palace right now. He then crossed his arms. Looking up, the White Fox Queen is hailed as the most beautiful among the Fox tribe. Her skills are profound, and recently she has been favored by Thanma Hong. The Yin-sun observed and laid out a strategy. If you want to assassinate Thanma Hong, it is best we sneak in from the east. But Feng just frowned and shot him a command. Shut it. Feng placed his hands on his hips and yelled, Thanma Hong, come out here. The Yin-sun stood beside him, eyes wide in shock, staring at him. Clouds swirled around them, and Yin-sun cast a worried glance. He shouted louder, Thanma Hong, come out here. Next to him, the Yin-sun looked like he had seen a ghost, staring at him in disbelief. The clouds danced wildly around them, and Yin-sun's eyes were filled with anxiety. Feng calmly looked up, grinning. They have arrived. Immediately, a massive horde of demons surrounded them, and Yin-sun gazed up in horror. The demon master grinned, baring sharp teeth as he looked down at them. Just a mere human dares to cause trouble in the royal palace. Feng clenched his fists, saying, A demon master. How quaint. Without waiting a moment longer, Feng leaped up, punching the demon master square in the face, his immense power radiating fiercely around him. In an instant, he shattered the demon master into a million pieces. He stood on the battlefield, channeling his immense power, sending waves of energy crashing down and pushing the demons away. Haha, this is simply amazing. The aura of his strength swirled around him as he moved. You guys from the Monster Kingdom are indeed the paradise of Minyan Jiang. Why did not I come here sooner? Feng smirked at the demons. You guys should save some time and come at me already. From afar, the loud voice of Ten Hein echoed, brimming with arrogance. Feng frowned, glancing up. Tintran Heverin, furious, ordered the demons, surround him and capture him alive. Feng raised an eyebrow. Just a small-time boss, and he thinks he can be rude. The teacher beside him frowned. Tai Thun Master, Tenhin Wang, the founding king. Tendrin Hin's brows tightened, his rage palpable. Feng casually asked, Tintran Heverin, founding king. Why is it called founding king? At his feet, chains began to form, wrapping around him. He looked down in shock as thick chains tightened around his arms. Tin Hezrin gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fury, and charged down. And that was the moment. The demons began to surge forward, leading with a massive green demon, advancing toward the teacher and Feng. The teacher, worried, frowned and quickly raised his hand to cast a spell. A beam of light emanating from his palm. Instantly, the chains binding their feet exploded as the demons charged. The teacher nimbly pivoted and dashed away, shouting, "Run!" Danfeng leaned to watch him flee, arms stretched out at his sides. "I came here for this, there is no way I am leaving." The teacher ran a short distance, turned back to see the battle erupting, the intense heat radiating from behind him. The gentleman stopped in his tracks, eyes wide with shock, realizing that revenge for Lady Lai did not even require his life. Is this truly the essence of humanity? If so, even if I have to stay and clean up the mess, I will make my stand. He decided to turn back, taking in the sight of two demons wrestling with Danfeng, who was sprawled out, kicking and flailing. The gentleman felt his heart racing, sweat beading on his brow. Well, dying and returning to nature does not sound too bad. If the gods can help, why should I stick around? He quickly switched to high-speed mode, shouting, "I will take care of Lady Lai in your place." Danfeng lay on his back with a grin, the system activating to boost his defense to the max. He raised his arms like pillows, beaming, "Come at me. Let us have some fun." An hour later, Atin Hin stood outside, watching the demons pummel Danfeng, completely unfazed, and was astonished this guy just would not die. Danfeng let his hand slip from his head, his skull hitting the ground with a painful thud. He squinted one eye, muttering, "Is that all you can do, you useless bunch?" He pushed himself up, resting his arms on his knees. "Now, I am giving you two choices," he declared, pointing at Tian Heaven. "You fight me, you call more demons to take me on." Atin Hin's jaw dropped in disbelief, fists clenched in anger. Feeling defiant, Tian Heron charged downward. Danfeng stood tall, arms wide, racing straight toward the grand entrance, a wave of power swirling around him. Atin Hin's eyes widened in shock. A golden light spiraled around him, carrying an immense force. Danfeng clenched his fists and slammed them down hard. Tindran Hivern gasped as he felt the ground beneath his shoulder shake, crying out in pain. No way. As Danfeng's feet connected with the earth, Tin Hin's body collapsed behind him. Danfeng suddenly remembered, "I should be taking that hit." He glanced at the fallen demons, thinking, well, they are not lacking in numbers. Danfeng leaned on his hands, looking at the injured demons sprawled on the ground, blood staining their bodies. He wondered, where should I go now? As night fell, the moon peeked through the shadows, casting its light in the palace by the pool. Female demons surrounded the charming demon king, playing and laughing. The demon king leaned back against the edge of the pool. A white-haired demon leaned against him. Another demon clung to his shoulder from above. He looked up and said, "Beautiful lady, do not stay underwater too long. I will miss you." The silver-haired queen emerged from the water. Flipping her hair back, she turned to the demon king. "Your Majesty, I can't help but miss you." The silver-haired queen spread her arms, stepping toward the demon king. "Your power. Your Majesty, it makes me so happy." The other female demons gradually stepped back, giving the two some space. The demon king opened his arms, embracing the silver-haired queen. The two shared a blissful hug in a romantic scene. Surrounded by the shimmering emerald water, the silver-haired queen softly called, "Your Majesty." Danfeng sat at the edge, munching on an apple, watching the two. Hearing a sound, the demon king immediately turned, asking, "Who is there?" The silver-haired queen opened her wide eyes, her face dripping with water as she looked up. Danfeng, still chewing on his apple, replied, "You guys keep having fun. I am just here for a snack." Both of them turned to glare at him. The demon king was furious, power radiating from him like flames. "A mere minor human dares to act so disrespectfully in my palace." Danfeng just kept munching on his chicken, one hand holding a drumstick, the other gripping a wing, grinning like it is no big deal. "Come on, it is just food." The demon king gritted his teeth in anger, channeling his power into his hand. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot up into the sky. Within that beam of light stood a terrifying demon, its shattered body hovering in the air. Danfeng looked up at it. The demon, all in shades of green, emanated a chilling aura, its eyes glowing a fierce red. The demon king realized something was off. The demon locked its gaze on Danfeng, while the king lifted a white fox from the pool to the shore. He furrowed his brow, barking orders to capture him alive. At the command, the demon lunged toward Danfeng, who instinctively sidestepped. Kim Thean charged at Danfeng fiercely, vowing never to let him escape. He was ready for death. An invisible force surged, spreading at an insane speed. Danfeng was pushing himself to fight back with all his might. He still had enough power to resist. No matter how strong Kim Thean's punches were, he remained unmoved. The guy was seething, grinding his teeth in disbelief. How could Danfeng be untouched? No way. Danfeng was laughing right in his face, deliberately poking at his pride. "What is wrong, little chicken?" Kim Thean was intrigued by Danfeng. He needed to fight harder. He did not expect him to possess such formidable strength. This was getting interesting. Then was still full of energy, even daring to taunt him. "Come on, Keep it coming. Kim Thien could not believe his eyes. Everything felt surreal. How dare he? He was furious. Never had anyone dared to be so bold. Damn it. Kim Thien is trying to muster all his strength. He is determined to take you down. He darts toward Than Fong. But that guy is not even flinching. Than Fong has unleashed all his inner power. He is really prepped for this. How could such simple moves pose any challenge for Than Fong? This guy is just plain boring, the system announces. Kim Thien has attacked. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the peak of QI, reaching the mastery stage, with gold attributes hitting their limit. Congrats. Host, the gold spirit has evolved into the gold divine body. Hearing this, Than Fong is genuinely thrilled. Gold divine body. Not bad at all. Even though Kim Thien does not want to admit it, he can't help but acknowledge Than Fong's praise. He is holding a grudge inside. But the master is quite pleased with your strength. Than Fong tries to negotiate. He won't push anyone to the edge if they are willing to submit to the master's will and help catch the Demon King, offering up the White Fox Queen as tribute. Kim Thien could walk away injury-free if he followed Than Fong's advice. But he seems against it. The master might consider sparing your life. How about that? Instead, he is showing his anger, wanting everything for himself, expecting me to betray the Demon King. Dream on. You decide there won't be any more chances for him. You have let him off the hook too many times already. Than Fong realizes the magical sword is plunged deep into the ground. Kim Thien is desperately trying to set up a formation. This time, he is determined to wipe you out. He charges at Than Fong like a madman, filled with rage. He is dead set on annihilating someone like you. Kim Thien lunges upward. He thinks victory is in the bag, as it is tough for anyone to surpass this power. But that confidence quickly turns to panic as Than Fong grabs Kim Thien by the throat. What is happening? He can't believe this. How could it turn out like this when he clearly struck first? Than Fong feels no pain at all. It is as if he is invisible. Kim Thien is in disbelief. This is way too surreal. He touches his own body, sensing something strange within. Than Fong is baffled too. He is genuinely curious what is up with that. Kim Thien has sprouted wings. What kind of power turned him into this? Than Fong smirks at him, purposely taunting him. Do not you need your weapons anymore? Kim Thien is furious. He swears he will get his revenge on Than Fong. Damn it. You will regret this. Kim Thien spreads his wings to dive down. This time he won't let the chance slip away. Than Fong unleashes his power without hesitation, ready to fight until he has earned respect. Kim Thien is knocked down to the ground. And no matter how strong he thinks he is, he just can't compete. Fear starts to grip him as he realizes he can't measure up to Than Fong, retreating and unable to fight back. How can someone be this strong? Than Fong approaches dangerously. But it is clear he does not know how to seize the opportunity. I have already given him a shot at survival. Yet he fails to appreciate it. He extends his hand towards Kim Thien, who is paralyzed with fear and does not dare to resist. Than Fong lets his wings down again. This is not over yet. What will he do now? His grip tightens around those wings, filled with a terrifying strength. In an instant, Than Fong tears the wings apart, leaving Kim Thien weaponless. Who dares? He does this with an expressionless face, staring blankly at Kim Thien. His gaze drifts upward, distracted by a sound that catches his attention. Two fighters appear out of nowhere, still locked in battle. Than Fong rises to assess the situation, stepping right onto Kim Thien. He has no idea who these two are, but they have come crashing down to fight here. With a smug attitude, Than Fong looks at one of them, ready for whatever surprises might come. I have already struck. And now the question is, are you brave enough to challenge me? Or is it too late? He pretends to care, asking how they are doing. But really, he is just toying with them. The weak love to squawk. Should not we calm down before throwing punches? That old man is not letting up, his eyes brimming with hatred. No matter what he does, he is already doomed. The old man charges at Than Fong with a chain, still clueless about his abilities. I am curious to see what you have got to rely on, kid. Than Fong skillfully dodges. How could these tricks possibly faze him? The old man is overly confident with his prized weapon, thinking he can take Than Fong down in an instant. This iron chain was forged from the essence of thousands. Even the strongest would turn to mist upon contact. The long spikes form a deadly trap, making it hard to escape. The old man focuses on unleashing a special mind-bending technique. Enjoy this, kid. Than Fong remains unfazed, maintaining a calm facade as he deals with everything. It sounds good in theory. Just avoid the chain. Right. But suddenly, his expression shifts, as if something unexpected is on the horizon. A horde of dark creatures rush in from nowhere, clinging to Than Fong's legs, their faces twisted in a grotesque manner. These minions were summoned by the old man Vin and Thee, who has teamed up with the old Geezer to take him down. My crying staff is forged from the divine essence of 1,000 souls. Kid. You won't be lonely in there anymore. Rather than fear, Than Fong admires their team spirit. Coordinating well. Impressive. Suddenly, Than Fong stands still, channeling all his energy to push them away. He clenches his fists, determined to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Time to die. Dan Feng had to rely on the power of the sacred sword, because the strength in his body just was not enough. He felt weak, and even the system's notification was silent. He poured all his power into his punch. Nothing could hit harder than his fist. You guys are utterly useless, even that old man. Seeing Dan Feng wipe everyone out, was completely rattled. Wasn't Van Thu's weapon supposed to be a soul weapon? How could it be severed? Dan Feng set his sights on that old man, who turned his back just as Dan Feng raised the sacred sword. Without hesitation, Dan Feng slammed into the old man, causing his head to spin. His speed was unreal, leaving others no time to react. Dan Feng swung the sacred sword at the faces of the others, planning to drag them into a game of his own design. He locked eyes straight ahead, still bursting with energy. Just you left. What are you waiting for? The guy was terrified. Dan Feng had shown enough of his power for everyone to see how strong he was, and all he could think was to run, and tried to use the sacred sword to stop Dan Feng from closing in. But it was all in vain now. The electric clash between them raged on, neither willing to back down. Both were heavyweights in this battle. Dan Feng smirked in satisfaction, while the other guy was just seething with rage and realized that Dan Feng was just too powerful. There was no way he could take him down alone. Dan Feng had to be ruthless, only then would Han understand that he was not someone to mess with. The two faced off again, unable to determine a victor just yet, but soon after. Blood burst from Han's head. His body could not take it anymore. Dan Feng seized the moment and struck straight for Han's head. And at that point, Han's body finally crumpled. He stood there, looking at those sprawled out on the ground. Who told them to come here and cause trouble? They should have just run. What was the point of throwing their lives away? Dan Feng looked up at the sky. There was still one person he had not faced yet. He was determined to find him. There was no way he would let that guy slip away. Demon Lord, let us see where you can hide. None of the people here are leaving alive. The ground around him was littered with bodies. After a while, the birds and beasts arrived, starting to peck at the corpses. But soon, they flew away as they heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Coming closer to the bodies, that figure was none other than Chai Hang, who had come here after Dan Feng left. Chai Hang was thrilled to find a delicious meal. He was determined to feast to his heart's content. Chai Hang began to tear into the flesh. He was diving into this banquet without hesitation, not wanting to miss such a meal. He devoured those left there, seeming very hungry and satisfied with his find. In another scene, the Demon Lord felt a pang of sorrow for the one he loved. He had terrified her, and he warned Bai Hu to be careful. She was the one he had loved most in his life. Queen, you rest here. I will handle that human. She was genuinely worried for him, and her eyes reflected that concern. Your Majesty, please be careful. The Demon Lord spoke words to reassure her, hoping to ease her worries. Don't fret, my queen. I am sure that little human has already been captured by General Kim. I will return to find you soon. She hopes to see you again, but this time, it will be a long wait. Don't worry, my lord. I will be right here waiting for you. Dan Feng appearing out of nowhere is quite the surprise. Is not. No need to fret. I have taken care of your minions. They are all gone now, so just relax. The Demon King is furious. He never expected to run into Dan Feng here. Human, how dare you come to this place? You must eliminate him. He has underestimated your skills. I am all alone out here. If I am not looking for someone, who else would I? The Demon King is trembling with fear. He is hidden so well. Yet you have found him. What trick did you use? I can sense any spirit foxes nearby. His silver fox turns away in anger. Unable to tolerate such insolence, how dare you speak so recklessly in front of a king? Dan Feng raises his hand high, as if plotting something devious. Suddenly, he caresses her cheek, trying to provoke that guy king. After all, I am still the human king. Or maybe I should just claim the title of Demon King. Upon hearing your words, the Demon King realizes the truth. It was all a ruse. Wait a minute. If you are the human king and also the Demon King, does not that make you the human Demon King? Queen. The silver fox turns to show a feigned innocence, shocked that Dan Feng exposed her true face. Great king. His expression turns more sinister than ever. Dan Feng is planning something bolder. He immediately thrusts his finger into her dress, as if he has far worse tricks up his sleeve. The silver fox gasps, hurriedly covering herself before things go too far. But it seems Dan Feng is not ready to stop yet. The Demon King watches from afar, fuming with rage. This is outrageous. Dan Feng taunts, draping his arm over her shoulder. Taunting. Human, no matter how powerful you are still no match for me. Do you feel like trying to kill me now? The Demon King remains patient, but deep down, he fears Dan Feng even more. I will give you a chance. What will it take for you to release the Silver Fox Queen? Damn it. Why are you still hesitating? Just what are you waiting for? You even remind me carefully. Dan Feng is ordering someone like him around. Summon all the demon gods from the land of 10,000 demons here. Remember, every single one. The Demon King is baffled by this request. He is afraid of what you might do here. What are you planning? Then Feng finds this guy annoying, asking so many questions. Why are you so chatty? You want me to do a live broadcast here to entertain her? What is a live broadcast anyway? He is truly out of patience. It is time to teach this fool a lesson he won't forget. Then Feng grabs the silver fox's dress, using her as leverage. Are you quick on your feet? Wanna bet I can deal with her in no time? The Demon King signals with a wave of his hand, agreeing to fulfill Than Feng's demands. As long as you do not harm the queen. The Demon King hopes this will all end swiftly. As a woman giving up her people truly highlights the depths of love, the Demon King turns, insisting that Than Feng release the silver fox. I have done as you asked. Now you must keep your promise. Who do you think you are, giving orders to me? The Demon King is puzzled, unsure of what more Than Feng wants. He feels you are truly hard to read. I have complied with your request and gathered everyone here, but the Demon King has a sinister ambition to eliminate Than Feng. He believes he can do it. This time, he has summoned a horde of demons way more than the guards before. There is no way anyone's getting away this time. The Demon King has set up traps, showing you the whole gang lurking behind him. What is next? Than Feng pretends to be surprised, putting on that act like a champ. Nice touch. You do not want to keep her around any longer. Giving her back to him. That is enough for now. A deal's a deal. No one messes with the queen. The two share a tender moment, as if they have not seen each other in ages. Your Majesty. My dear. But the Demon King has realized something terrible. He must stop Than Feng. Queen. Step back. I won't let this scum get away. The Demon King starts unleashing his powers, determined not to let you escape this place. Divine water flow. Than Feng senses the danger, and he is not about to go down easy. The Demon King is channeling all his strength against him, hell-bent on taking him down. It is do or die. As Than Feng steps outside, he notices the intricate spell woven around him. He deftly avoids the traps, ensuring he does not get hurt. Only then can he leave this place. The spell is starting to unravel, growing more chaotic by the second. Than Feng finds it all fascinating. He never expected the Demon King to go this far. This is a game changer. The Demon King is furious now, deciding to unleash his power once again. The force shoots forward, moving faster than the eye can see. Than Feng is about to face the consequences. It is dangerously close. He knows this well, yet he braces himself, ready to take it on with open arms. System chimes in, announcing, congratulations, host. You have acquired the water spirit body. You have broken through to a new level. Power radiates from Than Feng. His whole being feels like it is igniting. Than Feng unleashes his full strength, proving he is the real powerhouse here. His energy spreads rapidly, sending rocks flying everywhere. The Demon King is blasted away, unable to stand against him. Than Feng keeps the flames roaring. If he dares to touch that, he is in for a world of hurt. With both hands raised in greeting, Than Feng gathers his forces. Seeing them, he can help but grin widely. Finally, let us get this party started. The Demon King signals his minions, desperately hoping for a chance to fight back. Quick, set up the formation. We can let him escape. He has hurt so many demons from our kingdom. I want him alive, but make it hurt. But they are utterly useless. As Than Feng casts a powerful barrier to hold them back. They may be numerous, but their strength is lacking just standing there. Taking it, the Demon King watches in disbelief. He can believe how strong you have become. The terrified Baihu hides behind him, just realizing. Your Majesty, look, this guy has been fighting for ages, and we barely lost any demons against the original General Jin Chan. The Demon King is sweating bullets, so scared he can even speak. Unbelievable. One by one, the Demon King's minions are falling apart. He observes carefully, piecing it all together. The Demon King finally understands his strength has limits. To handle all these demons, he could only injure them to protect himself. He did not have the strength to kill them. He just needed to save his energy. The Demon King immediately conferred with his minions, determined to eliminate you. Dear scholars, this human race only knows how to defend. If we keep attacking until his strength runs out, that'll be when we can strike. Yep. Your Majesty, the Demon King commanded, his eyes filled with fierce determination. This time, there can be no mistakes. No need for formations. Just attack. The demon horde surrounded Than Feng from all sides. You are in the center.
Good.
Witness our power. You pathetic human. Than Feng felt excitement instead of fear. It was the perfect time to go all out. Demon King, what shall I do to test your might? Than Feng casually lay back, unfazed by their approach. I think I will take that white fox queen for a spin. A satisfied grin spread across his face. This was his long-cherished dream. The explosion in the sky had happened, and he wondered how many would get hurt this time. The demon clan heard the blasts from afar and rushed over, fearing he might be in danger. When they arrived, they were horrified. Everything was in chaos. The palace was destroyed. They had to hurry to check on him. They could not let their master be in peril. Quickly, to the palace to aid the great Demon King. Suddenly, the ground before them cracked open, revealing a massive void. The demon clan wondered what lay inside. Chiang had arrived, and he made his entrance with a bang. This puzzled the demons greatly. Who was this stranger? Chiang glared at them with hatred. He had to break through this place. They began to question things. Why was there a stranger here? This guy lacked any demonic energy. Could he be the invader? A green-faced demon charged at him, thinking he could take him down. How dare this tiny human block our path? But little did they know how strong Chiang truly was. He drained their blood completely. Who dared to rush at him? The demon was starting to panic. But it was too late. Chiang had himself a feast, recharging last night and now getting a bonus. Inside the palace, the battle between Thanfong and the remaining demons raged on. But they were almost wiped out. The Demon King watched from a distance, noticing another figure appearing outside. That figure reported the earlier situation, growing more suspicious of Thanfong. Your Majesty, we suspect this one is not human. Within the hour, we have used all our strength and spells. But he has not been hurt. In fact, we were injured by the backlash of his power. The Demon King panicked upon realizing the truth. He thought victory was assured. How could this be? Your Majesty, think of something quick. Otherwise, we will die at his hands. Thanfong's body fell, sleeping like he was completely unaware. That state looks pretty wild. But now that the demons are waking up, it might be too late. Your Majesty, we are on the brink of success. The Demon King happily looked up. This was what he had been wishing for since the chaos began. The opportunity had finally arrived. If all the demons unite, they will definitely make that human pay dearly. The Demon King commanded once more. He wanted to leave you no way out. All the demons, heed my royal command. Surround him. The demons obeyed, encircling Thanfong. Yet he just lay there. Thanfong felt utterly bored. Was this all they had? Demon King, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Or should I start my counterattack? Little human, do not be stubborn if you beg for mercy now. The Demon King might consider giving you a way out. He slowly stood up, having ignored them to see what the Demon King would pull out next. I just took a little nap so you could taste a bit of sweetness. And you thought you could defeat me. The demons kept their distance from Thanfong. Feeling something was off, Thanfong began to gather power in his hands. He had to teach them a lesson for underestimating him. The demons surrounded him once more, pooling their strength together. But suddenly, a stream of fresh blood flowed from his mouth. Someone had struck his chest. The Demon King outside was reveling in this moment. This was his most satisfying hour. Your Majesty, we have drained this one of blood, yet there are no external injuries. We need to find a way to crush his insides. Thanfong took another hit from one of the attackers. The Demon King's minions were truly ruthless. Yep. Your Majesty, those demons have knelt before Thanfong. They can't seem to take him down. The Demon King was surprised to see this just one guy, and they still could not bring him down. The pig-faced minion arrived to report the situation. They were really getting tired. Your Majesty, our subordinates can't hold on any longer. This guy has an incredibly twisted defense, and even knows how to counterattack. He is practically immune to damage. It brings up a suggestion. Just beating him up is not working. We might as well lock him up. Let us wait for the celestial envoy to descend. If they take an interest in him, we won't just get our revenge but also earn favor with the celestial envoy. The Demon King agreed with this idea, thinking it would make things easier. Right. The Demon King pulled out a token, activating its power. Thanfong sat at the center, still unaware of his true intentions. Around where he was seated, pillars began to materialize. In an instant, Thanfong was trapped within them. He had been imprisoned. Thanfong gritted his teeth in anger. These guys were really pushing it. That was it for the demons. Only this little skill. The Demon King tried to speak to him from within, just as Thanfong had predicted. The Demon King wanted to see how stubborn he could be, realizing they had run out of demons to send and so decided to lock him away. You are trying to think of a way to escape this place. Reflecting on what just happened, thanks to these 1,000 demons, my immortal dragon form has advanced from basic to advanced. There are so many powerful souls out there. No realm can keep me confined now. Let us put this heart to the test. He is getting closer to where you are trapped, surrounded by flames. I thought you had some real skills. Turns out, you are just good at taking hits. I am curious to see how long you can last in front of the great Saint Envoy. The Demon King is ready to strike at Thanfong. He is still holding a grudge. Earlier you insulted his White Fox Queen, and now he wants you to pay for it. He launches a direct attack at Thanfong. And it seems like this strike could take you down for good. But on the Demon King's face, there is a flicker of concern. Maybe his attack did not hit home. A surge of electricity surrounds Thanfong's confinement, blocking his advance. The Demon King has been injured. He collapses to the ground, unable to stand. Demon King. Look here. Look at this. Thanfong is putting on a show for the Demon King, who watches intently from a distance. In one swift move, Thanfong shatters the barrier, and the Demon King is thrown into a panic. You unleash your power and leap into the air, striking fear into their hearts. Now, Danfeng is more powerful than ever. Anyone who dares to touch him risks being ignited in flames. The demon horde falls beneath your feet, unable to survive. The Demon King retreats in fear as Danfeng approaches closer. He can't believe it. How could this be? Your attack seemed weak. How could you break the seal? Who are you really? Danfeng sits down near him, finally recognizing your strength. If you want to know who I am giving you a chance. But what will you offer in return? Blood drips from his mouth. How can a being like the Demon King accept this? You dare bargain with me? Danfeng snaps his fingers, reminding him of the situation. At this moment, he is still trying to argue, but he is already a prisoner. Who does he think he is? Danfeng starts to threaten him, and the Demon King is genuinely scared. Now, I am giving you a chance to live. You must have a way to contact the Holy Clan. Right. Call them down here. Now. Danfeng gets stronger because he keeps resisting. You have to take drastic measures. You know this Demon King can handle it. Just call them. Stop dragging it out and wasting my time. He stubbornly continues to resist. So you escalate your methods. Don't even think about it. I won't let you have it your way even if it kills me. Danfeng has lost all patience. This guy is truly hard-headed. Are you really refusing to call? The Demon King is deliberately challenging you, confident that you can harm him. He is the master of the demon realm. How could he compromise with humans? But let me tell you, only I can contact the master. If you are so tough, go ahead and kill me. Danfeng decides to let go, and the Demon King breathes a sigh of relief. You power up again. This guy really knows how to persuade Danfeng. I like demons with skills like yours. You are not afraid of death. But there are many things in this world that are far scarier than death. He even dared to challenge you, thinking that Danfeng would not dare to do anything to him. Even someone who defeated this emperor could not make him bow down. Whatever tricks you have, bring them on. If I am stronger than you, then I am the lord of the demonic realm. You intentionally went after Baihu, the one he loves most, just to see if he still has the guts. The Demon King is getting increasingly anxious. She is the one he cherishes the most, the human who set his queen free. Danfeng did this because of what the Demon King said earlier. Who dared to provoke you, the one who has warned so many times? Danfeng smirked at the Demon King's pleading demeanor. He needed to bring Baihu into this. If he wanted to threaten you, what fun would that be if you did not see? Danfeng held her close, deliberately trying to provoke that Demon King. Right. Baihu was radiating an aura, and Danfeng seemed ready to do something more. The Demon King panicked when he saw her in a daze, unable to snap back to reality. Human, what do you want? Danfeng went and kissed the one he loves most, leaving her utterly shocked. They kissed passionately, and Danfeng was clearly doing this on purpose. The Demon King felt like he was struck by lightning. He could not believe his eyes. That bastard. They seemed lost in a world of their own, completely ignoring the onlooker. Danfeng continued to open her clothes, trailing down to Baihu's neck. The Demon King could no longer bear it, but he felt powerless to intervene. Human, I will definitely kill you for this. The Demon King tried to stop it. He could not let her fall into someone else's hands. That bastard, if you are so bold, then come at me. What kind of man targets women? Baihu felt like electricity was coursing through her body numb and unaware of anything. The Demon King's face darkened. He truly wanted to rush in and fight Danfeng, shouting for him to let her go. Let her go. You deliberately ignored his words, not caring about that rage, still refusing to speak. Danfeng pointed at Baihu. It is just his own stupidity. He let her go but would not betray the Holy Clan, proving that they mattered less than the Holy Clan. You were hurrying towards her, while Baihu was terrified, thinking if this lord could not contact the Holy Clan. Danfeng hoisted her over his shoulder. It was just that the Demon King was too stubborn to speak. Well, let us see how it feels to taste the most beautiful girl from the Fox clan today. This place had turned into ruins, and he felt heartbroken, yet also exhausted. Danfeng carried Baihu towards the door of the room. He needed to interrogate her. Danfeng held Baihu and headed straight for the bed. Needing to lay her down first, he placed Baihu down, but she was still in a hazy state. Danfeng sensed something strange, and the system confirmed exactly what he saw. He also noticed this. She was emitting an unusual aura, and on top of that, dark energy. Baihu, terrified, backed away, but Danfeng stood his ground. She feared what he might do to her, not realizing he even had this ability. No wonder she is the most beautiful of the Fox clan. She truly has skills. Danfeng would give Baihu one last chance. If not, he would end her life, allowing her to die clearly, giving her a few minutes to see her surroundings power. Baihu was truly scared. She had no idea what he wanted, or what humanity was after. Baihu was in a panic, completely bewildered by how this could be happening. She was clearly absorbing his energy. So how was he now draining her own? Baihu, graceful and quick, darted down the path, desperately trying to evade him. But then, Danfeng's hand shot out and grabbed her ankle before she could react, her delicate foot exposed. Baihu found her hands tightly bound. Tears streamed down her face as she could not believe he could be so cruel like a beast in human skin. Hearing her cries, Danfeng immediately turned around. Tightening his grip on her legs, he reached out, ready to teach her a lesson she would never forget. Danfeng flipped Baihu upside down to reveal her vulnerable side. He had to unveil her true nature. She clearly did not know her own limits. A fox spirit like you is just acting too deep. Did you forget how you slaughtered the human race on behalf of the Lin clan? Danfeng continued to lift her skirt, prepared to use ruthless methods. Despite Baihu's struggles, she was completely restrained. What I am doing now barely scratches the surface of what you all did to humanity. When the Lin clan descends, we won't let this slide. Danfeng issued one last warning: if you keep acting tough, just know that the weak who cling on are ready to meet their end. Baihu desperately pleaded in response to his threats. Not ready to face the end just yet. Are you prepared for death? Or are you begging for mercy? Please. Spare me. Danfeng wiped his mouth after finishing. Acknowledging her beauty, at least she was wise enough to know when to yield. He still would not let Baihu off the hook. Her body was intoxicating. Baihu got another shot. This time it was Danfeng's final chance for her. I'm giving you a chance to live. Swear your allegiance to me. Her clothes fell to the ground, all because she refused to listen. Baihu obediently sat on the bed, now realizing the gravity of her situation. She was a woman, so she needed to swear. If I betray my master Danfeng, may I rot with festering wounds, my feet oozing, my skin decaying, and my body stinking until death. Baihu the queen swears. She tried to swear with every fiber of her being, hoping just to be spared. If I betray my master Danfeng, may I rot with festering wounds, my feet oozing, my skin decaying, and my body stinking until death. Baihu's eyes began to fill with doubt. She realized his true identity: he was an outer realm demon lord. Danfeng coldly reminded her once more. If you want to keep your life, keep your mouth shut. Knowing too much can lead to a swift end. He warned her carefully, and Baihu obediently complied, not daring to argue. Just know that I am your master.
Yep.
Master. He began his interrogation, seeking answers about the countless demon nations. Could the demon lord contact the Holy Clan? Was there anyone else? That is it. What does the demon lord care about the most? Danfeng can only see that he is out for his own gain. There is no love for Bucketch. No concern for her at all. If he really cared, he would not be avoiding contact with the Holy Clan out of fear of death. That is not concern. That is just cowardice. The Holy Clan is brutal. They do not see us monsters as equals. Bucketch's situation is truly pitiful. She has been forced into this. And if the Demon King reaches out to the Holy Clan about it, they will definitely kill him when he descends to the mortal realm. Danfeng wants to ask more. He does not even know what the Demon King's true intentions are. Is he really afraid of the Holy Clan killing him? Doesn't he fear his own master taking him out? Your tone is scaring Bucketch a little. Danfeng wants to dig deeper. How can he be so clueless? Even if he does not contact the Holy Clan, they will still descend within a year. The outcome will be the same. Your Majesty, your eyes have turned red as fire. Danfeng won't let her off the hook if she lies. If you are stuttering and not being honest with me, do you think I would not kill the Demon King? Baiche is trembling all over. She does not want this to happen. Bunahir grabs Danfeng's arm, pleading for just one thing. Please do not. She has reached the end of her rope and can't bear to see the Demon King die. Please, do not kill him. And I promise I will tell you everything you want to know. This guy is making you lose your patience. It is time to get serious. Butcha has no choice but to spill the beans. Otherwise, her life is at stake, and the Demon King has one last trump card left. Danfeng does not quite understand what Butbeck is hinting at, and wants to know more about this trump card. Baichevi is scared but knows she has to keep her distance.
Yep.
According to the Demon King, he has a secret weapon. Even if he faces the Holy Clan, he can still retreat safely. Danfeng moves in closer, and Bucketcha lowers her head, too scared to look him in the eye. Smart move. So what exactly is this trump card? Spit it out. Bucketcha shares the truth with him about things Danfeng does not yet know. The Demon King's confidence comes from a divine weapon bestowed by the Holy Clan, called Yu Fian. This weapon is incredibly powerful and can overcome the fierce aura of this world. Danfeng wants to hear more. This is too interesting. A divine weapon. Something from the upper realms. Keep going. Keep going. Butchev continues her tale, revealing everything she knows. Humans in the upper realm can reach divine cultivation levels. The power of weapons has its limits. In the upper realm, the highest tier for weapons is the celestial level, while divine weapons surpass even celestial level spirit energy. Danfeng still does not fully grasp who this Demon King is. He is using tactics that keep you guessing if he has the divine weapon. Yu Fian. So why did not he use it? Because the one Ya Fan needed to devour demons. More demons means more power, and he had not had the chance to prepare. Hearing this, Than Feng realized there was such a thing, a miraculous weapon in this world. He began to ponder, his heart racing with hope. If this was real, then fate was on my side. The one Yafan was meant for me. Bagho felt guilty toward the Demon King, but had to speak up. This was the best course of action. My lord, I feel sorry for you. But if we all die, we can never rise again. Than Feng grabbed Bagho's arm, intending to lead her somewhere. Than Feng had to bring Bagho to his place to uncover the truth. To find the Demon King. Bagho followed his lead, wanting what was best for him. My lord, can you understand the pain I feel? Outside, the Demon King had awakened. Sitting there, still dazed, Than Feng quickly led Bagho to him. And it did not take long for the Demon King to notice. He threw her into the arms of the Demon King, showing no mercy. The king anxiously checked her health. And Bagho could not help but wonder, was she really okay? Why has His Majesty become so pitiful? It is like a dog mourning its master, just disgusting. He was genuinely furious that his people were treated this way. And Than Feng called out to him, the Demon King. He immediately raised his hand to stop Than Feng from touching his people again. What do you want? Human. You need to find that hidden item of mine, Than Feng insisted, addressing the Demon King directly. You still have a divine weapon from the upper realm hidden. Right. Just hand it over to me. And I will spare your life. What do you say? The Demon King panicked because only he and she knew about this. How did he find out? The Demon King really did not want to give that item to Than Feng. He thought to himself, if he steals the divine weapon from me, I have no chance of winning. But for a fight, I can just give up easily. Bisiatia stood up to reveal the truth. She did not want to hide anything from the Demon King. She was the one who told the master. He did not understand why she would do that. But she was the one he loved. Wow. The Demon King was furious that Baici chose to side with Than Feng instead of protecting him. No matter how much you want the moon, I would be gone to the ends of the earth to get it for you. Yet you betray me. She turned her back, doing this just to keep herself safe. What good is it to treat me well when I am in danger? Would you save me? Can you stand up to the master? I told the master. So what? What can a mourning dog like you do to me? The Demon King never expected such betrayal. It hurt him deeply. What do you call me? Master. Baicia gazed at Than Feng intensely, needing to play her part perfectly. You are right. I have become the masters now. The Demon King was truly enraged. He could not take it any longer. He had pampered them only to be betrayed. You too. Today, I will make you pay. But as he charged forward, Than Feng's hand shot out to block him, making him pay dearly. You kicked him right in the face. The Demon King was truly oblivious to his own limits. I am not in the mood for your pathetic love drama. Right now, I only care about the myriad of demons. Got it, you want my myriad of demons? Dream on. Even if I die, I want to hand it over to you too. Than Feng was not satisfied with just this game. He wanted the Demon King to suffer as much as possible. I want not only the myriad of demons, but also to teach you a lesson. The Demon King, trampled like this, was determined not to back down. He was stubborn, thinking that one little human could make him yield. Dream on. You have not seen the coffin. You have not shed a tear. Than Feng pulled out a beauty to threaten him, knowing exactly where his weakness lay. What do you want? Batisi Hei. The Empress? Surely you have plenty of beauties to spare. Right. Uncle Silver just revealed the identity of the Demon King's daughter, and Than Feng plans to use that as leverage. You must have a son and a daughter. Right. Well, the family dog absolutely spoils his little girl. Her name is Princess Than Lan. The Demon King is hell-bent on not letting anyone touch a single hair on her head. He dotes on his daughter like no other. Humanity. If you dare to lay a finger on my daughter, I will chop you into 100 pieces. Than Feng, furious, kicks the Demon King right in the face again. He is not only refusing to confess but also arguing back. You have done so many terrible things to the Holy Clan and hurt countless children of humanity. Why is it so hard for you to let anyone touch your own daughter, despite the pain? He can't resist provoking you further. The Demon King will definitely try to stop this. How could a lowly creature like even compare to my daughter? Than Feng throws out some crude insults. And he won't let anyone near the king's side. I am not just after her. I want her to be my concubine, treated like Queen Silver. What do you think about that? Suddenly, a bunch of demon creatures shows up out of nowhere, and no one knows why. Their numbers are rising quickly. Seems like some managed to survive. Than Feng's hand continues to gather power. This is the only way he can succeed. But the Demon King warned. If you dare touch a single finger of my daughter, the Demon King can't take it anymore. But his face has already been trampled on. I will hack you into 1,000,000 pieces. Suddenly, Than Feng's body starts to sway. Something is holding him back. His eyes are set on eliminating Than Feng. Today, he has to die here. He angrily lunges at you, all those earlier insults boiling inside him. Both Than Feng and the Demon King are locked in a fierce struggle. neither willing to back down. He continues to throw punches at the Demon King, and the force behind them is truly overwhelming. The Demon King gets knocked back, unable to match Thanfeng's strength. Thanfeng's power is so immense that it sends him flying at breakneck speed. He shows no signs of slowing down, even soaring higher and faster. The Demon King crashes straight into the wall, causing it to crack. After this attack, he can't get back up. It is just too much for him. Thanfeng looks at the pitiful state of the Demon King, who brought this danger upon himself, clearly overestimating his own strength. Even though the Demon King is wounded, he is determined not to back down. You are strong, but the Silver Clan will be even stronger once their master, from the lower realms, comes to avenge me. Thanfeng, furious, grabs his collar. This guy still has the energy to argue back. He continues to grip the Demon King's shoulders, as if Thanfeng is planning something. Is the Demon Nation so rude? Can't even let someone finish their sentence. Thanfeng maintains a firm hold on his collar, reminding him that what he said was wrong. Also, when did I say I wanted to kill anyone? What do you have to say? He decides to give the Demon King a chance to survive. He still has his uses. I am going to let you go to recover. When you are back on your feet, bring the demon army to take revenge. I want you to lose without a doubt. The Demon King truly could not grasp Thanfeng's intentions. Why on earth would he choose to let him go? He even carefully instructed that Thanfeng would not let him die. He was as weak as a chicken, so do not go and kick the bucket now. He had to leave before it was too late. At this moment, he was still keeping his cool. All right, let us move. And remember to come back to report to me after you have got your weapon ready. The Demon King naturally still held a degree of wariness towards Thanfeng. He could not trust him completely. Seek out the clan or use the Manhwa spell if needed. He still could not believe this was real. How could he escape so easily? You could even sue him back together. Your daughter will become my little concubine. You really let me go too generously. Thanfeng found this whole situation a hassle. He offered a way out but kept asking questions. What is it to you? Do you want me to keep you here for dinner or something? With so many demons around. How much of my affection will that cost me? Just get lost. The Demon King understood Thanfeng's intentions. But not dying was already a blessing. Keep the mountain green. And you won't have to worry about firewood. After finishing his words, he soared straight up into the sky. No wasting time here. Thanfeng stopped at the Silver Lake, trying to block her. Silver Lake was genuinely puzzled as to why he was acting this way. Thanfeng was truly hard to figure out. Silver Lake wanted the Demon King to suffer more. This was just too easy on him. Master, why did you let him go? He will definitely come back with the Manhwa spell for revenge. He felt this person was such a two-faced jerk. Just a moment ago, he was worried about him. I mean, he is your consort. Why do you want him dead now? Silver Lake was pretending to play the victim. She was really good at it. That was before. But now she is with the master. Of course. She wanted to cut ties with him completely. Thanfeng knew what Silver Lake was worried about. He just did not bring it up. You are afraid he might come back for revenge and take you out. Right. Master. She is just worried about you. The strength of the Manhwa spell depends on how many demons it devours. Silver Lake continued, saying that being near him only puts her at a disadvantage. If the Demon King devours a large number of demons, it would be a disaster. Thanfeng began to glare at Silver Lake, and his whole demeanor was filled with hidden weapons. This made her undeniably fearful. His ferocity sent shivers down Silver Lake's spine. She had to kneel down and beg, not wanting her life to be in danger. Master, please spare me. I am just worried about you. I would not dare to interfere with your matters, let alone doubt your decisions. Master. Thanfeng was already too exhausted. He did not want to investigate anything further, so for now, I will trust you. Enough talk. Go summon Princess Thanlan here right away. Silver Lake only followed Thanfeng's orders. For now, she could do nothing but obey. But her attitude became hesitant, her eyes showing signs of fear just a bit. Thanfeng had lost all patience. He really wanted to teach her a lesson. So what? Speak up already. Silver Lake was more scared of that person than of him. Her demeanor was genuinely fierce, making no one dare to approach. But the lady from the Thanlazun clan was a powerful deity. Hot-tempered, and she usually despised servants. She feared that she would only bring trouble. This stirred the anger within Thanfeng. He found her utterly useless, a total waste. The power within him suddenly erupted, radiating outward. Thanfeng raised his hand high, as if he wanted to harness that strength. The magical battle above Thanfeng started to manifest, sending waves of fear through Bi-Fi. His fists created a terrifying force swirling in the sky above. Raindrops began to fall, and Thanfeng's fury was nothing short of ferocious. Bi-Xia had no choice but to endure. She had no idea how to escape. Left standing there bracing for impact, Bi-Xie's face was drenched, and she dared not utter a single word. Thanfeng was furious, frustrated that she could not follow one simple instruction, ignoring the words of the Lord. Then you will end up like those monsters. So it is best to serve the Lord and become a unique existence by his side. Bi-Xia trembled with fear, not wanting to face painful consequences. I will do it right away. Dan Feng wanted to confirm once more. And be terrified. Had no choice but to agree. She could bring Princess Thanlun here. That was possible. With that, he turned to leave. While she lay there, trembling in fear, at the palace, everyone was waiting. Yet the Demon King was nowhere to be found. Dan Feng sat upright in that chair, looking utterly satisfied, presenting them with a choice: submit or die. They were not about to let him take charge without a fight, but they had no idea about the overwhelming power he possessed. Before he could finish his sentence, the entire group lost their heads for daring to defy him. Dan Feng used them as leverage to intimidate the surviving members. Instilling terror among them, Dan Feng had to resort to extreme measures to make them listen. He coldly declared, "Anyone else want to die? Step forward now. Do not waste my time." They immediately bowed their heads. Knowing that arguing would mean instant death, they were ready to comply with his commands. Willing to submit, Dan Feng sat on the throne, proposing bizarre laws that were nearly impossible for them to follow, which was just perfect. You all need to swear loyalty to me, make it a powerful oath. If not, you will end up like those who just fell. He then introduced himself, stating they would be working together for a long time. My name is Dan Feng. They swore loyalty, desperate for a chance at survival. I swear to serve Master Dan Feng faithfully. If I break this vow, I will suffer greatly. Dan Feng raised his hand as well, echoing their vow. So I swear. They all pledged their loyalty, none daring to betray him. They were all in it with Dan Feng now, bound by their promises. Demon from beyond. The oath has been heard. If you break it, consequences will surely follow. Even the others bowed their heads in respect, now venerating him. We swear to serve our master faithfully. No complaints. No regrets. It was a moment of enlightenment. Dan Feng did not want to bother them any further. He had made his decision. All right, once you return, carry on with your tasks, and let the Demon Nation resume operations. And keep an eye on the movements of the Demon King. You still need to be careful. Dan Feng is worried. That is why he said that, if you encounter an evil spirit, let it be. But when the time comes, you can help him devour other demons. Also, spread the word that his daughter and concubines are living well. Got it. They obeyed. Even if they had questions, they did not dare to ask, just nodded along. We understand. It has been a while, but Dan Feng still has not seen her return. He fears something might happen. All right, the queen is taking too long. Send someone to help her bring Princess Thanlun here for me. The demon clan only knows to obey. Whatever Dan Feng says goes. Yep. Master. Got it. Let us get to work. Dan Feng felt something strange inside. He could sense it clearly. Like something was missing. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered what he was curious about. Oh right. It has been a while since I checked Thiem's cultivation results. Dan Feng really admired her talent. He remembered the past when Thiem practiced by absorbing blood. Most of these demons are powerful god-level beings. Their blood might help her cultivate faster, and who knows, it could even transform into different forms. He decided to call her over to deal with these demon scum. Thiem. There is something good at the master's place. Hurry up and get here. Dan Feng gave her the power to decide. He did not need to hold on to anything. Thiem. The blood of these demons will benefit your practice. Do not waste it. Thiem felt incredibly grateful and leaned close to Dan Feng, thanking her master. Then, she immediately dashed off before he could even register what just happened. Those guys were quickly drained of all their life force, leaving only their skeletons behind. Thiem rushed over to report to Dan Feng. Master, I have sucked them dry. Now, I will focus on my cultivation. Today, you are checking up on me. Just as she left, there was a voice at the door. The queen had brought Thanlun here. Master, where are you? We have brought Princess Thanlun. Dan Feng immediately ordered her to hurry up. He would enjoy his time with this princess. Thiem, you go back first. Another time, I will check your dance practice. Sure thing. He returned to his seat, trying to maintain the calmest demeanor possible to win over Thanlun. Dan Feng sat back down and spoke, his expression returning to how it was before. The queen and two others brought Thanlun here. Even though she was still resisting, the queen did her job well this time. Ensuring Dan Feng would not punish her, she even came to report the situation. The queen flipped her attitude quickly. Master, we have brought Princess Thanlun. Thanlun struggled hard. It was a challenge to get her here. Let me release this princess. You traitors. Dan Feng was very interested in her. This time, he had to commend the queen. Not bad. Well done. Raise your head so I can have a look. Thanlun maintained her displeased attitude. She would never follow his orders. The human race is despicable. How dare you capture this princess? Just wait. And then the queen slapped her right in the face, warning Thanlun not to disrespect the master. Daring to be so bold. Thanlun was truly furious after that slap. How dare someone like her hit me? You are just a servant to my royal father. How dare you strike me? Master. I have already dealt with her for you. Are you satisfied? Than Feng nodded in agreement. Pointing at Than Lun with a dissatisfied look, you did well. But it seems like Princess Than Lun is not quite submitting to your authority. Basie shot a warning glare at Than Lun, vowing to use every trick in the book to punish her. Basie's cruelty was terrifying. The Demon Queen made a grave mistake choosing her as a companion. Just wait once I ruin that pretty face. I will be the only one by your side. Master. Biesha had already slapped Than Lun, leaving her cheeks red and swollen. Then reported back to Than Feng. Master. She has finally learned her lesson. Now it was time for him to handle this personal matter. Than Feng ordered everyone to leave. Not bad. Well done. Now, let us clear the palace. Everyone should go. They all complied, granting him some private space. How could they stop him? Thank you, Master. We appreciate your kindness. Basia turned away, leaving Than Lun alone on the floor, unable to get up. Than Feng rose to his feet, eager to see how long this one could keep resisting. Than Lun cried out in pain, her face battered and bruised. Than Feng helped her sit up, wanting to see if she could bring him any joy. He planned to use his powers to heal her wounds, and began to channel that energy. Than Feng continued to issue orders, wanting to see what kind of beauty lay before him. Lift your head so I can see. Than Lun slowly obeyed, tears still streaming down her cheeks. The moment Than Feng laid eyes on her face, something stirred within him. The Demon Queen truly had talent. He found himself captivated, but Than Lun shyly turned away, unable to meet his gaze. Who would have thought that your foolish father could spawn such beauty? Why are you looking at me like that? Her shy demeanor only made him more enchanted. It was utterly mesmerizing. You tell me, why would not I be intrigued by my own captive? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and her sparkling eyes glimmered with innocence. Than Feng happily lifted Than Lan's chin. She was indeed the beauty he had been searching for. Out of kindness for your stunning looks, I am willing to let you choose. What is it going to be? Than Lan was genuinely moved by the guy before her. She had not looked away. He was so handsome. And well, maybe it was not impossible. You really do make heads turn, with a charm that is hard to resist. Suddenly, Than Feng felt compelled to assert his dominance over Than Lan. He wanted her to submit, to pledge her loyalty to him. Than Lan was utterly panicked. How could someone like her bow down to him? Than Feng looked at her with a bored expression, pretending he did not understand. What is with the hesitation? I asked. Are you willing? If not, I will have to kill you and use your information to lure your father to his doom. Make your choice. Upon hearing Than Feng's ultimatum, Than Lun realized she had no choice but to comply. I pledge my loyalty to you, Master. My name is Than Feng. Just remember not to mess up my name when you swear your oath. She raised her hand to swear, praying he would not harm her father. Princess Than Lun, swear my loyalty to Master Than Feng until death. If not, may I suffer a fate worse than death, my flesh rotting, my eyes weeping. Puss. She should be terrified of the words she just spoke. But at least it made Than Feng trust her, even with his festering wounds and oozing eyes. Power surged into Than Lan's arm the moment she finished that line. Than Feng turned to leave, elated that he had managed to win her over. Swearing it was a done deal, he decided to take things a step further. There was no way he was letting Than Lan go just like that. He immediately asked the crucial question that had been nagging at him. Where is the national treasure of your demon kingdom? Than Lan froze. She did not know how to respond. Than Feng sat down, continuing to absorb the power. His abilities skyrocketed. Mystical treasures were flowing in, divine weapons were at his fingertips, and golden ingots were piling up. This was amazing. Absolutely amazing. He was thrilled to have successfully cultivated his skills. Nothing could stop him now. The demon outside the door overheard this and dared not speak a word. He glanced over, catching sight of Than Feng's grin. Despite his fear, he had to remain on guard. He tried to turn away to hide his anxiety, but Than Feng noticed. The guy was trembling all over, terrified of what Than Feng might do to him. But since he had not heard a sound for a while, he cautiously turned to check. Suddenly, Than Feng popped his head in, causing the guy to panic and fall. The guy was so scared he stuttered, backing away as he shook like a leaf. What does the master command? Than Feng just needed a small favor. He had no intentions of sending them on some grand mission. From now on, gather all the delicious food and beautiful female demons from the demon kingdom for me. The guy was eager to escape this place as soon as possible, thankful to have something to do. Yep. But Than Feng continued. And the guy thought he had done something wrong, spreading a rumor about the king, claiming he was a lustful fiend to let the demon empress lower her guard. Yep. Master. He bolted out, leaving Than Feng confused. He had not done anything at all. Than Feng only intended to remind him of one thing. Yet he had scared the guy so much he was shaking. The master was scared of this timid guy. Meanwhile, in another scene, the demon empress was wreaking havoc in the forest. He had moved to another location, exuding an aura of dominance. Everyone else had cleared out, leaving him alone when suddenly he heard a voice behind him. "Your Majesty." The demon empress turned, irritated, not knowing who dared to approach at this hour. Someone had come to report the situation, and it did not sound too promising. "Your Majesty, we have been searching for people tirelessly." The demon empress was genuinely furious at being disturbed. He just wanted some peace and quiet. Why were they bothering him? Messenger knelt as he turned, needing to deliver news to the demon empress. They had gathered intel about Thanfeng. He was the one who was curious. "Your Majesty, we have uncovered Thanfeng's crimes. He deliberately switched sides to assist you in reclaiming the demon kingdom. They even brought something that would pique the demon empress's interest. These 2 demons are a gift we present to your Majesty, to express our loyalty." The demon empress was extremely pleased with this, and could not stop praising it. "Excellent. The demon king senses that he will succeed soon. There will come a day when he can stand against you. With you all by my side, I will reclaim the kingdom of 1,000 demons." Suddenly, that creature's tail starts to twitch. He is hiding the demon king. That is why he is lying down, trying to avoid detection, definitely hiding something. Baihu approaches a door, mentally preparing herself to open it. Baihu decides to open the door. She wants to meet and talk to Thanfeng. Meanwhile, he is savoring this perfect moment surrounded by beautiful women. Upon witnessing this scene, Baihu commands them. She wants some privacy, saying, "I have something to discuss with my master. You all can leave." The beautiful ladies turn to her, their eyes filled with resentment. They are not having it. Finally, Thanfeng has to sit up and order them out. These people just do not know how to listen. He is furious at being interrupted. He won't go easy on them if this is not important. How dare they chase away his beauties unless it is truly urgent. Baihu steps closer to him, causing the words she was about to say to get stuck in her throat. With an alluring demeanor, she definitely has something important to say to Thanfeng. The 2 share a passionate kiss. Baihu is truly full of surprises. The servant just remembers that this beloved has pledged loyalty to the demon king. Thanfeng is taken aback by this news. Wait. What? If the master is alive, then no one else can wield the godly weapon. Baihu tries to provide information just to receive more affection. Plus, the beloved is hidden in the demon king's personal space. Only he can access it. Thanfeng's attitude shifts instantly. He pushes Baihu away, saying, "Then you better get moving and keep an eye on the demon king." He suggests she go below, worried that his anxiety will come true if he runs off with the beloved. "Can you take responsibility for that?" But what surprises him even more is the scene below, making him forget about everything that just happened. Baihu lies below, her dress pulled up, revealing her smooth, pale legs. Thanfeng decides to think in a different direction. This is not the way to go. But is not all bad either. If he does not come back, I might as well wait forever. I can wait. But my father-in-law won tea. I need to figure out how to make this guy proactive. Baihu reports important information, fearing for his safety. "Master, the demon king is suspicious. If you do not use it wisely." Hearing this, Thanfeng remembers that having her here is beneficial. Exactly. If it does not work, why did not I think of that? Baihu can assure him of this. She has been by his side for so long. "Great. Once I catch the demon king, I will reward you properly." Thanfeng continues to assign tasks to Baihu. He has more important things to do. "So you need to keep a close watch on the demon king for me. Any news, report it fast." "Yep. My lord has things to do. I must take the beloved out of the kingdom for a while." He puts on his shoes to head out, already thinking of how to handle this. "For now, the kingdom is in your hands." Thanfeng hurriedly steps out the door, while Baihu watches him leave. Space opens up in the secluded valley, with the eerie calls of soaring eagles echoing around. By the waterfall, the demon king sits solemnly, deep in thought. He is intensely focused in this quiet space. Suddenly, the demon king sensed a disturbance nearby and opened his eyes. A lackey quickly jumped out from the bushes, his face tense. He hurriedly reported, "Your Majesty, we just received word that King Feng took many demons out of the demon realm." The demon king's eyes narrowed, slowly raising an eyebrow, questioning to confirm, "Is that true?" The lackey spoke with a clear and certain voice. "Yep. It is. Many demons were seen. And he left in quite a hurry." The demon king's expression darkened, silently contemplating with evident wariness. This guy's actions are reckless and defy logic. The demon king had to be cautious. He commanded in a firm tone, "No time to waste. Go investigate further and report back to me." The lackey immediately bowed, his voice filled with respect. "Yep. Your Majesty." The demon king slowly approached him and announced, "Today, I am preparing to set off to the next location." He tossed a piece of paper at the lackey's feet. The lackey picked it up and looked at it, unable to hide his confusion. "What is this?" The demon king clasped his hands behind his back, gesturing, "Just follow the markings on the map to find me." Following his instructions, the lackey quickly complied. "Yep. Your Majesty." Just as he finished speaking, the demon king swiftly departed. The lackey remained frozen in the woods. The scene shifted to a grand house. Inside, the Shadow Queen sat lost in thought, staring out the window, Her worried gaze swept outside as she let out a sigh. Kung Feng has been gone for over half a month. When will he return? Or, before she could finish, a panicked voice interrupted her thoughts. Your Excellency, the Shadow Queen. A guard rushed in, his face pale. Clearly frightened. This is bad. Your Excellency, the Shadow Queen raised an icy eyebrow, her voice laced with displeasure. What is so urgent? Have you forgotten the palace rules? He hurriedly announced. Your Excellency, you need to go see right away. The Taoist Chu has betrayed the Shadow Realm. Demons are already coming in here. Shock flashed in her eyes. The Shadow Queen gasped in disbelief. What? She rushed out of the room, still unable to believe the guard's words. Her tone dropped, yet she held absolute trust. No way. I believe King Feng would never betray me. Outside, a group of guards had gathered, along with a horde of creepy demons. Watching as King Feng walked slowly towards them, they all stood ready for battle. In the midst of such tension, an announcement rang out, dissipating the anxiety. The Shadow Queen has arrived. The Shadow Queen stepped out gracefully, flanked by 2 loyal maidens. A guard stepped forward, his voice stern. Your Excellency, Kung Feng has betrayed the Shadow Realm. Please punish him swiftly. Another quickly chimed in. That is right. It has been 1,000 years since anything like this happened. He is the only one who has been out lately. If it is not him, then who? An old man among them shouted angrily. Damn it. Today, that old fool is definitely going to kill Than Fong. Keep that fierce gaze sharp. Yam Hong stood tall, ready to counter. In a clear voice, I refuse to believe he betrayed the Shadow Realm. He must have his own struggles. Minty chimed in, full of tension and fierce opposition. M. Hong the Great, stop being foolish. Right now. The evidence is all laid out. He condemned without a shred of mercy. You can't let your bias for him cloud your judgment. We absolutely cannot let him destroy our Shadow Realm. We can't accept such a feeble plea. Than Feng's mocking voice echoed from the shadows. I am the rightful lord of Ngai. She does not love me. Why would she love an old man like you? As soon as they heard Than Feng's voice, the demons quickly stepped back to clear the way. They quickly clasped their hands together, bowing. Yep. Master. Both M. Hong and Ming looked up in astonishment at his graceful descent. The poise of the boy. Than Feng gazed at M. Hong in front of him, a knowing smile on his lips. Why so? He slowly stepped closer. He looked straight into the silent face before him and asked, Are you so happy to see me back? Hong was quickly charmed by his sweet words. But before she could react, Minnie stepped in front of her, his face darkened. You are still causing trouble. Are not you? Than Feng. Who are you really? Than Feng did not even flinch. He stepped aside to let the old man pass. Move aside. Move aside. He shot a cold glare at Ming. Fiercely he said, You tricked me into coming here. Why did not you tell me who I am? Than Feng stepped up to face M. Hong, their eyes locking in a fiery stare. His gaze suddenly softened. Than Feng called her name with all his love, Ningia Hai. Than Feng moved in closer, wrapping his arms around her waist and whispering in her ear, Ningia Hai. Do you like the surprise gift your husband prepared for you? And M. Hong snapped back, disappointment lacing her voice. Than Feng. I did not expect this from you. And yet, those words hit Than Feng like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. He quickly tried to clear up this misunderstanding. Ningia Hai. You have misunderstood? He pointed at the group of demons behind him and explained, I have flattened the land of 10,000 demons these past few days. These demons are my newly acquired subordinates. Today, I brought them for you to see. His face flushed red with anger, and M. Hong spoke bitterly. You enjoy deceiving me like this. Do not. Than Feng turned away in frustration. Just wait. I will prove it to you. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Than Feng nodded in approval. Not bad. He turned around to T and said, This time. You guys, however. The actions of the people behind him left him stunned. What are you all doing? Than Feng took a deep breath, feeling vulnerable, and spoke the truth from his heart. Nithan Hai. Do not. Is there some sort of misunderstanding? I am not deceiving you. It is true that I wiped out the demon nation. After that, I took these demons as my underlings. I am being honest, even with tears in my eyes. The Dark Prince still clenched his fists and commanded, Stand down. The atmosphere, already tense, grew even more charged as an epic battle loomed. Than Feng yawned, showing his boredom. You all only want to talk respectfully when I flex my power. Do not. As Than Feng unleashed his strength, several blue lights quickly surrounded the people in front of him. One of them yelled angrily, his face twisted with rage. Than Feng. Do not think that just because you wiped out the Dark Realm, the Holy Clan will respect you. To them, you are just a little dog. Another one challenged him. Keep struggling. Reign Than Feng. I will fight you to the death. He scoffed. Than Feng crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow with sarcasm. Fight to the death with my esteemed self. Are you jealous that I have a wife and kids? Look at how tightly the Dark Prince is bound. Than Feng lowered his voice. Can you hear me out now? Looking deeply into her eyes, he gently explained. Nahai. I know what you are thinking, but I really am not part of the Holy Clan. Nor am I their minion. These demons are ones I gathered from the demon nation. I possess a unique technique that allows demons to accept me as their master and not betray me. The heart still holds doubts. The dark prince grit her teeth. Then Fong. Do you really think I am that gullible? He closed his eyes and sighed, then opened them with determination. If you do not believe me, I will show you. Then Fong pointed at one of the demons before him, commanding, come here. The demon immediately approached respectfully without hesitation. Master. What do you command? His voice was icy, causing everyone present to freeze in shock. Cut off your own head to prove to my lady that I am not one of you. Instantly, that demon brought his hands to his head. In that moment, blood gushed forth as his head separated from his body. That action left the Dark Prince and everyone else utterly speechless. Then Feng turned to her, his gaze filled with confidence. Nahai. Do you believe me now? The Dark Prince's expression was one of disbelief. As she struggled to grasp the reality before her, then Feng stood tall and authoritative, pointing at the demons behind him. He turned back to look, making them tremble in fear. They were terrified of his presence. And one trembling figure stepped forward with an idea. He hurriedly clasped his hands together and knelt before Dan Feng. His expression turned serious as he noticed the fear on the Dark Prince's face. Nahai. Do you see this? Dan Feng could not wait any longer and commanded. Show it. Let my lady see. The demon quickly cast their spell. The projection displayed Dan Feng battling the demon, even the moment he defeated the Dark Queen. As everyone watched in awe, a voice confirmed, Yep, that is a replay. Gazing at the scene unfolding, they could not help but exclaim, this is one of the supreme battle tactics of the demon race. The replay could show memories from the past, unaltered and raw. Dan Feng truly had skills. The Dark Queen slowly approached him. She held him tightly, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling with regret. It is my fault. I misunderstood you. Dan Feng responded with all the warmth he could muster. I forgive you. Looking at the person he loved standing before him, she stammered, My lord. But Dan Feng seemed to understand everything and interjected, Get. Tonight. Suddenly, the Dark Queen looked up, confused by what was happening. In front of everyone, there was a moment where Dan Feng was being intimate with a beautiful woman. Seeing this, Dan Feng's expression turned serious like never before. He hurriedly cast a spell, determined to erase the past moment that just appeared. Right before everyone's eyes, the projection instantly vanished. With eyes glimmering with reproach, Dan Feng frowned, his tone laced with frustration. If you had this trick, why not use it? This misunderstanding is unforgivable. A demon knelt down, hands outstretched, pleading, My lord, let me explain. I did not know it would turn out like this. Of course. Dan Feng could not forgive this blunder from him. He pointed accusingly, and a blue light flickered around him. The demon writhed in utter agony, screaming, Damn it. With that, his body quickly disintegrated into thin air. Meanwhile, Dan Feng stood tall before the Dark Queen. From behind, a young man stepped forward, calmly apologizing. My apologies. We misunderstood you earlier. The others chimed in. Yeah, we misjudged you too. Unable to hold back her emotions any longer, the Dark Queen rushed over and embraced Dan Feng. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Why can't you all be a bit more timely? He swept his gaze over the crowd, who were hesitating to leave, lazily ordering, You guys just stand there like lamps. Get out of here. They understood the hint and awkwardly scurried away. Look at that sunset tonight. Gorgeous. Yeah. Totally. Just going for a stroll. When he first arrived, they called us Daohayo. Now, after laughing, and home calls us the light bulb, and you guys, watching the figure slowly fade away. Dan Feng sighed. Well, that is something, Dan Feng coldly promised, glancing at those who had not retreated yet. Stressing. Including you. He waved his hand commandingly, his voice firm like a nail. Get out now. Wait for my orders anytime. The whole group instantly bowed, responding in unison. Yep. Master. The two could only watch as the monsters before them retreated silently, not making a sound. When the magic circle faded into the air, the surroundings gradually fell silent, leaving only the two of them facing each other. When there was no one around, Dan Feng turned to her. Nini Nahai. His eyes sparkled with emotion and surprise. My dear, it is really you. Gazing at her intently, Dan Feng spoke slowly, gently reproaching. Nini Nahai, you misunderstood me today, which made me really sad. She lowered her head, her voice soft like a whisper. My dear. The corner of Dan Feng's mouth curved up slightly as he leaned in close to her ear, whispering. Nini Nahai. Tonight can I check the homework I left for you earlier? The cheeks of An Hong flushed like peach blossoms. Her eyes fluttered. She nodded lightly, her voice a bit shy. Okay, okay. Without her saying more, Dan Feng scooped her up effortlessly, as if she had always belonged in his arms. Without saying a word, he activated his flight technique, taking off into the sky with her. In the quiet room, it was just the two of them brushing each other's hair, and Hong looked up at him, her eyes curious and filled with admiration. My dear, why have you become so strong after just a little trip outside? Hearing this, his hands brushing her hair paused for a moment. He smiled, half joking, half serious, with a loving gaze. Maybe it is because I missed you too much. Continuing to brush in Hong's hair, Dan Feng added, and also because of the devouring demon physique. Her eyes widened in shock as she repeated the phrase she just heard. Devouring demon physique. He nodded affirmatively, calmly explaining. Yep. Besides not being harmed by attacks from demons of the same level, you can also train while being attacked. Just like tempering steel. Getting stronger every day. And Hong leaned on her thighs, shocked that such a physique could exist. Her eyes lit up. She spoke with hope. My dear, do you think our future children could inherit this devouring demon physique? Dan Feng hesitated to respond. Maybe. He became serious and thought. Of course not. It is a unique system. It can be inherited by blood. But our child could still be a powerful second generation. That would not be too bad. Dan Feng gently placed a hand on her shoulder, hinting. But I still need to talk to you about this. I have decided not to sever our connection. He took a deep breath and got straight to the point. I am planning to defeat the Holy Land and save my father-in-law. Her eyes widened in shock, instantly filled with worry. You can't go. Dan Feng wrapped his arms around her, trying to calm her down. Knee and high. Just breathe. You have seen my power as a devourer. He remained steadfast, insisting. I truly believe I can save my father-in-law. This is not just a whim. Yet she kept shaking her head, refusing to agree. No way. Your devourer form may be unbeatable against demons of the same level. But the Holy Land is on a divine plane. There is no way you can match that. He leaned in closer, whispering. What if I told you I have a way to become invincible? She raised an eyebrow. You do not believe in yourself. Do you? Dan Feng smirked confidently. But there is more to it. Knee and high. My devourer form is not just unbeatable at my level, even if I face someone a tier higher. With just 7,749 days of hard training, I could conquer the entire realm. Knee and high was still resolutely shaking her head, showing no signs of yielding. I refuse to accept that. His brow furrowed slightly, eyes betraying his disbelief. He looked at her and asked slowly. Why not? How can something so monstrous exist in this world? The Shadow Prince poured his heart out to Dan Feng. My dear, I have seen it with my own eyes. With the onslaught of thousands of demon gods. You were spitting up blood. How can you face such a powerful holy race? You lowered your head and forced a smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. Knowing what I do now, I should not have let you see that part. It hit too close to home. Without thinking, your hand found Dan Feng's, seeking a glimmer of warmth amidst the emotional storm brewing inside you. The Shadow Prince's voice cracked, each word dripping with sincerity. I know you want to save my father, but you have already done so much for me. Taking a deep breath, your voice grew resolute. Let me handle the rest. Seeing your unwavering determination, Dan Feng fell silent. All he could do was sigh, helplessly gazing into the void before him. After a moment of thought, he tilted his head and suggested, how about this? First, I will use those demons to train. Just let me go. Okay. The Shadow Prince trembled slightly and softly called out. Beloved. While Dan Feng smiled at the sound of your name. Niniman Hai. With a sigh. You lowered your gaze. Fine. I will let you. Dan Feng looked at you with all his affection and said. Niniman Hai. There is something I need to tell you. His voice dropped, each word carefully weighed. Even though I have leveled the demon realm, the Dark Demon King is still out there. You froze, eyes wide with shock. What? Dan Feng nodded slowly, his voice chilling slightly. In the chaos, he slipped away. You need to keep a close watch on everyone in the Shadow Realm during this time. No one is allowed to go outside. The Dark Demon King is not a match for me, but I fear he might team up with others. Dan Feng stepped closer, his hands gently touching your smooth cheeks. In the quiet space, your breaths drew closer together, as if merging into one. After so many days apart, you finally shared a sweet kiss, filled with unspoken emotions. Dan Feng rested his forehead against yours, urging gently. Niniman Hai, I do not want you to get hurt. So please, just listen to me. Wait for me to deal with the Dark Demon King, and then everyone can go outside. Okay. You fell silent for a moment before giving a slight nod, your gaze still anxious, but your voice softly agreed. All right. At the sturdy city gates, 2 strong guards stood watch. This was the entrance to the Shadow Realm. One guard stepped forward, issuing commands with clarity and authority. By order of the esteemed Shadow Prince, from now on, no one from the Shadow Realm is allowed to leave Any disobedience will be met with severe punishment. The other two guards clasped their hands together, shouting in unison with full energy.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Thanfeng was sitting cross-legged, deeply engrossed in the book in his hands, resting his chin on his palm. His eyes sparkled with concentration, as if lost in his own thoughts. A messenger rushed in, face pale and breathless. He reported, "Master, the Dark Demon King, with the assistance of the myriad of beasts, has now devoured all the demons of the loyal myriad beast kingdom." He bowed even lower, his voice urgent. "I believe the time has come. We can finally settle the score with him." The expression on Thanfeng's face remained unchanged as he held his book, eyes glued to the pages. Then commanded, "Get more intel and report back." He immediately bowed in acknowledgement and retreated without hesitation.
Yep.
"Master." As he left, Thanfeng's expression turned more serious than ever, with slow, deliberate movements. He returned to his book, setting it aside. A fierce determination sparkled in his eyes as he rose from his seat. Seeing this, the Dark Queen quickly interjected. "Are you leaving again?" Thanfeng turned around, a hint of worry in his expression. The Dark Demon King is still a looming threat. He stepped closer and placed his hands on her shoulders, speaking softly yet resolutely. "I must eliminate him to feel safe staying in the Shadow Realm with you." The Dark Queen bit her lip, brows furrowing in concern. Her voice tinged with fear. But the Dark Demon King has the myriad beast, a divine weapon bestowed upon him by the holy race. Thanfeng chuckled lightly, his confidence unwavering as he said, "His current power definitely surpasses mine. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to prove my strength to you?" Though she maintained her calm facade, the Dark Queen could not shake the unease in her heart. Before she could voice her concerns, a warm hand gently pressed against her lips, a touch that was soft yet sent her heart racing. She wanted to protest, but Thanfeng reassured her. "Trust me, my dear." He caressed her cheek, his gaze deep and sincere as he vowed, "I promise I won't let anything happen to me before you give birth." He smiled gently and asked, "Can you wait for me to come back?" At this point, the Dark Queen could only nod, her voice trembling as she replied.
Yep.
But how could her eyes hide the worry within as she watched Thanfeng's silhouette fade away? The scene shifted to a different, ominous space, the battlefield. B stared in disbelief at the sight before him. What the hell? Not only him, but even Lo Thinsai standing beside him was equally shocked. How is he still alive? The KNG smirked, reveling in the discomfort of everyone present. His gaze turned inscrutable as he declared, "The myriad beast kingdom has fallen. Who would have thought this is the last stronghold?" His massive frame was so imposing that even beside the grand gate, he barely seemed smaller. Gazing at the sturdy gate, he chuckled. It was nothing compared to him. Each step he took shook the ground. And now the distance to the gate was just a matter of time. Lo Thinsai, standing above, pointed down in worry. "He is getting in." BT and SSS standing nearby could not grasp why he wanted to fight at this moment, when the strength within the battlefield was dwindling. Turning to Lathiv and Sis, she urged, "He is here to absorb the demon power. This has nothing to do with you. Get out of here." She could not agree to that request, raising her voice. "What? No way." Bthnz continued with a teasing tone. "Or should you stop him so I can escape?" Under the Than gate, the monstrous creature struck down everyone in its path. It was a brutal display, leaving many of those wicked souls lifeless on the spot. Taking advantage of the chaos as the creature fought its enemies, the members of the Celestial Division quickly made their escape. Just as Lathian turned his head, he was reminded by the imposing presence of the Celestial Division. Dawn to look back. Run fast. They were sprinting desperately to get away from the beast. The Celestial Division exclaimed, "That face looks familiar." And before he could finish his thought, the creature vanished right before their eyes. They had not gotten far when the creature landed, appearing right behind them. Its voice was low and teasing, like an old friend dropping in for a chat. "Long time no see. Where are you all rushing off to?" It lightly pushed off the ground, shooting forward like an arrow caught in the wind. The creature smirked, eyes glinting with excitement, showing no mercy. "Let us catch up, shall we?" Realizing the grim situation, the Celestial Division urgently commanded. "Stop him." Like a wall of steel, the Celestial Division appeared amidst the swirling chaos, blocking the creature's devastating attack with his own body. Faced with such overwhelming force, the creature was pushed back and crashed to the ground. Seizing the moment while the creature was on the back foot, the Celestial Division urged with all his strength, "Run forward. Do not look back." Even though the creature lay injured, its eyes still glimmered coldly, betraying nothing. The pig-headed thug gaped in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes as he witnessed the creature rising once more. How could this monster still be alive? The creature stood tall, twisting its head back into place after the earlier impact. The two of them exchanged worried glances and exclaimed in unison, "This thing is no longer human." Realizing they could not escape, they charged forward together to take down the creature. But they had underestimated its power. In no time, they were overpowered, their heads severed from their bodies. In that instant, Their forms were ripped apart, dissolving into silence and oblivion, holding two severed heads like trophies. The creature grinned with satisfaction, its hands now free from weapons. With that, it lingered, fiddling with the remnants of their bodies. Yu Titsen screamed, horrified by the scene unfolding before him. How can this be? Even the strong guards fell in an instant. His voice boomed as if trying to calm the girl beside him. Stay focused. Do not lose your head. The pounding footsteps echoed down the corridor, with Bipu Titsun's urgent shouts acting as a war drum. Faster. Get moving. He ran, breathless, grumbling in frustration as he searched for a way out. Who the hell built this place so huge? No matter what happened behind him, Titsun never looked back, pushing himself to escape that place. Spotting two mice thrashing in despair, the creature turned its head slightly, a chilling smile spreading across its face, full of malicious intent. The air in the corridor suddenly grew heavy, as malevolent energy coalesced into form, like mist taking on a life of its own. Seeing the creature charging towards them at lightning speed, Titsun felt a twinge of fear too fast. Lothing's fuse was gripped tightly by that invisible hand and yanked into the sky. Her desperate screams echoed like a plea for life in exchange for another. Dad. Hurry. The dark energy is suffocating me. I can't breathe. Can't he die? Can't he live? The KNG smirked coldly, stopping right behind them like a predator stalking its prey. Not running anymore. Ah. You are in a real pickle now. No way forward. No way back. Looks like you have to face me head on. Who says I wanted to run? I can't even close the door on this. His voice lowered, his expression serious as if challenging the KNG. Aren't you the one who wants to get stronger? I am a demon. Come at me. The KNG raised an eyebrow, his gaze indifferent yet laced with a hint of curiosity. Did you misunderstand something? His voice turned icy, a murderous aura filling the air. I will kill just for the thrill of it. The Kagan roughly grabbed Alothina by her hair, lifting her off the ground. The sharp pain made her scream in despair, but suddenly, the hand holding Luthiasi was severed, crashing to the ground in a spray of blood. Turns out, Dad had seized the moment to save her from that wicked demon. He gently bent down, carefully placing Lothinsari on the ground as if afraid to inflict any more pain. Looking at the girl struggling to breathe in his arms, he softly asked, Can you hang in there? Lothinsari mustered her last bit of strength to speak. I am just a burden now. You should leave. Suddenly seeing the Kangai attack, she shouted, Dad. Watch out. The KNG gritted his teeth, voice booming like thunder. No one's getting away. Facing such a fierce attack, Dad reaffirmed his determination. Who said I wanted to leave? His gaze deepened, his voice low yet audible to the Kaya. This is my territory. No sooner had he finished speaking than he unleashed a full-force punch straight at the KNG. But Dad had underestimated him. He dodged the blow with ease. The KNG's punch came crashing down like thunder from the heavens, shaking the ground violently. Lothing, kneeling nearby, could only watch helplessly. Dad. Dad was pinned to the ground by the KNG's single hand. He replied nonchalantly, Don't he worry. He is not dead yet. With that, he stood up, bloodied hands raised, his eyes flashing with malice, voice turning venomous. But right now, who knows? The Kagan raised his hand to his mouth, savoring the blood dripping from his palm, unable to imagine what would happen next. Lothing SV could only scream. Stop it. That cry rang out at the wrong moment, accidentally catching the KNG's cold, murderous gaze. He slowly approached her with a tone of contempt, having had the chance to escape but choosing to turn back towards Dad instead. It was clear he wanted to save her. The King, deep and unfathomable, brought up old memories, just like his former teammates. Those words hit a deep wound in Lalthine Sandri's heart, making her instinctively wrap her arms around herself and shout, Don't he say anything more? Of course. With such obstacles, how could the fishman ever be stopped? His gaze burned with a painful desire. How could I not say it? None of you can escape. There is no way out, because I love watching your despair. Just as his thoughts were unraveling, something distracted the fishman. A figure appeared before Lathian Su, looking like a hero out of a legend. He was but his eyes never lost their vigilance. Let us see what is going on here. The fishman's eyes widened in shock as he saw Than Feng suddenly appear before him. The fishman smirked. But Tipsy, who is this guy? Last time, Than Feng wore a mask, so he did not recognize him. Knowing the person before him could easily defeat the fishman, Lithian Su pleaded. Than Feng, please save. Than Feng suddenly lunged, his claws slicing through the air like lightning, catching the fishman off guard. A vicious blow landed squarely in his gut, sending him crashing to the ground. At that moment, he was drenched in blood, wounds stretching across his body. But one hit like that, how could it ever be enough for the crimes the fishman had committed? Than Feng unleashed a second strike, teaching him a few more lessons. Finally, the fishman crumpled to the ground, the stench of blood still fresh in the air. Than Feng looked down in disdain. Pathetic. Why is my sword sticking out of this guy's head? Shouldn't it be buried in the ass of that other loser? Seeing the threat finally taken down felt good. Danfeng turned to check on Lithian Su, who was injured and sitting on the ground. Are you okay? She tried to muster a smile through her pain, but her eyes were glued to the unconscious figure beside her. Just like her voice trembled, suddenly breaking into tears like a child, her heart aching for the one who saved her. You fool. You risked your life to save me. Danfeng remained calm, gently reassuring her. Don't worry. He's not dead. The soul tracking technique can sense him. Her eyes widened, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Really? That is such a relief. Just then, she cried out in alarm. Danfeng. Watch out. Realizing something was off, Danfeng's gaze turned icy, completely replacing his earlier nonchalance. The fishman was back on his feet, brandishing a weapon to settle the score, but he was mistaken. Danfeng quickly took action to prevent any further disaster. He yelled out, scoffing at him. Just a lowly monster pretending to be a threat. The fishman tried to spring up, wielding a sharp blade aimed at Danfeng's life. But with his speed, Danfeng dodged effortlessly. Without breaking a sweat, the force was overwhelming, causing Danfeng to stumble. One knee dug deep into the ground. His spirit remained fierce, but his body was starting to falter. Refusing to give in, the fishman soared upwards to gain the upper hand. Then out of nowhere, a brilliant golden light erupted right at that spot. In that dangerous moment, Danfeng leaped away. The light gradually shrank, forming a small, swirling vortex that seemed to want to consume the surrounding space. It pierced through the air, diving straight into the ground like a heavenly arrow. Danfeng tilted his body, leaning back just in time to dodge the strike that whizzed past his face, barely an arm's length away from the monstrous fishman, and pointed his sword directly at him. Yet it felt like he was not even trying to stab. Seizing the moment, Danfeng used the ground as leverage. His voice, low and heavy with determination, boomed. I was too gentle with you before. Guess it is time to get serious and take you out. The fishman was still oblivious to Danfeng's true power, strutting around like he owned the place, taunting. How are you going to kill me? Just wait. I will chop you down and see if you can keep talking tough. Danfeng smirked, gripping the sword at his side. When it comes to tough talk, buddy, you might want to reconsider. Danfeng smirked, the blade shimmering lightly in his grip as he urged. Come on. Hurry up. I have got important stuff to do. The fishman, fueled by rage from those taunts, ground his teeth and charged straight at him. Danfeng unleashed his technique, a radiant blue light enveloping him. With a single strike, he cleaved the fishman clean in half. Standing tall and composed, Danfeng watched him crash to the ground. But strangely, with some kind of magic, the fishman's wounds began to heal in an instant. Pathetic. Danfeng scoffed, narrowing his eyes with a hint of mockery. Your sword can't kill me. Oh really? The two squared off, ready to continue their fight. Instantly, Danfeng gathered power in his hands, making the sword blaze with energy, the air crackling with potential. With a decisive swing, he moved without a moment's hesitation, the pressure rising around him. Let us burn it all down. His most powerful attack finally unleashed. Fueled by all the strength and resolve he would built up since the start, a brilliant golden light shot into the sky, as if trying to pierce through the very clouds, tearing apart the deep blue heavens. The fishman could only scream in agony. Having let his arrogance get the better of him, the golden light shifted to blue, marking the moment the fishman began to fade from existence. Danfeng's sword still trembled in his hand, the aftershocks from his last strike resonating through the blade. The battle finally came to a close. Danfeng casually twisted his wrist, sheathing his sword. Witnessing such overwhelming power, Lithian Su thought to himself, damn, that is strong, way too strong. Noticing her motionless form on the ground, Danfeng asked, can you stand up? The danger has passed. Lithian Su felt reborn. Just need a moment. Approaching the guy lying on the ground, Danfeng assessed the situation and declared, this guy's about to kick the bucket. He sat down beside him, placed a hand on the pressure point on his neck, and urged, get up, no more sleeping. The ground's cold, and if you keep dozing off, you will bleed out for sure. Suddenly, he recalled something. Oh wait, I have got a potion. That'll save your life. In his hand was a golden pill capable of curing all ailments. Danfeng popped the pill into the guy's mouth, but not before reminding him, you better wake up. We can be the only two left in this godforsaken place. I still need to get to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. From behind, a familiar voice rang out, filled with urgency. Danfeng, help me. Ignoring her trembling legs, Lithian Su strained to stand. I can take care of him. Finally, she managed to stand up through the pain. After all, there were things to do. Danfeng could only watch helplessly and mutter, patience caring for patience, this is insane. Her gaze suddenly dropped, as if all her worries melted away. Softly responding, it is, But then she collapsed again, unable to stand any longer. Then Feng looked at their situation, feeling powerless and thinking that he had done his best to arrange things for them. Suddenly, Lu Thinsei spoke up softly, her voice barely a whisper. Then Feng sighed softly, his voice soothing as if trying to ease her troubled heart. Don't push yourself anymore. With that, he moved closer to her, supporting her, trying to lift Lithith's spirits. At the very least, he wanted to make sure they were taken care of before he took a break. Then Feng gently wrapped his arm around her, guiding her step by step into the room, his deep voice echoing in her ear. Inside, he presented the sword from earlier in front of Lao Thian Sessen. This is a demon weapon. I think it is best if you take it. This left her utterly astonished. Really? This anti-heaven energy weapon has been submitted as a priority, and even the countless demon nations no longer possess it. Demon weapons have lost all their value. Hearing this harsh truth laid bare, she could only nod bitterly. That is right. Then Feng then asked seriously. The vice captain is dead. The mission is complete. What will you do next? Thien Sivriu. Lo Thien S looked at the unconscious B Thien SD and gently replied, as if making a private promise. He got hurt because of me. I will take care of him for a while, and then return to the Demon Suppression Bureau. Then Feng then informed her. Thien Sivriu. I will head out first. I can sense if you are in unexpected danger and track the soul technique on that demon. My words left her somewhat confused. A soul tracking technique. Then Feng smiled lightly, his gaze resolute. I am going to the demon nation for something, so I will need your help later. She nodded slightly, without hesitation, her calm eyes silently conveying two words. Don't he worry. Then Feng turned to leave, saying, Goodbye. Lothinsu also bid him farewell. Goodbye. Meanwhile, Bathinsu remained deeply unconscious. She sat beside the bed, resting her hand on his chest, tears brimming in her eyes. Lothinsu looked at the person before her, silently grateful that Bathinsu had survived this disaster. Her eyes were heavy with self-reproach, thinking, if only I had been a bit stronger. Suddenly, Bathinsu opened his eyes. Upon seeing this, Lothinsu was overjoyed. Bathindri, you are awake. He touched his face as if checking whether he was still alive. Am I still alive? She exclaimed. Thank goodness. It seemed he still did not grasp what had happened. Lothinsu reassured and explained. Don't he worry. Then Feng rushed over in time and saved us. She gently cupped his face, but he still looked confused. Saved me. Lothinsu was overwhelmed with tears, her voice trembling with emotion. It is so good that you are alive. Meanwhile, in a different part of the demon nation, smoke billowed everywhere, from the city gate. Then Feng soared high like a shooting star. His eyes scanned the horizon, filled with intense worry. Is it really that bad? Below, bodies lay scattered everywhere. The sight of collapsed homes, and people lying lifeless sent chills down Than Feng's spine. It was truly brutal. A peaceful nation was being torn apart by war. Indeed, the Demon King was the true villain. You land with a thunderous crash, dust swirling all around. Than Feng raises his fist high, teeth clenched tight. A powerful punch hits the ground right before him, shaking the earth. You lot better show yourselves and listen to me. A swarm of giant golden rats emerges from the soil. They clasp their hands together, begging Than Feng. Please, do not kill us. Please. Just as they finish pleading, he raises his hand, channeling his power, and obliterates one of them on the spot. Turning to the remaining golden rats, Than Feng demands. I will ask you a question, and you would better answer it. If you waste even a single word, I swear I will wipe you all out. Got it. They huddle together, trembling. We understand. We understand. Than Feng holds his head high and poses the question. Where is Than Ma Hong, the lead rat? Eyes narrowing, retorts with a condition. Tell us. If we reveal Than Ma Hong's whereabouts, will you spare us? With a smug grin, Than Feng confidently assures them. Relax. I am not here to mess around like Than Ma Hong. Honestly, I am here to take him down and save the realm of beasts. Hearing this, they clutch each other, on the verge of tears. We are saved. We are saved. The first rat starts to recount. Great one. Than Ma Hong has arrived, and he is consuming a massive amount of beasts. Facing him, another golden rat chimes in. The strongest and most numerous beasts are in the capital. He is definitely there. Than Feng presses for more info. Is there anything else you know? Another rat, pointing confidently, replies. Right now, Than Ma Hong is capturing beasts everywhere. He won't stay in one place for long, gathering all the intel. He thanks them with a wave. Thanks for the intel. I promise I will bring justice for you and the realm of beasts. Then, Elash, Than Feng takes off into the sky, shouting, thanks to the divine. Back in the capital, the bodies of people and monsters lie still. From above, Than Feng descends. Landing gracefully, he moves quickly forward, scanning the area. Could it be that I am too late? Has Than Mahong wiped out most of the beasts here and run away? What now? Suddenly, a huge explosion erupts behind him. Than Feng, out of nowhere. Than Mahong charges in. Weapon drawn. Furious. Aiming straight for him, with a sixth sense kicking in. Than Feng dodges unscathed. Leaping back. Than Mahong. You have acted without mercy, harming the realm of beasts. Today, I will. Than Mahong glares, furrowing his brow as he interrogates. Return my consort and daughter. Where have you hidden them? Hearing this, Than Feng lifts his chin, smirking. Brother, do you realize you are about to pay for tarnishing my righteous name? Than Mahong draws his sword, pointing it menacingly at him. If you release my consort and daughter now, I might consider sparing you. Come closer. Than Feng approaches, catching his weapon. Replying, let us talk this out. Let us talk it out. Than Mahong, growing impatient, thrusts his spear towards Than Feng's throat. I have nothing more to say to you. Unfazed, Than Feng smiles back. All right then. If you do not want to talk, do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Than Feng held his head high, a smile playing on his lips, as he teased with both eyes. The concubines and daughters under his care were treated exceptionally well. They all claimed that only after following him did they truly understand the joy of being women. But those words sent Than Mahong into a furious rampage. This royal will kill. Kill without mercy. He began to unleash the Thanjiao, channeling its dark power. A wave of green smoke swirled around them, enveloping both him and his target. All that dark magic curved and lunged toward him. In mere seconds, it crashed into Than Feng like a tidal wave. His expression remained calm as he stretched his arms, savoring the sensation. Suddenly, Than Feng's eyes widened. Mouth agape, why was there no notification from the system? He glanced at the blue notification board beside him, shouting, System, what is going on? Clenching his fists, eyes wide, head held high, he demanded, why did not you say something sooner? Look how much time I wasted. Staring at the notification board in disbelief, Than Feng was momentarily speechless. Then, he gathered his energy, surrounded by a red mist. With a pointed look at Than Mahong, he sneered. I have given you so much time, taking care of your wife and kids. What did you do in return? I should just call you the Green Demon King now. With those words, Than Feng floated in midair, flames swirling around him. Are you still trying to act tough? Than Mahong gritted his teeth, worry etched on his face. Simon. Than Feng, do not get cocky. This is just the beginning. So what if you are stronger? I have gathered enough power to crush millions of demons. Can you withstand even one hit? He held the Thanjiao high, chanting loudly, unleash the demon horde. Waves of green magical energy erupted everywhere. At the tip of the spear, magical green smoke began to form something ominous. Before Than Feng's eyes, a green monster emerged from the spear. Upon seeing it, he chuckled, praising its form and aura. Now that is impressive. This green smoke monster is here to take me down for you. They charged at him like a fierce gust of wind, but he remained relaxed, just lying there, soaking it all in. Suddenly, Than Feng's eyes widened in realization. Overhead, a vortex was absorbing the magic from him. Seeing this, his face lit up with joy. The fabric of this world could not hold much longer. Was this power reaching divine levels? He lay there waiting. Come on, my precious, come to me. As the beams of light shot straight into his eyes, Than Feng was taken aback, teeth gritted. Moments later, he grasped the essence of the world. His expression became vacant as he held it out before him. A crack split the essence of the world in two. The green smoke from Than Mahong surrounding Than Feng completely vanished. He watched in horror, his face paling. This was impossible. Than Feng slowly advanced toward Than Mahong, bowing slightly. Thank you for helping me break through to the divine realm. Is there any demon stronger than this? Hurry up, bring it on, so I can continue to elevate my power. Ignoring him, the demon muttered to himself. Well, why is this happening? Why is this happening? What a waste of life. The royal family's bloodline has been wasted completely. With a cocky attitude, Than Feng throws out a suggestion. Our mission is to lead you down a path to find the sacred lineage. You bring your face close to the Dark Demon King, who is fuming, thinking of his wife and kids. They have endured pain and humiliation day and night, but they still cling to life, all waiting for someone to come and save them. You look at him with a mix of admiration and concern, saying, you carry the hopes of so many on your shoulders. You can just give up like this. Do you want me to continue? Suddenly, the Dark Demon King lifts his head and charges at Than Feng, shouting, Sampa Than Feng, I will kill you. He throws a punch straight at your face, mercilessly, but to his surprise, it is like there is an invisible shield. and you remain unharmed. Instead, he clutches his arm in pain, blood spilling from his mouth. Then Feng stands with his hands behind his back, looking at the Dark Demon King and says, "You can hurt me right now. Your only chance is to contact the sacred lineage. I know you do not want to act on your enemy's whims. But do you really want to drag so many down with your momentary rage? Over here," he stubbornly insists. "I do not believe it. I can definitely kill you." And just like that, the Dark Demon King keeps throwing punches at you without stopping. A few hours later, the sky clears, and he stands there, head hung low, sighing in exhaustion. In a moment, he collapses onto the ground. Completely drained, Van Feng raises a finger, pointing at the sky. The Dark Demon King looks up, wiping blood from his mouth, and says, "Even if I do not have a chance with the heavens this time, even if I die, I will make Si Than Feng pay." He kneels, pushing himself up, then silently walks away from Than Feng. Than Feng follows the Dark Demon King closely from behind. Just like that, he walks alongside him, never leaving his side. Wherever the Dark Demon King goes, Than Feng appears right there. Suddenly, he finds himself in front of a massive pile of stone. The Dark Demon King's knees buckle, his hands shaking as he contemplates his next move. Peering through the gap in the stones, a tower stands in the distance, just within sight. The Dark Demon King quickly raises his right hand and throws something out. A swirling green magical circle appears before them. Meanwhile, Than Feng silently watches his every move. Saying nothing, the Dark Demon King raises his hand, skillfully guiding the magical circle forward. In an instant, Than Feng stands on the edge, mouth agape in shock. The passageway to the sacred lineage is hidden right here. The green magical circle expands before both of them. Within seconds, a light emerges from the magical circle, appearing before Than Feng. The Dark Demon King swiftly dives into that mirror without hesitation, leaving Than Feng standing there, gritting his teeth, eyes filled with judgment for him. Just like that, he too steps into another dimension with the Dark Demon King. Both quickly descend to the ground. In his hand, the Dark Demon King holds something glowing brilliantly. Sparkling, he opens his palm, revealing the object before his eyes. Then gently touches the water-stained table in front of him and quickly raised the shimmering orb in his hand, ready to cast, saying, standing beside Than Feng, squinted in surprise, shielding his eyes from the dazzling light. "What does the Demon King want with me?" In an instant, a gigantic elephant appeared, embodying pure malice. The Demon King lowered his head swiftly, kneeling in fear to report to him, "Great Heavenly Envoy, please punish the one who destroyed the kingdom of 10,000 demons." Than Feng's gaze assessed the malevolent presence. He thought to himself, "I always assumed Thantas was a high-level demon, but turns out he is just another lowly beast." Hearing those words, the malevolent entity frowned, pondering who had the audacity to provoke the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Does he even grasp the power of Than Taixi's realm? Without hesitation, the Demon King pointed decisively at Than Feng, signaling, "That is him, the one you are looking for." He knew the kingdom of 10,000 demons was loyal to Than Ts, yet he ruthlessly annihilated it, even taunting them, claiming they were no match for him. Standing before both, the entity began to radiate an imposing aura, asking Than Feng, "Human, do you know the consequences of your actions?" Than Feng stood firm, hands clasped, head held high, responding calmly, "Just a little creature sprouting nonsense before my presence. If you think you are tough, come down here and prove it." Insulted, the malevolent being roared in anger, "Human, how dare you disrespect the Heavenly Envoy? I will slice you to pieces." Hearing those words, Than Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Is the vocabulary of the upper realm really that limited? I just called you out right to your face, yet you only threatened to cut me into pieces." Than Feng could see the rage bubbling in the entity, was furious. "I want you dead. I demand your death." Still waving his hand, Than Feng clenched his teeth, looking at the entity, pondering if there is any other word for death or annoyance he could use. "Your complicated face does not hide your scant intelligence. If you are so brave, stop talking and come down here to fight me." "Got it." The entity raised its trunk high, glaring at him as if to warn, "Human, if the passage was not sealed, I would have already killed you." Than Feng, hearing this, propped himself up with both hands, mouth agape, then turned to Than Hongma, who was bowing nearby, and shouted, "The passage is still sealed." Covered in sweat, he considered Than Feng's words, then replied, "It won't open for another year. Right now, you can only converse with the illusion of the Heavenly Envoy." As soon as he finished speaking, Than Feng leaned in close to Than Hongma, his voice sharp, "You are wasting others' feelings with this nonsense. You know that. How dare you just stand there?" Rising to his feet, Than Feng looked at the malevolent entity. "Fine. If you want to argue, let us keep it going." He raised his head, pointing directly at the entity, hesitating to shout. He pointed forward as a beam of light emerged from the table. Than Feng tightened his grip on Than Hongma's collar, pointing ahead. commanding. Hurry up. Keep in touch with me. I am not done scolding yet. Seemingly a bit taken aback, he hesitantly stepped forward. The Demon King placed his hands firmly on the table. And suddenly, 3 beams of light shot out. He remained silent, his hands still pressed down on the table, not uttering a word. Then Ma Hong's reckless move had Than Feng on edge, rushing to clarify. What the heck is going on? Caught off guard by Than Feng's sudden inquiry, then Ma Hong turned, drenched in sweat, and stammered, I do not know. His response only fueled Than Feng's frustration, and he lashed out. Then why do not you fix this mess? I am not done chewing you out yet. If you can fix it, I will tear you apart. Unfazed by the hit, then Ma Hong slammed his hands repeatedly on the table in front of him. With one powerful slap, a circle of green smoke appeared on the table. Back on this side, Than Feng stood facing Tu for what felt like an eternity. Then he smirked, his voice dripping with disdain. What is wrong, Lolithang clan? Did you run off to cry after I scolded you? Hearing Than Feng's taunts, Tu, still facing him, lowered his head and chuckled softly. Run. Never. I am simply not wasting my time on a pathetic bug like you. He continued. But fine. If you want to disrespect me, I won't hold back any more courtesy. Keeping his usual demeanor, Than Feng pointed with a casual flick. Listen up, you pathetic Thans. The two exchanged barbs like a verbal battle, leaving Than Ma Hong behind holding his head in disbelief. After several hours of this back and forth, Tu finally lowered his head, pointing directly at Than Feng, swearing. You wait, you lowly human. He vanished from the water-laden table. A deep hole formed, and a beam of light shot straight up into the sky. This made both Than Feng and Than Ma Hong stop and stare in awe. Without hesitation, they both leaped up, trailing swirling white smoke behind them as they shifted out of that dimension. They returned to their original positions. Than Feng took slow steps over the large stones scattered on the ground. He crouched slightly, gazing intently at the black smoke ahead. On the other side, Than Ma Hong observed Than Feng, a smug smile on his face, thinking to himself, what does it matter if Than Feng has a sharp tongue? Just wait until you see how formidable Thanasiri is. You will regret everything you have done and said. The sky was shrouded in dark, ominous clouds. Just seconds later, flashes of purple lightning crackled across the sky. Than Feng clenched his fists, shouting with excitement. He is coming. It turned out Tu was gradually revealing himself through the smoke. His expression was hollow, and he raised his hand toward Than Feng, shouting loudly, you little bug, you have got guts? This time, as thence, I won't hold back. Meanwhile, Than Feng stood there with crossed arms, responding slowly. You think you can take me down? I am already dead inside. Why have not you improved at all? Even an idiot would learn something after being lectured for hours. Than Feng's fearless words drove Tu to a boiling rage. If you want to die, then I will gladly help you, he roared. Seeing this, Than Feng tightened his grip on Tu's handle. He then looked at Tu, smirking defiantly. I am so scared you will run away. Go ahead. Hit me with your best shot. Tu did not waste time talking back. He launched an attack, unleashing a wave of green smoke that sent debris flying. He waved the handle where Than Feng was holding on, grinning with delight. It seemed Than Feng's endurance was off the charts. He clung on tight, ready for whatever Tu had in store. With a distant gaze, lost in thought for a moment, it seems self-love is a force to be reckoned with. Then, he extends a hand, gripping the tentacle tightly, pulling it in. Infuriated, self-love swiftly tosses Than Feng aside. But it looks like he is still stubbornly clinging to that tentacle. Just seconds later, Than Feng leaps back from the tentacle, realizing he has hit his limit. Well then, looks like it is time to swap places. A red energy radiates from Than Feng, enveloping the tentacle. His eyes narrow, filled with a sharp cunning. Soon after, Than Feng finds himself pinned close to the tentacle by his opponent. The guy stares in disbelief, mouth agape, wondering how this could be happening. Next to Than Ma Hong is frozen, watching the scene in stunned silence. Than Feng stands firm, clutching the tentacle tightly, rage burning in his eyes. With just his small frame, he forces the opponent to kneel on the ground beside the tentacle, starting to lift his foot high into the air. Than Feng gradually ascends, pulling the tentacle forward. Seizing the moment, Than Feng launches him down, smashing him headfirst into the ground. Blood spills from the opponent's mouth, and he is dazed, slowly opening his eyes to look at Than Feng standing there. The image of him is imprinted in the opponent's mind, with his neck pinned to the ground. The opponent questions Than Feng's identity, demanding to know who he is. Just moments later, he launches himself up, landing on the ground with a thud. Growing larger, a mere ant in a tiny world cannot be this strong. There must be someone behind him. The opponent's sharp gaze pierces right through Than Feng, demanding to know who supports him. In response, Dan Feng smirks, offering a compliment, saying it is no surprise a member of the Than clan could guess there is someone behind his power. After all this time, without holding back, Dan Feng reveals the figure standing behind him. Or rather, the demons he owes his achievements today to their support. As he finishes speaking, the opponent stands there, jaw dropped, shocked that he has demon allies. Dan Feng stands tall, lowering his head for a moment before deciding to continue. The faces of those who fell at my hands. I will tell you. Around Dan Feng, wisps of white smoke swirl, and he acknowledges that his power today is thanks to Tu the M. Minon, the FDU tree, Baeko the Sinon, and the various demons, including Than Mahong, towering over Dan Feng. The opponent bellows loudly, questioning how a servant of the Holy Clan could help him. You are messing with the wrong Than here. With his arms crossed, Dan Feng calmly replies, I am not lying. I will thank you later. Suddenly, the opponent roars loudly, exposing his rows of sharp teeth. His gaze flickers back to Dan Feng, uttering a disdainful remark about the arrogance of the clan. Just wait a moment, and you will be begging for mercy from me. Today, I will show that tiny ant the true power of the Than clan. Spreading his arms wide, the opponent opens his mouth wide, gathering a cloud of smoke to unleash a powerful attack. Surrounded by a haze of green smoke, he slowly lowered his head towards Dan Feng. The gaze of arrogance made Dan Feng emit a fierce red smoke, like a warning. Are you still scared of not being strong enough? Without a word, arrogance slowly lifted its massive foot right in front of him. This was the legendary power of heaven and earth. Truly magnificent. The true master had to possess it. He grew to such a size that he stood tall on earth, looming over Dan Feng. Seeing the cracks in the ground before him, the Demon King smiled smugly, leaving others speechless. But to everyone's surprise, Dan Feng lay on the ground, casually resting his head, not looking the least bit intimidated. He began to push himself up. Why am I still on the ground? Dan Feng started to lift his leg high, releasing a cloud of red smoke. Hurriedly, he flew behind Arrogance, preparing to counterattack. In front of him, Arrogance was clueless, hands on his hips, grinning with satisfaction. Dan Feng quickly closed the distance, whispering, "Wait. It has been a while since I have had this much fun. Let us keep it going." Noticing Dan Feng still standing there, he squinted in disbelief. Arrogance shrank back, covering his face, trembling with fear. No way. You can't withstand the power of the true master. With a lifeless expression, Dan Feng looked at him and declared, "Now it is my turn." His arm began to grow larger, massive, and then he seized Arrogance's head. Gotcha. Gripping his head, Dan Feng tossed him around like a toy. Then he hoisted the entire being of Arrogance high in front of him. Arrogance looked at him, stuttering in disbelief. How do you have such incredible strength? On the other side, Dan Feng lowered his gaze, coldly replying, "Is this what leaves you astonished? Keep it coming. Let us see what you have got. If not, I might just have to end you right now." Hearing this, Arrogance froze in terror. Trembling uncontrollably, fearing for his life, he charged in, clashing with Dan Feng in a vibrant battle. Under the blinding rays of sunlight piercing through the green leaves. After the struggle, Dan Feng stood there with his arms raised, relaxed, while Arrogance lay sprawled out. Defeated, Dan Feng slowly placed his foot on Arrogance's head, asking, "You are supposed to be a master in this realm. Why have you only gained a little strength? Where's your defense? Where's your cultivation?" Playfully bouncing on Arrogance's head, Dan Feng teased, "Do you have any trump cards left? Hurry up and show them to me." Arrogance lay there, holding himself together, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Please. No more. I have nothing left." His words left Dan Feng momentarily speechless. Stunned, he reached down, grabbing a tuft of Arrogance's hair, who was in sheer panic. "Now, I am giving you a chance to live. Acknowledge me as your master. Be my guide to the higher realms." Watching Arrogance cover his mouth, shaking and sobbing, Dan Feng pressed on. "What is it going to be?" Dan Feng gripped his thrashing arm, refusing the offer. That rejection left Dan Feng stunned. Dan Feng's fingers twitched, releasing a wave of smoke. He quickly shot that smoke straight at Arrogance's arm. In just seconds, his arm was severed, blood gushing everywhere. A sly smile crossed Dan Feng's face. Next to him was a powerful energy orb. "Today, I am going to let you experience the thrill of fire and attack. I want to see just how far you can hold on." Dan Feng quickly brought the sphere closer to the self-demon. In just a few fleeting seconds, the self-demon was engulfed in a cloud of red smoke. He was completely incinerated. But his regeneration ability is not too shabby. Covering his face with his hand, Dan Feng gasped, shaking off the fatigue. He rubbed his eyes warily, amazed he could endure this torment for half an hour without giving in. Looking at the self-demon, he fell back, his body ablaze. It is not every day you see a demon with such national prestige. If he wanted to die, let it be easy. with a look of admiration. Than Feng made a decision. Then, I will grant you a peaceful death. Hearing that, the self-demon quickly bowed his head repeatedly, accepting Than Feng's earlier offer. I will recognize you as my master. Than Feng looked baffled, thinking to himself, would it have been easier if you had just been smart from the start? He began to introduce himself loudly. I am Gu Than Feng. Accept me as your master. The self-demon knelt, his voice booming. Yet he did not seem to be willing to back down. And kneeling closely to the ground, he raised a finger high, declaring, the Holy Clan self-demon is willing to accept Go Than Feng as master. A red mark appeared next to the self-demon's hand. Swearing loyalty, never to change. After the vow, he looked at Than Feng and softly asked, is it good now? Facing him, Than Feng crossed his arms and nodded. That'll do for now. Sitting on the ground, Than Feng looked at him and asked for some information. Tell me about the upper realm. The self-demon began to explain in detail. Actually, the communication channel with your people was a space created by the Than clan, located in the distant trading realm. Than Feng lightly grasped his ear, pondering and voicing his thoughts. If this is a business deal for the Than clan, why not set up shop in the Than clan territory instead of a faraway place? Aren't you worried about the human clans discovering it? No matter how safe it is, it can't compare to your own territory. Seeing his confusion, the self-demon continued. Humans usually do not meddle when they discover population trading in the underworld. But if demons find out, they will raid. That is why we need to find a place that the demons won't locate. Propping his chin, Than Feng began to understand a few things. So that is it. How many Than clans are behind this interdimensional channel? He raised both hands to signal. There are 2 of us left, and the rest are all human slaves. Listening to the self-demon's account, Than Feng tilted his head in confusion. Wait, the management of the Than realm has only 3 Than clans. Kneeling respectfully, the self-demon closed his eyes and explained. Master, although the Than realm is vast, there are not many powerful beings. You add the threats from the demon kingdom, so we do not need many Than clans. If there were too many Than clans, it would draw attention. A green vortex appeared, and from it, a jar was handed to Than Feng. He quickly turned to the self-demon and asked, what are the strengths of the other 2? Taking the jar, he observed it while explaining. One is about to break down, essentially a handyman, while the other is our clan's elder, the elder of celestial signs, whose strength is unfathomable. Upon hearing the unusual name, Than Feng's eyes widened as he looked at the self-demon. Elder of celestial signs. Who is this guy? Holding the jar Than Feng had given him, he began to fall into a meditative state, his whole being seeming soulless. The elder of celestial signs is here to refine the Than realm. A table and chair slammed down onto the ground, and as he poured tea, Than Feng turned to the self-demon and suggested, all right, big brother, keep going. His face darkened as he glanced at you, continuing his story. After all, this was the ancient ancestor who had discovered the celestial realm thousands of years ago. He had always remained in the space behind the dimensional passage, meditating without a break, all to fully refine the heavenly Tao of the celestial realm. Sitting at the table, holding a steaming cup of tea, Than Feng asked, how could someone even refine the heavenly Tao of a minor celestial world? What kind of cultivation level does that ancient ancestor have? Don't just talk about yourself, answer me directly. It is the celestial being of peak enlightenment. Hearing that name, Than Feng's eyes widened, and he urged him, celestial being of peak enlightenment. Can you elaborate? Now, he transformed into a teacher, patiently explaining to you. The upper realms are divided into 3 stages. The foundation stage, the divine vessel stage, and the celestial stage. The foundation stage includes the Sea of Kai, the heart of transformation, and the soul of the divine. The divine vessel stage consists of the human origin, earth origin, and heaven origin. The celestial stage encompasses celestial beings, celestial kings, celestial lords, celestial sages, and the celestial emperor. Sitting at the table, Than Feng prepared to ask him another question. Which realm does the divine stage belong to? It is not like you are hiding anything, so spill it. The divine stage is actually the soul stage of the foundation stage. Looking straight at the guy, you remembered something and said, wait a minute, if the divine stage is the soul stage, then the heart of transformation stage should not be the same. What about the gathering Kai? Internal Kai, true Kai, and the master realm? Grabbing the smoky tea cup, he bowed his head slightly and replied calmly, Master, the realms you mention essentially all relate to Ki refinement. The natural essence of heaven and earth in the upper realms is incredibly rich. For those in the upper realm, refining Ki is easy, and there is no need to divide it too finely. It is all called the Sea of Ki stage. But cultivation also depends on talent. Results vary from person to person. A question suddenly popped into your mind, and you quickly pointed at him. Interrogating. So what realm do you belong to? Taking a deep breath, he proudly introduced. I am from the human origin stage of the divine vessel stage. The divine vessel stage is the fusion of essence, energy, and spirit. It cultivates the divine pill. And the divine vessel stage refines the divine pill within the body, divided into human origin divine pill, earth origin divine pill, and heaven origin divine pill. Your next words left him dumbfounded, blinking in disbelief. Then let me see your divine pill. Hearing that, he fell back in shock, looking at you sitting there, begging, Master, if I take out the divine pill, I will lose my life. I still want to work for you for another day. Over here. Danfeng clasped his hands behind his back, raising his head defiantly. You are useless now. I command you to bring me the divine pill. Meanwhile, he slowly ran his hand along the hose for a moment to ponder. He confirmed by poking straight into his chest. Piercing it, he pulled out a golden pill resembling an immortal elixir and handed it to Danfeng. Holding the dark pill in your hand, you looked up with an excited expression. It turned out this was the divine pill of the divine vessel stage. After thinking for a moment, Danfeng decisively threw that useless thing right at him. Here is something worthless for you. Little fool. Give this to the other demonic beings to share. In an instant, from the swirling green smoke, he received your order. Yep. Master, over here. Danfeng closed his eyes, a satisfied grin on his face. Suddenly, a wave of green energy erupted beneath you. And Danfeng's expression darkened in confusion as he looked up. You are caught up in this unclear dimension. Forget about the swirling rocks being pulled forward. This is the upper realm. Danfeng furrows his brow, his eyes sharp as he recalls something. Wait a minute. A vision of a dimension filled with swirling green smoke flashes in his mind. This is a small space created when the spirit clan opened a realm, just like the one he mentioned. Those architectural fragments could be what the spatial whirlpool is drawing in. Danfeng floats, trying to close his eyes to feel this dimension. He needs to take it slow. Maybe if there is a powerful presence here, I could strike it rich. Suddenly, from above, a fiery punch comes crashing down towards him. But with a sixth sense, Danfeng quickly turns to look. He grits his teeth, floating among the bright red sparks. Suddenly, a massive figure appears beside him, deep in meditation. Wow, a godly soul level. But why does it feel so strange? The form of this demon captivates Danfeng's gaze. He does not hold back and gives the guy a hard tap on the head. A smug grin spreads across Danfeng's face. Aha, a tangible demon. I can actually hit you. Quickly, he unleashes a flurry of fiery punches at the demon, saying, "Wait, if you are not going to hit me anymore, I guess you like it like this." The dimension around him begins to shift. The demon with a curvy figure trying to seduce Danfeng. He stands there, mouth agape, feeling nauseous. You are making me sick. I can't even breathe. With fiery eyes, Danfeng shoves the demon aside, warning him to behave. If you keep this up, I will smash your face in. You just accepted me as your master. Remember, you gotta listen to me. No rebellion allowed. The demon, hearing this, turns back to him. Seemingly understanding, facing the demon, Danfeng presses on. Where's the celestial elder? You were crying for help, but he did not show up. The demon flops back onto a rock, responding quickly. The elder is busy refining the heavenly Tao of the celestial realm. He said not even a big event like this can disturb him, so he won't be coming. Danfeng tilts his head up, gazing into the distance, and orders the demon. All right, if he is not coming, I will go find him. Lead the way. Looking at the demon in front of him, he adds, wait, take me to where the human tribe is imprisoned first. Thoughts race through Danfeng's mind. I have to rescue my father first. I got so caught up in the fight that I almost forgot about this. I really can't mess up and end up hurting my father-in-law. Not wanting to waste time, he starts following the demon's lead. Master, please follow me. In front of a building surrounded by swirling green smoke on the stone. The first floor is the prison of the spirit clan. The demon stands in front, pointing and calling out, Master, this is the prison of the human tribe set by the elder. He stands there with his hands on his hips, causing the demon to look quite flustered. They quickly move ahead, stepping into a dark, empty corridor without a soul in sight. His gaze is drawn to the figures sitting around. They look lifeless, huddled in the corners, shrouded in a deep, gloomy sadness. Scanning the entire room, Danfeng began to ask Caillou, who stood behind him, who are you keeping locked up here? His question caught the guy off guard, but he quickly composed himself and explained. We capture those blessed with special abilities from the celestial clan. They are saved up for meat sales. He continued. Most of the people here have been imprisoned for hundreds, even thousands of years. Their minds long gone essentially. They are just husks. Grinning slyly, Danfeng turned back. Well, let us flip the script. It is way too easy for you guys to just sit back and let them die. The celestial clan locks up humans. But I have decided to lock up you celestials instead. With his arms crossed, Then Feng turned to Toho and asked loudly, "Where's the 7-attribute spirit body?" Stammering for a moment, the guy finally responded, "The 7-attribute spirit body enhances comprehension. It is extremely valuable and is kept on the 2nd floor." "Not here." With a subtle gesture forward, Then Feng commanded Taiyu, "Open all the seals. I have decided to set them free." Suddenly, a flicker of red flame appeared in his hand, spreading around Taiyu's face. Meanwhile, Then Feng clenched his fist, channeling all his inner power, and a wave of purple smoke began to form. As he waved his hands lightly, the smoke expanded, leaving the guy standing next to him dazed. Then Feng's face was dark, a red flame flickering at his feet. Once he was done, he crossed his arms and ordered Taiyu, "Take me to the 2nd floor." The guy hesitated for a moment but quickly nodded in agreement.
Yep.
"Master." In another place, standing in front of a gate, he pointed and introduced to Then Feng. "This is the 2nd floor of the Celestial Clan prison." Then Feng slowly approached the door. Raising his hand as a stream of green magic slowly emerged, he swiftly directed the magic straight at the door. Moments later, it swung open, revealing a man suspended in midair. Bachingo hung his head, blood pouring from his chest. Overjoyed, Then Feng shouted, "Father-in-law." He rushed towards Bachingulo, calling out, "Father-in-law." Then Feng could now clearly see a deep wound on his chest. Quickly, Then Feng pointed and asked Yun, who stood off to the side, "Where's the heart?" The guy fidgeted before replying, "The heart is the most precious part of the 7-attribute spirit body. Once it grows, it will be extracted." Pointing down, Then Feng inquired further, "Extracted from where?" Watching the two of them, Taiyu began to explain the specific location. "Not here. Usually, it is outside. The fresher, the better." Then Feng lifted his head toward Bachingo, who was in pain, thinking to himself, "No wonder he passed on his ultimate skills to me and Nai." Turning back to Taiyu, he commanded, "Open the formation." The guy quickly agreed.
"Yep,
master." From a distance, Taiyu gestured toward the formation appearing behind both of them. In an instant, the formation completely vanished. As it disappeared, Then Feng felt a wave of joy and shouted, "Father-in-law." He leaned closer, whispering all sorts of things about the name Thang Yinko Bech and Thang Tem Yining. Hearing that name, Bachingo suddenly gasped in shock. "Ingan. Nini Nahai." Looking up at Then Feng, he began to question, "Who are you? How do you know Ningiven Nai? Could it be that she has also been captured here?" You stand there, arms crossed, head held high, thinking to yourself he was definitely pretending just now, not a hint of madness. In fact, he seemed sharper than ever, clearly using some secret technique to seal his mind. Pointing to himself with his thumb, Then Feng introduced, "Father-in-law, I am Gu Then Feng, your son-in-law. And Yunai is doing great. She is over in the celestial realm." Hearing this, Bei now furrowed his brows and asked again, "Sana?" Then Feng quickly raised both hands to clarify, "I am also from the celestial realm. I just married Yena not long ago. I came to the upper realm today to rescue someone." He then pointed to the self-serve monster standing nearby. "You do not have to worry about him. He has already pledged his loyalty to me." With a smug grin, he commanded the monster, "Bend your tusk down to show my father-in-law." Following Then Feng's order, the creature started to bend its tusk, blood dripping down in droplets. The old man stood there, shocked and stunned by the scene before him. As he lightly touched the chains, Then Feng applied just a bit of force, and they shattered into pieces. He quickly took Bai Nao's hand and pulled him forward. "Father-in-law, there is no time for long explanations. Head back to the celestial realm first. We can talk when I get back." Looking towards the self-serve monster, Then Feng ordered, "After safely bringing my father-in-law back to the celestial realm, come find me right away." The monster nodded.
"Yep,
master." High in the sky, atop a rock, stood Then Feng and the self-serve monster. "Follow me here," the monster said. "Master, the Elder Celestial is in seclusion here." From Then Feng's hand, a swirling magical circle erupted. In mere moments, the self-serve monster was completely engulfed in a bottomless pit. Moments later, it crashed to the ground in unbearable pain, its body now shriveled. A foot suddenly appeared, forcing it to look up.
"Wait.
Let us get this party started." Below, a group surrounded the self-serve monster, their expressions filled with delight. "Today's feast is for you to taste the flavor of the celestial clan." The creature, feeling weak and huddled, barely heard the voice from behind. Can a celestial clan even afford enough to eat? It tried to back away but bumped its head against someone's leg. "I am adding one more to your feast." A girl with her hands on her hips looked majestically into the distance. "Little lady, here to host this party." She pursed her lips slightly, casting her gaze at the self-serve monster. "Remember, do not kill it too quickly. Wait for it to grow back. Then we can eat it again." Not wanting to waste time, all the monsters lunged at the self-serve creature, tearing into it with frenzy. Back with Then Feng, he stood before a tower. Just seconds later, Then Feng stepped inside, resting his hands on his hips as he surveyed the surroundings. He lifted his leg and kicked straight into a door. The force of the kick blasted the door open. Clearing the way for him, he was furious. With his hands behind his back, Dan Feng stepped inside to inspect. Out of nowhere, something caught his eye in the sky, surrounded by a swirling red mist. A figure was sitting atop it. It turned out to be the Elder of Celestial Omens, surrounded by night butterflies. Staring at him, Dan Feng began to speculate aloud. This was the Elder of Celestial Omens. Who would have thought that such an important task as refining the heavenly Tao would lack any defensive formations? He finished speaking but only received a blank stare in response. Gently lifting a butterfly, the Elder slowly asked him, "Is your human race locking doors to prevent thieves? Or to stop cockroaches from invading?" His attitude sparked a strong reaction from Dan Feng, whose eyes lit up with excitement. "It has been a while since I have seen a demon this cool in front of me." With a flick of his wrist, the Elder released a stream of red smoke. All of it rushed straight toward Dan Feng. He relaxed his posture, looking up with a calm demeanor. After a moment, the smoke gradually dissipated, and he stood gazing at the Elder high above. The Elder looked at him with a fierce stare. "How is this possible? There is not a single scratch on you." Back to Dan Feng. He straightened up, looking at the Elder with intensity. "Just a mere cockroach-level celestial being dares to challenge me. Truly reckless." Once again, the Elder raised both hands, forming a magical circle. He then aimed straight at Dan Feng below. A beam of green light shot directly towards him. Around him, a red mist thick as blood began to form. That mist was shielding Dan Feng from the Elder's attack. Observing from above, the Elder was slightly astonished by Dan Feng. A human's body is quite strange, yet it managed to absorb all of my power. He brought his hand to his chin, lost in thought about the system. Even a random upper realm demon can see how a person operates like this. He stood there silently, surrounded by swirling green smoke. The man floated high above, raising his hands and forming a seal. Every absorption has its limits. You can't just bypass levels. I want to see where your limits lie. From below, Dan Feng looked up and smirked with satisfaction. System. That demon just said it wants to see your limits. Casually, he pressed his two fingers together, and the Master of Celestial Signs hurriedly cracked open a void, revealing a red energy sphere. On this side, he also began to expand, surrounded by a swirling cloud of blood-red smoke. The smoke concentrated around Dan Feng. After a moment of levitating in the air, his eyes turned a fiery red. Dan Feng stared at him with soulless eyes. He landed gracefully, flames flickering around him. "Why did you stop? There is no way you are finished yet." The Master of Celestial Signs was left stunned, wondering how this could be happening. Without hesitation, Dan Feng began to move closer. "I have already tapped into powers beyond the spiritual realm, but you can still absorb it." Meanwhile, the Master of Celestial Signs also started descending to the ground. This can't be explained by mere physicality. No physical body could possibly absorb infinite power. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked at the man and smirked, questioning him. "Power that exceeds the spiritual realm. You are not a celestial being, are you? Come on. Let this sovereign witness the true power of a celestial being." The Master of Celestial Signs, observing, boldly prepared to unleash his strength. "I want to test your limits too. Right now, I am putting all my energy into refining the essence of the heavenly realm. Most of your powers are unusable." His words made Dan Feng feel a slight sting in the corner of his eye. "You are quite honest. Just straight up saying you can use most of your powers right now." The Master of Celestial Signs, with his mouth full of bravado, sneered. "Even if you have limited power, you are still just a bug." Suddenly, a shape-shifting elephant appeared from him in a flash. The strongest of the divine races is the physical form, not the cultivation level. The Master of Celestial Signs aimed his trunk at Dan Feng, but he dodged it effortlessly. They hovered in the air, staring each other down without blinking. Suddenly, he retracted his trunk back into his mouth, pulling it in. The Master's mouth inadvertently widened in surprise. Just like that, he burst into a hearty laugh, feeling completely at ease. "The heavens are on my side. The heavens are on my side." He quickly extended his gigantic hand towards Dan Feng, confidently declaring that under this opportunity, he had gained the essence of the minor heavenly world. "And now, I have also unearthed a physical form beyond that of a celestial being." Hearing this, Dan Feng raised his head high and gently reminded him, "You are celebrating too soon. Now it is my turn to mess with your refining of the essence." On this side, Dan Feng took a step back to gather momentum. The Master of Celestial Signs was channeling energy, and a cloud of green smoke appeared, swirling around him. With his clenched fists, Dan Feng lunged forward without hesitation, delivering a powerful strike that shook the world. And just like that, you rushed to embrace the Celestial Master, who showed no sign of distress. Within moments, he was enveloped in a cloud of green smoke, his hands breaking free from the grip from his hand. Dan Feng shot out a beam of light, propelling the Celestial Master straight into the wall. Hearing the new announcement, Dan Feng bowed his head and asked once more. Merging. Suddenly, he was suspended in mid-air, gathering all the energy within himself. After a moment, once he completed the process, Than Feng gracefully landed. He opened his eyes wide, filled with a crimson glow, gazing straight ahead. The celestial master was consumed by anger, his body radiating powerful energy. As a mere human was siphoning off his strength. Then, he spoke with a deep voice, his eyes glinting as if spotting a rare treasure. Good. A human. This one had successfully piqued his interest. He took on a human form, feeling the turbulence in his own aura, almost confessing with a heavy heart that most of his power was now unusable. Indeed, there was nothing he could do about this human. So he would imprison him. After refining the heavenly downfall, he would gradually uncover the secrets of this human. Right after this declaration, he conjured a massive surge of magical energy from above, swirling down like a tempest, sealing the 5 elemental winds. Now, Than Feng was surrounded by his magical energy, unable to escape, caught in a dilemma. Than Feng found himself trapped within a cage formed by the celestial master's power. Seeing Than Feng standing helpless in the formation, he was filled with delight. The 5-element seal was a divine technique from the upper realm, a self-sustaining formation that never broke. With the power of this human, breaking it would indeed be an uphill battle, but his glee did not last long. As Than Feng soon shattered the formation, the celestial master could not believe his eyes. The formation he deemed invincible had been defeated by a young man barely in his 20s. How could this be? Across from him, Than Feng's gaze remained as calm as still water, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his lips, radiating a hint of mockery, as easy as flipping a switch, one might say. And the celestial master was struck dumb by Than Feng's might, the embodiment of the 5 elements. He stared at the young man as if witnessing a miraculous phenomenon, almost murmuring the truth that sent shivers through the upper realm. This was an exceptionally rare and bizarre existence. How could a lowly human from the lower realm possess such power? What earth-shattering secret did you hold that could manifest such wonders? My interest in you is growing by the moment. At this moment, his voice was no longer filled with disdain, but rather a hint of admiration. He thought the most valuable thing in the celestial realm was the heavenly Tao, never imagining there could be a person. Than Feng understood. The words he uttered were merely a tactic to buy time. He cut straight to the chase. You are trying to stall to continue absorbing energy from the celestial realm, but I won't let you. The celestial master remained still, his gaze unchanging, filled with contempt. Human, do not get too big for your boots. I do not need to prolong this with you. If the 5-element seal can contain you, then what about this? He formed another seal, raising his hand high, uttering a chilling phrase as energy surged forth, intensifying the 5-element seal. A tremendous force caused the stones from the ceiling to rain down. Than Feng was slightly taken aback by this move of his. Faced with such a dangerous situation, Than Feng had to show some respect. He had to use his other hand to touch the faint mark. Just as he encountered this divine technique, Than Feng quietly took a deep breath. His gaze grew serious as he muttered to himself, realizing the enemy was no joke, and there were quite a few of them. At that moment, the blue light surrounding him quickly transformed into a golden hue. Than Feng used 2 fingers to probe the invisible wall before him, trying to gauge the situation. After a while, he activated his eye of insight. He narrowed his eyes, intently observing the invisible streams of power silently encircling him like elusive currents. His gaze suddenly flared, awning in on a hazy point in the formation, and he softly murmured, "This is the spot." Than Feng concentrated his strength into his legs, his body darting forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a swirling gust of wind in its wake. A sudden punch shot out, carrying a force so fierce it seemed to want to tear apart the very fabric of space ahead. Just as he predicted, that wall only retreated after taking his hit. This made Than Feng falter slightly, but it could not deter his determination to break the formation. No surprise. This was the ultimate technique of the celestial beings. Even the thinnest part of the formation was this strong. One punch could not break it, so he would throw another. Just as he finished speaking, he unleashed another punch, this one significantly stronger as he poured all his might into it. Meanwhile, the celestial being outside was not idle either. He had to use his own energy to maintain this formation. Another crack appeared, slicing across the formation and giving Than Feng a glimmer of hope. Than Feng's eyes glimmered with determination, pouring all his will into that final punch to shatter the formation before him. The eyes of the celestial being were now as deep as an abyss, hiding something unfathomable. He subtly flipped his hand, slowly pulling out a strange object from his sleeve, glowing with a dark light that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who looked at it. He raised the peculiar item, pressing it against the formation to seal the crack Than Feng had just made. At that moment, Than Feng fell to the ground in excruciating pain. The celestial being watched with a smirk, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor, telling him not to waste his energy, no matter how capable one was of seeing through the barriers. The formation's might was supreme. He turned away, reminding him that under its influence, not even a chance to exploit its weaknesses existed for someone of his power. After saying that, the celestial being adjusted his breathing, settling down to meditate. Inside, the system emitted a warning to Than Feng. The host is trapped by a demon. What should we do? Hearing this, Than Feng felt a bit offended. Now I am facing psychological trauma. What am I supposed to do? If I can't handle this little issue, what good am I? Watching the celestial being calmly and confidently cultivate only pushed Than Feng deeper into despair. What about my wife and father-in-law if I truly can't break through? But then, taking advantage of being the main character, Than Feng suddenly grinned with arrogance. Why did not I think of this before? Once again, he used his fist to strike the circular formation, softly replying, "Thank you." Than Feng relentlessly pounded away at the formation, while the celestial being remained calm and collected nearby. As time slipped by, a single incense stick burned down to its end, sitting within the formation. Than Feng was drenched in sweat, fists clenched tightly, eyes wary. How long would he have to keep this up? He found himself torn between two choices he had created for himself, now facing two distinct paths. Should he wait for the human to fully absorb the realm, and then release him? Or should he keep attacking to strengthen his own power, risking a year of being sealed? Finally, he voiced his determination. There was only one option left. In his hand, Than Feng revealed a piece of paper. He summoned his strength and hurled it far away, energy erupting as he roared. "Let us see what you can do." Within the formation, Than Feng's voice thundered like a storm, striking with fierce arrogance. Acting in place of his true self, the celestial demon gradually revealed himself as the illusion faded away. His expression turned to one of pure rage upon realizing Than Feng's scheme, his face twisting in madness. "You fool. Thinking you could change the world, switching the vessel to trick the true self. You really think I have not recorded the power of the celestial demon again? Not falling for that one more time." The celestial demon stood there, arms crossed, looking somewhat pitiful, while the true self remained unfazed. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light vanished, leaving Than Feng confused about what was happening. Inside the formation, Than Feng kept struggling, shaking desperately. But there was no escaping this trap. Time continued to drag on. But for Than Feng, it felt like an eternity. 3 grueling days later, he had tried every possible method. Exhausted now, his eyes glazed over, he realized each attempt led him to a dead end. He slumped down on the ground with a heavy sigh, as if he wanted to give up everything. Just then, outside the formation, the celestial elder laughed triumphantly. "Haha. Finally, I have succeeded." Watching him laugh like that, Than Feng felt like a 3-year-old getting candy. Haha. Finally, I can break free. The heavenly aspect elder's eyes sparkled with wild ambition, whispering feverishly that success was just a birth away. His breakthrough to the celestial general realm was almost here. Haha. His voice dropped low, draped in smugness and icy malice. It was time to study this person. The two faced each other, not too far apart yet not too close. Suddenly, a fierce wave of spatial disturbance erupted. The heavenly aspect elder turned, his gaze sharp and suspicious. Who dares to intrude into the rift of space? A hand tore through the dimensional tier, causing quite the stir. But it took you long enough to find me. It turned out to be the celestial demon. Perhaps due to the remnants of his conscience, he had returned. The heavenly aspect elder was taken aback, his eyes tightening as he realized the entity stepping through was no easy target, the avatar of the celestial demon from beyond. Meanwhile, Than Feng felt a surge of relief at the sight of his savior finally arriving. The heavenly aspect elder, upon seeing him, was now cautious, speaking with less bravado and a hint of respect. "Celestial demon, may I ask what brings you to my secluded retreat?" The celestial demon smirked arrogantly, waving his hand dismissively as if his opponent was beneath his notice. "Haha. I have no grudges against you," the heavenly aspect elder replied. "Celestial demon, if your true self has come, I cannot turn you away. But for just an avatar to dare rush into my domain, that seems a bit presumptuous." However, all he received in return was the celestial demon's sneer. "Get lost. Get lost. Get lost." He approached the array that had trapped Than Feng for 3 days, ready to break him free. But it seemed the heavenly aspect elder did not want him to do that. The elder's intention irked him, provoking the celestial demon to rage. He slammed down with a fist that struck the ground with such force it shattered the earth. The heavenly aspect elder was no pushover either. He swiftly dodged the attack, not letting the celestial demon bask in victory for long. He immediately counterattacked. Offended by this, the celestial demon refused to back down. The clash of their powers produced a deafening roar. Witnessing such a dramatic showdown, Than Feng could not help but exclaim, if only they could direct that at each other. What a waste! What a waste! They were both tense, despite the vast difference in their appearances. The celestial demon stared coldly as if looking at an ant, while Than Feng had been lurking here all along, trying to comprehend the celestial Tao. "I'm not here to steal the celestial Tao from this minor world. I only want this human. Just hand him over, and I will leave immediately." Naturally, the heavenly aspect elder could not agree to such an absurd demand. "This person has a special connection with me. Can't he just hand them over to anyone else? Those looking for trouble better think twice." He crossed his arms, pretending to be the good guy while advising the celestial demon. "Sir, are a celestial demon from beyond the realms. If you stay here too long, The heavenly Tao will notice. And then your true form will be exposed. The celestial demon felt disrespected. Rage boiling over. You pathetic ants. How dare you act so brazenly today, even without needing this form. I will teach you all a lesson you want to forget. The celestial demon's voice echoed through the space, roaring like thunder. Dare to challenge me? The elder celestial image refused to back down, transforming into his true self, unleashing the celestial image earth. Swelling up. At that moment, his ugly form was accentuated by 2 blood-red eyes, radiating a fierce aura in the blink of an eye. He charged straight at the celestial demon, quick on his feet. He raised his hands to block the brutal attack from the celestial image. The intense aura lingered, even affecting Dan Feng within the formation. He was the one reaping the benefits in this battle, raising his hands high, feeling liberated. Finally, I might just make it out of here. Suddenly, a piece of wood flew out of nowhere, catching Dan Feng's attention. Just moments later, that latter turned to despair. Dan Feng shook his head, laughing. I just got here, and already my luck is running thin. From high above, a massive orb radiated a terrifying power. Dan Feng was stunned, confused about what was happening. What in the world is going on? A dark figure with red eyes appeared, grinding his teeth, daring anyone to use forbidden techniques to try and eliminate me. He roared in fury, squeezing the air, the energy swirling. You are coming down with me. A surge of power erupted from that spot, filling the room with a menacing aura. The clash of 2 forces was fierce, creating an explosion that rocked the very heavens. That terrifying force spread out like shockwaves, forcing Dan Feng to stumble back a few steps, his clothes billowing in the fierce wind. He strained to open his eyes, trying to grasp what was unfolding, thinking to himself, this is the heavenly Tao's love child. Dan Feng reached back, quickly retracting the energy. He recalled how the people from the Shadow Realm had mentioned that the heavenly Tao was now close to demonic energy. As a powerful member of the celestial race was refining it. Dan Feng's eyes glinted with a cold light, muttering to himself with a smirk, so that is it. The elder celestial image has turned the heavenly Tao into a demon. It is no longer just close to demonic energy. It is fully transformed. As emotions surged, Dan Feng's power erupted. He truly had to thank the elder celestial image. At this moment, nothing could hold him back. Dan Feng stood firm, declaring boldly, merge. Dan Feng's gaze sharpened, becoming serious and slightly cautious. His entire being lit up, waves of intense power swirling around him, radiating an aura so fierce it made the space around him shiver. Dan Feng suddenly halted, his eyes wide in utter astonishment, words spilling out uncontrollably. This is not all the power I painstakingly gained from the demonic energy. Why is everything merging? The energy merging within him caused pain, but it passed quickly. Before Dan Feng now was an infinite expanse of shattered white fragments in the space around him. Dan Feng felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, a slight smile creeping onto his lips, as his eyes sparked with an unusual brilliance. I have turned into a divine being, wielding legendary powers. Just then, the system chimed in with a bland, confirming tone. That is how it is. Host. The explosion around him was still raging, making him sigh in frustration. When would it end? Then, in the next moment, after hearing the system announce that he had become the controller of the heavenly path, Dan Feng could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, wait! Seriously? With that, he raised his fist high, showcasing his determination, and shouted, merge. In an instant, the system announced that Dan Feng had successfully merged, but something distracted him during this precious moment. Suddenly, an ancient token appeared in the palm of his hand, radiating a soft glow and an indescribable aura of solemnity. Even stranger, a captivating golden light shimmered around the token. Then, it vanished into thin air, leaving Dan Feng baffled by what had just occurred. Only now did he slowly start to comprehend the truth hidden behind it all. Dan Feng was transported to another space, where it was just him, an endless void surrounding a solitary spatial door. He stared around in disbelief, realizing, oh no, an explosion wiped everything out. There is no space left. This can be the endless void from Legends. Can it? Shielding his eyes with his hand, Dan Feng strained to see if anything was left. His body was gradually pulled into a swirling vortex that spun slowly in the air. As it drew closer, Dan Feng was left with no idea of what to do. In the end, he lay still on the ground, feeling utterly helpless. Dan Feng knelt down, gently placing his hands on the unfamiliar ground beneath him. Suddenly, the vortex started to pull him in again, leading him to another space, one filled with greenery, far less gloomy than the previous one. Naturally, this left Dan Feng stunned and bewildered. Where on earth was he? As he extended his hands in front of him, he noticed they were bleeding. Dan Feng sat motionless in the desolate land, his quiet eyes tracking each drop of dark red blood as it dripped from his arm onto the rough ground. Strangely, wherever his blood fell, the grass grew rapidly. This ability was beyond anything he could imagine, leaving him panicked as he stumbled backward. Shouting, the grass continued to grow, now towering over his head. Then Feng could not help but marvel at himself. I can't believe my blood is this powerful, it must be divine. He stood up and walked around, trying to assess the situation. This had to be the legendary realm of the injured. In the clearing amidst the forest, something caught his attention, causing him to halt. His instincts urged him to quickly turn around and assess the situation. A group of towering, hulking beastmen had snuck up behind him without him noticing, gleefully chatting among themselves. After a good nap. Finally, we get a feast today. Facing such colossal foes made Than Feng break into a cold sweat. Standing tall on his high pedestal, a beastman lunged forward, trying to grab Than Feng. Of course. How could he be caught so easily? Than Feng exploited his agility. Dodging effortlessly, he quickly stepped back a few paces and called out, "Hold on." This left the beastman utterly stunned. Then Than Feng approached humbly and asked, "Excuse me, senior." He locked eyes with them and voiced his thoughts. "Are you a demon?" The leader's gaze was surprisingly innocent as he replied, "I am not a demon." Then he gritted his teeth and cut to the chase, saying, "Stop pretending." Than Feng shot back, "If you are not a demon, then why do you eat people?" In an instant, a massive axe radiating dark energy appeared in the muscular hands of the giant. Without hesitation, it swooped down toward Than Feng, who responded nonchalantly, "Because it is delicious." Just as the strike was about to connect, he leaned to the side, his form slipping through the air like a wisp of smoke, prompting them to roar. Unleash everything you have. From a distance, a horde of beastmen, wild-haired like savage beasts, charged at him like a pack of predators given the green light to hunt. Than Feng waved his hand, muttering in complaint, "This makes no sense." Not willing to be outdone, Than Feng quickly transformed, his body now towering over them several times. As soon as he made his move, Than Feng sent the beastmen flying. After unleashing his final strike, the demonic energy dissipated, and Than Feng returned to his human form. Amidst the three massive figures resembling ancient beasts, he stood tall. His gaze? He smirked, looking down at them with disdain. Pathetic. Than Feng took a step back and stared straight at his opponent, his eyes shining like stars, filled with an indomitable fighting spirit as he prepared to unleash a devastating blow. A mysterious golden light began to spread around him, like an ancient barrier awakening in the midst of heaven and earth. Than Feng raised a finger and tapped, causing red and gold circles to appear around him. At that moment, several beastmen charged at him all at once, their punches aimed at Than Feng, forcing him back. Honestly, it was unfair for four of them to gang up on one, especially considering their size advantage. Powerful blow sent Than Feng spinning through the air before crashing down like a severed axe. He could not help but be surprised, as this was the first time someone had overpowered him since he got his system. Than Feng knelt on one knee, regaining his balance while preparing for his next attack. His eyes shone with unwavering determination, showing no hesitation. As if he would not turn back even if faced with a bottomless pit. An invisible dart suddenly sliced through the air, carrying astonishing power. But Than Feng dodged it just in time, while the beastmen roared ferociously. They poured every ounce of strength into their assault, determined to crush the small but resilient opponent before them. Facing these relentless attacks, Than Feng struggled greatly, having to fend for himself. At that moment, a spatial portal appeared right behind him. With quick reflexes, he dodged two deadly darts flying toward him. The beast tribe was furious, constantly raising their hands to provoke him. A smirk spread across Than Feng's face. His expression was not one of fear, but rather an unusual excitement, like a child discovering a new game. "This upper realm is intriguing. Just wait until I get back fully prepared for a grand showdown. See you later." He waved goodbye, watching the delicious target leave, which only infuriated the beast tribe, who could only hurl darts at him in frustration. Back in his familiar room, the warmth lingered, carrying a delicate fragrance. Than Feng lay back comfortably on the bed, with his beloved by his side, giving him a massage. At this moment, he was only outmatched in martial skills by the celestial beings of each gender. Enjoying the moment, Than Feng had never been accustomed to such pampering and casually asked, "I have a question for you. Are there any races that look human but are much taller, resembling forest dwellers?" "What race could that be?" His beloved quickly responded in a flat tone, devoid of emotion. "That would probably be the beast tribe." He slowly recounted that they committed an unforgivable sin, leading to being trapped by the heavenly will, losing their souls, and their intellect being diminished, mostly acting on instinct, loving themselves so much that they stroked their own cheeks, and thought back. After many years of evolution, they had transformed into a new race, eating everything, even humans they had to love. It was only then that he curiously asked, "My lord, how did you encounter the beast tribe? Did you come to the forbidden area of Taiso, because the beast tribe only lives there?" His sudden question caught Than Feng off guard, making him a bit irritated and asking, "Can you elaborate more on this forbidden area of Taiso? Don't just leave me hanging." While massaging his own back, he narrated as per his master's request. The forbidden area of Taiso is an ancient place, one of the oldest forbidden zones in the realm. Back then, the beast tribe thrived there. But later they were cursed by the heavenly Tao, gradually turning it into a forbidden area. Despite the two topics being intertwined, he could still recount the details. The forbidden area of Tai So is located in Than Muk domain, full of heavenly Tao curses, specifically targeting souls. Incredibly dangerous. Any ordinary being that falls and could have their soul shattered and scattered. To make his words more convincing, he even pulled out a map to show Than Fong, explaining that the deeper you go, the stronger the curse's power on the soul becomes. This story seemed lengthy, so he continued without stopping. Moreover, once a soul is invaded by the curse, it becomes a walking corpse, reduced to mere flesh, forever enslaved to the forbidden area. Upon hearing this, Than Fong paused and realized, damn. The beast tribe we encountered is not the biggest danger in the forbidden area of Tai So, but the curse of the heavenly Tao. He thought it over for a moment, then shook his head to refute. That can't be right. If the heavenly Tao curse can erode souls, then why am I fine? Is it because I have not encountered the curse's power? Less than 3 seconds later, he quickly dismissed the theory himself. It must not be that if a normal soul falls, it dies, indicating that the forbidden area of Tai So has already been polluted by the curse's power. It just gets more intense the deeper you go. He crossed his arms and looked at himself, feeling no danger from the forbidden area. On the contrary, his body felt like it was being continuously nourished, without any discomfort. The innate divine power was even flowing out. It was impossible not to feel something unusual. Then Than Fong adjusted himself, and suddenly seemed to understand everything, his eyes lighting up as he confidently articulated, I get it now. He jumped up, causing the others to look on in shock, as if he were a king proclaiming to the heavens. I finally understand why I am unharmed. Than Fong smugly pondered and enunciated each word. Because I am the heavenly Tao. He laughed coldly, more arrogant than ever, saying more precisely, I am the one who controls the heavenly Tao. Though it is just the lesser heavenly Tao of this small world, it is enough to not fall to the heavenly Tao curse of the lower realm. Both sides share the same origin. For an ordinary person, it is a dangerous place. But for me, it is a treasure trove. Than Fong jumped for joy, waving his arms like a 3-year-old who just found the answer, celebrating and shouting, there must be many treasures here. Seeing such a strange scene left to you puzzled. My master has gone crazy. The day I gained my freedom won't be far away. Suddenly, Than Fong's face turned serious. Just moments ago, he was a child, and now he was focused on the main issue. The urgent matter now was to escape from this current danger, then quickly find a way to condense a divine elixir. Turning back, Than Fong quickly asked, what was that about Thamikusavis? Are there both demon and human clans inside? In response, the spirit beast spoke up. My lord, Thanmatrisi VC is one of the 3,000 realms in the merchant world, where humans, demons, and countless other races coexist. His voice caught in his throat, and the corner of his eye twitched as he listened further. The 3,000 realms are truly endless. From what the spirit beast knows, even the smallest realm is much larger than Thangi. Than Fong listened intently as the spirit beast recounted everything it knew about that land. Time seemed to slip away, but perhaps the spirit beast was too caught up in telling its tale, so Than Fong remained seated, listening. After a few seconds of silence, he admitted that in that place, he could not do much of anything. He turned to leave, muttering under his breath as if self-reflecting, I am better off in Thangia. Than Fong felt disheartened, and the spirit beast quickly spoke up with a suggestion. My lord, please reconsider. Than Fong frowned, waving his hand dismissively as he walked. Why should I think twice when I am off to hug my wife? After that, he waved his hand again at the spirit beast, sending it away. The room fell silent. Not a sound to be heard, as Than Fong and Vam Hong shared their tender moments together. Than Fong held her hand, recounting his heroic deeds, particularly how he saved his father-in-law. Now he was the celestial Tao of Thangieti. Hong sat beside him, her eyes glistening with tears. With a trembling hand, she gently brushed the hem of her husband's robe, and softly spoke from the bottom of her heart. My lord. Before she could finish, Than Fong wrapped his arm around her waist, his movements both gentle and resolute. After days apart, they finally shared a passionate kiss. As if trying to make up for all the longing they had endured, Than Fong's gaze lingered on her face, filled with a tenderness so deep that time itself seemed to stand still. Of course, in such a romantic setting, how could Than Fong miss the opportunity? He quickly pulled her down onto the bed of grass. Yam Hong turned her face away shyly, but there was something undeniably alluring in the air. Almost instinctively, Hong suddenly embraced Than Fong tightly. He gently turned to her, his eyes filled with a warmth she had never seen before, and promised, Nini Nahai, once I stand strong in the merchant world, I will take you up with me. Hearing this, Hong bit her lip, hesitating as if she wanted to hold on to something. Finally, she softly asked, her words filled with hope. My lord, you must come back. Than Fong continued, Right now, I manage the celestial Tao of Thanjiety, but I am restricted by the realm's limits. There was a hint of regret in his voice, but determination overpowered it. If anyone wanted to break through the divine pill realm in Thanjiety, I must first reach that realm myself. So I have to go to the merchant world. The hands of the two intertwined tightly. As long as they held onto each other, they feared no storm. Am Hong felt like a little bunny in Than Feng's heart, only able to remind him. My beloved, as long as we are together, it does not matter if I never reach the divine realm. Than Feng chuckled, his smile gentle yet a bit teasing. Then he reached out to gently stroke her hair, as if comforting a silly little sister. Sweet girl, how much lifespan can you really gain in the divine realm? Her beloved aimed to create an everlasting fairy tale romance with her. If love is eternal, they must stick together through thick and thin. Her voice softened as she repeated the promise etched in her heart. If love is forever, they must stay together until rivers run dry and rocks wear away. He continued. With the support of a guardian spirit, he could return at any time if danger came. But she was different. Just that one sentence left Am Hong stunned. Her heart hollowed out like a gust of wind had blown through. Tears welled up in her eyes as she asked softly, as if her heart had been gripped tightly. My love, have I become a burden to you? Than Feng gently patted her head like a little kitten. He wrapped her tightly in his arms, his voice thick with emotion. How could you be a burden? You are my motivation to move forward. You are the treasure I want to protect. He felt her head resting on his dark, shining hair, whispering, now I hold the fate of the heavens. I can return whenever I want. You do not need to worry. Suddenly, she stood up, saying softly, my love, come with me. Am Hong silently took Than Feng's hand, slowly leading him to her familiar vanity. His eyes followed her every move. His heart raced, uncertain of what she was about to do. As the room fell into silence, not a word was spoken. Only the sound of their soft breaths filled the air as they faced each other. Gazing into the mirror where a heart was beating steadily, Than Feng was puzzled. What is this? Am Hong gently reached out, lifting the heart radiating a warm glow, as if cradling a delicate salt. Emotion welled up in her as she placed it into Than Feng's hands. This is the origin of my father's ethereal heart. The one who knows your kindness and entrusted it to me, asking me to deliver it to you. Than Feng took her hand, shaking his head in refusal. I can't accept this. Nini Nahai. But the look in Am Hong's eyes was as steadfast as ancient ice. Her father's greatest wish was to save humanity. If that was achieved, he sought no more, just wanted to enjoy his old age. Am Hong gazed at him with all her affection and softly said, my love, if you plan to venture into the world of the divine, it can surely elevate you. My father wants your cultivation to rise. Holding that heart in his hand made Than Feng ponder deeply. After a long moment, he finally nodded, his voice steady and filled with profound resolve. All right. I won't refuse any longer. I can let down your kindness and my father-in-law's hopes. Now. A golden light radiated from Than Feng's entire being. Strange currents of energy slowly seeped into his body, making him acutely aware of the new power swirling in his veins. Watching her beloved strength rapidly increase, Am Hong could not hide her joy. Soon, the process was complete, and his body touched the ground. The Dark Queen smiled, her eyes shining with pride as she congratulated her husband, saying that one day, the knowledge of the world would be in his hands. Just as she finished speaking, Than Feng called her name. Nini Nahai. He wrapped his arms around her waist, feeling her familiar warmth one last time before they parted, reminding her that he had to leave, and that she should take good care of her father-in-law, waiting for his triumphant return. The Dark Queen said nothing more, simply bowed her head slightly, responding gently with. Moments later, Than Feng found himself in a different realm. Below him, something had caught his attention. Drawing his gaze downward, he thought to himself, filled with determination, that the urgent matter now was to escape the forbidden domain of the primordials, and then find a human settlement to acquire some cultivation techniques. Soaring high in the sky, he could not shake off the thought that the dangers below were too great. With too many races involved, he needed to quickly increase his power. The forbidden domain of the primordial mountains appeared, recounting Than Feng's perilous journey this time. After a lengthy period, Than Feng sat down to refine his energy, practicing his cultivation on a rocky ledge. But it seemed that something uneasy lingered in his heart, making Than Feng ponder. A shadow silently crept up from behind, footsteps as light as a breeze, carrying a faint killing intent, a sword aimed directly at his back. But he was completely unaware when the tip of the sword finally touched his back. Than Feng instinctively noticed and shouted out. He turned to see it was Dao No, holding a sword that crackled with purple lightning. He thought to himself, this is the Dao No that his beloved had mentioned. She raised her sword and fiercely struck at Than Feng. Standing before the attack, he remained calm, a smirk on his lips. Anyone who stands in my way will regret it. Then Than Feng threw a punch aimed at Dao No's face. Yelling, the blow sent her reeling back, but Dao No quickly regained her balance. flipping through the air gracefully before landing safely on the ground. Dao No turned to glare at Thanfeng. And then the two dove into combat. Neither willing to back down, they exchanged blows, with the sounds of their clash echoing throughout the forest. An hour later, both appeared exhausted, panting heavily as they faced each other. Thanfeng assessed Dao No in silence. Realizing that her strength surpassed even that of the Celestial Elder at the peak of ascension, she was likely a formidable warrior of the Celestial General realm. They could not keep this up forever. Lost in thought, she suddenly vanished before he could react. Gritting his teeth, Thanfeng turned just in time to see Dao No deliver a gut-wrenching kick, sending him sprawling across the ground. Sitting there, he could not help but think, great, I am already outmatched. And this has only been an hour. Surrounding him was a dark purple space, and he looked up at a faint circle of light above. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he muttered, damn it. There is no way I am losing to a little punk like Dao No. Just as he was being pulled out, Dao No was waiting with another attack, launching a fireball straight at him. He managed to dodge it with ease. But then he was sucked back into that space again, only to be spat out right in front of that fireball once more, which he narrowly avoided again. Gathering his inner strength, he conjured 3 clones of himself, each one charging at her one after another. When he sensed the perfect moment, a smirk crossed his lips as he shouted, now's my chance. After she sliced through all 3 clones, sending their remnants flying in every direction, he leaped up and snatched the sword from Dao No's hands. He did. Her too. Well, let us just say assets, swayed tantalizingly in front of him, making him blush, sword in hand. He grinned. This is mine now. With quick footwork, Thanfeng jumped back to keep his distance, staring at the sword while sweating bullets. This is the reverse scale of a true dragon. According to my knowledge of this world, with materials like this sword can just be a regular weapon. It must be a legendary artifact. Gripping the sword tightly with both hands, Thanfeng raised it high, shouting with joy, this thing is a treasure without a master. Dao No glared at him furiously, teeth clenched. Before she charged at him, he was not about to just stand there and wait to be taken down. Holding the sword firmly, Thanfeng declared, now it is my turn to strike back. But suddenly, he spun around and yelled while running, I got what I came for. Why would I stick around and play with you? He leaped away, throwing over his shoulder, see ya, Dao No. She could only watch as Thanfeng soared into the sky, and reluctantly turned to leave. Thanfeng hovered above, scanning the area below before landing gently and taking a look around. When suddenly, someone blocked his path. Excuse me, Senior, is this your first time in Lashinat City? A guide approached him, asking, need directions. Thanfeng raised an eyebrow. Are you the tour guide? He thought, rolling his eyes at the introduction. Since I was a kid, I have lived in Lashinat City, and I know every corner of it. Whether you are looking for weapons, healing potions, talismans, or treasures, I can find them for you. Thanfeng smiled and asked, how much will it cost? He thought to himself, with this guy around, finding treasures will be a breeze. The little attendant, hearing the question, got angry and shouted, do you underestimate me, Senior? If you do not use the right currency, it is not going to work. Pausing for a moment, he pulled out a spirit stone for Thanfeng to see and said, here in our place, we use spirit stones as currency. Thanfeng looked at the spirit stone in front of him, puzzled. Isn't he this used for cultivation? The attendant, tucking the stone into his robe, explained, spirit stones contain the essence of the heavens and the earth. They can heal wounds, aid in cultivation, and even set up formations. He continued, if you do not have spirit stones, you can use pills instead. Thanfeng replied, I have some materials on hand. Once I can exchange them for spirit stones, I will pay you. The attendant started walking ahead, tilting his body and saying, then please follow me. As they walked, the attendant chattered away. Let me introduce you to the 10,000 Treasures Trading House. It is the biggest trading house in Lashinat City, where you can buy or sell. The auction prices are much higher than regular sales. In no time, they stood at the entrance of the 10,000 Treasures Trading House when suddenly a girl with long hair stepped out, her voice sweet and melodic. Greetings, esteemed guests. She approached and asked, are you here to auction or buy directly? Thanfeng smiled and said, auction. Please bring your head manager here. After hearing this, the two girls broke into a sweat, exchanging awkward glances. One of them scurried off to report, while the other bowed her head to him. A moment later, the girl led them inside, where a manager had his back turned to them. He turned around with a teacup in hand and asked, what brings you here? Just as he finished speaking, Thanfeng snapped his fingers, and a mountain of gold and jewels appeared from thin air, leaving the manager in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. He quickly panicked and rushed over, saying, "Esteemed guest, please do not. That much gold will overload the formation. And if we keep this up, it will explode. Let us take it slow." Then Fong, hands clasped behind his back, calmly asked, "Are you ready to have a proper conversation with me now?" The manager replied, "Yep, I am." He continued, "You will exchange all this for spirit stones for me." The manager, pulled along by the two girls, immediately agreed. Okay. As he was led away, he began scribbling something on paper, while Thanfeng sat back, observing him. After a while, the manager presented a freshly written note with both hands, saying, "Esteemed guest, the inventory is complete. The total value of these treasures is 27,920,000 spirit stones." Thanfeng smiled casually. "I see. Now hand over the spirit stones." The manager lowered his head, mumbling, "Young master, the amount of spirit stones is too large. We can't make that decision alone. We need approval from above." Thanfeng, displeased, huffed and said, "Take me to a more competent manager then." As he finished his sentence, the door behind him opened, and the manager approached, introducing himself. "The head manager. It is an honor to meet a distinguished guest. How shall I address you?" The two quickly shook hands, and Thanfeng introduced himself, saying, "This is Thanfeng, a junior here to meet the esteemed master." As Long then sat down and invited him to take a seat beside him, saying, "Mr. Yu, this is a distinguished guest. What humble old man am I to be called master?" As Long looked at Thanfeng intently, expressing his curiosity. The old man wanted to ask Miss Taiyuhei why someone so young had achieved such a high level of mastery. Thanfeng coughed lightly, scratched his head, and laughed while explaining extensively. Wallace Long scribbled everything down. After a long while, he finally wrapped up and closed the notebook he had filled. He then awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Mr. Yu, the amount of raw stones this time is just too massive. I can't take out that much at the moment. I wonder if you could give us a day to prepare." He paused, asking, "Well," as Long replied seriously, "I truly can't hide it. Tonight, Venan Bro Thenghan is hosting an auction. Only after the auction will we be able to gather some raw stones. So Mr. Yu just needs to wait one day." Upon hearing this, Thanfeng jumped up and asked, "What qualifications do I need to participate in the auction?" He was taken aback by Thanfeng's strong reaction. Just having an invitation card is enough to participate. "Are you interested in the auction, Mr. Yu?" He smiled wide and said, "Absolutely. I really want to broaden my horizons." As Long immediately handed over an invitation token with both hands and explained, "Mr. Yu is our esteemed guest at Venno Sivax. With this token, you will enjoy VIP treatment at any branch." Thanfeng took the token from him, and Long added, "With this token, you can attend the auction without an invitation." Pausing, he presented an item in his hand and said, "Mr. Yu, inside this is 15 million pounds of raw stones. Please take a look." Thanfeng held the item, examining it closely as it resembled a raw stone. Listening intently to what he said, the old man noticed that although Miss Taiyuhei had many treasures, most were of low grade. He paused and asked the question that troubled him. "Although low-grade items are common, I have never seen such a large quantity. I wonder if Miss Taiyuhei could clarify this for me, if it is inconvenient." "Just pretend I did not ask." Thanfeng smiled as he gathered the item back, replying, "A few days ago, my seniors from the sect discovered a minor heavenly realm, and I found these there." As Long was astonished and asked, "May I ask which sect you come from, Mr. Yu?" He crossed his arms and cheerfully replied, "The immortal sect of Aleda Sipum. My connections are unrelated to others." Thanfeng continued, "Just remember the 3 words, Sampathanfeng." As Long was sweating, thinking to himself, what a bold claim the immortal to Sipung. He looked at Long curiously. "Can the treasury manager show me the auction list for tonight?" A scroll appeared in his hands, as Long respectfully handed it to him, and after a moment of examining it, his eyes widened in surprise. "Fun Thin Viem quite. Siu Chuan Tin Sai Shi quite. Vin An Lian Living Kong. These are all top-tier techniques." Feng eagerly rolled up the scroll and asked, "I really like Venan and Living Kong. Is there any way you can let me buy it?" As Long hesitated, feeling awkward. "These are already on the auction list. If Little Hay wants to buy it right away, it might be a bit troublesome." But before he finished his sentence, he abruptly stopped, closing his eyes, making the boy pause in confusion. Moments later, as Long excitedly clenched his fist, ready to say something, "Little Hay is our esteemed guest. If a guest requests it, I shall make an exception this once." He presented another scroll, and S. Long's face was full of cunning as he declared, "This is indeed the Ven Aun Thong Kong." Holding it in his hands, Thanfeng chuckled to himself, but then suddenly remembered something and his smile faded. Thanfeng looked up at Long and asked, "How much does it cost?" As if he had been waiting for that question, Zevlong grinned slyly. Suddenly, He grabbed Than Feng's hand and shook it vigorously, leaving the boy utterly bewildered. He shook while saying, "Little Hai, it feels like we have known each other forever. You even brought a huge business opportunity to our." After a brief pause, As Long leaned closer and continued, "Though Ven Lo Niven Kang is precious, it is not worth mentioning compared to you. Of course, I won't take your spirit stones." Than Feng felt the elderly man's face pressed uncomfortably close to his. Fearful, he pushed him away and said, "But," As Long questioned, repeating, But Than Feng turned and walked away, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving the man staring after him in disbelief. As Long, panicking, called out, "Little Hai." Then he began making a series of bizarre gestures that were impossible to describe. While making those strange movements, As Long spoke each word clearly. "If you stubbornly refuse, then you do not see me as a friend." As he said this, As Long made a dark, grim face at Than Feng. Suddenly, he turned around and pointed straight at As Long's face. "All right. If that is how you want to play it, then I will accept." With that, he quickly rolled up the scroll. Than Feng looked in the mirror, reflecting on his outfit while listening to As Long chat beside him. "Do you, hey? The auction is about to start. Do you want to come with me or wait for the manager to take you?" He glanced at As Long and replied, "I will go with you." As Long immediately responded, "Great." He gestured towards the door. "And to you, hey? Please. After you." He turned to introduce, "This room is for family and the Hake clan. You can see everything happening at the auction." Than Feng quickly asked, "Is this a VIP room?" Shi Long pulled the door open, and Than Feng along with Tu Dong walked in side by side. Shi Long stood beside a chair and said to him, "Please, have a seat." Tu Ho. He turned to look at him and continued, "The humble host of this auction need to prepare for what is to come." As Shi Long walked away, he glanced back and said cautiously, "If you have any requests, feel free to call the servant outside." Than Feng quickly responded, "Got it." Moments later, Shi Long disappeared behind the door, and the room fell silent. Tu Ho and Tu Dong exchanged curious glances at the exquisitely arranged space. Just as Than Feng plopped down onto the chair, a sudden knock echoed from the door. He tilted his head and called out, "Come in." The door swung open, and two beautiful maidens walked in, carrying items and greeting the young master. After a long wait, a loud voice rang out on the stage. "Please be silent." Shi Long then introduced, "Now, let us unveil the first item for auction. From the legendary Divine Mechanism sect, an ancient artifact of alchemy." With that, he revealed an object hidden beneath a leather cloth. Inside the box was a shimmering pill, the Thunderbolt Essence. Gasps filled the room as the audience marveled in awe, and Shi Long held it up, explaining its powers. The Thunderbolt Essence is a treasure of the Divine Mechanism sect, crafted with secret techniques to harness the power of thunder. This treasure can be used only once, activating during a critical moment. It unleashes a thunderstrike to obliterate enemies. No one below the heavenly realm can withstand its might. Meanwhile, Tu Ho was being pampered by the two beauties while listening to the auction. With a starting price of 5 million spirit stones, each increment must be no less than 100,000. After hearing this, Tu Ho remained unfazed and said, "A one-time use item, not worth it." Suddenly, someone stood up and shouted, 5.5 million. A monk from the VIP room chimed in, 600,000. Then, a stunning dress flew through the air. "I bid 7 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The mystic tech sect truly knows how to make a splash. Then an ominous figure cloaked in black shouted, 15 million. Instantly, someone remarked, "Who shows up late like this? Are you serious with that bid?" A man, seeing the higher bid, clasped his hands in desperation. "I am a disciple of the mystic tech sect. My master, the Grand Elder, is hosting a longevity feast." The mysterious figure interrupted, "I wish to offer the Thunderbolt Essence as a gift. Please let me have it." With that, the cloaked figure reclined back, propping his feet on the table, and raised the bid to 20 million. The crowd gasped in shock at this announcement. Shi Long quickly closed the box, sweating as he looked at the mysterious figure, confirming the bid of 20 million, a master of divine techniques indeed, with the power to soar through the heavens. Legends say that a mighty being once witnessed a true dragon soaring for 9 days, and gained this incredible skill. Meanwhile, Tu Ho was joking around with the two beauties, and after a moment, he declared, "Now, the final treasure of today's auction is about to be revealed." With that, he stood up and exited with a flourish, holding the supreme golden sword case. Than Feng moved closer to the window, raising his hand to look down. Below, Shi Long stood before the crowd, explaining the item in his hands. The catch was that this treasure offered no offensive capabilities at all. Its sole purpose was to hold swords, and the efficacy of the golden sword case entirely depended on how many swords and their quality were placed inside. He gazed in amazement at the artifact, stunned that such a treasure existed. "It will harness the power of the golden soup to nurture the sword within, making it sharper than ever, And it even has an enchantment. This can create a golden soup sword array, an incredibly mystical formation that is unbreakable and strikes true every time. Fan Feng leaned seriously against the window, listening intently. The more swords there were, the higher their quality, and the greater the power of this sword array would be. Sai Long raised 2 fingers, his eyes gleaming with greed. The starting bid for this treasure is a whopping 20 million raw stones. The mysterious figure immediately slammed their hand on the table and exclaimed, 20 million. I will take it. Sai Long's heart raced. The bid was locked in. From above, Fan Feng stared intently at the mysterious figure as they began to leave. Fan Feng opened the door and quietly slipped outside, hiding behind a wall to watch the mysterious figure depart. The figure seemed to be in a hurry, their footsteps growing louder as they swiftly approached a dense forest. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on Fan Feng's forehead as he froze in shock. A mask had fallen to the ground. Quick as a flash, he leapt onto a branch to hide. The man from the auction suddenly sprang out, sword in hand, blocking the mysterious figure's path. Launching a fierce attack, the sound of the sword cutting through the air echoed. Yet it did not touch the mysterious figure, who looked startled, a top-tier divine weapon for defense. Just a mere cultivator of the human element realm possessing such a treasure, who exactly are you? The mysterious figure smirked disdainfully. I do not want to waste a heavenly thunder pearl on you. So scram. The man leapt back, furious and grinding his teeth, pointing at the mysterious figure. This time we were careless. Do you dare to reveal your identity? Just then, the man saw the mysterious figure pull out a heavenly thunder pearl, and fear gripped him as he turned to flee, leaving behind a hasty, see you later. Fan Feng scoffed. I thought we were going to witness an epic battle. Suddenly, the mysterious figure tossed off their cloak, revealing a stunning girl, holding the heavenly thunder pearl and scoffing. What a coward. Once I get back, I will tell my brothers and sisters about how I played the fool on an earth element cultivator. Let us see if they still think of me as a nobody. She jumped down from the branch, and with a swift motion, the heavenly thunder pearl vanished from her hand. Out of nowhere, some random punk snatched it right in front of her, and she fumed, gritting her teeth. Who dares to steal from this lady? With her brows furrowed in anger, she glared fiercely, but then broke into a triumphant laugh. Found you. A large rat scurried by Fan Feng, and Dao Hu, who had been following him, said, You go with the rat inside. The cave is well equipped. Fan Feng stood in the cave, satisfied as he looked around, smiling at the rat. This is perfect. I am very happy with this place. Flashing back to when he snatched it from the girl, Fan Feng had to run like the wind. Glancing back in disbelief, Fan Feng grit his teeth, dodging her sword, and as soon as he evaded, he turned to run. The girl also started chasing after him, shouting, Little thief. You can escape. After a while, she lost sight of him. Looking around frantically, after running for a while, the exhaustion started to creep in. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and wondered where this guy had run off to. Meanwhile, Fan Feng was stealthily maneuvering behind her, carefully stepping as he glanced back, and in no time, he managed to slip away from her sight. Fan Feng, feeling drained, leaned against a tree to catch his breath. Finally, he was safe. Who knew a little girl could have such formidable skills, chasing him for an entire watch? Suddenly, his eyes met a small hut guarded by a rat, and it seemed like the rat sensed Fan Feng's gaze. Turning to lock eyes with him, the rat waved excitedly towards Fan Feng and asked, Hey there. Do you need a room to temporarily train? Fan Feng was taken aback. You really have a setup like this for training? The rat replied with pride. Whatever you need, I have got it all here. Fan Feng pulled out a hefty bag of coins, and the rat's eyes lit up. You can stay as long as you want. Dear guest, he waved his hand, saying, All right. Hurry up. I want to train now. The rat quickly nodded. Yep, sir. After directing Fan Feng into the cave, the rat waved goodbye, and Fan Feng stepped inside. Finding a spacious spot to settle down, Fan Feng took out the everlasting cloud technique and placed it before him, beginning his training. Instantly, a surge of power radiated from him. A moment later, he abruptly opened his eyes and let out a loud roar that echoed throughout the cave. Fan Feng stared in amazement at the strange blue flame that had appeared in his hand. Who would have thought that crafting a 9 heavens dragon slumber would take 3 days of my time? Truly impressive. It was worth it to hone this skill to perfection. Slowly, he stood up and approached the sword of Than lying on the table. Holding the sword, he said ominously, Now it is your turn. The sword of Than radiated a brilliant energy in his grasp, and after a moment, he raised it high, a crackling spark of energy dancing along the edge. Fan Feng practiced a few moves with the sword, and once he was satisfied, he sheathed it and stepped out of the cave. Returning to the Venin Bro Thang Han, he calmly opened the door. Upon seeing him, As Long immediately called for Tao Hei. He clasped his hands joyfully. Miss Tao Hei, you are back. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Then Feng glanced around casually and said, "Bring out all the treasures from Vinatter Blow Thung Han. I am buying everything, as long." Hearing this, hurried off, quickly closing the door behind him as he exclaimed, "Get moving." He gestured to the 4 maids. "Hurry up, a VIP is here. Gather all the best items." One of the girls immediately replied. On it, then Feng lounged comfortably. "Not bad. Not bad. I will take it all." The beautiful maidens brought drinks to him, as Along leaned in, whispering, "Dear guest, the total is 61,110,000 raw stones. You just need to pay 61 million. Then Feng was taken aback. "Hold on. How much?" Seeing his shocked reaction, as Long explained, "This is already the discounted price. The main reason is that the 9-yin mother sword is a top-tier divine weapon. Just that sword alone costs 20 million raw stones." Then Feng broke into a cold sweat, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth. "Fine, I will buy it." After making the purchase, he turned to leave, and the maids lined up in 2 rows, cheerfully calling out, "We welcome you back next time." Turning around, Silong asked, "Do you happen to know if there is any black market around here?" He tilted his head, pondering. "A black market?" After a moment, he replied, "About 100 miles west of Linyuan City. There is a mountain called Devil's Smother Mountain. There is a black market up there, organized by some rogue cultivators. You will find a mix of customers. Some are also cultivators, while others are people who got dragged in by the big sects. Most of the goods are total fakes. If you want to find something valuable, it is all about luck." Then, Silong looked at him and added, "Moreover, with no one in charge, robberies and murders happen all the time. It is safer for us to keep our distance." Then Feng turned away, muttering, "But your prices are way too high." Scene change. He was now soaring high towards Devil's Smother Mountain. Suddenly, he froze. He spotted 2 people battling it out in the distance. Then Feng moved in to interrupt. "Excuse me, could you hold off for a second?" The 2 fighters abruptly stopped when they noticed him. Dan Ho, looking suspicious, asked, "Where did this kid come from?" "Just a spirit realm cultivator. And he wants to play peacemaker." He stood between the 2, saying, "Please, do not be angry. I just happened to pass by, saw you 2 fighting, and could not bear to watch." The 2 exchanged confused glances, and Nguyen had pointed at Than Feng, asking, "Do you know this guy?" The stranger replied, "Looks weak enough to be your friend." Nguyen Ants, with a sly grin, inquired, "A kid who still smells like milk dares to meddle in the affairs of Earth Realm cultivators? You must be asking for trouble." The stranger nodded in agreement. "Exactly." Faced with the 2, he remained unfazed, even smirking as he spoke. "Fighting over material possessions is truly not worth your lives." His expression turned serious as he drew his sword. Continuing, "Let me give you a piece of advice. You want to be able to protect those belongings. The waters here run deep, so why not just hand them over to me? How about you 2 shake hands and call it a truce?" Realizing he was just a fool, Inga Han He and the stranger charged at Than Feng,